The man slowly opened his eyes in front of a tall tower, and what came into view was the face of a young girl. He was familiar with the girl in front of him. Her name was Jiang Xiaoyun, and she was his deskmate. But the man clearly remembered that she was dead, but now she was alive in front of him. He didn't have time to think about it. In an instant, the man felt a sharp pain in his head. Memories came flooding back like a tide. After a while, the man looked incredulous. He was actually reborn and returned to the time before he awakened his talent. The man's name is Qin Feng. In his previous life, he was fighting against the void evil spirit, but he unexpectedly encountered the void evil god. Faced with a terrifying existence that far surpassed himself, Qin Feng had no choice but to use a forbidden weapon. After using the forbidden weapon, Qin Feng's consciousness completely dissipated. He originally thought he was dead, but unexpectedly, he was reborn back to the day when he awakened his talent. Thinking of this, Qin Feng took a deep breath. God had given him a chance to be reborn, and he must seize it well. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Qin Feng, Class 2, Grade 3, enter the tower for the awakening ceremony. Jiang Xiaoyun, who was standing by, heard the voice and hurriedly urged Qin Feng. It's your turn, go quickly. Qin Feng nodded and quickly walked towards the awakening tower, not far away. The awakening tower was the medium for humans to awaken their talents and enter the world of all races. Qin Feng didn't feel the slightest bit nervous at this moment and stepped straight into the awakening tower. In an instant, Qin Feng noticed that the scene before him suddenly changed. When Qin Feng saw the scene clearly, he had already appeared in a vast white space. At this moment, a huge white ball of light appeared before Qin Feng. 2 lines of black text slowly appeared above the white ball of light. Hint: this is the player's first time entering the awakening tower. Do you want to start the awakening ceremony immediately? Qin Feng chose yes, without hesitation. At the moment Qin Feng made his choice, a golden light instantly descended from the sky onto Qin Feng. Hint: you have successfully awakened the A-level talent, Advanced Mechanical Improvement. Hint: an unknown error has been detected. Hint: you have successfully bound to the 100x reward system. Hint: you have triggered the 100x reward. Successfully obtained the SSS level Talent Master of Machinery Unique. Countless pieces of information about the system flooded into Qin Feng's mind. After a moment, Qin Feng finally understood the purpose of the 100-fold reward system. This system allowed everything Qin Feng obtained to be multiplied 100-fold. Qin Feng took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed his excitement. Then, Qin Feng directly clicked on the talent he had just obtained and looked at it. Machine Master, Unique, Level, SSS. Increases the attack power and durability, health, of your mechanical units by 1000%. All your mechanical units will form a contract with you, granting you a 100% health and defense bonus. This effect stacks infinitely. Seeing the master of machinery before him, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This talent was practically tailor-made for a mechanic. Hint: you have successfully awakened your talent. Do you want to choose a profession immediately? Qin Feng didn't hesitate and chose yes. The next moment, a career selection panel slowly appeared. Career selection: Mechanic, compatibility 100%. Mage, compatibility 85%. Priest, compatibility 82%. Seeing the career selection panel in front of him, Qin Feng chose Mechanic without hesitation. The moment Qin Feng chose his career, a golden light fell on him. The next moment, hint: you have successfully selected the career Mechanic. Please choose whether to enter the Myriad Races world. Currently, entering the Myriad Races world does not consume gold coins. Please note, Qin Feng naturally did not want to waste time, so he chose to enter without hesitation. The next moment, a golden light suddenly surged into the white ball of light before him. This golden light instantly engulfed Qin Feng and disappeared directly on the spot. Hint: you have successfully descended into the world of all races. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes after hearing the system prompt. At this moment, what came into view was an ordinary-looking ancient village. Within this village, many awakened ones were walking through it. Qin Feng walked straight towards the novice village. The first thing a mechanic player needs to do after entering the game is to learn mechanic skills. Qin Feng soon arrived in front of the mechanic instructor in the novice village. The mechanic instructor in the novice village was a middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance. Qin Feng glanced at the top of his head upon seeing him. NPC Mu 1 gold level, a gold level NPC with decent strength. Thinking of this, Qin Feng walked straight forward and said to the instructor Mu when in front of him, I'm here to learn mechanic skills. The tuition fee is 10 copper coins, pay first. Mu Wen glanced at Qin Feng and said. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and directly took out 10 copper coins and handed them to the other party. At this time, after Mu Wen took the copper coins, he directly threw a book to Qin Feng and said, "This is the skill book you wanted. Study hard." Qin Feng calmly caught the skill book thrown to him. The next moment, the system prompt sounded. Prompt: you have obtained Basic Mechanical Manufacturing Skill Book, Black Iron Level. Hint: you've triggered a 100-fold reward. You've successfully obtained the Basic Mechanical Manufacturing Skill Book, Gold Level. With the 100-fold increase, the Iron Level Skill Book has directly become Gold Level. With this Gold Level Skill Book, the mechanical units Qin Feng can create will have a lot of basic attributes improved, which is still very powerful. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly chose to use the skill book. Instantly, the skill book transformed into a golden light and poured directly into Qin Feng's body. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Hint: you have successfully learned the skill, LV1 Basic Mechanical Manufacturing, Gold Level. After mastering the skills, the next thing to do is to make his first piece of mechanical equipment. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly opened his personal panel. Destiny, Level 1 Occupation, Mechanic, Talent, Master of Machinery, Unique, Skill, LV1 Basic Mechanical Manufacturing, Gold Level. Qin Feng opened his backpack and took out the Novice Mechanic Gift Pack. This Novice Gift Pack contained blueprints and the materials needed to craft mechanical equipment. This was extremely important for a mechanic. The Black Novice Gift Pack was opened immediately. Immediately, a blueprint and a number of materials appeared before Qin Feng. Hint: you have triggered a 100x reward. You have successfully obtained the Simplified Exoskeleton Robotic Arm Construction Blueprint, Gold Level. Hint: you've triggered a 100x reward. You've successfully obtained Magnetic Energy Stone, 100, Special Alloy, 100, Magnetic Coil, 500, and Energy Crystal, 100. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to get a simple exoskeleton arm from the random Novice Gift Pack. This type of mechanical equipment was already considered a top-tier weapon. Qin Feng cast his gaze directly at the blueprint in front of him. Simplified Exoskeleton Robotic Arm Blueprint, Gold Level. Level 1. Rank, Gold Level. Seeing the blueprint in front of him, Qin Feng chose to study it without hesitation. The next moment, the blueprint before him transformed into a golden light that poured into Qin Feng's body. Hint: you have successfully mastered the method for crafting the mechanical weapon, Simplified Exoskeleton Arm, Gold Level. Qin Feng's mind was filled with countless methods for making a simple exoskeleton robotic arm. After mastering the production method, Qin Feng did not waste any more time, but directly took out the materials and started making a simple exoskeleton robotic arm. Not long after, a unique-looking pistol appeared in Qin Feng's hands. After the assembly was successful, the system prompt sounded again. Hint: you have successfully created a Simplified Exoskeleton Robotic Arm, Gold Level. Tip: you have successfully triggered the 100x reward and obtained the Simple Exoskeleton Robotic Arm, Purple Gold Level. Tip: your skill level has been upgraded. Your current level is LV4 Basic Mechanical Manufacturing, Gold Level. Making mechanical equipment will indeed trigger a 100-fold reward. Qin Feng muttered. This wave confirmed Qin Feng's suspicion. With Qin Feng's 2 waves of amplification, the Black Iron Level Blueprint actually produced Purple Gold Level equipment. Qin Feng opened the equipment's attribute panel without hesitation. He wanted to see what the attributes of this weapon were. The equipment's attribute panel slowly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Simple Exoskeleton Robotic Arm, Purple Gold, Level 1 Tier. Purple Gold Weapon Attack Power, 1024 to 1068 Equipment Defense Power, 500 Weapon Additional Effects. 1. Intelligence plus 50. 2. When attacking an enemy, an additional 10% attack power is added. 3. When attacking an enemy, there is a 10% chance to trigger the recharge effect, restoring 20% of the weapon's energy. Durability, HP 10,000/10,000. The basic attack power reaches 1,000 plus, combined with 50 points of intelligence and a 10 attack power bonus. If Qin Feng's innate attack power 10 times bonus is added, the attack power of this weapon will be very amazing. After looking at the weapon attributes in front of him, Qin Feng directly selected the equipment. Hint: you have successfully equipped the weapon's Simplified Exoskeleton Robotic Arm, Purple Gold Level. After Qin Feng equipped himself with the simple exoskeleton arm, his health and defense skyrocketed, directly from 100 points to 10,100 points. His defense also skyrocketed from 12 points to 512 points. All of this was due to Qin Feng's talent. As long as Qin Feng equipped a mechanical unit, he would share 100% of the opponent's health and defense. And this was just the beginning. As Qin Feng's mechanical equipment increases, his health and defense will become stronger and stronger. At this time, after equipping this weapon, Qin Feng glanced at his backpack. There were still a lot of materials in the backpack to make a robotic arm, which was enough for Qin Feng to make another one. Thinking of this, Qin Feng began to continue making the second robotic arm. A few minutes later, hint, you have successfully made it. Hint, you have successfully triggered the 100x reward and obtained the simple exoskeleton robotic arm, purple gold level. Hint, your skill level has been improved. After Qin Feng created the second mechanical arm, he immediately equipped it with this weapon. At this time, Qin Feng's health instantly reached 20,100 points, and his defense also increased to 1,012 points. After equipping the two mechanical arms, Qin Feng headed straight for the novice village. The next thing he had to do was to kill monsters, and quickly reach level 10 before heading to the main city. A minute later, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of the novice village. Instead of immediately hunting the alienated monsters outside the village, he walked straight towards the captain of the soldiers guarding the village entrance. "Give me the commission," Qin Feng said. He was accepting a special mission. This mission, not only would it grant Qin Feng a large amount of gold and experience, but it would also grant him some rare and special mechanical blueprints. At this time, after hearing Qin Feng's answer, the captain of the soldiers didn't say much. He directly handed a task scroll to Qin Feng and said, "Recently, many evil dark creatures have appeared in the mines in the north of the novice village." Qin Feng took the quest scroll without hesitation. Hint, you have successfully accepted the quest mine mutation rank A. Qin Feng said goodbye to the captain of the soldiers in front of him and quickly walked towards the wilderness. As he walked, Qin Feng opened the task panel and looked at the task he had received this time. Mine mutation A level. A level, task objective. Go to abandoned mine and kill 100 mutated bats silver level. Go to the abandoned mine and kill an alienated bloodthirsty bat gold boss. Go to the abandoned mine and collect a bloodthirsty crystal gold boss. Mission rewards, a large amount of experience, a large amount of gold, and a rare mechanical blueprint. After reading the mission objectives on the mission panel, Qin Feng closed it directly. Qin Feng quickly walked out of the novice village. As soon as he walked out of the novice village, Qin Feng saw a large number of mutant rabbits not far away. These were level 1 black iron monsters, not Qin Feng's target at all. He headed deeper into the wilderness. A few minutes later, hint, you have arrived at Howling Jungle. Reputation plus 50 points. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward, and you have gained 5,000 reputation points. Reputation points can also trigger a 100-fold reward. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Having a high reputation value not only allows you to accept high-level quests, but also allows you to use your reputation value to exchange items at the reputation store. And most importantly, establishing a guild, faction, mercenary group, etc. all requires a large amount of reputation value. At this time, although the 5,000 reputation points Qin Feng obtained were not much, if he could take on some tasks to increase his reputation in the future, then the speed at which he would gain reputation would be ridiculously fast. Thinking of this, Qin Feng shook his head and continued walking towards the depths of the Howling Jungle. The abandoned mine was deep in the Howling Jungle and should be found soon. Just as Qin Feng had walked a short distance, a dark shadow suddenly attacked him. The moment Qin Feng sensed the danger, he raised his robotic arm and blocked the attack instantly. With the high defense bonus, the attack in front of him was just a tickle to Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his head and looked into the distance. At this time, a huge black goblin was raising its bow and arrow, preparing to attack Qin Feng again. Seeing this, Qin Feng suddenly exerted his strength and rushed towards the other party. Seeing Qin Feng coming, the goblin in front of him did not panic at all. He drew his bow, and suddenly an arrow shot towards Qin Feng again. Qin Feng used his mechanical arm to knock the arrow away. For a seasoned mechanic like Qin Feng, the arrows shot by the goblin before him had no chance of harming him. In a flash, Qin Feng was in front of the goblin archer. At this moment, dozens of goblins suddenly rushed out from the dense forest nearby and quickly attacked Qin Feng. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng sneered. These goblins had obviously provoked the wrong person. At this moment, Qin Feng directly withstood the goblin's attack and instantly approached the goblin archer. Bang! With a punch, the goblin archer in front of him was instantly killed, and a golden light suddenly appeared on Qin Feng's body. Hint, you successfully killed the goblin archer, Dark Iron, triggering a 100x reward. You gained experience, 10,000. Hint, your level has increased. Your current level is LV2. Hint, you have obtained 5 free attribute points. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained 500 free attribute points. Qin Feng was stunned after hearing the system prompt. Free attribute points can also trigger a 100-fold reward? You know, the free attribute points that each player obtains are basically the same. This means that as long as Qin Feng continues to upgrade his level, the difference brought by the free attribute points alone will be extremely terrifying. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly added all his free attribute points to intelligence. Mechanics are extremely dependent on intelligence attributes, and Qin Feng's health and defense are now increased by mechanical units, so adding all intelligence points is the best choice. Tip: you have successfully allocated free attribute points, and your intelligence attribute has been greatly improved. After the words fell, Qin Feng did not stop and directly killed the other goblins. A few minutes later, hint: you successfully killed the goblin archer, Black Iron, triggering a 100x bonus. You received experience, 10,000. Hint: your level has increased. Current level, LV6. At this moment, his level had successfully risen to level 6. At this moment, Qin Feng once again added all his free attribute points to his intelligence. After doing this, he looked at the goblin corpses scattered all over the ground. Under Qin Feng's attack, none of the goblins that attacked him escaped, and they were all killed by Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng walked straight towards several suspended golden light balls. Chapter 5. Kill the Spider Lord. Level up 10 instantly. These glittering golden balls were the spoils dropped by the goblins after they were killed. Without further ado, Qin Feng quickly stepped forward and picked up all the spoils on the ground. Hint: you've triggered a 100x bonus and received Goblin Longbow, Gold. Hint: you've triggered a 100x bonus and received Goblin Armor, Gold. Hint: you've triggered a 100x bonus and received Silver Coins, too. The harvest wasn't bad. 2 pieces of gold-level equipment. However, Qin Feng glanced at them and wasn't happy at all. This equipment wasn't suitable for him. He was a mechanic, and the longbow and cloth armor were clearly meant for archers. So, without wasting any time, Qin Feng turned around and continued his journey deeper into the dense forest. Not long into their journey, a deep, furious roar suddenly emanated from the front. Qin Feng frowned at the noise, then dashed towards the source without hesitation. On the other side, deep in the dense forest, a massive spider opened its mouth to devour a player. With a crack, the player was bitten in half, blood and internal organs splattering all over the floor. The scene was extremely bloody. The other players around them, watching this scene, showed no fear at all. Instead, they all showed excitement. Tisk, it's a gold-level boss. We're rich. Stop talking nonsense. Let's lower the boss's health first. This boss is not easy to deal with. Be careful. What are you afraid of? Just do it. A group of players shouted and rushed directly towards the giant spider. The scene instantly became chaotic. The spider boss was also enraged, and it opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of venom, attacking all the players around it. At this time, Qin Feng's figure quietly appeared on the edge of the battle circle. He fixed his eyes on the boss in the melee. To others, this boss was fraught with danger. But Qin Feng was different. He had a 100x reward system. If he took advantage of the chaos to finish off the enemy, he might even find some goodies. So, Qin Feng decisively used his detection technique, and a virtual interface unfolded before his eyes. Dark Alienated Spider Lord, Gold Boss. Level 5 attack, 500 to 520 defense, 150 HP, 10,000/10,000 skills. Web binding, Dark Breath, Death Bite, Poisonous Spit. Description: a spider lord corrupted by the power of darkness, extremely aggressive. Qin Feng glanced at the boss's attributes and smiled slightly. To ordinary players, this was a monster, but he was confident that a single punch would solve the problem. The next second, Qin Feng decisively rushed to the battlefield, heading straight for the boss. The players noticed his movements. However, since most of them were individual players, no one stopped him from joining the fray. After all, one more person meant more damage output. As for who would ultimately be the winner, it would depend on who got the last hit the fastest. Qin Feng ignored everything around him and advanced directly towards the boss. Roar! The boss suddenly opened its maw and unleashed a wide stream of extremely toxic, sticky venom. Get out of the way! I'm poisoned. Nurse, save me. Many players were unable to dodge, their health rapidly decreasing and their cries of pain escalating. But Qin Feng, nimbly and maneuvering, weaved effortlessly through the venom. His movements were fluid, as if he had already predicted the boss's attack trajectory. Isn't this movement too amazing? He can even dodge dense venom. Is he cheating? A mechanic dares to fight the boss in close combat. Is he crazy? Many players exclaimed, feeling that Qin Feng was giving away his head. After all, The mechanic class's weakness lies in close combat, and their initial equipment is still a mechanical arm, leaving them with no ranged damage output. But they didn't know that Qin Feng was no ordinary mechanic. Even amidst the crowd's pessimistic gazes, Qin Feng had already rushed in front of the boss. The boss roared, raising its forelimbs and slashing down with its sickle-sharp limbs. But before its attack could land, Qin Feng raised his mechanical arm and slammed down with a punch. Bang! With a loud bang, the boss's health bar instantly emptied. 26,340. The entire crowd fell silent. Holy crap! More than 26,000 damage? What kind of crazy setting is this? Can a mechanic fight like this? I can't even hit this number at level 30. What level is he? Is he cheating? This guy is definitely not simple. The players were stunned and completely shocked by Qin Feng. Before he could recover, Qin Feng's entire body suddenly radiated with dazzling golden light. Immediately afterwards, system notifications rang out. Reminder: you have successfully killed the Dark Alienated Spider Lord, Gold Rank Boss, triggering a 100x reward and gaining 1 million experience points. Hint: level up, current level is LV7. Hint: gain 5 free attribute points. Hint: trigger 100x bonus, free attribute points plus 500. Hint: level up, current level is LV10. Hint: gain 5 free attribute points. Tip: triggering a 100x bonus, plus 500 free attribute points. Tip: you have met the conditions for entering the main city and receive the item, teleport token, Black Iron. Tip: triggering a 100x bonus, receive the item, teleport token, Gold. Chapter 6. Killing my sister to prove my truth. The moment the system notification sounded, Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all and directly added all of his newly acquired free attribute points to his intelligence. After adding points, he immediately began to pick up the spoils dropped by the boss. Although the players around him were jealous, they could only watch from afar when they thought of Qin Feng's terrifying strength. No one dared to have any bad thoughts. As he picked up the items, he read the system pop-up prompt. Hint: trigger a 100-fold reward and obtain Alienation Crystal Master level. Hint: trigger the 100x bonus and receive the Dark Alienation Badge Master level. Hint: trigger the 100x bonus and receive 10 gold coins. This time the harvest was very rich. A rare badge, a crystal, and 10 gold coins, all of which were top-notch. Qin Feng put all the items into his backpack, then opened the interface and began to check the attributes of the badge. Dark Alienation Badge Master level 1 rank, Master level defense, 320 all attributes, plus 50 addition, Dark Attribute Attack, plus 20. Special, Growth Type, can devour 10 pieces of equipment to upgrade 0/10 durability. 10/000/10, 000. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the attributes. Growth Type Equipment. This type of equipment is extremely rare in the entire Myriad Races world, and once it appears, it will basically cause a rush to grab it. Growth equipment means future potential is practically limitless. Furthermore, this is a support item, not occupying any main equipment slots, a truly divine benefit. Not only does it increase all 4 attributes, but it also grants an additional 20 dark damage. This kind of equipment is truly incredible. Qin Feng didn't think twice and immediately put on the badge. Hint: you have successfully worn the Dark Alienation Badge Master level. The badge icon lit up on his body, and a layer of dark energy quickly attached to his body, instantly improving his attributes. Next, he checked the properties of the Alienation Crystal. Alienation Crystal Master level 5. Purpose: restores 80 of the energy of mechanical devices below level 5. Can be used to create energy modules, potions, enchantments, formations, runes, etc. This crystal has a wide range of uses, especially for mechanical professions, where it's a true endurance artifact. For Qin Feng, its most important function right now is to help the mechanical arm recover energy and enhance its power. After confirming the item, Qin Feng closed the panel and prepared to continue forward. At this time, a tall and elegant woman slowly walked over and said to Qin Feng, "Are you interested in joining our Qinyun Guild? I can give you the treatment of an S-level talent." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar all around. Oh my god, it's Yulan with A-level talent. She came here to recruit people herself. After signing with Qinyun Guild, she has been the focus of training. Qinyun Guild, that's one of the top 10 guilds in the country, with tons of resources. S-rank treatment. This is a chance to reach the top. Jealous. Why am I not that person? Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Feng looked up at Yulan. The woman was stunningly beautiful. with pearls dangling from her earlobes, and her eyes radiated nobility and composure. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, even the most beautiful appearance is meaningless. Even if the opponent is highly talented and has a strong background, without sufficient combat power to support them, they will still not be able to catch Qin Feng's eye. He did not speak or stop, but simply walked past Yulan and headed deeper into the dense forest. Seeing Qin Feng completely ignoring her, Yulan's expression suddenly turned grim. But she quickly took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and chased after him. Before they had gone far, Qin Feng noticed someone following him. His eyes turned cold, his brows furrowed slightly, and murderous intent began to spread within him. In the myriad races world, following a player is a grave offense, punishable at best by disaster, and even death at worst. The next moment, he stopped, turned sharply, and rushed straight towards Yulan. Seeing this, Yulan's face changed, and she hurriedly shouted, "Protect Miss Yulan." As soon as she finished speaking, 3 level 10 guard players immediately rushed out of the woods and blocked Qin Feng's way. However, it was completely useless. Boom! 3 explosive damage numbers appeared. -37680-37783-37521, and the guard players were instantly wiped out. Hint: kill player Xiui, sin value +1. Hint: kill player Xiu'er, sin value +1. Hint: kill player Xiu-san, sin value +1. Qin Feng's name instantly turned red. After killing 3 people in one strike, he no longer hesitated and rushed directly towards Yulan. Yulan looked at the imposing Qin Feng in front of her with fear in her eyes and shouted, "I just want to know why you refused to join the guild. I mean no harm." Before she could finish her words, Qin Feng's fist had already landed. Bang! -37,216. A huge wound instantly exploded on Yulan's chest, and her body trembled violently. "You." She gritted her teeth, her voice filled with shame and anger, but her body quickly collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. In the end, she died completely, declared dead in the game. Chapter 7. Abandoned Mine. Mutated Bats. In Jinghua City, next to the teleportation array of the Awakening Tower, Yulan and her 3 followers were forcibly transported out of the dungeon. Their expressions were each uglier than the other. If they died in the tower dungeon, all their loot would be lost, and they would have to return to the safe zone to save their gains. Even worse, there was a 48-hour cooldown period after death, during which they could not re-enter the dungeon. These 2 days of hiatus were enough to leave the others far behind in a game filled with so many experts. Yulan was so angry that her teeth were itching, and her roar shook the whole place. "Find out who that guy is. How dare he steal my boss, and even kill me, I will make him pay with blood." She had originally thought that the gold-level boss was a sure thing, that once defeated, not only would rare equipment drop, but it could even sell for tens of thousands of gold coins. She had even planned to recruit Qin Feng first, then come up with a pretext to reclaim the spoils, but he simply ignored her and instantly killed her with a single punch. Even more infuriating was that with this death, not only was the boss gone, but all the levels she had worked so hard to build were also reset to 0. Just as she was about to calm down, an old butler in his 50s slowly approached, and the attendant quickly told him the whole story. The butler looked solemn and whispered, "Miss, calm down. This person is very likely an A-level or even S-level talent. His strength should not be underestimated. Such people often have powerful forces behind them." But Yulan interrupted him with a sneer. "My brother is a level 99 S-level assassin. Even if he is S-level, what can he do if you dare to kill me? You must pay the price." She could still feel the pain of that punch in her chest, the tangible experience of death, leaving her with a difficult time to recover from. Seeing this, the butler said nothing more and quietly withdrew. Yulan took a deep breath, her expression still icy, as she turned and led her men out of the Awakening Tower. At the same time, a shocking announcement suddenly appeared on the 3 regional channels of Qin Feng's novice village. Regional announcement: Qingyun Guild is officially wanted for player Tianming. A reward of 1,000 gold coins is offered for providing coordinates, and 10,000 gold coins will be awarded for killing the player. Once coordinates are verified, settlement will be immediate. The entire novice village erupted in excitement. Holy crap, has the Qingyun Guild gone mad? The long-awaited zone-wide wanted notice is back. You're behind the news. Aren't you that tycoon named Tianming instantly killed the gold boss, and Yulan invited him to join the guild, but he was instantly killed. Amazing. No way, that A-level talent Yulan, how can she be the one issuing a wanted notice on behalf of Qingyun? I don't care, brothers, go find Tianming quickly. Don't miss the 1,000 gold coin reward. You go ahead, I can't afford to offend her. She can fight the boss alone, I'm afraid she can't even withstand 2 moves. At this moment, Qin Feng was quietly entering the depths of the howling jungle. The treetops above his head were so dense that they almost blocked out the sunlight. The monsters around him were close to level 10. Among these monsters, there were even bronze-level elite monsters with attributes comparable to those of a small boss. But for Qin Feng, these things were nothing. He would kill them instantly. After hearing the regional wanted notice, he simply glanced at them. There was no one who could threaten him. If anyone dared to follow him, they should be prepared to die. In the game, no matter your purpose, if you want to pry into his secrets, don't expect to escape unscathed. As he pondered this, a protruding stone pillar in front of him caught his eye. In World of 10,000 Races, this kind of abrupt terrain could very well conceal a dungeon entrance or a valuable item. Qin Feng approached and swung his robotic arm, smashing it down fiercely. The hidden health bar on the stone pillar instantly emptied, and the entire pillar collapsed into scattered rubble. As the stone pillar collapsed, the forest seemed to recede like a tide, and the scenery before him suddenly changed, revealing a deep mine. Hint: you've discovered the hidden dungeon Abandoned Mine. Reputation plus 100, gold plus 10. Hint: trigger a 100x reward. Reputation plus 10,000, gold plus 1,000. Friendly reminder: this dungeon is a random hidden dungeon, and the first time you clear it, it's extremely difficult. We recommend forming a 10-person team to challenge it. Qin Feng glanced at his backpack. Those 1,000 gold coins were quite a steal. In the early stages, with that much money, he could max out his equipment and resources. Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the mine. The surrounding scene instantly changed, and when he opened his eyes again, he was standing in the dim depths of the mine. Embedded in the walls of the mine were glowing crystals, dimly illuminating the surrounding passages. Notice, you have entered the Abandoned Mine dungeon. This type of dungeon can only be exited after clearing it. If you die midway, not only will your experience be reduced by 10, you will also be forced out. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng took a deep breath and stepped forward into the cave. Before he had gone far, a familiar sense of oppression washed over him. He quickly used his detection spell to lock onto his target. The Alienated Bat. This was the main enemy in this dungeon. Alienated Bat Elite Level. Level 10 rank. Silver HP. 4,000 attack. 150 to 180 defense. 75 skills. Fong Bite Hallucinogenic Sound Wave Vibration Perception. These bats had caused countless players to crash in previous lives, and their hallucinatory sound waves were the most formidable. They caused a 10-meter radius of group mental disturbances, along with a 1-second stun. Crucially, once caught in the hallucinatory sound waves, the entire cave's bat swarm would attack. Even with Qin Feng's strength, he couldn't withstand this chain of control and could only quietly deal with them one by one. It seems we can only defeat them one by one, without letting them speak, Qin Feng whispered. As he spoke, his figure flashed like a ghost, and he instantly approached a lone alienated bat. Before the bat could react, Qin Feng's mechanical arm suddenly punched out. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded, killing the bat on the spot. The system prompt also sounded. Tip: kill, alien bat, silver level. Trigger a 100-fold reward, and gain experience points times 100,000. Qin Feng casually picked up the fallen items. Hint: get 5 gold coins. Without pausing, he continued to lock onto his next target. The mutated bat was a nightmare for other players, but for Qin Feng, it was nothing more than an experience treasure. He descended like the Grim Reaper, clearing the way. Hint: kill the alien bat, silver. To trigger a 100x bonus and gain 100,000 experience points. Hint: kill the alien bat, silver. To trigger a 100x bonus and gain 100,000 experience points. Hint: kill alienated bat, silver level. To trigger a 100x reward and gain 100,000 experience points. Bat corpses littered the ground along the way, and experience points and gold coins poured into his backpack like a tide. Until he killed the 100th alienated bat, the system prompt sounded again. Reminder: successfully killed 100 mutant bats, completing the first stage of the mine mutation mission. Please keep working hard. Reminder: the current experience pool is full, and no further experience can be gained. Current experience: 1000W/1000W. Chapter 8. Boss Evolution, Dark Gold Boss. After completing the first stage of the mutation mission in the mine, the system didn't issue any rewards. Qin Feng had anticipated this. He knew that only by completely defeating the boss in the dungeon, bringing back the bloodthirsty crystal, and then returning to the village entrance to find the captain to submit the mission would he truly complete it. With this in mind, He didn't hesitate any longer and headed straight for the mutated bat boss's hiding place. With the dual blessing of his talent and the 100x reward, he encountered almost no obstacles throughout the dungeon. It wasn't long before Qin Feng reached the deepest part of the mine. At this moment, he looked up and saw an unusually large bat hanging from the cave ceiling. Its wings were tightly folded, and its body seemed to be in a state of deep sleep. A faint golden luster shone on the edges of its wings. Qin Feng cast a detection spell without hesitation. The next moment, the bat boss's attribute interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. Alienated Bloodthirsty Bat Gold Level Boss Level, 10 HP, 15,000/15,000 attack, 320 defense, 140 skills, Bloodthirsty Bite, Sharp Wing Glide Vibration Sense Sonic Wave. Introduction. Bats that have absorbed a large amount of life energy are undergoing an evolutionary leap. The danger level has increased dramatically. Immediate evacuation is recommended. Life leap. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. When he looked at the bat's appearance again, he was shocked to find that its breathing was gradually becoming heavier, and its body was actually emitting a layer of dark golden light. Is it about to advance? A spark of interest surfaced in his mind. In World of 10,000 Races, not only could players level up and evolve, but monsters could also push their limits through chance. The bat before him had clearly acquired some rare treasure. The monsters in the novice village were originally unremarkable, and even if they could evolve, they were limited by their bloodlines. But this time was obviously different. The bloodthirsty bat was about to break through the existing shackles. So, Qin Feng did not take action immediately. Instead, he found a secluded place and sat down, quietly observing the bat's evolution process. He had his own plan. As long as his level didn't exceed the dungeon's cap, even if the boss successfully evolved, he'd be confident of defeating it. Besides, once the level increased, the equipment it dropped would be even better. Since the bat boss was almost formed, it might as well wait until it evolved before killing it. At this moment, the bat's dark golden glow intensified, and a blood-red energy spread from its body. Not long after, two tumors suddenly bulged on its back, then exploded with a poof. A second pair of blood-red wings sprouted from them. It had evolved into a four-winged bat. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he slowly stood up. It's evolved, so let's send it on its way. Buzz, -1034. The bat let out an angry shriek, as if sensing the grief and indignation of its subordinate's annihilation, and glared at Qin Feng. A hint of emotion flashed across its eyes, a hint of contempt. It's already intelligent, Qin Feng was surprised. Dark gold-level bosses did possess rudimentary intelligence, but this bat was clearly different. Its emotions were already somewhat complex. Yet, facing such an enemy, Qin Feng remained undaunted. He deftly dodged the bat's venomous fangs, then raised his robotic arm, leaped high, and delivered a powerful punch. Miss. Boom. -30,745. Dizzy. The four-winged bat plummeted like a meteorite, slamming heavily onto the ground. The entire mine shook, cracking the ground. A half-meter-deep crater had been smashed into the boss. It was dazed, its health bar plummeting to the bottom. But the next moment, a surge of blood-red energy erupted from the bat's body. Hint. The boss's near-death state triggers the hidden skill Bloodbat enhancement, increasing its health by 200 and doubling its attack power for 30 seconds. Qin Feng frowned and immediately cast the detection spell again. Four-winged bloodthirsty bat dark gold level boss level, 10 HP, 60,000/60,000 attack, 1,000 to 1,100 defense, 340 skills, bloodthirsty bite vibration perception sonic wave bloodwing / bloodbat enhancement activating description. The strongest boss in the novice village, no doubt about it. Qin Feng looked at the panel, his heart slightly fluctuating. 60,000 HP and 1,000 attack points. For the average player, it was a devastating challenge. Not to mention a solo challenge. Even a fully staffed 10-man squad would struggle to withstand it. But, for him, it was just a matter of throwing a few more punches. At this moment, the bat suddenly opened its eyes and let out a deep roar. Humans must die. The next second, it flapped its wings fiercely and rushed towards Qin Feng like lightning. Blood-colored mist wrapped around its body, making it look like a fierce spirit from hell. Buzz! It erupted with sonic wave frenzy, a series of sonic attacks directly covering Qin Feng. A series of numbers appeared, but they were nothing but scratches against Qin Feng's high defense. His expression remained calm, his steps steady, unaffected by anything. Seeing the bat approach, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly raised his hand to strike back. The mechanical arm roared, directly meeting the oncoming bloody figure, punching with every gust of wind, aiming for its vital points. Chapter 9. Legendary Equipment. The four-winged bat's wings were completely shattered, leaving only Qin Feng's fists pounding at its face. Bang! Hint. You have successfully killed the altered bloodthirsty bat dark gold rank boss, completing the second stage of the quest mine mutation. Tip. Trigger a 100x bonus. Gain 100,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, plus 100 luck points, and plus 200 skill points. Tip. Experience overflows 1,000, and the level seal can be removed after changing jobs. Hearing the notification, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh at the sheer power of this 100-fold reward. He'd reached level 10 on his first attempt at a dungeon, a feat he'd likely never find in the entire game. However, compared to leveling, he was more focused on increasing his luck and skill points. Luck not only affects drop rates, but also correlates with multiple factors, including the success rate of enhancements, the chance of finding a top-tier item in a treasure chest, and even critical hit rate. These 100 points of luck are a truly legendary start to growth. Qin Feng still remembers that there are over a dozen special quests, each triggered by a certain luck threshold, and he's already reached that threshold. As he approached the boss's corpse, two dazzling golden-orange lights illuminated the entire mine like daylight. Wow, the evolved boss is really generous, and the drops are really delicious. Qin Feng excitedly put the spoils into his backpack one by one, and the system prompts continued. Hint. Trigger the 100x bonus and get the Bat Bow Legendary. Hint. Trigger the 100x bonus and get the energy-depleted Mechanical Heart Legendary. Legendary Equipment. Qin Feng glanced at his backpack and was stunned. Normally, killing a dark gold boss would only yield gold-level items at most. Yet, he had managed to obtain 2 legendary-level items thanks to a 100x reward. He opened his equipment list and focused on the Mechanical Heart. Energy-depleted Mechanical Heart Legendary. Level 10 rank. Legendary description. If fully charged, this item can serve as a core component for any mechanical device. Legendary material, as expected. Qin Feng had heard rumors of this material in his previous life. A single gold-grade mechanical heart could boost equipment attributes by 10%. Even luckier, they could even activate hidden affixes. So, just how powerful would the legendary mechanical heart be? Even he couldn't fathom it. Furthermore, even though this mechanical heart was currently depleted of energy, as long as he could find a way to replenish it, it could unleash its full power. He put the mechanical heart away, and his gaze fell on the legendary bow. The bat sound bow, while an excellent long-range weapon, was useless to a mechanic like him. However, an idea struck him, and he immediately took out the dark alienation metal. Feed the bat bow directly to the metal. The black mist suddenly boiled and rolled, and the demonic eyes on the metal lit up with a faint light, as if they could devour all the light in the world. Note: your dark alienation metal has changed. Please check the details. Dark alienation metal legendary level, 10 defense, 14 34-dimensional attributes plus 500 additional effects. 1. Growth feature, can devour equipment to advance. Dark power. Attacks add 25 dark attribute damage. 3. Dark charge. Kill enemies and absorb dark souls, permanently improving 4-dimensional attributes currently +1, capped at 50. 4. Dark disassembly. Disassembling mechanical devices can collect mechanical energy, currently 0/100,000. Qin Feng almost laughed out loud at this attribute. Not only did his overall attributes soar, but he also unlocked 2 additional super powerful characteristics. Dark recharge means that every time he kills an enemy, his attributes will be permanently enhanced. Dark disassembly is a tailor-made energy recovery device for mechanics. They no longer have to worry about robotic arms or modules being paralyzed due to energy depletion. This is equivalent to unlimited battery life. You know, the mechanic's biggest fear is running out of energy. Without energy, even the most powerful equipment is nothing more than scrap metal. Without hesitation, he donned the dark alienation metal and then retrieved the final quest item from the boss. Hint. Trigger a 100x reward and obtain Bloodthirst Crystal, Purple Gold. Reminder. Mission Mine Mutation Level A completed. Please go to the captain to hand in the mission. Seeing the purple gold quality mission item, Qin Feng was a little worried about not being able to complete the task. But when the reminder indicated that the mission was completed, he finally felt relieved. At this point, everything in the mine had been dealt with. Qin Feng glanced at the remains of the boss and began to retrace his steps. As he exited the mine, the system prompt rang again. Prompt. Successfully cleared the dungeon Abandoned Mine. Clearance rating. SSS. Rewarded with 10 dungeon income. Tip. Trigger a 100x bonus and gain 1,000 dungeon profit. Tip. Revenue exceeds the limit. Gain ownership of the dungeon Abandoned Mine. You can freely set the dungeon difficulty and drops. See the dungeon management page for details. Dungeon ownership. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. He knew that if the first dungeon reached S level or above, he would receive a certain share of the profits. But now, with the blessing of a 100-fold reward, he actually had direct control of the entire dungeon. Chapter 10. 1000% bonus to the dungeon. After the dungeon is open to the outside world, other players can also form a team to challenge it. Part of the profit obtained after killing the boss will be automatically converted into gold coins and directly transferred to Qin Feng's account. But what is this copy ownership? He had never heard of anyone getting this thing in his previous life. Qin Feng stopped and immediately opened the copy interface to check. Sure enough, in the copy column, only one name was displayed. Abandoned Mine, Owner, Destiny Instance Level, 10 Instance Rating, Gold Adjustable Difficulty, Normal, Adventure, Hard, Hell Entry Frequency, Default once every 7 days, Modifiable, Output, Experience, Gold, Batsuit, etc. Instance Income, currently 0%. Qin Feng noticed that he could adjust the dungeon's difficulty, drop rate, entry requirements, and other settings according to his own wishes. Looking at this pile of permissions, he couldn't help but grin. Now I don't have to worry about where to get the gold coins. While the mechanic profession is powerful, it's also notoriously expensive. Blueprints, parts, modifications, and assembly all require significant funding. This is especially true for the powerful mechanical devices of later stages, which are not only expensive to construct, but also require a staggering amount of ammunition consumed in combat. But now, with the bonus income from this dungeon, Qin Feng can rest easy financially, at least for the short term. With this in mind, he began to set the dungeon parameters. Open it once a day and maximize the drop rate, so players can have a blast. The dungeon entrance fee, 10 gold coins, shouldn't be too much, right? He muttered as he quickly adjusted the parameters. Come to my mind to farm equipment and earn experience, so a small entrance fee isn't too much to ask for, right? After a moment, the settings were complete, and Qin Feng clicked Confirm with satisfaction. Prompt: Do you want to open the dungeon Abandoned Mine to the public? After confirming everything, Qin Feng clicked Yes. The next second, 3 consecutive system announcements flooded the Novice Village channel. Regional announcement: Congratulations to player Destiny for completing the Abandoned Mine dungeon for the first time. The dungeon is now fully accessible. Coordinates: 452, 308. Region announcement. Region announcement. Players still in the village were immediately in an uproar after hearing these 3 consecutive announcements. How many days has it been since a new dungeon was released? This wave is really fierce. Holy crap, Tianming wasn't he wanted a few days ago, and he's already cleared the dungeon for the first time. Never mind, let's go to the dungeon first. There's a silver suit and a gold boss, and it's 10 gold coins to enter. This deal is worth it. Thanks to Tianming. Boss, I finally have a place to level up. Brothers, who wants to team up? I'll join in. As a result, a large number of players began to quickly gather at the dungeon coordinates, preparing to run the dungeon. On his way back to the village, Qin Feng encountered many groups of players preparing to run the dungeon. Most of them showed respect to Qin Feng, actively greeting him and making way. For no other reason, he had opened the dungeon. A new dungeon meant new equipment, new rewards, and perhaps even the key to survival. Therefore, even strangers, many began to respect Qin Feng. However, some players' eyes were filled with greed, especially when they noticed his pair of golden mechanical arms. However, no one dared to make a move. Qin Feng himself didn't care. If anyone dared to rob him, he wouldn't mind sending them back to the resurrection point on the spot. Not long after, he returned to the entrance of the Novice Village. The familiar captain of the soldiers was on patrol and was a little surprised to see him back. You're back so soon? Qin Feng didn't respond, but took out the bloodthirsty crystal from his backpack and handed it to the captain. The captain took the crystal, his expression suddenly becoming solemn, his eyes fixed on the crystal that was shining with a faint light. Did you complete the mission? He couldn't believe it. Abandoned mines weren't supposed to be a solo mission, and the fact that Qin Feng had brought back the mission items so quickly showed that his opponent's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person. When he sensed the lingering aura within the crystal, his expression suddenly changed. This crystal isn't like an ordinary bloodthirsty bat. It's actually a dark gold level. Shock flashed in his eyes as he thought of this. Being able to solo a dark gold boss, this alien was truly a monster. Then, the captain of the soldiers pulled out a batch of reward items from his arms and handed them to Qin Feng. Sir, this is your reward, take it all. Hint, Mission, Mind Mutation, a level completed. Hint, triggering a 100x reward, gaining 120,000 experience points, 20,000 gold coins, and 1 magnetic levitation cannon blueprint, purple gold level. Hint, trigger a 100x bonus and receive magnetic crystals x100, special alloys x100, magnetic coils x500, energy crystals x100. Qin Feng was stunned by the pile of rewards before him. That blueprint particularly caught his attention. 1 magnetic levitation cannon manufacturing blueprint, purple gold level. Level 10, grade, purple gold. Description, allows you to learn how to craft the purple gold level mechanical equipment 1 magnetic levitation cannon. Usage requirements. Mechanics basic mechanical manufacturing level 4 gold. This is one of the most iconic, high-powered equipment for early-stage mechanics. The firepower suppression is extremely strong. If combined with his existing exoskeleton arm, it would be a devastating combination. However, the manufacturing threshold for this thing is not low. Not only does it require a level of 10, but it also requires at least gold-level manufacturing skills. But for Qin Feng, who has a 100-fold resource reward, these thresholds will sooner or later be overcome. Chapter 11. Epic, Unique Mission. Qin Feng looked at the blueprint in his hand, a smile forming on his lips. For most novice mechanics, this would be incredibly difficult to master, but for him, it was a piece of cake. Without giving it much thought, Qin Feng simply clicked on Learn. The next moment, the blueprint transformed into a streak of purple gold light, instantly merging into his body. Hint, you have mastered the crafting method for the mechanical weapon 1 magnetic levitation cannon purple gold grade. After mastering the skill, Qin Feng immediately set to work crafting the magnetic levitation cannon. Reminder, during production, you have triggered a 100x bonus, skill proficiency plus 100. Reminder, skill LV4 basic mechanical manufacturing has been upgraded to LV5 gold level, skill efficiency plus 60. Reminder, during production, you have triggered a 100x bonus, skill proficiency plus 300. In less than 20 minutes, the materials were used up and the assembly was complete. Reminder, 1 magnetic levitation cannon purple gold grade reminder. 100-fold reward triggered. You obtained 1 magnetic levitation cannon red gold grade reminder. Skill upgraded to LV6, skill efficiency plus 80. Red gold level. Qin Feng was a bit shocked when he saw this tip. 1 magnetic levitation cannon red gold level attack power. 52, 34, 53, 41 defense power. 2,700 special effects. Intelligence plus 230 add 36 attack damage 36 chance to trigger recharge. Recover 45 energy. 20 chance to burn. 20 chance to deal true damage 50 durability. 100,000 charge value. 10,000/10,000 maker. Tianming this red gold grade cannon's damage alone quadruples its original value. With this thing, not only gold bosses, but even dark gold bosses can be annihilated with a single blast. He then used the remaining materials to create a second giant red gold cannon, completely emptying the warehouse. At this point, Qin Feng's combat power soared again, becoming nearly invincible at level 10, even capable of challenging Awakeners dozens of levels higher. After completing this, he returned to the novice village and headed straight for the village chief. Now that he had reached level 10, if he wanted to continue improving, he would have to be guided into a higher plane by the village chief. Village chief. Looking at the elderly man in front of him, the traces of time on his face were particularly clear. The village chief looked up at Qin Feng, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Warrior, it looks like you've reached level 10. It's time to see the outside world. But you seem to have just awakened. He sensed a strange aura from Qin Feng, a sense of oppression only associated with a powerful boss. You're truly gifted. Your future is promising. Before Qin Feng could even say anything, the village chief began to praise him nonstop. However, Qin Feng had already guessed that the village chief's attitude was most likely to assign him a task. Village chief, is there anything I can help you with? He was more concerned about the village chief's task than the job transfer secret realm. With a 100-fold increase, the level will eventually rise, and opportunity is more important. I do need your help, but first, you must pass my trial. Are you willing to accept the challenge? As soon as the words fell, hint, you have triggered the epic quest village safety only. Do you want to accept it? Mission name. Village safety unique mission type. Epic continuous mission stage 1. Go to the swamp of sorrow. Kill the golden boss, Ghost Swamp Loach, and prove your strength to the village chief. Time limit. 24 hours reward. Unknown, epic mission. Qin Feng looked at the mission panel, and his heart suddenly became excited. At his current level and experience, triggering an epic quest was already the limit. In the myriad races world, the chance of triggering an epic quest was extremely low. Even in his previous life, he had only received 1 or 2. Quest levels were similar to equipment, ranging from the lowest black iron all the way up to mythic, and even higher, immortal. Epic quests are considered the pinnacle of the quest system, and the rewards for completing them are truly incredible. Most awakeners would never reach such a quest in their entire lives. He accepted it without hesitation. Seeing Qin Feng accept the quest, a smile crossed the village chief's face. Brave man, I believe you can do it. He pulled out a necklace and a skill book from his chest and handed them to Qin Feng. This is what I gained during my youth. I hope it can help you. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward and received Blue Side Dark Gold and Mechanical Empowerment Skill Book. Blue Side Dark Gold level. 10 basic attributes. Attack plus 225 additional effects. Restores 6 energy per second, generates a shield when HP is below 40 equivalent to 30 HP, immune to stun, poison, and silence. This necklace is tailor-made for mechanics. Not only does it improve endurance, but it also provides a control-free shield, greatly increasing the fault tolerance rate. Qin Feng gently played with the necklace and secretly made a decision in his heart. This mission must be completed. Chapter 12, Mechanical Empowerment. The dark gold necklace in Qin Feng's hand, while not as good as his red gold gear overall, had 3 additional effects that caught his eye. Especially the combination of shield and status immunity. It was practically tailor-made for a mechanic. With it, he could easily dispel control skills, even the blocking skills of powerful bosses. He put on the necklace without hesitation, as there was a space in the accessories column. Then, Qin Feng's eyes fell on the skill book he had just obtained. Mechanical Empowerment, Skill Book, Class Restriction, Mechanic Effect. After empowerment, mechanical equipment will cause 150% additional damage within a 10-meter range and has a 30% chance to imprison or paralyze enemies. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Upon seeing the skill details, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with delight. He had initially thought it was just a standard skill, but he hadn't expected it to be a high-level empowering skill with AoE and control. This was like adding wings to a tiger. After learning the skill, Qin Feng headed out of the village. By this time, he was already a level 10 awakener, while most people in the novice village were still leveling up by killing low-level monsters. Walking outside the village, he even encountered some newcomers who had just embarked on the awakening path. Brother, do you want to team up and kill monsters? An assassin suddenly invited. Qin Feng glanced at the other party's information. Mo Shang, level. For occupation, assassin. Looking at the level, he really didn't feel interested. Thank you. I'm used to being alone. He declined with a smile, then continued walking deeper into the forest. Mo Shang was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, Really cold. You seem to be an expert. Seeing this, his teammates urged, Captain, stop daydreaming. Come and clear the monsters. But Mo Shang watched Qin Feng's departing figure with a look of reluctance. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, not far away, had already entered the jungle. He was now surrounded by a group of level 4 goblins. Some players saw this and laughed out loud. He's alone? We have to work together as a team to fight this monster. Is he just dying? But what happened next left everyone completely dumbfounded. For goblins, maces in hand, rushed towards Qin Feng. He remained motionless. With a flick of his right hand, a massive cannon emitting a cold glow appeared in midair. Z-boom. The laser swept across instantly, and the 4 goblins were instantly vaporized into a pile of slag. Minus 204,454, true damage. Minus 198,454, true damage. Minus 217,854, true damage. 165,389, true damage. Smoke billowed from the ground, and the once arrogant monsters turned to ash without even touching Qin Feng. Hint. Kill the goblin, experience plus 30, 100-fold bonus activated, gain experience x 3000. A series of prompts sounded, and all the surrounding players were stunned. What's this? Goblin killed in seconds. Someone rubbed their eyes frantically, unable to believe what they had just seen. Mo Shang's mouth also opened into an O shape. He wasn't concerned with whether the goblin was dead or not, but with the terrifying damage numbers, just now, hundreds of thousands of real damage. What a joke. This damage is too abnormal, right? A thought flashed through his mind. This can't be an ordinary awakened person. Qin Feng, however, remained calm, ignoring the reactions of those around him, and continued forward. But at this moment, Mo Shang's teammates suddenly shouted, Captain, that person just now was Tianming. Destiny. Mo Shang was stunned, then his eyes flashed. Didn't the Qingyun Guild offer a bounty on him? Just provide the coordinates, and you'll get 1,000 gold coins. To him, Qin Feng's identity was no longer a player, but a living, breathing 1,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, Qin Feng naturally had no idea he was being targeted. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. Now, clad in a dark gold necklace and armed with 2 red gold magnetic levitation cannons, along with control immunity and the Thunder Element skill book, he was a walking war fortress. Whoever comes dies. Meanwhile, the Qingyun Guild quickly received a new batch of coordinates. The wanted order had already been issued, and many players were constantly reporting Tianming's location for 1,000 gold coins. Outside the village, many players were quietly approaching Qin Feng. That's destiny? Too strong. He's like a boss. Is that thing in his hand a laser cannon? Damn, it makes me want to switch to a mechanic. That's ridiculous. What kind of talent is this? A level? S level? Or a hidden class? Before, his damage was only 30,000 or 40,000, and now it's skyrocketed tenfold. Is he cheating? Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Qin Feng's current strength completely exceeded their understanding of ordinary awakened beings. Even more terrifying was that he was only level 10, with endless room for growth in the future. Chapter 13 Gold Level Boss. Chapter 13 Gold Level Boss. Many awakened people secretly regretted why they did not choose the profession of mechanic. And at this time, the other end, Jinghua City. A luxurious villa stands among the villas. This is called destiny. It's his blessing that I, Yulan, like him. How dare he disobey me? I don't care what kind of talent he has, even if it's an S-level talent, so what? Yulan was furious, and whenever she thought of fate, she couldn't help gritting her teeth. Not only did he offend me in front of so many people, but he even dared to hit me. He must be tired of living. After shouting for a while, it gradually quieted down. She walked to the sofa in her slippers, leaned against the back of the sofa, stared at the butler beside her, and said word by word, "Haven't you found the location of Tianming yet?" The butler bowed slightly and responded respectfully, "Miss, someone has sent the coordinates of Tianming. I have already sent someone over. Don't worry, miss." After listening to the housekeeper's words, Yolan's expression relaxed a lot, and the gloom was swept away. He's just a level 10 awakener. He's nothing compared to our Qingyun Guild. I don't know how many lone masters like him the Qingyun Guild has killed. Find the coordinates and kill him right away. Keep lurking there and kill him. If he dares to show up, let him die. I want him to know that I, Yulan, am not someone to be trifled with. At this time, Qin Feng had already arrived not far from the Swamp of Sorrow. After clearing out the wild monsters that passed by, Qin Feng's level had reached the upper limit and he could not gain experience. This gave Qin Feng a headache. It seemed that raising the level too quickly was not a good thing. After knowing Qin Feng's coordinates, the players of Qingyun Guild rushed towards Qin Feng's location. Originally, they planned to send a dozen people to deal with Qin Feng, but Yolan's order was to ensure that everything was foolproof. So this time, the people from Qingyun Guild directly sent nearly 50 people. This time, Qin Feng was afraid that he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. As soon as Qin Feng arrived at the edge of the swamp, he saw green bubbles gurgling in the swamp. In the blink of an eye, a dark brown loach appeared, with 2 mustaches swaying at the corners of its mouth. Qin Feng looked at the dozens of meters long loach in front of him without any expression on his face. He had been able to kill dark gold bosses easily before, and this gold boss was no exception. Ghost Swamp Loach, Gold Level Boss. Level 30. Level Gold. HP 110000/110000. Attacks 1256 to 1864. Defense 557 to 645. Skill: Poisonous Breath. The Ghost Swamp Loach spews mucus from its mouth, which is covered with a large amount of toxins. After contact with the toxins, 2% of health points are lost every second, and the speed is slowed down for 3 seconds, with a total speed reduction of 30%. Crazy Chatter. When the Ghost Swamp Loach's HP drops below 20%, it will enter a bloody state, during which its movement speed increases by 20%, attack increases by 20%, defense decreases by 50%, and HP recovery increases by 200%. Swamp Protection. Sink into the swamp to restore 20% of your health. Triggered once every 40 seconds. Qin Feng looked at the panel of the big loach in front of him and couldn't help but sneered twice. A level 10 player would have no choice but to run when they saw this giant loach. Recovering 20% of HP in 40 seconds, this skill alone could dissuade over 90% of awakeners. If the damage cannot exceed the speed of blood recovery, they will be the only ones to die in the end. But Qin Feng is different. However, the health of this golden boss is actually higher than that of the dark gold boss bloodthirsty that we saw before. But looking at its body that looks like a big worm, the health of 110,000 is well deserved. Qin Feng knew that for serial tasks like this, the shorter the time spent, the higher the final reward would be, so Qin Feng would not waste time on it. The next moment, Qin Feng directly activated the mechanical empowerment. In an instant, a golden light appeared on the suspended cannon. And the next moment, the giant cannon flashed and launched an attack directly at the boss. Boom! Minus 125,479, critical hit. Minus 125,135, critical hit. 2 critical hits directly cleared its health. Without even having the chance to react, the boss was killed instantly by Qin Feng. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded. Hint: congratulations on successfully killing gold-level boss. You have completed the first stage of the village safety mission, Village Chief's Trial. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward. You have successfully gained 120,000 experience points, 12,000 gold coins, 200 luck points, and 200 skill points. Tip: your experience value has exceeded 1,000%. Please leave the novice village as soon as possible within 48 hours to unlock the level limit. These are all levels for Qin Feng, but he can only look at them. Qin Feng came to the boss. The equipment dropped by this golden boss was still a little different from the previous bloodthirsty bat. After all, it was just a golden boss. Although there's a slight gap, the reward is still pretty good. Qin Feng picked up the items and checked them one by one, and the system prompts sounded continuously. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward. Successfully obtained Loach Swamp Clothes, epic. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward. Successfully obtained the Dragon Sword, epic. Hint: you have triggered a 100x reward. Successfully obtained Broken Mechanical Arm, epic. 3 pieces of epic equipment. Dragon Sword, epic. Level 10. Level epic. Attacks 1590 to 1623. Defense 500. Health 800. Additional weapon effects. 1. Attack speed bonus. Increase attack speed by 60%. 2. Penetration effect. Penetration increased by 15%. 3. Dragon thrust. Condense an illusory dragon head at the tip of the sword, dealing 130% damage to enemies within 50 meters in front of you, and inflicting fear for 3 seconds. Unable to move while in fear. Cooldown 30 minutes. 4. Sword Chi protection. The dragon sword protects the body, and a sword shield surrounds the body, resisting 50% of damage. The cooldown time is 1 hour. Durability 10,000/10,000. Introduction: it can fight and resist. It is simply a weapon for killing people in the world and escaping from the White Swallow. Qin Feng looked at the long sword in his hand and couldn't help shaking his head. The attributes on it were very good, but he was a mechanic and he couldn't use it at all. Then he turned his attention to the last item. Broken Mechanical Arm. Chapter 14 Suppression. Chapter 14 Suppression. Broken Mechanical Arm, epic. Level 10. Level epic. Introduction: a broken arm with an unknown external skeleton, containing extremely powerful energy. Qin Feng looked at the introduction and found that a broken mechanical arm was made of epic materials. It can be seen that if it were complete, the quality would definitely surpass the myth and even reach the immortal level. After killing the boss again, Qin Feng's Dark Alienation Metal was upgraded again. It was worth killing this boss this time. Just when Qin Feng was about to go back to the village chief to submit the task, a rustling sound came from not far away. There are actually people coming to such a remote location, so their purpose is self-evident. Are you from the Qingyun Guild? Qin Feng stood in place, with the corpse of the ghost Loach lying beside him, his eyes fixed on the distance. Within a minute, Qin Feng was surrounded by people standing in front of him. There are quite a lot of people coming. Qin Feng took a quick look and saw that there were about 40 people. Your Qingyun Guild really thinks highly of me. Qin Feng looked at the leading man and smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The awakened member of Qingyun Guild wanted to see an expression of fear on Qin Feng's face, but he was disappointed. There was only a faint smile on Qin Feng's face. You can still laugh? The leading man stared at Qin Feng. He didn't know where Qin Feng's confidence came from. Those awakened ones who reported the location did not reveal Qin Feng's injuries at all, so they had no idea what they were about to face. Destiny, I can give you a chance. Now take out the equipment you got from the boss, and I won't let you go. The ID of this leading man is Qingyun Fushi. He is considered a leader in the Qingyun Guild. His talent is B-level Turning the Tide, which increases his attack by 40%. It can be considered a very good talent. After all, there are not many people who can awaken B-level talents. Heh, let me go? Just because I'm in a good mood. How do you want to die? Qin Feng said casually. Ha ha, ha. When Qin Fushi heard Qin Feng's words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if he had heard a joke. I'm talking about destiny. It seems you still don't understand what kind of situation we are in. You're actually asking us how we want to die. In Qin Fushi's opinion, this destiny is nothing more than a slightly higher attack power, and the talent may have reached S level. But in front of these 40 or so people, what kind of waves can a level 10S talent awakener make? There are more than 40 people. If any of them just come here casually, this destiny will be gone. The human wave tactic is definitely the best choice to deal with masters. Although it hurts the enemy 1,000 times, but hurts yourself 800 times. Captain, why are we wasting so much time talking to him? Just kill him. Miss Yulan said she would kill him if she saw him. A little brother behind Qin Fushi shouted directly. There were more than 40 of them, while there was only one person on the opposite side. With such a huge difference in numbers, he couldn't help but feel crazy. As soon as the words fell, there were more than 40 people, some shooting arrows, some throwing poison darts, some chanting, and some stealthing. The battle is about to break out. But Qin Feng still stood there without any movement. With just his current defense, it would be very difficult for these people to break through. Really? -1. -1. -1. All the attacks from everyone were ineffective on Qin Feng's body, and only one drop of blood was deducted from him. How is that possible? Qin Fushi looked at Qin Feng in horror. He originally wanted to focus his fire on Qin Feng and kill him instantly, because he knew that Qin Feng's attack power was very high, and if they were defeated one by one, they would probably fall here. But the triggering of the damage made him collapse immediately. Not only Qin Fushi, but also the 40 or so awakened ones who came with him. Some of them still didn't believe in it and kept launching attacks, but the result was the same. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Qin Fushi looked at Qin Feng. His expression changed immediately, and he explained haltingly. Misunderstand? Qin Feng seemed to have heard some huge joke. They were focusing their fire on me just now, but after finding out that their damage was ineffective against me, they changed the subject and said it was a misunderstanding. Oh, misunderstanding, huh? I saw you were so arrogant just now. Why are you giving in now? I just heard your little brother say that you guys from the Qin Guild want to kill me, right? Every time you see me, you're going to kill me. Qin Feng looked at Qin Fushi with a sneer, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then he attacked without giving me even a chance to react. The giant magnetic levitation cannon emerged and fired a shot. With Qin Feng as the center, all the awakened people within a radius of 10 meters suffered 6-digit damage on their heads. -209,857. -205,311. -203,461. Even if he felt danger while sneaking and wanted to escape, under Qin Feng's firepower coverage, the dense figures in front of him fell to the ground, and his eyes had no focus. Heaven, brother Tianming. Qin Fushi was sharp-eyed. He was originally standing at the edge of the range. After discovering that something was wrong, he immediately pulled away and avoided the damage. But his forehead had already started to sweat. She couldn't stop swallowing her saliva and kept cursing Yulan in her heart. What kind of weird thing had she provoked? More than 200,000 damages. That's simply outrageous, okay? Is this a level 10 mechanic? Instead of a level 99 mechanic? This damage is too terrifying. Qin Feng looked at Qin Fushi in the distance and said in surprise, Is there still a fish that slipped through the net? The giant magnetic levitation cannon on the side turned around and aimed at Qin Fushi. Qin Fushi's eyes widened as he stared at the huge cannon floating in the air, swallowing his saliva frantically. The next moment, a shot fired. -209,865. True damage. A penetrating wound directly pierced Qin Fushi's body, and 6 bright white numbers of damage appeared on Qin Fushi's head. And at this time, Qin Feng looked at the equipment dropped on the ground and didn't even have the desire to pick them up. Picking up these pieces of garbage made Qin Feng feel like he was wasting his backpack space. The other end. Jinghua City. Villa area. The butler took out his cell phone, his face becoming very ugly. He lowered his head slightly and came to Miss Yolan's side, whispering, Miss. The mission failed. Yulan threw the goblet in her hand heavily to the ground with a ferocious look on her face. Failed? How could he fail? He only has one man in his destiny, and our Qin Guild has dispatched nearly 50 people. 50 people are no match for Tianming? Trash. They are all a bunch of trash. Yulan clenched her teeth tightly and growled with a gloomy face. Chapter 15 Invitation. Chapter 15 Invitation. She didn't expect that this destiny would be such a tough nut to crack. Even with so many masters from the Qingyun Guild, they were still no match for him. It would have been fine even if these people had replaced Tianming, but they were actually wiped out by Tianming. However, at this time, outside the Awakening Tower in Jinghua City, 40 people were teleported out together. Each of them had an ugly expression on their face, especially Qingyun Fushi. The people he brought with him this time were all the best of the Qingyun Guild, and they could be considered the backbone of the Qingyun Guild, but they all met their defeat at the hands of that guy called Tianming. If you die in the tower, no matter what the reason, all your gains will be cleared. In order to find Qin Feng's location as soon as possible, they did not log off in advance, so everything they had obtained before was cleared. More importantly, these people are all masters of the Qingyun Guild, and not being able to enter the tower for 48 hours is a very unacceptable fact for them. You know, although it's only 48 hours, these 48 hours are enough for many people to widen the gap between themselves and them, and their leading advantage will no longer exist. Damn it, Destiny. What kind of damage is that? Over 200,000 damage. How could a level 10 mechanic possibly have that? Qingyun Fushi clenched his fists. Yulan had already begun to doubt the damage done to Qin Feng. He was clearly a person who had just awakened and whose level was only 10. Why did he suffer such terrible damage? You should know that it is very difficult to deal hundreds of thousands of damage, and even tens of thousands of damage is not easy. Yulan estimated that only her assassin brother with S-level talent could cause such terrible damage when facing players of level 10 or above. Facing the complete annihilation of the Qingyun Guild's masters, this was a big blow to the Qingyun Guild. She, Yulan, also knew that she had hit a wall this time. But she had already said that she would fight to the death with Qin Feng. Otherwise, where would her Yulan's face be? It would have been fine if he had killed her in public before, but now he had even directly wiped out the small force of their Qingyun Guild. She, Yulan, had a grudge against him. Destiny, our work is not over yet. You are the first person who dares to disobey me. There was an extremely ferocious look in Yulan's eyes, and the expression on her face was twisted by anger, making her originally charming face look terrifying. Outside the novice village of the 10,000 races world, Qin Feng looked at the awakened person who was a warrior in front of him. What? You guys want to come up and test the depth too? Qin Feng asked calmly while standing there. The soldier didn't expect that he was actually mistaken for an enemy, and quickly waved his hands. Brother, you misunderstood. I'm not with the Qingyun Guild. What I can't stand the most is the Qingyun Guild. They always like to put on airs by relying on their large numbers. After seeing you teach them a lesson today, I feel very refreshed. The leading soldier smiled heartily. Qin Feng didn't take his words to heart. The style of the Qingyun Guild was already known to everyone, especially after Yulan joined. It became even more unbearable. Brother, my name is Tianlang. I'm the vice president of the Tianlang Guild. Tianlang seemed to value Qin Feng very much, and there was a burning look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Feng. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a man, but a naked girl who was constantly showing off her figure. Qin Feng was also disgusted by Tianlang's eyes and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. But the Tianlang Guild is still very famous. Even the Qingyun Guild is inferior to it. Although the Tianlang Guild is wealthy and powerful, it has never bullied others like the Qingyun Guild. This is also one of the reasons why Qin Feng is willing to stand here and talk calmly with Tianlang. You have to know that the guild itself is powerful, and the awakened people in the guild are mixed. It is normal to have a few bad apples, but the serious guild is an exception. I believe they have put a lot of effort into the supervision of their personnel. Meanwhile, Tianlang noticed Qin Feng taking 2 steps back, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, Brother, don't get me wrong, I don't like men. I just came here to ask if you'd like to join the guild. Of course, our Tianlang Guild is different from the Qingyun Guild, so even if you don't want to join, we won't force you. But let's be honest. Brother, you're very powerful, but if you don't join a guild, you'll feel like something's missing. Our Tianlang Guild is well known, and our president said that as long as you're willing to join, even if you want my position as vice president, it's all possible. Tianlang is very free and easy, and is willing to give up his position even if it means giving up his own position. Tianlang's words also touched Qin Feng a little. You know what a vice president's position in a big guild like Tianlang means. In addition to the monthly salary, it is the power in one's hands. There are countless people in Tianlang Guild who want to sit in this position. But today, in order to poach someone, their vice president was willing to give up his position? The fact that he was willing to give up such a large portion of power was enough to show Tianlang's sincerity towards Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng saw Tianlang's sincerity, he had no idea about joining the guild. Just like that, Qin Feng shook his head and said, "Forget it. Guild or something. I don't have any idea yet." Although he was touched, he still refused. Some awakened people around Tianlang originally thought that if their vice president gave up his position, Tianming would come over. After all, the position of vice president is extremely tempting. But what caught them off guard was that after hearing such tempting conditions, Qin Feng could actually so calmly reject the olive branch thrown by their vice president. Of course, it's not that there are not enough chips. If being a vice president is not enough, then the only option is the president position. But these are not what Qin Feng wants. What he wants is not the supreme power, sitting in a position and controlling a group of people under him. What he wants is the existence of dominating the world and being able to resist 10,000 troops alone. So, there's no need to change your mindset about becoming stronger just for a temporary position. Although Qin Feng did not agree to Tianlang's invitation to join the club, Qin Feng took the initiative to add Tianlang as a friend. There will inevitably be some cooperation with the vice president of such a large guild in the future, and adding him as a friend in advance is also for future plans. Chapter 16 Submit the task. Gain skills and expertise. Chapter 16 Submit the quest. Gain skills and expertise. The two of them added each other as friends, and Qin Feng left directly. After Qin Feng left, the younger brothers who had been holding back their words began to speak up one after another. Vice President, this destiny is too disrespectful. You said you wanted to give up your position as vice president, but he refused. That's right, Vice President. Don't you really take our Tianlang guild seriously? Listening to what they said, Tianlang's face gradually became gloomy. Just now he said that the atmosphere in their guild is very good, and they won't have any thoughts because of the rejection of destiny. But now he has been slapped in the face. Tianlang stared at these awakened ones with a gloomy face. The vice president's momentum instantly rose. And those awakened ones who spoke without restraint felt a chill coming over them. The next moment the heavenly wolf in front of them said coldly to them, "I hope you know what to say and what not to say. Although you are very powerful, don't forget the rules of our heavenly wolf guild. This is the first time. If I find out and it happens again, don't blame me for being rude." Don't be fooled by his honest appearance when he was talking to Qin Feng just now. But how many people who can sit in the position of vice president can be truly honest and sincere? How can you make the people below behave themselves without any skill? Tianlang glared at a few people, then turned and left. The other end. It's time to go back and submit the mission. Qin Feng walked towards the village chief. Less than an hour has passed since the task was posted. The village chief sat on a wooden stool with his hands behind his back, like an old monk in meditation, and his eyes slightly closed. "Warrior, are you back?" Before Qin Feng could speak, the village chief opened his eyes, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Qin Feng's arm. "I never thought, warrior, that you could complete the mission in such a short time." The village chief kept praising him. He said whatever sounded good, and spoke at length, spending a full 2 minutes just on compliments. Qin Feng's mouth twitched a little when he said that. Fortunately, the village chief has a limited vocabulary. "Warrior, I have seen your strength. This is the reward you deserve." The village chief gave the reward to Qin Feng. Reminder, you have completed the first stage of the epic quest, Village Safety, Unique. Village Chief's Trial, with a completion rate of 100%. Hint, you have triggered a 100x reward and obtained Super Armament, passive. After completing the armored mechanical equipment, a random attribute will be added. When Qin Feng saw this tip, his eyes almost popped out. After the equipment is completed, an attribute is added. However, this attribute is random, but even so, Qin Feng is already very satisfied. You know, it is very difficult to add attributes to equipment. The attributes on the equipment are basically inherent, unless you can find attribute stones, but there are too few ways to obtain attribute stones. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about this, the village chief looked at Qin Feng, who was still in shock, with a smile on his face and asked, "Warrior, are you satisfied with this reward?" Qin Feng came to his senses and frowned slightly at the village chief. However, in addition to the ability to increase attributes, what Qin Feng also wants is the time to assemble mechanical equipment. You know, the mechanics equipment is very powerful, but the more powerful the equipment, the more time it takes to assemble. However, since Qin Feng's talent can trigger a 100-fold reward, he can naturally use the time it takes to assemble ordinary equipment to complete the upgrade of large-scale weapons and equipment. However, this kind of upgrade is still uncertain after all, and the quality you can upgrade to depends solely on your luck. If there were a skill that could reduce the time required to assemble weapons, Qin Feng would be a mobile artillery fortress, and he would be able to assemble an entire lineup of even multiple large guilds in a short period of time. Village Chief, I'm very satisfied with this reward, but do you have any skills or specialties that can reduce assembly time? With the idea of asking for as much as possible, Qin Feng looked at the village chief and said. The village chief was also stuck by Qin Feng's questions. He definitely has this skill, but just thought about it. The next moment, he waved his hand, and a golden light poured into Qin Feng's body. Hint. You have obtained Junior Mechanic Skill Expertise, Assembly Expertise. You have triggered a 100x bonus, and you have obtained Advanced Mechanic Skill Expertise, Assembly Expertise. Advanced Assembly Expertise effect reduces equipment assembly time by 60%. 60%. This reduces the assembly time by more than half. The previous assembly of the golden exoskeleton robotic arm took less than 10 minutes. If it were to be assembled again at this time, it would only take 5 or 6 minutes. This mechanic skill expertise is still very strong. After all, this reward was something he got for free. At this time, Qin Feng didn't say much and quickly looked at the task panel. The task had already reached the second stage. Village safety, only. Mission level, epic. Mission phase, phase 2. Mission content. The ghost swamp loach in the sorrowful swamp is just a pioneer. After killing the wind undead wolf king in the howling abyss after the sorrowful swamp, collect the wolf king's skull and hand it over to the village chief. Mission deadline, 48 hours. Mission reward, unknown. Qin Feng observed the content of the task. If the ghost swamp loach encountered before was just a piece of golden dregs, then this swift undead wolf king was an extremely powerful existence. Although this wind undead wolf king is not of high level and is only of dark gold quality, his innate skills are very terrifying. However, it would take Qin Feng 2 days to get rid of the wind undead wolf king. After accepting the task, Qin Feng walked out of the novice village. Looking at Qin Feng's leaving back, the village chief sighed slowly. The safety of the village now depends on you, warrior. I hope you won't let me down. After the village chief said this, he closed his eyes and returned to his stool. After Qin Feng left, many awakened people came to the village chief one after another. Hey, why isn't the old village chief talking to me? I just saw an awakened person coming over, and he spoke to him. An awakened one muttered with a strange look on his face. Who says it's not? I saw it too. I also thought I saw the village chief gave him something. Could it be some special mission? Village chief? Village chief. These awakened people kept wandering in front of the village chief, trying to see if they could receive some high-quality tasks from him, such as outstanding tasks. Chapter 17 Skeleton King. Chapter 17 Skeleton King. But their gathering together could not make the village chief open his eyes. For a long time, these awakened people knew that they could not trigger the task, so they could only leave the village chief with jealousy in their hearts and run into the wild to start leveling up. Qin Feng glanced at the nearby map. The Howling Abyss is just behind the Sorrowful Swamp, but to reach the Howling Abyss, one has to cross the huge swamp. After the swamp, there is a higher-level map. If this mission had not been triggered, Qin Feng would not have been able to cross the Swamp of Sorrow. A few minutes later, Qin Feng easily crossed the Sorrowful Swamp and arrived at the Howling Abyss. Reminder: you have reached the Howling Abyss, reputation plus 100 points. Hint: you have triggered the 100x reward and have earned 10,000 reputation points. He directly gained 10,000 reputation points. Others had to work hard to get the reputation points, but Qin Feng could easily obtain more. This is the power of the 100x reward talent. Once you step into the Howling Abyss, visibility around you instantly drops a level. Along with the wailing sounds everywhere and the rustling sound of the wind, a timid person who comes here will probably be scared to death. -1. Suddenly, Qin Feng found that he had been forced to lose a drop of blood, but he didn't find any wild monsters around him. -1. Another wave of damage. Although it didn't matter to Qin Feng, he still felt unhappy about not knowing where the enemy was. He mobilized the magnetic levitation cannons on both sides of him and fired a shot forward. -45,430. True damage. Critical hit. Qin Feng didn't know what he hit, but he did see the damage coming from not far away. However, Qin Feng discovered that his damage had decreased significantly. Before, when he attacked those wild monsters, the damage was in the 6 digits, but now it just barely broke through the double digits, which was nearly twice as much as before. Hint: you killed the Wraith, you triggered the 100x reward, and gained 20,000 experience points. Tip: your experience value has exceeded 1,000%. Please leave the novice village as soon as possible within 48 hours to unlock the level limit. Another disturbing reminder. Thinking about the damage he had just done to the vengeful spirit, Qin Feng realized that his level was only 10. The level of the wild monsters in the Howling Abyss must be much higher than your own. So when the level gap between the two sides is very large, it will be very troublesome to want to kill monsters of higher levels. That is, the high-level wild monsters will suppress the awakened one. This is level suppression. It stands to reason that when fighting a level 30 boss before, the damage could reach 6 figures. But now Qin Feng is facing just an ordinary wild monster, and the damage has been reduced so much. You should know that the more than 40,000 damage just now was a critical hit. If there was no critical hit, the damage would only exceed 20,000. However, it should not be difficult for Qin Feng to deal with a wind undead Wolf King now. Thinking of this, Qin Feng raised his head and looked into the distance. In the Howling Abyss, there are countless corpses of powerful people, and the corpses are constantly emitting the resentment of the powerful people after their death. What Qin Feng just killed was the most common wild monster in the Howling Abyss. Ghost, I changed the format. I feel that this makes the data clearer. Level 20. Level, Bronze. Life, 10,000/10,000. Attack, 1359 to 2563. Defense, 2300 to 2490. Skills, Intimidation, Advanced Physical Defense. This vengeful spirit is just the most common existence in the Howling Abyss. Then Qin Feng killed the vengeful spirit without knowing it. Originally, the equipment dropped should have been just level 20 blank equipment, or even bronze equipment, but with the triggering of the 100x reward, all the equipment dropped was gold level or above. Although it is not of much use to Qin Feng, it is obviously a good choice to put it up at the auction house later. Soon, Qin Feng came to a place similar to a cemetery. Just when he was about to blow up the tombstone in front of him. Crunch, crunch. The sound of grinding teeth came from underground. Boom. One after another, pale arms sprang out from the ground and turned into undead corpses after a few seconds. The corpse exuded a foul stench. Skeleton, undead. Level 25. Level, Bronze. Life, 12,000/12,000. Attack, 2359 to 3563. Defense, 1300 to 1490. Skills, Bone Impact, Death Chop, Painful Wail. Qin Feng looked at the panel of the skeleton, undead. Its attack power was 1,000 higher than that of the previous resentful spirit, but its defense was much lower. However, Qin Feng had a hunch that there would definitely not be only these skeleton undead here, and there must be an even more powerful boss behind them. Thinking of this, Qin Feng controlled the magnetic levitation cannons on both sides, continuously smashing the attacking skeleton undead into pieces. Hint, you killed the skeleton undead, you triggered the 100x reward, and gained experience 20,000. Hint, you killed the skeleton undead, you triggered the 100x reward, and gained experience 20,000. Hint, you killed the skeleton undead, you triggered the 100x reward, and gained experience 20,000. Hundreds of skeletal undead turned into bones in just 1 minute. But just when Qin Feng was about to pick up the equipment, an even bigger figure appeared in front of Qin Feng. Skeleton King, Gold Rank Boss. Level 30. Level, Gold. Life, 70,000/70,000. Attack, 4359 to 4563. Defense, 3300 to 3490. Skill, Savage Impact. Impacts enemies within 50 meters in front of you, causing 3 seconds of dizziness and 20% of your attack power and damage. Bold Slash. Raise the long sword in your hand and smash it directly into the ground, launching an AoE attack on enemies within a radius of 10 meters, causing true damage and causing bleeding. Bloody Frenzy. The Skeleton King will increase his attack by 30%, defense by 30%, and reduce his movement speed by 30% for 5 minutes. Qin Feng looked at the boss's attributes and found that he was very powerful. But Qin Feng is still not inferior. This boss is a pure physical damage type boss. At the same time, due to his huge size, speed is his weakness. Although the damage is very high, as long as you can avoid his range AoE damage, it is only a matter of time to deal with him. Chapter 18 Mythical Equipment. Chapter 18 Mythical Equipment. However, Qin Feng now wants to know how many times this boss can withstand his blows. Just when Qin Feng thought of this, the boss in front of him could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Human, you're looking for death. The skeletons and undead spirits that were just slaughtered were all his people. As a king, how could he allow a weak creature like Qin Feng to act tyrannically in his own territory? The next moment, he raised his sword and rushed to Qin Feng. Boom! -20. Because Qin Feng was wearing the dark blue ornament of chant. Therefore, the stun caused by the attack is directly immune. Qin Feng can avoid the boss's collision by moving, but he chose to take the damage head-on. He wanted to know how his current defense would perform when facing a boss who was at a higher level than him. But seeing the final result, Qin Feng was still very satisfied. Even when facing a boss with level suppression, he can only cause double-digit damage to himself. The boss, the Skeleton King, was also surprised by his own damage. He didn't expect that this weak reptile could withstand his attack. The boss, who was not killed by one blow, seemed even more manic. He actually activated his third skill directly. Although his attack and defense abilities were improved, his reduced movement speed made it impossible for him to touch the corner of Qin Feng's clothes. Qin Feng kept shuttling back and forth beside the boss as if he was teasing a pet. Give the boss a feeling that you can catch him, but you are always just one step away. Ants. Rampant. The Skeleton King became more and more angry. He knew that the little reptile in front of him was very fast, and he could not reach it at all with his own speed. Then he roared angrily, and his two long and narrow arms continued to hammer the ground. As the Skeleton King continued to hammer the ground, the undead corpses that were scattered on the ground just now actually kept moving towards the Skeleton King. Then, in a dazzling light, the original gold-level boss Skeleton King was promoted to Dark Gold Boss with the help of bone fragments. Tip: Undead Blackbone King, Gold Rank Boss, has completed his advancement. Players, please pay attention. Undead Blackbone King, Dark Gold Boss. Level 30. Life, 220000/2200000. Attack, 7359 to 7563. Defense, 8800-9790. Skill: Skeleton Core, summons 50 skeleton soldiers to encircle and suppress the enemy. After death, the skeleton soldiers will self-destruct, poisoning and slowing down enemies within the range. Bold Slash, raise the long sword in your hand and smash it directly to the ground, launching an AoE attack on enemies within a radius of 10 meters, causing true damage and causing bleeding. Bloody Frenzy, the Undead Blackbone King will increase his attack by 30%, defense by 30%, and reduce his movement speed by 30% for 5 minutes. Qin Feng discovered that apart from the appearance of an undead army, the boss's skills had not changed much. The only thing that changes is the boss's defense and attack power. Die. It was like the roar of a demon from the underworld. Suddenly, Qin Feng put 2 mechanical arms in front of him. Boom, boom. 2 loud bangs. Qin Feng was shocked to discover that the boss, who was originally extremely slow, had increased so much in speed. -1. Because of the obstruction of the robotic arm, the damage was completely avoided by Qin Feng. Not bad. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing as he looked at his boss. That's what makes it fun. Then Qin Feng directly controlled the magnetic levitation cannons on both sides and fired crazily at the boss. The huge skeleton of the Undead Blackbone King kept attacking Qin Feng like raindrops falling from the sky. The speed of his fists was almost invisible, but under the protection of the mechanical arm, he could not hurt Qin Feng at all. Qin Feng seized an opportunity, directly controlled the mechanical arm, and punched the skeleton, directly piercing the skeleton. -13,345. This punch was not painful at all for the Undead Blackbone King, who had 220,000 HP. Boom. What followed was the attack of the magnetic levitation cannon. -23,398. -23,346. -23,243. The true damage with white numbers continued to bombard the huge body of the Undead Blackbone King. Roar, roar. The Undead Blackbone King kept roaring, but it was of no avail. Under the support of powerful firepower, he gradually scattered into a pile of bones on the ground. There is no room for counterattack at all. Just after the boss died, several pieces of equipment fell in front of him. The golden light emitted by the equipment made Qin Feng open his eyes wide. At this time, Qin Feng picked up all the items that fell on the ground without hesitation. Int. You have obtained the Blackbone Ring and triggered a 100-fold reward. You have obtained the Blackbone King Ultimate Ring, Mythical Grade. Int. You have obtained the Blackbone Cloak and triggered a 100-fold reward. You have obtained the Blackbone Silent Cloak, Mythical Grade. Qin Feng looked at the ring in his hand, which had changed its appearance. Blackbone King's Ring, Mythical Grade. Level 30. Quality, Mythical. Attack, 24,000 to 24,200. Defense, 12300-12359. Feature 1. Critical hit rate, plus 55%. Feature 2. Anti-violence rate, plus 50%. Feature 3. Blood-sucking rate, plus 20%. Feature 4. Wear level -20. After upgrading, This equipment has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not to mention the basic attributes such as attack and defense. It originally only has one characteristic, and that is only a 15% critical strike characteristic. But now 3 more characteristics have been added, including the anti-violent rate and blood-sucking rate. And the most important thing is the wearing level -20. At present, Qin Feng himself cannot wear this level 30 mythical equipment, but with this feature, he can equip it directly. This is simply a top-notch product. Thinking of this, Qin Feng put the ring directly on his hand. The attack suddenly increased dramatically. The second piece of equipment is a cloak. Although it is tattered, its attributes are still good. Black Bone Silence Cloak, Mythical Grade. Level 30. Quality, Mythical. Attack, 7300 to 7700. Defense, 14300-14359. Feature 1. Anti-violence rate, plus 30%. Feature 2. Critical hit rate, plus 30%. Feature 3. Wear level -20. The properties of this cloak are still a little worse than the ring just now. Taking into account the characteristics of these 2 pieces of equipment, the critical hit rate alone reached a terrifying 85%, and the anti-critical hit rate reached 80%. Without taking into account the anti-critical hit rate, Qin Feng would basically trigger a critical hit twice out of 3 attacks. Chapter 19 Purple Gold Boss. Chapter 19 Purple Gold Level Boss. Of course, although the critical hit rate reaches 85%, when facing a boss or enemy with extremely high anti-critical attributes, this 85% critical hit rate cannot cause extremely high damage. If the critical hit rate is higher than the critical hit resistance, there is a probability of causing critical hit damage. But once the critical hit rate is lower than the critical hit resistance rate, then even if you swing the knife until your arm is broken, you will not be able to get a critical hit. But no matter what, obtaining these 2 pieces of equipment is a great help to Qin Feng now. With these 2 pieces of equipment, he will be more confident when facing the undead Wind Wolf King. Leave the cemetery and head towards the deepest part of the Howling Abyss. After walking for about 10 minutes, the road ahead became very narrow, with a long and winding path leading to a secluded place. Qin Feng knew that behind this should be where the undead Wind Wolf King was. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and rushed in directly on his electromagnetic power shoes. Tip: you have entered the advanced map Howling Caverns. This map is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that you leave immediately. Tip: you have entered the advanced map Howling Caverns. This map is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that you leave immediately. Tip: you have entered the advanced map Howling Caverns. This map is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that you leave immediately. After hearing the reminder 3 times in a row, Qin Feng couldn't help but stop. This is the first time Qin Feng has heard a warning since he awakened. But now that he has come here, why would Qin Feng retreat? He controlled the mechanical arms to protect his body, and the magnetic levitation cannons on both sides were ready. After walking along the winding path for about 10 minutes, the view ahead suddenly became much wider. 2 green ghost fires appeared in front of Qin Feng, but when the ghost fires came out from the dark environment, Qin Feng discovered it. These are not 2 balls of ghost fire. They are clearly the eyes of the undead Wind Wolf King. The undead Wind Wolf King had already smelled the scent of a living person on him. He was not a creature of the Howling Abyss at all. He pounced directly at him with his bloody mouth wide open. Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all. Qin Feng felt a strong sense of oppression from the undead Wind Wolf King, which was stronger than any boss he had encountered before. After dodging, without waiting for Qin Feng to observe the panel of the undead Wind Wolf King, the Wolf King jumped into the air again and bit Qin Feng's neck directly. This attack was so fast that even though Qin Feng was wearing electromagnetic power shoes, he felt that he could not avoid it at all. Since you can't avoid it, just take it head on. Qin Feng wrapped the mechanical arm in front of him to block the Wolf King's attack. But the violent shock made Qin Feng take 2 steps back. Qin Feng looked at the Wolf King in front of him with horror. You know, even the undead Blackbone King that Qin Feng just encountered was extremely huge and could not make him retreat even half a step. But the attack of this Wolf King was not only incredibly fast, but also brutal. Just as Qin Feng was horrified, a stream of purple liquid spurted out of the Wolf King's mouth. Qin Feng didn't have time to think and retreated instantly. The originally hard ground suddenly made a sizzling sound, and a big hole was directly corroded by the liquid. The creepy crackling sound continued for a long time, echoing around the cave. It can even spray venom. Humble human. A voice came from the Wolf King's mouth. 2 balls of green ghost fire kept staring at Qin Feng. This is not the place you should be. As I was speaking, Qin Feng looked at the panel of the undead Wind Wolf King. Undead Wind Wolf King, Purple Gold Boss. Level 60. HP, 450,000/450,000. Attack power, 25,000 to 34,000. Defense, 14580-15498. The once powerful Gale Wolf King was transformed into an undead by the Howling Abyss. After devouring the corpses of countless powerful warriors, he leaped from a gold-level boss to a purple gold-level boss. At the same time, he received guidance from the Abyss Demon and was cursed. Abyssal Gaze. The Undead Wind Wolf King unleashes the power of the Abyssal Demon, borrowing the power of the demon's curse to penetrate the enemy's mind, causing irreparable damage. The attacked enemy will be unable to move for 3 seconds, and their movement speed will be reduced by 90% for 10 seconds. Undead Curse. The Undead Wind Wolf King casts an abyssal magic curse on the enemy. The cursed player's health decreases by 3% per second. Qin Feng originally only knew that this Undead Wind Wolf King was a very agile boss, but he did not expect that this Undead Wind Wolf King was also a boss who was proficient in curses. Moreover, a health point of 450,000 will make many awakened people regretful. Humanity. Die. A hoarse voice came from the Wolf King's mouth. The next second, the Wolf King's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared directly in front of Qin Feng. A claw passed by, leaving several marks on the mechanical arm. This Undead Wind Wolf King seemed to be teasing him. He didn't use any skills and was just attacking with high-speed movement. Qin Feng, unwilling to continue defending, directly controlled the mechanical arm in his hand to attack the Undead Wind Wolf King. The level suppression of the level 60 purple gold boss is very painful for Qin Feng. Don't underestimate this level 60 boss. Even if a dozen or 20 level 60 awakeners came, they wouldn't necessarily be a match for this Wolf King. This shows his power. But Qin Feng is different from those ordinary awakened people. 2 purple gold level mechanical arms and 2 red gold level magnetic levitation cannons, not to mention the other equipment on his body. These 2 sets alone are enough to make him look down upon many awakened people. Because of the Undead Wind Wolf King's disdain for Qin Feng, the Wolf King knew that this weak human would never be able to escape from his palm, so he was not in a hurry to kill him. Qin Feng snorted coldly. You are looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng controlled his arms and attacked directly towards the Undead Wind Wolf King. The Wolf King seemed to have sensed the danger lurking in the mechanical fist, and just as he was about to retreat, the surrounding path had been locked by the 2 magnetic levitation cannons beside Qin Feng. Helplessly, the Wolf King could only stand where he was and take the blow. The mechanical arm, with a strong wind, hit the Wolf King's waist directly, knocking the Wolf King to the ground. Minus 43,566. Critical hit. A bright red damage number appeared above the Wolf King's head. However, this attack also made the Wolf King completely angry. Chapter 20 Famous in All Worlds. Chapter 20 Famous in All Worlds. The pain in his waist made the Wolf King angry, because he didn't expect that he would be hurt by a tiny human. Although more than 40,000 damages is nothing to a Wolf King with 450,000 health points, he will not allow himself to be hurt by an ant. Qin Feng knew that if the Undead Wind Wolf King revealed his curse skills, it would be very difficult for him to kill him. Qin Feng followed closely behind, and while the Wolf King had not yet recovered, he rushed directly in front of the Wolf King, continuously hitting the Wolf King with his arms. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge crash, accompanied by the Wolf King's choked sobs of grief. Minus 47,685. Critical hit. Minus 47,685. Critical hit. Minus 47,685. Critical hit. The magnetic levitation cannon is also ready. The 2 attacks hit the back of the Wolf King's head directly. Minus 82,632. True damage. Minus 82,632. True damage. 2 shots directly took the Wolf King's life. 450,000 health points were emptied in an instant. The Wolf King didn't even have time to roar. The green light in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he slowly fell to the ground. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Undead Wind Wolf King falling to the ground. If it weren't for the mechanical arms and magnetic levitation cannon on his body, this Wolf King would be an unbeatable boss who can resist, fight, and run away. However, if the news gets out that he killed a level 60 purple gold boss at level 10, I wonder how many guilds will be vying to give him the position of president. Reminder: you have completed the 2nd stage of the unique level quest, Save the Village Chief. Please go to the Novice Village Chief to claim your reward. Hint: You are the first awakener in the myriad races world to surpass level 50 and single-handedly kill a purple gold rank boss. I will be announcing this. Would you like to conceal your name? Qin Feng frowned as he listened to the system's prompts over and over again. He was now considering whether to hide his name. If he did, it would seem too cautious, but if he didn't, Qin Feng was worried that his enemies would come looking for him. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had thought it through. As the owner of SSS talent, do you still need to worry about enemies coming to your door? Qin Feng said with a faint smile. No hiding. He decided to spread the names of Tianming throughout the world of all races. World announcement. The Huaxia Awakener, Tianming, surpassed level 50 and single-handedly slew the level 60 purple gold rank boss, the undead Wind Wolf King. He became the first awakener in the myriad races world to slay a purple gold rank boss. This event will be forever engraved on the myriad races world monument. World announcement. The Huaxia Awakener, Tianming, surpassed level 50 and single-handedly slew the level 60 purple gold rank boss, the undead Wind Wolf King. He became the first awakener in the myriad races world to slay a purple gold rank boss. This event will be forever engraved on the myriad races world monument. World announcement. The Huaxia Awakener, Tianming, surpassed level 50 and single-handedly slew the level 60 purple gold rank boss, the undead Wind Wolf King. He became the first awakener in the myriad races world to slay a purple gold rank boss. This event will be forever engraved on the myriad races world monument. 3 consecutive world announcements. However, this is not the end. Recording it on the stone tablet only leaves his name. As the first awakener to surpass level 50 and kill a purple gold rank boss alone, you will be rewarded with 500 destiny, reputation points, and 1 purple gold treasure chest. Hint: you have triggered a 100x reward and received reputation points 50,000 and red gold treasure chest 1. Qin Feng's reputation at this time has reached tens of thousands. With so much reputation, even the top talents in the world of all races may not be able to compare with him. At this time, the 2 words, destiny, have been remembered by the awakened people in the world of all races. He was the first one to kill a level 60 purple gold boss alone, which shows that he is very powerful. The moment the announcement was released, everyone could clearly see the words, Heaven's Destiny, appear on the tablet of the myriad races world, followed by the record of killing the purple gold rank boss, the undead Wind Wolf King. However, at this moment, the world of all races fell into extreme madness. You have to know that those who can appear on the inscription of the world of all races are absolutely top-notch strongmen, but this destiny that appeared this time, no one knows of his existence at all. No one has ever heard of the character Tianming. After all, the one who can kill the purple gold level boss is definitely not an awakener without a name. Holy shit. Who the hell is this Tianming? That's a level 60 purple gold boss, and he can actually kill it alone. Who knows? But this talent called Destiny is definitely extraordinary. To be able to kill the purple gold boss alone, one must have at least an S-level talent. Unlike me, I only have a C-level talent. There is no way I can compare to those awakened people with powerful talents. It's like we didn't even start at the same starting line. I haven't even started running yet, and they've already reached the finish line. Many awakeners with less talent sighed. They also wanted such an honor to be recorded on the monument in the world of all races, but with their talent, it would be extremely difficult to leave their names in history. What the hell? This guy called Tianming is really amazing. He can actually leave his name on the monument of the myriad races world. Tianming is the first awakened person in our Huaxia region to stand on the monument. I really want to meet him and give birth to a child with him. A female awakener had a rosy face and her legs were tightly closed, as if something was about to burst out from her body. From now on, Tianming is my big brother. From now on, I will be my big brother's little brother. I am willing to follow in my big brother's footsteps. If anyone dares to be unhappy with my big brother, I will be the first to crush his head. Brother, I'm your long-lost brother. There are many people who recognize each other as relatives and as elder brothers. The atmosphere in the Huaxia region is unprecedentedly high, and the countries outside the Huaxia region are even more excited. The small country of Fuso, a man with Mediterranean hair adjusted the frame of his glasses on his nose. Bagia Road. As the top masters of our Fusong, none of you can leave a mark belonging to our Fusong in the world of all races, and you actually let a useless awakener from the Huaxia region climb onto the monument. Baka, give the order. Find this guy called Tianming. If we can't get him to join our Fuso camp, then just kill him. I don't want to see any information about him anymore. Of course, If he knows what's best for him and is willing to join our great Fuso Empire, we are willing to accept him as a subject of our great Fuso Empire. Chapter 21. All parties are shocked. Special skills. Chapter 21. Everyone is shocked. Special skills. Apart from the small country of Fuso, the leader of the beautiful country across the ocean was even more furious. There are currently 3 awakeners who can ascend the stone tablet of the world of all races, except for the destiny just mentioned, and all 3 of them are awakeners from the United States. But now, there is an awakened person from the Chinese region on the list, which makes them look extremely ugly, as if they have eaten rat shit. In the eyes of those in power in the United States, there should be no awakened people from the Chinese region on the list. This is simply an insult to the awakened people who have been enshrined in the monument of their country. Thank you for the generous gift. What's the deal with this guy called Tianming? Even our country's Titan King, with his 99th level S talent, can't challenge a purple gold level boss alone. Killing him requires a team of multiple people. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death any longer. In the Black Palace of the United States, a man with flying hair suddenly stood up from his seat. Investigate. Find out who this destiny is. I have a feeling his talent is definitely more than just S. We must make him work for our beautiful country. If he joins, our beautiful country will definitely be the pride of the world. The Kingdom of Britain. German nation. Many countries have a very deep understanding of the mandate of heaven. At the same time, all parties are mobilized and have dispatched their elite troops to China in an attempt to uncover the true identity of this mandate of heaven. But it was different in Goryeo. This happened right after the world announcement. Goryeo. This Tianming can actually kill a purple gold rank boss by himself. It seems that he must be a master from our great Goryeo. But it's just a small purple gold rank boss. If I could meet him, maybe I could kill him too. Tianming is really lucky. I think you're right. His destiny took advantage of this opportunity. Otherwise, the person who climbed onto the stone tablet must be an awakened person from our great Goryeo. But this destiny definitely belongs to our Goryeo. The Chinese region will definitely not be able to cultivate such a master. Other countries are thinking about how to extradite the mandate of heaven to their own countries. But the awakened people of Goryeo are different. They have already determined that the mandate of heaven is them, the Goryeo people, and maybe they will return to the embrace of Goryeo on their own after a while. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's deal with the boss first. But just as he finished speaking, hint, you have been killed by the bronze-level boss Death Spider. Reminder, team member Kim Jong-min was killed by the bronze-level boss, the Death Spider. Prompt, team member Jiang Xiaoyun was killed by the bronze-level boss Death Spider. The other end. Not bad. Qin Feng listened to the system prompt and nodded. After recovering from his shock, Qin Feng walked to the side of the undead Wind Wolf King. Next to the corpse, there are now dropped rewards. When he, a level 10 player, defeated a level 50 boss, the items dropped would definitely be different from the rewards for a normal player killing a boss. They would definitely be much richer. At this time, Qin Feng directly began to pick up a golden book that fell on the ground. The moment he picked it up, the golden book instantly turned into golden light and poured into Qin Feng's body. In an instant. Hint, you have obtained the skills, Curse of the Abyss Demon, Breath of the Abyss. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward. The effect of the Abyss Demon's curse skill you obtained has been enhanced. Hint, you have triggered the 100x reward. The effect of your Abyssal Breath skill has been enhanced. Curse of the Abyss Demon. The curse skill of the Abyss Demon can be condensed into the mechanical skeleton, attaching the power of the curse to damage, causing the target enemy to have a fear effect and reducing the target's maximum health by 20%. Can be stacked up to 60%. The power of the curse cannot be dispelled. When Qin Feng saw this skill, he was shocked to find that this was a special skill that could be condensed into his mechanical skeleton. Even the magnetic levitation cannon could share this effect. Then this skill book is definitely a very powerful skill for Qin Feng. The original magnetic levitation cannon has penetrating damage, and the curse skill can also make the enemy enter the fear effect, while superimposing the effect of reducing health points. And it can be stacked up to 60%. After being hit 3 times by the magnetic levitation cannon, I'm afraid his health would be reduced by 60%. It was originally a big blood cow, but after suffering such a few hits, I am afraid it will become a fragile skin directly. And besides that, there is also an Abyss Breath skill. Abyssal Breath, a cursed skill of the Abyssal Demon. All enemies that attack it will be confused for 3 seconds. Enemies under the confusion effect lose up to 20% of their mana per second, can be stacked up to 60%. It cannot be dispelled by recovery spells. There are only 2 skills, One reduces the target's maximum health by a percentage. Another reduces the target's maximum mana by a percentage. What's more important is that after a 100-fold reward, these two effects are now impossible to dispel. Although these two skills are not very powerful and violent output skills, they can deal a crippling blow to the enemy. These two skills are very powerful skills whether it is a group battle or a boss fight. The maximum amount of mana lost by an enemy attacking you is 60%, and the maximum amount of health lost by an enemy you attack is also 60%. By the time the team battle is over, the opponents might just be left with a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled. No health, no mana. The two negative effects cannot be dispelled at the same time. Anyone who experiences it will be shocked. Qin Feng has already finished learning both skill books. If you were to encounter the undead Wind Wolf King now, you'd probably have to stand there and let him hit you. The Wolf King's mana bar wouldn't last much longer, and just 2 shots would wipe out all of his health. In addition to this, Qin Feng began to pick up other dropped items. Hint: you have triggered the 100x reward and obtained Undead Robe, Mythical. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward and obtained the Cursed Waistguard, Mythical. 2 more pieces of mythical equipment were obtained. Undead Robe, Mythical Equipment. Level 60. Defense, 16,000-19,000. Feature 1. No level limit. Feature 2. HP limit plus 30,000. Feature 4. When HP drops to 30%, recover 10% of your maximum HP every second. Last 5 seconds, cooldown, 10s. Chapter 22. Making Mythical Equipment. All world shocked. Chapter 22. Making Mythical Equipment. All world shocked. Cursed Waistguard, Mythical Equipment. Level 60. Defense, 22,000 to 24,000. Feature 1. HP limit plus 30,000. Feature 2. Increased defense by 50%. Feature 3. Increases Constitution by 300 points. Trait 4. Resistance to curse power plus 30%. Reduces the duration of corresponding skills by 30%. Seeing these 2 attributes, Qin Feng directly equipped himself with the first robe, and then his health volume skyrocketed again. Both of these equipment have very strong characteristics, but the Undead Robe has a level restriction, so Qin Feng can equip it, but he does not have the other equipment, so he can only wear it when he reaches level 60. But this Undead Robe is already strong enough. When HP drops to 30%, it recovers 10% of its maximum HP every second. This lasts for 5 seconds, with a 10-second cooldown. The interval between these 2 times is almost negligible. Tip: you have triggered a 100-fold reward. Event: Gold Coins, 200,000. Qin Feng focused his attention on the treasure chest that the system had just rewarded. A red gold level treasure chest. The treasure chest trigger reward changed from purple gold to red gold. So what will the reward obtained after opening it change from red gold to? Qin Feng rubbed his hands. Hint: you have opened the red gold treasure chest and obtained Mechanic Manufacturing Almighty, Mechanic Expertise. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward and obtained Mechanic Hidden Manufacturing All Around, Mechanic Expertise, Bionic Mecha Cavalry Manufacturing Blueprint, red gold level 5. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward. You have successfully obtained Magic Stone, 10,000, Magic Domain Alloy, 10,000, Magnetic Crystal, 50,000, Energy Core, 10,000. Seeing the Bionic Mecha Cavalry Manufacturing Blueprints with a 100-fold reward, Qin Feng sighed slightly. He thought he could get more advanced mechanic blueprints and surpass red gold to reach mythical quality, but he didn't expect to be stuck at red gold in the end. But Qin Feng quickly adjusted his mood. You know, although the blueprint is of the 5th level of red gold, after it is manufactured, it may not be impossible to reach the myth level if it triggers a 100-fold reward. Bionic Mecha Cavalry Manufacturing Blueprint, red gold level 5. Level: none. Level: red gold level 5. Effect: after use, you can master the production method of Bionic Mecha Cavalry, red gold level 5. Need: 1. Mechanic Profession. 2. The mechanic has hidden manufacturing capabilities. Introduction: Bionic Mecha Cavalry, extremely fast, with terrifying damage, is the mechanic's hidden mecha. Terrifying damage. I didn't expect that in order to make this Bionic Mecha Cavalry, the mechanic would need to hide his manufacturing omnipotence, but fortunately, Qin Feng has already learned this expertise. Hint: you have consumed Magic Stone, 10,000, Magic Domain Alloy, 10,000, Magnetic Crystal, 50,000, Energy Core, 10,000. After a meal, the system prompt sound also rang in Qin Feng's ears. Hint: You are crafting a Bionic Mecha Cavalry, Red Gold Level 5. You have triggered a 100x bonus. Your skill proficiency is plus 20,000. Tip: your skill, Basic Mechanical Manufacturing, has been upgraded. Hint: you are crafting a Bionic Mecha Cavalry, Red Gold Level 5. You have triggered a 100x bonus. Your skill proficiency is plus 20,000. System prompts sounded one after another. Hint: you have successfully created Bionic Mecha Cavalry, Red Gold Level 5. Hint: you have successfully triggered the 100x reward. You have obtained the Bionic Mecha Flying Cavalry, Mythical Level 1. Tip: your skill, Basic Mechanical Manufacturing, has been upgraded. Really? The 5th level Red Gold blueprints were finally used to produce a 1st level Mythical Bionic Mecha Flying Cavalry. Bionic Mecha Flying Cavalry, Mythic Tier 1. Level, 10. Level, Myth Level 1. Attack damage, 86,874 to 98,963. Defense, 10,459 to 13,447. Additional weapon effects. 1. Speed plus 300. 2. When attacking the enemy, an additional 30% of the awakened person's attack power will be added. 3. When attacking the enemy, there is a 50% chance of restoring your own health. The more targets you attack, the more health you will recover. Durability, Health 110000/110000. Charge, 11,000/11,000. Introduction, a special bionic mecha created by the player, Destiny. Soon. Hint: you are the first awakener in the Myriad Races world to create mythical equipment. The system will issue an announcement. Do you want to hide your name? The mythical equipment that has just been produced is about to be announced in the world again. The manufacturing of equipment is different from the boss's killing announcement. There are currently 4 people on the Myriad Races World Monument. The first 3 are awakened beings from the United States. They have independently killed the Bronze Boss, the Green-Winged Bat King, King Yasa, the Silver Boss, the Shocking Ghost Shark, and the Gold Boss, the Titan King. There is still no one on the stone tablet where equipment can be manufactured. And Qin Feng is about to become the first awakener to land on the monument. No hiding. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking. World announcement. The awakener, Tianming, in the Huaxiao region has successfully created mythical Grade 1 mechanical equipment. As the first awakener to create mythical grade equipment, he will be rewarded with Mechanic Knowledge Advanced Manual 1. World announcement. The awakener, Tianming, in the Huaxiao region has successfully created mythical Grade 1 mechanical equipment. As the first awakener to create mythical grade equipment, he will be rewarded with Mechanic Knowledge Advanced Manual 1. World announcement. Another 3 world announcements. Fuck you. Is this fake? What the hell is this? Who the hell is this Destiny? Mythical equipment? How long does it take to make a mechanic's mythical equipment? Mythical equipment. Oh my god. We're both mechanics, so why is there such a huge gap? I'm only wearing gold level mechanical equipment. But how did this Destiny manage to create a mythical piece of equipment? This is a bit too much. How come all the good things are taken by this Destiny? I'm just asking, what level is the mythic grade of equipment? I just awakened to become a mechanic, and I don't really understand it. Is there anyone willing to explain it? The equipment grades are divided into bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, purple gold, red gold, and after red gold there are fairy, legend, epic, and finally mythic. Hey, isn't there a black iron one? Yes, there's also black iron. I almost forgot. Anyway, you just need to know that this mythical equipment is incredibly awesome. Chapter 23 Limited Time Instance. Chapter 23 Limited Time Copy. They are really envious, but they also feel that this is a bit too outrageous. They are still using gold or even dark gold equipment, but some people have already produced mythical equipment. The gap is huge. That's not right. Is it only mythic equipment that gets world announcements? Since Destiny can create mythic equipment, then purple gold and red gold equipment should also be possible, right? Many awakened people were confused. Why was there no world announcement when the purple gold and red gold equipment were produced? Oh my god, could it be that the production of purple gold and red gold equipment is not worthy of being announced in the world? In the world of all races, countless awakened people envy Qin Feng and want to add him as a friend, but Qin Feng has already rejected the friend request. The only one who can be in his friend list is Tianlang. However, at this time, Qin Feng had already set his sights on the Mechanic Knowledge Advanced Manual. This Knowledge Advanced Manual was extremely difficult to obtain. Even Qin Feng in his previous life had no chance of getting such a reward. Advanced Assembly. Advanced Knowledge Reserve. Introduction to Advanced Bionic Mecha. The knowledge in this advanced manual is still very complete. However, just after the world announcement was released, the novice village where Qin Feng is located, Tianlang led his team out of the dungeon with a helpless look on his face. At this time, he was still struggling with whether to go find Tianming. He now had an admission ticket to a limited-time copy in his hand. However, the admission tickets to the limited-time dungeon have been used up twice, and now there is only one last chance. If they fail again this time, they will no longer be eligible to enter the dungeon. Vice President, what should we do now? In the past 2 times, let alone the final boss in the dungeon, even the attributes of the monsters inside were extremely explosive. We are simply not comparable to them now. World announcement. When Tianlang heard the word destiny, his heart couldn't help but tremble a little. Destiny. Isn't the person who just appeared on the world bulletin board called Tianming? Tianlang was a little nervous, but at the same time, there was a hint of surprise on his face. Tianlang tightly grasped the shoulders of the awakened person beside him with both hands. Hiss. Vice President, don't get too excited. I just heard the word destiny, but destiny? There was a moment when he didn't react, but soon endless shock flashed in the eyes of this awakened person. What did the world announcement just now say? A mythical-grade piece of equipment was produced. Tianlang's eyeballs were about to pop out. You have to know that even though their Tianlang guild is a wealthy and powerful guild, the most powerful equipment on the top masters in the guild is just dark gold equipment. The existence of mythical equipment is simply unimaginable. But Tianming can actually produce mythical equipment that is several levels higher than the dark gold level. Vice President, if we could find Tianming to help us advance the map, wouldn't it be much easier for us? These awakened ones had just exited the dungeon and missed the first world announcement. Otherwise, they would not have said such words. If you can kill the purple gold boss alone, wouldn't it be easy to pass a dungeon? When Tianlang just got the admission ticket, he thought about asking Tianming for help. After all, he had already added this friend, and Tianming was a top master, so it shouldn't be difficult to hire him for help. But Tianlang is the vice president of the Tianlang Guild. Asking someone else to lead the game before it even starts is simply discrediting their Tianlang Guild. It was with this idea in mind that their serious guild had wasted 2 chances to enter the dungeon. Now there was only 1 chance left, and this dungeon had a time limit. Even if there were still times left to enter the dungeon, it would still disappear after the time limit was exceeded. How about Vice President? Let's try again. I feel like if we're a little more careful, we should be able to pass this dungeon. Although the monsters in this dungeon deal high damage, their movement speed has been reduced. As long as we coordinate properly, I believe we can clear it on our own. An awakened one thought for a moment and spoke. After all, this limited-time dungeon is not so easy to get. If people knew that their Tianlang guild was lured through the dungeon by someone, how embarrassing it would be. Actually, I still think we should go find our destiny. This is our last chance. If we miss this opportunity, then this ticket will become useless. I've never heard of anyone being able to pass a limited-time dungeon like this. If we can pass it, maybe our serious guild will become famous. But if we rely on fate, our reputation doesn't even live up to its reputation. Some people are still stubborn. Gee, that's not true. Tianming is the first awakener to create mythical equipment in the Myriad Races world. He's also a figure recorded on the Myriad Races world tablet. Do you think it's shameful to be led through a dungeon by him? You have to know how much the word Tianming alone is worth. If we don't hurry up, many guilds might come knocking on our door. Although our Tianlang guild is very strong, there are still many guilds of the same level as us. Besides, don't forget that our vice president is a good friend of Tianming. Listening to the words of the guild members around him, Tianlang fell into deep thought. These people expressed their own opinions, and what they said made sense. Some wanted to rely on their own real strength to pass the game, while others wanted to make the guild famous. In fact, what they said was not wrong. Or, should we go ask Boss Tianming? Tianlang seemed to have an answer in his mind. He was in a dilemma. What he was afraid of was not going to Tianming to make a move, but that Tianming would reject his request, which would make this limited-time ticket useless, which would be very uncomfortable. How about I go find him and try? But I'm the vice president of the Serious Guild after all. If he rejects me, it will be so embarrassing for us. I have to save face as the vice president too. Inviting someone to join the association is different from inviting someone to participate in the game. It is normal to be rejected for joining the association, but if the invitation to participate in the game is rejected, anyone may feel uncomfortable. Forget it. Let's wait a little longer. Tianlang finally gave up this option. You should get some more equipment and upgrade your levels first. Besides me, there are many level 9 players among you now. You should hurry up and upgrade your levels to level 10. I think we should be able to pass the dungeon by then, Tianlang said. Chapter 24, Rich and Powerful. 100,000 gold coins. Chapter 24, Rich and Powerful. 100,000 gold coins shot. In their current team, there are masters at levels 7, 8, and 9, but the monsters in this dungeon are all level 10. If it is someone like Qin Feng, the level difference of a few levels is not a big deal at all, but for awakeners like them whose talents are not so strong, the difference of one level is like a chasm. As they upgrade, Qingyun Guild. Is the destiny that the world just announced the person that Yuan mentioned? The president of the Qingyun Guild, Qingyun Minshin, asked the members in front of him with a gloomy face. President, I have a feeling it must be him. After all, in this world of all races, there is only one person who can claim the title of destiny. But one thing I still don't understand is how this destiny, who is clearly just a level 10 player, could be able to encounter a level 60 purple gold boss. Spanning 50 levels, under that terrifying level suppression, no matter how high Tianming's damage is, it is impossible for him to be a match for the purple gold boss. Listening to the members' words, Qingyun's sect master shook his head. Who knows if this destiny has had some adventure, but he has already created mythical level equipment. If we can buy it. I wonder if this destiny will be made for our guild. The Qingyun Gate god murmured. In his opinion, defeating the purple gold boss might be just due to some reasons. He did not believe that Tianming had the strength to fight a boss who was 50 levels higher than his own level. Not to mention the purple gold boss, even the silver and bronze bosses were not comparable to him. President, the Sirius Guild has obtained an entry ticket to a limited-time dungeon. They've already started entering. Should we go look for them too? A member suddenly rushed to the front of Qingyun Gate God and asked anxiously. If the Tianling Guild is allowed to succeed, then the Tianling Guild's reputation will be greatly improved. It will be disadvantageous to our Qingyun Guild. The Qingyun sect god was also getting restless at this time. Hurry up. We must make it before the Sirius Guild passes the level. The Qingyun sect master gave an order and sent all the members of the guild out to look for the limited-time copy scroll. However, the big move by Qingyun Guild also alarmed many guilds. These guilds have also received news about the limited-time dungeon, and they all want to come in and grab the first qualification to pass the dungeon. Hard work pays off. The methods for obtaining scrolls for limited-time dungeons have been mastered by all major guilds. Abyss Copy, Jungle Copy, Flame Copy. While the Sirius Guild was collectively leveling up, the other major guilds had already organized their personnel to begin the task of completing the dungeon. But in just a few minutes, all the major guilds were defeated. The Qingyun sect master stared at the scroll in his hand. I didn't expect the monsters here to be so high level. It seems we need more experts. Although the Qingyun Guild is very large, the top masters within it are still relatively weak. We can only invite some experts to come and help. The Qingyun Gate god murmured. Not only the Qingyun Guild had this idea, but the Qisha Guild, the Baiwang Guild, and others also had the idea of looking for help. Of course, the first thing they thought of was destiny. So, these guilds all tried to find someone to contact Tianming, but Tianming didn't have friends at all, so no one could contact him. How is it? Did destiny agree? The Qingyun sect god paced anxiously. President, this Tianming seems to refuse to add anyone as a friend. It seems we can only give up looking for Tianming. At the same time, other guilds were unable to add Tianming as their friend, and finally they had no choice but to give up. Although they didn't have Tianming, they still knew many masters. Vice President, this is bad. Qingyun Guild, Qisha, Baiwang, and other guilds have all received limited-time dungeon tickets, and they've already started looking for help to complete the dungeon. We don't have much time left. A guild member shouted anxiously in the guild channel. Tianlang also noticed this message. Damn it, these guys are really fast. Tianlang had thought that these guilds could get tickets to the limited-time dungeon, but he didn't expect the speed to be so fast, which caught Tianlang off guard. What's more important is that these guys actually want to go find help directly to complete the game. They are so shameless. Damn it, you're the only ones who can hire an expert, right? I, Tianlang, am not someone to be bullied. Wait, since they've decided to hire an expert, let's hire someone they can't hire. Tianlang was trying to calm the guild members down, looking like he had a firm grasp on the situation. Clicked on the avatar of Tianming. Qin Feng, who was about to go to the village chief to submit a task, also received a reminder message. Among his friends, there is only Tianlang. Click to take a look. A limited-time dungeon scroll. Qin Feng thought about it, and felt that the limited-time copy scroll from his previous life should come out around this time. It's still a flame copy. You should know that among these limited-time dungeons, the most difficult one is the flame dungeon. After entering the dungeon, You will suffer burning damage for every 3% of blood loss per minute. Don't underestimate this 3% burning damage. This damage can be stacked. The longer you stay in the dungeon, the more stacked damage you will suffer when you encounter the boss. In the fire copy, the final boss is a firebird with a trace of phoenix blood. Qin Feng thought for a moment. There will not be a world announcement for completing this limited-time dungeon, but there will be a regional announcement. That's not bad. Qin Feng nodded. Helping Tianlang to clear this dungeon is just a piece of cake. For Qin Feng, who has mythical equipment, this dungeon basically only requires a horizontal push, and there is no need to avoid damage at all, because judging from Qin Feng's current defense, even the boss Molters here cannot break through his defense. It's no problem for me to help you through the dungeon. But the price. Qin Feng has a 100-fold reward, and now he has no shortage of gold coins, so who would complain about having too little money? Besides, later on, mechanics are a profession that swallows money very seriously, and no other profession can be compared with it. Besides, the Serious Guild is a wealthy and powerful group. They wouldn't be short of this little money from me. Boss Tianming, don't worry about the price. You won't be disappointed. The minimum is 100,000 gold coins. Tianlang is very rich. After entering the dungeon, just follow me obediently. You don't need to do anything. All the equipment dropped will belong to me. If you have no objection, fine. In the dungeon, the only equipment that can be dropped is dark gold. But if you trigger the 100x reward, you might even be able to reach pure gold if you're lucky. So, naturally, Qin Feng will take all the profits himself. When Tianlang heard Qin Feng's request, he agreed immediately. Tianlang was not worried that Qin Feng would break his promise, so he directly transferred 100,000 gold coins to Tianming. Hint: you have received 10 gold coins from Tianlang. Chapter 25, Flame Dungeon. Chapter 25, Flame Dungeon. Qin Feng, who was still on his way back, smiled slightly after receiving the reward from Tianlang and closed the panel casually. It is normal that the gold coins given by players do not trigger a 100-fold increase. Otherwise, Qin Feng could just find 2 people to help him get billions of gold coins. And at this time, Qin Feng did not look at the gold coins he had obtained, but fell into deep thought. To clear this limited-time dungeon, you will only need to spend 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins at most to find many experts. But in order to leave a good impression on Qin Feng, Tianlang took out 100,000 gold coins from his own pocket. According to the exchange market, 100,000 gold coins would be worth nearly 10 million Chinese yuan. This shows how wealthy the Tianlang family is. Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly ran towards the location of the limited-time copy. Vice President, the Qingyun Guild has already started their mission. When will this destiny arrive? A guild member next to Tianlang could only feel anxious. He looked at the information that kept popping up in the guild channel. The difficulty of this dungeon can actually be overcome by relying on strength. If the Qingyun Guild, or even other guilds, have many masters, the dungeon can be completed very quickly. In this case, the 100,000 gold coins contributed by their vice president Tianlang would be wasted. What's with all this Tianming stuff? You have to know that it's a big honor for Tianlang that boss Tianming can lead us through the dungeon. If it weren't for the fact that I could stay honestly in Tianming's friend rank, would you think of hiring him for help for just 100,000 gold coins based on his abilities? Tianlang looked coldly at the member who had just spoken. Really, not only their Tianlang guild wanted to find Tianming to come over, but other guilds did the same. There are 2 advantages to finding Destiny to pass the dungeon. The first is the speed of passing the dungeon. Destiny has been listed in the world announcement. Since mythical equipment has been produced, it can be said that there is basically no difficulty in passing this dungeon. The second is reputation. Although there is no world announcement for the dungeon, there is at least a regional announcement. In this way, you can become famous in the Chinese area, enhance the reputation of your guild, and at the same time tell everyone about your relationship with Destiny. Just relying on the connotation of the 2 words, Destiny, the Serious Guild can recruit countless masters who come here for its reputation. At this moment, a figure appeared not far away. Seeing this figure, the guild members surrounding Tianlang exclaimed, "Here it comes. Boss Destiny is here. Holy crap, is this the mythical equipment? This is too cool." Although Tianlang appeared so calm just now, he was also very anxious in his heart. Now that he saw Tianming coming, he naturally couldn't contain his excitement. At the same time, he also noticed the artillery batteries floating on both sides of Qin Feng's hands, which were shining with golden light. Master Destiny. This mythical equipment is so cool. So cool. Tianlang came up and went straight to Qin Feng, looking him up and down. But Qin Feng didn't react much when he heard these words. Among the guild members around Tianlang, some were envious and some were jealous. Why are you so proud? You just created a mythical piece of equipment. Why are you so arrogant? Some members of the Serious Guild began to speak up for their vice president. Don't waste time. Let's just start the game. For a copy like this, Qin Feng basically doesn't need to prepare anything. Not to mention the things he just got from the boss. Just look at the 2 magnetic levitation cannons floating around him. The damage they deal is not comparable to that of the wild monsters inside. Group directly? Master Tianming, why don't we take some potions first? The monsters in this dungeon are much stronger than those outside. To be on the safe side, Tianlang still gave a reminder. Potion. Qin Feng stared at the potion in Tianlang's hand. Forget it. You can eat whatever you want, but I don't need this. The 2 pieces of equipment on Qin Feng's body are very effective in restoring health and mana, and he doesn't need to rely on these inferior potions at all. That would be disrespectful to the characteristics of the equipment. But I suggest you don't take it. It's just a small dungeon. Since you all came to me, I want you to take potions just to pass the dungeon. I don't feel safe holding these 100,000 gold coins. Qin Feng smiled indifferently. Ha. Since Boss Tianming has said so, if I continue to eat, I will be disrespecting him. That vice president, there's still a huge gap between us and Tianming. If we don't eat, go away. Boss Tianming has already said that you're afraid you can't get through with him? What a bummer. I'm tired of seeing you. Get out of here. You really have no sense at all. Tianling was shocked when he heard this. Isn't this a slap in the face of Tianming boss in front of him? Then Tianling kicked the guild member out of the team. Next time, use your brain when you speak. Otherwise, just quit the club. Tianling didn't want to see him anymore. Boss Tianming, don't bother with him, he doesn't know shit. It would have been fine if he had just said that behind my back, but now he is doing it in front of me. How can Tianling tolerate this? Before the member could even say anything, Tianling kicked him. Then, in front of Qin Feng, he took out the limited-time dungeon ticket and handed it to Qin Feng, saying, Boss Tianming, now the Qingyun Guild and some other guilds have entered ahead of us, so we will trouble Boss Tianming when we go in later. Qin Feng nodded and took the copy admission ticket. Flame Dungeon. Level 10. Trial difficulty, normal. Number of trials, 1. Number of people, 10. Note, this is your last chance to enter the dungeon, so seize the opportunity. If you fail again, the reward will be gone. Hint. Do you want to enter the Flame Dungeon? Whether. If it was before, seeing this, Tianlang might still be slow to react, but now? The boss of destiny is right beside you. What else is there to worry about? Yes. Tianlang confirmed it directly, and then a fiery red light circle appeared in front of everyone, constantly emitting heat, so that people could realize the extraordinary nature of the light circle just by touching it. Under the guidance of Tianming, everyone crossed the aperture and entered the dungeon. Then, the team of 10 people came from the dense jungle to the scorching flame mountain. The ground around was all fiery red. Tip: you have entered the limited-time dungeon, Flame Dungeon, and will suffer burning damage every minute. Chapter 26. Brush. Chapter 26. Brush the book. Qin Feng's health started to drop as soon as he came in. After all, the health that dropped was a percentage. You should know that the equipment on Qin Feng's body alone brought him hundreds of thousands of health points. Hint: the undead robe effect is triggered. The blood volume that just dropped is instantly replenished. The other members around Qin Feng looked at him in a daze. Boss, how's your health? Tianlang looked at Tianming with a strange expression. Just now he noticed that Tianming's health was full in an instant. Just stand behind me. Keep up with me. After Qin Feng finished speaking, the 2 magnetic levitation cannons floating around him began to prepare for the attack. He has purple gold, red gold, and mythical equipment on his body, so he doesn't need anyone to pull the monsters in. He can just kill them with the most violent method. Qin Feng looked at the attributes of the wild monster in front of him. Fiery Rat. Level 10. Level, Gold. Life, 4,000/4,000. Attack, 1350 to 1452. Defense, 2324-2435. Flame Breath. The provoked fire rat will launch a fire attack, burning enemies within a 5-meter radius and causing a maximum damage of 40% of its attack power. Boss. This fiery rat has incredibly powerful attributes. Tianlang gave appropriate reminders. They had already suffered a lot from this kangaroo when they first came in. The attribute is very powerful. Qin Feng smiled calmly after hearing this. Looking at the fiery kangaroo that kept jumping up and down in front of him, Qin Feng felt a little overwhelmed. Although the damage was high, Qin Feng lacked a skill that could gather monsters on a large scale. If he had this skill, he would not have to worry about wasting time. But now, I can only take action myself. Summon the mythical equipment, Bionic Mecha Flying Cavalry, that he just created. The assembly process in particular can be described in 4 words: pleasing to the eye. Is this the charm of a mechanic? It's so cool. What man can refuse to have a bionic mecha assembled in front of him? In just a few seconds, the mecha was assembled and appeared in front of everyone. The mecha leaped into the air instantly. With his arms spread out, the mecha's heavy artillery was fully exposed. Started an indiscriminate attack on the front position. Minus 254,677. True damage. Minus 254,677. True damage. Minus 254,677. True damage. The health points of these fire kangaroos are only a pitiful 4,000, but this one shot can cause more than 200,000 damage. In an instant, the open space in front of Qin Feng and others was cleared. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded naturally. At this moment, he did not notice the expressions of Tianlang and others behind him. I saw that the corners of Tianlang's mouth were twitching constantly, and the corners of his eyes were also twitching, which basically met the symptoms of an epileptic patient. Tianlang wished he could dig out his own eyeballs. When he entered the copy just now, he was still thinking that he would be able to see the power of the cannon in a while, but who would have thought that after entering, he would directly see an assembled mecha attacking indiscriminately in the sky. And the damage value of more than 200,000 made Tianlang cover his heart. Is this the boss? It's only level 10, but the damage exploded to this extent. The fire kangaroos on the ground didn't even have a chance to dodge before being blown into pieces by the giant cannon. Not only Tianlang, but the guild members behind him also had their mouths twitching like they had Parkinson's syndrome. Vice President. I can't even compose a complete sentence. They still remembered that when they first entered the dungeon, they were harassed by the fiery kangaroo and their scalps were numb. However, they did not expect that the powerful wild monster to them could not even last for a second in front of Tianming. So fierce. In the end, it can only be turned into 2 words. Holy crap. Could that flying mecha just now be a mythical piece of equipment? That's too fucking awesome. If the mechanic profession wasn't so unsuitable for me, I'd definitely want to be a mechanic no matter what. This giant mecha is so cool. What man can resist a flying mecha? There was longing in Tianlong's eyes. There was also a mechanic among the members who followed in, but the gap between the two was so huge that it was not an exaggeration to describe it as a chasm. He was not jealous of the exoskeletons on Qin Feng's arms, nor was he envious of the 2 magnetic levitation cannons floating beside him, but when he saw the flying mecha appear in front of him, his eyes were already filled with tears. They are all mechanics. Why is there such a big difference between them? I originally thought we would have to have a thorough discussion on how to deal with these fire kangaroos, but unexpectedly, this ultimate violent aesthetic is so fucking cool. Looking at the mess around them, no one would doubt Qin Feng's strength anymore. The corpses all over the ground are enough to explain it. Okay, stop wasting time. Qin Feng is now thinking about finishing this copy and then going to the village chief to submit the second round of tasks. Hurry up and push. Qin Feng didn't even look at the equipment on the ground and threw it directly into his backpack. Qin Feng basically doesn't care much about the equipment dropped in these dungeons, but they can be sold for money. However, just as Qin Feng and the others were pushing forward quickly, experts invited by Qinyun Guild and some other guilds have also gathered together to start clearing monsters. With the participation of experts, the speed of advancing the business is extraordinary. Ha! This is exactly the speed we need. Oh, and is there any movement from the Serious Guild out there? It looks like our Qinyun Guild will definitely be the first to clear this limited-time dungeon. The Qinyun sect god looks very excited, with his arms outstretched as if he is ready to embrace the rest of his life. He could already imagine how powerful the Qinyun Guild would become after this dungeon was cleared. I spent millions of Chinese currency just for this instance. I really want to see how the Serious Guild will fight me. The Qinyun sect god was rather shameless, so he directly invited experts to help him the second time. If Tianlang could be so shameless, they would have cleared the dungeon long ago. The Serious Guild? Just watch. There is still a certain gap between the Qinyun Guild and the Tianlang Guild, but the Qinyun sect master knows that this gap will soon be shortened or even surpassed. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. The Qinyun sect master wanted to look for Tianlang's friends, but he found that there were none. Then I could only shout on the public screen. Qinyun sect master, Tianlang. Tianlang, I know you can see. Our Qinyun Guild has already started the dungeon run. How's the situation at your Tianlang Guild? Qinyun Gate God, I don't think you have the strength, so just give up. It's not shameful. Nothing happened yet, and the Qinyun sect master actually started to mock and ridicule. However, Tianlang followed Qin Feng obediently, so he had plenty of time and saw the shouting of the Qin sect god. What a clown. You really think you can compete with me just because you've found so many experts? With Tianming boss here, why should I be afraid of you? Tianlang whispered, while looking at Tianming in front of him. When Tianlang thought of the damage of more than 200,000, he felt his heart trembling. Chapter 27 Bet. Let's be big. Chapter 27 Bet. Let's go big. Tianlang. Qin sect master, you're going through the level, so I'm also going through the level. But you say I can't match your speed? I don't believe it. Qin Minshun, don't believe me? If not, then let's have a competition. How about we see who can clear the dungeon faster? If you lose, Tianlang will have to post 3 times that the Tianlang guild is inferior to the Qin guild. The Qin sect master would not give up such a good opportunity to attack his opponent. Tianlang, not even as good as your Qin guild? What kind of trash are you all in the Qin guild? You're not even worthy of carrying our Tianlang guild's shoes. At this moment, the Qin sect god was looking at Tianlang's words in the copy, with veins on his forehead bulging out, which showed that he was somewhat broken by Tianlang's words. He gritted his teeth. However, seeing that the copy was proceeding in an orderly manner, he barely suppressed the rage in his heart. Qin sect master, Tianlang, if all you can do is talk, then that's pointless. Why don't we show you the real deal? Let's see which one is faster, your Tianlang guild or our Qin guild. Be careful not to get crushed by our Qin guild. Seeing this, Tianlang sneered twice. It is not surprising that the Qin sect god finds others, but if he finds himself, he will probably suffer the consequences. No matter how powerful the expert he found was, could he be as powerful as Qin Feng? Even if the damage of all of them were added together, it would not be as high as the damage of the bionic mecha created by Qin Feng. Tianlang, stop talking nonsense. You're just trying to get in on the action with our Tianlang guild. It's no big deal. Come on. We, the Tianlang guild, will take care of whatever you want. At this time, the public screen was occupied by 2 people, and no one else spoke. When the Qin sect god saw the message sent by Tianlang, he didn't expect that he would agree so readily. Seeing this, the Qin sect god had an idea in his mind. That is, the Tianlang guild must have also sought external assistance. Otherwise, Tianlang would never agree to his request. I thought the serious guild wouldn't seek outside help. After mocking twice, the Qin sect master also began to make comparisons. They entered the game faster than the Tianlang guild. At the same time, he also had great confidence in these masters he had found. This speed is more than twice as fast as before. He doesn't believe that Tianlang can reach such a speed. Qin Gate God, okay, don't accuse us of bullying the Tianlang guild, though. It's not that much. Let's bet 100,000 gold coins. By the way, where did you guys from the Tianlang guild push it? Do you want us to wait for you? After Qin Minshun finished his message, he actually started laughing happily and said to the players beside him, hurry up. Wait until we clear our first dungeon. I will definitely not be stingy with your rewards then. 2,000 gold coins per person. As soon as money is mentioned, everyone works even harder. These 2,000 gold coins are equivalent to more than 200,000. The Qin sect master is really generous. The Qin sect master had a good idea, which was to make more money from the Tianlang guild. Although the Tianlang guild was a large guild, 100,000 gold coins was not a small amount for them. But he didn't know Tianlang's identity. Just to invite Qin Feng to help, Tianlang paid 100,000 gold coins out of his own pocket. After seeing the news about Qin sect master, Tianlang couldn't help but laugh out loud. I just spent 100,000 gold coins to invite Tianming, and now this Qin sect god is actually thinking of giving me money? How embarrassing. Isn't this equivalent to the Tianlang guild getting a free first pass? But the Qin sect god has directly thrown this kindness in his face, so Tianlang can't just accept it, right? Tianlang did not respond for a long time, which greatly increased the confidence of the Qin sect god. I knew it. You still want to snatch the first dungeon clear from my Qin guild? That's simply wishful thinking. The Qin sect god sneered twice. Qin Gate God? There are 3 question marks directly. Qin Gate God, what do you mean? Why are you silent? Are you scared? I thought you were quite impressive just now, didn't you? Why are you acting so arrogant when it comes to betting? Is this really the worst you can do? Is this all the Tianlang guild has? Qin sect master, just now you said that our Qin guild loves to talk nonsense. I think it's your Tianlang guild that's the one who's really good at talking nonsense, right? Qin Gate God, forget it, forget it. Forget it if you don't dare to gamble. It's really boring. You don't have any courage at all. I think you should just change the name of the Tianlang guild to the Sick Dog Guild. Qin Jiaminshin sent several messages in a row. Tianlang looked at Qin Jiaminshin's words and smiled sarcastically. You asked for this. 100,000 gold coins? That's too little. I'm going to have some fun with you today. With Boss Tianming here, I don't believe anyone can be a match for our Tianlang guild. Tianlang thought to himself. Tianlang, no. It's not that I don't dare to gamble. It's just that your 100,000 gold coins are too little. I'm not interested at all. 100,000 gold coins is just a small amount. Are all of you in the Qingyun guild beggars? Tianlang, I didn't want to bother with you, but now that we've come this far, let's go big. 100,000 gold coins isn't enough. How about 500,000? Tianlang directly shouted out 500,000 gold coins. You know, these 500,000 gold coins are equivalent to 50 million huayuan. The smile on the face of Qin Jianmenshin, who was still in the copy, froze in an instant. 500,000 gold coins. How dare this Tianlang? The Qingyun sect god didn't know where this Tianlang got the courage from, and he actually dared to directly bid 500,000. At this point, the Qingyun sect god didn't know how to respond. The sudden arrival of 500,000 made the originally suspicious Qingyun sect god think more. Could it be that the Tianlang guild has also invited some extraordinary master? But even if the Tianlang guild found some incredible expert, they shouldn't ask for such a horrific price, right? Doesn't he know that our Qingyun guild members can enter the dungeon earlier than them? The Qingyun sect god thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was going on, and he started to feel confused for a while. Things have come to this point. If they retreat at this moment, it will be a big blow to their Qingyun guild. Moreover, in the eyes of the Qingyun sect god, this was Tianlang's strategy, and he wanted to use an extremely high price to make him retreat. That's a good plan, but I won't fall for it. The Qingyun sect god clenched his fists and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Chapter 28. The excited Qingyun sect god. Victory is a sure victory? Chapter 28. The excited Qingyun sect god. Victory is a sure victory? 500,000. Then I'll have to accept it reluctantly. Qingyun sect master, you don't think this little trick can make me back down, do you? 500,000 is 500,000. My Qingyun guild will take it. Just when Tianlang was muttering that maybe the price was too high and scared the Qingyun sect master, the Qingyun sect master spoke. That's okay. I thought he was scared by the 500,000 gold coins and didn't dare to gamble with me. Tianlang breathed a sigh of relief. Tianlang, not bad. It seems you, the Qingyun sect master, are also a wealthy man. It's a deal then. The loser pays 500,000 gold coins. Go for it. If you want to cheat me out of my money, then it depends on whether the expert you hired is as strong as me. Tianlang followed behind Qin Feng and watched Qin Feng controlling the mecha to continuously carry out ground bombing. The scene was simply indescribable. Spectacular. Tragic. No words to describe. These 100,000 gold coins are damn worth it. The vice president must have had foresight. We didn't do anything and just watched the show from behind. Yes. The mechanic in the guild took out a small pistol he had made, which looked shabby no matter how he looked at it. Don't look at it anymore. A big boss is a big boss. Don't say you're envious. Even I'm envious. A simulated mecha. Tianlang patted his shoulder and showed a bitter smile. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. It's okay. I just feel like this dungeon is too boring. There's really no need for so many people to come in together. Besides being able to more directly experience the brutal damage dealt by the Destiny boss, we can only cheer him on from the back. Hehe. I told you that boss Tianming is incredibly powerful. But there are benefits to coming in. As soon as he finished speaking, the experience bar of the member in front of him was instantly filled up. Look, isn't it level 10 now? Boss Tianming adjusted the experience distribution. He gave all the experience to the awakened ones who haven't reached level 10 yet. Under this kind of bombardment, experience points are increasing very quickly. Tianlang laughed so hard that his mouth almost split open. But I'm so damn envious. This bionic mech is so cool and has high damage. I wish I had one too. I really don't know how Boss Tianming, a level 10 awakener, could create such high-quality equipment, let alone mythical equipment. I've never even seen purple gold equipment. Tianlang looked at Qin Feng eagerly. Maybe this is the gap between ordinary people and big guys. Otherwise, how could he be a big boss? He must have some extraordinary side to him. But what I'm concerned about now is the talent of the Destiny boss. It's definitely not a simple S-level talent. That's right. It definitely can't be an S-level talent. Even though I also have an S-level talent, I'm completely different from the boss of Destiny. Tianlang nodded in agreement. Tianlang himself is an awakener with S-level talent, but compared with Qin Feng, the gap is too big, so he is sure that Qin Feng's talent cannot be an ordinary S-level talent. Fuck, S-talent is nothing. When Tianlang obtained the S-talent before, he was so excited, but now it seems that the S-talent is nothing. Compared to the real big guys, S is just an ant that is slightly stronger than others in terms of talent. The fiery rat, fiery bat, and lava stone beast could not hold out for long under Qin Feng's powerful attack. We're about to run into the boss behind. Since they have only been here for a short time, the health of the members of the Serious Guild except Qin Feng is very healthy. Everyone arrived at the top of the flaming mountain. The boiling lava in front of them told everyone that this place was very dangerous. Stand back a little, Qin Feng reminded him. According to their current health and levels, if they get too close, they will be burned by the flames attached to the molters, increasing the frequency of blood loss. In this case, even with Qin Feng there, they may not be able to hold on for more than a few seconds. Okay, boss. I'll leave this boss to you. Tianlang did not suspect anything and retreated to the rear with his guild members. Just as everyone was stepping back, magma continued to erupt. With a roar, a pair of fiery red wings emerged from the magma, and a lot of magma fell down. Bark! The roaring sounds made Tianlang and others behind him cover their ears. The molten bird soared into the sky with its wings flashing, and an even hotter temperature came towards me. At the same time, there is also scattered fire element damage in the surrounding air. Molten Gold Boss. Level 10. Level, Gold. Life, 12,000/12,000. Attack, 2344 to 3455. Defense, 1359-1723. Flame Impact. Molter's wings transform into flames, flashing towards the target, turning into high fire damage, detonating the target's attached fire elemental damage, causing damage up to 10% of the target's current health, with a burning effect. Wing Flap. Flame Bird flaps its wings, increasing its movement speed by 30% and making it untargetable for 2 seconds. Flame Rebirth. Flame Bird, with a trace of phoenix blood, also possesses the ability of rebirth. After rebirth, its attack, defense, and life are doubled, while the target's damage is reduced by 50%. The duration is 1 minute. After the time is up, Flame Bird dies immediately. Qin Feng looked at the panel of molters. It's no wonder that in their previous life, the Tianlang Guild wasn't the first to clear the dungeon. Forget the Tianlang Guild. Even if other guilds encountered the Flame Dungeon, it would be extremely difficult to clear it. At the same time, Tianlang and others behind him also noticed the boss's panel, and their faces looked grim. Fuck. What the hell is this? Is this the boss we can defeat at this stage? I'm glad I didn't listen to you. The damage from those wild monsters before was already giving us a headache. If we encounter this boss, we'll be doomed. Fuck you. Tianlang cursed inwardly. But with Boss Tianming here, there will definitely be no problems. They all witnessed the damage Qin Feng had just done. This boss only has 12,000 HP, and I'm afraid it can't withstand the damage from the Destiny boss. Really? The bionic mecha suspended in the sky fired a direct shot. Boom. Boom. There were 2 deafening sounds, and terrible damage instantly appeared on Molter's head. Minus 244,566. True damage. Another explosive damage. What Tianlang and the others couldn't have imagined was that the damage was this high when they were fighting wild monsters, and it was still this high when they were fighting bosses. But when they saw the real damage, they figured it out. The calculation of true damage does not take defense into account, so the damage is what it should be. Chapter 29. First Clearance. The Gnashing Teeth of the Qingyun Gate God. Chapter 29. First Clearance of Dungeon. The Gnashing Teeth of the Qingyun Sect God. Soon, an even hotter flame came towards him. Qin Feng stood where he was and looked carefully. The shape of the molters gradually became illusory, and its size also grew a lot bigger. Qin Feng knew that this was Molter's skill, Nirvana. After a few seconds, Molter's rebirth was complete. Flame Bird, Dark Gold Boss. Level 10. Life, 24,000/24,000. Attack, 4344 to 6455. Defense, 2359-2723. Flame Impact. Molter's wings transform into flames, flashing towards the target, turning into high fire damage, detonating the target's attached fire elemental damage, causing damage up to 20% of the current health, with a burning effect. Wing Flap. Flame Bird flaps its wings, increasing its movement speed by 60% and making it untargetable for 10 seconds. Qin Feng looked at the molters, whose attributes had skyrocketed. No, it should be Flame Bird, and smiled contemptuously. Its death is already inevitable. In fact, there is no need to take any action. Just hold on for 1 minute. When the time is up, the Flame Bird will naturally die. But Qin Feng didn't have that much time to wait for it to die on its own. The hurt poured out. A magnetically levitated cannon. A bionic mecha. and also the exoskeletons of Qin Feng's arms. Go towards the flame bird with all your strength. The reason why Qin Feng did this was to kill it instantly and prevent the flame bird from using its fanning skill. But the speed is still a bit slow. Feeling the threat of death, the flame bird flapped its wings rapidly. All of Qin Feng's damage was actually avoided by the flame bird. 10 seconds of invincibility. If you ran into someone else, they might actually let you kill them, but unfortunately, you ran into me. Qin Feng stared coldly at the flame bird in front of him, because in his eyes, once its invincible time was over, it would turn into a corpse. 10 seconds passed in a flash. When the moment came to an end, Qin Feng's attack poured out. Boom, boom, boom. There was a deafening sound, and the flame bird howled in pain. Under the powerful damage explosion, the flame bird crashed directly into the cliff. Then it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Hint: you killed the dark gold boss flame bird. The moment the flame bird fell to the ground, the levels of the serious guild members behind Qin Feng soared instantly. All the members who had not reached level 10 have now reached level 10. Regional announcement. The first limited-time dungeon completed by the Serious Guild, led by the Awakener, Steinman. Regional announcement. The first limited-time dungeon completed by the Serious Guild, led by the Awakener, Steinman. Regional announcement. The first limited-time dungeon completed by the Serious Guild, led by the Awakener, Steinman. 3 regional announcements instantly brought the Serious Guild into the public eye. Jungle Dungeon. Damn, why does this boss have so much health? The Qingyun sect god couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the boss's health points decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Over 200,000 HP. This is fucking. Qin Xiaoyun could never have imagined that a boss in a level 10 limited-time dungeon would have so much health. However, it is worth mentioning that the damage and speed of this boss are very poor. It's just some minor injuries. Kill him. Kill him. The skills in the hands of the Qingyun Gate God are like he doesn't need mana, and he smashes it madly at the boss in front. Kill the monsters first. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to fight. Some experts have also discovered the characteristics of this boss. When there are monsters around, their defense can be increased. Not everyone's damage is real damage like Qin Feng's. The defense of these bosses can reduce the attacks of Qin Xiaoyun and others. Originally, it could deal thousands of damages to the body, but due to the increased defense, it could only deal a few hundred. Facing the boss with clumsy legs and feet, the Qingyun sect gods knew that it was only a matter of time before they defeated the boss, so they were not worried at all. He felt that this boss should be the easiest one in the limited-time dungeon. After all, its damage and speed were very slow. Apart from having a higher health volume, it would not have any impact on them. Then I saw the boss's health decreasing sharply. 80%, 70%, 60%, 10%. The Qingyun clan gods can already see the dawn of hope. The Qingyun guild is about to grow stronger. He had learned in advance that, except for the Tianlang guild, the teams from other guilds had failed and withdrawn from the dungeon. If they wanted to form a team and enter again, it would take a lot of time. So now Qingyun could be said to be not worried at all about this bet with Tianlang. Tianlang, you'd better just give it to me honestly. At the moment when the Qingyun sect god roared. Regional announcement. The first limited-time dungeon completed by the Serious Guild, led by the Awakener, Steinman. A regional announcement resounded throughout the entire dungeon. Fuck. The Qingyun sect god roared in disbelief. He was sure that he was about to win 500,000 gold coins, but suddenly he turned from a winner into a loser. How is this possible? How could the people from the Serious Guild be so fast? The Qingyun sect god was as furious as thunder and roared madly. He couldn't believe this fact. He had already prepared to collect the money, but he didn't expect that reality would give him a head-on blow. Tianlang, you're fine. Very fine. The Qingyun sect god gritted his teeth tightly. While the Qingyun sect master was furious, the masters he invited were also shocked by the announcement, but they were not shocked by the Tianlang guild. What shocked them were the 2 words, destiny. No wonder the Serious Guild isn't afraid at all. They even invited Tianming to help clear the dungeon. Tianming is capable of soloing a level 60 purple gold boss. How could we possibly be Tianming's opponent? For a moment, everyone lost the desire to continue fighting. The boss took advantage of this opportunity and attacked them instantly. The masters who no longer had any thoughts of fighting had given up resistance. The first pass had been taken. Even if they could pass, no one would remember them. After giving up resistance, the entire team was instantly wiped out by the boss in just over 10 seconds. Then Qingyun and others were teleported out of the copy. Looking at the last chance in the copy scroll in his hand, he threw the copy scroll heavily to the ground. Tianlang. And you. Destiny. The Qingyun sect god gnashed his teeth and wished he could skin these two people alive. The first pass that was originally within reach was snatched away by those two bastards Tianming and Tianlang. But what he was curious about was how the Sirius Guild found its destiny. However, the moment the announcement came out, the public screen was refreshed again. Chapter 30, is this gold equipment? Chapter 30, is this gold equipment? Holy crap, did I see that wrong? The person who just posted the announcement was Tianming. Could it be a coincidence? Tianming is a big shot who created mythical equipment. Could he be related to the Tianlang Guild? Who knows? Could it be that Tianming is already a member of the Sirius Guild? No, I want to join the Sirius Guild too. If for no other reason than to meet Boss Tianming. I'd be completely satisfied if he could give me a child. Fuck, I think you've got a lot on your mind. There are so many people who want to give birth to a child for Boss Tianming. With the way you look, not to mention Tianming, even I wouldn't look down on you. With your untidy beard, someone who doesn't know you would think you're a man. I've thought about this before, when the Qinyun Guild was making a bet with the Tianlang Guild. Why would Tianlang, the vice president of the Tianlang Guild, agree to make a bet with the Qinyun Mention? You have to know that the Qinyun Mention entered the dungeon ahead of time. Even if they were at the same progress, it would be easy for the Qinyun Mention to become the first guild to clear the dungeon. At the time, I thought that since Tianlang had made this choice, there was only one way to win, and that was to find destiny. I never thought that Tianlang would actually find it. I've heard that many guilds have gone to Tianming but haven't received a single reply. However, the Sirius Guild is different. They were even helped through the dungeon by Tianming's boss. Even if Tianming didn't join the Sirius Guild, their relationship with them would definitely be very good. I've made up my mind. I'm going to join the Sirius Guild. The person who said this was also a small master. He had received invitations from many guilds. When he was hesitating, he saw the announcement that Tianming would lead the Tianlang Guild to the dungeon, and he made up his mind immediately. If we were to ask who is the most talked about person in the world of all races right now, it would definitely be Tianming. The first one to kill the purple gold boss alone, the first awakener to create mythical equipment, and the first one to ascend the stone tablet of Wangzu's world twice. Such great achievements. No one else in the entire Chinese region has received this honor except Tianming. Ice Dungeon. Bai Huang's guild leader Wanshou had just led his team to the final boss, but before he could make a move, the first pass of the limited-time dungeon was taken away by the Tianlang Guild. The members of the Bai Huang Guild looked at the gloomy face of the president, as well as the bleak expressions of many invited masters. They knew that Wanshou was in a very bad mood at the moment. No one wants to be exposed to this bad luck. This destiny. All the beasts gritted their teeth. Did he join the Sirius Guild? In Wanshou's eyes, Tianming was undoubtedly the person he wanted to win over the most. Before passing the game, he had asked people to add Tianming as a friend countless times, but was directly rejected every time. I originally thought that the experts were unwilling to add me as friends, but now it seems that the relationship is not close enough. President, I don't think this is possible. A member thought for a moment and replied, Look, President, this Tianming is the first awakener in our Huaxiao region to be registered on the Myriad Races World Steel. This shows that this Tianming's talent is absolutely extraordinary. At the same time, this Tianming also has the ability to create mythical equipment. You must know that although the Tianlang Guild is a large guild, there is still a big gap before we can accept Tianming, a big dragon. And from what I know, a character like Tianming would hardly be able to submit to others. After hearing this, Wanshou couldn't help but nodded. He was really jealous just now, jealous to the point of losing his mind. Although the Sirius Guild is large, it is not an easy task to accept the mandate of heaven. Let's do this. Now, try to contact this destiny. Even if you can't get him to join our guild, you have to keep him in touch with us. At the very least, you have to build a good relationship with destiny. However, it is a great pity that such a talent cannot be recruited by our team. Bai Huang's president Wanshou sighed as he spoke. Who doesn't want an extremely powerful subordinate? Qin Feng was standing there at this time, looking at the equipment scattered on the ground. He didn't expect that the equipment dropped by the last evolved dark gold boss was actually gold level. Qin Feng felt that maybe the people from the Tianlang Guild behind him had very bad character. Otherwise, how could they drop equipment according to the quality of the boss before Nirvana? Fortunately, after the gold equipment triggers the 100-fold reward, it can at least reach dark gold. Phoenix Pendant. Qin Feng saw a shining earring on the ground, and he could feel the infinite energy contained in this equipment. Phoenix Pendant Gold Equipment. Level 10. Quality, Gold. Exclusive, Female. Attack, 1455 to 2345. Life, 5000. Features, restores 3% of mana per second, lasts for 10 seconds, cools down for 10 minutes. Features: increase critical hit rate by 20%. Features: increases violence resistance by 20%. Features: attacks inflict fire elemental damage, burning the target and increasing damage by 40%. When Qin Feng saw the earrings on his hands, he couldn't help but gasp. This is a gold equipment, but it actually has 4 characteristics. Although it lacks basic attributes such as defense, these 4 characteristics are simply explosive. Restore 30% of mana in 10 seconds, increase critical strike resistance, and increase damage caused by burning to the target. If it wasn't earrings, Qin Feng would have put them on himself long ago. Qin Feng rubbed his hands. This attribute has already exploded before the 100x bonus is triggered. Once it is triggered, hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward and received the Phoenix Fire Pendant, red gold equipment. Phoenix Fire Pendant, red gold equipment. Level 10. Quality, red gold. Exclusive, female. Attack, 10,455 to 12,345. Life, 25,000. Features: restores 20% of mana per second, lasts for 5 seconds, cools down for 1 minute. Features: increase critical hit rate by 120%. Features: increases violence resistance by 120%. Features: attacks inflict fire damage, burning the target and increasing damage by 340%. Features: Nirvana effect. The moment a character dies, Nirvana rebirth is triggered, all attributes are increased by 200%, and the duration lasts for 1 minute. After the time is up, the character falls into a depressed state, which lasts for 1 hour, and all attributes are reduced by 200%. Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder when he saw the earrings on his hands. This effect is truly immense. Not only do all 4 of the original traits receive a comprehensive boost, but an additional trait, Nirvana, is also added. Not only does it revive a character at full health, but it also doubles all their stats. Chapter 31, Terrifying Attribute Enhancement. Chapter 31, Terrifying Attribute Improvement. The effect of this earring is not only at this level, but even at a later stage, the effect will be incredible. It's a pity that this earring requires a female character, which gives Qin Feng a headache. He has a very good equipment in his hand, but he just can't equip it. Who can bear such a gap? If Qin Feng could wear this equipment, his injury would probably increase by several levels again. Qin Feng's original crit rate was never higher than 100, but one of the properties of this earring gave him a 120 crit rate. Who wouldn't want this crit rate? At Qin Feng's current level, it is basically impossible to stack the anti-criticism effect to a high level by relying on equipment, so critical hits become extremely important. I want this earring. Qin Feng looked at Tianlang and said lightly. Seeing this, Tianlang could only nod his head. If it weren't for Qin Feng, let alone these equipment, they wouldn't even be able to defeat the final boss. Even if Qin Feng wanted to take all the equipment here, Tianlang would not have any complaints. After all, they had agreed to it before entering the game. Alright boss, just take whatever equipment you like. We're already very satisfied that you can lead us through the dungeon. How could we dare to expect these equipment? Tianlang doesn't look like the vice president of a big guild at all. At this time, Qin Feng ignored the wolf in front of him, but picked up the skill book that fell on the ground. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward and obtained the skill Defense, Fight, Skill Book. Defense, Fight, Skill Book. Occupation, Mechanic. Skill level, 10. Effect, controls the mechanical equipment around them, creating a parry effect, resisting 70% of incoming attacks, and dealing 30% of incoming damage in a counterattack. A shield with 200% of their maximum health appears around them. Cooldown, 1 minute. This is a life-saving skill. The parrying effect is that it can resist 70 of the damage, which is already very powerful. If a normal attack takes away 100 drops of your blood, you can resist 70, and the final damage will be 30 drops of your blood. At the same time, it can also cause counterattack damage. At the same time, a shield with 200 of your maximum health will appear around your body. This life-saving skill is invincible. If you just stand in the middle of a team battle with this skill on, you can probably hold on for a long time. With a casual snap of his hands, the skill book turned into golden light and merged into Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng suddenly discovered that there was a circle of light hidden under the body of the flame bird boss. Out of curiosity, Qin Feng took out the aperture from under the flame bird. When I took a closer look, I couldn't help but gasp. Mechanical hot-blooded aura, blessing increasing skill. Occupation, Mechanic. Effect, boosts the target's effect. All mechanical equipment around you will have their attributes increased by 200%. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This effect is short, but simple and crude, which is to improve the attributes of surrounding mechanical equipment. It is equivalent to a group amplification effect, but the one who gains blessings is not the awakened person, but the mechanical equipment. Int. You have triggered a 100-fold reward and obtained Mechanical Superpower Field Blessing Enhancement Skill. Mechanical Superpower Field Blessing Enhancement Skill. Occupation, Mechanic. Effect, boosts the target's effect. All mechanical equipment around you will have their attributes increased by 600%. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Qin Feng had never expected that he could obtain 2 such powerful skill books by playing a limited-time dungeon, one of which was a domain skill that countless people dreamed of. Domain skills are something that many people can only dream of, but now they are easily obtained by a level 10 little mechanic. With a flip of his hands, he turned into a ray of golden light and merged into Qin Feng's body again. It's really too strong. After learning the skills, Qin Feng felt that the operation between his body and these mechanical equipment became more convenient and faster. It seemed as if he didn't need to do anything at all. The magnetic levitation cannon and bionic mecha could help Qin Feng take action independently. Afterwards, Qin Feng sorted out the equipment dropped by the wild monsters he had killed before. After the 100-fold reward, the worst equipment was all gold level. Qin Feng randomly found some equipment and threw it directly to Tianlang, who was smacking his lips. Although Qin Feng can take away all the equipment if he wants. But Tianlang was envious. If they could get so many equipments, their Tianlang guild would definitely be able to rise to several levels. Fuck, boss. This is all gold equipment. Tianlang's eyes were about to pop out. Boss, you should keep these equipment for yourself. Didn't I tell you when I came in? All the equipment is yours. Although Tianlang was extremely envious, he still refused righteously. After all, as the vice president of a big guild, he had to keep his word. Otherwise, if Qin Feng was offended because of such a small piece of gold equipment, he would not know where to go to cry. It's okay. They're just some junk dropped by monsters. Are you sure you don't want them? If you don't want them, I'll just throw them at the auction house. Qin Feng glanced at Tianlang and his saliva was almost flowing, but he said he didn't want it. He was really a hypocrite. Puff. Boss. Are all the gold equipment junk? Since you don't like it, we'll take it. But the price will definitely be higher than outside. So one thing is another. Tianlang rubbed his hands and said, prices and such can be normal. I've made quite a good profit this time. I have around 40 or 50 pieces of gold equipment. Qin Feng glanced at the backpack and said casually, no more, no less. Boss, are these all those monsters that just exploded? Tianlang looked at the flaming plate armor he was wearing and fell into deep thought. Why is it that when we kill the same wild monster, I get bronze equipment, but the boss drops gold equipment? He looked at the scorching plate armor, sent by Qin Feng with envy. Maybe it was luck, but your luck is really bad. The boss we defeated was a dark gold boss after his rebirth, but the equipment that dropped was actually gold. Qin Feng waved his hand, as if he wanted to blow away the bad luck on Tianlang. Tianlang opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. The clearance time has arrived. Qin Feng and others were directly teleported out of the copy and returned to the location before entering the copy. Chapter 32 Submit the Mission. The Terrifying Immortal Weapon. Chapter 32 Submit the Mission. The Terrifying Fairy Weapon. Qin Feng threw the equipment in his backpack directly to Tianlang. Qin Feng threw a pile of glittering gold equipment to the ground in disgust. All right, just transfer the gold coins to me when the time comes. Qin Feng still needed to find the village chief to submit the second round of tasks, so he didn't say anything to Tianlang and the others. He stepped on the electromagnetic power shoes and disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, but the horror in the eyes of Tianlang and others still did not disappear. The speed at which Qin Feng left just now once again refreshed the views of Tianlang and the others. Fake, right? The person ran away in the blink of an eye? There are no scrolls to return to the city in a novice village like this, and you have to run your way out. This is why they were so shocked. As a mechanic, if his level is not high in the early stage, speed itself is a big weakness. Even a mage is much faster than him. But with Qin Feng's speed, even high-level assassins might not be able to catch up. Ahem. The boss's world may be a little different from ours, so we'll just have to get used to it slowly. It took a long time for Tianlang to recover from the shock. He coughed twice, waking up the still terrified crowd. All right, hurry up and bring these equipment back to the guild. I'll count them and transfer the money to the boss. After Tianlang finished speaking, a member rushed out, picked up a piece of golden equipment, and took a bite. Tianlang and other guild members were stunned by the look. Really? It's true. The member's eyes were filled with tears and the muscles on his face were trembling invisibly. Everything that just happened was real. It seems that because Qin Feng is too powerful, the awakened person has some inner turmoil, and he has even begun to doubt that what he just saw was an illusion. It's all real. The cannons, the mechas, the explosion damage, it's all real. It's all real. He kept muttering these few words. Tianlang slapped his forehead helplessly. Take it back, take it back. It's so embarrassing. Tianlang and others took their equipment and carried the member who kept talking nonsense back to the guild headquarters. Tianlang was in a very good mood when he returned to the guild. Not only was his first dungeon cleared announced, but he also bought so many gold equipments. It must be said that it's great to know a big guy. It feels so good. Ha ha. Tianlang laughed loudly towards the sky. Afterwards, Tianlang will not forget the bet between himself and the Qingyun sect god. Of course, Tianlang was not worried at all that the Qingyun sect master would cheat and not pay. After all, he was the president of the Qingyun guild. If a president broke his promise, their Qingyun guild would probably lose its members. In this case, it is not something that can be solved by simply using 500,000 gold coins for their Qingyun guild. The Qingyun sect master gritted his teeth and paid the 500,000 yuan bet. Tianlang, the Qingyun guild is truly generous. I'll take the 500,000. If you ever need a good bet in the future, remember to come find me. My Tianlang guild has plenty of guts and money, if nothing else. After receiving the gold coins, Tianlang did not forget to make some sarcastic remarks on the public screen. Anyway, the Qingyun sect god already hates me, so what's the harm in hating me a little more? Of course, Tianlang did not plan to keep the 500,000 gold coins for himself, but was going to give them to Qin Feng after the price of the equipment was calculated. After all, without Qin Feng, they would not be able to win this bet. Damn it, Tianming, just wait for me. This matter today is definitely not over. The Qingyun sect god clenched his fists tightly and growled with a sullen face. He, the Qingyun sect master, would never break off relations with the Tianlang guild, but Tianming was just a lone ranger. He didn't believe that the Tianlang guild would confront their Qingyun guild head-on just because of one person. Moreover, in his opinion, although this destiny had mythical equipment, their Qingyun guild had so many people that they could kill this destiny even by using human wave tactics. It just cost a huge price. At this time, Qin Feng had no idea that the Qingyun sect master had held a grudge against him because of the incident, but even if Qin Feng knew, he would not have had any big thoughts about it. After all, Qin Feng had never taken the Qingyun guild seriously, not to mention a Qingyun sect master. Even if the entire Qingyun guild were mobilized, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand a single shot from the bionic mecha. After opening the field, the damage increases by 600%, lasts for 10 minutes, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes, which is equivalent to opening it unlimitedly. As long as you have enough mana, there is no problem even if you keep it open all the time. Moreover, Qin Feng does not need to worry about the problem of insufficient magic points, because the mana recovery effect of the Cursed Waste Guard is always triggered. Returning to the novice village, I arrived at the location of the village chief. Warrior, you're back. I sense a strong aura of the undead from you. It seems you have completed your mission. The village chief slowly opened his cloudy eyes, looked at Qin Feng with a look of satisfaction, and nodded. Village safety, only. Mission level, epic. Mission phase, phase 2. Quest content. The ghost swamp loach in the sorrowful swamp is just a vanguard. Kill the wind undead wolf king in the howling abyss after the sorrowful swamp and collect the wolf king's skull. Complete. Hint. You have completed the second stage of the epic quest, village safety, only. Village safety, with a completion rate of 100%. Warrior, this is the reward you deserve. The village chief waved his hand and gave the reward directly to Qin Feng. Hint. You have triggered the 100x reward and obtained the flowing cloud ring. Tip. The village chief's favorability towards you has increased. Tip. The village chief's favorability towards you has increased. Tip. The village chief's favorability towards you has increased. The system's prompt sound continued to ring, and Qin Feng found that the old village chief's eyes looked at him more and more intensely. Hint. The village chief's favorability towards you is 100. Respect. Qin Feng never thought that just coming here to submit a task would increase the village chief's favorability so much. However, Qin Feng was still observing the Liuguang cloud ring in his hand. Dear warrior, do not underestimate this ring. The village chief smiled inexplicably. Flowing cloud ring, immortal equipment. Level 10. Quality, immortal. Occupation, none. Bound, destiny. The space condensed by the clouds in the sky was refined into a ring by a powerful being. It possesses a powerful storage power and carries the power of space. Chapter 33. Distance Agnostic Teleportation, 2-second cooldown. Chapter 33. Distance Agnostic Teleportation, 2-second cooldown. Holy crap, a storage ring, and it even has spatial power. Qin Feng couldn't help but smack his lips and quickly looked at the other 3 effects of the equipment. Space-time jump. Open a space-time gate and jump, ignoring the distance and traveling to any place you have appeared before. Cooldown time is 2 seconds. Space slice. Tears through space, dealing slicing damage to the target enemy. Ignores all other effects. Also applies a tearing effect, causing a 30% loss of maximum health per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Space scene. Creates a scene copy. The copied effect has 40% of the original damage. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. 2 seconds of cooldown. Doesn't that mean you can go wherever you want? Qin Feng really loves this time and space jumping feature. Moreover, based on the previous skills, this time the cutting skill will directly cause the target to lose 90% of its current health, and only a thin layer of blood will be left after cutting it. With this skill, you don't have to fire randomly. Just use space cutting to ignore any effects. Even if the boss is in an effect where he cannot be selected, the damage of space cutting can still be dealt. This shows the perversion of this characteristic. How is it? This piece of equipment is my most precious collection. I originally wanted to bury it with me, but I didn't expect to meet you. Respected warrior, I believe your strength will not bury this collection at all. I hope you can cherish it. The village chief looked at the ring on Qin Feng's hand and couldn't help but burst into tears. But he quickly adjusted himself. His abilities are extraordinary and will definitely help you. Respected warrior. Qin Feng looked at the panel and saw that the mission had reached the 2nd stage. Village safety, only. Mission level, mythical. Mission phase, phase 3. Mission content. There is a dry well in the novice village. In this dry well, a demon general from the void is sealed. As time goes by, the seal becomes increasingly difficult to control. I am afraid it will not last long. Kill the demon general in the dry well and save the village. Mission deadline, 72 hours. Mission reward, unknown. Qin Feng looked at the task panel at this time, and his face changed drastically. It was originally an epic quest, but in the 3rd stage, it became mythical. He looked embarrassed, thinking that the village chief really looked down on a level 10 scumbag like him. You have to know that the worst level of these demon generals is above level 100. But no matter how powerful Qin Feng is, he can't be the opponent of a level 100 boss. The village chief, the demon leader. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched twice. Don't worry. The demon general's abilities have been greatly reduced after being sealed. They are no longer as powerful as before. I believe that with your strength as a warrior, you can definitely kill the demon generals easily. But you have to be careful. The demon general is accompanied by 3 demon guards. Remember to kill the 3 demon guards first. Otherwise, the demon general will devour the 3 guards to increase his own strength. Remember to be careful. After the village chief finished speaking, he closed his eyes. He handed Qin Feng a map with the location of the dry well marked on it. The rewards for killing undead creatures are already so powerful. If you kill this demon general, you might get another immortal weapon. Damn, fortune and wealth are sought through danger. He's just a demon general. I've killed at least 800 demon generals, if not 1,000. Then Qin Feng turned around and left, holding the map. After Qin Feng disappeared, the village chief opened his eyes again. I believe you can do it. The village chief's eyes were shining. After murmuring, he closed his eyes again. This should be where the seal is. Qin Feng looked at the dry well covered with weeds in front of him and muttered to himself. Hint, you have arrived at the sealed land. Do you choose to enter? Tip, this place is extremely dangerous. It is recommended to leave. Qin Feng ignored the system prompt. You're already here, and you still want to leave? Besides, it's not like Qin Feng hasn't killed demon generals before. Not to mention demon generals. He has killed quite a few demon commanders and demon kings. Enter. Qin Feng was straightforward. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng's figure instantly disappeared from the novice village. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cave. Hee, the breath of living things. Come here, come here. Qin Feng felt the cold wind whistling around him, and a hoarse and chilling voice came from the altar not far away. I don't know how long it has been since I saw any living creatures come here. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can make you my supporter. Enjoy endless life. The demon general roared on the altar. Let you out. Qin Feng smiled sarcastically. The demons. They have no reason to exist. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he jumped up and directly landed on the altar. Boy, you are so arrogant. How dare you walk into the altar? Today I will taste the taste of a living person. Qin Feng looked at the demon general in front of him. Epino, demon general, mythical boss. Level, 120-50, seal. Attack, 24,459 to 25,598. Defense, 36897-37900. Health, 450,000/1, 230,000. Shadow Pursuit, teleport to the target, causing explosive damage. Damage will cause the target to lose 30% of their total health. Enduring Prosperity, continuous combat restores HP. When HP is below 30%, 5% HP is restored per second. Soul Stealing, swing out the sickle, dragging the target in front of you, causing continuous bleeding and dealing 400% of your attack power and damage. Thick Skin, resists 40% of attacks. Qin Feng looked at the attributes of this boss and let out a sigh. The attributes of this demon general are in a sealed state, so his level is only 50. However, a level 50 mythical boss is not that difficult for Qin Feng now. You should know that Qin Feng just got a ring with spatial power from the village chief. However, Qin Feng was now looking for the 3 demon guards that the village chief had mentioned. However, the altar was only this big and was originally very spacious. But Qin Feng still didn't notice the existence of the demon guards. Aren't you going to call your guards out to join us? Chapter 34 Mythical Boss. Chapter 34 Mythical Boss. Qin Feng asked indirectly. Guard, do I need a guard to kill you? Evil Pano grinned with a sneer, exhaling a fishy smell. Since he couldn't find the location of the 3 guards, Qin Feng could only kill the boss directly. 3 guards, that is to say, this evil Pano can be resurrected 3 times, each resurrection stronger than the last, but after the final resurrection, he will have to stay in this seal forever. Resurrection will consume a lot of his energy. By then, let alone breaking the seal, it is unknown how long he can survive in it. The cooldown time of the space cutting skill is only 5 minutes. Space cutting. Qin Feng simply pinched the Mantianian ring in his hand and directly made a space cut. Before Epino could react, his huge head was cut off in an instant. Minus 200,000. Space damage. Minus 68,333. Continuous blood loss. Minus 68,333. Continuous blood loss. Minus 68,333. Continuous blood loss. The boss, who originally had 450,000 HP, had more than half of his HP bar disappear in an instant. The damage caused by this spatial cutting is not calculated in the traditional way. The boss's thick skin and flesh cannot reduce the damage. The severe pain in his neck made Epino roar in anger instantly. Even the space cutting just now was unable to chop off his head, which shows how strong the body of this demon general is. Ant, you have irritated me. Evil Pano just roared out from his throat. Qin Feng's mind moved, and the bionic mecha appeared in midair. Powerful artillery fire poured down in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound continued to reach Qin Feng's ears. Wait until the smoke clears. Epino's body fell directly to the ground. Minus 33,489. True damage. Minus 25,298. True damage. Minus 36,677. True damage. The damage has dropped several times compared to before, and this is the real damage. If other mechanics come over, the damage may not even reach double digits. The physical body of the mythical boss is not comparable to that of the purple gold boss, like the undead Wind Wolf King. And this matter is not over yet. With a roar, Epino's body turned into ashes and disappeared in front of Qin Feng. But the barrier of the altar has not disappeared yet, which means that Epino is not really dead yet. Qin Feng held his breath and waited. Sudden, Qin Feng's expression changed drastically, and he spread his arms. Boom! With a loud bang, Epino appeared in front of Qin Feng, and his fist directly hit Qin Feng's mechanical exoskeleton. Minus 12,234. The powerful force made Qin Feng take a few steps back. Qin Feng felt his hands were a little numb, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his forehead. As expected of a mythical boss, this body alone is incomparable to any ordinary boss. Qin Feng murmured. If it weren't for the defense fight just now, Qin Feng would have lost a lot of blood just from this one blow. But even so, Qin Feng still lost more than 10,000 health points. It can be seen how explosive the damage is. Qin Feng directly activated the mirror skill of the Mantianyan ring and at the same time activated the mechanical excitement field. He spread his arms, and two magnetic levitation cannons floated on the left and right sides, with red light flashing on the cannons. At the same time, the bionic mecha in the air was emitting a faint red glow all over its body. Once the mirror skill is activated, dozens of magnetic levitation cannons and dozens of bionic mechas appeared around Qin Feng. Although the damage was only half, the amount alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Qin Feng was directly wrapped in it. Boom, boom, boom. Fire snakes whizzed past, and black blood continued to spurt out of Epino's body. Minus 10,238. True damage. Minus 10,238. True damage. Minus 10,238. True damage. In just a few seconds, Epino fell to the ground again. Even if he has hundreds of thousands of health points, he can't escape death under such firepower suppression. At this time, he still has 2 chances to parasitize and revive. But Qin Feng couldn't care less. All weapons surrounded his body and fired indiscriminately in all directions. The powerful damage once again penetrated Epino's body, causing him to roar. Die? Resurrection. But this is Epino's last chance to revive. This time, Epino's health reached a peak. Epino, Demon General, Mythical Boss. Level, 120-50, Seal. Life, 1000000/1230000. Attack, 24,459 to 25,598. Defense, 36897-37900. Shadow Pursuit. Teleport to the target, causing explosive damage. Damage will cause 80% of the target's total health to be lost. Enduring Prosperity. Continuous combat restores HP. When HP is below 50%, 5% HP is restored every second. Soul Stealing. Swing out the sickle, dragging the target in front of you, causing continuous bleeding and dealing 1000% of your attack power and damage. Thick Skin. Resists 80% of attacks. After the third resurrection, Epino's attributes changed dramatically. Ant. How dare you? Evil Pawn Award. He couldn't believe that he had been killed 3 times by an ant. This was his last chance to revive, and he knew that he would never be able to break the seal in this lifetime. I can't get out, so you stay here too. Epino roared. Although he was huge in size, he was incredibly fast. In an instant, he appeared beside Qin Feng. It is the skill of Epino, shadow tracking. However, Qin Feng had already begun to guard against his skills. He turned on the air conditioner and jumped. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the place where he reappeared was exactly where Epino was just now. Epino's pupils shrank, and he cried out in a lost voice, "Spatial ability. You actually have spatial ability." Epino couldn't believe that the ant in front of him actually possessed the power of space. Even Epino, who has an endless lifespan, does not possess the power of space. But today he actually felt the spatial vibration on the body of an ant. No. But soon, Epino frowned. The huge head is full of funny things. Epino stared at Qin Feng carefully, and soon he noticed the ring on Qin Feng's finger. It exudes infinite power. It's this ring. Epino found the ring wrapped in the power of space, and he set his sights on the ring on Qin Feng's hand. Chapter 35 Killing the Demon General. Chapter 35 Kill the Demon General. I originally thought this was your own talent, but I didn't expect it was just due to equipment issues. But this is good. I want to see how many times you can travel back and forth. As soon as he finished speaking, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared on Epino's face. My favorite thing is the tender little devil. Today I'll use you as a treat. After I kill you, the ring on your hand will be mine. Then this little seal will not be able to do anything to me. Epino was extremely excited at this time. The instinct of living in darkness and about to face the dawn made him completely lose his mind. No matter what skill it was, he threw it out like it was free, continuously throwing it towards Qin Feng. But Qin Feng just stood there, staring at the evil Pano in front of him with a calm expression. Boy, go to hell. In Epino's view, Qin Feng was about to die under his sickle and turn into a pool of flesh and blood. But it was just as well this way, because what he liked to eat most was not the whole person, but the flesh and blood wrapped around organs, which he could devour mouthful by mouthful. The wonderful feeling of the blood constantly colliding in his mouth, emitting the lingering fragrance of blood, was simply amazing. The reason why Epino was so shocked before was because he regarded Qin Feng's space jumping ability as a talent. But when he saw the characteristics of the equipment, he relaxed. You know, there is a big gap between the characteristics of the equipment and the character's talents. Although the characteristics of the equipment are powerful, the cooling time is very long, so he is certain that Qin Feng has now lost the ability to jump through space. A smile gradually spread across his entire ferocious face. But the next second, brush, Qin Feng's body disappeared from the spot in an instant. The whistling sickle hit nothing. Roar. Epino let out a roar in an instant. He simply couldn't imagine that this ant had disappeared from under his nose again. Impossible. Another space jump ability. Epino once again felt the energy remaining in the space from where Qin Feng disappeared. It was an enviable ability. How could there be more? Epino turned around and saw that Qin Feng was standing not far away from him, looking at him with a playful expression. In this kind of situation where he is being played around by others, he has always been the one playing around with others. When will it be someone else's turn to play around with him? You deserve to die? You deserve to die. Evil Pano continued to vent his impotent rage. This is the scene he likes to see the most. What Epino likes to see the most is others getting furious, but he still can't change anything. What goes around comes around, and now it's my turn. Boy, what the hell is going on? After being furious for a few seconds, Epino slowly adjusted his mood, swept away his manic emotions, and looked at Qin Feng with a little doubt. What's going on? Qin Feng smiled. Then he began to demonstrate his ability to jump through space, and the 2-second cooling time was completely undetectable to him. Looking at Qin Feng's dazzling display in front of him, Epino felt severely shocked. If Qin Feng did not have the ability to jump through space, he would still have a great chance of killing Qin Feng. But now Qin Feng was like a nimble loach, and his damage was so high. Epino knew that he would definitely not survive this time. Epino slowly fell to the ground. What? Don't want to resist anymore? Qin Feng smiled indifferently. He finally understood why the village chief gave him the ring. If it weren't for this ring, it would have been very difficult for him to kill the evil Pano. In that case, then I'll give you a ride. After Qin Feng finished speaking, the giant magnetic levitation cannons surrounding him suddenly appeared, and the powerful fires swept towards Epino. Minus 55,998. True damage. Minus 44,568. True damage. Minus 76,234. True damage. 5-digit damage continued to burst out from Epino's head. As his blood continued to flow out, there was no good flesh left on Epino's body. Blood continued to spurt out, dyeing the entire altar into a black sea of blood. Boy, even if I die today, you won't survive. Just as the blood was about to be cleared, Epino slowly stood up from the ground. The demon disintegrates. Accompanied by the roar of the demon General Epino, Epino's body suddenly grew dozens of times larger, directly covering the entire altar. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The demon disintegrates. Grasp. Qin Feng slapped his forehead. He actually forgot that as a general of the demon clan, the disintegration of the demon could allow them to burst out 200% of their own strength and clear everything around them in an instant. In his previous life, he almost died when the demon disintegrated. He wanted to use space jump to leave the altar, but he found that the fairy weapon in his hand was in an unusable state. Boy, you want to use your spatial abilities? I've already blocked everything around here. It's a pipe dream to want to leave. Die with me. A satisfied smile appeared on Epino's extremely ferocious face. Hint. Abyssal breath has been triggered. Target's mana is reduced by 20%. Hint. The curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. The evil Pano, who was just growing wildly, suddenly found that his body was gradually shrinking, and his blood volume was directly emptied. The demon disintegration that he wanted to create with all his strength was actually broken. Epanua was furious. In the end, he could only fall on the ground with a trace of unwillingness. Hint. Congratulations on killing the mythical boss. The system will issue an announcement. Do you want to hide your name? Qin Feng looked at the corpse of Epino in front of him and shook his head. Don't hide. World announcement. The Awakener Tianming from the Huaxiao region single-handedly killed the level 120 mythical boss, Epino, a demon general, becoming the first Awakener in the Myriad Races world to kill a mythical boss. This event will be forever engraved on the Myriad Races world monument. As the first Awakener to kill a mythical boss, you will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny, faction points, and 1 mythical treasure chest. World announcement. At this time, the world of all races was once again in turmoil. Especially the awakened ones in the Huaxiao region, their expressions changed drastically. The previous purple gold boss had already shocked them, but how long had it been since then? And they had actually killed a mythical boss, and a level 120 boss at that. Chapter 36. Shocked Major Powers. Yolan's Reluctance. Chapter 36. The major forces were shocked. Yolan's unwillingness. This fuck. Is this fake? Myth? Myth boss? Demon general? Faction value? Myth treasure chest? I need some time. I need some time. Many awakened people felt their legs go weak after hearing the world announcement. Not to mention a mythical boss. Even if it was a silver or gold boss, they would have to team up and fight for half an hour to deal with it. And there was a possibility that the whole team would be wiped out. But within just one day, this guy called Tianming has appeared on the world announcement for the third time. At this time, Tianming's name has appeared 3 times on the monument of the world of all races. It can be said to be an invincible existence. Even the masters of the United States can only climb it once. Across the ocean, the White House of the United States. What a generous gift. Shit. Fuck. At this time, the master of the Black Palace's expression changed drastically. Ordinary people may not know the horror of the mythical boss, but as the mastermind of the beautiful country, he knows it very well. Their beautiful country's King Yasa, King Ali, and King Titan have also been listed on the world's bulletin board, but even so, it is wishful thinking for these 3 beautiful countries' kings to kill the mythical boss. Have you sent everyone? You must find this guy called Tianming for me. Whether he agrees or not, I must see him appear before me. He must have a secret. Even if I can't let him serve our great country, I will definitely dig out his secret. Fuso. Baka. Baka. What on earth is this guy called Tianming? A mythical boss can actually be killed alone. What on earth is going on? Can you give me an explanation? The awakened ones in the Huaxiao region can kill purple gold bosses and mythical bosses by themselves, but why can't our ninjas even resist a dark gold boss? The Emperor of Fuso slammed the table in anger. They are all a bunch of trash. Go. Send someone to bring me this man called Tianming. Emperor Fuso made a gesture of wiping his neck. If you can't get it, destroy him. The 2 words destiny have not only become a mythical existence in the world of all races, but also have a lot of fame and fans in the real world. But where there are people who admire, there are naturally people who resent. Jinghua City. Villa area. A woman with a beautiful figure was slowly walking out of the bathroom, showing off her proud breasts. Miss, you'd better take a look. The housekeeper hurriedly ran to the woman with a tablet in his arms. His face was full of horror. Yulan stretched out her water-beaded jade hand and slowly took the tablet, but when she saw the report described on it, her face instantly turned pale. Destiny. It's this destiny again. Why is he haunting us? Yolan's beautiful face suddenly became extremely hideous. Miss, you should read the report. The housekeeper gave a reminder. Yolan looked down. Purple gold boss. Mythical equipment. Mythical boss. Yolan couldn't imagine how much time had passed and how so many things had happened in the world of all races. Besides, I heard that many guilds want to establish a good relationship with this destiny. And with his current abilities, we might. The butler hesitated to speak. But the meaning is very clear. That is, they may not be able to afford to provoke Tianming. What about us? Even if his destiny is powerful, he is still a level 10 awakener. Don't forget that my brother is a level 99 awakener, and his talent is S. Yulan said through gritted teeth. But, miss, the mythical boss's ability. Besides, the one this destiny killed was a level 120 mythical boss. Even if, the butler shook his head. He's just a level 10 awakener. How could he possibly kill a level 120 mythical boss? I think he must have used some special means. Otherwise, if a level 120 boss stood there for him to attack, he would never be able to kill it even if he fought for his entire life. Even my brother, a level 99 assassin, might not be able to break the defense of a level 120 mythical boss. So this destiny must have used some special method. It definitely couldn't be his own strength. Yulan analyzed with a sneer. After all, no one would believe that a level 10 awakener could kill a boss who is 110 levels higher than him by his own strength. What's more, the level suppression of a mythical boss will be even more terrifying. Miss, what you said makes sense, but do we really have to go against this destiny? Even if we don't want to win over a character like Destiny, we can't do him any harm. The butler suggested. Winning over? Given the relationship between us and Tianming, is it still useful to win over? Yulan sneered. Moreover, in her opinion, the fact that this destiny could be listed in the world announcement was just a matter of luck. After all, who knew how this destiny killed the boss? However, Yulan was still a little jealous of his ability to make mythical equipment. Even though she only had gold equipment now, and didn't even have any dark gold equipment. But this destiny could actually make mythical equipment by herself. How could she not be jealous? Miss, what should we do now? The butler inquired. What to do? Yulan hesitated for a moment. We can send someone to contact him. If he gives me Yulan this favor, he can make some mythical equipment and give it to me. Then I can let him join our Qin guild. At the same time, remember to tell him that my brother is a top assassin at level 99. Let him weigh it for himself. Yulan looked very arrogant. Miss, isn't this a bad idea? The creation of mythical equipment is definitely not simple. I'm afraid he won't hand it over to us. Also, there are already quite a few guilds that are trying to build closer ties with Tianming. If we become enemies now, we'll probably be targeted by some of them. The butler does not hate Qin Feng as much as Yulan, so he can consider things more comprehensively. If that destiny says that the condition for joining the guild is to kill us, I'm afraid a large number of guild players will come and kill us. Even if your brother is a level 99 assassin, it will still be useless. The housekeeper analyzed. Chapter 37 Submit the Mission. Demon Lord's Mark. Chapter 37 Submit the Mission. Demon Lord's Mark. Don't worry, those guilds are all arrogant. They're just a matter of destiny. Do they intend to fight against our Qinyan guild? Even a fool can tell the difference between a lone ranger and a huge guild, right? Okay, there's no need to talk about this matter. Just do as I say. Yulan threw the tablet in her hand to the butler and waved. Then Yulan lightly tapped her jade feet and left the butler's sight. When Yulan's figure gradually disappeared, a bitter smile appeared on the butler's face. Miss, forget your brother. Even if the Qingyun guild were combined, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as powerful as the destiny in the hearts of those presidents. Forget it. Since the lady has said so, let's do as she says. He had already given the advice, but if Yulan didn't listen, it wasn't his own problem. Qin Feng was collecting his spoils at this time. Hint, you have triggered the 100x reward. You have obtained True Destruction Scythe, Immortal, Demon King Armor, Immortal, Illusion Dragon King Helmet, Immortal, True Destruction Scythe, Immortal Equipment. Quality, Immortal Vessel. Level, 120. Attack, 520000-532000. A scythe formed from the bodies of the Void Zerg is incredibly sharp. Targets damaged by it will have their recovery effects significantly reduced and will be ripped apart, rendering them unable to recover. Death Annihilation. When the target's HP drops below 30%, there's a 60% chance of instant death. Also reduces the target's maximum HP by 20% permanently. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Death Chant. The scythes emit a warring sound, like a chanter's song, reducing the target's attack by 90% and speed by 90%, triggering a stun effect for 8 seconds. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Demon Lord Armor, Immortal Equipment. Quality, Immortal Vessel. Level, 120. Life, 2 million. Defense, 459981-523492. Demon Lord's Body. Increases HP by 800% and defense by 90%, lasting 20 minutes. Regenerates HP by 30% per second, lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Demon Lord Protection. After receiving an attack, deal damage equal to 60% of the attacker's current health. At the same time, cause bleeding to the target enemy. During the bleeding effect, the target's damage is increased by 50%. Dragon King Helmet Immortal Equipment. Quality, Immortal Vessel. Level, 120. Life, 500,000. Defense, 500000. Double Dragons Playing with a Pearl. Summons 2 dragons to assist in battle. After the dragon forms disintegrate, they cause explosive damage, 70% of their maximum health. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Magic Dragon Bodyguard. 13 massive dragon heads emerge from the helmet, increasing defense by 1000% for 5 minutes. While the dragon is active, a shield equal to 300% of current health is created around the body. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. After being strengthened by a 100-fold reward, the 3 pieces of equipment just obtained have all turned into immortal weapons. Unfortunately, these equipment are all level 120, and Qin Feng can't wear them for the time being. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about what to do with the remaining equipment, a black ball of light instantly penetrated Qin Feng's eyebrows. Hint, because you killed the demon general, Epanuo's demon mark is recorded between your eyebrows. When other demons appear nearby, their presence will be detected. Tip, be careful. Listening to the system's prompt, Qin Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. In his previous life, he had killed many demon bastards, so it was normal for him to be marked by the demons. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward and obtained the mark of the Demon Lord. Qin Feng could never have imagined that this demon mark could be strengthened. But is this enhancement good or bad? Qin Feng opened his panel and looked at the mark of the Demon Lord. Mark of the Demon Lord, Spiritual Mark. Effect, The soul seal of the demon lord of the demon clan has a very strong bloodline suppression effect on the demons. Spiritual power, 1 million. Effect: killing members of the demon clan will increase your mental strength. Qin Feng looked at the introduction on the panel and originally thought it was a bad evolution, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Before, he might have worried that this thing would attract the attention of the demons in advance, but he didn't expect that after triggering the 100-fold reward, he would get the Demon Lord's mark. This Demon Lord's mark was not a sign for finding and killing the demon beasts, but was actually the Demon Lord's soul seal. At the same time, Qin Feng's spiritual power increased by 1 million. Attributes like mental strength can only be mastered in the later stages. Nowadays, let alone Qin Feng, even a level 99 mechanic may not be able to master mental power. At this moment, Qin Feng thought that when he killed Epino, he seemed to be rewarded with a mythical treasure chest. Hint: congratulations on obtaining Pet Egg, Mythical Grade 1. Hint: you have triggered the 100x reward and received 1 Pet Egg, Immortal Grade. Pataka. Qin Feng never thought that he would get a pet egg from the treasure chest, and it was an immortal level pet egg. Qin Feng swallowed. Hint: incubation time is 2,500 hours. Hint: you have triggered the 100x reward, and the hatching time has been reduced to 30 minutes. When Qin Feng saw the 2,500 hours, his eyes turned white, and he almost burped. Fortunately, with the 100-fold reward, the hatching time was reduced to only 30 minutes. After starting to hatch the pet egg, Qin Feng directly closed the panel. Then, Qin Feng used the ring skill and appeared in front of the village chief with a space jump. Fuck. What kind of skill is this? A person appeared in an instant. Qin Feng's sudden appearance shocked many awakened people. In the world of all races, apart from the teleportation arrays between cities, the awakened ones do not have any teleportation skills, so whether they are doing tasks or leveling up, they can only use their own legs. Of course, when you reach a higher level, you can get a mount, which can reduce the time spent on the road. This time, Qin Feng's gains were huge. But Qin Feng's sudden appearance is simply impossible. But after everyone saw the bright Destiny ID on Qin Feng's head, they were not so shocked anymore. Chapter 38 Held Difficulty Trial Dungeon. Chapter 38 Held Difficulty Trial Copy. Oh, so it's Boss Tianming. I knew it. Oh, that's enough, Boss Tianming YYDS. But very quickly. Fuck. Destiny. Boss Destiny. They really wanted to get closer, but the village chief was in front of them, so they couldn't even if they wanted to. Afraid of angering the village chief. Big boss, I'm delicate and easy to push down. As long as you can help me level up, I can do whatever moves you want. I can use ice, fire, and everything. Sign your name. My daughter loves you. You have fair skin, beautiful looks, and 2 long, white legs like her mother. Big boss, you don't know? These 2 long legs are carried on her shoulders. It's really exciting. Seeing this, Qin Feng's mouth twitched twice. It's fine if he's paying for it himself, but how can there be a father who pimps for his daughter and even carries her on his shoulders, and it's so exciting? Can you be serious? Qin Feng said he had no idea about this. Respected warrior, I sense the aura of the demon from you. It seems you have succeeded. The village chief looked at Qin Feng with emotion. I have accomplished my mission. Qin Feng smiled. If it weren't for the village chief's ring, I might not have been so relaxed. The village chief nodded and waved his hand. This is the reward you deserve. Reminder, you have completed the Save the Village Chief mythic quest, gaining 200,000 experience points, 200,000 gold coins, and 2,000 reputation points. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward, gaining 20 million experience points, 20 million gold coins, and 200,000 reputation points. Hint, congratulations on completing the mythical quest, unique. The system will issue an announcement. Do you want to hide your name? No hiding. World announcement. The Awakener Tianming in the Huaxiao region has completed the mythical character, only one. As the first Awakener to complete the mythical quest, this event will be forever engraved on the monument of the myriad races world. World announcement. The Awakener Tianming in the Huaxiao region has completed the mythical character, only one. As the first Awakener to complete the mythical quest, this event will be forever engraved on the monument of the myriad races world. World announcement. The Awakener Tianming in the Huaxiao region has completed the mythical character, only one. As the first Awakener to complete the mythical quest, this event will be forever engraved on the monument of the myriad races world. Another 3 world announcements. However, at this time in the world of all races, many awakened people have become numb. Was there another world announcement just now? It's destiny again, isn't it? Okay. Now that they heard the word destiny appear in the world announcement, they all felt that it seemed as if all this was as it should be. Holy crap. World announcement. Who the hell is this big guy? A newly awakened awakener asked in confusion. Hey, why do I feel like you guys aren't that surprised? This is a worldwide announcement. How come you don't have any reaction at all? The new awakeners are so weird. You'll get used to it. This is already the 4th time today. My expression was similar to yours the first time, but now it's been on the world notice 4 times, and I'm numb inside. Many people who had experienced this patted him on the shoulder. That's right, I've calmed down. After all, we're all from the Huaxia region. Besides, other people's awesomeness is their business, and it has nothing to do with us. Let's just level up. Forget mythical quests. I can't even take a single iron quest. Village Chief, Qin Feng was just about to find the village chief to tell him that he wanted to complete the secret realm mission and leave the novice village for the main city. But before he could say it, the village chief already knew what he wanted. A secret mission. Dear warrior, since you have completed the mission I assigned to you, you can choose not to participate in this secret realm mission and enter the main city directly. The village chief looked at Qin Feng respectfully and said, Not participating in the secret realm? That won't do. Qin Feng shook his head. Since this is the warrior's choice, I naturally won't refuse. The village chief nodded. Hint. You have triggered the Leave Novice Village secret realm mission. Please select the difficulty level. Simple. Ordinary. Difficulty. Nightmare. Hell. There are 5 options in total. Without thinking too much, Qin Feng directly chose the final hell difficulty. Warrior. If you fail this secret realm mission, your level will be reduced by 1 level, so choose carefully. The village chief reminded. Although the final reward for hell difficulty is a hero's edict, no awakened person has yet passed hell difficulty. The village chief tried to persuade them earnestly. No need, just hell difficulty. Qin Feng's words were firm and decisive. Well then, dear warrior, I wish you good luck. The village chief waved his hand. A huge door appeared in front of Qin Feng. Come in. Qin Feng pushed the door open and left. When the golden light dissipated, Qin Feng's figure had disappeared. Why? Warrior. This is a secret realm of hellish difficulty. Even I don't know how terrifying it is. In the world of all races, the highest level of difficulty for all awakened people to choose is difficult, and even the nightmare level above is rarely passed. Of course, there were also many awakened people who did not believe in evil and rashly chose the nightmare difficulty secret realm. In the end, all of them failed to pass through it without exception, and they also suffered inhuman pain in the secret realm. Since then, no awakener has chosen a secret realm difficulty higher than difficult. Void secret realm. Difficulty, hell? How to clear the level. There is a crystal tower on the void platform. Protect the crystal tower from being destroyed to clear the level. Qin Feng did not start rashly. In his previous life, he already knew how terrifying nightmares were, and hell was much more difficult than nightmares. So he didn't rush to start passing the level, but instead made a lot of preparations around the crystal tower. The method to pass the level was very concise, just a short sentence. Protect the crystal tower. But when Qin Feng saw the health of the crystal tower, he couldn't help scratching his head. Crystal tower. HP. 2000/2000. Qin Feng couldn't understand why the life of this crystal tower was only a pitiful 2,000 drops of blood. I'm afraid that if the monster touches him, he will die immediately. Qin Feng turned on the mirror mode and created many bionic mechas and magnetic levitation cannons. After all preparations are complete, should we start the process? Yes. Qin Feng directly chose to pass. Hint. This is the first level. There are 5 levels in total. Just a second after Qin Feng finished speaking, dense swarms of insects continued to emerge from the void. When Qin Feng saw it, his mind was almost confused. Chapter 39, Void Population. Mini Mechanical Warlord. Chapter 39, Void Population. Mini Mechanical Warlords. Fortunately, we have made all the necessary preparations. Otherwise, we would not be able to hold on for long and the mission would fail. Void Devourer. Level 10. Life, 20,000/20,000. Swallow the target, reducing its HP by 1%. Qin Feng looked at the panel of the Void Devourer. It did not show its attack power, but its health value was 20,000. The key point was that its skills were relatively strong, reducing its health by 1%. That means 100 bugs can kill Qin Feng in an instant. Qin Feng activated everything he could, including shields, defenses, and parries. Hint. Abyssal Breath has been triggered. Target's mana is reduced by 20%. Hint. The Curse of the Abyss Demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. Hint. Abyssal breath has been triggered. Target's mana is reduced by 20%. Hint. The curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in Qin Feng's mind. Minus 300,987. True damage. Minus 300,987. True damage. Minus 300,987. True damage. Each shot can directly take away the corpses of thousands or even tens of thousands of void devourers. Even so, the number of Zerg is still so large that it makes people's scalp tingle. However, with the help of the mechanical hyperactivity field, the number of these void-devouring insects is also decreasing sharply. 10 minutes later, all that was left were densely packed Zerg corpses. If a person with trypophobia saw this, they would probably die right away. So many corpses, it would scare people to death. At this time, 2 system prompts appeared in front of Qin Feng. Hint. First level completed. Hint. The current level is the second one. There are 5 levels in total. There was no time to rest at all, and the second level arrived in an instant. 4 illusory giant doors appeared around the void platform. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Feng noticed that some terrifying creature was emerging from the giant gate. Giant wild monsters thousands of meters high appeared in front of Qin Feng. Void Gatherer. Level 20. Life, 2 million/2 million. Powerful attack, deals 10% of your maximum health, causing a stun effect for 3 seconds. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. 10% of the maximum health means 200,000 health points in one blow. Qin Feng calculated that there were conservatively estimated to be about 100 Void Force users around. If each of them had a stick, no one would be able to withstand it. The magnetic levitation cannon rushed directly to the front and began to attack their huge bodies. What made Qin Feng feel relieved was that although the health of these Void Forcers was a bit terrifying, their movement speed was still very slow. Qin Feng constantly used his mirroring skills to create bionic mechas and magnetic levitation cannons. But at this moment, Qin Feng felt movement in his ring. When he took it out and looked at it, it turned out to be the pet egg he had obtained before. Oh my goodness, why did you have to come out at this time? Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In front of him was the army of the gatherers. At this time, the pets came out to hatch, which disturbed Qin Feng's rhythm. I hope something good comes out. Qin Feng clasped his hands together. Sizzle. Sizzle. Qin Feng discovered that electric current sounds were constantly ringing in the pet egg. Could it be a pet egg exclusive to mechanics? Qin Feng's eyes almost popped out. Moment. A golden light flashed. One of them had a mechanical sheen all over his body, and his 2 big eyes blinked as he stared at Qin Feng. He looked very cute. However, it kept rubbing Qin Feng's chin, as if asking for a hug. Mini Mechanical Warlord, Immortal Pet. Profession, Mechanic Exclusive Pet. Bound, Destiny. Manufacture mechanical equipment, command and control any nearby mechanical equipment, and provide a 3,000% attack speed bonus to mechanical equipment within a 200-meter radius. Qin Feng looked at the panel of this warlord and found that he could actually control any mechanical equipment. Hint. Your pet mechanical warlord has appeared. Please name it. Qin Feng looked at the cute little thing with a mechanical texture in his hand and said, then let's call it Yuyu. Hint. Your pet Yuyu has been named successfully. Yuyu, come on. Can you make this thing? Qin Feng placed the giant magnetic levitation cannon in front of the warlord and asked with a smile. Yuyu looked at the magnetic levitation cannon placed in front of Qin Feng and nodded. Then a light gate appeared in front of Yuyu. Swish, swish, swish. 1, 2, 3. Magnetic levitation cannons kept flying out from it. In just a few seconds, dozens of magnetic levitation cannons flew out. Qin Feng never expected that the newly born Yuyu's ability would be so terrifying. It can even mass-produce mechanical equipment. It's truly a mythical pet egg. It's so powerful. Even for Qin Feng in his previous life, the highest quality of the pet eggs he got was only red gold, and he bought them at an auction at a huge price. And as far as Qin Feng knew, the great masters in his previous life probably didn't have mythical pets. This was also the first time Qin Feng saw the terrifying power of the mythical boss. Now that Yuyu is here, it will be much easier to pass this hellish secret realm. Qin Feng murmured softly. Then, while Qin Feng was thinking, those who gathered power had already walked towards Qin Feng. Yuyu, can you make this thing? The magnetic levitation cannon is just a red gold equipment, and there is still a big gap between it and the mythical equipment, so he is not sure whether Yuyu has the ability to manufacture this level of equipment after being born. Yuyu blinked. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled and said, of course. Then another light gate opened, and bionic mechas continued to emerge from it. Just like before, the number instantly exceeded dozens. At the same time, all the attributes of these mecha equipment produced in batches are slightly improved. In just 2 minutes, Qin Feng's surroundings were filled with mechanical equipment. In conjunction with the field that Qin Feng had been opening, artillery fire continued to pour down on the power gatherer. There are hundreds of magnetic levitation cannons, each of which can deal around 100,000 damage. Minus 13,345. True damage. Minus 100,456. True damage. Chapter 40 The Function of the Demon Lord's Mark. Chapter 40 The Function of the Demon Lord's Mark. The 5-digit true damage is the damage of the magnetic levitation cannon, while the 6-digit true damage comes from the hands of the bionic mecha. Originally, the magnetic levitation cannon had an attack effect similar to that of a sniper rifle, but with Qin Feng's various enhancements, it suddenly became like a Gatling gun attack. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The power gatherers who were able to continue advancing towards the crystal tower just now gradually turned into corpses. After 5 minutes of heavy fire, all the power gatherers had turned into corpses and fell to the ground. Really fierce. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but look a little surprised when he saw the scene at this moment. Just take out the mechanical equipment Qin Feng has, and you can wipe out several guilds. Even the powerful Sirius Guild would not be able to hold out for more than 2 minutes under such firepower suppression. Hint: the second level has been passed, and you are about to enter the third level. Qin Feng listened to the system prompts. The first and second levels just now had already made Qin Feng feel what terror was. Is this the difficulty of hell? No wonder no awakened person has ever been able to pass through the world of all races. Qin Feng, who has SSS level talent and is equipped with mythical and red gold mechanical equipment, might have had a headache even with the second level if Yu hadn't appeared just now. But now, Qin Feng has great confidence that he can pass this hell difficulty challenge. The same 4 huge doors. This time, the one that emerged was. Qin Feng widened his eyes. He could never have imagined that in the secret realm of hell difficulty, the third level would actually become the Demon Clan. The Void Devourer in the first level is just the weakest Zerg in the Void, and the Void Forcer in the second level is only slightly stronger than the Devourer. I originally thought that the third level would be a Void race, but I didn't expect it to mutate directly into a demon race. Soon, Qin Feng's face turned gloomy. The attacks of the demons are very different from those of the Void race. Not only do the demons have high defense, their attacks are also very high, and they don't have any major flaws. More importantly, after the death of these demons, they will disintegrate into demons, causing a huge explosion effect in the vicinity. Previous life. Forget it. In the past, no one had ever cleared the hell difficulty secret realm, but there were many who had cleared the difficulty level. But from what he said, in the nightmare difficulty secret realm, you also have to protect the crystal tower, but the crystal tower has a lot of health, almost 200,000 HP, and the monsters you need to defend in the first and second levels are the same as in the hell difficulty level. But I remember him saying the monster in the third level should be the Void Bell Toad. The fourth level should be the Void Mammoth, and the demon tribe shouldn't appear until the 5th level. Is this the difference between hardship and hell? Qin Feng said to himself. In his previous life, the secret realms that Qin Feng had passed were only of the normal difficulty level. In the secret realms of normal difficulty, he only had to fight some slightly powerful bosses, and they were not the type of guardians, but a challenge to a single boss. He had always believed that the gap between difficulty, nightmare, and hell was not that big, and the only difference should be a matter of quantity or intensity. But I didn't expect there would be such a big variable. Demons have already appeared in the third level, so what kind of monsters will there be in the next 2 levels? But at this time, the demon army was already advancing towards Qin Feng. Fire! Qin Feng's mind moved, and he gave the order. Fire snakes continuously poured out from the artillery positions and bombarded the demon army, but they could not slow down their movement. Suddenly, Qin Feng thought of something. He thought about how he obtained the Demon Lord's mark after killing Epino. Qin Feng directly activated the Demon Lord's seal, and a red light flew out from between Qin Feng's eyebrows. A wave of violent pressure swept towards the surrounding demon army like a tide. Zheng. The demon army seemed to sense something and began to howl in pain. Afterwards, there was no need for these magnetic levitation cannons and bionic mechas to attack. The demon army actually began to gradually turn into ashes and burn. Qin Feng was stunned after seeing this scene. He had thought about the power of the Demon Lord's mark, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Millions of troops overwhelmed Ali, and it could be said that the dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Qin Feng mobilized the demon lord's mark between his eyebrows just to try it out, hoping to save himself some trouble. But who could have imagined that it would have such a powerful suppressive force on these despicable demons, and even directly reduce them to ashes? It's really too powerful. This demon lord's mark. If we see someone from the demon clan after we open it, I'm afraid we can just walk sideways. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Hint. Congratulations on clearing the 3rd level. The 4th level is coming soon. It has been less than 10 minutes since the emergence of these demon armies. To be specific, it only takes a moment to destroy these demon armies. What kind of monster will be in the 4th level? Qin Feng frowned. Soon, a huge door appeared. 2 demon generals appeared in front of Qin Feng. Demon General Cuss. Level 40. Quality, Mythical Boss. Attack, 59,989 to 100,389. Defense, 200000-201000. Life, 20000000/200000. Wild Strike, swing the long sword in hand, tearing the ground apart, causing 40% of the current attack power and damage, and stunning the target for 3 seconds. Demon General Seth. Level 40. Quality, Mythical Boss. Attack, 990-678-100-3892. Defense, 33454-35621. Life, 800-000/800-000. Wild Strike, swing the long sword in hand, tearing the ground apart, causing 40% of the current attack power and damage, and stunning the target for 3 seconds. After the 2 bosses came out, Qin Feng took a breath of cold air. One boss has a lot of health, and another has ridiculously high attack power. This is also the first time Qin Feng has seen an attack power exceeding 1 million. I'm afraid that if you get touched once, you'll be done for. Hint. Mark of the Demon Lord is triggered. Hint. The 2 demon generals, Cuss and SES, have all their attributes reduced by 80%. Fuck. Qin Feng couldn't help but shout out when he saw the prompt. These 2 are demon generals. Under the blessing of the demon lord's mark, their attributes were reduced by 80%. The 2 demon generals, Cuss and Seth, felt the pressure from the depths of their souls, and their whole bodies were in a very severe state of suppression. His face changed drastically in an instant. Chapter 41. The Demon General Reappears. The Demon General's Terrifying Attributes. Chapter 41. The Demon General Reappears. The Demon General's Terrifying Attributes. Ants. Why do I sense the aura of the Demon Lord from you? Seth spoke. Could it be? Seth already had an idea in his mind. Suddenly, he saw the unique soul mark of the Demon Lord between Qin Feng's eyebrows, and his expression changed again. Among their demon clan, the aura of the Demon Lord has not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years since the death of the last Demon Lord. However, what they did not expect was that they actually felt it from an ant today. This made them feel a little embarrassed. Even if you have the mark of the Demon Lord on you, we must get rid of the crystal tower behind you. The Demon Lord is the most powerful and holy being among the demons. Even if they wanted to be disrespectful, they couldn't. But their task is to deal with the crystal tower behind. Kit, what's your name? Seth asked quietly. Destiny. Qin Feng responded indifferently. Even Qin Feng didn't expect that he could chat with the boss after passing the secret realm of hell difficulty. But he knew that all of this originated from the Demon Lord's mark between his eyebrows. As long as you let us get rid of the crystal tower behind you, we are willing to rely on you, Seth said with a respectful look on his face. Among the demons, class distinctions are very serious. Just like Cuss and Seth, they are just generals among the demons, and the demon generals are just the worst existence among the demons except for the demon soldiers. Above them are the demon leader, the demon marshal, the demon king, the demon emperor, the demon saint, and finally the demon lord. But now there is no demon lord among the demons. However, there are 12 demon saints and countless demon emperors and demon kings. Attached to me? Qin Feng shook his head when he heard that. You absolutely cannot touch the crystal tower. Since we can't negotiate, let's see who has the bigger fist. Then Qin Feng's face turned gloomy. How could the 2 demon generals, Kiku's and Seth, be Qin Feng's opponents when they were suppressed? Wasn't going there just to offer some warmth? Tianming. You are just an ant with the mark of the Demon Lord. It is not that easy to truly become the Demon Lord of our demon clan. Cuss gritted his teeth. Become your Demon Lord? When did I ever say I wanted to be your Demon Lord? Qin Feng sneered. If you don't want to become our Demon Lord, why do you have the Demon Lord mark between your eyebrows? This demon lord mark can explain everything. But you are still too weak at this moment and cannot bear the responsibility of our demon clan. Cuss wondered. You mean this? Qin Feng poked the mark between his eyebrows. This mark was only obtained by evolving after triggering the reward, and it was not what Qin Feng wanted. So, there's nothing to talk about? The two demon generals, Cuss and Seth, looked at each other and asked seriously. Nature. Qin Feng nodded. Since there's nothing to talk about, then let's not talk about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng thought they were going to start fighting. But the next scene was something Qin Feng had not expected. The two demon generals, Cuss and Seth, turned around and ran away. The two big lumps of meat ran very fast and disappeared in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng was stunned by the scene just now. He never imagined that one day the demon general would escape from him. Although Qin Feng had killed many demon generals and demon commanders in his previous life, in Qin Feng's mind, these demons were very powerful and they would never think of escaping. I'm the type that if I can beat you, I'll fight you, but if I can't, I'll kill you even if I blow myself up. But today, Qin Feng had a different view of these demons. It seemed that they would also run away. But then Qin Feng was a little confused. The boss escaped, so it couldn't be considered as passing the level? Hint. The third level has been passed, and you are about to enter the fourth level. Huh. Fortunately, I cleared the level. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to chase him. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. I didn't sweat so much when I played the first two levels. This time, there was only one person who appeared in front of Qin Feng. However, this one is probably more powerful than the previous three combined. Demon Martial Hiram, Mythical Boss. Level 50. Level, Mythical Boss. Life, 1200W/1200W. Attack, 200W, 220W. Defense, 200,000-400,000. When Qin Feng saw this panel, he felt numb. How come the general's life is more than 2 million, but the life of this demon commander is as high as more than 10 million? The gap is too big. The boss of the fourth level is already like this, so how bad will the boss of the fifth level be? But this time, Qin Feng didn't need to trigger the mark of the demon lord between his eyebrows at all. The demon lord had already taken the initiative to look at the location where the fluctuations were emitted. The demon lord's aura. It's a breath I haven't seen in a long time. Hiram took a deep breath in ecstasy. You actually have the mark of the demon lord on your body. It seems that this mission is doomed to fail, but you are still too weak. Grow up quickly. Otherwise, there are many people who don't want you to become the demon lord. Hiram sighed. Too weak. Too weak. I really don't know why the demon lord would choose a human to inherit his mantle. We demons are filled with powerful ones. Although I look down on you, since you were chosen by the demon lord, you must have something extraordinary. So please don't let me down. After Hiram finished speaking, he fumbled around his body as if he was looking for something. Then he picked it up and threw it in front of Qin Feng. I saw a pitch-black ring suspended in the air. The things in here should be very useful to you. After Hiram finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Hiram's figure disappeared, Qin Feng shook his head. He also didn't expect that the secret realm of hell difficulty would be so easy to pass 2 levels in a row. This boss, who had a 0 success rate for others, not only left on his own, but also left himself a ring. It was obvious that this ring had a storage function. Magic Cloud Ring. Quality, Immortal Vessel. Level 10. Bound, Destiny. Effect, increases critical strike by 200%, increases resistance to violence by 100%, increases life-sucking by 50%. Has storage capability. Chapter 42, The Devil's Breath. The Devil Emperor appears. Chapter 42, The Devil's Breath. The Devil Emperor appears. Qin Feng looked at the effect of this ring, which increased the critical strike resistance and blood-sucking effects. Although this ring was also a fairy weapon, it was still far behind the Mantianyun ring he had obtained before. You know, the ring that the village chief gave to me before has the power of space travel. Apart from its basic attributes, this ring can only be regarded as a storage ring. Of course, the most important thing is what's inside. A demon commander cannot be given an empty storage ring. It must contain a lot of things he needs. Qin Feng put the ring on with a flick of his hand. After exploring his mental power, Qin Feng discovered that the space of this ring was truly extraordinary. There are also a lot of things inside. If nothing unexpected happens, the things in here are probably the products that the demon marshal has been accumulating for a long time. You actually handed it to me so easily? Is it because of the demon lord's mark on my head? Qin Feng touched the mark on his forehead. He never imagined that this mark would be so important to the demons. However, he also heard something else from it just now. That is, There are some people in the demon clan who do not want to see the existence of the demon lord's mark and seem to want to wipe him out. It seems the demons are not united. Qin Feng murmured. Reminder, congratulations on clearing the 4th level. You are about to enter the 5th level. Please be prepared. After the reminder just now, Qin Feng was ready for battle. This was the last level in this secret realm. As long as he passed it, he would succeed. Roar. A deafening roar came from the depths of the endless void. From an endless vortex, a man wearing black armor and holding a spear walked out. The man was riding a giant black dragon, and the roar just now was made by it. Demon Emperor Moko, Immortal Boss. Level 90. Level Immortal Boss. Life 5000 W/5000 W. Attack 2200 W, 2300 W. Defense 2000 W, 3000 W. Magic Dragon, Mythical Boss. Level 90. Level Mythical Boss. Life 1400 W/1400 W. Attack 1200 W, 1300 W. Defense 2 million-3 million. When Qin Feng saw the Demon Emperor and the mount under his crotch, his expression changed drastically again. He could imagine the difficulty of the 5th level, but he never thought it would be so difficult. This was not a level for people to pass. It was simply a suicide. Not to mention the Demon King. Even his mount is not something Qin Feng can contend with. Not to mention the health of more than 10 million, there is also more than 10 million attack power. I'm afraid that Qin Feng will kill a large number of people with just one skill. I'm afraid that Yu Yu's production speed cannot keep up with the speed at which he eliminates. I don't know what faction he belongs to. Qin Feng murmured in his heart. If it was the same as Hiram before, it would be okay. But as long as the factions are different, Qin Feng would have no choice but to surrender in the 5th level. He finally understood why no one could pass the secret realm of hell difficulty. This was simply not a good way for people to survive. The only thing Qin Feng can do now is to stand straight. He will die anyway. But Qin Feng can choose his own posture of death, right? Don't be nervous. Emoka seemed to see through Qin Feng and smiled calmly. I heard Hiram say he saw the Demon Lord's mark before, so I thought about coming over to take a look. But the Demon Lord's choice surprised me. He actually chose a human. I really don't understand. In Emoka's eyes, Qin Feng is now no different from a small shrimp. Even the Demon Lord seal between his eyebrows may not be able to save his life. After all, the gap between the two is still too big, and the pressure on the generals may be very great, but the higher you go, the greater your tolerance for the Demon Lord's mark. Emoka looked at the mechanical equipment around Qin Feng, and his expression improved a lot. Not bad. In the end, Emoka gave Qin Feng this response. You have to know that with Qin Feng's current attributes, even if he met Yolan's level 99 assassin, he could be killed with just a few shots. However, in Emoka's eyes, he only got a pretty good response, which made Qin Feng feel helpless. After all, for an immortal level boss to give Qin Feng a good answer may mean that he values him very much. I came here just to explain a situation to you. Your current situation is not very good. Many people in the clan don't want to see the Demon Lord's rebirth, you know? So if you remain so weak, I'm afraid you will be killed directly by that faction. Emokadao. Qin Feng nodded after hearing this. So, hurry up and become stronger. Once you reach a certain level, the Demon Lord's mark will naturally tell you the location of our Demon Clan space. But I hope that the next time I see you, you will be even stronger. After Emoku finished speaking, he rode on the black dragon and flew into the whirlpool again. Hint. Congratulations on clearing the 5th level. You have passed all levels. Hint. You are the first awakener to clear the hell difficulty secret realm. The system will issue an announcement. Do you want to hide your name? No hiding. Cleared the hell difficulty secret realm. What else could be hidden? World announcement. As the first awakener to clear the hell difficulty secret realm, the Chinese region awakener, Tianming, hereby announces that Tianming's fate will be forever engraved on the monument of the myriad races world. His name will live on forever. World announcement. As the first awakener to clear the hell difficulty secret realm, the Chinese region awakener, Tianming, hereby announces that Tianming's fate will be forever engraved on the monument of the myriad races world. His name will live on forever. World announcement. This is Qin Feng's 4th world announcement. Secret realm. The group of awakened people finally reacted, and their expressions changed drastically. You should know that the secret realm can only be triggered when you leave the novice village at level 10, and the secret realms triggered later are only for improving your own strength, and there will be no difficult options. So after this announcement, everyone realized that Tianming was actually just a level 10 awakener. This means that this person's awakening time is not very long. Fuck you. Fuck you. How the hell is this possible? How is this possible? I'd rather believe that Tianming is a big boss than that this Tianming is a level 10 awakener. Tell me this is fake. Chapter 43 The World Shocks. Fuso's Conspiracy. Chapter 43 The World Shocks. Fuso's Conspiracy. Except for some people who were not so shocked after seeing Tianming, the shock in the hearts of other awakeners when they learned that Tianming was only a level 10 awakener was enough to shock them for a whole year. This must be fake. How is this possible? A level 60 purple gold boss. A level 120 mythical boss. How could it be killed by a level 10 awakener? Could it be that he's the illegitimate child of the myriad races world? Did he accidentally fall while walking and stab a dying purple gold boss to death? Or did he see two mythical bosses fighting each other? Did the Destiny boss go up and deliver the finishing blow? Could that be the case? In the Black Palace of the United States. Fuck. This Destiny is actually a level 10 awakener. This kind of talent must not be allowed to live. Find a chance to kill him. I must kill him. If I don't kill him, our country will always live under the shadow of China. I will never allow it. The head of the beautiful country slammed the table. Chief, is there any way to enter the Huaxiao war zone? If we can't find him in reality, we will kill him in the world of all races. A general from the United States made a suggestion. Kill your mother. You idiot. This Destiny is capable of killing mythical bosses. You all know how difficult the Hell difficulty secret realm is. For our entire country, let alone passing Hell difficulty, even Nightmare difficulty, is impossible. Even our King Alex and his men only chose to clear the difficult secret realm in the end. But even so, they almost failed in the end. This shows how terrifying the Hell difficulty is. Even if we can enter the Chinese war zone, can you guarantee that our people can kill this outlier? You have to know that if you die in a cross war zone, it won't just be 48 hours. That means you won't be able to enter the myriad races world again for a full 15 days. Let alone 15 days. Who knows how many things will happen even in one day. The head of the United States stared at the general who had just spoken as if he were a fool. The general knew he had said the wrong thing, so he lowered his head and said nothing more. Our only chance now is to find this man called Tianming in reality and kill him directly. His strength is beyond the reach of our country, so we must do whatever it takes to kill him. Did you hear that? The leader roared. Qin Feng was like a thorn at this moment, deeply piercing his heart. As long as he didn't die, the leader would be unable to sleep or eat. You must know that the United States and China have always been incompatible, and after entering the world of all races, the world of all races has become the second largest battlefield for major countries to compete with each other. Before Qin Feng appeared out of nowhere, the United States had always occupied the stone tablet of the world of all races. It can be said that whether in the real world or the world of all races, the United States has surpassed the Chinese region. This made the awakened people in the Huaxiao region very unhappy, but that was the fact, and they couldn't refute it. However, the appearance of Qin Feng broke the current situation. It can be said that relying solely on Qin Feng, China was able to rise in the world of all races. You have to know that Qin Feng is only a level 10 awakener now, but he has already reached this point. When his level increases in the future, I am afraid that the world announcement of the world of all races will serve him alone. Not only the United States. Many countries have wanted to get rid of Tianming as soon as possible. Although the United States has 3 kings, no matter how high the talent is, there is a limit. But Destiny is different. However, he is at level 10 and can do so many shocking things. Who knows how high his limit will be in the future? They would rather be suppressed by the United States than stand under the shadow of an awakener in the Chinese region. The 3 kings are very powerful, but they can be seen and touched. Destiny is too powerful and cannot be compared at all. Fuso. Baga. It's this Destiny again. We must not let this Destiny grow. We must kill this Destiny. Otherwise, our great Fusang Empire will have no future at all. The Emperor of Fuso was furious. Emperor, don't be angry. No matter how powerful Tianming is, he is still a man, and men naturally have bad habits. Don't you, Emperor, feel that having a subordinate like this is far more beneficial than killing him? If we kill him, the current situation won't be any better for us. But if we can control him, then our Fusang Empire will rise completely, and the world of all races will become our one-man show. Even the United States will have to bow down to us, the Emperor. Sitting on the lap of Emperor Fuso was a scantily clad woman with a foxy look on her face, looking extremely charming. She reached out and stroked the Emperor's rough old face, speaking tenderly. My beloved concubine is absolutely right, but it is not so easy to hold this Destiny in your hands. The Emperor shook his head. Leave the matter of the Emperor to me. As long as he's a man, there's no man who doesn't like beautiful women. I believe that as long as I take action, this destiny will be easily grasped. As long as Tianming feels my charm, then why would I still be worried that Tianming would not pledge allegiance to our great Fusang Empire? The woman covered her mouth and laughed. You old immortal, as long as Tianming becomes my man, then the entire Fusang will become my world. A fierce look flashed across the woman's eyes. Then I'll go first. The woman stood up slowly, ignoring the emperor's burning gaze, and walked out of the emperor's room with her long, beautiful legs. Qin Feng didn't know at this time that because of his own problems, the small country of Fusang actually wanted to use women to control him. In his previous life alone, Qin Feng had seen countless women with extraordinary talents and beautiful looks. How could he be captivated by an ordinary beautiful woman? After passing through the secret realm, Qin Feng looked at the heroic edict in the air in front of him, reached out and grasped it in his palm, and then appeared again in the place where he disappeared before. A flash of golden light. The village chief slowly opened his eyes. I managed to hold on for quite a while, but it's still a pity. The hell difficulty secret realm isn't so easy to pass. It can be said that the hell difficulty isn't designed for awakened ones. The village chief shook his head. In his opinion, it was impossible for Destiny to pass the test, and he never thought that Destiny could pass the test, even if he killed a demon general. However, clearing the hell difficulty secret realm is 100 or even 1,000 times more difficult than killing the demon generals. Chapter 45 Level Up to 60. Terrifying Level Up Speed. Chapter 45. Level Up to 60. Terrifying Level Up Speed. Respected warrior. I'm right, aren't I? Hell difficulty isn't that easy to pass. How about you try nightmare difficulty? The village chief looked at Qin Feng and said tactfully. It's really difficult. But no need for nightmare difficulty. Qin Feng handed the heroic edict in his hand to the village chief. The village chief's face changed drastically when he looked at the heroic edict in his hand. How is this possible? How is this possible? The village chief looked at the imperial edict in his hand with surprise, turning it over and over again. This is actually true. Even I've tried the hell level secret realm. Forget about clearing it. I even failed at the 3rd level. The village chief murmured. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Tell me what kind of monsters you encountered. The village chief anxiously grabbed Qin Feng's wrist. The 1st level is the Void Devourer. Devourer? That's not right. You encountered a Devourer in the 1st level? The village chief was confused after hearing this. It's changed. It's completely changed. The village chief took a breath. The Void Devourer is clearly the 2nd wave of monsters. The village chief was shocked. What about the 2nd wave? What is the 2nd wave? The village chief asked anxiously. The 2nd wave. Void Force. How so? The Void Gatherer should clearly be at the 3rd level. He only knew the monsters in the first 3 levels. After all, he failed directly in the 3rd level. The 3rd wave, the Demon Generals. The 4th wave, the Demon Marshal. The last wave, the Demon King and his mount, the Demon Dragon. Qin Feng described the next 3 waves of monsters in one breath. After hearing this, the village chief's eyes widened and his mouth couldn't close for a long time. Demon General? Demon Marshal? Demon Emperor? The village chief was shocked. Just the sealed Demon General alone was enough to give him a headache. The Demon Commander and Demon Emperor behind him were likely to kill him with just a glance. The village chief really wanted to know how he managed to pass the level despite the presence of the Demon Marshal and the Demon Emperor, but then he thought that asking would probably not reveal anything, so he gave up. Really? The village chief didn't know what words to use to praise Qin Feng. This is no longer a matter of praise or not. The existence of the Demon Emperor can be said to be such that even the mayor of the main city would be killed instantly if he saw it. But the destiny of a level 10 awakener actually passed the level. There must be something he doesn't know. Even if Qin Feng is very powerful, it is simply a pipe dream to want to rush the Demon King or even the Demon Emperor. Alright, warrior, you can go to the main city now. The village chief suppressed his excitement. It takes 10 gold coins to open the teleportation array. But you don't have to worry about it, warrior. A teleportation array that costs 10 gold coins is really expensive. In reality, it costs 1,000 Huayuan. Spending 1,000 yuan to ride a teleportation array is ridiculously expensive. The village chief led Qin Feng directly to the location of the teleportation array next to him. Dear warrior, bon voyage. The village chief waved his hand, and as the purple light descended, Qin Feng's figure disappeared from the spot. This golden scale is not something that stays in the pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. The village chief muttered twice, turned back to his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. It appeared in front of the main city gate. Tianmong City. A huge plaque with 3 big characters. There are many main cities in the world of all races, but the main cities are also divided into levels, and Tianmong City is one of the lowest level cities. Tianmong City looks much stronger than the novice village. Just then. Hint. Your level has been increased to 11. Hint. Your level has been increased to level 12. Hint. Your level has been increased to 13. Reminder. Your level has been increased to 60. The 10 million experience points Qin Feng had stored before came in handy at this time. The full 10 million experience points directly transformed Qin Feng from a level 10 trash mechanic into a level 60 trash mechanic. I didn't expect to reach level 60 straight away. Qin Feng looked at his panel and said with a smile. After the upgrade, Qin Feng's attributes were also greatly improved. The levels and effects of the equipment he was wearing were also upgraded, directly from level 10 to level 60. Qin Feng, who is now level 60, is not in a hurry to complete the mission. He has directly reached level 60 on just the first day. What a huge harm this is to other awakeners. It would take others several months or even a year to reach this level, but Qin Feng only took a few seconds to advance from level 10 to level 60. So Qin Feng directly found the safe zone and left the world of all races. After Qin Feng left, Tianlang was still thinking about congratulating Qin Feng. After all, he was on the list of 5 announcements that day, 4 of which were world announcements, making him the most powerful existence in the world of all races. But when he clicked on Qin Feng's avatar, he was shocked to find that Qin Feng's level was 60. Tianlang wiped his eyes. What's going on? Am I dazzled by all the gold equipment just now? Tianlang muttered to himself. It had only been 2 hours since he and Tianming left. Going from level 10 to level 60 in 2 hours? If anyone dared to say that, Tianlang would definitely slap him to death. But after wiping for a long time, next to Qin Feng's avatar was still the bright number 60. What the hell? Is this a ghost? Tianlang kept clicking on and off, but the font size of 60 was still displayed next to the avatar. His actions were also seen by many members. Tianlong's strange appearance caused many guild members around him to look at him in the same way. Hey, look, what's wrong with this vice president? Could he have gone crazy because of all the gold equipment just now? That shouldn't be the case, right? He's the vice president of our guild after all. It's just some equipment. Do you think gold equipment can make the vice president become like this? Although the guild members around were puzzled, they were also speculating. Oh, I remember, wasn't there another world announcement just now? Boss Tianming was on the world announcement again. Do you think it's possible that our vice president wanted to congratulate him, but Tianming deleted him as a friend? Is this possible? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around fell silent. Why is there suddenly no sound? The man turned his head. He saw that the members next to him were surprised and kept looking at him, but he acted as if he saw nothing and continued talking to himself. Chapter 45 Return to the Real World. Goodbye, Jiang Xiaoyun. Chapter 45 Return to the Real World. Goodbye, Jiang Xiaoyun. But suddenly, a gloomy aura came from behind him. He was suddenly stunned. His body began to tremble, and he began to cast questioning glances at the guild members around him. But the responses he received were all, "Is gossiping fun? If you dare to gossip again, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Get out." Tianlong's cold voice sounded from behind the members. The members didn't dare to do anything, not even respond, and simply left the world of all races. After this person left, Tianlang glanced at the members around him. This won't happen again. Then he turned and left. Hey, what's with this level of boss Tianming? How did he suddenly go from level 10 to level 60? Tianlang was completely confused and couldn't figure out how this thing did it after thinking for a long time. After thinking it over and over again, Tianlang seemed to be stuck in a dead end and was determined to find out the answer. But Qin Feng was already offline at this time, and even if Tianlang came to ask, what could Qin Feng say? After going offline, Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun, the girl who had just left the awakening tower. Before he could speak, Jiang Xiaoyun jumped directly to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng, why did you just come out? I've been waiting for you for almost an hour. Jiang Xiaoyun pouted and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng scratched his head when he heard this. All right, what's your name in the myriad races world? What profession did you choose? What's your talent? Jiang Xiaoyun asked with concern. You'll know when I add you as a friend later. Qin Feng kept the question in suspense. In an awakening tower like this, there are many people and eyes, and Qin Feng also knows how popular someone would be if he could appear on the world announcement several times in a day. Qin Feng has just awakened, and the combat power system in the real world and the world of all races has not yet been integrated, So Qin Feng certainly cannot reveal his confidence now. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Qin Feng's current strength may be top-notch in Tianming, but in the real world, Qin Feng is just an ordinary student. He can still beat 2 or 3 gangsters, but his current physical body is still unable to withstand guns and cannons. Forget it. You're so mysterious. Jiang Xiaoyun blinked her big eyes, puffed out her cheeks, and turned her head away. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyun, who had the aura of a little girl, Qin Feng thought of the scene in her previous life when she died at the hands of the demons. Since I've been reborn, I won't let the things from my previous life happen again. Qin Feng clenched his fists. Then, driven by some unknown force, Qin Feng inexplicably stretched out his hand and rubbed Jiang Xiaoyun's head. Qin Feng, you. Feeling the heat coming from above his head, Jiang Xiaoyun's face instantly turned red. He crossed his hands in front of him, looking very uneasy. Qin Feng also came out of his thoughts and saw his hand. He was stunned for a moment, rubbed it twice before letting go. The intimacy between the two was also seen by classmate Jiang Su. Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun were desk mates, and Jiang Su already regarded them as thorns in his side. Now that these two people were so close, Jiang Su could no longer tolerate it. He clenched his fists tightly, and all the thoughts of coming over to share his happiness with Jiang Xiaoyun disappeared. Jiang Su himself is a rich second generation from a wealthy family. After entering the world of all races, he found a group of masters to help him upgrade. He quickly reached level 10 and left the novice village. After leaving the novice village, I joined a team of experts, killed a level 15 boss, and obtained a very good black iron equipment, and instantly became confident. He wanted to come out and see Jiang Xiaoyun, add her as a friend, and pull her into his team. Adhering to the idea that the one who is close to the water gets the moon first, as long as he can always be by her side, what would it matter in the end even if Qin Feng is Jiang Xiaoyun's deskmate? Qin Feng is just a poor bastard with no money. Still want to snatch the woman from me? Qin Feng, take your dog paws off. Jiang Su walked up to the two of them with an angry look on his face, pointing at Qin Feng's nose and shouting at him loudly. There were already a lot of people at the Awakening Tower, and the scolding also disturbed many people who came nearby to awaken. What's going on? Can't you see that? Beauty is the root of all trouble. Many onlookers around cast strange looks at him. Not to mention Jiang Xiaoyun's looks. Her breasts alone are enough to seduce many girls. Although she is not very old, her development is absolutely extraordinary. Not to mention that her children will not be hungry in the future. Even if her husband wants to come and share a piece of the pie, there will be no problem. Coupled with her fair skin, curvy figure, smiling eyes, and delicate face, she has attracted countless suitors. Jiang Su, what are you doing? Before Qin Feng could say anything, Jiang Xiaoyun felt unhappy. The blush on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a gloomy look. But even so, Jiang Xiaoyun still looks so cute. Xiaoyun, I'm doing this for your own good. Tell me, what future does Qin Feng have? I've awakened a very good B-level talent in the Awakening Tower. I will definitely have a place in the world of all races in the future. From what I see, this Qin Feng probably doesn't even have any talent, right? Or are you, Qin Feng, just an ordinary person? Jiang Su looked at Qin Feng sarcastically. Impossible. Jiang Xiaoyun's face was shaking with anger. She and Qin Feng have a very good relationship, and Qin Feng himself has an outstanding appearance, which attracts the attention of girls. However, Jiang Su's family is rich, but he has a face like a donkey. How could Jiang Xiaoyun fall in love with such a person? Xiaoyun, nothing is impossible. You are still young and don't know that Qin Feng is not worthy of you at all. You two are from two different worlds. He had already heard from others that Jiang Xiaoyun's talent was an A-level auxiliary talent, which was one level higher than his own B-level talent. How could I let go of such a talented girl if I didn't hold her tightly in my hands? Qin Feng looked at Jiang Su indifferently, as if what he had just said had nothing to do with him. Xiaoyun, I am now level 14. If you want to pass the secret realm, I can help you. And I am now wearing black iron equipment all over my body. I believe I can protect you, Jiang Su said proudly. Chapter 46, Fighting Jiang Su. Chapter 46, Fighting Jiang Su. This is truly terrifying. Whose child is this? He just participated in the awakening, and he has already directly reached level 13? And he has a powerful B-level talent. A parent who came with his child to awaken murmured enviously. If my child doesn't have a B-level talent, at least an E-level one would be great. At the very least, he could become an awakener. My ancestors would be so proud of him. The appearance of a B-level talent caused a huge stir. In places like theirs, the talents that are commonly awakened are E and D. Even C talents are pitifully rare, and the same goes for B-level talents. Even the highest A-level talents may not be seen for a year or two. Not to mention the highest level S talent. They didn't know how long it had been since they had seen an awakened person with S talent. Qin Feng, let's go? Don't worry about him. Anyway, I have already awakened my talent. When I pass the secret realm, I will help you pass it. It's just a B talent. I don't know where he got so much courage. Jiang Xiaoyun also changed his previous reserved attitude. Qin Feng. Looking at Qin Feng, who was protected by Jiang Xiaoyun behind him, Jiangsu was furious and pointed at Qin Feng's nose and shouted loudly. Qin Feng, do you dare to come and compete with me? Jiangsu was already furious. He must let Jiang Xiaoyun know today that although his B-level talent is not as good as hers, he can still easily control a little Qin Feng. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng with some worry. She is not sure what Qin Feng's level is now. Qin Feng, let's ignore him and let him scream here. Jiang Xiaoyun grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve and wanted to take him away, but Qin Feng remained calm. It's okay. He wants to compete, so just play with him. Competitions between awakened ones do not require re-entry into the world of all races. There is a virtual arena in the Awakening Tower. One only needs to link the minds of two people to compete in the arena. Qin Feng otherwise. Jiang Xiaoyun's beautiful eyes were full of worry. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyun's appearance, Qin Feng wondered why he didn't realize the feelings of this little girl towards him in his previous life. In his previous life, Qin Feng was always expanding his territory in the world of all races and gradually forgot that there was such a cute little guy by his side. Heh, Qin Feng, I didn't expect you to agree to this. Jiangsu was very surprised. Why wouldn't I dare agree to a piece of trash with a B-level talent? Qin Feng sneered. Anyway, his identity information will not appear in this virtual arena. Since his identity will not be exposed, Qin Feng will naturally not refuse the opportunity to beat someone up. Moreover, what is tested in this arena is not who has a higher level, but the transformation of one's own strength. Come to the ring. The two put on virtual helmets to connect their minds. The picture flashed. The two figures appeared on a vast grassland. The setting sun in the distance was gradually setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Qin Feng's face, making him look particularly handsome. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun and some onlookers who were watching the game outside saw this scene. This guy is so handsome. No wonder. If I could be a dozen years younger, I would choose this. What's that thing next to you? Jiangsu looked at the giant magnetic levitation cannon floating beside Qin Feng and asked after a moment of surprise. As a mechanic, it makes sense to carry some equipment around, right? Qin Feng answered casually. Chi, you're playing tricks. Jiangsu's profession is a warrior, just that kind of very ordinary warrior. The giant sword in his hand exuded the aura of black iron. Qin Feng, this giant sword in my hand came from a killed level 15 black iron boss. The damage is quite high. If you don't want to be seen in an awkward position, I advise you to surrender yourself. Jiangsu spoke arrogantly, holding a huge sword. Surrender? Qin Feng raised his right hand slightly and swung it forward. The magnetic levitation cannon on the right instantly shot out a beam of light, but it was not directed at Jiangsu. Instead, the laser hit the ground in front of Jiangsu. Boom. With a loud bang, the originally flat ground in front of Jiangsu instantly turned into a large pit about several meters deep. Gurgle. Jiangsu began to swallow his saliva, and he saw with his naked eyes that the ground in front of him was emitting a burning smell. Damn it. This is fake. Impossible. Cold sweat instantly flowed down Jiangsu's forehead. At this moment, the outside world was also shocked by this scene. Fuck. What the hell is this? How can you still fire a cannon? I originally thought this handsome guy wasn't very powerful, but now I know. It's not that he's not powerful, it's that he's too powerful. Just based on the speed of that shot just now, I'm afraid even an ordinary awakener wouldn't be able to dodge it. Indeed, in order not to be so shocking, Qin Feng did not show the full damage of the magnetic levitation cannon. Otherwise, a normal attack would not only make a big hole, but would probably blow the whole area away. Die for me. Jiang Xiaoyun is mine. Jiangsu held a huge sword in his hand and attacked Qin Feng's face with a fearless charge. But soon, he discovered that Qin Feng did not feel dizzy. A warrior like him has high health and low damage, but more importantly, he has control skills. Fearless charge is a very useful skill for warriors in the early stages. Even if you encounter a boss, it can stun the enemy for 2 seconds. Tip. Triggering the abyssal breath. The target's mana is reduced by 20%. Tip. The curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. Just when Jiangsu was in a daze, he suddenly discovered that his health and magic points had both dropped by 20%. Hey, what's going on? Jiangsu was confused. Qin Feng clearly didn't make a move, but why did he lose so much health in an instant? Fearless attack. Fearless attack. Jiang Xiaoyun didn't believe it, and he launched 2 more fearless attacks at Qin Feng, but there was no sign of injury on his body. Tip. Triggering the abyssal breath. The target's mana is reduced by 20%. Tip. The curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. Tip. Triggering the abyssal breath. The target's mana is reduced by 20%. Tip. The curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. Chapter 47. Jiang Xiaoyun's collapse. The owner of the demon lord's mark? Protect? Kill. Chapter 47. Jiang Xiaoyun's collapse. Owner of the demon lord's mark? Protect? Kill. After 2 consecutive bursts of damage, Jiang Xiaoyun's character's health has dropped by 60%. You must know that the curse effect of Qin Feng cannot be dispelled. Since the curse effect can be triggered in the arena, it means that Jiang Xiaoyun's character in the world of all races has also reduced his health and magic points by 60%. It can be said that Jiang Xiaoyun's account is basically about to be scrapped. For a typical level 10 character, the warrior's health is around 500 to 600. But it dropped sharply by 60%, leaving only 200 or 300 drops of blood. The health value is okay, but the magic value is different. In the world of all races, the warrior has the lowest magic value, only more than 100 but less than 200. Now after being cursed, I am afraid there are only a few dozen points left. A level 10 warrior with more than 200 HP and dozens of magic points. With this attribute, which team would want such a person except for leading an upgraded team? It can be said that Jiang Xiaoyun directly killed himself. Are you still not going to admit defeat? Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun calmly. You did this. What exactly is your profession? Aren't you a mechanic? It turned out that he had noticed his current condition. Tip. Your own mana is reduced by 20%. Hint. Your health is reduced by 20%. Hint. Your own mana is reduced by 40%. Hint. Your health is reduced by 40%. Hint. Your own mana is reduced by 60%. Hint. Your health is reduced by 60%. Even if Jiang Xiaoyun was a fool, he should be able to see it by now. As a mechanic, it's reasonable for him to have some curse skills, right? Fuck you. What the hell is this? Qin Feng, you fucking die. Jiang Xiaoyun was furious and chopped Qin Feng's head with his huge sword. Bang. There was a loud bang. Qin Feng was surrounded by a shield. -0. Shield absorption. Looking at the damage on Qin Feng's head being absorbed, Jiang Xiaoyun felt his eyes go dark. Tip. Triggering the abyssal breath. The target's mana is reduced by 20%. Tip. The curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. It has already accumulated 80%. If he could still play it for a while at more than 60% of the time just now, he really couldn't play it now at 80%. It can be said that Jiang Xiaoyun's B-level talent was directly wasted. Life and magic values were reduced by 80%, and this effect would not be dispelled and would always follow Jiang Xiaoyun. Even when Jiang Xiaoyun's level reached 100, his life and magic values would still be much lower than those of warriors of the same level. Never mind. Let me give you some experience. After all, as a classmate, Qin Feng couldn't let Jiang Xiaoyun's identity as an awakener be destroyed directly. With the exoskeleton arm attached to his hand, he punched Jiang Xiaoyun and directly reduced his health to 0. Afterwards, Qin Feng withdrew from the ring. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyun's resentful eyes, Qin Feng sneered and said, "You lose." Then he pulled Jiang Xiaoyun away from the awakening tower. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, Jiang Xiaoyun's face looked very ugly. Qin Feng, we are not done with this matter today. After Jiang Xiaoyun finished speaking, he directly entered the world of all races. He must hurry up and upgrade, and wait until he reaches a higher level, and then see if Qin Feng is still his opponent. Brush. A flash of white light. Jiang Xiaoyun returned to the world of all races, leaving the city and walking into the wilderness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 long arrows flew towards Jiang Xiaoyun. But Jiang Xiaoyun didn't take it to heart. Jiang Xiaoyun, the goblin pitcher outside the city, already knew about this and knew that he could easily crush them with his own level. He dodged 2 of them with a flash of his body, but failed to dodge the remaining one. -100. Critical damage. But I didn't expect that this long arrow would actually hit a critical hit. Damn it. It's fine that poor bastard Qin Feng bullied me, but you guys actually want to bully me too? Jiang Xiaoyun roared angrily and rushed forward without paying attention to his own blood volume. 3 more long arrows and a bomb appeared in the air. I can't beat Qin Feng, but can I still beat you guys, a bunch of wild monsters? Jiang Xiaoyun used a fearless charge to sprint towards the faces of the 2 goblin bombers, stunning them for 3 seconds. But the next second, Jiang Xiaoyun looked at the ground. Sizzle. Sparks flashed past him. It turned out to be the bomb in the bombardier's hand just now. No more blue. Jiang Xiaoyun, who had just used a fearless charge, found that he was unable to use the skill. Forget it. Forget about it for now. Kill him. Jiang Xiaoyun was so angry that he didn't care about anything else and wanted to kill the two goblin bombers in front of him. -120. -120. -4. Burn. -4. Burn. The damage from the bomb, combined with the burn damage after the bomb explodes. Jiang Xiaoyun turned into a corpse directly. Hint. You are dead. Jiang Xiaoyun was completely stunned when he heard the system prompt. Dead? How is that possible? Jiang Xiaoyun looked at his panel. HP root magic value actually. 160 HP. 43 magic points. When Jiang Xiaoyun saw his health and magic points on the panel, he was completely stunned. How could there be only this much blood? Jiang Xiaoyun couldn't understand. His health should have been over 800, and his magic value should have been over 100. How could it suddenly become so low? At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun noticed. Hint. Your own mana is reduced by 20%. Hint. Your health is reduced by 20%. Hint. Your own mana is reduced by 40%. Hint. Your health is reduced by 40%. Hint. Your own mana is reduced by 80%. Hint. Your health is reduced by 80%. Jiang Xiaoyun cursed loudly when he saw this scene. He soon noticed that there was another sentence in brackets behind it. The effect is activated and cannot be dispelled. When Jiang Xiaoyun saw this scene, his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. Because he died in the world of 10,000 races, Jiang Xiaoyun was directly kicked out of the world of 10,000 races. Tip. Since you have been killed, there are 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds until your next login. Brother Xiaoyun, didn't you just go in? Why are you out so soon? Some of Jiang Xiaoyun's good friends were still puzzled. How about you take us with you, Brother Xiaoyun? Chapter 48 Memories. Chapter 48 Memories. I'm almost at level 10, and my leveling speed has slowed down. Take us leveling up together. I believe that as long as Brother Xiaoyun has your guidance, our level will definitely rise rapidly. Many students wanted to board Jiang Xiaoyun's warship. Their talents are all the worst E-level talents, while Jiang Xiaoyun has the superior B-level talent. The gap is huge. But Jiang Xiaoyun is no longer in the mood for this. I was originally ahead, but in just 2 days I don't know how far behind these students I have been. I'm busy. Go by yourselves. Jiang Xiaoyun said this and turned around and left angrily. Anyway, he can't enter the world of all races now, and he will just be bullied if he stays in this place. Qin Feng. I'll remember you. Jiang Xiaoyun already hated Qin Feng. If it weren't for Qin Feng, how could I have ended up like this? Not being able to enter the world of 10,000 races is secondary. The main thing is that my panel has been completely ruined. With a health of more than 100, even an awakened person who has just entered the world of 10,000 races has more health than me. I can't even withstand the damage from wild monsters. What's more important is that I am playing a warrior. If I rush forward without enough tankiness, I will die. Qin Feng. Jiang Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and wished he could skin Qin Feng alive. The other end. Xiaoyun, what's your current level? Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and asked with concern. Jiang Xiaoyun lowered his head, but he couldn't see his toes no matter how hard he looked. He could only see 2 majestic mountains blocking his view, which was a bit dizzying. Because my talent is support, so my attack power is not very high, and the leveling speed is relatively slow. But I found a team, but the team is all girls. Jiang Xiaoyun didn't know why he mentioned it in the end. I'm only a little bit more experience away from level 10. Jiang Xiaoyun said, clenching his fists. My talent is A-level elemental affinity. I originally wanted to choose the mage profession, but the priest and I have a 100% match rate, so I can only choose this profession. Although I don't know why. Jiang Xiaoyun explained. Qin Feng, who was standing by, basically understood why Jiang Xiaoyun and the priest had such a high compatibility rate. Qin Feng's eyes looked somewhere. Jiang Xiaoyun noticed that Qin Feng hadn't responded for a long time, so she looked up and saw that he was actually staring at. Jiang Xiaoyun's face suddenly turned red again, and then he clenched his fists and began to attack Qin Feng's chest. What are you looking at, you bastard? How come I didn't realize you were so bad before? Jiang Xiaoyun stared at Qin Feng coquettishly, and in Qin Feng's eyes, Jiang Xiaoyun seemed to understand something. He lowered his head and glanced twice, pouting softly. It should be related to this a little bit. Under Qin Feng's gaze, even Jiang Xiaoyun seemed to believe that it was his own problem. Then after you reach level 10, I'll take you through the secret realm. Whenever Qin Feng saw the cute little girl in front of him, he would always recall the scene in his previous life when this beautiful girl died tragically at the hands of the demons in order to protect herself. Memories flooded back, and Qin Feng's face turned pale in an instant. Scenes from his previous life kept flashing before Qin Feng's eyes. Broken limbs and arms. The scene of a woman with blood all over her face lying in a pool of blood appeared before his eyes. Qin Feng, are you okay? Jiang Xiaoyun, who was standing next to Qin Feng, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He turned his head to look at Qin Feng beside him and asked worriedly. She didn't notice that there was a faint blood-red mark between Qin Feng's eyebrows, which flashed by. Demonic realm. Boom. A body several thousand meters long roared out from the underground lava with a deafening roar, and then a black light flashed, and it transformed into a man in a black robe. The breath of the demon lord. The man's eyes drifted away into space. He's not from the demon realm. Someone come. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Holy One. Hundreds of figures instantly fell to their knees, shouting in unison. It turns out that this person is one of the 12 saints among the demons. If Qin Feng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that among these hundreds of figures, the one kneeling in the front was Mo, whom he had seen in the secret realm before. The demon tribe's supreme saint, Mo Koshin, looked at the demons in front of him and said, "The demon lord's aura has appeared, which means that the demon lord will return to our demon tribe. Find him. Protect him. Respect the supreme holy order." Then hundreds of figures disappeared again. After everyone disappeared, Mo Koshin murmured, "The reappearance of the demon lord, does it mean the rebirth of the demon race, or its demise?" Mo Koshin, who couldn't see through the sky, slowly shook his head. However, at this time in another corner of the demon realm, I never thought that the demon lord's presence would appear again. But the demons today are no longer the same demons that were previously led by the demon lord. Someone, find him, and kill him. Respect the supreme holy order. Then the sound gradually dissipated, leaving only the cold wind whistling through the demon's space. Are you okay? Jiang Xiaoyun asked. Qin Feng rubbed his swollen head, and after a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "I just thought of something. But what did you say just now?" While Qin Feng was speaking, he rubbed Jiang Xiaoyun's little head again. Having experienced the regrets of his previous life, the more he looked at Jiang Xiaoyun, the stronger the throbbing in his heart became. "I said I can actually try the secret realm." Jiang Xiaoyun repeated it. She didn't want to rely on others for everything, even though she was just an auxiliary priest. However, the difficulty of the secret realm should be related to her profession. No need. Go online and upgrade to level 10 first. What's your name? I'll add you as a friend later. Qin Feng patted Jiang Xiaoyun's head. I don't know why, but Qin Feng now has a different feeling about Jiang Xiaoyun's head and always wants to go up and ravage it a few times. Seeing that her hair was messed up by Qin Feng, Jiang Xiaoyun turned around and punched Qin Feng in the chest. My hair is all messed up, Jiang Xiaoyun said while combing her hair. My name is Yun Xiaojiang. After Jiang Xiaoyun said his name, Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Yun Xiaojiang. Qin Feng's thoughts returned to his previous life again. He had heard the name Yun Xiaojiang more than once. I heard this name when I joined the guild. Auctions are being held to auction off skills. Even when encountering bosses in the wild, I seem to have heard this name from other people. So Yun Xiaojiang is actually you. Qin Feng couldn't help but blurt out. He didn't expect that in his previous life in the world of all races, Jiang Xiaoyun had always been by his side, but he had never noticed her. Chapter 49 Jiang Xiaoyun, Future T0 Level Support. Chapter 49 Jiang Xiaoyun, the Future T0 Level Support. According to Qin Feng's memory, Jiang Xiaoyun in his previous life was an extremely powerful auxiliary awakener. Her elemental affinity combined with her priest profession can be considered T0 level. If the strongest have their assistance, their strength can often be increased several times. But at this time, Jiang Xiaoyun had obviously not grown up yet. Thinking of this, Qin Feng took a deep breath. Regardless of the kindness Jiang Xiaoyun had shown him in his previous life, Qin Feng wanted to make the Jiang Xiaoyun in front of him even stronger than in his previous life. The scene of Jiang Xiaoyun's death at the hands of the demons in his previous life kept appearing in Qin Feng's mind. Moreover, in the future war among all races, one person's strength alone cannot defeat an entire race. The power of an individual is extremely limited. Jiang Xiaoyun's strength can not only protect himself, but also have a subversive effect on future battles. You must know that in the strongest battle, the one who can change the situation is not the one with the strongest personal strength, but the priest who has healing skills and can protect his own team to continue fighting. Only, for now, Qin Feng still needs to train him. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyun asked confusedly, "What am I?" "Nothing." Qin Feng shook his head and said, "I'll give you a surprise later." Qin Feng thought of the pendant he had obtained when he helped Tianlang pass the limited-time copy. It would be perfect to give that pendant to Jiang Xiaoyun. Since his parents passed away, Qin Feng has never been taken care of like this by anyone. You took care of me in my last life. Of course I have to take good care of you in this life. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Qin Feng now has millions of gold coins in his hands, which is equivalent to hundreds of millions of Huayuan, so Qin Feng is not short of money at all. Qin Feng took Jiang Xiaoyun in a taxi and came to the most prosperous restaurant in Shuhua City. Jiang Xiaoyun is different from me. Her family conditions are much better than mine. Just the clothes Jiang Xiaoyun is wearing cost more than 100,000 Huayuan each. His family is much richer than Jiang Su, the rich second generation. Come here. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at the restaurant in front of her. She knew what this restaurant represented in Shuhua City. In one word, it was expensive. Everything is expensive. Things that sell for a dozen yuan outside cost 10 or 20 times more in here. I've made a lot of money in the myriad races world, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to treat you to a meal. Qin Feng said with a smile. Forget it. Gold coins are still very useful in the world of all races. We can just eat whatever we want. I'm not a lady from a wealthy family. I don't have to eat all kinds of delicacies. Jiang Xiaoyun shook his head. Finally, Qin Feng had no choice but to take Jiang Xiaoyun to a nice little restaurant. After they had their meal, they entered the world of all races together. After returning to Wanzhou, Jiang Xiaoyun received a message from his friend. Xiao Jiang, are you online again? We're fighting a boss right now. Do you want to join us? It was a friend who was in the same team with him before, who invited Jiang Xiaoyun to fight the boss. You guys should fight the boss. I need to level up quickly. After I reach level 10, I have to fight in the secret realm. Jiang Xiaoyun rejected their invitation. That's right, Xiao Jiang. When you reach level 10, I'll ask my friend to take you to the secret realm. My friend is amazing. With his help, it won't be too difficult, but a normal secret realm shouldn't be too much of a problem. Otherwise, let's not bother. I've already discussed it with my friend, and he will take me through the secret realm. Thank you anyway. Since Jiang Xiaoyun had already promised Qin Feng, he naturally would not agree to help from others. Moreover, in Jiang Xiaoyun's heart, he was just an acquaintance with these people, and they did not reach the level of his feelings towards Qin Feng. As an A-level priest with elemental affinity, he is sought after wherever he goes. Field. A team of 5 people stood in front of the cold toad. When will Xiao Jiang come over? Xiao Jiang said she wants to level up on her own and then pass the secret realm. The leading soldier turned around. That Xiao Jiang is the friend you said you met when you came in? You're kidding. She's just a support. How can she level up? And she's so low level now. Who can she hurt with such little damage? Forget leveling. She's lucky she didn't get killed by monsters. We should hurry up and let her come over. Then we can take her to the secret realm together. The way of tyranny. You don't have any thoughts about Xiao Jiang, do you? Let me tell you, Xiao Jiang is my friend, a lovely girl. If you dare to bully her, I will never let you go. A woman in a wizard's robe stood in front of the warrior with a staff in her hand. No need. She said her friend would take her through the secret realm. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a man, so it seems you have no chance. The woman put away her staff and said with a smile. At this time in the novice village, because of Jiang Xiaoyun's curvy figure and cute face, many awakened people came to chat with her. Beauty, want to level up together? Beauty, are you waiting for someone? Beautiful girl, let me help you level up. How about showing me some cooler pictures? A lot of dirty words came out of their mouths. Jiang Xiaoyun was also very angry, but what could she, a little pastor, do in the safe zone? This is so annoying. I might as well go fight the boss with them. It's better than being surrounded by all these flies here. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at so many flies surrounding him, his face gradually turning pale, but these people seemed not to see it. Just then, ding ding. Reminder, you have new friend information. Jiang Xiaoyun heard the system prompt. Tip, Destiny, requests to add you as a friend. But when Jiang Xiaoyun opened the friend panel, the system prompt sound rang in Jiang Xiaoyun's mind. Heaven Destiny. Jiang Xiaoyun's little head seemed to be out of memory. After hearing the word destiny, it was instantly stuck in place. Why did Tianming add me as a friend? At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun had not yet connected Tianming and Qin Feng together. Although she didn't know why Tianming wanted to add her, she still clicked to agree. Heaven, Lord Destiny, what's the matter with you adding me as your friend? Jiang Xiaoyun thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't understand why such a big shot would add him as a friend. Is there something on me that the boss needs? But that shouldn't be the case. I'm just a small scumbag. What could I have done to make the big boss of destiny come and actively add me as a friend? Help! Jiang Xiaoyun rubbed his hair. Jiang Xiaoyun, Why does it feel so troublesome to add you as a friend? Qin Feng said speechlessly. I kept adding him, but Jiang Xiaoyun didn't respond for a long time. Qin Feng even thought he had added the wrong person. After Qin Feng finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyun's expression changed instantly. Hey, boss, do you know my name? But even so, Jiang Xiaoyun still did not connect Tianming with his deskmate Qin Feng. Qin Feng almost vomited blood when he saw the message she replied to him. Jiang Xiaoyun, where are you now? I'll go find you. It'll probably take a long time for you to reach level 10. Qin Feng asked. Oh, Novice Village number 44998. Anyway, no one knew what he was thinking, but Jiang Xiaoyun directly told Qin Feng his location. Qin Feng originally wanted to make a space jump directly, but suddenly found that he had never been to the Novice Village number 44998. So in the end, he could only come to the location of the teleportation array in the city. Chapter 50 Qin Feng is Destiny. Chapter 50 Qin Feng is the Destiny. The soldier in charge of the transmission said respectfully after seeing Qin Feng. Respected warrior, do you have anything to say? The soldier inquired. Teleport to Novice Village number 44998. All right, warrior. Teleporting to Novice Village 44998 costs a total of 50 gold coins. Although he was very respectful to Qin Feng, he still treated him the same when it came to collecting money, and did not refuse to collect money out of respect. Qin Feng casually called for gold coins. These 50 gold coins may not be a small amount of money for others, but for Qin Feng, it is just a matter of killing a wild monster, and even killing a wild monster can drop more than this amount of gold coins. With the sound of a soldier, a white light flashed, and Qin Feng's figure disappeared in Tianming City. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself in front of the teleportation array of Novice Village number 44998. And there was no need to search too much. Qin Feng naturally found a woman in a priest's robe, standing not far away. There was no need to see the face at all. Just by looking at the figure, Qin Feng could be sure that this person was Jiang Xiaoyun. Qin Feng walked straight over. As soon as I got to his side, I heard Jiang Xiaoyun talking to himself. Why did Tianming add me as his friend? And he said he would help me level up? Who is he? Could he be Qin Feng's friend? Qin Feng didn't even tell me about such a powerful friend earlier, and he actually kept it a secret. That's true. Such a powerful boss is being sought by the whole world, so it might be a good idea to hide your identity. Jiang Xiaoyun. The sudden shout almost made Jiang Xiaoyun fall to the ground. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun was just an ordinary awakener, different from the independent priest in the later period of his previous life. Jiang Xiaoyun turned his head and saw a familiar face. Qin Feng. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng's face in disbelief, with the words, Destiny, written on his head. Is it fake? Even though he actually saw it, Jiang Xiaoyun still couldn't believe his eyes. All right, I'll take you to level up. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and said with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyun noticed Qin Feng's level, which was as high as level 60. Others may not know, but Jiang Xiaoyun knows that today is Qin Feng's first day of awakening. For ordinary awakeners, it is already very powerful if they can reach level 10 on the first day, but Qin Feng actually directly raised his level to level 60. This is no longer something that can be described by the word horrible. Your level is too outrageous. Jiang Xiaoyun had a bitter face. I wanted to show off to you, but I didn't expect that I can't even compare to yours. Jiang Xiaoyun himself is an A-level talent, which can be said to be a rare existence. But the appearance of Qin Feng was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Qin Feng, what kind of talent do you have? Why are you so powerful? Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng eagerly. Qin Feng shook his head and said, what else can talent be? Don't you know it? S-level talent, but no matter how you look at it, you're much better than those S-level talents. Forget it. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Let's go, let's level up. Let me see how Boss Tianming levels up. Just as the two were chatting, the logo on Qin Feng's head also attracted a lot of people's attention. Hey, did you see that? Is this destiny? Is this true? How could Tianming appear in our little novice village? He was listed on the world bulletin board 4 times in one day. Someone like him should be leveling up like crazy, right? However, Jiang Xiaoyun heard everything these people were talking about. Qin Feng's original joy in leveling up disappeared in an instant. Qin Feng, why don't you go level up? Your level is so high. I'm holding you back. Jiang Xiaoyun lowered her head shyly, but she couldn't see her toes no matter how hard she looked. Qin Feng rubbed Jiang Xiaoyun's head. What are you talking about? After that, he didn't give Jiang Xiaoyun a chance to respond. He took her soft and boneless little hand and left the safe zone of the novice village and walked outside. Along the way, Qin Feng didn't have time to feel the softness on his hand, but Jiang Xiaoyun, who was following behind him, looked at the place where the two touched with a blush on her face. It has been 3 years since they started high school, and the two have been sitting at the same table for 3 years. However, during these 3 years, the two have only spent a few days or more in contact with each other. Really? How come you've suddenly become a completely different person? You never touched me before. Now you always like to mess up my hair. Jiang Xiaoyun thought to himself. Soon, Qin Feng brought Jiang Xiaoyun to the place with the highest level of wild monsters outside the novice village. Then he let go of Jiang Xiaoyun's little hand. But just when he let go, Qin Feng felt as if something was missing, but it always felt a little uncomfortable to hold it back. Looking at the group of ferocious wild boars roaming behind the bushes in front, if Jiang Xiaoyun could kill almost all of them, he should be able to reach level 10. Then I can take Jiang Xiaoyun to the secret realm. Qin Feng Wei. Xiaoyun, when no one is around, call me Qin Feng, but when there are people around, remember to call me Tian Ming. Qin Feng turned around and said seriously, in the world of all races, calling the names of the real world is taboo. Knowing that he had said something wrong, Jiang Xiaoyun quickly covered his rosy lips, blinking his big eyes as if to explain his mistake. Then you should call me Xiaojiang. Okay. Xiaojiang is Xiaojiang. Qin Feng once again ruffled Jiang Xiaoyun's hair into a mess, causing Jiang Xiaoyun to glare at him madly. The two formed a team, and Qin Feng also adjusted the distribution of experience. Qin Feng is now level 60. Although he has a 100-fold reward and has gained a lot of experience, Qin Feng does not think highly of the benefits brought by these level 10 monsters. A mini pet appeared beside Qin Feng. It was Yu. I forgot to let Yu out just now. At the same time, the magnetic levitation cannon beside him was also revealed. Standing right here, a bowl-sized laser cannon instantly fired out, blasting the violent wild boars not far away into pieces. A huge noise came from not far away, as if the huge mountain was about to collapse. 120W. True damage. 120W. True damage. 120W. True damage. 7-digit damage continued to emerge from the heads of these wild boars. Wow, so awesome. Jiang Xiaoyun also saw Qin Feng's explosive output. 1,200,000 damage. I'm afraid that even the skills used by those level 99 mages on these level 10 monsters may not be able to produce such explosive output. Jiang Xiaoyun murmured. Artillery fire continued to pour out. There was originally a dense jungle in front, but under Qin Feng's fire suppression, it turned into ruins. Chapter 51. Is this leveling up or demolishing a mountain? Chapter 51. Is this leveling up or demolishing a mountain? Not far away from the two of them. Fuck. Is there an earthquake? The 5-man team saw that the boss in front of them had only 10% of his health left. They were just about to rush forward to kill him, but before they could do anything, they found that the ground was shaking continuously, as if there was an earthquake. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the boss in front turned around and ran away. Seeing the boss running farther and farther away, the few people did not dare to chase him too far forward, for fear of provoking an existence that should not be provoked. Damn, I'm so unlucky. The boss only has so little health left, and I actually let it escape at this moment. The leading soldier roared in anger. Should we go and see what's going on? Anyone who can cause such a huge commotion is definitely not an ordinary boss. Maybe it's two particularly powerful bosses fighting each other. Then we might even be able to reap the benefits. Let's go? Let's take a look. In the world of all races, luck is sometimes a kind of strength. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone knows that Qin Feng is killing monsters to help Jiang Xiaoyun level up, but those who don't know would think he is demolishing the mountain. The huge noise also disturbed many people and wild monsters. A golden light appeared from Jiang Xiaoyun's body. Tianming, I've reached level 10. Looking at the sea of fire and ruins in front of him, Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng happily and said, Level 10? That's fine. From the time he came here to level up until now, it took only less than 1 or 2 minutes in total, and Jiang Xiaoyun directly advanced from level 9 to level 10. You know, even if someone is leading the leveling, it will take more than 10 minutes or even half an hour to reach level 10 from level 9. But under Qin Feng's leadership, dozens of wild monsters were killed with one shot. I'm afraid no one can achieve such leveling efficiency. Now that you've reached your level, I'll take you to the secret realm. Don't even bother trying the hell difficulty level. I'll take you through the nightmare difficulty level. After all, no one has ever cleared the nightmare difficulty level. Qin Feng touched his chin and said. However, just as the two were about to leave, a team of 5 people arrived nearby. Hua, looking at the mess on the ground, the 5 people were instantly shocked. Especially the warrior leading the way. His level is also the highest among the 5 people, having reached level 15. However, after passing the secret realm, he did not choose to leave the novice village directly. Someone's coming. Jiang Xiaoyun saw the 5 people not far away and spoke. Hold it. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and held Jiang Xiaoyun's white and tender little hand. Hey, look, there are 2 people in front. A thin mage pointed at Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun in front of him and said. But just as he finished speaking, Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun disappeared from the spot. The 4 of them turned around to look, but there was no sign of living people in front of them except for the ruins. Where? Why don't I see anyone? Are you seeing things? Zhang Di looked at her companions with a strange expression, but when she turned around, she saw an expression of horror on her companion's face. Jiang Xiaoyun found that everything in front of her eyes was an illusion. When she could see clearly again, she had returned to the safe zone of the novice village. What kind of ability is this? Jiang Xiaoyun was shocked. Just when I had digested the situation of Qin Feng's explosive damage and the fact that he had a pet egg, a skill similar to teleportation suddenly appeared. The ability to jump through space. I can choose to appear anywhere I've been. Qin Feng did not hide it and told Jiang Xiaoyun about this ability. Awesome. Jiang Xiaoyun had a lot to say, but in the end, it could only be expressed in these 2 simple words. Let's go. I'll take you to a secret place. Qin Feng brought Jiang Xiaoyun to the position of the village chief of novice village number 44998. The village chief was also extremely respectful the moment he saw Qin Feng. Dear warrior, welcome to novice village number 44998. Is there anything I can do for you? The village chief was so respectful that he seemed fake. Jiang Xiaoyun, who was standing by, was confused. When did the village chief become so easy to talk to? Give her the secret realm. Good warrior. 4 options of secret realm difficulty appeared in front of Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare. How did it become 4? Why did the previous hell difficulty disappear? Qin Feng looked at the village chief strangely and asked. Dear warrior, I don't know about this either, but after you cleared the nightmare difficulty, this option disappeared. The village chief shook his head. Okay, Xiao Jiang. Choose the nightmare difficulty level. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and reminded her to make a choice. After all, it was Jiang Xiaoyun who passed the secret realm, and Qin Feng was just there to protect her. The well-behaved Jiang Xiaoyun was thinking about the nightmare. She also believed in Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng could even clear the secret realm of hell difficulty, so a nightmare difficulty should not be a big problem. The scene changed. Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun appeared in the void, still on the same platform, still on the same crystal tower. That's right. Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. He took out a piece of equipment and handed it to Jiang Xiaoyun. Chapter 52, Phoenix Fire Pendant. So beautiful. Chapter 52, Gift of Phoenix Fire Pendant. So beautiful. This equipment is for you. Qin Feng said. Jiang Xiaoyun took it, opened the equipment's panel attributes, and fell into a daze again. Phoenix Fire Pendant, red gold equipment. Level 10. Quality, red gold. Exclusive, female. Attack, 10,455 to 12,345. Life, 25,000. Features, restores 20% of mana per second, lasts for 5 seconds, cools down for 1 minute. Features, increase critical hit rate by 120%. Features, increases violence resistance by 120%. Features, attacks inflict fire damage, burning the target and increasing damage by 340%. Features, Nirvana effect. The moment a character dies, Nirvana rebirth is triggered, all attributes are increased by 200%, and the duration lasts for 1 minute. After the time is up, the character falls into a depressed state, which lasts for 1 hour, and all attributes are reduced by 200%. This is too valuable, right? Red gold equipment. Never mind the characteristics. Just the basic attack attributes and the quality of the equipment made Jiang Xiaoyun's mind start to get confused. Give it back. Give it back to you. This equipment is too valuable. I can't have it. If you have such powerful equipment, why don't you wear it yourself? I don't need such powerful equipment. I'm just an ordinary little priest, healing and giving people status and so on. Jiang Xiaoyun lowered his head, feeling a little inferior. Qin Feng was too strong, so strong that she felt like a burden when standing next to him. This equipment can only be worn by women. Otherwise, do you think I don't want to wear it? Just looking at its characteristics makes me drool. Although it is red gold equipment, it is not inferior to fairy weapons in the slightest. If you don't want it, I'll give it to any pretty girl I see when the time comes. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and said casually. Listening to Qin Feng's words, Jiang Xiaoyun looked at the panel again and found that there were indeed gender requirements. My nose wrinkled and my eyes turned red from the low self-esteem I felt just now. Then I'll keep it for you. Then Jiang Xiaoyun put on the pendant, and a fiery red phoenix shadow appeared behind Jiang Xiaoyun, and the shape of the phoenix also appeared in Jiang Xiaoyun's pupils. The whole person seemed to have undergone a drastic change. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and couldn't help but whispered, "So beautiful. This equipment is really amazing." If Jiang Xiaoyun was a mage, the characteristics and damage of this equipment might be even more explosive, but Jiang Xiaoyun's figure is too good. Even the world of all races feels that she is suitable for the profession of priest. Sometimes having too good a figure can be a sin. Let's get started. After I help you clear the level, I'll take you to level up. Qin Feng said. What Qin Feng didn't grasp in his previous life, he would naturally hold on to in this life. Not to mention turning Jiang Xiaoyun into a priest who could resist and heal, but at least he had to arm himself to the teeth. Upgrade. About to enter the first level. Void Toad. Level 10. Attack, 20,000. Life, 15,000. Defense, 5,000. Venom Spray. Causes paralysis, dizziness, and poisoning to the target. The target's health is reduced by 1%. The duration is 5 seconds. This is far from the held difficulty secret realm. The quantity is not large, but the poisoning effect is still very strong. But they could not have imagined that the one who came to clear the nightmare secret realm was actually a priest, and a priest with elemental affinity talent. The priest's recovery skills can cause a lot of damage to these monsters. Now, with the blessing of the Phoenix Fire Pendant, Jiang Xiaoyun's attack has reached a very terrifying state. Of course, it is naturally incomparable to Qin Feng. Recovery Spell. Restoration is a priest's most common skill. It is also a skill that contains the wood element. Jiang Xiaoyun, who has elemental affinity, has a much higher health volume than an ordinary priest when he casts the recovery spell, so naturally the damage he deals will also be much higher. Minus 12,498. Elemental damage. Minus 12,498. Elemental damage. Minus 12,498. Elemental damage. The damage amounting to 5 figures was actually caused by a priest. Originally, it could only deal over 4,000 damage, but with the blessing of the Phoenix Fire Pendant's characteristics, the burning damage increased by 340%, which is also additional fire element damage. Is this my injury? After choosing priest as his profession, Jiang Xiaoyun already knew that his role was support. However, after meeting Qin Feng, he gave him a pendant that turned an ordinary priest into a violent mage. Qin Feng, did you see that? The excited Jiang Xiaoyun jumped onto Qin Feng with a phase rush. Hiss. How can you hit someone with the ball? It's a foul. Qin Feng felt the collision in front of him and couldn't help but speak. Jiang Xiaoyun, who was in high spirits just now, turned blood red when he heard Qin Feng's words. Things like dribbling the ball and bumping into people. Although she was inexperienced, she knew everything she needed to know, so she naturally knew what Qin Feng meant. It seems that your previous honesty was all an act. This is your true self. Jiang Xiaoyun released her arms from Qin Feng's neck and jumped off his body, just as the two of them were communicating with each other. The Void Toad has approached the Crystal Tower. Although the Crystal Tower has 200,000 HP, its defense is 0. The attack power of the Void Toad is only 15,000. If a dozen of them come, they will be able to directly demolish the Crystal Tower. Then their secret realm will fail. Now I have a rough idea of your current strength. Let me take care of the rest. Qin Feng summoned a magnetic levitation cannon and a bionic mecha. After the mecha flew into the air, Qin Feng activates the mirror skill. Magnetic levitation cannons and bionic mechas emerged from countless mirror images. As for why Yu was not asked to make equipment, it was simply because it was not needed in this small scene. The fire from the magnetic levitation cannon and the bionic mecha continued to pour out in all directions, and the entire void platform seemed to have some slight shocks under such a fierce attack. Tip: you have passed the first level and are about to enter the second level. Please be prepared. In just 2 minutes, all the Void Toads were wiped out. The only bad thing about this secret realm is that these monsters don't drop any equipment after they die. Otherwise, even if you don't trigger the 100-fold reward, you can still get a lot of equipment. Chapter 53, Quick Clearance. Posted on World Announcement. Chapter 53, Quick Clearance. Posted on the World Announcement again. Another 2 minutes. Tip: you have passed the second level and are about to enter the third level. Please be prepared. Tip: you have passed the third level and are about to enter the fourth level. Please be prepared. The interval between each system prompt does not exceed 2 minutes. Before, when Qin Feng was only level 10, he was already able to clear levels very quickly, Not to mention that Qin Feng's level has now reached 60. It can be said that the damage increases exponentially. The monsters in these secret realms were simply unable to withstand a single shot from Qin Feng's mechanical equipment. Tip: the 4th level has been passed, and you are about to enter the 5th level. Please be prepared. There is only 1 level left, and then you will pass it directly. After clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Secret Realm, you can also be posted on the world announcement. Demon General. Qin Feng saw a Demon General appear in the depths of Juman. But soon, after seeing Qin Feng, the Demon General felt the aura of the Demon Lord on his forehead. The heroic look he had disappeared in an instant, and he turned around and ran away. He crawled and rolled directly through the huge gate and left the secret realm. Qin Feng didn't have any thoughts as he watched the Demon General leave, but Jiang Xiaoyun was confused. Why did the boss of the 5th level just run away after seeing them? And from his eyes, it seemed as if he saw something terrifying. Jiang Xiaoyun turned her head to look at Qin Feng, as if she wanted to find the answer she wanted from his face. But Qin Feng was so thick-skinned that she stared at him for a long time. Handsome, huh? I know that too. Qin Feng's sudden words made Jiang Xiaoyun no longer want to stare at him. Hint: the 5th level has been passed. Congratulations. World announcement. With the help of Destiny, Yun Xiaojiang from the Huaxiao region became the first awakener to clear the Nightmare Difficulty Secret Realm. This announcement is hereby made. The names of both will be forever engraved on the monument of the Myriad Races world. World announcement. With the help of Destiny, Yun Xiaojiang from the Huaxiao region became the first awakener to clear the Nightmare Difficulty Secret Realm. This announcement is hereby made. The names of both will be forever engraved on the monument of the Myriad Races world. World announcement. Someone who appeared in the World Bulletin 5 times in one day. The word destiny has become a topic of conversation for many people. At the same time, there is this unfamiliar name, Yun Xiaojiang. Holy crap, what the hell is this Yun Xiaojiang? It sounds like the name of a female awakener, right? Could she be the woman of Boss Tianming? I'm so lucky. This is a nightmare-level secret realm that no one in the world can pass. And yet, I was brought through by the Destiny boss. This is so unfair. Woohoo. I've also wanted to pass the secret realm, but let alone the nightmare one. I can't even pass the normal difficulty one. Many awakened people felt that Yun Xiaojiang was too lucky to be the woman destined by heaven. The expressions of the few people who had helped Jiang Xiaoyun upgrade before also changed drastically after hearing the world announcement. Destiny? Yun Xiaojiang. No wonder she said she didn't need it when I offered to help her clear the secret realm. It turns out she has a powerful person by her side. The most we can do is help her clear a normal difficulty secret realm, but with Tianming's help, she can actually clear the nightmare difficulty. It seems like you really have no chance. The mage looked at the leading warrior and said helplessly. In the secret realm, Jiang Xiaoyun looked at the heroic edict floating in the air in front of him in confusion for a few seconds. This is your heroic edict. Put it away. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and said lightly. Jiang Xiaoyun didn't ask any questions after hearing this and just held it in his hand. Then Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun left the secret realm. Qin Feng brought Jiang Xiaoyun to Tianming City. Tianming, you should go level up on your own first. I have something else to do, so I won't be with you for now. After Jiang Xiaoyun finished speaking, he stayed in the safe zone and went offline directly. Qin Feng didn't ask Jiang Xiaoyun what the matter was. Qin Feng looked at the heroic edict in his hand. Heroic edict. Quality, unknown. You can get a hidden job. The only 2 places where this heroic edict can be dropped are in the secret realms of Nightmare and Hell difficulty. Moreover, after the first completion of Nightmare and Hell difficulty, the option of Hell difficulty will disappear, but the option of Nightmare difficulty will not disappear. It's just that the heroic edict will no longer drop. However, Qin Feng didn't know how big the difference was between the hero's edict of Nightmare difficulty and the hero's edict of Hell difficulty. Qin Feng directly crushed the heroic edict in his hand. The edict turned into a golden light and condensed in Qin Feng's body. Hint: you have successfully awakened the profession, Eternal Demon Lord. The only SSS hidden profession. Qin Feng listened to the system's prompt sound. He didn't expect that the profession he got would be the Eternal Demon Lord. Qin Feng reached out and touched the Demon Lord's mark on his forehead. Could it be that this profession was obtained based on the mark on his forehead? What's more important is that this profession is the only hidden profession. Qin Feng's talent is the SSS Master of Machinery, and now he has obtained a unique SSS hidden profession, the Eternal Demon Lord. Hint: use the power of the Demon Lord to nourish yourself. Eternal Demon Lord, unique. Effect: 1. cause a 40% to 80% reduction in all attributes for demon members below the demon saint level. 2. The demon soldiers and generals under your command will receive different degrees of power from the demon lord to enhance their attack power. 3. The improvement of your subordinates will be rewarded 100-fold. Qin Feng looked at his second career. In his previous life, he hated the demon clan the most, but who would have thought that after his rebirth, he would become the owner of the demon lord's mark of the demon clan, after successfully obtaining the second profession. Tip: as the first awakener with dual professions, the system will issue an announcement. Do you want to hide your name? No hiding. World announcement. After the 4 words world announcement appeared. Fuck you. Fuck you. Is this going to stop? How many world announcements are you going to make today? Do you really think of the myriad races world as your own home? Damn it. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. World announcement. Huaxiao region awakener Tianming is the first to obtain dual professions. This announcement is hereby made. This event will be recorded on the inscription of the 10,000 races world, and its fame will last forever. World announcement. Huaxiao region awakener Tianming is the first to obtain dual professions. This announcement is hereby made. This event will be recorded on the inscription of the 10,000 races world, and its fame will last forever. World announcement. Do you think this is the end? Chapter 54, Faction Battle. Level up. Level 99. Chapter 54, Faction Battle. Level up. Level 99. World announcement. The Awakener Tianming in the Huaxiao region has successfully left his name on the Myriad Races World Monument 6 times. Reward. Tianming, Faction Points 200. World announcement. The Awakener Tianming in the Huaxiao region has successfully left his name on the Myriad Races World Monument 6 times. Reward. Tianming, Faction Points 200. World announcement. Damn it. Heaven's will. I beg you, please curb your magical powers. Even the Myriad Races world is flattering you. And you're even giving away faction points. What are camp points? They sound really cool. But why are you focusing so much attention on this faction? Shouldn't you be focusing on the dual classes? This is a dual class. There's only one of its kind. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward and received 20,000 faction points. Qin Feng didn't want to do that, but he was so good that he successfully left his mark 6 times on the monument of the world of all races in one day. Not to mention being a genius, he is also an outstanding person. System announcement. The first faction battle has begun. Opening the teleportation arrays in each battle zone opens the map, Myriad Races Battlefield, part. After entering, a faction battle will begin. Killing an awakened in the enemy battle zone will earn you 1 faction point. Good luck to all players in each battle zone. The last battle zone that survives successfully will receive 10,000 faction points. In the 10,000 Races Battlefield, there are extremely powerful bosses. Killing the bosses can also gain a huge amount of faction points. At the same time, killing the bosses also has a chance to obtain immortal weapon fragments. Time remaining to start, 59 minutes and 40 seconds. The system's announcement then disappeared. However, everyone in the world of all races, and those who were still in the real world at that time were instantly in an uproar. Oh my god! Oh my god! Fairy weapon fragments? Killing a boss actually yields fragments of a fairy weapon. No. There's less than an hour left before we can enter the 10,000 Races Battlefield. But what the hell is this part in the brackets at the end? Is it possible to open one of them? The person above must be a bit crazy. The 10,000 Races Battlefield. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that there are more than just humans. Moreover, this time it should be a confrontation between humans, so other races should not be involved. Qin Feng also heard the system prompt at this time. However, what surprised him was that the battle between the two camps did not start at this time, but 2 months after Qin Feng awakened in his previous life. But in this life, this activity was actually started on the day of awakening. Is it because the world announcements are too frequent? When Qin Feng obtained the camp points before, he didn't have any big ideas. After all, they couldn't be used for the time being. But who could have thought that the battlefield of all races would be opened at this time? Forget it. Let's hurry up and upgrade. There is still an hour left. Qin Feng will try to raise his level to 80 within an hour. Anyway, there is a 100-fold reward. There is a very obvious gap between level 80 and level 80. After level 80, you can independently learn the exclusive skills of this profession. This skill can also significantly increase one's own blessings. Qin Feng came to a demon cave outside the city. This demon cave has 3 floors in total, and the monsters inside are all level 80. At the same time, there is a level 100 Blood Skeleton King on the 3rd floor. Qin Feng stepped directly in. Evil Skeleton. Level 80. Quality: Elite Wild Monster. Attack: 23,345 to 33,549. Defense: 23401-25492. Life: 20,000. Skeletons contaminated by demonic energy have no life and will reunite once after death. Qin Feng looked at the attributes without any expression on his face. The attributes of this skeleton are still very strong, with good attack and defense, but it is still a little too weak for Qin Feng. The only great thing about it might be that they can reunite after death, which is equivalent to having a chance to be resurrected. At this time, there were tens of thousands of skeletons standing on the first floor. Judging from the fact that challenging higher-level monsters will increase some experience, the wild monsters on this level may bring Qin Feng a level increase of about 10. The later the level, the slower the improvement. If Qin Feng had come to challenge when he was only level 10, he would probably have been able to directly upgrade from level 10 to over level 70. It is even possible to reach level 80. It's really weak. But weakness is good. Qin Feng looked at Yu Yu beside his legs. It's time for you to contribute. Qin Feng rubbed Yu Yu's head, and then Yu Yu widened his eyes and two doors opened in front of him. Magnetic levitation vehicles and bionic mechas are constantly jumping out of the door. In just a few seconds, hundreds of bionic mechas and magnetic levitation cannons appeared around Qin Feng. As Qin Feng's mind moved, the artillery fire continued to spray out towards the skeletons on the first layer like a fire snake. The high damage makes them unable to resist at all. Minus 266,543, true damage. Minus 266,543, true damage. Minus 266,543, true damage. You have to know that Qin Feng is only a level 60 awakener, but he can still deal such high damage to these level 80 elite monsters. He is really strong. 5 seconds. These skeletons were killed instantly. With 20,000 HP, they didn't even have a chance to resist in front of Qin Feng's equipment. Even if they had a chance to resurrect once, it would be useless. Hint: you killed the demonic skeleton and gained 50,000 experience points. Hint: you have triggered a 100x reward and gained 5 million experience points. The experience points brought by one demonic skeleton are 5 million, and the experience points brought by tens of thousands of skeletons are very high. Why is the experience level so high here? Qin Feng scratched his head. I originally thought that one skeleton would only give 2 or 3,000 experience points, but I didn't expect it to be as high as 50,000. Combined with 100 times reward, one skeleton increased Qin Feng's experience points by 1/20th. Hint: your level has been increased to 61. Hint: your level has been increased to 62. Hint: your level has been increased to 99. Tip: you have obtained 200,000 gold coins, which will trigger a 100x bonus and earn you 2,000 gold coins. Qin Feng not only gained more than 500 million experience points, but also more than 20 million gold coins, which is equivalent to 2 billion Huayuan. It's only the first day, and Qin Feng has already completed 20 small goals. Level 99. Qin Feng looked at his level and saw that it had been directly upgraded from level 60 to level 99. This showed how terrifying the experience here was. Chapter 55 Exclusive Skill: Armor Blasting. Chapter 55 Exclusive Skill: Armor Blasting. This 100-fold reward is really too much. I originally hoped to reach level 80 within an hour and then comprehend an exclusive skill, but who would have thought that it only took a few minutes, not to mention level 80. I directly upgraded from 60 to 99. Now I only need to go to the main city to find the city lord to complete the task, and I can directly become a level 100 awakener. And for the 100 level awakener, it will be a new world. After becoming a level 100 awakener, the character's attributes in the world of all races will be synchronized to the real world. However, since the appearance of the Awakening Tower, the highest level in the world is only level 99, which is only one level away from level 100. But even this last level is very difficult to break through. Hint: you have obtained the skill, Equipment Explosion. Equipment Explosion, mechanics exclusive skill. The created mechanical equipment can be exploded in a moment, causing high true damage to nearby enemies within a 5-meter radius. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward and gained the skill, Armor Blast. Armor Blast, mechanic exclusive skill. Mechanical equipment is layered and transformed into armor, exploding simultaneously, inflicting irreversible bleeding, 10% HP loss per minute until death, and high true damage to enemies within a radius of 100. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing as he looked at the skills he had acquired. It turned out to be a skill book that allowed mechanical equipment to self-destruct. This skill book was a very useless skill for a mechanic, but for a non-traditional mechanic like Qin Feng, whose pet could create mechanical equipment without limit, it was an extremely powerful skill. Other people's mechanical equipment are treated like treasures after they are manufactured, and can even be said to be worshipped. After all, mechanical equipment has durability. If the durability is exhausted, then the mechanical equipment will become a pile of scrap metal. But Qin Feng was different. With his pet Yu, Qin Feng would not be short of mechanical equipment. At the same time, this explosion not only caused real damage, but also had a very large range. It could affect targets within a radius of 100 meters. There is also another thing, which is that it will add an undispellable bleeding effect. Basically, you can only wait to die. Every minute, you lose 1/10 of your health bar until you die. Even if there is a priest next to you who can heal you, it will be useless. You can only wait to die silently. However, just after Qin Feng successfully reached level 99, the system's prompt sound also kept ringing in Qin Feng's mind. Reminder, your level has been raised to 99. Please go to Qinglong City and find the city lord to complete the next task. Reminder, your level has been raised to 99. Please go to Qinglong City and find the city lord to complete the next task. Hint. The system prompt tone sounds 3 times in a row. In his previous life, Qin Feng's level had also been raised to 99, so he naturally knew what he needed to do next. However, when Qin Feng's level reached 99, it had been nearly 4 months since he entered the Awakening Tower. But even at that time, no Awakener in the major war zones could successfully break through to level 100. This shows how difficult this task is. Forget it. Let's go to Qinglong City first. Qin Feng looked at the time. There are less than 50 minutes left before the event starts, which is enough time for Qin Feng to complete the task. Return to Tianmong City. When Qin Feng just arrived at the gate of Tianmong City, he was blocked by a group of armored guards. Respected warrior, the city lord invites you. The leading general looked at Qin Feng and said respectfully while half-bending. Qin Feng was also stunned when he heard it. The city lord mentioned by this general should only be the city lord of Tianmong City. Although Qin Feng didn't know why the mayor of Tianmong City wanted to find him, Qin Feng still followed the guards to the gate of the mayor's mansion. The city lord is among them. Warriors, please come in. The general stepped aside, opened the door of the city lord's mansion, and invited him. Qin Feng didn't doubt him and walked in slowly. But when Qin Feng entered the city lord's mansion, the door behind him was closed heavily. Just come right in. A hoarse, yet powerful voice came from the deepest part of the city lord's mansion. But when Qin Feng pushed the door open and went in, he was shocked to find that the demon lord's mark between his eyebrows was constantly flashing red light and was slightly hot. Qin Feng also noticed the situation of his mark. He frowned and looked at the entire room, but there was no one in the room. But when Qin Feng turned around again, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng also felt a strong sense of oppression from this person. Qin Feng looked at the figure in front of him. Lord of Tianmong City. Level unknown. Attack? Life? Defense? The city lord's panel was filled with question marks. You are not the city lord. Just by looking at the question marks on the panel, Qin Feng knew that the man sitting in front of him was not the lord of Tianmong City at all. Tianmong City is a city that is only higher than the novice village. Although the city lord is very powerful, in front of the level 99 Qin Feng, the display of his attributes is definitely not a question mark. It can even be said that the attributes of the city lord of Tianmong City may be much lower than Qin Feng's. What on earth is it that you want me to come over here for? Qin Feng knew that it was definitely not the right choice to do anything weird in front of this person with his attributes. He could not see his health level or anything like that, which showed the gap between the two of them. In an instant, the man appeared in front of Qin Feng. Just as he was about to reach out his hand, he noticed a red light flashing between Qin Feng's eyebrows, and the man stepped back a few steps. It really is the demon lord's mark. The man looked at the wound on his hand hoarsely. But in the blink of an eye, granulation tissue grew back on the wound on his hand, and no trace of it could be seen. Don't worry. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. I wouldn't have kept you alive until this point. Although he couldn't see the man's face, Qin Feng could vaguely sense the identity of the person in front of him. You must be a member of the demon clan. If nothing unexpected happens, your identity should be above the demon emperor. Could it be that you are? Chapter 56. The city lord is a demon. 100-fold reward. Suzaku Nirvana Stone. Chapter 56. The city lord is a demon. 100-fold reward. Suzaku Nirvana Stone. Qin Feng seemed to already know the identity of the person in front of him. He could even tell the level of the demon emperor. It was obvious that this person's identity must be above the demon emperor, and the only one above the Demon Emperor was Demon Saint. Qin Feng's eyes almost popped out. He never imagined that in a small city like Tianmong, the mayor was actually from the Demon Clan, and was one of the 12 most holy ones in the Demon Clan. Holy? I can't bear it. The man shook his head. Not the most holy one. Qin Feng felt a little confused. He could clearly see through the Demon Emperor's panel before. Suddenly, he remembered that the attributes and levels of the demons he saw in the secret realm were suppressed, so Qin Feng could see through their panel abilities. But it was different after leaving the secret realm. As far as Qin Feng was concerned, he couldn't see through their true abilities, let alone a Demon Emperor. Even if a Demon Marshal stood in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see through them. Please introduce yourself. Helamus, the Supreme King of the Demons. The man placed his right hand on his left shoulder and half bowed slightly towards Qin Feng. Just now, Helamus received a message from the most holy Demon Clan, which said that the mark of the Demon Lord appeared, but it was not from a Demon Clan member. Let him find it and protect it. But when Qin Feng appeared at the gate of the city, he suddenly felt a sense of suffocation, the feeling of being crushed by the most powerful aura. He thought it must be the breath of the Demon Lord. But Helamus did not expect that the Demon Lord's mark would appear on a human's head, which really made him unhappy. Helamus, what's your relationship with Hiram? Qin Feng thought of the Hiram whom he met in the 4th level of the secret realm. Wasn't he the Demon Marshal? It's my brother. Why? Have you seen him? Hiramos said strangely. We met once. After saying that, he took out the ring that Hiram had given him. After sensing a familiar aura, Helamus couldn't help but nod. Indeed, this is my brother's ring. I never thought he would give you this ring that contains so many treasures. Hiramus shook his head. Helamus felt a trace of the aura of the Demon Lord on Qin Feng, but it was not emitted from the mark, but Qin Feng's own aura. But Qin Feng was clearly just a human being. How could he have the aura of the Demon Lord? He thought he had sensed it wrong and didn't take it seriously. In fact, after Qin Feng obtained his second profession, the Eternal Demon Lord, he more or less condensed some of the Demon Lord's aura on his body. This kind of Demon Lord's aura can not only have a deterrent effect on the people in the Demon Clan, but also have a certain deterrent effect on other wild monsters of low status. It is unlikely to make it commit suicide, but it is still possible to reduce all its attributes. The Supreme Saint asked me to protect you, so I naturally can't let anything happen to you. Unfortunately, I am now the Lord of Tianmong City and cannot move around freely. Hiramus shook his head. Then he took out a crystal. This is the Suzaku crystal I killed earlier. It contains extremely powerful Suzaku power. It will definitely be a huge help to you now. Helamus opened his hand, and a fiery red crystal appeared inside, which continued to emit a hot breath. Helamus waved his right hand, and a barrier appeared in the room where the two of them were. Absorb it now? I've already set up a barrier for you so it won't affect the outside world. Of course, you don't have to worry about being discovered by anyone. Helamus said as he looked at Qin Feng, who was sweating all over his face. The energy of this crystal containing the power of Suzaku is so huge that even Qin Feng, who is standing in front of it, can feel the heat coming towards him. This crystal is tens of thousands of times stronger than the flame bird seen in the previous dungeon. Qin Feng looked at the crystal in front of him. With such a huge amount of energy, would he die immediately after absorbing it? Don't worry, now that I've taken it out, I won't let you make any mistakes. This Helamus is naturally a supporter, so I will definitely protect Qin Feng's safety. But what Qin Feng didn't know was that the Supreme Saint of the Killing Faction had already sent people to the human territory in the world of all races to search for him. It seemed that it wouldn't take long to find his trace. However, the level of those sent by the Saints cannot be very high, otherwise they will be discovered by these powerful people in the world of all races. Qin Feng held the crystal in his hand, but the instant scorching heat almost made Qin Feng let go of his hand. Hint: you have obtained Suzaku Crystal, Remnant 1, which has triggered a 100x bonus, and you have obtained Suzaku Nirvana Stone 1. Qin Feng couldn't help but tremble twice when he heard the system prompt sound. Suzaku Nirvana Stone? After the prompt sound, Qin Feng could feel that the energy of the Nirvana Stone in his hand was shrinking rapidly, and finally he could no longer feel any heat. However, he could feel that the energy in the Nirvana Stone in his hand was more than 1,000 times greater than before. Even Helamus standing beside him had his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly opened. It's almost a wonderful national quintessence. At that moment, he discovered that the Suzaku crystal in Qin Feng's hand had undergone a drastic change. Originally, the Suzaku crystal was just a small piece of the Suzaku Nirvana Stone, but after it came into Qin Feng's hands, it actually condensed into a whole piece of Suzaku Nirvana stone. This is the most concentrated essence left in the body of a complete vermilion bird after Nirvana. Do you want to absorb the Suzaku Nirvana stone? Such good things are right in front of me. How can I not absorb them? Confirm. Who would give up if they can become stronger? A trace of vermilion bird's power continuously flowed out from the Nirvana stone into Qin Feng's body. But this speed is really too slow. Hint. Absorption successful. Current progress 0.01%. Hint. Absorption successful. Current progress 0.02%. Hint. Absorption successful. Current progress 0.03%. The progress increases by 0.01% every second. At this rate, it will take nearly 3 hours to fully absorb the substance. Of course, this does not mean that the speed is very slow. 0.01% per second is already very fast. If you want to absorb a treasure like this that contains the power of the vermilion bird, it will take 1 or 2 years to fully absorb it. That is simply impossible. Chapter 57, Hundredfold Reward. The soaring absorption speed shocked the demon marshal. Chapter 57, Hundredfold Reward. Soaring absorption speed, shocking demon marshal. However, Qin Feng's physique is still very special. He is not only a mechanical lord, but also an eternal demon lord. With the body of a demon lord, it is not an easy task for him to absorb this small vermilion bird. Hiramose on the side was once again confused. Not to mention a complete vermilion bird nirvana stone. He had absorbed a vermilion bird crystal before, and that single crystal took him almost 5 or 6 days. If he wanted to completely absorb a vermilion bird nirvana stone, it would take at least a month or so. But in his eyes, a weak human being could absorb it so quickly. This speed is still a bit slow. Qin Feng rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Helamus wanted to speak out the national quintessence. He was shocked by the speed of absorption. This week, Ant actually said that the speed was too slow? Is it that he can't keep up with the times, or is this human being too perverted? Hint. The hundredfold reward has been triggered, increasing the absorption speed. Hint. Absorption successful. Progress increased by 1%. Current progress 1.1%. Hint. Absorption successful. Progress increased by 1%. Current progress 2.1%. Hint. Absorption successful. Progress increased by 1%. Current progress 3.1%. In an instant, the absorption speed became faster. It directly increased 100-fold. Qin Feng didn't have any ideas. It was good to absorb it quickly, so that he could catch up with the faction battle activity soon. Otherwise, if he continued at the slow pace just now, it would take forever, and he might even miss the faction battle. That'll be quick. Qin Feng felt that his body was constantly strengthening and his attributes were undergoing qualitative changes. Fuck. Looking at Qin Feng, who had triggered a 100-fold reward and increased his speed 100-fold, Helamus still couldn't control his emotions in the end, even though he was the demon commander among the demons. But even the demon king doesn't have such absorption ability. No wonder. No wonder. Moss seemed to understand something all of a sudden. I'm clearly just an ant, but I've even received the demon lord's approval, with the demon lord's mark between my eyebrows. The geniuses among us demons are not as good as those outside. I never thought this person could possess such a powerful talent. Just looking at the speed at which he absorbed it just now, his talent is definitely no less than that of our demon king. He might even be comparable to our demon saint. Hymus's face was filled with shock. If before he only protected and helped the demon saint at his request, now Hymus was really curious about this ant. But I don't know how long it will take you to become a strong person. You are still too insignificant now, Hymus said to himself. Behind Qin Feng in front of him, the roar of Suzaku continued to resound, accompanied by changes in Qin Feng's body, as if he was surrounded by a halo of light. Is this almost successful? Hymus looked at Qin Feng in shock. Just when he was shocked, time had passed quietly. Hint. Absorption successful. Progress increased by 1%. Current progress 83.1%. Hint. Absorption successful. Progress increased by 1%. Current progress 84.1%. Hint. Absorption successful. Progress increased by 1%. Current progress 100%. Just after Qin Feng absorbed the energy from the Suzaku Nirvana stone, the Nirvana stone in his hand instantly cracked, and the energy inside no longer existed. Qin Feng felt the changes in his body, which was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than before. Is this the power of Suzaku? It's really powerful. Qin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the tremendous power in his body, which seemed to be about to break through his body. Boom. With a loud bang, Qin Feng just stretched out his fists and feet and turned the surroundings into ruins. Because the improvement was too rapid, Qin Feng was not able to maintain his condition better. Fortunately, there was a barrier blocking it. Otherwise, just by listening to the sound, I'm afraid that the area within 100 meters around would have turned into ruins. Is this all of Suzaku's power? It's certainly not comparable to the power of the previous Suzaku crystal. Haimos also felt the changes in Qin Feng's body. It seems that you now have the strength of our demon leader. Haimos looked at Qin Feng and said lightly, "Is it just the strength of the demon leader?" Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little melancholy after hearing this. He had improved so much, but he was only as strong as a demon leader? He had originally thought that even if he couldn't defeat the Demon King, he would at least have the strength of a demon marshal. Demon marshal? You haven't reached the power of the demon marshal yet, but it's still very difficult for ordinary demon marshals to kill you. I can feel the fluctuation of space from your body. It's obvious that you must have a treasure that can allow you to travel through space. Haimos looked at Qin Feng and said. Qin Feng nodded without comment. Good. Having the ability to travel through space, one should naturally possess the ability to kill through space. However, the demon marshal's strength is beyond your imagination. But if you ever meet him one day, maybe you can give it a try. If you can't defeat him, at least you can run away. This scroll is for you. It contains the full force of the Demon King's attack. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, simply crush this scroll. Also, I see you possess the ability to curse. This is the power of the Abyss Demon. I don't know how you acquired it, but since you've encountered it, I'll leave it to you. Haimos flicked his fingertips, and 2 yellowed skill books appeared in his hands. I got these 2 skill books when I killed the Abyss Demon. After Haimos finished speaking, he threw the skill book in his hand to Qin Feng. Demon's Breath causes fear and shock to the target, and also causes poison damage, 3% health loss per second, duration of 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Demon Medusa's Gaze. Medusa, fallen into the abyss, opens her eyes and petrifies a single target for 30 seconds. While petrified, it cannot be dispelled. Cooldown, 3 hours. Qin Feng looked at the skill book in his hand. All of them are curse-type skills, especially the second skill, Medusa's Gaze, which can petrify a single target for 30 seconds. Although the cooldown time is a bit long, the skill is really powerful. Not to mention that the petrification time is as long as 30 seconds. You have to know that in battle, 1/10 of a second is often very important. Chapter 58, Double Curse Skills. Petrification. Poisoning. Chapter 58, Double Curse Skills. Petrification. Poisoning. It can be said that a lapse of attention for 0.1 second can directly lead to one's failure, not to mention the 30 seconds, which basically determines the victory. More importantly, this petrified state cannot be dispelled. That is to say, even if you have a priest with you, you cannot remove the petrification effect after being petrified. You still have to wait patiently for 30 seconds. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. Gain the skill, Brutal Demon Breath. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. Gain the skill Gaze of the Fallen Medusa, effect enhanced. Brutal Demon's Breath sprays purple gas around, causing fear and shock to the target, and at the same time causing poisoning damage, 10% blood loss per second, duration of 30 seconds. Poisoning effect cannot be dispelled. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Fallen Medusa's Gaze. Medusa, fallen into the abyss, opens her eyes, petrifying all targets within a 5-meter radius for 30 seconds. Petrified cannot be dispelled. Lost 15% of her maximum health. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Both of these skills have been improved, especially the second effect. Originally, it was only a single target petrification effect, but unexpectedly it turned into a range control effect. Not only did it increase the number of targets, but it can also deduct health points. I have to say that the effect of this skill is really powerful. With a backhand stroke, the 2 skill books turned into golden light and merged into Qin Feng's body. If possible, try not to show the Demon Lord's mark between your eyebrows in front of others. See if you can try to control the mark between your eyebrows. Haimos looked at Qin Feng and reminded him, if it weren't for the pressure from the mark between your eyebrows, I wouldn't be able to sense your presence in the City Lord's mansion. I'm just a demon marshal. If there were a demon king-like being, I'm afraid they would be able to find you easily. Haimos was not lying. The pressure from the Demon Lord's mark was indeed too intense. Even he felt that his attributes had been greatly reduced. Qin Feng heard this and touched the mark between his eyebrows. But he didn't know how to hide the mark between his eyebrows. Just then, hint: do you need to hide the Demon Lord's mark? Qin Feng did not expect that this system was so considerate. Qin Feng, who had no idea what to do just now, could actually use the system to hide his demon lord's mark. Yes, Qin Feng thought to himself. Then the mark between Qin Feng's eyebrows disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. While he could no longer feel the mark of the demon lord, all of Hymus's attributes recovered. The power is back, Hymoth murmured. Then he looked at Qin Feng and found that he still had a little bit of the aura of the demon lord. The mark has clearly disappeared, but why? Hymoth sniffed. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Your body. Hymo still felt the breath of the demon lord from Qin Feng's body. Just the body of the demon lord? Hymo looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. He couldn't understand how Qin Feng, a little scum who inherited the mark of the demon lord, could possess the body of the demon lord. You should know that the appearance of the demon lord's body is not due to the demon lord's inheritance, but only by entering the demon lord's blood pool can there be a chance to achieve the demon lord's body. Among the current demons, the highest of the 12 saints was only a saint body. There was still a huge gap between them and the supreme body, but now, he actually discovered that an ant had a supreme body. This is simply not funny enough. Qin Feng also noticed the expression on Hymus's face, and he kept sniffing something on his body with his nose like a dog. Is it because of my second profession? Eternal Demon Lord. Qin Feng thought to himself. Ahem. Hymus quickly adjusted his state. He was indeed a little out of control just now. A demon general actually lay on a human and kept sniffing like a dog. This was simply a disgrace to the demon clan. Hymus put his hands behind his back, looking extremely serious. You've seen my situation just now. Your body is not ordinary. It's actually the body of a demon lord. It seems that you are very blessed. Possessing the demon lord's mark is not enough, but you can actually obtain the demon lord's body before entering the blood pool. This is truly a blessing for my demon clan. Hymus looked at Qin Feng with eyes that were extremely shocked and hot. Alright, I've covered up the aura on you, but you still have to be careful. Since we in the support faction can sense your aura, then the Supreme Saints in the killing faction can naturally sense your aura as well. But don't worry, the Supreme Saints and Supreme Emperors will definitely not take action. Hymus said. Why is that? Qin Feng looked at him strangely. In fact, not to mention the Supreme Saint coming. Even if a Supreme Emperor came, Qin Feng would be dead. With his current strength, he couldn't even beat a Supreme King. Shouldn't we kill the enemy while he's still a baby? You think the Supreme Saint doesn't want to? It's just that he can't. If someone above the level of the Supreme King wants to take action, do you think the human race will just sit back and watch? The human race is full of powerful ones, and they are no less powerful than us demons. There are currently 3 Supreme Saints in the human race. One of them is proficient in formations and can single-handedly hold off 3 or even 4 demon saints. The remaining 2, one is proficient in swordsmanship and the other in magic, and both are extremely powerful. But now the demon lord's mark and body have appeared on a human. Qin Feng could also understand the meaning of Hymus' words. However, as a human being, he naturally would not draw his sword against humans. However, his current identity is somewhat awkward. A human being actually possesses the ability to become the supreme ruler of the demon clan. Alright, that's all I have to say. Now that you've been promoted, your safety is guaranteed to a certain extent. You can leave now. Hymus looked at Qin Feng and waved. Then he turned into a middle-aged man without any aura, sitting quietly at the table. How many demons like you are there in the main city? Qin Feng asked. In a human city, the mayor is actually a member of the demon clan. This shows how terrifying the infiltration is. How many? This is not something you can care about. Hymus shook his head without responding. Then with a wave of his hand, Qin Feng appeared outside the city lord's mansion. Chapter 59, Betrayal. How did you upgrade? Did you take a rocket? Chapter 59, Betrayal. How did you upgrade? Did you take a rocket? Qin Feng took a look at the city lord's mansion, then turned and left. The lord of Tianmong City is the demon marshal. So, in the main city above, could the lord be an even more powerful being? A demon king? Or even a demon emperor? Qin Feng said to himself. But he didn't have time to consider so many situations now, so he came to the teleportation array. Respected warrior, you are powerful. The soldier in charge of the transmission half bowed and said when he saw Qin Feng. Teleport to Qinglong City. Qinglong City is now one of the 4 holy cities of the human race. There is a supreme saint of the human race in Qinglong City, who is the human saint who is good at swordsmanship that Hymus mentioned just now. However, Qin Feng has now hidden the mark of the demon lord between his eyebrows, and the aura on his body has also been covered up by Hymus's treasure. So Qin Feng doesn't need to worry about his identity being discovered. The picture flashed. Qin Feng's figure suddenly disappeared in Tianmong City. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, He had already appeared at the gate of Qinglong City, which was as prosperous as a downtown. The grandeur of Qinglong City cannot be compared with that of Tianmong City. Moreover, in Qinglong City, not to mention the city lord and the human saint, even the generals in the city are all above level 100. If anyone dares to cause trouble in Qinglong City, the consequences will be no better than dying in the world of all races. Just as Qin Feng was heading to Qinglong City, the Tianlang Guild and the Qingyun Guild were actually involved in a friction. Sirloin, tell me the location of Tianming. Otherwise, none of you from the Tianlang Guild will leave alive today. Don't forget, the event will begin in less than an hour. If all the experts in your Tianlang Guild are wiped out at this time, you will lose a lot of things. In the faction battle, killing the boss will earn you fragments of the immortal artifact. If you still want to keep your guild members alive and participate in the faction battle, then I advise you to honestly contribute your destiny position to me. The Qingyun Guild's president, Qingyun Minshin, looked at Tianlang and the dozens of guild masters behind him with a gloomy face. The Qingyun sect's idea was to find Qin Feng's location before the event started and then kill him. That way, no matter how powerful he was, he would have to leave the myriad races world for 2 days. In 2 days, his advantage would be gone. Then the Qingyun Guild would hunt him down with all their might, making him suffer in the myriad races world. While threatening Tianlang, the Qingyun sect god looked at a young man beside him and said in a cold voice, "How is it? Any clues about Tianming? Who is this bastard in real life?" "President, I have no clue at all. The world of 10,000 races is different from all the immersive online games we've played before. Even if we wanted to track someone down, there's simply no way to do it. And in this world of all races, characters can change their appearance. This way, we won't know whether this person's appearance is real or fake." But the man paused. "But what? Just say whatever you want to say." The Qingyun sect god had a stern face. It seemed that he was worried that the Qingyun sect god would be furious after hearing this information, so he was a little hesitant to tell him this information. But looking at the expression on Qingyun sect master's face, if he didn't say anything now, he would be the one in trouble. "I heard from others that Tianming seemed to have appeared in Qinglong City just now." The man explained carefully. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." After hearing this, the word impossible flashed through Qingyun sect god's mind. Qinglong City is the holy city of the human race, and the conditions for entering it also require a certain level. You can't just enter if you want to. Tianming had just passed the secret realm copy of the novice village, so how could he directly enter Qinglong City? "Vice President, what should we do now? Although we shouldn't reveal the location of Boss Tianming, we are already in a difficult situation. Why don't you go and discuss this with Boss Tianming?" In the Serious Guild, a master has already thought about surrendering. After all, if he is not careful today, it may take 2 days. The inability to log into these 2 forums may not mean anything to ordinary awakeners, but for masters like them, let alone 2 days, even an hour may allow many people to catch up with them. This is also one of the reasons why he is so afraid. He has finally gained a certain advantage, and he doesn't want this advantage to disappear because of an outsider. Bang! After hearing this, Tianlang slapped him in the face. "How can you talk like that? When you saw the boss before, you were quite cheerful and called him boss. Why are you so afraid of death now? Don't forget who got all the gold equipment on you. If it weren't for Boss Tianming, do you think you could wear gold equipment with your character?" Tianlang was furious and scolded the member who had just spoken. But the member's face changed drastically after being slapped in the face. "Tianlang, I call you Vice President out of respect. But don't forget what it would mean to us if we died here today. It might not be a big deal to you, but it's absolutely unacceptable to me." After saying that, he just walked out. "I surrender. I quit the Serious Guild. But Sirius must know the location of that guy named Tianming." That member actually quit the guild in front of Tianlang, and then shamelessly took away the gold equipment he bought from Qin Feng. Damn it. This shameless bastard. What a fucking son of a bitch. His actions also made many people very angry. Tianlang opened his friend list. "Fuck you." When he saw Qin Feng's level, he screamed out loud, and his eyes almost fell to the ground in shock. He wiped his eyes in disbelief. When he saw it before, it was clearly only level 60. How come it was so? Level 99. Tianlang murmured in a voice that only he could hear. The upgrade speed can no longer be described as fast. It is simply like riding a rocket. Even riding a rocket is not as fast as this. Chapter 60. Tianlang is shocked. Is talent a bonus of experience? Chapter 60. Tianlang is shocked. Is talent a bonus of experience? What's more important is that in just a few hours, he has transformed from a level 10 loser into a top-notch powerhouse at level 99. This is simply terrifying. Could it be that the boss's talent can increase experience points? Tianlang thought in shock. At this moment, he had no other idea except this possibility. Tianlang's dull look at this time also made the people around him feel a little strange. Vice President. Vice President. The members of the Serious Guild on the side were also very surprised when they saw the look on the face of their vice president, and they all stepped forward to ask. But Tianlang seemed not to hear it. Tianlang, could it be that destiny deleted you as a friend? Seeing this, the Qin sect god stared at Tianlang with disdain. It was as if he had discovered something interesting. Soon, Tianlang adjusted his situation. Isn't it a great honor to have a friend who reached level 99 in one day? Who has such a person in their friend list? This is something you can brag about everywhere. Boss, are you there? Help. Tianlang began to send messages. In front of Qin Feng, he was not the high-ranking vice president at all, but rather like an enthusiastic follower of Tianlang. Tianlang also heard the notification sound from his friend. I thought it was a message from Jiang Xiaoyun, but I didn't expect it to be a message for help from Tianlang. Boss, we've been surrounded by people from the Qin Guild. They're asking for your location, but don't worry, I won't betray you. But could you please come and rescue us? The faction battle will begin in less than an hour. If we die now, our Serious Guild will lose many experts in the faction battle. Serious's messages kept coming. When Qin Feng saw this, his face darkened. To put it bluntly, the feud between him and Qin Guild was just because of Yulan, and Qin Feng didn't care about the Qin Guild and Yulan at all. But his action seems to be understood as an action. Instead, it made the people of Qin Guild more arrogant and domineering. Tell me where you are. Qin Feng thought about it and decided that Tianlang was still his friend after all, and Tianlang's talent and status were what Qin Feng would need in the future. Besides, this person's personality is very compatible with Qin Feng's, and he also likes dealing with such people. Boss, we are here. Qin Feng looked at the message. The place they are now is the place they passed by when they went to the Howling Abyss before, so there is no need for a teleportation array at all. There are still about 40 minutes before the event starts, so it won't take much time to deal with the Qin Guild's affairs. Not to mention that Qin Feng also has the ability to jump through space. Qin Feng gently squeezed the ring on his hand, his expression changed, and he disappeared in Qinglong City. And at the moment when Qin Feng's figure disappeared, a man in a long robe in the Qinglong City Lord's mansion suddenly opened his eyes. There's actually a spatial fluctuation? Who is it? The man displayed his spiritual sense and covered the entire Qinglong City, but he did not find any trace of this person and then closed his eyes again. Hey, Tianlang, I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you still don't tell us the location of Tianming, don't blame us for being rude. The Qin sect god obviously doesn't have so much time to waste here. The traitor who had just surrendered to the Qin Guild was also on the same side as the Qin sect master. After the Qin sect master finished speaking, he also spoke directly. Tianlang, did you hear that? Our president said that if you don't tell us the location of Tianming, then don't blame us for being rude. He looks exactly like a lackey. Tianlang, did you see that? These are the people from your guild. Look at you. You always say that your guild has a good atmosphere, but how come I find that your guild is actually just SOSO? Well said. The Qin sect god gave the traitor who had just mocked him a look that said, You are very sensible. What the hell? You traitor, how dare you yell like that? You're so proud of yourself for wearing the equipment that the Destiny boss fought for, right? I've never seen such a shameless person like you. Even if you die among the myriad races today, you won't survive. And Boss Tianming will definitely avenge us. Many members looked at the traitor with angry eyes. TSK, maybe that rubbish Tianming has deleted Tianlang and is avenging you. Tianlang just posted a few world announcements. Besides, who the hell is Tianlang? He killed so many bosses, who knows how he did it? Maybe it wasn't his own strength. The traitor is still sneering. Obviously, he had not seen Qin Feng's strength with his own eyes. If he had experienced it personally, he would never dare to say that. Just because he hasn't seen it doesn't mean Tianlang hasn't seen it. Just as the traitor finished speaking, Qin Feng suddenly appeared behind him. It seems you have a lot of opinions about me. Qin Feng looked at him gloomily. At the same time, Qin Feng's voice also frightened the traitor. He jumped up instantly and looked at Qin Feng behind him with horror. But he quickly adjusted his mood. You know, he is now a member of the Qin Guild, and there are hundreds of Qin Guild members here. No matter how powerful this destiny is, he can never be a match for their Qin Guild. With a backer behind him, what is there for him to fear? Tianming, I never thought you'd dare to come here. You can't escape today. The traitor looked at Tianming with surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped by the Qin sect god. Damn it, do you have the right to speak here? Get out of here. After saying that, he kicked again. But the master didn't dare to say anything. Tianming, I never thought you'd dare to come here. You won't be able to escape today. The Qingyun sect god looked at Qin Feng seriously. Of course, if you're willing to join our Qingyun guild and agree to manufacture equipment for our guild, then I can spare your life today. The Qingyun sect god seemed to be sure of victory. After all, there is a team of hundreds of people behind him. If he encounters a lone traveler, let alone the Qingyun sect god, even if it is a tied dog, the dog will bark happily. Chapter 61. Are you not going to cooperate? Chapter 61. Are you not going to cooperate? You said you would give me a chance to live? Qin Feng didn't know who gave him the courage to talk to him like that. There are indeed many masters in the Qingyun guild, but if the 100 people behind him are the capital for his arrogance as the god of Qingyun, then Qin Feng can only say that this capital is not enough. How? Tianming, are you not going to cooperate? The eyes of the Qingyun sect god narrowed. Think carefully. What will happen if you dare to disobey me? I know you're powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, you're just an awakener who just came out of the novice village. In my Qingyun guild, there are many high-level awakeners. Do you think you can be their opponent? The Qingyun sect master said lightly. It seemed that he wanted Qin Feng to know the gap between the two. Only by letting Qin Feng know the gap between him and Qingyun guild would the rest of the conversation be easier. A high-level expert? After hearing this, Qin Feng almost laughed out loud. No matter how powerful the Qingyun guild is, it is impossible for it to have a level 99 awakener. You should know that there are only a few awakeners in the entire Huaxiao region who can reach level 99. And the small temple of Qingyun guild naturally cannot accommodate any of them. And Qin Feng can say without any exaggeration that his current attributes, with the blessing of dual professions, are absolutely unrivaled in the entire world of all races. And this Qingyun sect god actually spoke so arrogantly in front of him that he would give him a way to live? There really is no joke funnier than this. Moreover, if it weren't for Yolan's existence, Qin Feng would have no idea what this so-called Qingyun guild was. Although the Qingyun guild in his previous life got the first pass of the limited-time copy, Qin Feng didn't care. After that, the development of the Tianlang guild did not suffer any negative impact because of this failure. On the contrary, the Qingyun guild, after receiving the first announcement, recruited members on a large scale. In the end, due to the mixed quality of its members, it suffered the consequences. Destiny, I admit that you are a master. At this time, a man in a wizard's robe walked out from the side of Qingyun's sect god and looked at Qin Feng with disdain. He is the highest level person in the Qingyun guild, reaching level 73. You should know that level 73 is already a very good level, but it is not yet the first echelon, but you can definitely enter the second echelon. Qin Feng is at best a person of very low level, but with a very high upper limit. However, a high upper limit is useless. If you cannot develop, you are still a waste. But he thought too simply of Qin Feng. Introduce yourself. Nightmare. Level 73. The man looked at Qin Feng with pride. Nightmare. Qin Feng thought about the name, but he couldn't remember it. Since he couldn't remember the name, it meant that in his previous life, this guy named Nightmare was not a top-notch master at all. At most, he has some strength. Qin Feng estimated that his talent was not even at S level, and at best it was an A-level talent. But Qin Feng really disliked his personality. He just relied on his higher rank, and was actually a little arrogant. After all, Qin Feng was giving face to the head of the Huaxia district. Could a man who appeared on the world announcement 6 times be compared with him? And the look in Qin Feng's eyes just now clearly showed that he was not interested in him. His condition was beyond Nightmare's expectations. He originally thought that after he revealed his level, Tianming would at least have some reaction, if not be shocked. But not only did he not react, Nightmare also saw a hint of disdain in his eyes, as if a level 73 mage like him was nothing in the eyes of Tianming. Damn it! Qin Feng's eyes instantly angered Nightmare. He felt that he was looked down upon. Then he picked up the staff and chanted a spell. Flame explosion. Accompanied by a roar, an extremely powerful flame attacked Qin Feng. Destiny, I want to see if your strength is as strong as your temper. And don't even think about dodging my skills. My flames will explode. Nightmare had a sinister expression on his face. It seemed that Qin Feng was about to become a corpse. What good does it matter if it's published on the World Bulletin Board? You'll still die in my hands in the end. Nightmare showed a ferocious look again, and his facial features began to distort. Oh, it seems you really intend to bear the damage of my flames. Nightmare never thought that Qin Feng would just stand there, waiting obediently for the attack. Boss Tianming, get out of the way. Master Tianming. He's a level 73 mage, so his damage must be very high. Many members of the Sirius Guild shouted upon seeing this. Sorry, if you try to dodge again, I'm afraid it's already over. After Tianming dies, it will be your turn, so you don't need to worry at all. Because none of you can leave alive today. Nightmare stared coldly at the members of the Serious Guild. The flames instantly engulfed Qin Feng's body. The huge flames and heat continued to spread around. Even the members of the Sky Blue Guild felt the power contained in this flame. Qin Sect Master, if anything happens to Boss Tianming and my people, our president will definitely not let your Qin Guild off. Tianlang looked at the Qin Sect Master with anger. Although he already knew Qin Feng's level, he still had to say the polite words. What's more, their Tianlang Guild's president, Tianyin, is a level 88 mage, much higher than the level 73 Nightmare, and unlike Nightmare, their president is a top-tier mage. What are you afraid of? Don't forget that Yolan's brother is a level 99 assassin. Even if the leader of your Tianlang Guild is powerful, he can never be a match for Yusin. Yusin is Yolan's brother, and the level 99 assassin she always talks about. But the next second, boom. With a loud bang, an explosion occurred in the center of the flame. Ha! You still think you can survive my fire explosion? Wishful thinking. But Nightmare didn't laugh for long. The smile froze on his face. Several seconds have passed since the explosion. Normally, it would be impossible for an awakener of level 10 or so to withstand his own skills, but the system did not even give any prompts. This means that Tianming is still alive at this time. The flames gradually dissipated. Qin Feng's figure still appeared in front of everyone intact. Chapter 62, The Terror of the Qin Sect God. Somewhat shameless. Chapter 62, The Terror of the Qin Sect God. How shameless. That's it. With this temperature, are you planning to give me a bath? Qin Feng stretched out his hand, grasped a flame, and blew gently. The flame in his hand seemed to have touched some terrible plant and fled madly. Finally, Qin Feng swallowed it into his stomach. After absorbing the vermilion bird nirvana stone, this level of fire could not cause any harm to Qin Feng, and he really did not feel anything at all. Impossible, impossible. Seeing this, Nightmare began to doubt his life. He is a level 73 mage. Not to mention spell damage. Even if he just hits someone with a staff, he can kill a guy who is only level 10 or 15. But this wasn't right at all. Why could he swallow his own flame? And the flames that had just fled madly seemed to have encountered some terrifying enemy. This is the message that the flame sends to the Nightmare. -0. His damage couldn't even break Qin Feng's defense, and he couldn't even force a slight loss of health. Impossible. I don't believe it. Violent Fireball. Flame Star. 2 more extremely powerful fire spells. But Qin Feng still stood there, waiting for the 2 attacks to hit him hard. When the smoke and dust cleared, Qin Feng's figure remained unchanged. -0. -0. The exasperated Nightmare had no idea what to do with Qin Feng at this point. He used all the skills he could, but he couldn't cause any harm to Qin Feng. Tip. Abyssal Breath triggered. Target's effect mana reduced by 20%. Stacked. Target's effect mana reduced by 60%. Tip. The Curse of the Abyss Demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. It has been superimposed, and the target's health is reduced by 60%. 2 curses were triggered directly. Nightmare's health and mana are permanently reduced. What did you do to me? Nightmare looked at Qin Feng in shock. He found that his maximum health and magic points had decreased by 60% at the same rate. However, Qin Feng no longer wanted to play with him. To deal with this guy, there is no need to summon your own magnetic levitation cannon. An exoskeleton arm condensed on his right arm, and then smashed heavily towards Nightmare's body. A horrifying image of injury appeared on Nightmare's head. -220W. True damage. More than 2 million in damage. This is when Qin Feng concealed his abilities. If it were a magnetic levitation cannon and a bionic mecha, the damage would probably reach tens of millions. Holy crap. Is this the damage a big boss can do? Over 2 million in damage with just one punch? Did he hit an aorta? Tianlang was stunned when he saw the injury on his forehead. The same goes for the surrounding Serious Guild members. Ouch. Fuck you. Why are you pinching me? Believe it or not, I'm going to slap you to death. One member whimpered as he felt the pain on his inner thigh. I pinched it to see if what I just saw was real or fake, but now I know it's true. Oh my god, can't you pinch yourself? Pain. Nightmare's body had now turned into a pool of flesh paste. I really don't know where this guy got the courage from. Not only did he lose the chance to participate in the faction battle, but his life and magic attributes were permanently reduced by 60%. Now, let alone the 2nd echelon. He can't even enter the 4th or 5th echelon. He just killed a level 73 mage with a single punch. This destiny must be a demon. Compared with the people in the Serious Guild, The 100 members behind the Qin Guild all lamented the terrible damage Qin Feng had suffered. Even the most powerful person in their guild can't handle a character like this, so who can? Can we rely on this bunch of scum? The Qin sect god looked at Qin Feng with some horror in his eyes. But he couldn't give in at this time. As the president of a guild, if he chooses to give in, it will be a huge blow to his reputation and also to the Qin Guild. Destiny, I admit that you are very strong. The Qin sect god looked at Qin Feng with a nervous look. But the people standing behind me are all elite members of our Qin Guild. If you dare to touch me, then the Qin Guild will definitely fight you to the death. Even if we die here today, we will bite off a piece of your flesh. It might not matter if we die, but if you die, you won't be able to log into the myriad races world for 2 days. Which do you think will be more affected, you or my Qin Guild? You still have to consider the interests involved here carefully. The Qin sect god seemed to be still struggling in vain. Bite off a piece of my flesh. That's hilarious. Qin sect master. It's not that I look down on you, but you and all those scum behind you. Are you planning to crush me with a massive human wave? How naive. Even a level 73 mage can't do any harm to me. So what makes you think these guys behind you can hurt me? Qin Feng sneered. At this moment, the member who had just betrayed stood up. But it was not directed at Qin Feng, but at the gods of Qin sect. He pointed at the Qin sect master and said with a righteous look on his face, "That's right. How dare you? Qin sect master, go against Boss Tianming. The highest-ranking people in your guild are no match for Boss Tianming. These people behind you are nothing. Do you still want to perish with Boss Tianming?" Bah, that's a nice thought. After seeing that Qin Feng was in an advantageous position, this guy turned the gun directly towards the Qin sect god. I really don't want to be associated with people like you. After saying that, he actually quit the Qin Guild. Then he walked to Tianlang with a smile. "Vice President, I'm back." What Tianlang didn't expect was that this guy could actually walk up to him shamelessly and say those words just now. "Fuck, you're such a cool bastard. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now? I just like seeing you arrogant." Many members walked towards him with their knives sharpened. "Oh, why are you saying so much? I was young and ignorant. It's all my fault. I hope you can forgive my ignorance. I know now that the Serious Guild is my eternal home. Brothers, without waiting for him to finish speaking. "Get the hell out of here. Get as far away as you can. I despise people like you who change their minds with the wind. You're a fence-sitter. Hey, to it." Chapter 63, Unknown Error? Failed to accept the job transfer task? Chapter 63, Unknown Error? Failed to accept the job transfer task? There was no need for Tianlang to take action at all. Those members who disliked him just now rushed forward and directly gathered their strength to kill the traitor. Everyone was still unhappy and spat at his body crazily. He wanted to survive, but he didn't expect that he would be the first to die. But as luck would have it, the gold equipment he took from the Serious Guild actually fell down, along with 2 bronze equipment. It was enough to make him feel distressed for a while. "Tianming, are you really planning to fight to the death with me?" The Qin sect god stared at Qin Feng with gritted teeth. If he had the chance to regret, he would never have chosen to come here today. Originally, because he brought Nightmare with him, he could kill Qin Feng directly, but unexpectedly, Nightmare was killed by Qin Feng with just 1 punch. It's just too funny. A desperate situation? Tip: triggering the fallen Medusa's gaze, the target will be petrified. Deduct 15% of the maximum health effect. Qin Feng directly used the skills he had just acquired. Compared with the previous 2 curse skills, this one needs to be released actively. The Qin sect god in front of Qin Feng and the enemies within a radius of 5 meters were caused petrification damage. Of course, the Serious Guild behind him would not be affected. Moment. The Qin sect god found that his body could not move. And the system prompt sound also came out. Hint: you are petrified for 30 seconds. Unable to be dispelled. Loss of 15% of your health. When the system's prompt sounded, the Qin sect master was completely stunned. He knew it must be Tianming's doing, but wasn't Tianming a mechanic? How could a mechanic have such a skill? And those members behind him who had not been petrified began to get restless and did not choose to escape because of Qin Feng's strength. This was something Qin Feng had not expected. But it doesn't make any difference to Qin Feng whether they run or not. They will all die in the end. Qin Feng's mind moved, and huge magnetic levitation cannons floating in the air appeared on both sides of his arms. Then they began to bombard the people from the Qin Guild in front with indiscriminate artillery fire. Boom, boom, boom. There were constant deafening noises in the jungle. -1022W. True damage. -1022W. True damage. -1022W. True damage. This single shot dealt over 10 million damages, which was a devastating disaster for these awakened beings whose health points were less than 10,000. Soon, just 2 seconds. Apart from the Qin sect master who was still petrified, there was no living person from the Qin guild at the scene. How is it? Watching your guild members die in front of you. It feels good, right? There are still more than 20 seconds left before the petrification ends, so the bloodshot eyes of the Qin sect god are of no use. How boring. If you still want revenge, then ask some powerful people to come over, otherwise it would be too boring to be killed instantly. But what a pity, it's not me who missed the faction battle, but you. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he punched down again, smashing the resentful Qin sect god into a corpse. 220W. True damage. Destiny. I will never let you go easily. Before dying, the Qin sect god did not forget to leave a cruel remark. But Qin Feng didn't take his threat seriously at all. Solve. Qin Feng patted Tianlang on the shoulder. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have anything to do with the Qin guild. Boss, you're incredible. It's only because our president isn't here. Otherwise, that lousy Qin guild wouldn't even be worthy of supporting our guild. The highest level member of their guild is that nightmare just now, but he's only level 73. Remember, our president has reached level 88. He's a top-tier expert. Tianlang was still filled with dissatisfaction with the Qin guild. What's even more unexpected is that there would be a traitor in our guild. This is truly a joke for the boss. Tianlang felt his face burning when he thought of the shameless traitor just now. However, Qin Feng didn't have any ideas. It was absolutely impossible for such a large guild to be completely united, so it was normal to have a few bad guys. I have something else to do. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he disappeared from the sight of Tianlang and the others in a flash. Fuck. The move he just made shocked everyone again. What kind of trick was that just now? The boss disappeared with a quick check. Could it be teleportation? Many members of the Sirius Guild are still in shock. In the world of all races, they had never seen the skill of instant teleportation. Even their president did not possess such a powerful skill. This boss is the boss. Everyone sighed. Qin Feng used his space-jumping skills and returned to Qinglong City again. Just as Qin Feng returned, the robed man in the city lord's mansion opened his eyes again, with a gleam in his eyes. It's the familiar spatial fluctuation again. He murmured softly. Being able to utilize the power of space is something that only the Supreme Saint can do. Those who are not Supreme Saints cannot perform space jumps, or even utilize any power of space. The first is that the body cannot withstand the violent energy in the space. The second is that spatial skills are too scarce. I have never heard of anyone having spatial skills. Oh, you're actually heading towards the city lord's mansion. The man suddenly felt this breath coming towards the city lord's mansion. Qin Feng followed the road and found the way to the city lord's mansion very familiarly. Stop. The 2 guards in front of the mansion stopped Qin Feng in an instant. Who are you? What's the matter? One of the guards looked at Qin Feng. Let him in. Suddenly, a sound came from the mansion, and the 2 guards at the door immediately put away their weapons to make way for Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly walked into the mansion. Following the memories of the previous life, I found the location of the city lord. It was the man in the long robe who sensed Qin Feng's aura. The city lord looked at Qin Feng with a strange look in his eyes. I wonder what brings you here, warrior? The city lord looked at Qin Feng and asked. He was already certain that Qin Feng was the one who possessed the power of space. City lord. Qin Feng revealed his level. The city lord understood his intention as soon as he saw him. I'm here to complete the job transfer mission. The city lord nodded. Yes, I can feel how powerful you are, warrior. More powerful than anyone I've ever met. The city lord's pupils constricted, and he actually felt a sense of threat from Qin Feng. You have to know that to be the lord of the holy city, one's identity and ability are naturally extraordinary. It can be said that he is an existence second only to the supreme saint of the human race. But even such an existence actually felt a little threatened by an awakened person today, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Hint. You have triggered the job change mission. Hint. An unknown error was detected. Tip. Mission trigger failed. Chapter 64. Faction battle begins. Job change quest begins. Chapter 64. Faction battle begins. Job change quest begins. Qin Feng's face changed when he heard the system's voice. Unknown error? Qin Feng could never have imagined that a job transfer task could actually trigger failure. The city lord was also confused. Warrior, it seems you can't trigger the job change quest for the time being. The city lord looked at Qin Feng and shook his head. Then with a wave of his hand, Qin Feng appeared outside the city lord's mansion. Just then. Hint. An unknown error was detected. Hint. An unknown error was detected. Tip: the job change mission has been triggered. Suddenly, the job change task was triggered, but this job change task was actually triggered by Qin Feng himself. But being able to trigger is better than not being able to trigger. Qin Feng thought about his previous life. The first awakener of level 100 would appear half a month after he awakened. However, it was not an awakener from their Chinese war zone, but an awakener from the United States. Moreover, the first 3 awakeners of level 100 are all from the United States war zone. They are also King Ali, King Yasa, and King Titan, who have the ability to ascend to the world of all races. It was because of the existence of these 3 people that the Huaxiao region suffered a crushing defeat in the faction battle 2 months later. At the same time, in the real world, China also suffered a certain degree of shock. However, in this life, Qin Feng naturally could not allow those 3 to become level 100 awakeners. In the upcoming activity, Qin Feng's primary task is to kill King Yasa, King Ali, and King Titan of the beautiful country, and permanently reduce their attributes. In this way, even if they become level 100 awakeners, their strength will be greatly reduced under the curse. Qin Feng opened his task panel and looked at his job transfer task. Job change quest, unique. Go to the faction battle and kill the players from the United States, Japan, and Korea. The number should reach 80% of the awakened players in the battle zone. Qin Feng looked at the job transfer task, lost in thought. The difference between this job change task and his previous lives is really huge. In his previous life, he also became a level 100 awakener, but the task at that time was just to go to the secret realm and kill 1 million monsters. But the mission in this life is to go to the camp battle and kill people. Moreover, the awakened ones selected were from the 3 countries of beauty, Fuso and Goryeo, which coincided with Qin Feng's previous idea. When Qin Feng originally entered, he wanted to massacre these 3 war zones, but he didn't expect that it coincided with his job transfer task. However, when Qin Feng is slaughtering, he still has to be careful of the people in his own battle zone. You know, if you are killed, there is a chance that all your equipment except the bound ones will fall off. This also means that if someone is jealous of Qin Feng's equipment, they should be careful. After all, there might be some guys who like to do harm to others. However, according to Qin Feng's current defensive ability, there are actually not many people who can break through his defense. I guess even if an assassin comes and attacks me, he might not be able to cut off the shield on my body. In fact, the system prompts did not mention that there are still many objects that can be extracted from the real world in this camp battle, but it's just that it's a bit difficult to drop them. At this time, Qin Feng had nothing to do. The only thing he could do was wait for the event to come. As time goes by bit. System announcement: faction battles have begun. Teleportation arrays in all battle zones have been activated. Please be prepared. System announcement: faction battles have begun. Teleportation arrays in all battle zones have been activated. Please be prepared. System announcement. Accompanied by the system prompt sound. Prompt: do you want to enter the battlefield of all races? Qin Feng looked at the system prompts. Confirm. As Qin Feng's voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. System announcement. The number of awakened individuals entering the 10,000 races battlefield has exceeded 30%. Faction boss is deployed. System announcement. The number of awakened individuals entering the 10,000 races battlefield has exceeded 60%. Battle zone boss is deployed. System announcement. The number of awakened individuals entering the 10,000 races battlefield has exceeded 80%. World boss is being deployed. Another 3-tone system announcement. In just 1 minute, the number of awakened people entering the battlefield of all races had reached 80%. System prompt. Awakened players entering the battlefield have 2 resurrection opportunities. Death will result in a level loss. System prompt. A treasure chest has appeared in the myriad races battlefield. The treasure chest may contain experience potions, gold coins, or powerful skill books. Good luck to everyone. System prompt. In the myriad races battlefield, all awakened players are synchronized to level 50. The battlefield of all races is huge, and every awakened person is randomly teleported to a corner. Qin Feng was looking around when he found himself in a field of yellow sand. The sky was filled with yellow sand, and the sun was constantly scorching the entire desert. Qin Feng looked at his position. Just when he was about to look for enemies from the 3 countries, he found that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find people from the 3 countries in this huge battlefield of all races. Just when Qin Feng was racking his brains over how to solve the problem. Hint: trigger the side quest, clean up the salon. Clean up the salon, side quest. Content: kill 20,000 skull crackers. Reward: location of the Awakener of the United States, available for space jump. Qin Feng looked at the triggered side quest, and his headache instantly disappeared. I was just worrying about how to find someone, but now I have been given a side quest. I have to say that this system is very thoughtful. Qin Feng looked at the map. I am now in the desert, and the place where Sharon is not far away from me, heading straight towards the salon ruins. 10 minutes later, he has arrived in front of the ruins. At this moment, Sharon's bones are scattered among the ruins. In order to save time, Qin Feng rushed in directly. The bones that were originally scattered on the ground seemed to have received some guidance. Bone Fracture Salon. Level 50. Attack, 26,150. Life, 7,000. Defense, 2,300. Sandstorm Dragon Skeleton, corroded over a long period of time, lifeless. Qin Feng looked at the bone-breaking sand dragons that Mi Qinai had pressed. The attack power was quite high, but weren't these 7,000 lives just like paper in front of Qin Feng? Chapter 65 This is Art. Chapter 65 This is Art. Although Qin Feng's level has been lowered to level 50, his attributes have not actually been reduced much. So with Qin Feng's strength, with only 7,000 health points, not only can he not withstand the damage of the magnetic levitation cannon, I'm afraid even Qin Feng's exoskeleton arm can't withstand it. Forget it. It's a bit weak. Looking at these salons, Qin Feng curled his lips. Then the figure left the spot in an instant. This time he did not want to use his mechanics power, but instead wanted to try his second profession, that is, the ability of the Eternal Demon Lord. The most powerful thing about the demons is their physique. At the same time, their fighting style is very simple, which is pure physical strength. Now that Qin Feng has obtained his second profession, the Eternal Demon Lord, his physical body has been greatly enhanced. At the same time, after absorbing the Suzuku Nirvana Stone, his physical body can be said to be comparable to that of a demon king. The next second, Qin Feng appeared in the salon group. At the same time, he felt the powerful energy in his body, and his face instantly turned red. Roar! A roar roared out from Qin Feng's mouth. At the same time, a flame containing the power of Suzuku continuously spurted out of his mouth, instantly turning the bone-breaking sand around him into ashes. Without even causing any damage, they were turned into ashes. Qin Feng kept swinging his fists and smashed bone-breaking sand into pieces with one punch. 30W. 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 Every punch Qin Feng throws can directly take the lives of these salons. But that's not right. These salons have no lives. After feeling the raging fighting spirit in his body, Qin Feng genuinely liked the feeling of punching each other in flesh and blood. Originally, the demons were a brave and warlike race, and when Qin Feng obtained the Eternal Demon Lord, his body was also subtly changing greatly, and he was constantly evolving towards the body of the Demon Lord. Although there are many masters among the human race, in terms of physical strength alone, they are still far behind the demons. Take the Supreme Saint of the human race, for example. Compared with the Supreme Saint of the demon race, the difference in physical body is huge. But why is it that although the Supreme Saint of the human race is short in number, they can already stop the encroachment of the demon race? This is the most important difference between the demons and humans, and that is the issue of talent. It is undeniable that the talents of the best among the human race are not comparable to those of the demons. Among the demons, their talents are innate, but it is different for the human race. The talents and strength of the human race can undergo qualitative changes through acquired efforts. But among the demons, the different classes are determined from birth. Whatever you can become in the future is already fixed. Hint: you killed 100 Bonebreaker salamanders and gained 1,000 experience points. Tip: you have triggered a 100-fold reward and gained 100,000 experience points. Qin Feng couldn't help smacking his lips as he listened to the prompt tone in his head. These salons are all level 50 monsters, so why are the experience points given so little? 100 salons only give 1,000 experience points. On average, each salon only gives 10 experience points. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. He originally wanted to gain more experience points here, but he didn't expect that the experience points here were so few. Oh my god, if it weren't for the side quest, I would have left long ago. As soon as Qin Feng heard the system prompt, he wanted to kill these guys directly. Fuck it, never mind. Qin Feng looked at Yu beside him. He retreated violently and separated himself from the group of salons. What a waste of my time. Hint: you have obtained camp points 100. After killing 100 salons, Qin Feng also heard the voice of the system. 1 salon per camp point, which seemed pretty good. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward and received 10,000 faction points. After hearing the reminder about the camp point, Qin Feng's bad mood became much better. However, Qin Feng no longer has much time to waste here. Then Qin Feng asked Yu to summon the magnetic levitation cannon. Not even a bionic mecha is needed. They began to indiscriminately bombard the salon groups in front. 330W. True damage. 330W. True damage. 330W. True damage. Although the output here is subject to certain restrictions, for Qin Feng, it doesn't seem to mean much. Even if his attributes are only at level 50, they are still much higher than those of level 99 masters. No one can match the damage that the magnetic levitation cannon can cause him. At the same time, a small group of people came to where Qin Feng was. Fuck you. Is this fucking true or not? What kind of damage is this? Is it cheating? Could it be that there are still cheats in the world of all races? Everyone was stunned by what they saw. This is a level 50 monster. How could it be killed so easily? I can't stand this. Shouldn't we go up and rob the monsters? Since we came in, let alone a single monster, we haven't even seen a few living people. We've finally seen so many monsters. If we don't go up and rob them, this guy will kill us. You? Fuck you. Is there something wrong with your brain? Can't you see the damage floating on this monster's brain? How many digits are there? Just count them yourself, okay? I really want to slap you to death. You want to steal his monster? I think you are tired of living, right? Don't take us with you if you want to die. The people next to him were also nodding frantically. That's right. I don't want to mess with a guy like that. With his damage, if we go up to rob the monster, the damage we inflict on him might not be as high as my grandma's blood pressure. But this guy is so fierce. He must be no ordinary person. I feel the same way. Could he be from one of those big guilds? Or maybe he's level 99. Such a dazzling sight is truly a pleasure to watch. Is this art? Art is an explosion. The awakened one, who is also a mechanic, looked at the magnetic levitation cannon beside Qin Feng with fiery eyes. They are all mechanics, so why is there such a big difference between them? This turret, floating in the air, I feel like it must be at least a purple gold or red gold level piece of equipment, right? And the damage it causes is truly too exaggerated. Then this person, Heaven, Lord Destiny. The mechanic's pupils constricted. Chapter 66 Job Change Task Change. Chapter 66 Job Transfer Task Changes. In this world of all races, no one except Tianming possesses equipment above the purple gold level, so the identity of the person in front of him is obvious. It's definitely the Destiny boss. The wind is blowing. Hurry up, hurry up. After knowing Qin Feng's identity, these people no longer wanted to stay here. In their opinion, all gods have tempers. If they see them peeping here, they might be the ones to die under the artillery position. 2 minutes later, Qin Feng blew up all the salons here. In fact, it was not that Qin Feng lacked energy, but it took a lot of time to condense these bones, so it also wasted some of Qin Feng's time. But it's okay. The battle of all races has only just begun for a few minutes. Reminder: clean up the salon, mission has been completed and the rewards have been distributed. Just as the system voice fell, Qin Feng discovered that densely packed small white dots appeared on the map. The location of these small white dots was where the awakened people of the beautiful country were. However, just when Qin Feng was about to start killing, system prompt: the regional boss has been discovered. Please go and kill him as soon as possible. Qin Feng's face changed when he heard the prompt in his head. It's only been less than a few minutes, and the location of the regional boss has been discovered? Just when Qin Feng was stunned, the location of the boss of that area appeared on the map. Looking at the fiery red location on the map, Qin Feng couldn't help scratching his head. What should I do? If I were to kill the regional boss, then the job change quest would be. It seems that the system also knows Qin Feng's difficulties. Tip: the job transfer quest has changed. Go to the area boss and kill him. At the same time, damage must account for more than 80% of the final output calculation. Qin Feng listened to the system's prompts. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he could do nothing about it. I originally wanted to complete the mission of killing enemies in the war zone, but it was changed due to the appearance of the regional boss. Tip: killing mission: kill the awakened ones in the war zones of the United States, Fusang, and Goryeo, still valid, and has no time limit or personnel requirements. Reward: 1 war zone teleport token. Hearing the prompt, Qin Feng nodded. And there are no more personnel requirements later. However, this reward is actually a war zone teleportation token. Each war zone is divided into different areas, so it is unlikely to cross the war zone. Of course, it is not ruled out that someone may find some teleportation arrays that can be used to teleport to other war zones. However, unlike the war zone teleportation token, the teleportation location of the teleportation array is not fixed, but random. It may teleport to the cave of a ferocious beast or in front of a treasure chest. However, tokens can be transferred selectively. What a great thing. I can go to the beautiful country later and kill those 3 kings. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. With the token, Qin Feng can reach the beautiful country. Although he cannot stay there for a long time, don't forget that Qin Feng also has the ability to jump through space. They can easily appear in the war zone of the United States. Qin Feng had already made up his mind. He would go and play with the 3 so-called kings every 2 days. He would drop a level every time he killed them. If he killed one of them every 2 days, he would drop a level. In a month, he would drop about 15 levels. Anyway, with Qin Feng around, it is impossible for King Yasa, King Ali, and King Titan to become level 100 awakeners. Qin Feng found that he was not far away from the boss of this area, and many awakened people from the beautiful country have already arrived nearby. Qin Feng chose the one closest to him and started the space jump directly. William, a blond man, said as he looked at the man in black robe in front of him. Let me tell you, I just killed 3 awakened people from the Huaxiao region. They are really too weak. They're so weak that I don't even want to attack them. I feel like killing them is a waste of my time. 3? It seems like you're quite lucky, Bob. But I'm not so lucky. I only met one. But his strength is pretty good. He can bring me some joy. William looked at Bob and shook his head. That bastard called Tianming. Does he really think that being listed on the world notice can narrow the gap between the Chinese theater and our American theater? Impossible. My target this time is this Tianming. What kind of ability can a scumbag who just awakened have, even if he passed the hell difficulty secret realm? Oh, you don't know, but when those 3 scumbags from the Chinese war zone met me, they screamed miserably, begging for mercy and asking me not to kill them. The painful and wailing expressions on their faces really made me happy. Bob's face was full of disdain for China and Tianming, but when he thought of the 3 trash he had killed before, a smile flashed across his face. At this moment, a gust of wind and sand blew up from behind him. Oh, scum! Qin Feng, who had just come over through the power of space, was about to take action when he heard this white pig mocking his motherland and himself. At the same time, they are constantly slandering the Chinese people. Originally, he was planning to just give him a quick death, but Qin Feng no longer had this idea at this moment. Anyway, the area boss would be unveiled in a few minutes, and these few minutes were enough to torture them. Fuck! Who is that? How dare you secretly follow me? In the world of all races, although they do not speak the same words, everyone can understand each other's meaning. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a yellow monkey from China. After seeing Qin Feng, Bob couldn't help but sneer twice. He could tell at a glance that the face was Chinese, and that the tall and mighty figure was something that the Fusang and Goryeo people, who were also Asians, did not have. It seems that what I said just now touched you. But I'm sorry, you Chinese scum are really too weak. You can't arouse my interest at all. Although he said he was sorry, his expression was full of sarcasm. Too weak. Qin Feng sneered. Bob grinned, and then an illusory bow and arrow appeared in his hand. There was nothing at first, but as the bowstring was pulled, a long arrow containing several powerful fire elements was placed on it. Call out. The long arrow instantly burned the air with a sizzling sound, and then shot towards Qin Feng. But Qin Feng had no intention of dodging at all. He just stood there with a sneer on his face. Chapter 67 Killing the White Pig. Chapter 67 Kill the White Pig. Ha ha. I was so scared. Bob looked at Qin Feng motionlessly, thinking that he was scared silly, and laughed wildly. The flaming arrow exploded in midair. What a beautiful picture. Bob looked at the flames of the explosion and couldn't help but sigh. Let's go? This guy should be. Just when Bob thought Qin Feng had turned into a corpse, he discovered that the system prompt sound did not appear. That's impossible. How could you survive my explosive arrow? Bob looked at the flames in disbelief. Soon, he saw a figure slowly walking out of the fire. Not to mention being injured, even the clothes on his body were not damaged at all. Tip. Triggering the abyssal breath. The target's mana is reduced by 20%. Tip. The curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. Ha. Not bad, not bad. Don't attack William. Leave this guy to me. Bob looked at William in the black robe and said with eagerness. Qin Feng has already drawn his attention. Is this your strength? You're so weak. Qin Feng felt that this guy's attack was not as good as that of the guy named Nightmare who was invited by Qin Yun Guild before. The flame on this explosive arrow made Qin Feng not even have the desire to swallow it. The temperature was not as good as Nightmare's skills. Even if I give you a chance, you won't be able to do anything. After Qin Feng finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, Qin Feng appeared behind Bob with his right hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, 5 fingers pinched Bob's shoulders. Then, when the power was turned, there was a teeth-grinding snapping sound. Bob's shoulder and flesh were torn apart in an instant. In this battlefield of all races, everything is so real. Even the flesh and blood are so close to reality. Oh. Feeling the pain in his right arm, Bob couldn't help but chatter his teeth and wailed continuously. Minus 4,000. This kind of tearing pain is more painful than cutting it off directly. You? Just when Bob was about to curse, Qin Feng disappeared again. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. Qin Feng finally started working, constantly slapping Bob in the face. Like to talk foul? Like to bark? Just like my neighbor's dog before, he liked to bark when he saw people, but after being taught a lesson, he became much more obedient. Qin Feng sneered. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Qin Feng looked at William, who wanted to take action, and said lightly. Arrogant. William snorted coldly. I really don't know where you white pigs get your sense of superiority from. You look down on us Chinese? If you had the ability, that would be fine, but you have no use for it, and yet you dare to speak so arrogantly? Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang. Qin Feng grabbed Bob's hair and lifted him up as if he were a chick. Damn it. How arrogant. You, who are you? Let me go. Bob looked at Qin Feng and asked with gritted teeth. His eyes were now filled with anger. If he had not lost his right arm, he would definitely fight to the death with Qin Feng. Didn't you just yell that I was your target? Why are you begging for mercy? No way. How can an awakened person from the United States beg for mercy? This is totally beyond my expectations. I thought people from the United States were all arrogant and didn't care about life or death. Qin Feng grinned. What? You are the destiny. Bob's pupils constricted. After hearing the word destiny, William no longer cared about Bob and tried to escape. But Qin Feng didn't even think about chasing after him. Anyway, he has spatial abilities, so no matter how far he runs, he can be caught up. Forget it, the regional boss is about to start. I won't waste my time with you. How do you say goodbye in your beautiful country? I think it's goodbye, right? Goodbye? I'll kill you next time I see you. Qin Feng smiled, then put a mark on his body, so that even if he was resurrected, Qin Feng could easily find his location. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng punched Bob on the head. Minus 10,034. Lethal damage. This punch directly cleared out his health. However, what made Qin Feng uncomfortable was that he forgot to let him hit a few more times just now, so he could only wait and see later. The attribute loss was only 20%, which was still a bit too little. Qin Feng was a little dissatisfied. Qin Feng looked at the white dots on the map. The one closest to him didn't run very far. Huff, huff, huff. Huff, huff. William kept running and running, not daring to stop. He had already reached level 92, and he couldn't agree to drop a level just because he died. So when Bob said the word destiny, he took off running without even a thought of looking back. I guess I can't catch up. William felt that it would be very difficult to find himself in such a large battlefield of all races. Just when he thought he had escaped, Qin Feng jumped through space and appeared behind William, instantly smashing William, who was still running for his life, into a meat paste. Dash 20W. True damage. After killing William, Qin Feng made another space jump and arrived in front of the regional boss. But just as he passed by, before he could take a closer look, he heard the sound of a white pig coming from not far away. What the hell is this Chinese theater? They're all scumbags. The boss of this area belongs to our American theater. If you don't want to get into trouble, get out of here. An American awakener who looks like a warrior kept insulting China, and what he said was so ugly. However, none of the Chinese awakeners present stepped forward to argue. Qin Feng's face turned ugly when he saw this. Others are riding on their faces and attacking them, but these people don't react at all. Damn it. If I couldn't beat you, I would have just killed you. At this time, Qin Feng heard a very soft growl coming from the side. Fuck. It's so fucking disgusting. Are I really the one who's fucking with these white pigs? Forget it. When our Chinese experts arrive soon, they won't be able to yell anymore. Let them yell a few more times. Although many Chinese awakeners were unhappy, they knew that their strength was insufficient and it would be useless to go up. In the end, they could only stare at the man who was speaking with resentment. Roar. A roar. The area boss appears. This is a desert dragon that is hundreds of meters long. Chapter 68. Ranked first in regional boss damage. Chapter 68. Ranked first in regional boss damage. Standing tall among the crowd. Desert dragon. Level 100. Life, 2000 W. Physical defense, 10,000. Magic defense, 12,000. Attack, 15,000. Sandstorm funeral. Swells up a gust of sand, condensing into a death sandstorm. Targets covered by the sandstorm are suspended in the air, dealing massive damage. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Armor of sand. When HP drops below 70%, nearby sand is used to condense into armor, which absorbs 70% of attacks. Sand breath spews out a stream of sand from its mouth, causing massive damage to enemies within a 30-meter diameter. Qin Feng looked at the boss's panel and couldn't help showing a hint of sarcasm on his face. Considering the attributes of this boss, it's not that Qin Feng looks down on these white pigs, but there are only more than 200 awakened people in the United States now. It is extremely difficult to kill this boss. Fuck. This boss has 20 million HP? How the hell are we supposed to beat him? The final attack power of level 50 is generally only over 10,000, but this boss's defense is as high as 10,000. If you attack from inside and outside, I'm afraid you can only do dozens or even hundreds of damage. It will take a long time to get these 20 million health points. The warrior who just said that this boss belongs to the United States now has a pale face. As a warrior, his attack power is naturally not very high, but his defense power will be a little higher. But having high defense is useless. He is afraid that when facing this boss, he can only force the boss to lose some health. His attack barely broke through 9,000. Let's start your performance. I'll leave this boss to you, the beautiful country. I hope you don't die. Qin Feng looked at the soldier who had just spoken and smiled. Fuck. 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 Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? The warrior was already in a bad mood after seeing the boss, and then being mocked by Qin Feng made him feel even worse. He urgently needed to vent his anger, and Qin Feng jumped out just in time. Die! The soldier charged directly towards Qin Feng's face. Then he turned around and swung two swords. Tip. You are already in a dizzy state. The dizzy state is lifted. -0. -0. -0. 3 zeros appeared on Qin Feng's head. Tip. Abyssal breath triggered. Target's effect mana reduced by 20%. Stacked. Target's effect mana reduced by 60%. Tip. The curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20. It has been superimposed, and the target's health is reduced by 60. Just with these 3 hits, this guy's attributes plummeted by 60. Whether he is in the battlefield of all races or wait until the end of the event, his attributes will be permanently reduced. On this side, Qin Feng tilted his head. It seemed like she was asking what he was doing. I say, you still haven't eaten? How come you don't have any strength at all? Can you please show your previous attitude? I love to see you being rebellious. Qin Feng likes to see the unruly appearance of these white pigs, which makes it more satisfying to kill them. It would be so boring if they were just a bunch of wimps. What the hell? There's no damage at all. Just when he was about to attack again, the regional boss seemed to feel that he was being ignored and spit a mouthful of sand at Qin Feng and the warrior. -0. -34,000. Earth element damage. There were 2 injuries. One caused 0 damage to Qin Feng, and the other was that the warrior from the beautiful country was directly killed by a breath of sand. Oh. With a wail, the soldier turned into a corpse, and the next second, the corpse disappeared from sight. The desert dragon's attack also prompted many people to take action. No matter whether they were from the United States, Japan, Korea, or Germany, they all started attacking the boss. -34. -22. -1. -130. Type out whatever output there is. But this damage is no different from a tickle in front of the desert dragon. Pay attention to your position and don't get attacked. Many guild members have already started their cooperation. Although the damage dealt is not great, there are at least more than 800 people present. Even if each person deals dozens of damage, they can still produce tens of thousands of output. Qin Feng was not too anxious at this time. Instead, he stood behind these awakened ones. Rubbing Yu Yu's little head, the two of them had a lot of fun playing. Defense, defense. Attack, attack. Avoid his breath. His breath is only 30 meters in diameter. There are always people giving orders, but even with people giving orders, many awakened people will still die. 5 minutes passed. There were originally more than 800 awakened people, but now there are less than 500 left. Okay, time to get to work. Qin Feng patted his butt. In 5 minutes, this group of people actually reduced the boss's health by 3%. Yu Yu also knew what his master was thinking and began to frantically make equipment. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, hundreds of magnetic levitation cannons appeared in the air. Such a grand event was also noticed by many people. What is this thing? Hundreds of magnetic levitation cannons can be said to cover the sky and the sun. Qin Feng stood below and waved calmly. Then artillery fire continued to pour down on the desert dragon. -1 million, true damage. -1 million, true damage. -1 million, true damage. One shot can cause 1 million damage. The defense and life of the regional boss in this battlefield of all races are determined based on these ordinary awakeners, so in front of Qin Feng, they can't jump around for long. Everyone was shocked when they saw what Qin Feng was doing at this time. Who the hell is this monster? Who the hell is this expert? One shot can deal 1,000,000 damage. I haven't finished talking yet. After letting out a wail, the desert dragon turned into a wisp of dust and dissipated in the area. What sandstorm funeral? What armor is nothing in front of Qin Feng's output? Hint, the regional boss has been killed. Reminder, rankings have been announced. Everyone hurriedly opened the rankings. They wanted to know who the guy was who had just waved his hands on the ground and was then attacked by hundreds of artillery batteries. First place, Huaxia District, Tianming, with an output percentage of 96%. Second place, Huaxia District, Senyu, output percentage 0.03%. Third place, Beautiful Zone, Pierce, output percentage 0.01.9%. Fourth place, Goryeo District, Kim Jong-wai, output percentage. Sky? The 96% output share was extremely obvious with its golden luster. Chapter 69, Job Change Mission 2. Encounter the Goblin Merchant. Chapter 69, Job Change Mission 2. Encounter the Goblin Merchant. Destiny. At the same time, many female awakeners who were here just now had blushes on their faces. Just now, Qin Feng casually waved his right hand, just like the Supreme King, and mobilized the machine behind him. So handsome. A female awakener whose nationality was unknown instantly turned red in the face. Her legs kept shaking, and then she actually fell to the ground. But even after falling to the ground, she did not forget to clamp her legs together. Hint, you killed the regional boss and received 1,000 faction points. You also received 1 purple gold treasure chest. Hint, you have triggered a 100x reward and received 100,000 faction points. You will also receive 1 red gold treasure chest. World alert. The regional boss, the desert dragon, has been slain. The first place destiny damage accounts for 96% of all damage. Special reward, 1 purple gold treasure chest and 2,000 faction points. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward and received 1 red gold treasure chest and 200,000 faction points. Qin Feng frowned. Normally, if you get a purple gold treasure chest and trigger the reward, it should also be a fairy weapon, but why is it just a red gold treasure chest? It was obvious that Qin Feng was not very happy about this red gold treasure chest. Master Destiny. Master Destiny. But he didn't have much time left at this time, as many awakened people in the Chinese war zone wanted to come over and take a look at the appearance of the boss of Destiny. Qin Feng looked at the crowded crowd and was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. He hugged Yu in his arms, then jumped through space and ran away. He came to a position of an awakened person from the United States that was far away and jumped over directly. Then he punched the awakened person from the United States who knew nothing to death. Maybe he didn't even know how he died before he died. Reminder, Job Transfer Task 1 has been completed. Job Transfer Task 2 is now open. Job Change Mission 2. Go to the deadly venomous spider's lair and kill the Death Spider Queen to unlock Job Change Mission 3. Reward, Fusong Awakener Position. Qin Feng looked at the task panel, the deadly poisonous spider's nest. It's already marked on the map. However, the distance from Qin Feng was still a bit far, and there were no awakened people from the United States nearby. In the end, Qin Feng had no choice but to run over. However, this battlefield of all races is really big. He had experienced it in his previous life. It didn't look very far, but it took him nearly an hour to run there. Just when he was about to go in. Ding ding ding. The sound of bells came from not far away. A short goblin appeared in front of Qin Feng. Oh, a new face. The goblin looked at Qin Feng in surprise and said, "How about it? Do you want to see my big baby?" The goblin came up to Qin Feng and looked around with a mysterious look. Although Qin Feng knew what he wanted to say, why did he always feel that it was a little vulgar? Goblin merchant. The merchant who travels everywhere only likes the glittering gold coins. As long as you have enough gold coins, you can buy anything you want from him. My big baby to you. He was about to say that he had no idea, but when he saw anything he wanted, Qin Feng became interested. What Qin Feng lacks the least now is gold coins. Let me see your big baby. Qin Feng looked at the goblin merchant and said, "Hey, if you want to see my big baby, you have to give something." There was a golden glint in the goblin merchant's eyes. He had already smelled the scent of gold coins from Qin Feng, otherwise he would not be so enthusiastic about Qin Feng. He rubbed his fingers at Qin Feng, and the meaning was self-evident. "Tell me, how much do you want?" Qin Feng saw that this guy had no good intentions and said in a bad mood, "Hey, It's not much, just 1,000 gold coins. The goblin merchant chuckled. What? 1,000 gold coins? And just to take a look? Qin Feng thought it would be at most 100 gold coins, which is equivalent to 10,000 yuan, but he didn't expect this guy to dare to ask for such a big amount. Just one look costs 1,000 gold coins. Hey, the things I have here are all really cool. They're things you can't find outside. And I smell a mechanic scent on you. Maybe I can find something you can use among my treasures. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Feng heard it. He could even smell his own profession, so he should also be able to smell the gold coins on him. I was wondering why you came to me so quickly. It turns out you smelled the gold coins on me. Qin Feng suddenly realized. He had been suspecting before that the goblin merchants in his previous life were all very aloof and indifferent to everyone. So how come the one he met actually came up to him and started talking to him? It turned out that he smelled the scent of a large amount of gold coins on his body. The goblin merchant who was seen through was obviously a little embarrassed. Ahem. How about this? Meeting is fate. I don't want your 1,000 gold coins anymore. I'll give you a discount. 99% off. Just give me 990 gold coins. The goblin merchant looked like he had suffered a huge loss. Oh, 99% discount? Then why don't you give me a discount on the treasures you have? Qin Feng knew that he would not give up doing business with him, so he prepared to make some money from him. Although I have no shortage of gold coins, I can't be so foolish as to give them to this goblin merchant. Hey, I'm a small business, I never offer discounts, and I'm already feeling the pinch by giving you a 99% discount today. He lost 10 gold coins in total, and it hurt so much, so Qin Feng would not believe his lies. Forget it then. How about you try to find someone else to do business with? Qin Feng shook his head. The goblin merchant's expression also froze. He had long since figured out that the man before him was the richest man in the 10,000 races battlefield. If he didn't do business with him, the others would look so poor. It's impossible that he threw away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. The goblin merchant felt good. Apart from Qin Feng, no one is richer than himself. Although there are many guild presidents in the 10,000 races battlefield, it is impossible for them to carry huge amounts of gold coins with them. They must be kept in the guild. Moreover, Qin Feng now has tens of millions of gold coins on him, which is enough to make him stand out from the crowd. Just when I upgraded the rocket before, I got a lot of experience in gold coins. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he didn't care what the goblin merchant thought and walked away from him. However, Qin Feng was still paying attention to the movements behind him. The goblin merchant loves gold coins the most. It would be strange if he didn't have any thoughts about the gold coins on him. Chapter 70. Give you 20% off. They are all treasures. Chapter 70. I'll give you 20% off. They're all treasures. The goblin merchant behind him obviously would not let Qin Feng leave so easily, but giving a discount. This would be an insult to the goblin merchant. He has always been the one to cheat others. When will it be his turn to be cheated by others? He really wanted to leave, but the scent of gold coins on Qin Feng was irresistible to him. Finally, the goblin merchant hesitated for a few seconds, then ran towards Qin Feng with his short legs. Hey, meeting is fate. It's fate that we two met in this place. Of course, I don't agree with your idea, but because we are destined to be together, I can give you a discount. The goblin merchant looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely troubled in his heart. Damn it, I'm afraid I'm going to lose a lot today. But when he thought of the gold coins on Qin Feng, he felt better. Qin Feng looked at the goblin merchant and sneered in his heart. You and I have no destiny. It's all thanks to my wealth. Qin Feng muttered in his heart. So, what kind of discount are you going to give me? 98% off. How about 98% off? The goblin merchant reduced the discount from 99% to 98% and then acted as if he was in pain. Qin Feng looked at the goblin merchant and turned away. 30% off. What about 30% off? 40% off if that doesn't work. 5% off. Qin Feng was walking in front, and the goblin merchant was chasing him from behind. The discounts are also constantly decreasing. All right. 20% off. 20% off is fine, right? This is my bottom line. If you still don't agree, then the fate between us is probably over. The goblin merchant sighed. He never expected that this man would be so difficult. In the past, the identities of the people I met had to be changed, and I was the one in charge. Those who met me were eager to give up all the money they had to buy my things, but the guy I met today was really a tough nut to crack. 20% off. Qin Feng knew that this discount was basically the limit that the goblin merchant could bear. If he left again, the goblin merchant might really leave, and then the loss would outweigh the gain. Then give me 20% off. 800 gold coins. The goblin merchant's eyes sparkled with gold, and he stretched out his little hand and moved it in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave him 800 gold coins in a bad mood. I'm telling you, You won't be at a loss if you meet me today. I'm sure you'll make a killing. I love friends who are generous. When the goblin merchant saw the money, he spoke differently. In the past, when he asked others to sell things, it would only cost 100 gold coins, but Qin Feng had a lot of gold coins on him, so asking for 1,000 didn't seem like a big deal to him. This is also the reason why he dared to ask for such a high price. Open the space ring you carry with you. Let me tell you, I not only have talent books and high-level equipment, but also a lot of professional skill books. And the skill books I have are not available anywhere else. The goblin merchant raised his eyebrows at Qin Feng while tidying up. It seems like he is showing off the good things on him. Oh, that's right. Friend, do you need a map of the myriad races battlefield? Of course, you don't have to refuse so quickly. My map has the locations of all bosses and wild monsters marked on it. And I even have the locations of treasure chests. The goblin merchant took out a parchment scroll. Look, this is where we are now. It's filled with all my hard work over the years. If you want it, my friend, it's a 1,000 gold coins. 20% off, that's 800 gold coins. The goblin merchant stretched out a finger and looked at Qin Feng with a smile. This map of his did indeed take up a lot of time and effort, but for only 1,000 gold coins, Qin Feng was really being taken advantage of. Bosses and the like may not be that important to you, my friend, but there are quite a few treasure chests on this map. The goblin merchant tempted. You know, these treasure chests can reveal fairy weapons. Do you understand what fairy weapons are, my friend? Fairy weapons are those. Anyway, they are extremely powerful weapons. Even the weapon refiners of our goblin clan rarely refine fairy weapons. The goblin merchant said, A marked treasure chest? Qin Feng smiled. Since you know the location of the treasure chests, would you not take them? If there were treasure chests without monsters protecting them, you would have probably emptied them all. And the remaining ones are probably surrounded by many powerful monsters, right? Qin Feng didn't believe that the goblin merchant would be so kind. You have to know that goblin merchants are synonymous with cunning and treacherous, and they are all profiteers. The goblin merchant looked at Qin Feng with a hint of embarrassment on his face. It seemed that Qin Feng saw through what was in his heart at a glance. The treasure chests marked on the map in his hand now were either junk or difficult to get. He had already emptied the other treasure chests. How about this? Then, 150 gold coins. I won't give you a discount on this. I'm already losing a lot. The goblin merchant asked with his head hung. Can. Qin Feng handed over the money and received the goods. He stuffed the parchment scroll in his hand into the ring. Xian Kuan pendant. Purple gold equipment. The pendant can store 2,000% of the maximum mana value. When the mana value drops below 50%, it will automatically be restored to full. Price, 50,000 gold coins. Space ring. Purple gold equipment. The most basic space ring, containing a 3,030 space, can be used to store items. Living things cannot be stored. Price, 2 million gold coins. Desert Storm. Mage skill book creates a sandstorm that stuns the target for 5 seconds and deals 30 damage over time. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Price, 200,000 gold coins. Anaconda. Curse skill summons countless giant snakes to attack, poisoning enemies within a 50-meter radius for 3 seconds, reducing their maximum health by 3% per second. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Price, 200,000 gold coins. Hunter Hover Cannon Crafting Blueprint. Legendary Equipment Blueprint Craft the Legendary Hunter Hover Cannon. Price, 2 million gold coins. Titan Bracelet. Legendary item when HP drops below 40%. Increases defense by 200% and reduces physical and spell damage taken by the target by 70%. Price, 1 million gold coins. Qin Feng looked at the treasures on the goblin merchant, and his eyes began to shine. And the prices of the things here are not expensive at all. Chapter 71 Shopping Spree. Excited Qin Feng. Chapter 71 Shopping Spree. Excited Qin Feng. The blueprint for the Hunter Hover Cannon here only costs 2 million gold coins. You have to know that a blueprint for a legendary equipment can be worth hundreds of millions or even billions of gold coins in the later stages. More importantly, you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. The most powerful equipment Qin Feng has now is the bionic mecha, but it is just fairy equipment. The moment he saw the legendary equipment, Qin Feng's breathing became a little rapid. How is it? Are they all good things? I want it all. Qin Feng looked at the treasures in the merchant's ring. Although he couldn't use many of them, it would be a good idea to sell them even if he couldn't use them. A space ring here is only worth 2 million gold coins, but if it is sold outside, the cheapest can be sold for about 300 million gold coins, and the profit can be made by reselling it many times. Qin Feng's eyes began to burn as he looked at the goblin merchant. What are you doing? Do you have any idea about me? I'm telling you, I like women, especially beautiful women with fair skin and beautiful looks. Big waves are my favorite. Oh, I see. You want to get me and take my baby for free, right? The goblin merchant looked at Qin Feng with his hands in front of him. He decided that as long as Qin Feng dared to take action, he would definitely fight to the death. I'm not interested in you either. You probably have more than just these things, right? Take them all out, and let's see. Qin Feng waved his hand generously. I do have a good thing in my backpack, but it's quite expensive, and it's my biggest treasure. I wouldn't show it to anyone else. But, since you, my friend, have mentioned it, I'll show it to you. Hurricane Ranger Crafting Blueprint. Immortal Equipment Blueprint creates the Immortal Equipment Hurricane Ranger. Price, 3,000 W gold. How is it? This is my collection, and it matches your profession, my friend. However, the price may be a little high. I wonder if you can afford it, my friend. The goblin merchant grinned. He didn't believe that Qin Feng would have no reaction after seeing this drawing. Oh, by the way, if you buy this blueprint, I can give you a skill book as a gift. This skill book doesn't have much use, but it's pretty cool. The goblin merchant rummaged around for a while. Levitation allows you to walk and stand in the air, concentrating a vortex beneath your feet to increase your movement speed by 300%. Cooldown none. Although this skill doesn't have any practical effect, it allows you to float in the air. Isn't that cool? The goblin merchant looked at Qin Feng and continued to show off. This skill may seem useless to others. It is nothing more than a little faster speed, and can be used to dodge skills or something, but in Qin Feng's view, this is a magical skill for traveling. This skill comes in handy when there is no space jump. In the past, I had to drive at full speed to travel, but if I had this skill, I wouldn't have to do that. I could just fly directly from the sky, which saves a lot of time. Just giving me a skill book isn't enough. You have to at least give me the materials to craft equipment, right? What's the point of having a blueprint without the materials? Qin Feng decided to get some benefits from him. Since this guy can even get the blueprints for immortal equipment, it shouldn't be too much to ask him for some materials to make the equipment. No problem. The goblin merchant agreed very readily. If it's 30 million gold coins, then with a 20% discount, that's 24 million gold coins. I can still accept this price. Qin Feng made some calculations. He now has more than 40 million gold coins on him, which is almost enough to take away all the treasures from the goblin merchant. I want this one. This one is only 200,000. It's a bargain. I want it too. Qin Feng now transformed into a woman shopping and bought everything he saw. With so many treasures, and Qin Feng getting a 20% discount, it's really a huge profit. Excluding what he needed, the rest could be sold for billions of gold coins later, but he only spent tens of millions to buy them. This business is really profitable. Needles don't poke. Your baby needles don't poke. Qin Feng looked at the goblin merchant's eyes that were about to cry and laughed wildly. The goblin merchant was so excited just now that he forgot about giving Qin Feng a 20% discount. But as a tribe of goblins, although they are called profiteers, it is only because the things they sell are too expensive, but their credibility is still top-notch. Reputation is equivalent to the dignity of their goblin clan. They will not destroy their dignity as goblins with their own hands. What a huge loss. Damn it. When the goblin merchant saw the smile on Qin Feng's face, he knew that he had sold his things at a low price. But he didn't expect that the guy he met today was so rich. He originally thought that it would be good to have a few million gold coins. The immortal equipment manufacturing drawings he showed Qin Feng later were just to attract his attention. Who would have thought that he could really afford it? Hint. Congratulations on obtaining the Qian Kuan pendant, purple gold equipment. Congratulations on obtaining the space ring, purple gold equipment. Congratulations on obtaining Desert Storm, Mage Skill Book. Congratulations on obtaining Anaconda, Curse Skill. Seeing that the treasures in his ring were swept away by Qin Feng, he felt very painful. By the way, don't forget my materials. Qin Feng discovered that the treasures he bought from the goblin merchant could not trigger a 100-fold reward. Although he felt a little disappointed, these treasures were enough to make Qin Feng's attributes increase several times again. The Hurricane Ranger alone is enough for Qin Feng to slaughter the awakened people in the 3 war zones of Pyaliang, Fuso, and Goryeo in this battlefield of all races. This is the material for forging. The goblin merchant traded the materials he collected to Qin Feng. At this time, the flesh on his face was trembling. Although he had earned tens of millions of gold coins, he just couldn't feel happy. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You've obtained Void Nirvana Stone, 2,000, Hard Crystal, 10,000, Magnetic Crystal, 50,000. I hope to see you again next time. It was such a pleasure doing business with you. If you have any treasures next time, remember to come find me. You can smell the scent of money anyway. Qin Feng looked at the goblin merchant and slowly stretched out his right hand. Chapter 72. Crafting Legendary Equipment. Chapter 72. Create Legendary Equipment. Okay, my friend. The goblin merchant smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. The goblin merchant crushed the scroll in his hand, and his figure instantly turned into white mist and disappeared in front of Qin Feng. Do you have to run so fast? I'm not some monster. Qin Feng stroked his chin and watched the goblin merchant fleeing, and couldn't help laughing twice. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Feng discovered that a pet egg emitting a white halo appeared at the place where the goblin merchant left. Holy crap, this goblin merchant actually has a hidden treasure. Qin Feng cursed loudly. This pet egg must have been left behind by the goblin merchant who escaped in a hurry just now. Hey, anyway, I found it, so it's mine. Qin Feng immediately stepped forward and picked up the pet egg on the ground. Then he learned the levitation technique he had just bought. 2 invisible cyclones condensed under his feet, and his figure shot out in an instant. Fuck. At the beginning, Qin Feng hadn't controlled his speed well and dived into the soil. Pa pa pa. Qin Feng spat out the idiot in his mouth and looked at the pet egg in his hand, which was still intact, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng felt the rich power of light elements from this pet egg, and the aura on the pet egg alone was much stronger than Yu's. Let's put it away now. Qin Feng put the pet egg into the ring. Of course, it was not the space ring he had just bought, but the fairy weapon Qin Feng had obtained before, which could even store living things. Qin Feng planned to wait until this faction battle was over, then go find the animal trainer and ask him to open up a few pet slots for him. Awakeners can generally only have 1 pet slot, but if you choose to spend money, then it will be different. It costs 100,000 gold coins to open up a pet position, and the cost of the second pet position is 10 times that, which is 1 million gold coins. If it weren't for a big guild, no one would be willing to spend so much money on a pet. But Qin Feng is different. Qin Feng estimates that the pet in his hand is at least a fairy-level pet egg, or even a legendary one. World announcement. Huaxia District, Awakener, Self-Admiration, has obtained dual professions from a gold treasure chest. He is the second Awakener to have achieved dual professions. He is hereby rewarded with a level +2 and 500 gold coins. World announcement. Huaxia District, Awakener, Self-Admiration, has obtained dual professions from a gold treasure chest. He is the second Awakener to have achieved dual professions. He is hereby rewarded with a level +2 and 500 gold coins. World announcement. Huaxia District, Awakener, Self-Admiration, has obtained dual professions from a gold treasure chest. He is the second Awakener to have achieved dual professions. He is hereby rewarded with a level +2 and 500 gold coins. In the battlefield of all races, a sudden world announcement sounded. What the hell? Dual classes? Or from a gold treasure chest? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go find a treasure chest. I want to unlock my dual classes too. Who is this guy called Self-Admiration? Why have I never heard of him? Is he a master from some big guild? What the hell? I'm looking for a treasure chest. I'm looking for a treasure chest. I want to find a treasure chest. Some people have started to go crazy, ignoring everything and frantically searching for treasure chests in the battlefield of all races. Asa. King Titan looked at King Yasa and said very seriously. King Yasa turned to look at Titan, then looked at the scroll in his hand. The 2 men crushed the scrolls in their hands one after another. Then, world announcement. Beautiful Country War Zone, Awakened King Yasa has opened a dual class. He is the 3rd Awakened to open a dual class, and is rewarded with 4,000 gold coins. This is not over yet. World announcement. Beautiful Country War Zone Awakened Titan King has opened a dual class. He is the 4th Awakened to open a dual class, and is rewarded with 2,000 gold coins. After Self-Admiration, there are 2 level 99 Awakeners from the United States War Zone. This made Qin Feng's eyes widen. In the past, the 3 kings of the United States didn't have dual professions. How come now? Qin Feng's eyes became much gloomier. He knew that some changes had occurred because of him. It was not surprising for him that Zixiang had dual professions, because in his previous life, Zixiang was not only a priest, but also a battle mage. The battle mage is the second profession that Gu Fengzi obtained. However, Qin Feng did not take their dual profession seriously. Qin Feng's first profession is the SSS Master of Machinery, and his second profession is the SSS Eternal Demon Lord. These 2 SSS alone are enough to stand out from the crowd. Even the Supreme Saint of the human race has a talent only on par with Qin Feng, but Qin Feng has a second career, while the Supreme Saint only has one main career. Of course, secondary occupations are another matter. Qin Feng looked at the drawing in his hand. One is the Hunter Hover Cannon, and the other is the Hurricane Ranger. Qin Feng already has the production knowledge for these two drawings, so he doesn't need to worry about not being able to manufacture them. Qin Feng found a quiet place and started making equipment. While Qin Feng was making equipment, on the other side, the goblin merchant scowled. I've really lost a lot today, my precious. After a few seconds, he said, luckily, my precious pet egg hasn't been discovered yet. Otherwise, I would have lost everything today. As the goblin merchant spoke, he was about to take out his pet egg and reached into the ring for a long time. His expression gradually froze. The speed of taking out has also increased a lot. As time passed, the expression on his face became extremely tense. No way, no way. The goblin merchant murmured in disbelief. He discovered his pet egg was nowhere to be found. He hurriedly stood up and crushed the scroll in his hand again. His figure appeared at the place where he had just left. The smell of Tamagotchi. I smell Tamagotchi. The goblin merchant smelled the scent on his pet egg, but after following the scent for a while, he found that the scent disappeared out of thin air. That damned human must have taken it from me. The goblin merchant hammered the sand on the ground angrily, wailing and regretting. He regretted why he wanted to find Qin Feng and why he coveted the gold coins on him. You know, he spent a lot of effort to find that pet egg, but it was taken away by Qin Feng. That pet egg is the most expensive thing on him, and it can be sold for tens of millions of yuan. What a wave of his. It was really a huge loss. Chapter 73, Return to the World Announcement. Chapter 73 is on the world announcement again. 10 minutes later. Hint. You have successfully crafted the Hunter Hover Cannon, Legendary Level 1. Hint. You have triggered the 100x reward. The Hunter Hover Cannon, Legendary Level 1, has been upgraded to the Hunter Hover Cannon, Legendary Level 2. Qin Feng listened to the system prompts. After triggering the 100x reward, I only advanced from Level 1 to Level 2. I have to say that it is really too difficult to advance legendary equipment. Hunter Hover Cannon, Legendary Tier 2. Level, 99. Rank, Legendary Rank 2. Attack, 200,000 to 210,000. Features, Mental Power plus 500. Features, Attack Range plus 400%, 5% chance of a critical hit when attacking. Durability, 400W/400W. Introduction. This weapon, crafted by Destiny, possesses an extremely strong attack range and powerful attack power. It can be said to be nearly perfect. The properties of this levitation cannon are much stronger than the magnetic levitation cannon Qin Feng is currently using. Anyway, with Yu around, after making the first piece of equipment, you can rely on Yu to make all the rest of the equipment. More importantly, the equipment created does not require any materials, which is also the most powerful aspect of this pet. You have to know that the materials for legendary equipment like this are quite expensive. Take the materials that Qin Feng used to make the Hunter Hover Cannon, for example. If you want to buy it, you definitely can't get it without tens or hundreds of millions of gold coins. After the production was completed, Qin Feng equipped the Hunter Hover Cannon. At this time, there were two magnetic levitation cannons and a Hunter levitation cannon floating beside Qin Feng. Hint. Congratulations on creating legendary equipment. Do you want to hide your name? Qin Feng chose no as usual. World announcement. Huaxia District Awakener Tianming has created legendary equipment. He is the first Awakener to create legendary equipment. He is rewarded with 200,000 gold coins. This announcement is hereby made. His deeds will be recorded in the Myriad Races World Monument. World announcement. Huaxia District Awakener Tianming has created legendary equipment. He is the first Awakener to create legendary equipment. He is rewarded with 200,000 gold coins. This announcement is hereby made. His deeds will be recorded in the Myriad Races World Monument. World announcement. There were 3 world announcements again, but the rewards this time were much worse than before. This time the rewards were only 200,000 gold coins. This was something Qin Feng hadn't expected. The rewards for crafting purple gold equipment were much better than this. He didn't know if it was because he'd picked up a pet egg today that his luck had dropped. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and receiving 20 million gold coins. I just lost tens of millions of gold coins, and now I have earned another 20 million. I really can't spend all the gold coins. Brother Gufang Zishang is so awesome. He's actually the second Awakener with 2 professions. He's just lucky. But if you want to know the real strength, you still have to rely on my brother Gufang Zishang. A bald man looked at the man in the priest's robe in front of him and kept flattering him. It was obvious that the person standing in front of him was the self-admiring person who had just been announced to the world. As for this bald horse, he was very self-admiring and had a proud look on his face, but when he heard about his destined son, he looked disdainful. Destiny? What's his destiny? It's nothing more than defeating a purple gold boss and creating some rubbish legendary artifact or something. What else could it be? You know, the announcement just now increased my level by 2. Now I'm level 83. I can almost enter the first tier. And Tianming is just a guy who just came out of the novice village and he wants to compete with me? He has no idea how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Gufang Zishang actually had a good idea. If Qin Feng was really just someone who had just come out of the novice village, then it would definitely not be so easy for him to surpass himself. Moreover, he didn't believe that Qin Feng killed the boss by relying on his own strength. There must be some inside story. But the next second, world announcement, Huaxiao region Awakener Tianming has created legendary equipment. He is the first Awakener to create legendary equipment. Another world announcement resounded throughout the entire battlefield of all races. They were still struggling to defeat the boss for the fairy weapon, but Destiny actually created a legendary equipment directly? Brother, you're so self-admiring. This Destiny, how can you be so lucky? He's got it all wrong again. The bald guy didn't have any thoughts about Qin Feng creating the mythical equipment. Instead, he felt that Qin Feng was just showing off. I've discovered this Destiny. He's definitely a show-off. The bald man began to insult Qin Feng constantly, saying that he was not worthy of being on the world bulletin board. However, Qin Feng did not expect that his unintentional act would actually break the bald man's glass heart. Qin Feng was now following the map to the nest of the deadly poisonous spider. It's pitch black in here. However, under Qin Feng's powerful mental control, the darkness could not stop Qin Feng at all. However, the stench coming from inside still made Qin Feng pinch his nose. It's really delicious. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. After walking along the long and narrow passage for nearly 10 minutes, I finally encountered the monster inside. Black venomous spider. Level 50. Attack, 10,034 to 12,354. Defense, 500. Life, 2,000. Venom spray. This wild monster's defense is ridiculously low, but its attack power is really high and there are really a lot of them. Qin Feng thought of the Suzaku Nirvana stone that he had absorbed before. With a thought, his body was instantly enveloped by a ball of blazing fire, which almost melted the surrounding walls. The group of black poisonous spiders not far ahead made crackling sounds. -26W, burn damage. -26W, burn damage. -26W, burn damage. Damage continued to appear from the front, and the huge noise also disturbed the more powerful monsters inside. Sizzle. Sizzle. Even if these poisonous spiders wanted to spray venom, before the venom touched Qin Feng, it was directly roasted into nothingness by the Suzaku flames outside. Hint. Congratulations on killing the black venomous spider, and congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You've gained 1,000 experience points and 200 gold coins. One poisonous spider can bring Qin Feng an income of 200 gold coins. It seems that there are at least tens of thousands of these black poisonous spiders in front of him. 5 minutes later, no more black poisonous spiders appeared. Qin Feng also obtained more than 2 million gold coins. Just when Qin Feng was about to go deeper. Chapter 74, Immortal Weapon Fragments. Earn gold. Chapter 74, Immortal Weapon Fragments. Earn gold coins. Hint. Congratulations on obtaining 1 fairy artifact fragment. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining 100 fairy fragments. Qin Feng knew that there was a chance to obtain fragments of the fairy weapon when killing the boss, but he didn't expect that there was also a chance to trigger it when killing monsters. After triggering the 100-fold reward, he directly obtained 100 fragments. You know, in order to synthesize a fairy weapon, you need 500 fragments. It seems that Qin Feng's harvest journey this time must be very expensive. Go deeper towards the front. Rustling. Creepy sounds kept coming from the front. Red poison spider. Level 50. Attack, 22,613 to 23,771. Defense, 5,000. Life, 2,000. Deadly venom. Bite, self-destruct. After coming in, the attributes of this red poisonous spider were several times stronger than the previous black poisonous spider. Its defense alone was 1,000 times higher. At the same time, Qin Feng also noticed that this wild monster also had the ability to self-destruct. The Suzaku flame on Qin Feng's body was still burning, and the high damage was of no use even though the red poisonous spiders had a defense of 5,000. Then the crackling sound continued. At the same time, there was an explosion of the red poisonous spider, but the damage of the explosion still could not break through the Suzaku flames surrounding Qin Feng's body. However, this Suzaku flame consumes more mana. Even if you have equipment that restores magic, you can still feel the mana bar slowly decreasing. -20W, burning damage. Dash 20W, burning damage. Dash 20W, burning damage. A defense of 5,000 is the same as a defense of 500 under fire. This is because Qin Feng did not use full power. If he turned the Suzaku flame to the maximum, the entire cave would probably be melted into slag. However, this time, Qin Feng did not get the fragments of the fairy weapon. Of course, he was not discouraged. The probability of getting the fragments of the fairy weapon from ordinary wild monsters was less than 0.0001%. So it would be best if it could be revealed, but Qin Feng wouldn't have any thoughts if it couldn't be revealed. Soon, the view ahead opened up. A poisonous spider with a human face, dozens of meters tall, and a ferocious face, appeared in front of Qin Feng. At this time, she was constantly giving birth to little spiders. Human. A roar. The deadly poisonous spider's ferocious face was filled with anger. Deadly venomous spider, purple gold boss, in production. Level 50. Grade, purple gold. Health, 200,000. Attack, 51,332 to 55,621. Defense, 10354-12538. Venom shot, hallucination invasion, death bind. Qin Feng also noticed that the boss's panel said, in labor. It could be said that Qin Feng came at the wrong time because she was currently giving birth to a little spider, so there was no way for her to go into battle herself. Kids, kill him. Although the deadly poisonous spider couldn't do it herself, even the little spiders she had just produced had an attack power of tens of thousands. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He seemed to have found a way to earn gold coins. The Suzaku flames surrounding Qin Feng did not weaken at all. After receiving the order from their mother, the little spiders began to rush towards Qin Feng frantically. Even though they felt the heat of the flames, they still rushed forward resolutely. Crackle, crackle. There was a constant sound of these little spider pumps cracking. The deadly poisonous spider felt very distressed when seeing this, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent when it looked at Qin Feng. Human, the flames within you. I want to see whether the flame in your body lasts longer or I give birth to more children. The deadly poisonous spider gritted its teeth and produced little spiders madly. Qin Feng seemed to be worried about the impact his flames would have on the deadly poisonous spider, so he automatically turned down the flames a lot. In the eyes of the deadly poisonous spider, his actions were a sign that it was about to give up. Kids. He can't hold on any longer. Kill him. The deadly poisonous spider found that the flames on Qin Feng's body had shrunk a lot, and thought that he could not hold on any longer, so it began to produce little spiders frantically, and produced faster than before. Hint. You have killed the black venomous spider, triggering a 100x reward, gaining 1,000 experience points and 200 gold coins. Hint. You have killed the black venomous spider, triggering a 100x reward, gaining 1,000 experience points and 200 gold coins. Hint. This little spider is worth 200 gold coins. Just like that, more than 10 minutes passed, and the flames on Qin Feng's body still did not disappear. Half an hour. 1 hour. Qin Feng just stood there, killing the little spiders for an hour. If he couldn't see the increase of his gold coins, Qin Feng would have almost fallen down. Impossible. The deadly poisonous spider looked at Qin Feng with horror, and her face became very ugly due to overproduction. You have been. The deadly poisonous spider also discovered at this time that Qin Feng had been fooling her. Exhausted and mentally exhausted, the deadly poisonous spider's huge body could not bear the weight and fell heavily to the ground. Qin Feng also discovered that the deadly poisonous spider was gone at this time, so he summoned the hunter hover cannon he had just created. A ray of light instantly shot out towards the head of the deadly poisonous spider. Dash 460W. True damage. A horrible wound appeared on the head of the deadly poisonous spider, and then the deadly poisonous spider turned into a corpse. Qin Feng looked at his backpack. The number of gold coins actually reached a terrifying number of hundreds of millions. In just 1 hour, Qin Feng actually killed millions of small spiders. It has to be said that this method of earning gold coins is really good. Hint. You have killed a deadly poisonous spider, triggering a 100x reward. You have gained 10,000 experience points and 2 million gold coins. Reminder, Job Change Mission 2, completed, rewards issued. After the system prompt sounded, Qin Feng discovered that the densely packed green dots on his map were the locations of the awakened people in Fuso country. Hint. Start the third job transfer mission. Kill the world boss of the Myriad Races battlefield. Success will be achieved if your damage output accounts for more than 50% of the total. Reward, a Fuso Kingdom teleport token. Qin Feng looked at the task. This is the final job transfer task. After the job transfer is successful, Qin Feng will become the first level 100 awakener, and at the same time, the abilities in the world of all races will be realized in reality. By then, Qin Feng will also be able to use levitation to float in the air in the real world, or even walk in the air. What Qin Feng noticed was the final reward, the Fuso Kingdom teleportation token. And as long as Qin Feng kills the awakeners in 3 war zones, he will get a war zone transmission token in the end. In this way, Qin Feng will have 2 tokens in his hand. Chapter 75, Finding the Treasure Chest. Chapter 75, Looking for the Treasure Chest. Qin Feng looked at this mission. He didn't have time to do it for the time being. After all, the world boss had not yet been unlocked. Even though Qin Feng now has the map he just bought from the goblin merchant, the battle zone boss has not appeared yet, so there is no way to fight the world boss now. Qin Feng looked at the map. The locations of about a dozen treasure chests are marked on it. With Qin Feng's current ability, it is very likely that he can get these treasure chests. Qin Feng looked at the nearest location around him. He moved his body and controlled it to fly towards where the treasure chest was. This skill does not consume mana and has no cooldown time. When you cannot use the space jump skill, this levitation technique is the best way to travel. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng stood in front of a canyon. The treasure chest should be here, but this place is so big, how can I find it? Qin Feng looked at the huge canyon and realized that it was very difficult to find a treasure chest. But Qin Feng was not in a hurry. Now the number of awakened people in the battlefield of all races has dropped sharply by 30%, but only 2 hours have passed. When the number of people drops to 50%, the war zone boss will be unlocked, and when the number of people drops to 30%, the world boss will also be unlocked. Now Qin Feng needs to look for treasure chests while waiting for the battle zone boss to open. Battle zone bosses are different from regional bosses. There are hundreds of regional bosses in the 10,000 races battlefield, but there are only 3 battle zone bosses. If Qin Feng remembered correctly, the bosses of the 30th battle zone were a death mantis, a lava beast, and an iceberg phoenix. The death mantis is located deep in the dark abyss, the lava behemoth is in the volcanic magma, and the iceberg phoenix is deep in the ice layer. The locations of these 3 battle zone bosses are still far apart, but Qin Feng is not in a hurry. After he finds the treasure chest, he will go to these 3 places in advance. In this way, Qin Feng can use the space jumping skill to grab the boss when the time comes. This time, Qin Feng will get the first place among the 3 bosses. Qin Feng walked into the depths of the canyon, where there was a faint light. There were still crawling monsters on the cliffs around the canyon, but after seeing Qin Feng, they retreated instantly and kept a relatively safe distance from Qin Feng. Qin Feng went deeper and deeper, and after walking for 10 minutes, he found that there were no monsters in this canyon. Soon, Qin Feng saw a deep pool in front of him. A box emitting a faint silver light appeared on the ground behind the deep pool. If nothing went as expected, this box should be the one marked by the goblin merchant just now. In order to get the treasure chest, one must cross this deep pool, but the pool is bottomless and pitch black inside, so Qin Feng does not dare to act rashly. In this battlefield of all races, there are many corpses of ancient races lingering. Even Qin Feng suspects that there are still ancient races here. However, Qin Feng died too early in his previous life, and there were still many things he didn't know. Moreover, when Qin Feng saw this deep pool, he felt that if he acted rashly, he would definitely capsize in the ditch. Qin Feng summoned the bionic mecha. He already had the equipment anyway, so he just didn't have to go over there. He asked the bionic mecha to bring the treasure chest on the opposite side of the deep pool. After Qin Feng gave the order, a red light flashed in the eyes of the bionic mecha, and it flew towards the treasure chest. Just as the bionic mecha appeared above the deep pool, a green light emerged from the bottom of the pool and instantly leaped into the air. Before Qin Feng could see it, the bionic mecha was swallowed into its stomach and then returned to the water again. Hey, I just don't believe it. Qin Feng had a fight with this guy today. Qin Feng asked Yu to create dozens of bionic mechas. There should be only the monster from before in this deep pool, but Qin Feng didn't even see what the monster looked like before it disappeared. Dozens of bionic mechas took off into the air and headed towards the treasure chest from all directions. Roar! With a roar, another fish-shaped body leaped out of the water and swallowed many bionic mechas into its mouth. But the number of bionic mechas was so great that even he couldn't swallow them all in one breath. Dozens of bionic mechas appeared on the other side of the deep pool. Now that they had arrived at the treasure chest, Qin Feng controlled the mecha to open it. At the moment the treasure chest was opened, the fish-shaped body emerged from the water. A pair of eyes, larger than Qin Feng himself, stared straight at him. Fuck you. This big. Even though Qin Feng had been to the battlefield of all races in his previous life, his expression changed drastically when he saw this fish. But what Qin Feng didn't expect was that this fish just glanced at Qin Feng and then disappeared into the water. Are you gone? Qin Feng muttered to himself strangely. But it's a good thing that he left. After the fish appeared just now, Qin Feng couldn't see the panel of this fish at all, which means that the power of this fish is far beyond Qin Feng. It's so scary. Even Qin Feng, who is now as powerful as a cheat, couldn't help but feel scared when he saw it. Qin Feng adjusted his state and looked at the scroll in the treasure chest. When I unfolded it, I found that it was actually a skill book of the demon clan. Magic Qi increases blessings. Mobilizes your own magical energy to increase your blessings, increasing all attributes by 30%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Qin Feng looked at the scroll in his hand, and his expression changed. It turned out to be a skill that required the use of demonic energy to increase one's fortune, but Qin Feng was a human being. Even though he possessed the eternal demon lord and the body of a demon lord, he did not have much demonic energy on him. You must know that the place where Qin Feng is now is a human place, and the human race and the demon race have been enemies for who knows how long. If a human master discovers the demonic energy on Qin Feng, then what awaits Qin Feng will be endless pursuit. By then, in the world of all races, I am afraid I won't even be able to complete a mission. At this time, Qin Feng thought of the look in the eyes of the fish just now. It seemed that it had discovered its identity. In fact, the reason why the fish did not move Qin Feng was because it discovered the demon lord's mark between Qin Feng's eyebrows. Even though Qin Feng had hidden the demon lord's mark, it was too familiar with the aura on it. This time, the bionic mecha returned to Qin Feng holding the scroll. From beginning to end, the fish never came out again. Chapter 76, Slaughter of Fusang Awakeners. Chapter 76, Slaughtering the Fusang Awakeners. After getting the treasure chest, Qin Feng rushed towards another treasure chest. After Qin Feng left, the fish slowly emerged from the deep pool. Why did the demon lord choose a human? Although he didn't understand, as someone who possessed the demon lord's mark, it couldn't do anything to him. On the contrary, if it were not for the fact that it couldn't leave here, it would have to protect his safety. The treasure chests behind are still far inferior to this scroll. The things that came out of it were all junk. No wonder the goblin merchant didn't take them away after discovering them. It turned out that the goblin merchant didn't like them. Qin Feng looked at the junk in his hands, some blood-replenishing potions, mana-restoring potions, and dozens of gold coins. Not to mention the edict for opening a dual profession, he didn't even see a fragment of a fairy weapon. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Qin Feng felt. He felt like he had been cheated by the goblin merchant. He had actually spent 50 gold coins to buy such a useless thing. 50 gold coins was 5,000 yuan after all. This is equivalent to you traveling to a place and meeting a map seller on the road. You spend 100 yuan to buy the map, but when you arrive at the destination, you find that the map can be bought for only 2 yuan. The thought of such a huge loss kept surging in Qin Feng's mind. Of course, Qin Feng was just unhappy with this map. Damn it, go beat him up. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and the angrier he got, the more he thought about it. Qin Feng felt like he needed to vent. The nearest green-marked point was found, which is the location of the awakened people of Fuso country. Space jump. Qin Feng's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. After Qin Feng's figure disappeared, the goblin merchant appeared at the place where he left. Huff, huff, huff. How the hell can this guy run so fast? My pet egg. You have to give it to me. It turned out that the goblin merchant was tracking Qin Feng based on his breath. Fuck. How did you suddenly run so far away? The goblin merchant sniffed the scent and found that Qin Feng's figure had appeared hundreds of kilometers away. This time he really hit a snag. No more chasing. The goblin merchant, who had been chasing for a long time, was exhausted. The scroll in his hand is used for escape. The location is random, and there are restrictions on its use. Wanting to get that scroll and catch up with Qin Feng is simply wishful thinking. Baga baga. Death. This battlefield of all races is so huge. How can we ever find the location of that destiny? A Fuso awakener, Meichuan Demu, was very angry. There's always a chance we'll meet him. But didn't the imperial concubine say we shouldn't kill him? She said we should keep him alive. Another awakened person, Kazuo Karasawa, shook his head. I really don't know what the imperial concubine wants that destiny for. She might as well just kill her. But when you mention the imperial concubine, I get excited. That voluptuous figure constantly teases my heart, and that skin as white as snow. If I could, I would rather lose 2 years of my life just to go to Wushan with her. Meichuan Demu's eyes were full of lust. Baga, what a status the imperial concubine has. Kazuo Tangze turned around and slapped him in the face. Smith Masayoshi. Smith Masayoshi. I won't do it again. Meichuan Dimyu covered his face and kept apologizing. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. What the hell are you talking about? The person who came was Qin Feng. Looking at the wretched Japanese people in front of me, I felt very unhappy. It's even more annoying than seeing a white pig. Damn it. Qin Feng cursed, then went up and kicked Meichuan German Shepherd hard in the face. Minus 260. Qin Feng managed to control himself, otherwise he would have kicked this guy's head open. Bakiala. Who on earth is it? How dare you cause trouble for the awakened ones of the great Fuso Empire? Meichuan Dimyu widened his eyes in frustration and drew the dagger in his hand. It turns out that his profession is an assassin. Who are you? At this time, Tangze Yixiong looked at Qin Feng and asked seriously. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that this man appeared in front of him out of thin air, and then kicked Meichuan German Shepherd. Don't worry about who I am. Anyway, you two are going to die here today. Qin Feng swung his right arm and slammed Meichuan Dimyu heavily to the ground, turning him into a pool of meat paste. The next second, the place where Meichuan German Shepherd was disappeared. Hint, you killed Yumekawa Takamu of Fuso State and gained 800 of his faction points. Listening to the system's voice, Qin Feng didn't expect that this guy was so poor, with only 800 camp points. And Kazuo Karasawa watched Yumekawa Takuma die in front of him. Baga Baga. How dare you kill the awakened ones of our great Fuso Empire? Bury yourself with Yumekawa Takumu. As he said this, he swung the samurai sword towards Qin Feng. Samurai class? It's really weak. Qin Feng wanted to laugh at many of the professions in the Fuso war zone. For example, the ninja profession was really ridiculously weak. It had no damage in the early stage, but even in the later stage, this profession could not produce a decent awakener. It can be seen how useless this profession is. Not to mention the samurai profession, it is simply the weakest of the weak. The sword and knife spirit that belong to our China are simply incomprehensible to a small country like Fuso. It is for this reason that the samurai profession is not respected. Go to hell. The samurai sword chopped directly towards Qin Feng's head. Sword drawing technique. A flash of knife light passed by, and the samurai sword was only 2 inches away from Qin Feng's neck, but there was no way to move it any further, because his knife was firmly grasped in Qin Feng's hand with 2 fingers. The samurai sword is such a shameless thing. If you want to show off, you should use our Chinese big ring sword. With this little skill, you still want me to be buried with your friend? It seems that you should be the one to accompany your friend. Then Qin Feng exerted force with 2 fingers, and the samurai sword shattered into pieces on the ground in an instant. My weapon. Kazuo Tangze looked at his precious weapon being crushed, his eyes filled with anger. You know, this equipment of his is a golden weapon, which took him a lot of effort to get, but it was crushed by Qin Feng. Stop howling. It's time to send you over to be with him. Qin Feng sneered, then punched down heavily. 220W. Chapter 77 War Zone Boss Opening. Chapter 77 War Zone Boss Opens. Hint. Congratulations on killing the awakened Karasawa Kazuo in the Fuso War Zone and gaining 2,000 faction points. How can everyone be so poor? I'm really impressed. Qin Feng sighed. These 2 guys are so poor that they only have a few camp points, and they are not enough to buy any good equipment after the end. Qin Feng looked at the time and started his killing spree frantically. Qin Feng kept using his space jumping skills without any nonsense. He would kill any awakened people from Fuso and the United States without mercy. Hint. Congratulations on killing the awakened Junji Ito in the Fuso battlefield and gaining 200 faction points. Hint. Congratulations on killing the awakened Kana in the Fuso battlefield and gaining 900 faction points. Hint. Congratulations on killing the awakened Matsukata Yuki in the Fuso war zone and gaining 3,000 faction points. It can be said that in Qin Feng's eyes, there is no difference between male and female awakeners. He will just smash them to death when he sees them without wasting time talking to them. Oh no, destiny is here to kill people. Run, destiny is coming. As more and more people were killed, the word destiny continued to spread among the mouths of these awakened people. Because of Qin Feng's killing behavior, the number of awakened people in the battlefield of all races continued to plummet. It would originally take nearly 3 hours to drop to 50%, but due to Qin Feng's appearance, this time was shortened to 1 hour. Qin Feng also noticed that he was killing too quickly, and the number of people was actually starting to decrease sharply. Qin Feng didn't have much time left. He first came to the dark abyss, then rushed to the volcanic magma, and then rushed to the iceberg. It took Qin Feng nearly an hour just to travel. Qin Feng stood on the iceberg, waiting for the arrival of the war zone boss. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. System prompt. The war zone boss has been discovered. Please go and kill him. System prompt. The war zone boss has been discovered. Please go and kill him. System prompt. The war zone boss has been discovered. Please go and kill him. The three reminders caused many awakened people who were still attacking the boss to start heading towards the location of the war zone boss. At this time, Qin Feng noticed that many awakened people had begun to gather on the ice layer. Among them, there was a person Qin Feng was very familiar with. It was the self-admiring person who had been on the world announcement before. He looks like a decent human being, but Qin Feng remembers this self-admiring person. In his previous life, it was this person who colluded with the Void Race. At the same time, this person had caused friction with him many times. Qin Feng thought about how in his previous life, when the country was at war, the Xuanwu holy city, where Gu Fengzi was located, betrayed them. He not only had connections with the Void Race, but also had close ties with the United States and Fuso. When he heard the world announcement before, he didn't remember who this self-admiring person was, but when he saw him with his own eyes, his memory was very clear. Qin Feng stood on the iceberg, staring at Gu Fengzi with burning eyes. Gu Fengzi also keenly sensed that someone was watching him, but he didn't know who it was. Brother, what's wrong with you? It was the bald man who spoke again. Brother, are you still feeling uncomfortable about that destiny? Don't worry, this destiny won't cause any waves. It's not even worth mentioning. The bald man constantly belittled destiny and madly praised himself. No, I just felt like someone was looking at me. Gu Fengzi shook his head. But there were already hundreds of thousands of awakened people gathered here, so he didn't know who was watching him. Your perception is quite good, Qin Feng murmured. But, as a traitor, you can't survive. The hunter hover cannon appeared beside him. Target locked. A ray of light shot out and instantly pierced through the self-admiring body. By the way, it also left a mark on the self-admiring body. It was the mark of the demon lord between Qin Feng's eyebrows. 1340W. True damage. Tens of millions of damages emerged from the top of the self-admiring head. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Who wants to kill me? I thought of this before I died, admiring myself alone. Hint. Congratulations on killing the awakened Huaxia district, Gu Fengzi Zhuang, and gaining 20,000 faction points. According to the prompt, 20,000 camp points is considered good, much better than those Fuso elementary school losers Qin Feng had seen before. And the self-admiring body was resurrected from a random location. Hint. You have been killed by the Awakener of the Huaxia region, level -1, lost faction points 20,000. Destiny. Why did he want to kill me? Gu Fengzi really couldn't understand it. He had no grudges against Tianming, and there was no grudge between them. He didn't even know what Tianming looked like. Could it be that he feels that I stole his thunder? Gu Fengzi thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what the situation was. However, after being killed by destiny, the expression on his face gradually became ferocious. Tianming. Okay, Tianming, just wait for me. If I don't avenge this, I won't be called a lone beauty. However, his self-admiration also made him hate Qin Feng. Who wouldn't hate being killed for no reason? Qin Feng discovered that Gu Fengzi figure appeared somewhere, but the distance was too far. The battle zone boss would be refreshed in 3 minutes, so it was undoubtedly not a good choice to go over and kill Gu Fengzi now. Moreover, the place where Gu Fengzi is located is very far away from the locations of the 3 battle zone bosses. It is absolutely impossible to get there without an hour. But within an hour, these 3 battle zone bosses were already dead. Sierra. The ice bird phoenix appeared in front of everyone with its wings flashing from deep within the ice. Ice crystal phoenix battle zone boss. Level 50. Grade. Red gold. Attack. 22,987 to 23,480. Life. 100 million. Defense. 28890-30051. Thousands of miles of frozen ice, pillars of frozen ice, and extremely cold storms. Qin Feng looked at the attribute panel of the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Its attributes were considered average. There is still a big gap between it and the boss in the previous life, but the time when the faction battle started in the previous life was not at this time, but 2 months later, so the level at that time was fixed at level 80, and the level 80 Ice Crystal Phoenix had a health point of 500 million. 100 million HP is really a bit scary, but we have hundreds of thousands of people here. I just don't believe that a single boss can't kill him. Chapter 78 The Power of the Hunter's Suspension Cannon. Triple Kill Boss. Chapter 78 The Power of the Hunter's Hover Cannon. Triple Kill Boss. Get started. Pay attention to your positioning. The mage stands at the back to deal damage, and the warrior stands in front to defend. Hit twice if necessary. There were many guilds present, not only from China, but also from other war zone countries. They were all well trained, and every position adjustment was so orderly. There was no retreat due to the boss's health. I must take first place this time. Attack. With a roar, damage continued to hit the Icebird Phoenix, but the damage was indeed worrying. Minus 440. Magic damage. Minus 589. Magic damage. Minus 24. Physical damage. Minus 1. Magic damage. Minus 1. Physical damage. Yu, it's your turn to perform. Qin Feng did not walk to the middle of the ice layer, but stood in the void. The whole person seems so out of place. The health of the Icebird Phoenix is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. You have to know that there are hundreds of thousands of people here. Even if their damage is only a little, hundreds of thousands of people can still produce hundreds of thousands of outputs. A door appeared in front of Yu, and hunter hover cannons continued to emerge from it. Qin Feng was not quite sure about the damage he could do to this boss, so he asked Yu to create dozens more. Dozens of hunter hover cannons appeared behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng moved his fingers. Countless artillery fire poured towards the Icebird Phoenix. Since the attack range of the hunter's hover cannon has increased, Qin Feng can still deal full damage even if he stands far away. 220W. True damage. 220W. True damage. 220W. True damage. One shot can take away more than 2 million HP. The boss's health of 100 million can only last for 40 to 50 hits. In 1 second, the boss was killed instantly by Qin Feng again. And those guild members who were still struggling to defeat the boss discovered that the boss had turned into a corpse in the year of the rat. After killing the boss, Qin Feng appeared at the edge of the lava. Lava monster, Warzone boss. Level 50. Grade, red gold. Attack, 15589, 16230. Life, 160 million/200 million. Defense, 25580-26782. Magma eruption, earth-shattering explosion, earthquake aftermath. At this time, the boss's health has been reduced by 20%. In order not to waste time, the hunter's hovercraft was deployed again, firing continuously. 180W. True damage. 180W. True damage. 180W. True damage. The lava monster let out a wail and turned into a corpse. Huh? What's going on? Where's the boss? Why did he die all of a sudden? I just saw that he still had 160 million HP left. How did he suddenly fall to the ground? Everyone was confused and asked the people present curiously. But what they didn't realize was that Qin Feng had already left. Follow the same method. Go to the depths of the abyss and kill the Void Mantis. System prompt. All bosses in the battle zone have been killed, and the leaderboard has been released. When everyone was confused, they heard the system prompt sound and opened the ranking list to find out what was going on. I want to see who dares to steal our boss. Icebird Phoenix damage ranking. First place. Huaxiao region Destiny. Damage 95%. Lava Behemoth damage ranking. First place. Huaxia district. Tianming. Damage 78%. Death Mantis damage ranking. First place. Huaxia district. Tianming. Damage 83%. When everyone saw that the first place in the rankings was all taken by Tianming, they all started cursing. Fuck. Who the hell is this Tianming? The three bosses are so far apart. How on earth did he get here? It must have taken him over 20 minutes to go there and back. Everyone cursed Qin Feng, saying that he would not give them any chance to survive. Hint. You killed the battle zone boss, the Icebird Phoenix, triggering a 100-fold reward, faction points 200,000. Hint. You killed the war zone boss, the Lava Behemoth, triggering a 100-fold reward, faction points 200,000. Hint. You killed the war zone boss Death Mantis, triggering a 100-fold reward, faction points 200,000. Another 600,000 camp points were obtained. Qin Feng now has a total of nearly 4 million camp points. The only bad thing is that Qin Feng did not obtain any faction points in the deadly poisonous spider's cave. Otherwise, the faction points Qin Feng has now would have exceeded 100 million. After the faction battle, a battlefield merchant will appear. In the merchant's shop, there is an immortal equipment, Qinquan Mirror. Qin Feng must get this equipment, and it is not expensive. If I remember correctly, it should be only 1,200 faction points. Although Qin Feng only has more than 4 million faction points on him now, don't forget that Qin Feng still has to kill the awakened people in the United States war zone later. As for why they didn't kill the Fuso people, the reason was that the awakened people of the Fuso country had too few faction points. After killing so many of them just now, they only got less than 1 million faction points. It has to be said that they are really poor. So Qin Feng could only focus his attention on the war zone in the United States. However, in the end, Qin Feng will definitely take action against the awakened people in the Chinese region. After all, there are too many awakened people in the Chinese region. If he wants to unlock the world boss later, at least 2/3 of the awakened people in the Chinese region must be lost before the world boss can be unlocked. You should know that in the entire battlefield of all races, the awakened people in the Chinese region account for more than 40%. The base number is quite large. At this time, there are still 21% of awakened people alive in the Chinese area, and the second largest country has only 5%, that is, the awakened people in the United States. The awakened people in the Fuso war zone have basically been slaughtered by Qin Feng, but the number of people in Fuso is not enough to fill the gaps in China. At this time, the war zone channel was already in an uproar. Not only are the awakened people in China arguing, but even war zones such as the United States are arguing. Shouldn't you, the destiny of the Huaxia region, give us an explanation? Are you planning to challenge the status of our United States? Many arrogant white pigs criticized Qin Feng on the channel and asked him to come out and apologize to the awakened people in the United States war zone and then hand over the camp points he obtained to the United States. The awakened people in the Chinese region who had been secretly cursing Qin Feng just now were unhappy. What the hell? What the hell are you talking about? Are you trying to show off? You can't even snatch the boss from us Chinese, and you still have the nerve to challenge you? Who do you think you are? A bunch of white pigs. Huh? Don't you know who has the higher status in the world of all races? Didn't you see that the top 3 bosses in the battle zone on the leaderboard all belong to our Chinese battle zone? What a bunch of losers. How dare you yell like that? I don't know where you got the nerve to yell like that. If I lose, I won't be able to yell like that. Chapter 79, All Fusong Awakeners were eliminated. Chapter 79, All Fusong Awakeners were eliminated. It then developed into a quarrel between the Chinese zone and the American zone. At this time, the awakened people in the Fuso war zone were also ready to participate. Baga, you awakened ones in the Huaxiao region wanted to hand over the mandate of heaven to us Fusong, but just now, the mandate of heaven slaughtered our awakened ones. Is this right? Shouldn't we be given a reasonable explanation? If you don't hand over your destiny, don't blame us for being rude when the time comes. The screams and howls of this group of people made Qin Feng feel very uncomfortable. Destiny, it seems you are still unhappy. Destiny, if any of you feel uncomfortable and want the faction points on me, you can come here by yourselves. Destiny, and there's more. Fuso Warzone people, I didn't want to touch you. With so few faction points on you, I really couldn't be bothered to kill you. But since you wanted an explanation just now, right? During the world boss, there will be no awakened from the Fuso war zone on the myriad races battlefield. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he began to look for the remaining awakened people from Fuso country on the map. But even so, Qin Feng still felt that the speed was a little slow. Then he asked Yu to summon the bionic mechas, and hundreds of bionic mechas began to search for the location of the Fuso war zone. Ha! You really are a bunch of ignorant people who want to challenge fate. Do you think your small country of Fusong is worthy enough? Did you hear what Boss Tianming said just now? He's too lazy to kill you. You're really too poor. But there are those who help Destiny, and naturally there are also those who dislike Destiny. It is normal for outstanding people to be envied by others. Bah, what's Tianming worth? I think you're just a bunch of lickers. How can you be so licking what Tianming is your dad, and you're still barking? Tianming can even create mythical equipment, but you don't even think of giving it to us. You're so selfish. After all, we're in the same battle zone. Some people were very envious, and they were envious of Qin Feng's mechanical equipment. That's right. Since Tianming can create mythical equipment, shouldn't he equip us with it? How stingy. How can such a person deserve our respect? Ha! Hey, who are those two upstairs? The garage door wasn't closed, so you guys were exposed? And they even gave you equipment? Who do you think you are? The equipment was obtained by the boss himself, and he's still giving you equipment. How dare you ask for it? If I were you, I wouldn't dare to say that. Just as we were sarcastic and quarreling over this, the bionic mecha has begun a killing spree. Every moment, awakened people in the Fuso war zone die at the hands of Qin Feng. God's will, you will not die a good death. Heaven's will, you will never die a good death. I was wrong. Don't kill me again. If I die again, I won't have any more chances to be resurrected. Many awakened people in the Fuso war zone were cursing on the channel, and of course there were also those begging for mercy. Boss Tianming, I didn't provoke you. Go find whoever provoked me. I'm an honest and upright person. I didn't do anything. A pitiful awakener from the Fuso war zone said on the channel. But Qin Feng didn't care about so many things. Are there any good people among the Fusang Awakeners? Of course there are, but Qin Feng didn't have the time to distinguish whether they are good or bad. Anyway, there is a saying that goes, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. So Qin Feng doesn't care whether he is a good person or a bad person now. He will kill them all. Empress Higurashi, Destiny. Could we discuss this? This Princess Higurashi is the charming woman who told Emperor Fuso that she wanted to control Qin Feng. At the same time, she also sent out a coordinate. Qin Feng jumped directly to the coordinates she sent. Princess Rimu looked at Qin Feng, her eyes full of spring. Her body is well proportioned and wrapped in a black tights. Her delicate face and the aura of a mature woman emanating from her body are simply a weapon to attract men. What are you discussing? If you want me to let you, the awakened ones from Fusang, go, that's absolutely impossible. Qin Feng said in a very tough attitude. The eyes of the Empress Higurashi moved, and she looked at Qin Feng delicately. Ming, if you are willing to help me, I am willing to listen to you in everything. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. I am the Empress of the Emperor of Fuso, and my status is very noble in Fuso. I know that you men like to conquer women. I wonder if my status can arouse your desire to conquer, Tianming. As she spoke, Princess Rimu walked towards Qin Feng swayingly. As she walked, she tore a hole in her black tights, and the exposed fair skin constantly attracted the attention of the men around her. Princess Higurashi was also very pleased with these gazes. But there was no emotion in Qin Feng's eyes. If you call me here just to say this, then you're probably overthinking it. Qin Feng was not at all moved by the white, tender flesh in front of him. Qin Feng couldn't muster up the slightest interest in a woman like this who could climb into a man's bed anytime and anywhere. Then he stretched out his right arm and smashed it down heavily. He smashed the imperial concubine Higurashi in front of him into a pool of flesh. Qin Feng did not let any of the Fusang Awakeners nearby go. Kill them all. Int. You have been killed by the destiny of the Huaxia district. Level -1, faction points -50,000. After her resurrection, Princess Higurashi couldn't understand why someone could ignore her charm. You know, even the Emperor of Fuso couldn't resist the aura on his body, but this destiny actually. After killing the Empress Rimu, Tianming had no expression on his face, as if he had just slaughtered a chicken. Princess Higurashi? Qin Feng thought that this Princess Higurashi should be the Emperor Higurashi who killed Emperor Fuso and proclaimed himself emperor in his previous life. A woman like this is like a poisonous snake. You never know when she will bite your throat. Qin Feng has always maintained an attitude of killing all women like this. The massacre lasted for nearly 20 minutes. Princess Rimu died 3 times at the hands of Qin Feng and was finally teleported away from the battlefield of all races. At this time, there were no awakened people from the Fuso War Zone in the battlefield of all races. World announcement. In the 10,000 races battlefield, all awakened warriors in the Fusang War Zone have been eliminated. World announcement. In the 10,000 races battlefield, all awakened warriors in the Fusang War Zone have been eliminated. World announcement. You really did it? It's only been 20 minutes? How is that possible? The eyes of the Titan King in the beautiful war zone were full of horror. He has also been paying attention to the information on the channel. Only 20 minutes have passed from the beginning to now, and all the people in the Fuso War Zone have been eliminated. Chapter 80. Encirclement and Suppression of Chinese Awakeners. Chapter 80. Encirclement and Suppression of the Awakened Chinese. This destiny is definitely not an ordinary awakener. His talent is definitely very strong. The Titan King looked troubled. It was also the first time for him to meet such a strong opponent, and he even had some doubts about his own strength. In just over 20 minutes, all the Fusang Awakeners in the 10,000 races battlefield were slaughtered. This shows how powerful this destiny is. You have to know that in the battlefield of all races, their levels are suppressed at level 50, and it is simply impossible to kill the opponent instantly with the attributes of level 50. Moreover, they also saw the artillery fire all over the sky when fighting the boss in the war zone, and they all knew that it was the attack from Destiny. If nothing unexpected happens, the attack damage we saw earlier should have come from that legendary equipment. But the question we need to consider now is how to deal with this Destiny. His damage is far stronger than ours. King Yasa on the side spoke. At this time, many awakened people in the United States also knew the fate of the Fuso War Zone. And now those awakened people who had previously insulted the Huaxia War Zone on the channel also began to panic. There were at least several million awakened people in the Fuso War Zone, but they were all slaughtered within 2 minutes. Or we can contact other war zones now. Our main enemy right now is Tianming in the Huaxia Zone. But Tianming is too powerful. There are still 37% of awakened people in the 10,000 races battlefield, and Huaxiao accounts for 23%. What we need now is to eliminate the awakened people in the Huaxia zone. Eliminate the awakened ones in the Chinese theater? Then, aren't we? Some people have been shocked by Qin Feng's killing spree. It is very difficult for them to level up. If they die once, they will drop a level. For those at high levels, it may take more than 10 days to upgrade to the next level. If it drops, it would be a huge loss. If I had known there was a destiny in the Huaxia region, I shouldn't have participated in this event. I only have one last chance to revive, and I've already dropped 2 levels. I have no faction points left. It can be said that by participating in this event, not only did I gain nothing, I also dropped 2 levels. But if we don't clear out the awakened ones in the Chinese war zone, won't we be doomed? In this way, the American war zone began to look for allies, and their first choice was the awakeners in the German war zone. In just 1 hour, the awakened people in the United States had reached an agreement with the awakened people in more than a dozen war zones. Since Qin Feng's talent was too strong, they could not possibly be his opponent if they fought alone, so they could only band together for warmth. Qin Feng didn't know at this time that because of him, the awakened people from more than a dozen war zone countries were united as one. However, even if Qin Feng knew about it, he would not have much of an opinion. Not to mention the other awakened people in the Huaxia area, Qin Feng alone could directly slaughter all these people. At this time, Qin Feng was looking at the pet egg in his hand. When the awakened person from the United States went to look for allies, Qin Feng discovered that something was wrong with the pet egg. He found that the pet egg in his hand was glowing brighter. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be about to hatch. This is also why Qin Feng stopped slaughtering the awakened people in the United States war zone. Compared with them, this pet egg is more important. But he couldn't see the panel of this pet egg. Unlike Yu, this pet egg did not show the hatching time, so Qin Feng didn't know when this pet egg would hatch successfully. As time passed, Qin Feng was also paying attention to the channel, and he also discovered that the United States war zone was working together with more than a dozen war zones, as well as the awakeners of the Chinese war zone who were constantly being eliminated. But Qin Feng didn't stop it. Where's Tianming? Why is this Tianming man gone? He's having a blast killing people, but doesn't he need to take care of the rest of us? Doesn't he have some legendary equipment? Can't he be sent out to protect us? After all, we're all in the same battle zone. Fuck your uncle's destiny. You bastard, you don't even care about our lives. Many people who were killed by the awakened people from the United States began to insult Qin Feng madly on the channel, saying all kinds of nasty things. At this time, Tianlang and others also noticed the situation on the channel. Tianlang, what the hell? What the hell are you yelling about? Where the hell do you even have the nerve to yell like that? Who gave you the courage? Don't you dare tell me your location? I'll get you out of here. Qin Feng can pretend not to see it, but Tianlang can't. Considering the relationship between him and Qin Feng, he can't indulge these people. Everyone was just thinking about the mechanical equipment in Qin Feng's hands. In fact, not only these people, Tianlang was also a little envious, but he was not that kind of person. Envy was envy, but who would not like that big treasure? Every man likes Mecca. Floating life like a dream. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson? Do you know who I am? My buddy is the vice president of the Sirius Guild. Believe it or not, I'll make him fight his way out of the Awakening Tower for you. Tianling thought he could see something. Who would have thought that he would actually say that his friend was himself? Tianling, holy crap, that's seriously awesome. Tianling, how come I didn't know you had such a friend? Everyone present knew Tianling's name. He was the leader of the Sirius Guild, a powerful warrior at level 88. He was also a leader in the first echelon. Although his level is not as high as those mentioned above, his strength should not be underestimated. The reason why Tianling became famous was that when he was still at level 80, he single-handedly killed a level 89 assassin, which shows how powerful he was. Tianling, that's so funny. How come I didn't know I had a friend like you? Tianling, Boss Tianming is my friend. If I hear you saying bad things about him, you will have to bear the consequences. Tianling, and those white pigs touch you, won't you resist? And you keep asking for this and that. What a bunch of rubbish. Tianling left a word and disappeared. And his words also played a certain role. After all, the strength of the Sirius Guild was obvious to all. Chapter 81 Immortal Pet Egg Hatching. Chapter 81 Immortal Pet Egg Hatching. This Tianling is so lucky. He's even friends with Tianming. I'm so jealous. Many people dream of becoming Tianming's friend. In just one day, they couldn't count how many times Qin Feng appeared on the world announcement. Who wouldn't want to get to know someone like this? However, Qin Feng set a setting to reject any friend request, so many people couldn't even get a friend position with him, let alone get to know him. In a deep jungle, A woman in tight clothes swung the spear in her hand and looked at the corpse of an exploding giant bear on the ground in front of her. This is already the 30th boss, and I haven't even managed to drop any fragments of the immortal weapon. I really don't know where this destiny got the ability to create legendary equipment. The woman frowned. There were several awakened people standing next to the woman. You son, how many faction points do you have now? The woman looked at a man holding a dagger. About 600,000. You son said indifferently. We're all teammates. Why do I have so few faction points? We've already killed so many bosses, and I can't even find any good stuff, let alone the fragments of the immortal weapon. Another woman in a white robe, with a baby face, sighed and spoke very sadly. Or maybe we should just go kill some people. We keep killing bosses here, but we don't get any fragments of immortal artifacts. It's a waste of time. That guy called Tianming has already gained so many faction points. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place this time should be that guy called Tianming. But this guy is really mysterious. I tried to add him as a friend before, but was rejected. The blue-robed wizard waved the staff in his hand. Now we in the Huaxiao Theater are being besieged by those white pigs from the United States. We should get out now. Xiaolon, it's up to you now. Then the woman in the priest's robe walked in front of the crowd, raised the priest's staff in her hand, and muttered a spell. Swift as the wind. Then a formation appeared on everyone's shoes. Let's go. Then, a few people moved, and a white light flashed under their feet. When they blinked again, there was no trace of them in the jungle. You yellow monkeys. It seems that this destiny has no intention of coming out to save you. Could it be that you just used some power and are now hiding in a corner? Some awakened people in the beautiful country mocked them madly. They have eliminated hundreds of awakeners from the Chinese region, but even so, Tianming has not appeared yet. They have to wonder if Qin Feng used some ability when he quickly killed the awakener from Fuso country, and now his attributes have been reduced, and he is hiding. Brothers, to be honest, this matter has nothing to do with us. The culprit of all this is Tianming. If you want revenge, you can go find Tianming. I've been cursing Tianming before. He's just a piece of shit. He enjoyed killing people, and then he threw this mess to us. Now I don't know where he is hiding. The awakened one continued to explain. Ha 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 ha. I thought this destiny would receive some special treatment in your Huaxiao region, but I didn't expect to be insulted by trash like you. It's really too sad. Ha 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 ha. I've discovered that you Chinese just love to bully others. But I also like to listen to what you say. Didn't you say you cursed Tianming? Then just say all the curse words you know on the channel. The awakened person from the beautiful country grinned. Just now, the vice president of our war zone's serious guild said that if anyone dares to speak ill of Tianming, then we will. He really didn't dare to do it. If he didn't send it, he would die. But if he sent it, he would not be able to bear the revenge of the serious guild. It is not impossible that by then he will be killed and unable to enter the world of all races. Then you'd better die. With his order, the people behind him instantly eliminated all the Chinese awakeners present. Really, why are you still talking so much nonsense to him? There's only about 2% left before the world boss is unlocked. Hurry up and eliminate the awakeners in the Chinese war zone. If nothing unexpected happens, that one called Tianming will be powerless to fight. This means that the world boss behind this will belong to us. The awakened people in the United States are calling out. The other side. Qin Feng looked at the pet egg in his hand while observing the proportion of awakened people in the battlefield of all races. There were only 32% left, and the world boss was about to be launched. Just when Qin Feng was about to put away the pet egg in his hand. Reminder, the pet, Holy Dragon of Light, Immortal Pet, is hatching. The estimated hatching time is 1,439 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Reminder, the pet, Holy Dragon of Light, Immortal Pet, is hatching. The estimated hatching time is 1,439 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Hint. Qin Feng listened to the prompts, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. However, what is different this time is that the types of pets appeared at the time of hatching. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that this pet egg was actually a dragon-type pet, which means that this pet can not only be used as a pet, but also as a mount. And what man can refuse to become a dragon rider? Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. The hatching time for your pet, Holy Light Dragon, Immortal Pet, has been reduced to 499 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. But even if the 100-fold reward was triggered, the final result was just like this. That is to say, the time is shortened by 900 hours, but it is equivalent to saving more than a month. It is really difficult to hatch this immortal level boss. Tip. You can increase the hatching progress by consuming gold coins. Hint. You can spend gold coins. The incubation time of this immortal pet egg is a full 2 months. Now after triggering the 100-fold reward, there are still 500 hours left, but this time is still a bit too long for Qin Feng. 500 hours is about 3 weeks. 3 weeks is not a big problem for ordinary awakeners, but for Qin Feng, let alone 3 weeks, even 3 days feels too long. Fortunately, it is possible to increase the hatching progress by consuming gold coins. This is the first time Qin Feng has seen this. Chapter 82, Epic Advancement. Epic First Level Light Holy Emperor Dragon. Chapter 82, Epic Advancement. Epic First Level Light Holy Emperor Dragon. Qin Feng also had a pet in his previous life. Although it was not a particularly high-level pet, it was still quite strong. However, there was no way to increase its speed by consuming gold coins. It's just gold coins. I don't have much of anything, but I have plenty of gold coins. Qin Feng now has tens of millions of gold coins on him, but he is still afraid of these things. Hint: you spent 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time was reduced by 10 hours. Hint: you spent 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time was reduced by 10 hours. Hint: you spent 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time was reduced by 10 hours. A minute later, Qin Feng had spent 5 million gold coins. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward. Your pet, Holy Light Dragon, Immortal Level 1, has been upgraded to Holy Light Emperor Dragon, Immortal Level 2. Hint: you have obtained the Light Holy Emperor Dragon, Immortal Level 2. Qin Feng's hands began to tremble at this time. Immortal Level 2, pet. Including his previous life, this is the first time that Qin Feng has obtained something of the second level of immortality, whether it is equipment or a pet. It is the first time in his past and present life. The original immortal first-level Holy Dragon of Light actually advanced directly to become the immortal second-level Holy Emperor Dragon of Light. You should know that no one had an immortal level 2 pet even when Qin Feng was alive in his previous life. But after only 1 day of awakening, Qin Feng actually got the pet that he couldn't get in his previous life. Roar! A childish dragon roar sounded from beside Qin Feng. This little dragon stared at the 2 golden dragon horns on its head. Its little wings flickered, and its little tail behind it kept shaking. It looked so cute. Bright Holy Emperor Dragon, Immortal Rank 2 Pet. Level 1. Grade, Immortal Level 2, can be devoured and upgraded. Bound, Destiny. Attack, 10,000. Defense, 15,000. Life, 50,000. Holy Light Illuminates, Holy Sword of Light, Blessing of Light, Breath of Light Dragon. The Emperor born from the Light Dragon clan was born as the leader of the Light Dragon clan. Qin Feng looked at the panel of this little guy and found it horrifying. This little guy is only level 1. Hint: your pet Holy Emperor Dragon of Light has hatched successfully. Please name it. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. As a grown man, it takes me a long time to think of a name. It's not because he couldn't think of a name, but because the name he thought of was not suitable for the Holy Emperor Dragon of Light. Names like Xiaowang don't sound domineering at all. In the end, I still couldn't think of anything. Then just call me Xiaowang. Qin Feng said lightly. Hint: your pet has been named successfully. After getting his own name, Xiaowang also began to fly around Qin Feng. When you grow up, you can be a mount. Qin Feng touched Xiaowang's dragon horn and said in a low voice. Maybe Xiaowang didn't know what a mount was, and he rubbed Qin Feng's palm with the dragon horn, looking very unhappy. Hint: you can devour your pet now. Do you want to devour it? Qin Feng listened to the system's prompt sound and found that Xiaowang was looking at Yu at his feet. No. Qin Feng quickly shook his head. You should know that although Yu's grade is only immortal, which is 1 level lower than the second level immortal, Yu now has the ability to create equipment. This ability, combined with Qin Feng, can be said to have improved the combat power by several levels. So we must not let Xiaowang swallow Yu. However, Qin Feng was still wondering what this devouring was. Then he opened the panel, wanting to see how to advance through swallowing. Your current pet is at Immortal Level 2. To advance to Immortal Level 3, you need to devour other pets. The higher the pet's level, the more experience you gain from devouring it. The current experience is 0/1000. Devouring an epic pet increases experience by 1000. Devouring an immortal pet increases experience by 100. Devouring a legendary pet increases experience by 10. And devouring a fairy pet increases experience by 1. It seems that in order to advance to the 3rd level of Immortal, I need to devour so many things. Immortal pets are not so easy to obtain. Qin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw the increased experience. World announcement. The number of awakened in the 10,000 races battlefield has fallen below 30%. The world boss has been discovered. All awakened, please kill him. World announcement. The number of awakened in the 10,000 races battlefield has fallen below 30%. The world boss has been discovered. All awakened, please kill him. World announcement. At this time, the location of the world boss appears on the map. Qin Feng's eyes blurred, and a figure hundreds of meters tall appeared in front of him. Abyss Dragon World Boss. Level 50. Rank, Fairy Boss. Attack, 50,098 to 51,134. Life, 5 billion. Defense, 51365-53390. Devil's Breath, Flame of Destruction, swallowed by the Abyss. Incarnation of Wrathful Spirit. With 5 billion HP, 50,000 attack, and 50,000 defense. When this boss appears, no one except Qin Feng can break his defense. If you want to kill him, you can only use the forced blood deduction mechanism to wear him down bit by bit. Because the last boss in the previous life was killed by the final blood draining. Hint. Unable to attack. Opening time 14 minutes and 32 seconds. A ball of artillery fire was fired, but when it was about to touch the boss, a light blue halo appeared in front of the Abyss Dragon, directly absorbing Qin Feng's attack. Forget it. Let's just wait until the time is up. Qin Feng waved his hand. In less than a minute, many awakeners appeared at the position of the world boss. Most of them were naturally Chinese awakeners. And they also discovered Qin Feng's figure. Isn't this destiny? How dare you come here? Since the world boss hasn't appeared yet, then you should die first. An awakened person from the Huaxiao region looked at Qin Feng sitting on the ground, and then took out his staff. Fireball. With an order, a fireball with a radius of 2 meters appeared in front of him, and then whistled towards Qin Feng. Destiny. Go to hell. It was obvious that this guy didn't like Qin Feng. But the next second, his eyes became dull. Qin Feng's figure did not change at all in the flames. Tip. Triggering the abyssal breath. The target's mana is reduced by 20%. Tip. The curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. Qin Feng slowly sat up from the ground. Chapter 83 World Boss opens. The beautiful country zone is eliminated. Chapter 83 World Boss unleashed. The beautiful country war zone was eliminated. Qin Feng did not expect that the first person to attack him was not from the United States war zone, but his own people. His eyes were filled with anger. You? How can you? How can you be okay? The mage who had just attacked looked at Qin Feng with a dazed expression and spoke haltingly. What? Are you unhappy that I'm fine? I'll remember you. When we get out, I will definitely not allow you to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. Qin Feng's face darkened. Then an attack from the hunter's hover cannon beside him flashed by and instantly pierced his body. 1223W. True damage. The damage of over 10 million instantly shocked everyone present. The mage was filled with regret at the moment of his death. He had originally wanted to kill Qin Feng while he was still weak, so that he could be considered to have killed someone destined to be killed. He wanted to make a name for himself, but he didn't expect to be killed by Qin Feng. This was something he had not expected. How on earth did they inflict over 10 million damage? This is too terrifying. This is the first time I've seen such horrific damage. Reminder, the world boss is about to refresh. Please be prepared. Accompanied by the system prompt sound. The Abyss Dragon roared, and everyone present prepared for battle. But this time Qin Feng didn't plan to act quickly. Judging from the strength of these people, it would be a lot if 5% of the awakened ones could survive the attack of the Abyss Dragon, so there was no need for Qin Feng to take action at all. The awakened ones present were basically doomed. A black flame spurted out from the mouth of the Abyss Dragon. The awakened one who didn't have time to dodge was instantly turned into a corpse. System prompt. Every time the Abyss Dragon kills someone, a vengeful spirit incarnation will appear. The fire from the Abyss Dragon just now killed almost tens of thousands of people. In an instant, tens of thousands of vengeful spirits appeared behind the Abyss Dragon, floating in the air. Qin Feng looked at the vengeful spirit behind the Abyss Dragon. Ghost Incarnation. Level 50. Rank, Elite. Attack, 5,000. Defense, 2,000. Life, 10,000. A creature from the Abyss, whose will is controlled by the Abyss Dragon, has extremely high health and is very fast. Looking at these incarnations of resentful spirits, Qin Feng frowned. If things go as they are, there will be almost no awakened ones left, because with the death of the awakened ones, the number of vengeful spirit incarnations behind the Abyss Dragon will increase. In less than 5 minutes, the number of vengeful spirit incarnations behind the Abyss Dragon reached hundreds of thousands. Just when Qin Feng was wondering when they would attack. Roar! Roar! These incarnations of evil spirits attacked everyone in an instant. When the awakened ones saw these evil spirits, many of them in the war zone retreated in fear that they would be affected. However, when one person retreated, several others would follow suit. Gradually, many awakened ones in the war zone began to flee frantically. These vengeful spirits are holding sickles, like the god of death who reaps lives. Run. Even if we can't kill this world boss, as long as we survive and protect our faction points, we can still exchange them for a lot of things. The three kings of the United States have also made plans to retreat. Even with their attacks, they were unable to break through the boss's defense, so their attacks were ineffective on the Abyss Dragon. In 5 minutes, less than 1% of the Abyss Dragon's health was reduced. Under the leadership of the three kings of the United States, the awakened people of the United States retreated frantically. He retreated while still mocking, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's run. When all those yellow monkeys in the Chinese war zone are dead, the final victory will belong to us." Originally, if there was enough firepower, it would have been possible to fight against these incarnations of evil spirits, but the United States and many of its allies began to flee. Caught off guard, many awakened ones who had not yet had time to escape were instantly cut in half by the sickle. Damn it! These white pigs are such cowards. If they don't run away, we might not be able to defeat these vengeful spirits. Now, Tyr. Before he could finish his words, a vengeful spirit appeared behind him with a sickle and cut his body in half. Damn it! Let's fight them. Many awakened people in the Chinese region turned their guns on those in the United States and other war zones. Since they don't want to make life easy for me, then let's all die together. Qin Feng did not expect that these awakened people from the beautiful country were so shameless and allowed the vengeful spirits to massacre the awakened people in the Chinese area. Qin Feng looked at the battlefield, which was divided into 3 parts. The back part was the awakened people from the United States and other war zones. The middle part was the awakened people from the Chinese zone, and the rest was the Abyss Dragon. Qin Feng looked at the location of the beautiful country, where there were many Koreans. I just didn't know how to complete the mission. You guys really gave me this opportunity. Qin Feng finished speaking. He asked Yu to create the Hunter hover cannon. 2 minutes later, hundreds of hover cannons appeared behind Qin Feng. A bunch of white pigs. Qin Feng shouted. The Hunter suspension cannon floating in the air roared with Qin Feng, and countless artillery fires swept across their position. 1223W. True damage. 1223W. True damage. 1223W. True damage. Just one shot and countless people will die instantly. Countless awakened people die every second. The explosions of flames came one after another. And in the middle were the miserable screams of these white pigs. Heavens will. You will not die a good death. Even the Titan King and his 2 companions had no way to survive Qin Feng's artillery fire. Tip. All awakened players in the Goryeo battlefield have been eliminated. Reminder. All awakened individuals in the beautiful country's war zone have been eliminated. Hint. In just less than a minute, all the awakened people from the Chinese war zone were eliminated by Qin Feng. The awakened people in the Huaxiao region were all dumbfounded. Especially Yusin and others. They are different from others. They are all level 99 awakeners, but this is the first time that they are so shocked. Is this a mechanic? It's not fake, right? This damage. If you hadn't told me it was a level 500 awakener, I would have believed you. Over 10 million damage. I can't even inflict this much damage on level 10 monsters. The blue-robed wizard looked at Qin Feng's location with a look of fear on his face. Chapter 84. The world boss killed instantly. Chapter 84. The world boss was killed instantly. But let's be honest, he's really handsome. The mechanical equipment behind him looks like a war machine. He alone is like a legion. The priestess nodded, her eyes shining. It was the first time she had seen such a powerful awakener. But this Destiny's level is still a bit low. If he reaches level 99, I'm afraid none of us would be his match. But even with my high defense, he might not be my match. A soldier frowned. Didn't you notice that his attacks are all in white? They're all real damage, which means your defense is completely useless against his attacks. Yusin looked at Qin Feng with a gloomy face. It seemed as if he felt that Qin Feng had stolen his limelight. But the mechanic is still a fragile creature in front of my assassin. Yusin sneered. Then he moved. Disappeared from the spot in an instant. In his opinion, Qin Feng's damage may be very high, but his defense is indeed his shortcoming. What he doesn't know is that the health of the mechanical equipment created by Qin Feng will increase to Qin Feng's body. With the health of hundreds of Hunter hover cannons, Qin Feng can be said to be as weak as a bloody cow. Not to mention killing yourself with one blow, even if you stand there and let him hack at you for 10 minutes. he still wouldn't be able to kill you. Yusin. No one expected that Yusin would dare to attack Tianming. When Yusin's figure appeared again, he was already behind Qin Feng. An assassin? Although Qin Feng discovered him, he did not take any action. Anyway, he can't have any influence on me. The dagger chopped down towards the back of Qin Feng's neck. -0. Critical hit. A wound that made Yusin's scalp tingle emerged from Qin Feng's body. How is that possible? Yusin, who didn't believe in evil, attacked again. He turned around and stabbed Qin Feng in the back of the head again. -0. Critical hit. There was no damage at all. Yusin felt strange. He was holding a golden piece of equipment, which had the characteristic of increasing critical strikes. Normally, his critical strikes were enough to kill him instantly with one blow, but these 2 critical strikes didn't even cause a single drop of blood to fall out. He really couldn't understand it. Then he kept hacking at Qin Feng's body. -0. Critical hit. -0. -0. Yusin found that he really couldn't break Qin Feng's defense. Tip. Abyssal Breath triggered. Target's mana reduced by 20%. Stacked, currently 60%. Tip. The Curse of the Abyss Demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. It has been superimposed, and the current 60% is now applied. Qin Feng didn't move at all, but Yusin's life and magic points were permanently reduced by 60%. For an assassin, this makes his already limited health and magic points even worse. You want to run away after the fight? Isn't it a little late? Qin Feng's eyes flashed instantly. Medusa's gaze skill is triggered directly. Yusin's body instantly turned to stone and then fell to the ground. This is also a control skill. Yusin looked horrified. Lan, dispel it for me. Yusin roared. At this time, the woman dressed as a priest was chanting. Disperse. A white light hit Yusin's body. However, the petrification effect on his body was not removed. Hint, dispelling failed. Lan Ying's face changed when she heard the system's prompt. She never thought that the almighty dispel spell would not work at this time. How is that possible? Come again. Disperse. Another white light. Hint, dispelling failed. Hint, dispelling failed. After trying several times, Lan Ying found that she really couldn't dispel it. Just when she was about to try again, Qin Feng appeared behind her. Holding the death sickle, Shunjiang cut Lan Ying's neck. 360W. Tear damage. The pastor girl instantly turned into a corpse. Lan Ying, don't waste time. My petrification ability cannot be dispelled. After killing Lan Ying, Qin Feng muttered to himself. What? Jiang Lan, do you still want to help her get revenge? Or do you want to help Yang Tao get revenge? Qin Feng looked at the two of them and asked. You? There was horror in the eyes of the two men. Jiang Lan and Yang Tao were their real names, not their names in the world of all races. But how did destiny know my name in the real world? The two of them were horrified when they thought about it. Jiang Lan's name is Lan Mei, and Yang Tao's name is Tuqing. Gloomy. Your name sounds familiar. Who is Yulan to you? Qin Feng asked while looking at Yusun, who was still petrified. Roar. Just as Qin Feng asked, the abyss dragon roared. Qin Feng's face darkened when he saw this. This guy is so blind that he even disturbs my business. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to let it live a little longer, but since it didn't give him face, he couldn't let it stay. Hunter hover cannons continued to appear behind Qin Feng. In an instant, hundreds of hover cannons appeared behind Qin Feng. Jiang Lan and Yang Tao's expressions changed drastically. Is it fake? They couldn't believe that this was Qin Feng's ability. They had seen the damage caused by hundreds of mechanical equipment just now. It was absolutely powerful. Qin Feng's mind moved. The hunter's hover gun aimed at the roaring abyss dragon. Just know what to yell for. After finishing speaking, the hunter's suspended gun barrel rotated and artillery fire roared out. Boom, boom, boom. 430W. True damage. 430W. True damage. 430W. True damage. Each shot can take away more than 4 million HP of the abyss dragon. But Qin Feng felt that this was not satisfying enough. Turn your palms over. An invisible attack cut a gash hundreds of meters long in the body of the abyss dragon. At this time, under the attack of artillery fire, the abyss dragon's health was only 3 billion, accompanied by the tearing of the abyss dragon's body. An even more terrifying injury emerged from the head of the abyss dragon. -900 million. Tear damage. -630 million. Tear damage. -441 million. Tear damage. Hundreds of millions of dollars in damage. Fake, right? Yang Tao almost bit off his tongue. When they were fighting the boss, they could only forcibly deduct a drop of blood, but Qin Feng could actually output hundreds of millions. At this time, Yusin also noticed Qin Feng's injuries and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. In less than 30 seconds, the Abyss Dragon's 5 billion health points were instantly emptied. Chapter 85. Instantly defeat the world boss. World level ranking opens. Chapter 85. Instantly defeat the world boss. World ranking list opens. What the hell is this destiny? What kind of damage is this? If he can deal hundreds of millions of damage at level 50, doesn't that mean that after he reaches level 99, no one will be able to defeat him? That's not right. Forget about level 99. Even if he's level 50, I'm no match for him. Yusin thought very uncomfortably. After all, Yusin is a level 99 assassin, and he is also the vanguard of the first echelon, the small group at the top of the pyramid. But today he felt an incomparable sense of powerlessness in front of Qin Feng. Let's not talk about how terrifying Qin Feng's damage is. Let's just talk about Qin Feng's skill. His petrification skill cannot be dispelled by the priest's dispel spell, and the petrification time is too long. Half a minute has passed since the beginning, and the petrification skill on me has not yet ended. Hint: you have killed the world boss, and the third job change mission has been completed. Hint: the awakened members of the Fuso, US, and Goryo war zones have been eliminated. Mission completed. Reward: 1 war zone teleportation token. Qin Feng was very excited when he saw that his job transfer task had been completed. He is about to become a level 100 awakener. Prompt: the job change task has been completed. Do you want to change jobs? Confirm. Qin Feng held his breath. He is about to become the first level 100 awakener. Hint: job transfer successful. Career: mechanic, advanced to mechanical commander. Reminder: your level has been raised to 100. System prompt: congratulations on becoming the first level 100 awakener. A world announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your name? No hiding. World announcement: Huaxia District, Awakener's Destiny. Level has reached 100, becoming the first awakener to reach level 100. This is hereby announced. This event will be recorded on the Myriad Races World Monument. World announcement: Huaxia District, Awakener's Destiny. Level has reached 100, becoming the first awakener to reach level 100. This is hereby announced. This event will be recorded on the Myriad Races World Monument. World announcement. 3 more world announcements. But after hearing the content, everyone's eyes widened. How is this possible? He's actually reached level 100? Didn't he just complete the Secret Realm mission yesterday? How is it possible that he broke through to level 100 directly? Does the mechanic level up so quickly? Or does the talent of the Destiny boss increase experience points? How can it level up so quickly? Woo woo woo. We're both mechanics, so why is there such a huge gap between us? I've been in the Myriad Races world for a month, and I'm only in my 30s. But Boss Tianming walked out of the novice village in just 1 day and reached level 100. How can we survive when he's so powerful? However, just when everyone was crying and shouting. Reminder: the world ranking list has opened. Such a voice appeared in everyone's mind. World rankings. What is this? Why did this ranking list only open now? Could it be because of Destiny? Could it be that this ranking list appeared after he reached level 100? Everyone was talking about it. After all, everyone has played that kind of online game, and the ranking list is usually opened on the first day. However, in this battlefield of all races, everyone's level is improving, but there is no ranking list. Now that Qin Feng's level has broken through to level 100, a ranking list actually appeared. Does it mean I have to wait until level 100 to barely make it onto the leaderboard? What about levels before 100? Could it be Novice Protection Zone? This word emerged in everyone's mind. At this moment, there was only one name standing alone on the world rankings. World rank ranking. First place, Destiny, level 100. Second place, none. Third place, none. Now Qin Feng is the only one on the list. Tip: your current ranking is first place, and the ranking reward is 20,000 gold coins. Hint: you have triggered the 100x reward, and you have received 2 million gold coins. World announcement: the world boss has been killed by Destiny in the Huaxia region. The damage ranking list has been released. Hint: you picked up 1 demon dragon crystal core, 2 million gold coins, 1 dark dragon pendant, fairy weapon, and 1 dragon scale armor, fairy weapon. Qin Feng's ears were constantly ringing with the notification sounds of the primary selection system. This is not the end yet. World boss, Abyss Dragon, is dead, and the number of people remaining in the field is now 230,000. World boss, Abyss Dragon, is dead, and the number of people remaining in the field is now 220,000. The number is constantly decreasing. Although the Abyss Dragon is dead, its incarnations of vengeful spirits are still alive. The awakened people from the Chinese region were still struggling and insulting Qin Feng, saying that he didn't care about his own people at all. But he seemed to have forgotten that the battle between the two camps would only end when there was only one person left. It's not like everything will be fine just by killing the world boss. God's will. You will not die a good death. I curse you for not giving birth to a son. Qin Feng didn't need to take action at all. He just needed to wait until everyone was killed and then take all the camp points from them. Anyway, the final winner is already very clear. The petrification effect on Yuzin's side has ended. Why are you still running? Why don't you just hand over your camp points honestly? Qin Feng finished speaking. The death sickle in his hand slashed across Yuzin's neck, and he instantly turned into a corpse. After being resurrected, he chose to withdraw from this event without saying a word. Jiang Lan, Yang Tao, and others also chose to withdraw. Qin Feng was helpless seeing this. What else could he do since everyone had withdrawn? 10 minutes later, Qin Feng was the only one left at the scene. Suzaku fire. A prairie fire. Qin Feng roared, and the vermilion bird flame in his body burst out, instantly destroying the hundreds of thousands of resentful spirit incarnations present. Hint: you have picked up camp points 3000 W. Qin Feng didn't expect that so many people provided him with 30 million camp points. In this way, exchanging it for the Qinquan mirror is a foregone conclusion, and he should be able to exchange it for a lot of good things later. However, the big prize will have to wait until the national war begins. Only then will the things that can be exchanged for national war points be worth mentioning. The most you can exchange for now is immortal equipment, but during the national war, epic equipment will appear, and even epic mounts will appear. World announcement: faction battles are now closed. Huaxiao region, Awakener Destiny becomes the last Awakener to survive this event. Event rating: SSS, and reward: 1 Mount Egg. The greatest contribution of all awakened people in the Huaxiao region to the world boss is rewarded with +1 level and 5,000 gold coins. The battlefield merchant has appeared. All awakened people can exchange within 24 hours. After 24 hours, the battlefield merchant will leave and the myriad race's battlefield will be closed. Chapter 86, Exchange Equipment. Chapter 86, Exchange Equipment. At this point, the system prompt sound finally disappeared. Qin Feng finally had time to observe the equipment he had obtained. Dark Dragon Pendant, Fairy Weapon. Level 100. Rank: Immortal Spiritual Weapon. Equipment requirements: any class. A pendant forged from the heart of the Abyss Dragon. Health plus 100,000. Defense plus 50,000. Skill: Dragon Roar. Release the Roar skill, causing a stun effect on targets within a radius of 50 meters. Skill: Dark Dragon Bodyguard. Immune to any magical damage for 1 minute. Dragon Scale Armor, Fairy Weapon. Level 100. Rank: Immortal Spiritual Weapon. Equipment requirements: any class. Armor made from the hardest scales of the Abyss Dragon. Health plus 100,000. Defense plus 100,000. Skill: Dragon Abyss Absorption. Absorbs 70% of physical damage. Qin Feng looked at the two pieces of equipment on his body, and what surprised him was that they did not trigger the 100-fold reward. Qin Feng has more than 30 million camp points on him. I came to the battlefield merchant with anticipation. Looking at the treasures in the mall. The Judge's Code, Fairy Spirit Vessel. Occupation: Mage. Price: 500 W faction points. Quantity: 1. Experience Storage Scroll. After use, you can store 5,000 W experience. Price: 100,000 faction points. Quantity: 20. Qinquan Mirror, Immortal Equipment. Occupation: all occupations. Price: 1,200 W camp points. Quantity: 1. Qin Feng looked at the things in the mall. There were really a lot of things here. However, what Qin Feng values most is the Qinquan Mirror. This Qinquan Mirror can be said to be the highest grade equipment in this mall. The only other items are fairy equipment. However, since he had a lot of camp points, Qin Feng could also go shopping. So Qin Feng didn't waste any time and started to sweep the entire mall, buying all the good things in it. The Judge's Code, Fairy Spirit Vessel. Level 100. Rank: Immortal Spiritual Weapon. Professional requirements: Mage, Priest. It contains an extremely powerful forbidden power. Magic attack plus 180,000. Defense plus 100,000. Skill: Magic Storage. Cast magic and store it in the codex. When used, it increases the damage of the spell. Instant magic. Passive skill: cast spells without chanting. Magic combo. Passive skill: after casting a spell, there is a 30% chance of causing damage twice. Although this codex is only fairy equipment, its skills are still very powerful, especially for mages, but it is also not much less effective for priests. Qin Feng said to himself, You should know that large spells need to be chanted, and the more powerful the spell, the more time it takes to chant. Once you have this code, you can directly omit the chanting time, so that you can catch the enemy off guard. And a mage without chanting is definitely very powerful. Qin Feng then withdrew from the battlefield of all races. The screen flashed, and Qin Feng's body appeared in Qinglong City again. Qin Feng looked at the time. Then he left the world of all races directly. After Qin Feng left the world of all races, his body underwent earth-shaking changes. Before level 100, if you want to enter the world of all races, you need to go to Leo's Awakening Tower, but after the level reaches 100, you can enter the world of all races without going through the Awakening Tower. After Qin Feng left the game, he returned to his house. The house is not small, it is a large flat, and it is the largest inheritance left to me by my parents after their death. Qin Feng returned to the room and felt the changes in his body. My mind moved. Xiao Guang, shaking his head, appeared beside Qin Feng. The touch feels so real. Finally, it can be materialized into the real world. Qin Feng clenched his fists. At this time, Yu also appeared on Qin Feng's legs, shaking her head. Holding the two little ones, Qin Feng looked at the posts that appeared on the internet at this time. Basically, out of 100 posts, 99 of them are related to me. Can anyone tell me what the hell this destiny is? Why is its level increasing so fast? Didn't it just come out of the novice village yesterday? How come it's already level 100 today? It can't be upgraded this fast, even if I ride a rocket, right? You ask me, but who should I ask? I just awakened yesterday, and my level isn't even level 10 yet. Then I participated in a faction battle, and in the end, I didn't get any rewards, but I actually dropped 3 levels. Where the hell can I go to complain? An unlucky guy said bitterly. Qin Feng took a quick look at them, and then hugged Xiao Guang and Yu in his arms, and went to sleep. I have to say that it is really comfortable to hold Xiao Guang, especially since Xiao Guang was really cute when he was a child. Qin Feng didn't really want to help Xiao Guang upgrade. The next morning, Qin Feng woke up early, felt the strong power in his body, and clenched his fists. This feels great. After gaining strength, Qin Feng felt much more comfortable. But what made Qin Feng a little strange was that Jiang Xiaoyun had not contacted him since he left yesterday, and Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little worried. But in his previous life, nothing happened to Jiang Xiaoyun when he awakened, which made Qin Feng a little strange. He also planned to hand over the code he had exchanged to Jiang Xiaoyun. Although she is a priest, this code is very powerful when combined with the priest's abilities. Later in team battles, the large-scale healing skills require a long chanting time, but with this code, the healing skills can be used in an instant. And more importantly, the priest's healing skills can actually restore mechanical equipment. So if Jiang Xiaoyun becomes stronger, it means Qin Feng becomes stronger. He looked at the 2 teleportation tokens in his hand and moved back to the world of all races. Qin Feng looked at his current level. After becoming a level 100 awakener, he could go to the military camp outside the city to receive tasks. The rewards for the missions are also very generous. At the same time, you can also improve your military rank, and the improvement of military rank will also help you exchange for more powerful equipment. Qin Feng still had a rewarded Mount Egg on him, but the hatching time was not shown on it yet, so Qin Feng was not in a hurry at all. When Qin Feng arrived at the military camp, everyone here exudes a strong smell of blood, and Qin Feng can also feel the powerful strength in their bodies. The weakest one here must be above level 100. The level before level 100 can be said to be the protection level for novices, and after level 100, you can change your job. Qin Feng's current job is the first level Mechanical Commander. Chapter 87 Military Camp Mission. Destroy the Altar of the Dead. Chapter 87 Military Camp Mission. Destroy the Altar of the Dead. The next job change will have to wait until the second job change at level 200. However, it is still very difficult to upgrade to level 200. Not to mention others, Qin Feng alone will need a long time to upgrade. It takes about 2 months to go from level 1 to level 99, but completing the job change task is the most time-consuming. At the same time, if you don't have experience storage scrolls, all the experience you gain will be wasted. If you want to upgrade from level 100 to level 200, it will take half a year or even nearly a year. Tip: the system is selecting tasks for you. Your current level is level 100. The available tasks are as follows. 1. Destroy the Altar of the Dead, SSS. 2. Clear the ghosts in the Land of the Dead, SS. 3. Support the Eastern Theater, requires Priest Class, S. Qin Feng looked at the tasks and finally set his sights on the first task. Destroy the Altar of the Dead. The rewards for this first task are the most generous, and then they decrease in sequence. If Qin Feng was an ordinary awakener, he would definitely not choose the previous tasks. because although the rewards of these tasks are very generous, they are very difficult compared to the later ones, and there is even the possibility of death. Therefore, most awakeners will choose tasks that are relatively late when they come here. But Qin Feng is different. Compared with those of the same level, his attributes are definitely much higher, and not just a little bit. So this is exactly the task Qin Feng needs. Upgrade. Do you want to accept the mission, Destroy the Altar of the Dead? Confirm. Tip. You have successfully accepted the quest, Destroy the Altar of the Dead. The current quest level is SSS, extremely difficult. Please proceed with caution. Destroy the Altar of the Dead. Difficulty, SSS. Content. Go to Savage City and destroy the Altar of the Dead in the city. But be careful, the Altar of the Dead is guarded by powerful undead. Mission objective. Destroy the Altar of the Dead, 0/1. Rewards. Gold coins plus 50,000. Experience points plus 1 million. Merit points plus 5,000. Special reward. Rare equipment 1. Penalty for mission failure. None. This task is too difficult for ordinary awakeners. Although it only involves destroying the Altar of the Dead, the Altar of the Dead is located in the Savage City. Savage City has been deserted for 30 years. The reason for its abandonment is the appearance of the Altar of the Dead. But there are still a lot of rewards. Not to mention the gold coins and experience points. This reward is much better than killing a boss. The most important of these is the 5,000 merits. Merit is crucial for advancement in military rank. At the same time, after upgrading your military rank, you can exchange for many things. Some of them can be exchanged for military equipment, advanced knowledge, drawings of mechanical equipment, etc., which are all vital to Qin Feng. Barbaric City? It's a bit far from here. Qin Feng originally planned to fly there directly, but found that the distance was too far. In the end, Qin Feng could only choose to find the nearest teleportation array that could teleport to Savage City. A few minutes later, Qin Feng arrived in front of the teleportation array. He looked at the soldier and said, "I want to teleport to Savage City." But the soldier shook his head. It's no longer possible to go directly to Savage City via the teleportation array, but you can teleport to Linshui City, which is over 2,000 kilometers away from Savage City, and then head to Savage City. The soldier reminded. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, for Qin Feng, the flight of more than 2,000 kilometers would only take a few hours. Then teleport to Linshui City. A teleportation array like this one in a military camp does not require gold coins to be used for mission teleportation, which is very cost-effective compared to the city. A white light flashed, and Qin Feng's figure disappeared from the spot. A second later, Qin Feng opened his eyes again and found himself at the gate of Linshui City. I opened the map, marked the Savage City, and then flew towards my destination along the marked route. A few hours later, Qin Feng appeared at the gate of Savage City. At this time, the Savage City had become a dead city. There was no living person in it except the undead, and the 3 big words Salvage City, standing on the city wall, had become dilapidated. Hint: you have arrived at Barbaric City. After hearing the sound, Qin Feng asked Yu to summon dozens of hunter hover cannons. After the hover cannons appeared, they protected Qin Feng inside, and then continued to patrol the surrounding situation. It seems that if anything goes wrong, they will open fire. Accompanied by yellow sand all over the sky, Qin Feng walked into the Savage City, and at the moment Qin Feng entered. Roar! I don't know where the roar came from. Then, some undead skeleton soldiers appeared in front of Qin Feng. They walked towards Qin Feng with long swords in their hands. Undead skeleton soldiers elite. Level 100. Rank, elite. HP, 10W. Attack, 22,000. Defense, 8,000. Hack, physical damage immunity. Introduction: they were once soldiers defending the Savage City. After their death, they were affected by the dead altar and turned into unconscious undead. Qin Feng looked at these soldiers. There were still quite a lot of lives left, but it looked like nothing more than that. There was no way to resist Qin Feng's attack. Qin Feng didn't need to take any action. The hunter's hover cannon continued to attack the undead soldiers who exuded a rotten smell. 300W. True damage. 300W. True damage. 300W. True damage. Although these undead soldiers can ignore physical damage, there is no way to stop the real damage. A round of firepower poured out, and hundreds of undead skeleton soldiers turned into skeletons. Hint: you killed the undead skeleton soldier, triggering a 100x reward. You received 20,000 experience points and 500 gold coins. Tip: your pet Yu has been upgraded and is currently at level 47. Tip: your pet Xiaowang has been upgraded and is currently at level 20. Although Qin Feng can trigger the 100-fold reward, his pet cannot, so the levels of these two pets are still far behind his own. However, the experience gained from pet upgrades is not much compared to that of awakened ones. After clearing out the undead skeleton soldiers at the city gate, Qin Feng walked forward again. But as we went deeper, undead skeleton soldiers continued to appear. The hunter hover cannon began to clear the area again. 220W. True damage. 220W. True damage. 220W. True damage. A few minutes later, Qin Feng slaughtered all the undead skeleton soldiers he could see. Chapter 88. Crazy Pet Upgrade. Kill the Necromancer. Chapter 88. Crazy Upgrade of Pets. Kill the Necromancer. Then Qin Feng's level was actually raised to level 101. Tip: your level has been upgraded. Your current level is level 1, level 1, level 101. Qin Feng went deeper into the front again. After walking for only a few minutes, they encountered skeleton soldiers with bows and arrows again. It seems that there are about 200 to 300 people. After seeing Qin Feng, they started drawing their bows and shooting arrows, and hundreds of arrows shot towards Qin Feng. -0, -0, -0. Qin Feng let them attack him, but Qin Feng did not suffer any harm. At this time, looking at the skeleton soldiers who were about to draw their bows and shoot arrows again, the hunter hover cannon began to clear the field again. Fire snakes continued to emerge from the muzzle. Lines of damage appeared above their heads, and hundreds of soldiers could not hold on for even a few seconds before they all turned into bones scattered all over the ground. Reminder: your pet Xiaowang's level has increased. Current level is 21. Reminder: your pet Xiaowang's level has increased. Current level is 22. Tip: your pet Xiaowang's level has increased. Current level is 23. Tip: your pet Xiaowang's level has increased. Current level is 31. Tip: your pet Yuyu's level has increased. Current level is 53. Just a few hundred skeleton soldiers allowed Xiaowang to level up to 11, and Yuyu also reached level 53. By killing monsters at higher levels, your pet can gain a lot of experience points. The damage of the hunter's hover cannon can be said to be off the charts. Basically, one shot can kill a lot of people. The huge noise also attracted many undead soldiers. There were undead soldiers in front of him rushing towards him with long swords in their hands. Qin Feng took a rough look and saw that there were probably several thousand skeleton soldiers. Some hold knives, some hold arrows. The more the better, Qin Feng murmured. The hunter's hover cannon once again launched indiscriminate fire suppression at the skeleton soldiers rushing forward. After a barrage of attacks, these skeleton soldiers simply couldn't withstand such heavy damage. Tip: your pet Xiaowang's level has been upgraded and is currently at level 32. Reminder: your pet. With several flashes of golden light, the levels of Qin Feng's two pets were upgraded again. Then Qin Feng began to search in the city. He was not in a hurry to go to the altar, but instead looked for the skeleton soldiers in the city. Roar! The roaring skeleton soldiers sensed the breath of the living and rushed forward again. Under the suppression of artillery fire, the skeleton soldiers had no choice but to fall to the ground. Wave after wave, Qin Feng had no idea how many skeleton soldiers he had killed. The levels of both pets have also been raised to over 60, and Yuyu has even reached level 72. If we continue at this rate, it won't be long before these two little guys can reach level 100. Xiaowang, who is at level 63, has grown in size many times larger than before. Qin Feng feels that he can ride him now. It seems that all the skeleton soldiers on the periphery have been killed. We need to move a little further inside. I wonder what kind of monster is inside. Qin Feng walked inside. Hint: you have discovered the altar of the dead. Listening to the system's prompt, Qin Feng also saw the altar of the undead in front of him. Just when Qin Feng thought there were no undead in the savage city, a dark shadow appeared on the altar. He held a staff in his hand. His whole body was in the shape of a skeleton, and his two pairs of empty eyes stared at Qin Feng. And Qin Feng also noticed him. Human, I don't know how long it has been since a living person came to Savage City. You are very powerful. Even my skeleton soldiers are no match for you. But you will become my subordinate. Hint: you have received the curse of the necromancer, and the curse is successful. Tip: after a character dies, he will become an undead and cannot be resurrected. Qin Feng's face changed when he heard this. It turned out to be this kind of curse. However, Qin Feng didn't care too much. According to his own abilities, it would be very difficult for this necromancer to kill him. Qin Feng looked at the necromancer's panel. Necromancer, Golden Boss. Level 100. Rank, Gold Boss. HP, 150,000. Defense, 20,000. Magic attack, 55,223 to 55,798. Curse of the Undead, Summoning of the Undead, Sacrifice. Introduction. Necromancer has the ability to turn the dead into undead, and also has the ability to summon an army of undead. 150,000 HP, 20,000 defense. Qin Feng had previously thought that this necromancer was some kind of fairy level or even legendary level boss, but he didn't expect it to be just a gold level boss. He was originally a little worried, but suddenly he felt relieved. This boss might not even be able to withstand a single attack from the hunter's hover cannon. Just when Qin Feng was about to kill him directly, the necromancer raised his staff high. He was constantly chanting something in his mouth. Come out, my undead army. Following the command of the necromancer, countless white hand bones emerged from the ground. Each of them held a long knife in their hands, and their bodies exuded an endless stench. Boom. The hunter's hover cannons continuously poured out towards the undead army. Ha! My undead army is immortal. The necromancer laughed arrogantly. No matter how powerful you are, you will never gain any advantage in front of my undead army. Originally, Qin Feng planned to use these undead armies to level up, but these undead armies will be resurrected after death, so they will not give any experience at all. This time, Qin Feng no longer had the idea of continuing to brush. How nagging. After Qin Feng finished speaking, a barrage of artillery fire whizzed towards him. Huge damage floated out from above his head. 349W. True damage. Just 1 second. The necromancer's health bar was emptied in an instant. Hint, you killed the necromancer, Gold Boss. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You'll gain 2 million experience points and 500,000 gold coins. Tip, your pet Xiaowang's level has increased and is currently at level 65. Upgrade, your pet Yuyu's level has been upgraded to level 73. The moment the necromancer died, his empty eyes stared at Qin Feng. Even if you kill me, it's useless. The undead army will eventually overrun your city. Your fate will be the same as Savage City. It will become a paradise for the undead. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground. Hint, you have obtained Staff of the Dead, gold equipment. Hint, you have obtained Curse of the Undead, skill book. Hint, you have obtained Undead Curse skill. Qin Feng had no idea about this skill book. Throw it directly into the ring and let it gather dust. Chapter 89 Limited Time Secret Realm Instance. Mutated Boss. Chapter 89 Limited Time Secret Realm Dungeon. Mutated Boss. Then Qin Feng looked at the altar of the dead. Artillery fire poured down on the altar. Then the altar instantly shattered into pieces. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, a black door appeared behind the altar. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Just when Qin Feng was about to go in to find out what was going on, the door suddenly opened. Hint, you have discovered a limited time secret realm copy. Do you want to enter? Qin Feng didn't expect that he would be able to find a limited time secret realm copy when he came here to complete a military camp mission. It must be said that his luck was very good. Yes. Then, the difficulty selection of the copy appeared in front of Qin Feng. Please select difficulty. Simple. Ordinary. Difficulty. Nightmare. Hell. There are 5 difficulty levels in total. Tip. Please choose the difficulty carefully. If you fail to clear the level, the dungeon will be permanently closed. After seeing the difficulty, he also received a prompt from the system, but in the end Qin Feng chose the Hell difficulty. I was able to clear the previous Secret Realm Hell difficulty level, so this is just a limited time Secret Realm copy. Can it be difficult for me? Moreover, with his current attributes, it would not be difficult for him to pass the Hell difficulty copy. Choose Hell difficulty. After Qin Feng made his choice, a golden light flashed and Qin Feng's figure disappeared outside the door. And just after Qin Feng's figure disappeared, the huge gate also disappeared. The light faded and Qin Feng opened his eyes. Hint, you have entered the limited time secret dungeon, Abyssal Cave, Hell difficulty. Hint, you selected the difficulty level, Hell. The dungeon rewards are increased. Hint, you have been eroded by darkness, and all your attributes have been reduced by 30%. Hint, you have triggered the 100x reward. The dungeon reward has increased 100 times. Qin Feng listened to the system's voice constantly ringing in his head. And in the end, it actually triggered a 100-fold reward. The rewards of this limited time secret realm copy are increased 100 times, and you can get a lot of resources. More importantly, this secret realm copy is very different from the limited time copy that Tianlang got before. Passing that copy can be posted on the Warzone announcement, but this secret realm copy is different. As long as you pass the level, you can get a lot of resources every day. The original Hell difficulty dungeon already had a lot of daily resources, and now it has triggered a 100-fold reward, not to mention the resources. You will definitely make a lot of money. In his previous life, Qin Feng had been to the lava dungeon and the ice dungeon, but this was the first time Qin Feng had entered the abyss dungeon. If nothing unexpected happens, these monsters here should be some undead spirits or monsters from the abyss. Qin Feng continued walking towards the depths, but after taking only 2 steps, I found 2 intersections in front of me. Qin Feng came over. I didn't hesitate and just picked one at random. After entering, a giant abyss dragon tens of meters long appeared in front of Qin Feng. Then he saw it roaring at Qin Feng with its big mouth. Don't you know you have bad breath? Qin Feng finished speaking. The barrel of the hunter's hover cannon was aimed at the dragon. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the giant dragon fell to the ground instantly. The originally dark cave became as bright as day, but the light only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. After the death of one giant dragon, many more dragons continued to attack Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't need to take action at all. The hunter's hover cannon kept changing direction and killed the abyss dragon in the air. At this time, Qin Feng had killed dozens of abyss dragons. Rushing forward again, a dark dragon, larger than all the previous abyss dragons, appeared in front of Qin Feng. This giant dragon is at least as tall as 30 stories, or nearly 100 meters. The huge body gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression in the darkness. Roar! The dark dragon roared and rushed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was not in a hurry when he saw this. He aimed the hunter's hover cannon at the huge head of the dark dragon. Boom! There was a loud bang. 340W. True damage. In an instant, the dark dragon's head was turned into a sieve by artillery fire. Before it could even let out a wail, the dark dragon turned into a corpse and fell heavily to the ground. Hint: you killed the dark dragon and gained 2 million experience points and 200,000 gold coins. Tip: your pet Xiaoyun's level has increased and is currently at level 66. Tip: your pet Yuyu's level has increased and is currently at level 74. The levels of the 2 pets were upgraded again, and Qin Feng was getting closer and closer to level 102. Tip: the cave ahead is quite dangerous. Please evacuate quickly. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard the system prompt. This is the second time the system has reminded us. The last time it reminded us was when we encountered the purple gold boss, the undead Wind Wolf King. However, Qin Feng did not leave, but walked straight in. He found himself in a cave with a wider terrain. Roar! 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 The roars of dragons rose one after another. Obviously, Qin Feng has now come to a giant dragon's nest. So many dragons. The resources are either mounts or pets. Qin Feng thought about it. Whether it is a pet or a mount, the dragon has absolute strength. However, Qin Feng still hopes to get a pet. Compared with mounts, pets are more valuable. After all, pets cannot be purchased, but mounts can be purchased. The vermilion bird fire on Qin Feng's body illuminated the entire cave. There are almost hundreds of dragon eggs in the cave. The temperature of the Suzaku fire is extremely hot. Roar! A roar! A giant dragon hundreds of meters high appeared in front of Qin Feng. He is so huge. Abyss 2-headed dragon, legendary boss. Level 100. Rank, legendary boss. HP, 1500W. Attack, 88,321 to 89,742. Defense, 68909-69008. Double Dragon Breath, Dragon Charge, Magic Immunity, Dark Roar. Introduction: the Abyss Dragon, infected by demonic energy, mutated into a 2-headed dragon. It's actually a legendary boss. Qin Feng nodded. If you want to kill this boss, you will need more than 100 level 100 Awakeners to do it, and even the whole Seagull team may be wiped out. But it was different when he met Qin Feng. More than 10 million lives were just a matter of a few shots for Qin Feng. Chapter 90. Clear the Secret Realm. Mount Reward. Chapter 90. Clear the Secret Realm. Mount Reward. Qin Feng also turned his attention to some dark dragons nearby, but their attributes were still far inferior to those of this mutant dragon. The Dark Abyss 2-headed dragon obviously didn't know what Qin Feng was, but Qin Feng's body was not as big as the size of his own eyes. I was just about to swallow it in one gulp. Then he discovered that something floating in the air beside Qin Feng emitted a dazzling light. Then I heard, boom boom boom. 220W. True damage. 220W. True damage. 220W. True damage. The hunter hover cannon beside Qin Feng penetrated all the dark dragons in the cave except the Abyss 2-headed dragon, and countless corpses of dark dragons appeared on the ground in an instant. The mutated abyss two-headed dragon also felt the death of the giant dragon beside it. With bloodthirsty, murderous intent in its eyes, it flashed its huge dragon wings and rushed directly towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng also controlled the hunter hover cannon beside him and launched a fierce attack on the abyss two-headed dragon. As waves of damage appeared from the head of the abyss two-headed dragon, in just a few seconds, the legendary boss's health of more than 10 million was directly cleared by Qin Feng. The huge body fell heavily to the ground from midair. If someone saw this scene, they would be shocked beyond words. The legendary bosses were all killed. World announcement. Huaxiao region. The Awakener Tianming Duzi killed the legendary boss, Abyss Two-Headed Dragon. As the first Awakener to kill a legendary boss, he will be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins and 1 equipment enhancement stone. This announcement is hereby made. This event will be recorded on the Myriad Races World Monument. World announcement. Huaxiao region. The Awakener Tianming Duzi killed the legendary boss, Abyss Two-Headed Dragon. As the first Awakener to kill a legendary boss, he will be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins and 1 equipment enhancement stone. This announcement is hereby made. This event will be recorded on the Myriad Races World Monument. World announcement. Hint. You have triggered a 100-fold reward, gaining 3,000 W experience points and 500 W gold coins. Reminder. Your level has been upgraded. Your current level is 103. Reminder. Your level has been upgraded. Your current level is 104. 30 million experience points directly raised Qin Feng's level to 104. World announcement. Huaxiao region, Awakener Destiny successfully cleared the Hell difficulty, limited time secret realm dungeon. Special reward, 1 purple gold equipment box. Hint. You have triggered a 100-fold reward and received 1,000 W gold coins, 100 equipment enhancement stones, and 1 fairy equipment box. This was the umpteenth time that Qin Feng had appeared on the world bulletin board. Everyone had become completely numb, with no expression on their faces. After all, Qin Feng is now the strongest existence in the world of all races, so it seems reasonable that he can kill the legendary boss. More importantly, they already knew Qin Feng's strength during the faction battle, as well as his teeth-grinding damage, so killing a legendary boss was easy for him. Not bad, not bad. Boss Tianming has killed another boss. And it's a legendary boss. So awesome. So awesome. Even the words of praise were so perfunctory. But let's be honest, Boss Tianming is so powerful, why are we so weak? Look, Boss Tianming has already reached level 104, and I'm only level 20. Don't even mention that Boss Tianming killed some legendary boss. Even if he killed some mythical boss, I wouldn't have any reaction. I'm just curious about what Boss Tianming's talent is. That cannon next to him is really powerful. One shot can deal millions of damage. I want to know, with us having Tianming here, who can be our opponent? But if Boss Tianming is so powerful, what's the point of our existence? Forget about catching up with Boss Tianming. I'm already happy if I can't even be left behind. But when there is praise, some people will naturally feel uncomfortable. This Destiny. Why does he love the limelight so much? Can't he give us a little? He should be satisfied after being on the world bulletin board so many times, right? Some Awakeners who have reached level 99 have a little discomfort on their faces. However, Qin Feng's strength is obvious to all. So even if they felt unhappy, they could only curse Qin Feng in their hearts. No, I have to hurry up and reach level 100. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be left far behind by Destiny. At the rate Qin Feng is being announced to the world, it's likely that none of them will ever have a chance to make a breakthrough. Qin Feng didn't care much about these people's discussions. The boss in a limited-time secret realm like this will not drop equipment. But what Qin Feng values is not the equipment, but those things on the ground, which he doesn't know whether they are pet eggs or mount eggs. Petama. Petama. It must be a petama. If it is a pet egg, you can sell it for a lot of money. In the cave of a legendary boss, the pet eggs in it should be red gold or fairy-level pets at the lowest level. Qin Feng looked at the eggs in front of him and put them all into his ring. Upgrade. You have triggered a 100-fold reward and received Abyssal Two-Headed Dragon Mount Egg, Immortal Mount, 10, Dark Dragon Mount Egg, Legendary Mount, 100, Abyssal Dragon Mount Egg, Fairy Pet, 1000. I triggered the 100x reward and unexpectedly got the Abyss Two-Headed Dragon Mount Egg, and it's an immortal level pet egg. Qin Feng felt that being able to come to this secret realm was a huge profit. Originally, Qin Feng planned to sell them if he no longer needed them. After all, 10 immortal level pet eggs alone could be sold for tens of billions of gold coins. However, as time goes by, The conversion between gold coins and huayuan will not be as outrageous as before, but he found that it would be better for him to keep these mount eggs for himself. You should know that mounts are the same as pets, and both can be evolved through swallowing. In this way, he felt that he could cultivate epic mounts with the mount eggs on Qin Feng. Hint. Held difficulty, secret realm completed. Do you want to leave? Tip. The current secret realm instance has been occupied. The owner, Destiny, can claim 1 abyssal 2-headed dragon mount egg, immortal mount, 10 dark dragon mount eggs, legendary mount, and 100 abyssal dragon mount eggs, fairy pet, per day. After hearing the prompt, Qin Feng chose to leave directly. Anyway, I have already got the things, so what's the point of staying here if I don't leave now? When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, he appeared outside the huge gate again. Chapter 91 Immortal Mount Hatching. Chapter 91 Immortal Mount Hatching. Tip. The secret realm has been occupied and is permanently closed. A limited-time secret realm copy like this will be closed once occupied, and no one else will be able to occupy it. However, if it is a large secret realm copy without a time limit, you can get rewards after you pass the level, but others can also take them away after you pass the level, so you will directly lose the daily rewards. Watching the huge gate in front of him slowly disappear, Qin Feng felt very relaxed. Qin Feng looked at the equipment enhancement stone he had obtained before. Strengthening stone. Level 100. Rank, Legend. Effect. Enhances equipment level and increases the chance of successful enhancement by 70%. Looking at the strengthening stone in his hand, Qin Feng thought that when the level reached 100, the equipment on his body could be strengthened. However, the worst equipment Qin Feng has are all purple gold equipment, so this 100-level legendary enhancement stone may not be able to improve too many attributes. Then he threw it directly into the ring. He planned to use the reinforcement stones to strengthen the Hurricane Ranger after it was created. 100 reinforcement stones were used to strengthen the immortal equipment. If he was lucky, the attack attribute should be doubled or even tripled. Qin Feng looked at the task he had received, which was already completed. He just needed to go back and submit it. It took some time to get here, but it is relatively convenient to go back. The skill of space jumping is definitely a magical skill for traveling. In just 1 second, Qin Feng returned to the place where he received the task. Hint. Congratulations on completing the task. Destroy the Altar of the Dead. Difficulty, SSS. Mission objective. Destroy the Altar of the Dead, January 1st. Completed. Hint. Congratulations on getting 50,000 gold coins, 1 million experience points, 5,000 merits, and 1 piece of rare equipment. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 5 million gold coins, 100 million experience points, 500,000 merits, and 1 rare equipment gift box. Reminder. Your level has been upgraded, and the current level is 105. Reminder. Your level has been upgraded, and the current level is 106. Reminder. Your level has been upgraded, and the current level is 107. One mission gives you 100 million experience points, 5 million gold coins, and 500,000 merit points. Merit points are incredibly difficult to obtain and can only be earned through completing missions. Furthermore, the quests are of different levels unless they are S-level or higher. S-level quests give 1,000 merit points, while A-level quests only give 200 merit points. So there is a huge gap between S and A. To obtain 500,000 merits, except for Qin Feng, it would take at least 1 month or even 2 months for others to do so. Of course, this is still taking into account the strength of the first-tier masters. If someone has very low talent, then 500,000 merits basically have little to do with them. At this time, Qin Feng opened his mount panel. Now Qin Feng already has Xiao Guang as his pet, and he can actually be used as a daily means of transportation, so the appearance of this mount egg is still a bit embarrassing. But Qin Feng was not panicked. Prompt. Do you want to open the mount space? Open. Since Qin Feng had never had a mount before, this was the first time his mount space was opened. Qin Feng looked at the egg of the abyss 2-headed dragon in the ring and placed it in the mount space. The hatching of a mount is actually similar to the hatching of a pet. However, the biggest difference between a mount and a pet is the size. Newly hatched pets are very small, but mounts are different. Reminder. The mount, Abyss 2-headed dragon, immortal mount, has begun hatching, with an estimated hatching time of 700 hours. Do you want to spend gold coins to increase the hatching speed? The hatching time for immortal level mounts is also not short, nearly a month. But there is no way. Who makes Qin Feng rich? Enough gold coins. Hint. You have consumed 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time has been reduced by 10 hours. Hint. You have consumed 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time has been reduced by 10 hours. Hint: you have consumed 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time has been reduced by 10 hours. Qin Feng fed the gold coins frantically and watched the hundreds of thousands of gold coins decrease every second. But Qin Feng didn't care. After all, as for gold coins, Qin Feng could just pick up a group of monsters and get tens of millions of gold coins directly. Now that the level is higher, the amount of gold coins given will also increase. Moreover, it is very difficult to obtain a dragon mount. Qin Feng now not only has a dragon mount, but also many of them. A fairy level mount egg probably won't add much experience points, but if I sell it... Qin Feng thought about it. The price of selling a mount is very high, but Qin Feng is reluctant to sell the mount to others. A few minutes later, the egg of the abyss two-headed dragon was successfully hatched. Roar! A roar! Then a huge figure emerged from Qin Feng's side. Judging from the appearance, this giant dragon is about as tall as 5 or 6 stories. The mount that just appeared is very large, but it is still far from the size of the boss Qin Feng saw in the secret realm before. It's about 1/10 the size. But even 1/10 is enough. The abyss two-headed dragon flashed its wings and slowly landed on the ground. Many people in the military camp were frightened by the huge monster. They rushed out with weapons in hand. Seeing this, Qin Feng quickly explained, "My precious mount has just hatched. If it is killed by them, it would be a huge loss." After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, the officers in the military camp looked at him with envy. Who wouldn't want to own a dragon mount like this? Putting aside the question of whether it looks cool or not, the damage a dragon can cause is terrifying. They also have flying mounts in their military camp, but they are nothing compared to dragons. They are just falcons. This black dragon is so cool. It looks like a mutant, a two-headed dragon. Many soldiers in the army were observing the dark abyss two-headed dragon beside Qin Feng. I wish I could have a mount like this. I realize you're overthinking it. Aren't you, new recruit? Not to mention dragon mounts. The dragon creatures themselves are incredibly terrifying and powerful. We can't even compete with them. We can't even fight them, let alone take them as mounts. But the new recruit looked at Qin Feng and hesitated for a moment. We're both new recruits. How did he manage to get a dragon as a mount? And it seems his dragon is quite powerful. The new recruits were very envious. Chapter 92. Hatching. Crazy Devouring. Advanced. Chapter 92. Hatching. Crazy Devouring. Advancement. You want to compare yourself to him? He can complete SSS level missions, can you? Forget SSS. You can't even complete an A-level mission. How dare you envy others here? All right. Let's all go. At the commander's command, the soldiers in the army left reluctantly, their eyes still on the abyss two-headed dragon beside Qin Feng. This is true even when the boss is away. Qin Feng didn't pay attention to what was happening here, but looked at the dark abyss two-headed dragon beside him. This newly born little dragon was cuter than the boss he had seen before. Its two big eyes were blinking, and its dragon head, which was bigger than his head, began to rub against Qin Feng's body constantly. If it weren't for its size, I would believe you if you said it was a domestic pet. Qin Feng looked at the panel. Double-headed Dragon of the Abyss, Immortal 1 star. Level 1. Rank, Immortal 1 star. HP, 10W. Attack, 20,000 to 30,000. Effect, while riding, speed increases by 1,200%. Effect, attack bonus 30%. Effect, immune to the effects of curse skills and dark skills. Skills, curse, dark skill immunity, dark dragon breath, dragon's descent, dragon's roar, dark purgatory. Introduction, a newly born two-headed dragon from the abyss. Qin Feng looked at the attributes of the mount. Qin Feng now has 9 mount eggs of the abyss two-headed dragon, an immortal 1-star mount. If it is hatched and used for devouring, it should be able to advance to the epic level. Of course, Qin Feng's final goal is definitely the mythical mount. You can receive rewards from the secret realm every day, so it shouldn't take long to upgrade the abyss two-headed dragon to the mythical level. But now Qin Feng needs to start spending gold coins like crazy. 9 real abyss two-headed dragons are enough to upgrade a two-headed dragon to epic 1-star. Qin Feng placed the remaining 9 abyss two-headed dragon mount eggs into the mount space and began to incubate them. Reminder, the mount, abyss two-headed dragon, immortal mount, has begun hatching, with an estimated hatching time of 700 hours. Do you want to spend gold coins to increase the hatching speed? Hint, you have consumed 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time has been reduced by 10 hours. Qin Feng spent nearly half an hour smashing it. All the two-headed dark dragons on his body have hatched, but Qin Feng did not choose to let them all out this time. The hatch of one giant dragon has already alarmed the military camp. If 9 more come out, There will be a riot. Hint, you can now swallow. Do you want to swallow? Confirm. At the moment when Qin Feng confirmed it, the abyss two-headed dragon beside him swelled a little, and one of the original 9 abyss two-headed dragons in the mount space had disappeared. Hint, your mount, abyss two-headed dragon, immortal 1 star, has successfully devoured abyss two-headed dragon, immortal 1 star. Hint, you have triggered the 100x reward. Abyss two-headed dragon, immortal 1 star, has been upgraded to abyss two-headed dragon, immortal 3 stars. Jumped 1 star directly. That means you have earned a dark abyss two-headed dragon. At this time, the attributes of the dark abyss two-headed dragon beside Qin Feng also skyrocketed. A full 2-star improvement is quite significant. Then Qin Feng continued to let the abyss two-headed dragon devour. Hint, your mount, abyss two-headed dragon, 3-star immortal, has successfully devoured abyss two-headed dragon, 1-star immortal. Hint, you have triggered the 100x reward. Abyss two-headed dragon, 3-star immortal, has been upgraded to abyss two-headed dragon, 5-star immortal. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward. Abyss two-headed dragon, immortal 9-star, has been upgraded to abyss three-headed dragon, epic 1-star. Just by devouring 5 abyss two-headed dragons, he directly advanced to the epic 1-star level. Moreover, the two-headed dragon that originally had 2 heads actually turned into a 3-headed dragon. The appearance of the 3-headed dragon of the abyss has completely numbed everyone in the military camp. Sir, what is he doing? Some confused recruits looked at their superiors and asked. The commander's eyes were filled with horror. Originally, a single abyss two-headed dragon was very powerful, but what he didn't expect was that Qin Feng actually let the abyss two-headed dragon beside him start devouring other mounts. He's feeding the giant dragon beside him. Every time he feeds it, you can feel the dragon's power surging. Do you know what this means? The commander stared at Qin Feng and asked. The new recruits standing by didn't know what to think and just shook their heads. This means this dragon is devouring a mount of the same rank as his. What? Mounts of the same rank? That's such a waste, right? Why would he do that? He has so many mounts. Wouldn't it be better to keep them? Why feed just one? In fact, not only he thought so, but even the officer next to him thought so. You're right. This is a waste. You know, our military camp doesn't even have sub-dragons, let alone giant dragons. Dragons like these are in the hands of the holy city or even the country. But even so, the country wouldn't dare to waste them like him. The commander was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. What a waste. What a waste. I can tell from this that all the mounts he devoured were actually giant dragons. If there were so many giant dragons, they could form a dragon cavalry corps. The dragon cavalry corps is the most powerful corps, and no other corps can compare to it. The officer kept patting his knees. But he also became curious about Qin Feng's identity. Qin Feng just came to report today, which is the so-called new recruit. But who the hell has ever seen a rookie with so many dragon resources? Not to mention that a general doesn't have dragon resources. But today I really opened my eyes. But what shocked him even more was that the dragon's devouring was not over yet. It's not over yet. Just how many dragon resources does he have? The officer already felt his legs going weak. If there weren't new recruits around him, he would have fallen to his knees. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward. Abyss three-headed dragon, epic 1-star, has been upgraded to abyss three-headed dragon, epic 2-star. After reaching the epic level, even if the 100-fold reward is triggered, the grade cannot be skipped. Chapter 93 Epic 5-star mount. Rank promotion. Chapter 93 Epic 5-star mount. Rank promotion. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward. Abyss three-headed dragon, epic 2-star, has been upgraded to abyss three-headed dragon, epic 3-star. Hint, you have triggered the 100x reward. Abyss three-headed dragon, epic 3-star, has been upgraded to abyss three-headed dragon, epic 4-star. Hint, you have triggered a 100-fold reward. Abyss three-headed dragon, epic 4-star, has been upgraded to abyss three-headed dragon, epic 5-star. There were 9 abyss two-headed dragons in total, and in the end Qin Feng obtained an epic 5-star abyss three-headed dragon. The epic 5-star mount is already the highest grade one Qin Feng has. You have to know that even Xiao Wang is only an epic 1-star. Abyss three-headed dragon, epic 5-star. Level 1. Rank, epic 5-star. HP, 500W. Attack, 300, 000-320, 000. Defense, 250, 000-260, 000. Effect, while riding, speed increases by 3,000%. Effect, attack bonus 200%. Effect, immune to the effects of curse skills and dark skills. Skills: Curse, Dark Skill Immunity, Dark Dragon Breath, Dragon's Descent, Dragon's Roar, Dark Purgatory, Dragon's Abyss, Shrouded in Night. Introduction: The swallowed, three-headed dragon of the abyss has extremely powerful attributes. I have to say, this is only an epic 5-star, and its attributes have skyrocketed to this extent. If it becomes a mythical level, I wonder what this three-headed dragon of the abyss will evolve into. This is just a level 1 mount. The additional immunity to curses and dark magic is also something Qin Feng values very much. Then there is the bonus to movement speed. With this mount, Qin Feng no longer needs to fly himself when traveling. Anyway, his flying speed cannot match that of the three-headed dragon of the abyss. The three heads look extremely domineering. And just when Qin Feng was lying on his mount. World announcement: Huaxia District Awakener Yusin has reached level 100. As the second Awakener to reach level 100, he will receive a special reward of +1 level. World announcement: Huaxia District Awakener Yusin has reached level 100. As the second Awakener to reach level 100, he will receive a special reward of +1 level. World announcement: I don't know if it was because he was stimulated by Qin Feng, but Yusun actually became the second Awakener to reach level 100. I have to say that Yusun is still very strong. Then Yusun's name also appeared on the world ranking list. World ranking. First place, Tianming, Huaxia District, level 107. Second place, Yusun, Huaxia District, level 101. Third place, none. In the previous life, the first Awakener who successfully reached level 100 was King Titan of the United States, followed by King Yasa and King Ali. However, after the previous faction battle, the levels of the three have all dropped to level 96, so if they want to become level 100 Awakeners, it will take at least about a month. Qin Feng also thought that this Titan King entered the main city of the Storm Empire after reaching level 100 and founded a Storm Legion. The Storm Legion is also incompatible with China. It can be said that every confrontation between the United States and China is inseparable from the Storm Legion. Originally, Qin Feng planned to form a legion after his rebirth, but now he himself is a legion. Yu can manufacture mechanical equipment without limit, and his firepower is more than enough to resist an entire legion. No one can withstand the damage Qin Feng is inflicting at this moment. Looks like I'll have to go to the American war zone soon. At the very least, I have to give these 3 people. Qin Feng plans to go and play with the 3 of them every 2 days. After all, if you die once, you will not be able to enter the world of all races for 2 days. However, you will not lose levels if you die in the world of all races, which makes Qin Feng a little unhappy. Otherwise, he would have wanted to kill the 3 of them directly to level 1. Qin Feng came to the military department, and now Qin Feng has 500,000 merits. Exchange equipment. Exchange military rank. The items on it are all redeemable. However, Qin Feng's first choice is definitely to exchange for military rank. Tip: you currently have 500,000 merits, which can be exchanged for a 1-star general. Do you want to choose to exchange? 500,000 merits can be directly exchanged for a 1-star general. It is worth mentioning the benefits of this 100-fold reward. The military ranks in the barracks are divided into soldier, lieutenant, lieutenant general, general, and finally marshal. And each level is divided into 9 stars. Qin Feng's 500,000 merits can allow him to upgrade directly from a soldier to a 1-star lieutenant general, which is already very good. It would take a normal person a long time to get a 1-star lieutenant general. Exchange. Qin Feng directly chose to exchange. World announcement: Huaxia District Awakener Destiny is promoted to Lieutenant General. As the first Awakener to reach the rank of Lieutenant General, he will be awarded Silver Medal 1. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining Purple Gold Medal 1. Yusun was also on his way to the military camp at this time. He wanted to catch up with Qin Feng. But when he just arrived at the location where the task was posted and looked at the tasks posted there, he felt sick. An SSS level mission only has 5,000 merits. Just when he was hesitating whether to accept the mission, the announcement that Qin Feng became a general sounded. The corners of Yusun's mouth twitched for a long time. He looked at his position, a small soldier. If he wanted to upgrade his soldier to a 2-star level, he would need 500 merits. In the end, Yusun gritted his teeth and accepted the S-level mission. Although he was confident in his own abilities, the SSS-level missions were too difficult, and he definitely had no way of completing them. So instead of taking risks, he decided to find a mission that he could complete. And the moment the announcement was issued, many awakened people were discussing what this military rank was. Can someone tell me what this military rank is? Why don't I have it? Maybe it's only available after reaching level 100? I think so, but the attributes of the silver medal as a reward look pretty good to me. It even adds a percentage attribute. Doesn't that mean that the damage of the Destiny boss has increased dramatically? Qin Feng's attention at this moment was focused on the purple gold medal in his hand. You should know that Qin Feng's highest military rank in his previous life was only the 3-star general, but as a general, he did not even have any medals. Chapter 94 Recovering NPC. Chapter 94 Recapture the NPC. Purple gold medal. Level 100. Grade, purple gold. Effect, increases the attack power of all enemies in the camp except yourself by 200%. Effect, increase the health of all enemies in the camp except yourself by 100%. Effect, increases the defense of all enemies in the camp except yourself by 50%. Qin Feng looked at the purple gold medal and had to say that the improvement in its effect was definitely huge. What's more important is to increase all attributes except for one's own. You must know that no matter how powerful Qin Feng is, at best he can only rival several legions. However, compared with the combat power of a country, the combat power of one person still has great shortcomings. Therefore, the bonus of this medal is still very considerable. The minimum bonus of the 3 basic attributes of life, attack and defense is 50%, so this will be a very powerful weapon when used for siege or national war. Qin Feng thought about it and felt that he needed to create a legion, but Qin Feng's legion would definitely not look for those ordinary awakeners. Qin Feng wanted to form a mechanical legion of his own. Destiny. Military rank. 1-star Lieutenant General. Military rank privileges. 1. Enables the issuance of Lieutenant General missions. 2. Assembles an army with a maximum of 20,000 troops. 3. Choose to accept missions. Qin Feng nodded after seeing his privileges. After reaching the rank of Lieutenant General, Qin Feng could choose tasks with higher merits to complete, and more importantly, he would not be forced to accept tasks that he did not want to do. Moreover, Qin Feng now has the ability to form an army. But Qin Feng doesn't have the time to form an army, so he needs to find someone who can help. However, Qin Feng doesn't have any good candidates now, so he can only choose to recruit. Qin Feng opened the recruitment option. Iron Blood. Level 100. Military rank. Lieutenant. 1-star. Rating. A. Recruitment coins. 5,000. Tip. You have triggered the 100x reward. You can use gold coins to refresh. Originally, Qin Feng didn't like this NPC very much when he saw it. After all, his rating was only A. I'm afraid only those at the SSS level could catch Qin Feng's eye. Refresh. Refresh. Hint. You have consumed 500 gold coins to refresh. Hint. You have consumed 500 gold coins to refresh. Each refresh costs 500 gold coins. But now, let alone 500 gold coins, Qin Feng will refresh even if it is 5,000 gold coins. But it is said to be an SSS rating, so it is difficult to even get an S rating. He found that the Tieshue rating he had seen before was A, which was already very high, and the ratings that were refreshed later were all B or C, which Qin Feng did not even consider. In this way, Qin Feng's gold coins were decreasing rapidly, but after refreshing for half an hour, no gold coins with an SSS rating were refreshed. In the middle, 2 or 3 gold coins with SS ratings were refreshed. Yumian. Level 100. Military rank. Lieutenant. 9 stars. Evaluation. SSS. Recruitment gold coins. 1 million. Finally, his hard work paid off. After spending millions of gold coins, Qin Feng finally refreshed an NPC with an SSS rating. Recruit. Qin Feng directly clicked on recruitment. Grown-ups. A golden light flashed, and a graceful woman appeared in front of Qin Feng. Hint. You have obtained the follower, Yumian. Qin Feng listened to the system's prompt sound, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. World announcement. Huaxiao region. Awakener Destiny successfully recaptured an SSS-rated NPC as a follower, receiving a special reward of 500 reputation points. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining reputation 50,000. The people who were used to Qin Feng appearing on the world announcement were now in an uproar. If it was just a follower, no one would say anything, but this follower turned out to be an NPC. The world of all races went crazy in an instant. Isn't this a bit outrageous? This follower, is he just recruiting an NPC as his own little brother? How on earth did they do that? How can they even recapture the NPC? I wonder if Boss Tianming is watching this channel. I want to become your disciple. Ugh, become your disciple. Forget about an SSS rating, even an A rank will do. Of course, I want a pretty girl, not a guy. What's so good about girls? If it were me, I would go find the village chief and see how to deal with him. Then this village would be mine. Since Qin Feng's announcement was a world announcement, I don't know how many people are trying to conquer the NPCs in the 10,000 races world, especially the many beautiful female NPCs in the 10,000 races world. But what they don't know is that the so-called strategy only requires spending gold coins. However, Qin Feng has the opportunity to refresh, but ordinary awakeners cannot do so. Who made Qin Feng have a system? After retaking Yumian, Qin Feng handed over full military affairs to her. Moreover, Qin Feng has already thought about it. He now has a Mount Egg reward every day. It seems that he can also form a dragon cavalry corps and his own mechanical army. I'm afraid no one can defeat him. Qin Feng then came to Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, which is the top chamber of commerce in Qinlong Holy City. As long as you have gold coins, you can buy anything you want, even a dragon mount, but the price will be very expensive. A dragon mount that costs tens of billions of dollars is probably something no one can afford. As soon as Qin Feng arrived at Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, he saw many NPCs appearing here. The auction will begin in 2 days. I heard there will be a lot of rare materials at this auction, and there will also be a lot of powerful equipment. It is said that the grand prize item this time is a magical artifact. Everyone was whispering. Qin Feng also heard the noise here. Auction? Rare materials. Qin Feng also became interested. Now that we're here, how can we miss this auction? Qin Feng said to himself. Auctions like this are generally rare, and in such auctions, you can come across a lot of good things, and you might even find a bargain. However, if you want to get an admission ticket to the auction, you need to prove your assets. After all, the treasures in the auction are very expensive, and those who can enter are either rich or noble. Proof of 10 million in assets isn't that much. Qin Feng presented his gold coin proof, and then received an admission ticket to the auction. After getting the admission ticket, Qin Feng walked into the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Chapter 95 Cooperation with Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 95 Cooperation with Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. A woman wearing a high-split cheongsam walked in front of Qin Feng. I want to purchase some materials and drawings. Qin Feng said. Yes, sir, please follow me. The woman turned around and led the way, and Qin Feng followed behind. After a while, the woman brought Qin Feng to a place similar to a private room. Sir, please come in. The woman said to Qin Feng. The service of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce is still very good. The cheongsam was slightly parted, revealing 2 long, beautiful legs, a half-bent waist, and the curve of the buttocks. However, Qin Feng only took a glance and paid no more attention to it. Entered the room. Qin Feng scanned the room. Sir, what materials would you like to purchase? A seductive voice sounded from behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked back and saw a woman who was even sexier than before coming in front of him. A fragrance wafts into my nose. Qin Feng took a quick look. He didn't expect that this woman was actually the head of the Chamber of Commerce. Anna. Level 100. Identity. Head of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if you have the materials to make the mechanics immortal equipment. Qin Feng asked. Qin Feng had asked for some materials from the goblin merchant before, but the production of immortal equipment also required another material, which was the mecha core. A total of 3 mecha cores are needed, but the goblin merchant only gave Qin Feng 1, and the remaining 2 were not purchased at the auction house, so Qin Feng could only come to Yuanming Chamber of Commerce to try his luck. However, there are not so many materials for general immortal equipment in the Chamber of Commerce. Materials for immortal equipment? When Anna heard Qin Feng's words, surprise flashed in her eyes. She could count on one hand the number of mechanics she knew who could create immortal equipment. But today she actually saw a very young man coming over to buy materials for immortal equipment. Mecha core. I need 2. Qin Feng stretched out 2 fingers. Mecha core. Our Chamber of Commerce does have it. But, sir, you have to attend the auction the day after tomorrow to get it. Anna looked at Qin Feng and explained. Qin Feng nodded. That's fine. And then I'm going to sell some gear as well. Qin Feng took out the equipment he didn't need. Some purple gold equipment and red gold equipment were dropped by Qin Feng when he was killing monsters before. It is of no use to Qin Feng, but if it is sold to Tianlang, it will still take a long time for them to reach the required level to wear these equipment. The equipment Qin Feng has can only be worn at level 100, so it would be better to sell them directly to the Chamber of Commerce. Anna was also a little scared when she saw the dozens of pieces of equipment on the table, but he quickly adjusted his state. Their Chamber of Commerce did have purple gold and red gold equipment, but compared to what Qin Feng brought out, it was nothing. Moreover, at present, the prices of purple gold and red gold equipment are still very high. After all, the best equipment people have now is just gold, and there isn't even any dark gold equipment. Sir, if you want to sell, we have 2 options. One is for our Chamber of Commerce to purchase it at the current market price. Generally speaking, our purchase price is lower than outside. However, since you have a lot of equipment, we won't take advantage of you. The second way is to auction these equipment at the auction the day after tomorrow. However, you will need to pay us 5% of the auction fee. Anna looked at Qin Feng and spoke softly. It can be said that this woman is the most beautiful NPC Qin Feng has ever seen in the world of all races. Even Yumian, who Qin Feng had refreshed before, is slightly inferior to her in appearance. So, sir, you should consider this for a moment. After all, the auction price requires a certain amount of risk. Anna smiled. What she wanted most was to get these equipments, but the reputation of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce was there, so she couldn't do anything to force the sale. Qin Feng thought about it. Since we are going to attend the auction, it would be best to auction these equipment. After all, at this stage, the prices of purple gold and red gold equipment are still very high. Qin Feng believes that the auction price is far higher than the purchase price of the Chamber of Commerce. Then auction it off. Qin Feng said directly. Yes, sir. The auction will be held at 7 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Anna nodded. Qin Feng then handed the equipment to Anna, and the two signed some commission contracts. In fact, Anna gave Qin Feng a more favorable price because he had so many equipment. The normal auction fee they charged was 8%, not 5%. Reminder, the entrustment agreement between you and Yuanming Chamber of Commerce has been signed. Qin Feng listened to the system's voice and was not too worried. After all, the contract has been signed. Even if Yuanming Chamber of Commerce is shameless, it will not embezzle his equipment. Besides, he also knows the reputation of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. After all, as the top chamber of commerce in Qinglong City, it would be absolutely unprofitable if any problems occurred in the Chamber of Commerce because of such a small profit. Anna looked at the contract and a smile appeared on her face. By the way, I wonder if you are interested in the magnetic levitation cannon. Qin Feng asked. Now Qin Feng's equipment has been replaced from the maglev cannon to the hunter levitation cannon. Since the maglev cannon is no longer useful, selling it to the Chamber of Commerce is also a good choice. Magnetic levitation cannon? Anna glared. Sir, are you talking about the purple gold-equipped magnetic levitation cannon? Anna asked, thinking she had misheard. It's not purple gold quality mechanical equipment, but I'm wondering if you'd be interested in the red gold level magnetic levitation cannon. I've eliminated that equipment now, so I wonder if Yuanming Chamber of Commerce would be interested in collaborating. Qin Feng said. A red gold level magnetic levitation cannon? How is that possible? Anna looked at Qin Feng strangely. Everyone knows that the magnetic levitation cannon is a purple gold equipment, but Qin Feng actually said that his magnetic levitation cannon is a red gold equipment, which made Anna suspicious. Qin Feng also saw the suspicion in Anna's eyes, so he took out the magnetic levitation cannon. Nothing is as real as seeing it with your own eyes. B1 Magnetic Levitation Cannon, Red Gold Class. Level, 10. Level, Red Gold. Weapon Attack Power, 5234 to 5341. Equipment Defense, 2700. Additional Weapon Effects. 1. Intelligence plus 230. 2. When attacking the enemy, an additional 36% attack power is added. 3. When attacking an enemy, there is a 36% chance to trigger the recharge effect, restoring 45% of the weapon's energy. 4. When attacking an enemy, there is a 20% chance of burning and a 20% chance of causing true damage, 50% of attack power. Durability, Health 100000/100000. Charge, 10,000/10,000. Introduction, a special mechanical weapon made by the player, Destiny. Chapter 96, Happy Cooperation. Amethyst Card. Chapter 96, Happy Cooperation. Amethyst Card. How about it? Qin Feng asked. It's indeed a red gold level piece of equipment. How did you do it, sir? Did you modify the original blueprint? I just noticed that this is very different from the purple gold level magnetic levitation cannon I saw before. Anna sighed. But, sir, are you planning to sell the blueprints for the magnetic levitation cannon or set up a production line? Anna's eyes sparkled. If the magnetic levitation cannon can be mass-produced, then their Chamber of Commerce will definitely make a lot of money. Buying out the blueprints is fine. Of course, cooperation is more practical. You can't actually make much money from selling blueprints, but it's a different story if you set up a production line. Cooperation is cooperation, but I still have some requirements. If your Chamber of Commerce can agree, then our cooperation can naturally continue. Sir, please speak. As a person in charge, Anna has never been so anxious. First of all, you don't need to look for materials. Just give me the money for the materials, and then I'll take care of the production. Qin Feng said. Anyway, Qin Feng has Yu, and making equipment doesn't require any materials, so Qin Feng still has to earn this money. No problem, sir. This is the basics. Anna nodded. After all, Anna is the person in charge, so she can still make the decision on this matter. Secondly, I won't be involved in your sales. You'll find yourselves buyers, and I'll only be responsible for the production. Of course, I believe the red gold level magnetic levitation cannon won't be unsaleable. Qin Feng laughed twice as he spoke. Anna said the same. That's for sure. Not to mention the red gold level magnetic levitation cannon. Even the purple gold level magnetic levitation cannon is unknown how many people want it. Alright, one last question. Since you've met the first two requirements, then we can basically cooperate. The last requirement is, as a partner, shouldn't I be given a purple crystal card from your Chamber of Commerce? Qin Feng said while looking at Anna with a smile. Amethyst card? Anna was also stunned after hearing this. She thought the last request was something extremely difficult to accomplish, but she didn't expect it only required an amethyst card. As the person in charge, she naturally has the power to grant amethyst cards. However, among the membership card levels in Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, the amethyst card is the highest level. Then comes the platinum card, gold card, silver card, bronze card, and iron card. Generally speaking, anyone who has sold some items in Yuanming Chamber of Commerce can basically obtain a black iron card, but if you want to get the bronze card mentioned above, it will cost a certain price. The highest level amethyst card is no longer considered a type of membership. It is only given when the Chamber of Commerce recognizes your existence or believes that your status is equal to that of the Chamber of Commerce. But it is obvious that although Qin Feng's current status cannot reach the level of being on par with the Chamber of Commerce, the red gold equipment in his hands can bring huge profits to the Chamber of Commerce. So it makes sense if Anna wants to make an exception and give Qin Feng a purple crystal card. More importantly, the amethyst card is not only a symbol of status, but also carries great power in the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. It can provide up to 40% discount on purchases. I can still make the decision on this amethyst card myself. I still have a spot in my name. Anna looked at Qin Feng and nodded. In that case, it's a pleasure to work with you. Qin Feng reached out and held Anna's fair little hand and shook it. But it soon loosened. Anna can be the head of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, so she naturally has her own strength, so she can also see his extraordinary qualities in Qin Feng. After all, ordinary people can't come up with dozens of red gold equipment. Not to mention the ability to improve blueprints. There is still a big gap between purple gold equipment and red gold equipment, so Qin Feng's ability to improve the red gold equipment is very worthy of their Chamber of Commerce's investment. In fact, she had no idea that this was all thanks to Qin Feng's system. It triggered a 100-fold reward, which could also be considered an improved blueprint. Anyway, giving the amethyst card to Qin Feng will definitely be a win-win situation. Moreover, given the previous cooperation between the two, Qin Feng's value is far higher than the value of such a purple crystal card. In that case, let's sign a cooperation agreement. Qin Feng then signed a cooperation agreement with Anna. Reminder, the cooperation agreement between you and Yuanming Chamber of Commerce has been signed. In fact, when Qin Feng was just reborn and received a 100-fold reward, he thought about cooperating with the Chamber of Commerce, but cooperation would require making some robots. But now that Qin Feng has a pet Yu, he can make equipment anytime and anywhere, so it is not so important to waste time on the assembly line. After all, a pet like Yu is equivalent to countless production robots. In fact, the more important point is that the robot made by Yu does not require any materials, as if it has the ability to replicate. The production of buildable robots requires materials to be assembled, which is a huge difference compared to Yo-Yo. But then Qin Feng discovered another problem. It seemed that he still needed to build an assembly line. After all, Yu doesn't need any materials to build equipment, but the speed of building it is definitely not as fast as those of production robots. If the order volume is too large, it will be impossible for Yu to keep producing. So Qin Feng finally sighed. He found that it was still difficult to make money from materials. Alright, let's change the first request. You should just prepare the materials for me. Qin Feng rubbed his head. It's really hard to make money. Although Qin Feng does not have the production robot manufacturing blueprints, the grades of production robots like this are generally not very high. So based on Qin Feng's knowledge, even without the blueprints, Qin Feng can still directly make the production robot. Then Anna also agreed to Qin Feng's request. Sir, please take a break first. I'll go find a place for you. A production line like this requires a lot of space, so it took Anna nearly an hour to find a suitable production location. Sir, I have prepared the materials and venue. Anna pushed the door open hurriedly and looked at Qin Feng. Then Anna took Qin Feng to the venue she found. The two people came to the teleportation array, and a flash of light passed by, and they disappeared on the spot. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a relatively remote place. Chapter 97. Making T30 without drawings. Chapter 97. Make T30 without blueprints. This is it, sir. Anna brought Qin Feng to a large factory. We've prepared the materials for you. Looking at the pile of materials in front of him, Qin Feng nodded. Then Qin Feng started to build the production robot without any drawings. Qin Feng had built production robots like this countless times in his previous life, and he had become very proficient at it. Moreover, after his rebirth, Qin Feng's knowledge of assembling mechanical equipment was no less than that of his previous life. Hint: you have created a production robot, gold level. Hint: you have triggered a 100-fold reward and obtained a production robot, red gold level. Hint: you have obtained production robot manufacturing blueprint, red gold level. Not bad. It's actually a red gold level production robot. Compared to the gold level robots, the red gold ones are much faster. If the gold level is a novice, then the red gold level is an old employee who has worked for 2 or 3 years. Production robot T30. Level 10. Type: non-combat robot. Ability: input blueprints to assemble mechanical equipment. Speed: 10s/unit. Current drawing: none. Characteristic: 1. When producing mechanical equipment, there is a 95% chance of upgrading the equipment grade. 2. When producing mechanical equipment, there is a 40% chance to increase physical attack by 20%. 3. When producing mechanical equipment, there is an 80% chance of increasing movement speed by 50%. Durability: 100,000/100,000. Energy: 10,000/10,000. Introduction: a production robot created by destiny. A production robot like this can indeed save a lot of time. You only need to put the drawings to be made into the head of the production robot, and it can directly produce the mechanical equipment on the drawings. Of course, red gold level production robots cannot produce mechanical equipment of a higher grade than themselves. After assembly, Qin Feng stuffed the production robot manufacturing drawings into the head of the production robot T30. Then, in front of Anna, T30 directly created an identical version of himself. After making one, they didn't stop but continued to produce. How about it? Qin Feng looked at Anna and smiled. Sir, you're truly amazing. You were able to create a production robot that reached the red gold grade without even having a blueprint. I have to say, your knowledge as a mechanic is absolutely extraordinary. Anna also kept praising Qin Feng. After all, she had never seen anyone create mechanical equipment without blueprints. And it was pure gold equipment. She really opened her eyes today. You can put it in there and try out his abilities. Qin Feng looked at Anna and introduced her. After listening to this, Anna walked over to T30, took out a drawing at random, and then put in the necessary materials. 10 seconds later, a robotic arm was directly produced. Robotic arm gold. Level 10. Grade gold. Anna's beautiful eyes sparkled when she saw it. I never thought that this mechanical equipment made by T30 could actually jump to a higher level. What Anna put in was a silver level blueprint, but she didn't expect that after it was produced, it turned out to be a gold level mechanical equipment. It has to be said that Anna was really scared. Sir, I wonder if this T30 can be sold in bulk to our Chamber of Commerce. Anna looked at Qin Feng as if she was looking at some treasure. Of course I can mass produce them and sell them to you. But since this robot is only level 10, the equipment I produce can't be higher than theirs, which is a problem. Of course, if you need a more advanced robot, I can make one too. Qin Feng smiled. Qin Feng can make a lot of production robots like this with his eyes closed. Is that so? But even so, our Chamber of Commerce wants it. Anna looked at Qin Feng seriously and said. Qin Feng nodded. Anyway, the disadvantages had been made clear, so if anything happened, it had nothing to do with him. A red gold level T30 is about 5 million each. If it's a higher grade, reaching the level of fairy equipment, I can give you 2 million each. Anna looked at Qin Feng and stated her price. However, Qin Feng did not consider the production robots of fairy equipment. 5 million per unit. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. A robot like this is made of materials that cost only tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it can be sold for $5 million. It has to be said that being a mechanic is a really easy job to make money. He could earn more than 4 million from one machine, which was neither too much nor too little for Qin Feng. Sir, 5 million is the highest price I can offer. Anna looked at Qin Feng with his head down and frowned, thinking that he was not very satisfied with the price. Then let's have a happy cooperation. Qin Feng didn't expect that he would discuss 2 cooperation deals with Yuanming Chamber of Commerce during this trip. Qin Feng's mechanic production skills are really quite high. Anna has never seen a mechanic who can make red gold equipment with his bare hands. After signing the contract again, Anna left immediately. As the head of the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, she has a lot of work to do. After Anna left, Qin Feng started to let T30 make it himself. 10 minutes later, hundreds of production robots appeared in the factory. Then Qin Feng stuffed the manufacturing drawings of the magnetic levitation cannon in. And after Anna left and returned to Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. Anna, how is it? His abilities? A middle-aged man walked up to Anna and asked. Jace. His mechanic knowledge is extremely profound. He can create red gold level mechanical equipment without even needing blueprints. This is the first time I've seen someone like him. Jace nodded upon hearing this. Making red gold equipment with his bare hands. Let alone you. I've never seen such a mechanic. It seems that giving him an amethyst card is not a bad deal. Jace shook his head. And when Qin Feng was making equipment. Reminder. Please go to the military camp to attend the combat meeting. Qin Feng frowned. He had just been promoted to a lieutenant general, and he was about to attend a combat meeting. Qin Feng left the factory and went directly to the military camp. At this time, his follower Yumin was already waiting for him in front of the tent. Hello, General. Hello, Lieutenant. A lieutenant general can also be considered a general, so the two soldiers looked at Qin Feng and greeted him very respectfully. Qin Feng nodded and walked straight in with Yumian. After entering the tent, Qin Feng found that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Standing in front of the map was a middle-aged man with a serious expression, who was obviously the supreme commander here. Qin Feng took a look. Chapter 98 SSS Level Legion Investigation Mission. Chapter 98 SSS Level Legion Investigation Mission. Hazen, General. Qin Feng looked at the name and always felt that there seemed to be something strange about it, but he didn't have time to think about it. Hazen began to introduce him. Welcome, General of Heaven's Will. Let me introduce you. This is the new Lieutenant General, Tianming, and the one following him is his follower, Captain Yumian. Qin Feng nodded at the people in the tent. The lowest military rank among those who could attend the meeting was 8-star lieutenant. I believe everyone is very curious about the content of this meeting. Piamiao City, northwest of Xuanwu City, was suddenly enveloped by the aura of the undead overnight, and everyone within it turned into undead. Heisen's tone was serious. Qin Feng suddenly thought of the reason why Piamiao City turned into a branch city of the undead overnight. It turns out that there is an altar of the dead beneath Piamiao City, and an undead spirit is sealed in the altar. The reason why Piamiao City fell was that the seal loosened, causing the undead aura to leak out, and then the entire Piamiao City instantly became the territory of the undead. Once the undead spirits escape from the altar, all the cities northwest of Xuanwu City will be shrouded in the aura of the dead. It may even directly threaten the safety of Xuanwu City. And the person who led the troops in the previous life was Heisen. When Qin Feng came in, he felt that the name sounded very familiar. Without exception, all the troops led by Heisen were eroded by the aura of the undead and became the most powerful troops under the undead. This group of troops also caused great damage to Xuanwu City. If there were not a saint in Xuanwu City would have fallen directly. Our mission this time is to investigate where the undead energy in Piamiao City comes from. Heisen said seriously. General, how are we going to distribute the troops this time? Will you go there in person? A lieutenant general looked at Heisen and asked. Of course, I'll be leading the charge myself. And if anyone wants to join in, you can contact me. This mission is SSS in difficulty, so the rewards are incredibly generous. Heisen replied. As Heisen's last word fell, a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Hint. Do you choose to follow General Heisen to investigate the appearance of the undead aura? You can apply to follow or give up the mission. Mission difficulty, SSS. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. You should know that this mission is extremely difficult. This SSS level mission led by a general shows how difficult it is. However, the difficulty is very high, which also means that the final reward will definitely be very generous. So Qin Feng naturally would not miss such a task. Follow. Qin Feng directly chose to accept this task. If he could complete this task, not to mention how generous the final reward would be, just taking the merit as an example, Qin Feng could even be promoted directly from a lieutenant general to a general. When everyone heard about the SSS level mission from Heisen, they all shrank their necks. It was obvious that they also had a certain resistance to the character this time. Not everyone has to participate. When their military rank reaches that of lieutenant general, they can choose to agree or refuse. In an instant, the scene became quiet. Many people are hesitating whether to participate. If they participate, the mortality rate of an SSS level mission like this is very high, but the rewards are also very generous. As long as they can complete the mission and come back alive, their military rank alone can be improved a lot. It's still uncertain whether he will come back alive. Everyone is happy if he can come back, but if he can't come back, it will be a big loss. Looking at the expressions of these people, Qin Feng ignored them. Instead, he was the first to stand up. He looked at Hai-sun with a serious expression and said, "General, I choose to participate in this mission." In fact, Qin Feng's choice was somewhat unexpected to Hai-sun. In his opinion, although Qin Feng had the rank of lieutenant general, he was a newcomer after all, and most people would resist such SSS-level missions. However, Qin Feng was the first to step forward and choose to join, which really shocked Hai-sun. However, he still needs to remind you of what needs to be said. Are you sure? This isn't just a normal mission. You can't use it to show off your power. Hai-sun reminded. Although he was very happy with Qin Feng's actions, he was still worried about Qin Feng's safety. Qin Feng also knew that Hai-sun wanted him to think it over carefully, but he knew that he had already thought it through. "General, no need to say more. I've already thought about it. I will definitely participate in this mission." There was no expression on Qin Feng's face. "In that case, I won't stop you, but you still have to ensure your own safety." Hai-sun looked at Qin Feng with great satisfaction and said, "A newly promoted lieutenant general like Qin Feng was able to stand up at the first opportunity, which showed that he had made preparations for being killed in battle." But what Hai-sun didn't know was that Qin Feng's calm expression did not mean that he was ready to sacrifice himself, but rather that he was confident in his own strength. "This is our mission this time." Hai-sun handed the task scroll to Qin Feng and said solemnly, "If you give up after reading this, I won't blame you." Hai-sun mentioned it. Qin Feng did not respond and slowly opened the scroll. SSS level mission. Mission content: investigate the source of the undead aura and kill the undead in Pyamiao City. Mission objective: Objective 1, kill the undead army. Goal 2, kill the undead sack. Task rewards: the higher the completion rate, the richer the rewards. Penalty for mission failure: become a member of the undead army. Introduction: the seal of the undead spirits is gradually weakening, preventing them from escaping. The undead spirit sack? The guy who was killed by the sword of the human saint in his previous life. Qin Feng thought of the supreme saint in Xuanwu City, who came out of retreat at that time. With a sword, he chilled the 19 continents and instantly slaughtered all the undead army of Sack. At the same time, the powerful sword intent dispelled the undead aura that stained the undead army. It seems that the goal of this mission is to deal with this Sack. I don't know why Hai-sun lost to Sack in his previous life. Qin Feng couldn't figure it out. It is obvious that Hai-sun's strength cannot be underestimated since he can reach the position of general. But how did he lose to Sack? At this time, Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Yumian behind him. "Yumian, you. Wherever the master goes, I go." Anyway, if this mission fails, Yumian, as Qin Feng's follower, naturally cannot survive alone, so she might as well follow Qin Feng. Chapter 99 Recruitment Order. Recruiting Awakened. Chapter 99 Recruitment Order. Recruiting Awakened. With Qin Feng taking the lead, several generals behind him were also inspired. In their eyes, Qin Feng was just a newly promoted lieutenant general who was so passionate. However, they had been lieutenant generals for a long time, and they seemed to have lost their previous passion. The original intention of wanting to be promoted in military rank and then completing missions crazily. The appearance of Qin Feng immediately ignited their original intention, and they decided to follow Hai-sun to complete this mission. Afterwards, Hai-sun handled the matter. Not many people participated in this mission, which made Hai-sun a little unhappy. However, this mission itself is voluntary and is indeed very dangerous. Alright, now that the missions have been issued, everyone, please leave. Those who are participating in this mission, lead your troops to Jufeng City, north of Xuanwu City, and gather in 3 days. After saying this, Hai-sun left the military tent directly. Seeing this, Qin Feng also took Yumian away. "Yumian, how's the military recruitment going?" Qin Feng asked. "Almost half of them have been recruited." Yumian responded respectfully. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard Yumian's words. His army had 20,000 soldiers, but he didn't expect that Yumian had completed half of the recruitment in just a few hours. "This mission is very difficult. We must be well prepared this time," Qin Feng reminded. "Okay, master, I understand." Suddenly, Qin Feng had an idea. As expected, the people recruited by Yumian should all be elites, but this mission is very difficult. So Qin Feng didn't want these elites to get involved. Qin Feng thought of a solution. Although there are not many people at level 100 now, it should still be possible to recruit some soldiers. How about this? Let some of your soldiers join your army first. This mission is quite difficult, and even if they participate, there will be great sacrifices. I'm planning to recruit some awakened ones now, but their levels won't be up to par, and that's not important, Qin Feng said. Although Yumian didn't know why, he still did as Qin Feng said. Then Qin Feng started to issue recruitment orders directly. Soldier recruitment. Content. Participate in an SSS-level Legion mission and go to Piaomiao City to investigate the cause of the appearance of the undead aura. Task reward. Issued based on completion. Acceptance requirements. Pay 100 gold coins and 10 merits. Qin Feng knew that the awakened people in the major war zones were still far from level 100, so they certainly could not get the merits for the time being, but they could owe them for the time being. Anyway, just get as much as you can. No one would dislike having many achievements, right? Just after Qin Feng issued the recruitment order. World announcement. Huaxiao region, Awakener Destiny has released an SSS-level Legion mission. Awakeners, please sign up. Only for Awakeners in the Huaxiao region. World announcement. Huaxiao region, Awakener Destiny has released an SSS-level Legion mission. Awakeners, please sign up. Only for Awakeners in the Huaxiao region. World announcement. When the world announcement comes out, everyone was instantly excited. What the hell? An SSS-level mission? This is the first time I've seen this. I want to sign up. I want to sign up. Is Boss Tianming leading the team? Doesn't that mean we can see Boss Tianming's actions at all times? But why does it cost 100 gold coins to accept the quest? And what is this merit? Can anyone tell me? I don't have any merits. Many people have discovered that they have no merits. Doesn't that mean they can't accept any missions? At this time, Yusin, who usually doesn't like to speak, spoke. Ghost. Merit is earned by completing quests at the military camp after reaching level 100. Of course, you will automatically receive 100 merit when you reach level 100, but Destiny is kind enough not to take all of it. It only takes 1/10. Yusin, if you want to participate in this mission, you will have to give up your merits after level 100. After Yusin finished his explanation, he disappeared. What the hell? Doesn't that mean I won't get any merits after level 100? This is a bit of a scam. Can the price be a little cheaper? Even half the price is fine. Let's talk it over. What the hell? There are still people who think 10 merits are expensive? How long will it take you to reach level 100? And you're still talking nonsense. You really don't know your place. Boss Tianming is already doing us a great favor by allowing you to mortgage your merits to participate, right? That's right. I don't care about others. I will definitely accept it. Me too. It's an SSS mission. You might only get one in your lifetime. Who would give up? Would you? I wouldn't. Anyway, the word destiny has become the object of envy for many people. At the same time, many people also want to follow Qin Feng to complete the task. After all, this is the first time they have encountered an SSS task. Hint. Yusin has accepted your mission. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, earning 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 merits. Hint. Sunran Ruoming has accepted your mission. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, earning 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 merits. Hint. Death Waltz has accepted your mission. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, earning 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 merit points. Although they have not reached level 100 yet, they have all chosen to give up their merits after level 100, so Qin Feng can obtain the merits directly. In just a few minutes, many people chose to accept Qin Feng Fa's recruitment order. After all, the SSS mission is really tempting. Merits increased dramatically. Hint. Your current merit is 2,000 W. In just a few minutes, Qin Feng's army was fully staffed. Hint. Do you choose to upgrade your military rank? You can currently upgrade to a 9-star lieutenant general. 20 million merits can only be used to upgrade the rank from 1 star to 9 stars. Originally, a soldier could be promoted from a captain to a lieutenant with 500,000 soldiers, but after reaching the rank of lieutenant general, it would take more than 2 million merits to upgrade 1 star. The gap is quite big. However, completing an SSS level mission can earn you 100,000 or even 200,000 merits. Chapter 100 This is called plucking wool. Chapter 100 This is called fleecing. Promote. Hint. You have successfully been promoted to a 9-star lieutenant general. Your current military limit has increased by 20,000. Originally, Qin Feng was still worried about what to do after his army was full of people, but he didn't expect that these people would actually help him get promoted. Those who originally did not receive the task were still beating their chests and stamping their feet. Heavens will. Boss Heavens will, please give me a chance. How come this place is already full? Yes, Boss Tianming. Give us a chance. Can you give us more places? Although there are 20,000 vacancies in Qin Feng's army, these 20,000 vacancies are just a drop in the ocean for the huge Huaxiao region. So many people hope that Qin Feng can add some staff. Hey, hurry up. There's a spot. I got it. I finally got it. It wasn't easy. Thank you so much, Boss Tianming. Ha. I got it too. Boss Tianming loves you so much. I can finally participate in SSS level missions. I can't wait. Many awakened people who grabbed a spot frantically confessed their love for Qin Feng in the channel, saying that Qin Feng gave them this opportunity. However, what they didn't know was that Qin Feng didn't look for them because he wanted to take them to complete the SSS mission. At most, they could only be regarded as Qin Feng's tools. After all, the people who joined Qin Feng's army were basically above level 90, and there were even many experts at level 95. However, everyone in the Huaxia zone was happy, but people in other war zones were unhappy, especially the US war zone. When Qin Feng sent out the recruitment order, it was clearly stated that only members from the Huaxia region were wanted, which clearly showed that he did not take them seriously. Why can only the Chinese do an SSS level mission? However, after the faction battles were closed, all war zones became independent. Although these awakened people from the United States were unhappy, they could do nothing about it. Qin Feng was riding on the three-headed dragon of the abyss at this time, feeling the breeze and listening to the prompt sounds coming from his head. The whole person is in a very good mood. Qin Feng has already thought about it. After the mission is over, he will get an SSS level reward, and then a 100-fold reward. I am afraid that his merits will exceed 100 million. Then, giving some rewards to those brave and fighting members will be just a matter of sprinkling water on them. Anyway, these awakened people who have registered have become Qin Feng's subordinates, so aren't they working for him? When the time comes, I can use these people to help me kill monsters, and then I can gain merit easily, right? Another 20,000 members joined in, but this time Qin Feng's merits could not be improved. To be promoted to 1-star Langjiang, one needs 50 million merits. So it is not difficult to improve. That's almost it. 40,000 people is more than enough. Qin Feng listened to the prompt in his head and nodded. But what should I give as a reward? Qin Feng thought about it. When they signed up, they handed over 100 gold coins and 10 merits. But everyone contributed 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 merits to Qin Feng. That is to say, Qin Feng clicked on his recruitment order. The recruitment of members is now full. Set the reward. 1,000 gold coins, 100 merits. Qin Feng thought about it, since each of them gave him 100 times the profit. Then if he returned 10 times the profit to them, he would also make a profit. Anyway, it is better to pluck the wool little by little. Otherwise, if you pluck too much at once, it will be difficult to deal with it later. Prompt. Do you want to confirm the reward? Qin Feng now has a total of 400 million gold coins and 40 million merits. Qin Feng has already used up 20 million, and now he has 20 million merits left. This time, the rewards to be distributed are about 40 million gold coins and 4 million merits, which is of no concern to Qin Feng. Confirm. Then, after Qin Feng determined the content of the reward. Hint, you have obtained the first stage reward for the SSS mission. Investigate the appearance of the undead aura. Reward, 1,000 gold coins, 100 merits. The system's prompt sounded in the minds of the awakened people who participated in this mission. What the hell? Is this really true? 1,000 gold coins? Even if converted to Hua Yuan, that's 100,000 yuan. How can Tianming be so rich? Does that mean everyone gets 1,000 gold coins and 100 merits? Wow, this is a bit scary. We haven't even done anything yet, and we've already earned 900 gold coins and 90 merits. I don't care anymore. From today on, Tianming is my boss, and whatever he says goes. Luckily, I have fast hands. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to complete this mission. But the excitement of so many people also made others who did not receive the task feel very strange. He originally looked very calm, but for some reason he suddenly became excited, and extremely excited, the kind that made him want to kneel down. However, they were all awakened people above level 90 after all, and their level was considered to be the best in the first echelon, so they quickly adjusted their emotions. That's incredible. We've just accepted the mission and they've already given us such a great reward. After we complete the mission, won't our rewards skyrocket? Wow, I knew it. A fortune teller once told me that I would get an opportunity when I turned 38. I didn't believe it at first. After all, I consulted a fortune teller before, and he said that I would wear a yellow robe and eat lavishly every day. But later, I became a delivery man. But now I have to believe him. After all, I am exactly 38 years old this year, and this mission is my opportunity. The registration fee of 100 gold coins and 10 merits was returned to them tenfold within a few minutes. This is a sure win, right? The awakened ones who participated in this mission were showing off like crazy. Did you see that? I told you to join me before, but you refused. Now, you've lost all your gold coins and merits. You can only watch me soar to the sky. Hey, where's the recruitment order? How did it suddenly disappear? I could clearly see it just now. How could it be gone in less than 2 minutes? Dude, stop looking. We're full. There are only 40,000 spots left. You've completely lost your chance. 1,000 gold coins, 100 merits. It's really wonderful. Chapter 101. Do the mission. Push all the way, and it's over. Chapter 101. Complete the mission. Just push forward all the way, and it's done. Qin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to accept several tasks, and then arrived outside Qinglong City. Qin Feng saw many wild monsters infected by evil spirits. Their eyes were red. Mutated yak. Level 100. Rank, Elite. Attack, 50,098 to 52,234. Health, 70,000. Defense, 23452-24969. Full charge. One of the tasks Qin Feng accepted was to kill the mutant yak, and the reward for the task was quite good, an S level 1, with a reward of 50,000 merits. Although these 50,000 merits are still a little too little for Qin Feng, it's because Qin Feng has received so many tasks. The merit for one mission is 50,000, and for 10 missions it is 500,000. None of the tasks Qin Feng received were lower than S level. The merit reward for an S level mission is 50,000. The merit reward for an SS level mission is 100,000, and the merit reward for the highest SSS level character is 200,000. Qin Feng looked at the hundreds of mutant yaks in front of him and directly summoned dozens of hunter hover cannons. With a wave of his hand, the barrel of the hunter hover cannon behind Qin Feng was aimed at the group of mutant yaks in front. Because the hunter's hover cannon had a long range, these mutant yaks didn't even notice that their death was approaching. Qin Feng's mind moved. The hunter's hover cannon attacked the mutant yak in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Dash 400W. True damage. Dash 400W. True damage. Dash 400W. What a loss. The defense and health of these mutant yaks were not enough to last even one round in front of Qin Feng. A lot of hurt emerged from their heads. Just a blink of an eye. Hundreds of mutant yaks instantly turned into corpses scattered on the ground. Hint. You have killed the mutated yak, elite wild monster. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 300,000 experience points and 50,000 gold coins. Hint. You have killed the mutated yak, elite wild monster. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 300,000 experience points and 50,000 gold coins. Hint. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Qin Feng sighed that the profession of a mechanic is very powerful. They slaughtered a lot of people at random. With damage like this, even an ordinary mage couldn't do it as fast as Qin Feng. You have to know that a large-scale killing skill like that requires a very long time to chant. And although the range of that skill is very large, you can't just stand at such a distance like Qin Feng and start operating the mechanical equipment to kill all the monsters. While the mage was chanting, Qin Feng's hover cannon probably shot the mage to death directly. Then Qin Feng pushed forward all the way, and there was no living creature within Qin Feng's time range. After about 20 minutes of this, all the mutant yaks in the area had been killed by Qin Feng. Reminder, your mission has been completed. Please return to the military camp to submit. The task of clearing out the mutant yaks was also completed. Just when Qin Feng was about to go to the next mission point, the system prompt sounded. Hint. Congratulations on killing 50,000 mutant yaks and earning the title, Yak Hunter, Purple Gold title. Qin Feng never thought that completing a task could trigger a reward title. Yak Hunters. Qin Feng said to himself. Then I looked at the attributes of this title. Yak Hunter. Grade, Purple Gold. Effect. When killing cattle monsters, attack power increases by 30%. It has a deterrent effect on cattle monsters, reducing the target's attack by 30%. When Qin Feng saw this effect, the corners of his mouth twitched. Although the title of Yak Hunter is a Purple Gold title, why does it feel so useless? Although cattle monsters are quite common, this title doesn't seem to have much effect on Qin Feng. After all, when Qin Feng attacks, he doesn't need 50% of his attack power. Never mind. Something is better than nothing. The title of Yak Hunter Qin Feng has now become his only title. After wearing the title, to be honest, this title is quite nice. At least it is the first title in the entire world of all races, isn't it? However, this title cannot allow Qin Feng to appear on the world's announcement. Qin Feng then summoned the three-headed dragon of the abyss. At this time, the three-headed dragon of the abyss had reached level 50, and its size had grown 2 or 3 times larger than before. It was originally 5 stories high, but now it is almost as high as a dozen stories. Qin Feng rode on him like a grain of millet. Since Qin Feng is now in a level 100 wild monster area, no one around can see him. The 3-headed dragon of the abyss flew from one end of the city gate to the other and arrived at the camp of the exploding boar. This explosive wild boar is much stronger than the previous mutant yak. It's not just a matter of quantity, but also of size. The size of an explosive wild boar is equivalent to that of 2 or 3 mutant yaks. What a great place. These wild boars are relatively close together, so we can clear the monsters faster. Qin Feng said to himself. Exploding boar. Level 100. Rank, Elite. Attack, 76,098 to 77,234. Health, 200,000. Defense, 12345-2-132-4969. Flame spray. Although this explosive boar is also an elite monster, its attack power is tens of thousands higher than that of the mutant yak, and its health is also much higher. What's more important is that this explosive boar can actually spit fire. However, the hunter hover cannon beside Qin Feng has an extremely long range, so Qin Feng can still directly use long-range firepower suppression to complete this mission. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The hunter's hovercraft continued to launch fierce attacks on the exploding boar's camp. After having the hunter hover cannon, Qin Feng rarely uses the bionic mecha anymore. After all, the hunter is enough to deal enough damage now. Hint, you killed the exploding boar, elite monster. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 400,000 experience points and 80,000 gold coins. Hint, you killed the exploding boar, elite monster. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 400,000 experience points and 80,000 gold coins. Hint, you killed the exploding boar, elite monster. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 400,000 experience points and 80,000 gold coins. Every exploding wild boar can bring Qin Feng considerable profits. Under the extreme firepower suppression, these violent wild boars were unable to resist at all. Even if they hid in the camp, it was of no avail. The hunters around Qin Feng dealt explosive damage and directly blew their camp away. Chapter 102, Wild Boss. Energy. Chapter 102, Wild Boss. Energy. Qin Feng doesn't have to do anything. Just move his hands from a distance to gain a lot of experience and gold coins. The sound of gunfire continued for a minute. By the time they stopped, the explosive boar camp in the distance had disappeared and had turned into a deep pit, filled with the black corpses of explosive boars. Qin Feng walked over and looked at the equipment on the ground. Qin Feng actually didn't really want the things dropped by elite monsters like this. When he killed the mutant yak before, some black iron equipment dropped. Even after triggering the 100-fold reward, there were only some gold and dark gold equipment. Qin Feng doesn't have so much time to pick up equipment like these. Moreover, even if these equipment were sold, they basically could not be sold at a very high price, so Qin Feng gave up after taking a look at them. Reminder: the Kill the Violent Wild Boar mission has been completed. Please go to the military camp to submit the mission. Another mission completed. Tip: your level has been upgraded, and the current level is 109. Qin Feng's level has been raised to 109. This upgrade speed is like riding a rocket. Even the speed of a rocket cannot catch up with Qin Feng's upgrade speed. Generally speaking, after reaching level 100, it takes at least 3 or even 4 days to upgrade one level, which is considered fast. If it is slow, it will take about a week to upgrade one level. But Qin Feng is different. With a 100-fold reward, upgrading is like playing. After completing the mission of Exploding Wild Boar, Qin Feng went deeper again. There is a goblin stronghold deep in this jungle. These goblins are also very powerful and are completely different from those encountered in the novice village before. There are curse goblins, fire goblins, and ice goblins. Attacks like these carry elemental damage, and they are stronger than the mutated yaks and exploding boars we encountered before. However, they have a fatal weakness, which is that their defense and health are very low, making them the kind of wild monsters that assassins like very much. But no matter whether it has high attack or 3 high attacks, Qin Feng directly lets the hunter hover cannon push all the way forward. A deafening sound came from the depths of the jungle again. Countless artillery fires swarmed towards the goblin stronghold. The goblin monster standing guard on the watchtower was killed just as he was about to blow the horn after discovering the artillery fire. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Like this goblin. Goblins holding long swords and magic wands rushed out of the tent, screaming and seeming to be saying something. But as soon as they came out of the tent, they saw the last scenery of their life. The flames were getting closer and hotter. It instantly smashed down on them, and they fell to the ground without even a cry. The originally peaceful base instantly turned into a purgatory. Hint: you killed the ice goblin, elite monster. Congratulations. You've triggered the 100x reward and received 400,000 experience points and 80,000 gold coins. Hint: you killed the flame goblin, elite monster. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 400,000 experience points and 80,000 gold coins. Hint: you killed the cursed goblin, elite monster. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 400,000 experience points and 80,000 gold coins. In this way, the artillery fire lasted for 2 minutes. However, the task completion prompt never sounded, which made Qin Feng feel a little strange. The location of this goblin stronghold is within the effective range of the hunter, which means that all corners can be attacked. However, 2 minutes of fire suppression had not yet completed the task, which made Qin Feng frown. However, just when Qin Feng was still wondering why the task was not completed, a roar sounded from behind Qin Feng. A huge goblin several dozen meters tall appeared in front of Qin Feng. This goblin was holding a mace in his hand, and his eyes were full of anger as he looked at Qin Feng. I knew it. Turns out there was a fish that slipped through the net. Qin Feng looked at the panel of this giant goblin. Goblin leader, red gold boss. Level 100. Grade, red gold. Attack, 240,000 to 250,000. Life, 1 million. Defense, 200,000-210,000. Earthquake, bone pulling, bomb throwing, defense boosting, death struggle. Introduction: the Lord of the Goblin Stronghold. Qin Feng took a look at the goblin's attributes. It's actually a red gold boss. Although it's not as powerful as a fairy boss, it's still rare to encounter a red gold boss in the wild. Qin Feng said to himself. Generally speaking, there are no bosses in the wild monster strongholds that you can encounter in the wild. Whenever you encounter a boss, it must be a wild boss, and the damage of a wild boss like this is also very high. The drop rate of a wild boss like this is much higher than that of other bosses. This huge goblin did not give Qin Feng any extra time. He ran towards Qin Feng with big strides, and the ground shook with every step. Then he held the mace in his right hand and smashed it hard on Qin Feng's head. More than 200,000 attacks were nothing to Qin Feng. The dozens of hunter hover cannons around him provided Qin Feng with an unknownly thick blood bar. Tip: triggering the abyssal breath. The target's mana is reduced by 20%. Tip: the curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. A stick came down, and a wound appeared on Qin Feng's head. This is the first boss who can break Qin Feng's defense. Minus 1,223. Although the damage was not very high, it was enough for him to be proud of. Then he seemed to have noticed something was wrong with Qin Feng, and turned his attention to the hunter hover cannon beside Qin Feng. A stick smashed down heavily, instantly splitting a hunter next to him into 2 halves. Although Qin Feng lost a hunter, Yu in the pet space made another one for Qin Feng to replace the hunter hover cannon that was smashed into 2 halves. Your attack power is decent. You're the first wild monster that can break through my defense. In Qin Feng's eyes, this boss is no different from other wild monsters. Fire snakes poured out. The damage from the instant explosion appeared on the goblin's head. 120W. True damage. 120W. True damage. 120W. True damage. Each shot caused more than 1 million damage, and the 60 hunters caused more than 70 million damage, but the goblin's health was only 1 million in total. In the end, he still owed Qin Feng more than 60 lives. Chapter 103 Mythical Quality Energy Crystal Core. Chapter 103 Mythical Quality Energy Crystal Core. Hint: you successfully killed the wild boss, Goblin Chief, Red Gold Boss. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You received 1 million gold coins, 5 million experience points, and 1 random treasure chest. Following the system's prompt, the giant goblin lord turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. It seemed that he didn't know how he died before he died. He was clearly in the upper hand just now, so how could he die suddenly? Qin Feng still had to pick up the equipment dropped by the Red Gold boss and take a look. Hint: you have obtained Mace, Red Gold Equipment 1. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining Mace, Fairy Equipment 1. Hint: you have obtained Goblin Bomb, Red Gold Equipment 1. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining Goblin Bomb, Fairy Equipment 1. Hint: you have obtained Equipment Enhancement Stone, Red Gold 100. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining Equipment Enhancement Stone, Fairy, 100. Qin Feng took a casual look at the equipment he got. The attributes were actually pretty good, but they looked too ugly, especially the mace. Even after it was upgraded to a fairy equipment, it was still ugly. And this bomb, its power is simply incomparable to the hunter next to it. What Qin Feng was concerned about was the random treasure chest he had obtained. Random treasure box. Rank, Fairy. After opening, you will get a fairy level item. Hint. Do you want to open the random treasure chest? Open. Qin Feng rubbed his hands. Hint. You have obtained Energy Core, Fairy 1. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. Energy Crystal Core, Mythic, 100. When Qin Feng saw this thing, he was stunned. It's actually an Energy Crystal Core? Qin Feng never thought that he could obtain such top-quality materials. This Energy Crystal Core is a mythical material, and is also the core item for creating mythical-grade mechanical equipment. This is fucking awesome. Qin Feng clenched his fists. Even the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce has no channels to obtain mythical materials like this. Even materials like mecha cores have to be purchased at auctions. Only with an Energy Crystal Core can one create mythical mechanical equipment. Even when creating epic equipment, adding an Energy Crystal Core can increase the grade of the equipment. Immortal level equipment has a 5% chance of being directly upgraded to Mythic, while epic level equipment has a 10% chance of being directly upgraded to Mythic. So there is no need to say much about the power of this Energy Crystal Core. What excites Qin Feng the most is the number of Energy Crystal Cores, which is a full 100. Energy Crystal Core. Quality, Mythical. Effect, when crafting mechanical equipment, there is a chance that the equipment will be upgraded. At the same time, the mechanical equipment attributes will be improved. Restricted occupation, Mechanic. Introduction, a crystal containing extremely powerful energy. Qin Feng planned to wait until the auction to get the mecha core he needed, and then Qin Feng planned to directly use the Energy Crystal Core he obtained. One Energy Crystal Core can increase the probability by 5%, which means that 20 of them can directly transform the Hurricane Ranger into a mythical equipment. As long as you have a mythical-grade Hurricane Ranger, you basically don't need to replace any equipment later. Let's continue with the mission. Qin Feng looked at the dozen or so tasks he still had to do, most of which were tasks of clearing monsters. There are still 2 days left before the auction and 3 days before the SSS mission. Qin Feng decided to upgrade his military rank to 1-star general within these 3 days. A total of 50 million merits are required. Once his military rank is promoted to 1-star general, Qin Feng's army will be able to add another 2,000 vacancies. And while Qin Feng was doing his task, a man in a black robe appeared in a wasteland in the northeast of Baihu City. Master, shall we begin now? A hoarse voice said. It's almost time. Let's get started. We can't stay here for too long. If we get discovered, all our efforts will be wasted. As soon as the words fell, several black-robed men behind him stretched out their hands, took out a small knife, and cut a hole along the palm of their hands. But when the cut appeared, the blood flowing out of them was red with a hint of black. When the blood fell to the ground, they began to chant. 2 minutes later, a black vortex appeared in front of them. There was a constant sound of teeth-grinding sound coming from the vortex. Boom, boom. Irresistible spatial force continues to emerge from the vortex. In an instant, the figures of the group of people in black robes began to swell continuously. As their size grew larger and larger, they finally turned into a pool of flesh and blood. And just after all the black-robed men were killed, a monster several dozen meters tall walked out of the vortex. No, crawl would be more appropriate. His limbs were twisted, his eyes were bloodthirsty, and a foul smell continued to emanate from his mouth. 1 or 2 monsters kept crawling out of it. At this time, Qin Feng was rushing to the outside of Baihu City. His mission was to kill the mutated demon tiger outside Baihu City. The 3-headed dragon of the abyss spread its wings and flew towards White Tiger City. System alert. Abyssal monsters appear in the northeastern wasteland of White Tiger City. System alert. Abyssal monsters appear in the northeastern wasteland of White Tiger City. System alert. Abyssal monsters appear in the northeastern wasteland of White Tiger City. The 3 system prompts made Qin Feng frown. Abyssal monster? This was only the 2nd day after awakening, and the abyss monster actually appeared directly in the world of all races, which caught Qin Feng off guard. The wasteland northeast of White Tiger City? That means it's not far from here. Qin Feng said to himself. It seems that promotion to Langjiang within 3 days is a sure thing. Qin Feng smiled. Others don't know the functions of these abyss monsters, but Qin Feng knows it clearly. Not only do the abyss monsters drop a lot of good things, but there are also a huge amount of merits to be obtained. Qin Feng feels that if he has enough merits, he can directly get a title in Qinglong City and build a mansion at the same time. If there are enough abyssal monsters this time, I can even be promoted directly to Marquis. Qin Feng became very excited. The lowest rank is Baron, followed by Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke, and the highest rank is King. Even the lowest Baron can directly purchase a mansion and own a territory of his own. Chapter 104. The Abyss Monsters are coming. Just brush your merits, and you're done. Chapter 104. The Abyss Monsters are coming. Just brush up on your merits. As long as you have a title, you can build up your own power. However, this force has nothing to do with the forces in the military camp. Anyway, they all belong to Qin Feng personally. Qin Feng has a system. If there are enough Abyss Monsters this time, Qin Feng can trigger a 100-fold reward to gain more merits. Then it will not be difficult to buy titles or territories. Afterwards, Qin Feng was no longer in a hurry to complete the task and directly let the three-headed dragon of the Abyss fly towards the location of the Abyss Monster. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng appeared in front of the Black Vortex. Qin Feng could feel the powerful spatial force contained in this Black Vortex. I'll tell you how these Abyss Monsters came out. Abyss Monsters like these live in the Abyss, but the Abyss is not connected to the world of all races. If you want to come to the world of all races from the Abyss, you need the help of a space transmission channel. Then Qin Feng saw the scattered flesh and blood and the black robe on the ground behind the passage. Qin Feng didn't care who made these things. What he cared about was how much merit he could gain this time. These Abyss Monsters may be synonymous with horror in the eyes of others, but in Qin Feng's eyes, they are all living heroes. Low-level monster from the Abyss, Abyss Crawler. Qin Feng said as he looked at the reptiles that kept coming out of the Black Vortex. Abyssal Crawler. Level 80. Rank, Bronze. Attack, 353,338 to 36,521. Defense, 50,000. Life, 56,000. Skills, Bite, Devoured. Introduction, the lowest level of the Abyss Monsters, but with a strong reproductive capacity, each deployment is massive. When Qin Feng saw this introduction, he was delighted. Every time they go out, it is on a huge scale, which means that the number of monsters in the Abyss is not small. However, what Qin Feng needs to worry about is that these Abyss Crawlers have two skills, biting and devouring. As for biting, there is no need to mention it. Devouring means devouring the corpse of one's own race. At the same time, after devouring it, one will get a certain improvement. But Qin Feng didn't seem to be very worried about this. Anyway, if you can't do it yourself, there will naturally be someone who can. And now Qin Feng just needs to use them to start gaining merit. Qin Feng asked Xiao Wang to release Yu from the pet space. To deal with this kind of Abyss Monster, Xiao Wang, as a light dragon and also the king among light dragons, naturally has skills that can restrain these Abyss Monsters. At the same time, he asked Yu to build dozens of hunter hover cannons. Dozens of hunters were hovering behind Qin Feng. Then these hunter hover cannons took up their positions and madly shot at the Abyss Crawlers that kept crawling out from the ground. At this time, there were countless Abyss Crawlers densely packed in front of the Black Vortex, and each of them was dozens of meters tall. The Abyss Crawlers, which had been silent at first, became angry instantly after sensing the hunters' fire and rushed towards Qin Feng frantically. But Qin Feng was sitting on the head of the three-headed dragon of the Abyss at this time, overlooking the Abyss Monsters on the ground, with no expression on his face. Fire snakes continued to pour out. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Artillery fire continued to explode on the Abyss Crawlers. 500W. True damage. 500W. True damage. 500W. True damage. In just a short moment, countless corpses appeared on the ground. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Hint, you killed the Abyss Crawler, Bronze. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You received 30,000 experience points and 100 merit points. Hint, you killed the Abyss Crawler, Bronze. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You received 30,000 experience points and 100 merit points. Hint, you killed the Abyss Crawler, Bronze. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You received 30,000 experience points and 100 merit points. An Abyss Crawler can actually bring Qin Feng 100 merits. However, the expression of surprise on Qin Feng's face flashed by, and then he stared at the hunter's firepower with indifference. And just when Qin Feng took action, many powerful NPCs appeared in Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, military camps, and White Tiger City. Among them was Anna, the graceful woman Qin Feng had met before. So strong? Looks like giving him the amethyst card is a better deal. Anna couldn't help but open her mouth when she saw Qin Feng's output, her eyes full of horror. She never imagined that Qin Feng's damage was so terrible that he could withstand the attacks of these monsters alone. She felt that she had underestimated this person's strength. After hearing this, Jace, the man next to Anna, looked at Qin Feng with interest. From what Anna said just now, he already knew Qin Feng's identity, but he was also very surprised at Qin Feng's strength at this time. More surprises are yet to come. At this time, he had already noticed the dozens of hover cannons behind Qin Feng. These are all legendary mechanical equipment. Jace couldn't help but twitch his lips after seeing so many legendary equipment. Even though their Yuanming Chamber of Commerce was so wealthy, they had never owned so many legendary equipment. But today he actually saw such a shocking side of an awakened person. And Jace felt that he could not see through Qin Feng. If Jace were to control these dozens of hover cannons, he would definitely not have this ability, but Qin Feng could actually control dozens of mythical equipment at once. How terrifying are his mechanic abilities? Jace was completely frightened by Qin Feng's ability. When he heard Anna say that Qin Feng could create red gold equipment without blueprints, he felt that this should be all Qin Feng's ability. But after seeing it today, he found out that he was the frog in the well. More importantly, these suspension cannons had been bombarding for nearly 2 minutes, but Qin Feng didn't show any abnormality at all. How could he know that Qin Feng actually didn't need to control these hover cannons at all? As a pet, Yu could naturally understand Qin Feng's thoughts. These hover cannons are all controlled by the pet Yu. Qin Feng only needs to control Yu. Not only Jace and Anna were frightened by Qin Feng, but also the generals who had attended the meeting with Qin Feng before, and even General Heisen. Chapter 105, Crazy Merit. Chapter 105, Crazy Merit Gain. I'm not as good as him. A powerful NPC mechanic looked at Qin Feng's actions at this time and couldn't help but sigh. Originally, when he saw Qin Feng, he was attracted by his talent and wanted to take him in as his student. However, after seeing what happened later, he realized that there was no way he could become his teacher. After all, his ability is much stronger than mine, and by then it will be hard to say who will call whom teacher. If I'm not mistaken, these mechanical equipment behind him should be the legendary Hunter Hover Cannon. An old man stroked his beard and said as he observed, "Now that this young man has taken action, it seems that we can have some free time." The old man looked at Qin Feng with a smile on his face, and he looked more and more handsome the more he looked at him. Do you feel that way? But these monsters that just appeared are only the lowest level monsters. There will definitely be high-level monsters coming out later. I just don't know if you can still withstand them when the time comes. Another old man next to him looked at Qin Feng and said, "I feel like it won't be that easy to stop it. After all, the monsters in the abyss are all very powerful. Even the abyss crawler that just appeared shouldn't be underestimated. If nothing unexpected happens, after this little friend can no longer hold on, a more advanced monster will appear." Several people analyzed it one after another. But I do believe in his ability. Heisen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Oh, General Hai has so much confidence in him." Several people asked curiously. Of course, this man is a newly promoted lieutenant general in our camp. If nothing unexpected happens, he came here to get a promotion. Heisendeo. And he's going to follow me on the matter of Pyamyao City's undead aura. Since he's so confident in SSS-level missions, his strength must not be underestimated. Heisen explained. What? He's actually going to be involved in that mission? The eyes of several old men were filled with horror. He's just a newly promoted lieutenant general, yet. I really like this young man. He's passionate. Unlike those people, they've completely lost their original aspirations. They're all so timid. As he spoke, he did not forget to curse those who made him unhappy. If that's the case, then should we? Jace thought about it. He felt that Qin Feng was a genius, and if something went wrong with this genius here, it would definitely be a huge loss. Not yet. After all, looking at his current appearance, he seems to be quite capable. All we need to do now is protect him. With a few of us here, it will be difficult for him to get hurt. These NPCs are all very powerful. While several people were discussing, Qin Feng had no idea how many abyss reptiles he had slaughtered. Continuously killing these reptiles brought Qin Feng huge experience points and merit bonuses. Brush. A golden light flashed from Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's level was directly raised to level 109. Hint. Your level has been upgraded, and the current level is 109. Now these things that crawled out of the dark vortex could not cause any impact on Qin Feng, and Qin Feng did not suffer any damage. After all, normal mechanics cannot operate as many mechanical equipment as Qin Feng can, and as easily. Moreover, Qin Feng's control over the battle is still very strong. After all, Qin Feng in his previous life was still very powerful. This kind of massacre seemed extremely easy to Qin Feng. As time slowly passes. At this time, Qin Feng had no idea how many abyss crawlers he had killed. The entire wasteland has been covered with the corpses of the abyss crawlers. Look at what I said. This guy must be very strong. Almost an hour has passed, and he's not having any problems at all. An old man started to praise. But now I really want to know how he got this giant dragon. I'm really envious too. As the old man spoke, he stared at the three-headed dragon of the abyss under Qin Feng. I sensed an extremely powerful energy from this dragon. This dragon is definitely of extraordinary rank. At this time, Heisen thought of something. It turned out to be him. Heisen said to himself, General Hai, what do you know? You're being tricked. Several NPCs nearby looked at Heisen anxiously. This is a dragon mount. Who doesn't want to own a dragon mount? I heard before that a giant black dragon appeared in the military camp. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the one we see now. And I also heard that this dragon devoured many other dragons, and then it underwent a qualitative change. Heisen thought back. What? Devour? This is such a waste. If you have so many dragons, it would be great if you could sell them to me. I'll definitely not give him a bad price. After hearing the word swallow, several people began to beat their chests and stamp their feet. It seemed like Qin Feng had done something bad. However, in their opinion, allowing the mount to devour and advance is a bad thing. After all, if a mount wants to advance, it still has to devour a mount of the same grade as itself. It takes one head to upgrade one level, which means that if you want to upgrade to a very high level, you need a lot of resources. If these resources are not swallowed up, the best way would be to use them to form a legion. This kid, why is he so wasteful? No, once I'm done with this, I'm going to beat him to death. Even if this little guy has resources, we can't waste them like this. If he can get me a dragon mount, I'd be willing to give him a title or something. At the very least, an earl. The old man looked at the three-headed dragon under Qin Feng with burning eyes. I guess he still doesn't value your title. In just the past hour, the merits he earned from killing monsters could be directly exchanged for a title. How could he still make a deal with you? Just as everyone was talking, other monsters unexpectedly appeared in the black vortex. It's no longer an abyss crawler. Someone powerful is coming out. Jace stared at the black vortex and said lightly, should we go help him now? Or, let's observe him for a while. Judging from his appearance, he should still be able to fight. If he fails, we will attack him. Otherwise, it will be so embarrassing if this little guy accuses us of stealing his achievements. Anna shook her head. Chapter 106 Hell Spider. Hell Knight. Chapter 106 Hell Spider. Hell Knight. What? It's the Abyss Demon Spider. I don't know if this little guy can withstand it. The strength of this Abyss Demon Spider is much stronger than that of the Abyss Crawler. Qin Feng was also staring at the black spider as tall as a man that came out of the black vortex. Abyssal Spider. Level 100. Grade Gold. Attack, 73,451 to 74,568. Health, 200,000. Defense, 50,000. Skills, Demon Spider Binding, Devouring. Introduction, a relatively powerful creature among the Abyss monsters, possessing the ability to curse. When Qin Feng saw the panel of the Abyss Demon Spider, he was very excited. The strength of this Abyss Demon Spider was actually similar to that of the Abyss Crawler, but this Abyss Demon Spider had the ability to curse and could bring people into hallucinations. Then kill it in the hallucination. But what they didn't expect was that they met this guy Qin Feng. The attributes of Qin Feng's mount, the Abyss three-headed dragon, give Qin Feng the ability to ignore curses. Oh no, it's the Abyss Demon Spider. If he is cursed, it will have a huge impact on his future advancement. When several people saw the Abyss Spider crawling out of the black vortex, they were very anxious. Although the attack power of this spider was not very high and not much different from that of the crawler, it had the skill of curse. If it was contaminated, it would be difficult to improve it. No, don't be anxious. Are you not in a hurry? If something unexpected happens to such a good seedling, do you know how much of a loss it would be? An old man roared. He really values Qin Feng's strength. In time, he will definitely be very powerful, even stronger than them. If such a genius falls because of the curse, they will be to blame. Look for yourself. There's no fear in his eyes. Instead, there's excitement. What does this mean? Heisen pointed at Qin Feng and asked. The old man also saw excitement in Qin Feng's eyes, and he also wondered if he had seen it wrong. Believe in him. His strength is definitely not that simple. Heisen dropped his hand. Qin Feng looked at the Abyss Demon Spider and sneered. I thought it was something powerful, but it turned out to be just a group of tiny Abyss spiders. Looks like I have to thank you again for giving me merit and experience. Qin Feng murmured. The speed of these abyss spiders is still much slower than that of reptiles, but they still cannot withstand the damage of Qin Feng the hunter. The curse has no effect on me, so you'd better just become my heroes. Hint, you killed the abyss spider, gold level. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You received 600,000 experience points and 1,000 merit points. Hint, you killed the abyss spider, gold level. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You received 600,000 experience points and 1,000 merit points. Hint, you killed the abyss spider, gold level. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You received 600,000 experience points and 1,000 merit points. One abyss demon spider can bring Qin Feng 1,000 merits. There are literally 10 times more abyss crawlers than the previous one. See? His strength isn't as low as you thought. I was originally a little hesitant about my mission, but now that I've seen his strength, I have great confidence in the investigation in 3 days. And I also heard that he recruited a large army of awakened ones. Although their strength is not very strong, they can still be considered a good fighting force. Heisen looked at Qin Feng and said with a smile. Then another half an hour of full-strength output followed. The figure of the abyss spider could no longer be found. And the next second, abyss cavalrymen holding spears appeared from the black abyss. Seeing this, everyone hurried to Qin Feng's side. All right, thank you for your hard work. This guy is not someone you can handle right now. Heisen looked at Qin Feng and said with great satisfaction. Qin Feng did not respond in a hurry, but looked at the panel of the abyss cavalry rushing out. Abyss cavalry. Grade? Rank. Attack? Life? Defense? Skill? All the cavalry attributes that Qin Feng saw were question marks. It was obvious that what Heisen said was right. This was indeed not something Qin Feng could deal with now. Indeed, General, it seems like it's time to stretch your legs after such a long time. Qin Feng grinned. Qin Feng had already noticed these people's tracks as early as when they came over, but Qin Feng did not rush to say anything. After all, he did not want to give these merits to them for nothing. But now it's not a question of whether to hand over or not, but the attributes of these cavalry are too high, which is indeed beyond Qin Feng's ability to handle now. Leave it to us. You should go and rest. Fighting for such a long time must not be easy for you. Anna also walked slowly to Qin Feng's side. Feeling a fragrance coming, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. Of course, looking at her twice more didn't mean that Qin Feng had any thoughts about her, but men, after all, like to see beautiful things, don't they? He had just seen so many ugly abyss monsters, and now looking at a beautiful woman was like washing his eyes. And behind Anna stood a middle-aged man. The old man looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of passion, as if they were the same look a lustful wolf gives a beautiful woman. Qin Feng quickly put his hands in front of him and looked at Jace with a strange expression. Seeing this, Jace's forehead was filled with black lines. He naturally knew what Qin Feng meant. Young man, let me introduce myself. I'm Jace, the president of the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. You're very capable. You're also quite talented as a mechanic. That was all Jace could say in the end. President, I'm fine. When Qin Feng saw his eyes, he thought that this old man had some thoughts about him, but it turned out that he only valued his talent as a mechanic. Okay, these abyss monsters have already rushed out. You'd better leave quickly. Jace reminded. Then several people rushed towards the cavalry. This long battle seems to be really exhausting. But luckily, Yu is here, otherwise I wouldn't be able to hold on for so long on my own. Qin Feng rubbed Yu's head. Yu also rubbed Qin Feng's palm with her head very much. Anyway, these abyss monsters that appeared later had nothing to do with Qin Feng. After all, he couldn't even see the attributes of this cavalryman, let alone the more advanced monsters that would appear later. Chapter 107, 10 levels up. Chapter 107, 10 levels in a row. In addition to watching here, Qin Feng may also cause some bad influence on these NPCs. Then Qin Feng rode the three-headed dragon of the abyss and left the vortex. Originally, Qin Feng planned to complete the tasks, but now that he has killed so many abyss monsters, there is no need to complete those tasks. Qin Feng came to Qinglong City. Then he left the world of all races directly. Qin Feng spent almost all of the 2 days in the world of all races. Then Qin Feng thought that Jiang Xiaoyun seemed to have not been online all day today, and he originally planned to look for Jiang Xiaoyun. After all, her priest ability was something Qin Feng valued very much. And Qin Feng was also worried about Jiang Xiaoyun's safety. But after calling twice, I found that the call was not going through at all. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, he was already in his home. It'll be great after reaching level 100. Others who want to go to the world of all races can only go through the Awakening Tower in each city, but after reaching level 100, they can enter directly without the need for the Awakening Tower as a medium. Anyway, Qin Feng was not short of money now, so he packed up and left home. Feeling the breath of the real world, Qin Feng couldn't help but stretch. It's time to eat. Qin Feng found a pretty good restaurant and ordered some random dishes, which cost him more than 2,000 yuan. If it were the Qin Feng before, he would definitely not dare to be so generous. But now 2,000 yuan is not as much as a wild monster drops for Qin Feng. Qin Feng can get hundreds or thousands of gold coins by killing a wild monster. After dinner, Qin Feng went online and saw a post about himself. The content was the recruitment order he had sent out before. Master Tianming is truly amazing. He just gave away 1,000 gold coins so casually. Remember, there are 40,000 people who signed up. If each person gets 1,000 gold coins, that's 40 million gold coins. How much would that be in Huayuan? I'm not very good at math. Is there anyone who can do the math for me? The guy above isn't bad at math, he's bad at brains. According to the current ratio, 1 gold coin is equal to 100 Huayuan, which means that Boss Tianming has distributed 4 billion Huayuan in this wave of rewards. Boss Tianming is so awesome. Qin Feng didn't react much after seeing this post. After tidying up, I went straight to bed. When I opened my eyes, it was already 8 o'clock the next morning. Qin Feng climbed up from the bed, packed up, and went straight into the world of all races. Qin Feng appeared in Qinglong City. Reminder: respected destiny, welcome to the world of all races. Tip: all the magnetic levitation cannons in your factory have been completed. Reminder: you have achieved a high level of completion in the Stop the Abyss Monsters SSS level mission, receiving a special reward of +1 level and 10,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward level 10, merit value 100,000. Reminder: your level has been upgraded and is currently at level 110. Reminder: your level has been upgraded and is currently at level 111. Reminder: your level has been upgraded and is currently at level 112. Reminder: your level has been upgraded and is currently at level 119. Several golden lights flashed, and Qin Feng's level directly increased from 109 to 119. Qin Feng rode the three-headed dragon of the abyss and came to a place similar to ruins. After the three-headed dragon of the abyss appeared, many people were shocked by this giant dragon. Dragon Mount. Many people had some bad thoughts about the mount under Qin Feng's, but Qin Feng could naturally feel the malicious gazes of the people around him. Boy, you have a nice dragon. I wonder if you can give it up. A man in a black robe stared at the three-headed dragon of the abyss behind Qin Feng, his eyes full of greed. Want my mount? Qin Feng sneered when he heard it. Then, more than a dozen hunter hover cannons appeared beside Qin Feng. Then he opened fire at the guy who spoke. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. -220W. True damage. -220W. True damage. -220W. True damage. Who can withstand a single shot that deals over 2 million damage? Hint: you killed Bloodless Weapon Dorson, evil faction NPC. Congratulations on receiving a 100-fold reward, gaining 1,000 W experience points and 260 W merit points. Qin Feng's sudden attack also made many people give up the idea of snatching the mount. After all, compared to this mount, your own life is still very important. Ahem. Several members of the evil camp who had originally planned to go up and take action immediately had this idea after seeing Dorson's death. Just live an honest life. Because among them, Dorson's strength is very strong. As an assassin, his hands are stained with the blood of countless people. It would have been fine if they were evenly matched, but Dorson was killed instantly. Everyone can see the terrifying 7-digit damage on Dorson's head. If anyone catches up with you, it would be like an old man eating arsenic. Oh my god, who on earth is this person? Why have I never seen him before? How could someone with such strength be an unknown person? Qin Feng found that these people no longer had the intention of coming up to rob, so he directly put the abyss three-headed dragon into the mount space. He walked directly into the ruins in front of them. Only after Qin Feng's figure disappeared did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. This guy is finally gone. You don't know how my heart almost jumped out of my chest when he passed by me just now. Does anyone know his information? How about we check it out? If there's no identity, I think we can find someone to try. Find someone to try? Who? What's the point even if we succeed? Do you think the mount will belong to us? Won't it belong to the helpers we found? So what do you say we should do? We finally came across a dragon mount. If we don't seize it, won't you regret it? An NPC looked at several people and tempted them. Anyway, he was really tempted by the three-headed dragon of the abyss, but he was really scared by Qin Feng's strength just now and didn't dare to say a word. However, such a good opportunity was here. If he didn't try it, he would definitely regret it. Just as he finished speaking and looked at the people around him, there were expressions of horror on these people's faces. At the same time, she was winking at him. But he still didn't understand the expressions on these people's faces. Chapter 108. You are asking for death. No one else is to blame. Chapter 108. You're asking for death. Don't blame anyone else. What are you doing with those winks and grimaces? Just tell me straight up. Aren't you worried about that dragon? If you're willing to help, as long as we take care of that guy, we can divide the dragon up among them later. What are you talking about? Do you know what you were saying? I really don't want to be associated with people like you. You better take care of yourself. That's right. Look at your behavior. You don't even consider your own weight, and yet you still want to steal that person's mount? I think you're just daydreaming. Don't say I know you anymore. We don't have any relationship anymore. These people immediately distanced themselves from him, and he seemed to have discovered something. Huh? You can handle me. Qin Feng had already appeared behind him at this time. When he went in just now, he noticed that there was something wrong with the man's eyes. After he came out, he found that he was still thinking about his mount. Who? You. You've already gone in, haven't you? Why are you still? There was no color on his face. He was frightened by Qin Feng. The distance between the two of them at this time gave him the opportunity to turn the tables. He then drew out the giant sword from his waist and stabbed it towards Qin Feng. There was bloodthirstiness in his eyes and a hint of surprise, as if Qin Feng was about to die in front of him, and his mount was about to belong to him. But the next scene was unacceptable to him. His giant sword was unable to penetrate Qin Feng's defense. How is this possible? This is a dark gold equipment in my hand. How can it not even break your defense? Unconvinced, he stabbed a few more times, but without exception, he was unable to cause any harm to Qin Feng. Tip: triggering the abyssal breath. The target's mana is reduced by 20%. Tip: the curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. Tip: triggering the abyssal breath. The target's mana is reduced by 20%. Tip: the curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. Tip: triggering the abyssal breath. The target's mana is reduced by 20%. Tip: the curse of the abyss demon has been triggered. The target's health is reduced by 20%. This person's attributes have been permanently reduced by 60%. That's all. With this little bit of strength, you still want to steal my mount? Are you still asleep, or am I? Qin Feng looked at him coldly. Then a sickle was drawn out, and the man's head was chopped off in an instant. 180W. Another horrific injury. This guy is already dead and can't be any deader. Hint: you successfully killed Shadow Warrior Shemire, Evil Faction NPC. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 2 million experience points and 1.2 million merit points. Fuck. So weak. How come you're even weaker than that guy before? Qin Feng shook his head. Then he put the death scythe in his hand back into the ring and turned to look at the trembling people. No. Don't do it. We are different from him. We don't like this dragon at all. It's too big. I still prefer the smaller ones. So we have no intention of taking your mount. Right. We don't have any ideas about your mount. Qin Feng looked at their appearance and originally wanted to kill them all, but he decided to let them go for the time being. Qin Feng ignored their frightened expressions and walked straight into the ruins. Finally got in. This guy is so fierce. Just the look from him is too much for me. I was thinking about this before. How could one underestimate the strength of someone who possesses a giant dragon? But luckily, I don't have any other ideas. Qin Feng walked into the ruins at this time. Prompt: do you choose to start the trial? Qin Feng naturally would not refuse. He came to this neutral camp just for this relic. Hint: you have arrived at the battlefield of all races. After passing, you will obtain the inheritance of the gods. Tip: if you fail the trial, your level will be -2, and you will also lose the qualification to participate in the trial. Reminder: the trial is about to begin. Please be prepared. Level 1. Kill all monsters to clear the level. The grade will be calculated based on the time it takes to clear the level, with the highest grade being SSS and the lowest being C. The system prompt sounded. A black light gate appeared in front of Qin Feng. As soon as the light door opened, a foul smell of decay wafted into the air. Even Qin Feng frowned. Later, Qin Feng also saw the scene inside the door. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as hell on earth. Qin Feng saw the broken limbs and arms on the ground, and the blood flowing like a river. A demon-like figure was gnawing on the arm on the ground, and he seemed to have noticed Qin Feng's gaze. He revealed a bloodthirsty smile and threw the food in his hand to the ground. fresh food. He also stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, licking the blood on his lips into the air, and then showed a very comfortable expression. Low-level monsters. Level 100. Grade Gold. HP 10W. Attack 10W. Defense 50,000. Skills: Bloody Purgatory, Devil's Curse. Good fellow. You dare to confront me here with only 100,000 HP? Don't you even know what kind of person you are? Qin Feng thought the first level would be very difficult, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. As long as it doesn't have 3 question marks, Qin Feng dares to go up and touch it. With a health of 100,000, wouldn't it be impossible to withstand even a single shot? As Qin Feng was speaking, the low-level monsters in the gate seemed to have received some instructions and rushed directly towards Qin Feng. The speed is incredibly fast. However, in Qin Feng's eyes, his speed was still so slow. Suddenly, more than a dozen hunter hover cannons appeared behind Qin Feng. The barrel of the gun was aimed at the monster rushing towards him in front. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Directly turned on the bombing mode. -330W. True damage. -330W. True damage. -330W. True damage. Chapter 109 Demon Fragments. Chapter 109 Demon Fragments. In an instant, countless low-level monsters turned into corpses. This included the guy who had licked his lips while looking at Qin Feng. Hint: you killed a low-level monster. Gold level. Congratulations. You've triggered a 100x reward and received 500 experience points and 500 gold coins. Hint: you killed a low-level monster. Gold level. Congratulations. You've triggered a 100x reward and received 500 experience points and 500 gold coins. Hint: you killed a low-level monster. Gold level. Congratulations. You've triggered a 100x reward and received 500 experience points and 500 gold coins. Qin Feng didn't expect that the things given here would be so bad. At this time, Qin Feng did not forget that the score of this trial was calculated based on the speed of time. Since this was the case, Qin Feng directly asked Yu to produce hundreds of hunters. This will speed up the attack a lot. 5 minutes later, no more low-level monsters came out of the door. At this time, Qin Feng also heard the system prompt sound. Hint: first level passed. Current time: 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Current rating: SSS. Reward: Demon Fragment 1. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining Demon Fragments 100. Can I get fragments directly if my rating is SSS? But why not Godhead Fragments? Qin Feng said to himself as he looked at the reward in his hand. Although fragments of the divine nature and fragments of the demon god are not the same thing, their functions are actually the same. Moreover, the demon fragments and the Godhead fragments are not usable at the current level, but if you don't have the Godhead fragments in the later stages, you will definitely not be considered a strong person. I never thought I'd get something so quickly in this life that I couldn't even get in my previous life. But why is it a demon god fragment? Could it be because of my demon lord mark? Qin Feng touched the mark between his eyebrows, which was now slightly hot. But the demon god fragments are just demon god fragments. Qin Feng looked excitedly at the demon fragment in his hand that was emitting a faint light. Qin Feng is now just a rookie who has just completed the first level. The earliest he can use the fragments of the divine nature is the 5th level, at which time he can create sacred equipment. However, the sacred equipment is not something Qin Feng can imagine now. When the grade of equipment reaches the mythical level, it has undergone earth-shaking changes. The equipment on your body is not the grade after the mythical equipment, but is evolved from the mythical equipment. To evolve mythical equipment, you need fragments of divine power. Of course, even if Qin Feng now possesses mythical equipment and fragments of divine power, he has no way to evolve the equipment into divine quality, while the fragments of demon god can evolve mythical equipment into demon saint quality. But Qin Feng had only completed the first turn and still had a long way to go before the 5th turn. Demon fragments. Grade? Rank. Effect. Introduction. The fragments contain the power of several powerful demons. Qin Feng looked at all the question marks and no longer had any ideas. Qin Feng's level is not high enough now, so these demon fragments are kind of useless to him, but they will be very important in the later stage. The upgrade is still too slow. If I had a 5th rank now, I could probably wait until the auction to create the Hurricane Ranger directly, and then use the Demon God fragments to upgrade its quality to Demon Saint. What a pity. Qin Feng shook his head. Although it was a 100-fold reward from the Yufida system, Qin Feng was still a little dissatisfied with the upgrade speed. If other awakened people heard it, they would definitely rush over and give Qin Feng a big electric cannon. If Qin Feng still thinks this speed is too slow, then what are they? Is it possible that they are just a snail? Before Qin Feng could say anything else, the system prompt sounded again. Hint: the second level is open. Second level: kill all intermediate monsters. The score will be calculated based on the time it takes to clear the level, with the highest level being SSS and the lowest being C. Oh, the second level is actually an intermediate level monster. I wonder how big the gap is between this intermediate level monster and the beginner level. Qin Feng said to himself. The giant gate opened again. Intermediate monster. Level 110. Grade dark gold. HP 100W. Attack 40W. Defense 150,000. Skills: Bloody Inferno, Devour, Deathwing. These mid-level monsters actually have wings. Compared with low-level monsters, it has an additional skill, Deathwing. After seeing Qin Feng, these mid-level monsters flew towards him with their blood-red wings flashing. The scent of Qin Feng was their favorite, and what they liked most was the tender little guy with delicate skin. I just don't know how long it will take to get SSS this time, and I don't know how to remind you. Qin Feng was muttering to himself. Hint: for the second round of scoring, SSS needs to be within 12 minutes. SS needs to be within 20 minutes, and S needs to be within 25 minutes. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the system gave a prompt, which was very thoughtful. 12 minutes? Not bad. Qin Feng nodded. 12 minutes is more than enough to kill these things. Qin Feng stood in place, looking at the monsters flying in the air, and the hunter's suspended artillery fire snake poured out again. Even though these monsters have millions of HP, they can only suffer in front of the hunters. As time goes by bit. Hint: second level passed. Time taken: 9 minutes and 34 seconds. Current rating: SSS. Congratulations on obtaining Demon Fragment 1. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining Demon Fragments 100. Another 100 Demon Fragments were obtained. Tip: the third level has opened. Please be prepared. Level 3. Kill high-level monsters. The score will be calculated based on the time it takes to clear the level, with the highest level being SSS and the lowest being C. This is the last level. As long as he passes this, Qin Feng's trial will be completely over. However, what he looks forward to most is the final reward. I hope the high-level monsters are a bit more powerful. Otherwise, it would be really boring. In his previous life, Qin Feng knew that this trial was very difficult, but he did not expect that he would pass both levels so easily. The total time for the two levels was just over 14 minutes. If it were any other awakened person, he would probably have failed at the first level. But don't worry, the attributes of the monsters in this trial follow the challenger. The stronger the challenger, the higher the attributes of the monsters. The great door opened again. The high-level monster this time was more than twice as big as the previous intermediate demon. Not only are they huge in size, but they also exude a powerful sense of oppression. That's interesting. Qin Feng stared at the high-level monster in front of him and smiled. High-level monsters. Level 120. Quality: Fairy. Attack 150W. Life 800W. Defense 200W. Skills: Hell Funeral, Power of Curse. Chapter 110, Clearing the Ruins Trial. Chapter 110, Clear the Ruins Trial. Qin Feng was shocked when he saw the monsters in front of him. Qin Feng had seen fairy bosses before, but this was the first time he had seen so many fairy bosses. Moreover, the health of these bosses is as high as 8 million, and even Qin Feng's hunter cannot kill them with one shot. If Qin Feng had only one hunter by his side, he would definitely be panicked. After all, the number of these monsters is estimated to be thousands. This relic trial doesn't seem so simple for Qin Feng. These monsters flew towards Qin Feng in an instant. Their target was Qin Feng's neck, and their eyes were filled with Qin Feng's figure. Qin Feng didn't need to control too much at all. The hunters scattered behind Qin Feng directly armed Qin Feng, and then began to attack these high-level monsters continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions continued to be heard. 200W. True damage. 200W. True damage. 200W. True damage. It takes about 4 shots to kill one directly. But under the artillery fire of hundreds of hunters, even the fairy boss could only let out a howl and turned into a cold corpse. As their companions around them continued to die, these high-level monsters were very different from the previous 2 waves. They did not focus all their attention on Qin Feng. After feeling the power of the hunter's hover cannon, they directly turned their attention to the hunter. They could see that the damage these hunters could cause was extremely terrifying. If they couldn't get rid of the hunters, they would all die under the artillery. Then they adjusted their direction and swarmed towards the hunter behind Qin Feng. Screams kept coming out of their mouths, and the sound was extremely harsh. But even if they can destroy the hunter behind Qin Feng, Yu in the pet space is not there to do nothing. Whenever a hunter is scrapped, a new hunter hover cannon will replace it. The hunter hover cannons, whose number has not decreased, have also caused many high-level monsters to riot. They were also amused by the scene before them. They found that if Qin Feng was not dealt with, these hunter hover cannons would continue to come. Then they turned their guns again and flew directly towards Qin Feng. In Qin Feng's eyes, their actions were just seeking death. Their buddies were unable to appear near Qin Feng, and before they could get there, they were directly shot into sieves by the hunter's hover cannon. As time slowly passed, these high-level monsters seemed to know their fate, but they still continued to attack Qin Feng one after another, and finally turned into corpses and fell to the ground. 10 minutes passed, and countless corpses of high-level monsters appeared on the ground. Hint: congratulations on passing the 3rd level. Qin Feng heard the system's prompt, and then the huge door closed instantly. World announcement: congratulations to the Awakener Tianming from the Huaxia region for completing the Ruins trial, achieving an SSS score, and successfully obtaining the Demon Body and Demon Fragments 100. World announcement: congratulations to the Awakener Tianming from the Huaxia region for completing the Ruins trial, achieving an SSS score, and successfully obtaining the Demon Body and Demon Fragments 100. World announcement: Qin Feng once again appeared on the World Bulletin Board. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You've obtained Body of the Supreme Demon God and Demon God Fragment 10,000. Supreme Demon Body. HP increased by 500%, attack increased by 500%, life increased by 500%. Experience required to upgrade increased by 10 times. What is the Demon God's body? It sounds awesome. Is this a gifted physique? And what is that Demon God Fragment at the back? It sounds awesome. The people above you told you to study more, but you just wouldn't listen. What else can you do besides say blockbuster? I can also say WTF. Master Tianming, can you tell me how to get this body? And where is the Trial of the Ruins? I want to try it too. See if it can give me a superb physique. After Qin Feng passed the Trial of the Ruins, he obtained the body of the Supreme Demon God. Qin Feng's original body was directly replaced by the body of the Supreme Demon God. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that the bodies of demon gods should be divided into different levels, and the demon god body that Qin Feng obtained before should be the most ordinary one. But it is definitely much stronger than the demon lord body that Qin Feng has now. Afterwards, Qin Feng felt a burning pain between his eyebrows, as if they were about to burn. Qin Feng pressed his head hard. This excitement lasted for half an hour. With a cool feeling in his mind, Qin Feng became much more awake. Hint: the Demon Lord's mark has been upgraded to the Demon God's mark. Following the system's prompts, Qin Feng touched the mark between his eyebrows and found that there was no significant change, except that the color had become much darker. After the original Red Demon Lord mark evolved into the Demon God mark, Qin Feng had not noticed any other changes except that the color had become darker. But to be honest, after the color turned black, I felt like my mental power expanded a bit. Qin Feng said to himself. As Qin Feng's mental power improved, Yu also received a corresponding improvement. Before, Yu could only control hundreds of hunters at a time. If the number exceeded, Yu would not be able to control them all. But now that Qin Feng's mental power has been improved, Yu's ability to control mechanical equipment has also been greatly improved. Yu and Qin Feng have a mutual understanding. Qin Feng also noticed Yu's changes. The only downside is that the experience points I gained when I leveled up were instantly increased tenfold, which means that compared to those awakened ones, I only have 10 times more experience points than them. The speed that was originally as fast as a rocket is about to drop directly. But Qin Feng didn't seem to have any better solution. He just let his experience points decrease. Anyway, he had so many bodyguards protecting him, so the upgrade speed would definitely be very fast. However, what made Qin Feng a little regretful was that the experience points given by the guys he had just killed were too little, not enough for Qin Feng to upgrade and fill his gaps. Since there were no good activities to participate in, Qin Feng could only go back and forth between the military camp and the wild. General Heisen was also shocked by the speed at which Qin Feng completed the task, but he was still very relieved. Chapter 111 Langjianjiexing. Chapter 111 1-Star General. Although Qin Feng's current military rank is Lieutenant General, it probably won't take long before he can be promoted directly to General. Qin Feng had gained a lot of merits when he blocked the monsters before, and he gained about 10 billion merits in total. 10 billion merits can allow Qin Feng to be promoted directly from the rank of lieutenant general to the rank of general. It takes 50 million merits to advance from a 9-star lieutenant general to a 1-star general, and each star level of a general also requires 50 million merits. In his previous life, Qin Feng spent countless years to climb to the position of general, but after only 3 days of awakening, Qin Feng was directly promoted to general. But Qin Feng did not do so. Instead, he promoted his military rank to 1-star general. The 1-star rank of Langjiang just reaches the threshold for exchanging for a title. There is no way to exchange a lieutenant general for a title. So Qin Feng spent 50 million merit points to upgrade his military rank to Langjiang, and Qin Feng was ready to exchange the remaining merit points for a title. Although 950 million merit points were still a part short of exchanging for a marquis, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. After this SSS mission was completed, Qin Feng could directly exchange for the marquis title. Qin Feng took out the Abyss 2-headed dragon mount egg that was rewarded by the secret realm every day. Now Qin Feng's Abyss 3-headed dragon has reached epic 5 stars, and the secret realm will give Qin Feng an Abyss 2-headed dragon mount egg every day, which means that it will take a total of 4 days for Qin Feng's Abyss 3-headed dragon to reach epic 9 stars. Prompt: do you choose to consume gold coins? Hint: you have consumed 100,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on obtaining Abyss 2-headed dragon, Immortal Mount 1. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining Dark 2-headed dragon, epic 1-star. The Abyss 2-headed dragon appeared in Qin Feng's mount space, and the epic 5-star Abyss 3-headed dragon directly swallowed it. Hint: the Abyss 3-headed dragon, epic 5-star, devoured the Abyss 2-headed dragon, epic 1-star. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. Congratulations on obtaining the Abyss 3-headed dragon, epic 6-star mount. Qin Feng's mount has been upgraded by 1 star again. It's not far from the epic 9 stars. After completing all the tasks, Qin Feng saw Jiang Xiaoyun online. On the other hand, Jiang Xiaoyun was completely stunned after seeing Qin Feng's level. Wasn't it just 1 day since she had gone to the Myriad Races world? Why did it seem as if something earth-shattering had happened in the Myriad Races world? What have you been doing these past 2 days? Why haven't you been online yet? Qin Feng asked curiously. Jiang Xiaoyun didn't say much, just explained that there was something going on at home. After Qin Feng got the answer, he didn't ask any more questions. With Qin Feng's identity, there was nothing much to say about family matters. But Qin Feng, how did you level up so quickly in just 1 day? How come you're already over level 100? It's only been 2 days. Because of family matters, Jiang Xiaoyun has not paid much attention to online posts in the past 2 days. It's okay. I'm on a mission, so why not take you with me to level up? Qin Feng still remembered that Jiang Xiaoyun had a heroic edict in his hand, which could provide introductions to dual professions. At the same time, Qin Feng had obtained a fairy equipment during the faction battle. It would be the safest to give this fairy equipment to Jiang Xiaoyun, and Qin Feng also decided to take Jiang Xiaoyun with him to complete the exploration mission of Aura of the Undead. That will be the time for Pastor Jiang Xiaoyun to come into play. With the enhancement of the code, Jiang Xiaoyun, as a priest, has extremely high suppression power over the aura of the undead, which will be of great help to the completion of the entire task. My level is so low, why don't I do it myself? I still have the pendant you gave me, so my damage is still very high. Although Jiang Xiaoyun really wanted to follow Qin Feng, she also knew that she was only level 10 now, and there was a huge gap between her and Qin Feng. If she upgraded with Qin Feng, she would probably drag him down. So Jiang Xiaoyun could only suppress the thoughts in his mind. That's nothing, but you're leveling up too slowly. I'll take you with me. There's a mission the day after tomorrow, and I'll take you with me. If your level is too low, you might not even survive. Don't waste another 2 days. Qin Feng decided that it would be best to take her with him to level up. After all, if he took her with him, they would have to fight wild monsters above level 100. For Jiang Xiaoyun, who was only level 10, her experience points would definitely increase rapidly. This is no better than killing monsters yourself. I'm going to Tianmong City to find you now, and then I'll take you to level up together. You're still more important for the mission the day after tomorrow. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he jumped through space and arrived at the safe zone of Tianmong City. I saw Jiang Xiaoyun wearing a priest's robe. Jiang Xiaoyun was also very happy when she saw Qin Feng, and she smiled. Although Jiang Xiaoyun was still a little immature at this time, her face and figure had undoubtedly developed well. This girl is so pretty, but the guy next to her doesn't seem easy to mess with, so forget it. I was hoping to have a deeper conversation with this pretty girl. As soon as the man finished speaking, Qin Feng took Jiang Xiaoyun's hand and disappeared on the spot. What the hell? Did I see a ghost? He rubbed his eyes frantically. Hey, dude, did you see that? That guy just disappeared with that pretty girl in a flash. Was I dazzled? How did he do that? This person looked at the place where Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun left with a shocked look on his face. He jumped forward twice, as if he wanted to check if there was any formation here. But after checking, I found that there was nothing here. Many people around the man looked at him with strange eyes. Just seeing this ability, you know this person is Boss Tianming, right? Boss Tianming has demonstrated this ability to move space before. What a fuss. No, Boss Destiny. Holy crap, I saw a wild Destiny boss. Qin Feng didn't know that his appearance had made so many people crazy. Originally, with Jiang Xiaoyun's level, there was no way he could come to a high-level city like Qinglong City, but who could blame Qin Feng for having such an amazing ability to jump through space? He brought his men directly to the wild area outside Qinglong City. The monsters here are all level 100. I think you can level up to 50 or 60 today. Qin Feng said to himself. Chapter 112, Upgrading Jiang Xiaoyun. Dual Professional Forbidden Spell Mage. Chapter 112, Leveling Up Jiang Xiaoyun. Dual Professional Forbidden Spell Mage. Anyway, killing these ordinary wild monsters will not give Qin Feng much experience, and the most important thing now is to raise Jiang Xiaoyun's level. Alright, this code is for you. It'll be useful for the mission later. Qin Feng placed the chief judge's code that he had bought from a merchant on the battlefield into Jiang Xiaoyun's hand. The judge's code, Fairy Spirit Vessel. Level 100. Rank, Immortal Spiritual Weapon. Professional requirements, Mage, Priest. It contains an extremely powerful forbidden power. Magic attack plus 180,000. Defense plus 100,000. Skill, Magic Storage. Cast magic and store it in the codex. When used, it increases the damage of the spell. Instant magic, passive skill casts spells without chanting. Magic combo, passive skill after casting a spell, there is a 30% chance of causing damage twice. Wow, what a powerful effect. Jiang Xiaoyun couldn't help swallowing her saliva after seeing it. She also knew that this code was most important in the hands of a mage, especially a mage who possessed forbidden spells and could launch large-scale attacks without chanting. But when Jiang Xiaoyun saw the level of use of this code, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. Qin Feng found Jiang Xiaoyun's expression very strange. What's wrong? Don't you like this piece of equipment? I think its attributes are quite explosive, especially the instant cast skill. This way, your dispel and healing spells won't require casting time. Qin Feng asked curiously. How could I not like it? I like everything you give me. Jiang Xiaoyun said the second sentence in a voice that only he could hear, and then pressed the code in front of himself. It's not a question of liking it or not. It's just that I can't wear this equipment right now. The required level for this codex is 100, and I'm only level 10. Jiang Xiaoyun had a bitter face. She really wanted to equip this codex, but the level difference was too big. She had no other options. Besides, there are still 2 days left before the mission Qin Feng mentioned. How is it possible to reach level 90 in 2 days? Jiang Xiaoyun hung her face, looking very lost. In fact, when Qin Feng told her that he would take her to do the mission, Jiang Xiaoyun was very happy in her heart. She finally had the chance to help Qin Feng, but now, reality dealt her a heavy blow. Although this code was good, she couldn't use it, which was the most painful thing. It's like you see a beautiful woman, and no matter how much you persuade her, she wants to go to Wushan with you. But at this time your second brother just refuses to listen and can't even lift his head. The meat is right in front of you, but you are not lucky enough to enjoy it. Oh. Qin Feng grabbed it and took a look. It's true. However, Qin Feng must take Jiang Xiaoyun with him on the mission the day after tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoyun's talent is Elemental Affinity. Although it is only A level, compared with other priests, her effect is definitely the strongest. You shouldn't have anything to do these 2 days, right? Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and asked. Things at home have been almost dealt with. There's nothing else to worry about. Jiang Xiaoyun thought for a moment and replied. In that case, you might be a bit tired these next 2 days. Try to raise your level to 100 within these 2 days. Although Qin Feng said this, he didn't know how confident he was. After all, bringing a level 10 awakener to level 100 in 2 days is simply an impossible task, but it doesn't seem so impossible for Qin Feng. After all, no one can have a level 100 awakener to help him upgrade like Jiang Xiaoyun. By the way, show me your hero's edict. It will grant you a second job. Qin Feng reminded. After hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyun obediently took out the heroic edict and crushed it. The edict in his hand turned into a golden light and merged into Jiang Xiaoyun's body. World announcement. Congratulations to the Awakener Yun Xiaojiang from the Huaxiao region. She is the 4th Awakener to achieve dual professions. She is rewarded with a level +1, 500 gold coins, and 50 reputation. World announcement. Congratulations to the Awakener Jiang Xiaoyun from the Huaxiao region. She is the 4th Awakener to achieve dual professions. She is rewarded with a level +1, 500 gold coins, and 50 reputation. World announcement. Many people feel unfamiliar with the name Jiang Xiaoyun, but to them it sounds like a name a girl would have. I remember now. Isn't this Jiang Xiaoyun the one that boss Tianming took to the nightmare difficulty secret realm? I haven't heard anything from her in the past 2 days, and she actually got dual classes. Having a boss taking care of her is amazing. I also want to be taken with you, boss. I have fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. I have all the moves you want, like the poisonous dragon. The one upstairs. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to experience it. Like 2 dragons playing with a pearl, or something like that. Get lost, little bean sprout. You don't deserve it. The chat on the channel was very lively. Originally, people were talking about currying favor with someone, but now it suddenly became a channel for men and women to get to know each other. Suddenly Jiang Xiaoyun was stunned. How's that? What's your second job? Qin Feng asked. My second class is a mage, an S-rank one at that, and I've been a forbidden spell mage the entire time. Jiang Xiaoyun smiled sweetly. A high school student like this, especially a girl who kept herself clean, smiled with such innocence that Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He didn't know how long it had been since he had seen such an innocent smile. Jiang Xiaoyun saw Qin Feng's eyes. Although she felt a little happy in her heart, her face still flushed slightly. Qin Feng, I was just thinking about something and was a little absent-minded. Let me take you to level up first. Although it's a bit difficult to reach level 100, even if you can't reach 100, it's still very easy to reach 90. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he led the way and summoned his mount. Qin Feng didn't plan to use only the hunter hover cannon to sweep across the battlefield. It seems that this mount hasn't done much for him in the past few days except flying, and it seems to have gained some weight. Then Qin Feng waved his hand. The 3-headed dragon of the abyss appeared beside Qin Feng. Dragon, 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 dragon. When Jiang Xiaoyun saw the giant dragon beside Qin Feng, his body couldn't stop shaking. Or 3 heads. This 3-headed dragon of the abyss looked ferocious to Jiang Xiaoyun. She was so frightened that if Qin Feng hadn't been by her side, she would have fainted. Chapter 113, Leveling Up Like a Rocket. Chapter 113, Leveling Up Like a Rocket. Don't worry, this is my mount. With him helping us, we'll level up faster. Qin Feng thought about it and released Xiao Wang from the pet space again. Xiao Wang's level is now 82, and his body has grown a lot. But the biggest difference between Xiao Wang and the abyssal 3-headed dragon as a pet is that Xiao Wang can shrink in size, while the abyssal 3-headed dragon cannot. Qin Feng ordered the 2 dragons to kill the monsters. This is equivalent to gaining a lot of experience. Although the levels of the abyss 3-headed dragon and Xiao Wang are not very high, as dragon species, they have a certain degree of oppression on other monsters. Moreover, with the strength of the dragon, the slight level difference and level suppression do not actually have much effect. The 3-headed dragon of the abyss didn't seem to like the bright aura on Xiao Wang very much. It flapped its huge dragon wings and flew away into the distance. Xiao Wang rubbed Qin Feng's palm with his big head, then rubbed Jiang Xiaoyun's head before leaving. Qin Feng, you are really amazing. You even have 2 dragons. Jiang Xiaoyun already had a good impression of Qin Feng, and after seeing how powerful Qin Feng was, he naturally had some admiration for him. Alright, no more wasting time. Let's start upgrading. Qin Feng smiled and pulled Jiang Xiaoyun into his team. Tip: Captain Tianming has changed the team's experience distribution. Jiang Xiaoyun. Experience bonus 100%. Tianming. Experience bonus 0%. Qin Feng, will you give me all the experience? Jiang Xiaoyun said. Doesn't that mean you won't get any experience points in the next 2 days? How about we split it 50-50? These monsters are so high level. I don't even need 100% experience points to level up quickly. But Qin Feng still shook his head. What he needs to do now is to raise Jiang Xiaoyun's level to 100 as much as possible and equip him with the judge's code. He just doesn't know if he will be lucky enough to get some skill books from monsters. Qin Feng didn't seem to have found any skill books like that for a long time. What he found were all rubbish and useless, broken equipment, such as gold and dark gold. Qin Feng was too lazy to pick them up and take a look at them. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng's tough attitude and had no way to refute it, but he was still cheering himself up in his heart. I must become stronger in the future and help Qin Feng, brother Qin Feng. She certainly didn't dare to call out the 4 words, brother Qin Feng, directly, so she could only call him in her heart. Then the hunter hover cannon was summoned, and hundreds of them were lined up to protect Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun. But the most important thing is to protect Jiang Xiaoyun. After all, Jiang Xiaoyun's level is too low. The lowest level of the wild monsters here is 100, which means that Jiang Xiaoyun will die immediately if he is touched. But before Qin Feng could take action, golden light began to emerge from Jiang Xiaoyun's body. Qin Feng took a look. Oh my god, it turns out that the three-headed dragon of the abyss has already started a killing spree. Originally, a dark dragon like this one likes killing, but under Qin Feng's control, he couldn't show his hands and feet. But now that he has been released, he can naturally have a good time. Reminder, your mount, the abyss three-headed dragon, killed the mutated piranha plant, gaining 0 experience. Reminder, your teammate, Yun Xiaojiang, gained 200,000 experience points, experience bonus. Reminder, your teammate, Yun Xiaojiang, gained 200,000 experience points, experience bonus. Reminder, your teammate, Yun Xiaojiang, gained 200,000 experience points, experience bonus. Reminder, your teammate, Yun Xiaojiang, has upgraded his level and is currently at level 11. Reminder, your teammate, Yun Xiaojiang, has upgraded his level and is currently at level 12. Reminder, your teammate, Yun Xiaojiang, has upgraded his level and is currently at level 46. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyun's level increased from 10 to 46. Who wouldn't envy this upgrade speed? However, this is still the case with experience bonus. Normally, the experience gained from killing a level 100 monster is between 50,000 and 150,000. However, this mutated piranha plant is obviously a relatively weak level 100 monster, so after the experience bonus, it only gives 200,000 experience. Oh, Jiang Xiaoyun was so shocked that he covered his mouth. That's an increase of more than 30 levels. It was also the first time that Jiang Xiaoyun felt the rocket-like speed of upgrading. At this rate, reaching level 100 isn't impossible, Qin Feng said. Then Qin Feng took Jiang Xiaoyun to the depths of the jungle. The creatures like the violent wild boars and mutant yaks that Qin Feng killed yesterday have now appeared in the jungle again. After these kills, your level should be able to directly increase to level 60, Qin Feng said as he looked at the mutant yak in front of him. In the next hour, Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun cleared out all the wild monsters including the mutant yaks, exploding wild boars, red-eyed rats, etc. At the same time, wherever Qin Feng passed, there would be scars. I finally understand how you reached this level. Judging from the speed at which you clear monsters, it seems I underestimated your speed. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes and said, It's actually not that bad. It's all because of the good equipment and pets, Qin Feng said. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun's level had reached 83, and above level 80, the experience bonus of these wild monsters was greatly reduced. Originally, one wild monster could give more than 200,000 experience points if the experience bonus was included. Now, you have to kill 3 wild monsters to get this much experience points. The speed suddenly slowed down a lot. After all, the number of these wild monsters is not infinite, they are all finite. Qin Feng thought for a moment, then took Jiang Xiaoyun deeper into the jungle. The level of wild monsters inside is also constantly increasing. It was directly upgraded from level 100 at the beginning to level 140. Qin Feng looked at the gorilla in front of him with red light in his eyes. Although he didn't look that big, he exuded a strong bloody smell. At this time, the gorilla also noticed the arrival of Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun. However, he didn't seem to be that interested in Jiang Xiaoyun. After taking a look at him twice, he stopped paying attention to him. It might be because Jiang Xiaoyun's level was too low, so he didn't care much. But he was very interested in Qin Feng. He roared at Qin Feng twice and slapped his chest frantically, making a dong 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 sound. Chapter 114 Legendary Boss. Chapter 114 Legendary Boss. Qin Feng looked at the data panel of the gorilla. Xingyue Gorilla Legendary Boss. Level, 140. Rank, Legend. Life, 1420W. Attack, 46W. Defense, 85W. Skills, Summoning a Swarm of Apes. Infinite Strength, Iron Head and Arms. 3 heads and 6 arms. Rage. Qin Feng. This guy seems to be difficult to deal with. Otherwise, why don't we leave first? Jiang Xiaoyun was a little scared by the appearance of this gorilla. It had a pointed face and 2 big noses that kept exhaling white air, and its eyes were bloodshot. This is a boss, he gives a lot of experience. And he's level 140, so with the experience bonus, he should be able to directly increase your level by 2. Qin Feng was not prepared to escape because of the gorilla's level. When Qin Feng was at level 10, he dared to go straight to the level 60 purple gold boss to cause trouble, Not to mention that Qin Feng's level was not much different from this guy's. The hunters around Qin Feng seemed to have sensed Qin Feng's intentions, and some of them were sent to protect Jiang Xiaoyun, while dozens of other hunters lined up with their guns pointed at Xingyue the gorilla. The gorilla seemed to feel the threat from the hunter and roared. In an instant, the smaller Xingxing appeared in the bushes behind him and looked similar to this guy. Soon, the two were surrounded by people. But Qin Feng is not worried. These monsters can't cause any harm to Qin Feng. Their purpose of coming here may be to give Jiang Xiaoyun more experience. Qin Feng, I can help you. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at the gorillas surrounding him. Although he was terrified, he still gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Feng and said, "Forget it, you'd better just stand there quietly, or else you'll be punched to death, and those 2 days will be wasted." Qin Feng shook his head. Jiang Xiaoyun's current strength is not enough to help Qin Feng. After all, the priest in the early stage is not very useful to Qin Feng. I can heal your mechanical equipment. Treatment. I'll wait until you're level 100. Now just watch me perform. After Qin Feng finished speaking, the hunter hover cannon was ready. 360 degrees, attack from every angle. Thump, thump, thump. Boom, boom, boom. Fire snakes continued to emerge from the gun barrel. In just 1 second, these guys were blown into pieces by the hunter's hovercraft. Brush. Jiang Xiaoyun's level was improved again. This is the first time I've seen an upgrade like this. This speed is unheard of. Jiang Xiaoyun's eyes were full of Qin Feng's figure. Roar. As the minions he summoned continued to die, the legendary boss began to go crazy. There was a silver light flashing on his body, and then 2 heads and 4 hands appeared on his body, which made him look like Neza. This is not over yet. Another roar. A blood-red aura continued to appear from his body. Tip. The Scarlet Ape has activated the skill Berserk. All attributes will increase by 40% for 10 minutes. Physical damage received will be reduced by 70%. It increases all attributes by 40% and reduces physical damage by 70%. I have to say that this skill is quite powerful. If it were someone else, they might really be stuck here. However, the damage dealt by Qin Feng's mechanical equipment was all real damage. So even if the Scarlet Gorilla activated the skill of violently reducing damage, it would have no effect on Qin Feng. Then the barrel of the hunter's hover gun was aimed at it. The figure flashed. The boss flew towards Qin Feng at a very fast speed. But he forgot that although he was fast, Qin Feng had more equipment. With so many hunters, even an indiscriminate bombing can kill this guy directly. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound resounded throughout the jungle, and many wild monsters began to flee in all directions after hearing the sound. -530W. True damage. -530W. True damage. -530W. True damage. After possessing the body of the Supreme Demon Lord, his own attack power increased, so the damage of the mechanical equipment on Qin Feng's body naturally increased as well. What's the point of increasing all attributes by 40%? In the end, he still died at Qin Feng's hands. Promotion. Congratulations on killing the Scarlet Ape, legendary boss, gaining 0 experience points and 8 million gold coins. Qin Feng listened to the system's prompt tone without any ripples in his heart. On Jiang Xiaoyun's side, his level skyrocketed again. Upgrade. Your teammate Yun Xiaozhang's level has been upgraded to level 85. After killing these little gorillas and the boss, Jiang Xiaoyun's level was directly raised by 3 levels. At this rate, it wouldn't be that difficult to raise Jiang Xiaoyun's level to 100 in 2 days. The only difficult part may be the job change task at level 100. After all, for many people, the time it takes to reach level 100 is less than the time it takes to complete the job transfer task. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only Qin Feng and Yusin, 2 level 100 awakeners now. Especially Yusin, after being promoted to level 100, his level has not changed until now, and the gap between him and Qin Feng is getting bigger and bigger. Jinghua City. Villa Complex. Yolan's face was extremely ferocious at this moment. She hadn't been to the world of 10,000 races for 2 days, but she didn't expect so many things to happen in the world of 10,000 races. The level of this destiny is actually higher than that of his brother. Miss, why don't we just give up now? This destiny is definitely not something we can mess with. The housekeeper beside her looked at the expression on Yolan's face and comforted her. Why? What's his destiny? I, Yulan, have never suffered such injustice in my entire life. Yulan is just like a spoiled and unruly princess. Even though he knew Tianming's strength, his hatred towards Tianming did not diminish at all. Miss, if the young master knew about what happened between you and Tianming, I'm afraid. The butler hesitated and said, what's the point of this destiny's high level? Isn't he still a mechanic? The mechanic's damage is undoubtedly high, but the mechanic's shortcomings are also very obvious. Even though this destiny's level is much higher than my brother's, I still believe that my brother can help me get revenge. Yulan clenched her fists. Miss, if the young master knew about this, you would be severely scolded. The housekeeper looked at Yulan worriedly. Chapter 115, you're on your own. Chapter 115, you'd better take care of yourself. When Yulan heard this, her face froze for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her mood. Even if I get taught a lesson by my brother this time, I will make this fellow called Tianming pay the price. No one has ever dared to refuse an invitation from me, Yulan. Yulan clenched her fists. Don't underestimate this Tianming's current high level. But if he dies once, he can die a second time later. By then, he'll be ranked first, and won't be able to surpass it, will he? I just don't believe it. Could this Tianming be my brother's opponent? At this time, Yulan didn't know that Yusen was now Qin Feng's man. After all, after Qin Feng issued the recruitment order, Yusen accepted Qin Feng's task. Then Yulan directly called her brother. The call was connected quickly. Elder brother. What's up? I'm going to the Awakening Tower soon. Yusen said lightly after hearing his sister's voice. Brother, someone is bullying me. Yulan complained. It's just like a little kid who lost a fight and went to look for his parents. Bully you? Who dares to bully you? It's good enough that you don't bully others. Yusen sighed. His sister never gives him peace of mind at all. She is just like a devil. This time is different. I haven't been to the Awakening Tower for 2 days. My level is almost falling behind. Yulan spoke to her brother angrily. I don't care anyway. Anyway, brother, you have to help me get revenge. Yulan said. Who is it this time? I'm telling you, this is the last time. If it happens again, I won't clean up your mess. And don't use my name to do bad things in the future. If I find out, I'll teach you a lesson. Yusen's tone was very serious. Oh my, I get it, brother. Why are you acting like an old woman now? It's so annoying. Can you, a grown man, just be more straightforward? You always like to talk so much. You have to avenge me anyway. That guy's name is Tianming. You should know him, brother. He's the guy who's #1 on the ranking list right now. Anyway, he killed me. Brother, if you don't avenge me, I'll go to our mother and complain, saying that you bullied me, saying that you don't care about me at all. Your sister was killed, and you didn't even help me. Yulan threatened her brother. Generally speaking, after saying this, Yusen would usually agree to help her. But this time it's different. This time his opponent is Tianming. With his strength, he can't deal with this guy. If he meets Tianming himself, he won't even have a 1 in 1,000 chance of winning. He still remembers Tianming's last attack. With the damage of hundreds of millions, Yusen no longer has the strength to fight. Yulan, if you were someone else, I wouldn't say anything to you. But tell me, who else did you offend? Why did you offend Destiny? Do you think your brother has lived too long? Or do you want me to stay away from the myriad races world for 2 days? Yusen said coldly. Yulan, I'm telling you, throw this idea away. Is Tianming someone you or I can mess with? Do you know how much time and effort it took me to get from level 1 to 100? But Tianming only took 1 day to become a level 100 awakener, and he's the first one to do so. Brother, why are you saying so much? Even if Tianming is very powerful, what can he do? No matter how powerful he is still a mechanic. I really don't know why you are so scared. As a mechanic, he must have a fatal weakness. You told me that, brother. Wouldn't it be very easy for you, an assassin, to sneak attack a mechanic? Yulan said unconvinced. Although she didn't want to admit it, Tianming was indeed very powerful and could deal high damage. Just because the damage was high didn't mean it couldn't kill someone. As a mechanic, his defense is definitely his weakest point, and assassins like you are the key weapon against mechanics. An assassin against a mechanic is easily defeated. Yulan said, I'll take care of you. Yusen was just about to say, can I get you? But he found out that they had the same mother, so he didn't say the last word. Yulan, I'm telling you, go find whoever you want. I'm definitely not going to help you with this matter. I was wondering why Tianming asked about our relationship during the faction battle. Turns out you've actually offended Tianming. Yusen's tone was very unhappy at this time. If I offend such a person because of Yulan, then I would be really unlucky. I, your brother, already knew the gap between him and me during the faction battle. Yulan, you'd better give up this idea, otherwise even I won't be able to save you. Better not waste your talent. Even if you go to complain to Mom this time, I won't do anything. And I'll tell Mom too. Then we'll see who will suffer, you or me. You'll have to take care of yourself. After Yusen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. When Yulan heard the beeping sound on the phone, she angrily threw the phone to the ground. Tears streamed down my cheeks. She had originally prepared herself to be scolded, but the final result should have been that her brother would help her. However, she did not expect that her brother would scold her and then tell her to take care of herself. Orchid and Orange couldn't bear this grievance. My own backer, my brother, is unwilling to help me. The whole person is very depressed. But she quickly wiped the tears from her eyes, put on her clothes, and ran towards the awakening tower. As he walked out, he was still mumbling. If you don't want to help, then don't help. Who cares? However, without her brother's help, it would be impossible for Yulan to take revenge, so she could only bury this matter in her heart. I just don't believe it. I'm going to make him pay for this fate. With dissatisfaction and resentment towards fate, Yulan entered the awakening tower. Qin Feng also didn't know that Yulan had such a deep resentment towards him. Qin Feng was looking at the equipment dropped by Xingyue Xingxiang at this time. Hint: congratulations on obtaining Ape King Essence 1, Ape King Armor 1, 0 experience points, and 200,000 gold coins. Qin Feng listened to the system's notification tone. He hadn't expected that the items dropped by this legendary boss would be so poor. Chapter 116. Legend has it that the boss is very poor. Chapter 116. Legend has it that the boss is very poor. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You've obtained Ape King Essence 1, Ape King Armor 1, 0 experience points, and 2,000 W gold coins. No skill book. Bad review. Qin Feng waved his hand. There's nothing really good. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and said, I originally thought I'd get some skill books or something, but all I got were some useless equipment and materials. None of the things dropped by this Xingyue gorilla can be used by Qin Feng. Although the quality of the equipment is good, Qin Feng does not need it. After receiving the ring, I will sell it directly to Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. I'm not short of skill books right now. I already have Dispel, Heal, and a Mass Heal. These 3 skills are pretty much everything. Jiang Xiaoyun didn't seem to care that much. After all, Qin Feng sacrificed his own upgrade time to guide her, so Jiang Xiaoyun was very grateful. Skill books and other things were not that important to her. In the following time, Qin Feng helped Jiang Xiaoyun upgrade. Although Jiang Xiaoyun's level-up speed was reduced a lot, it was still not comparable to those of ordinary awakeners. After several hours of hard struggle, Jiang Xiaoyun's level was directly upgraded to level 99. It can be said that in just one day, Qin Feng brought Jiang Xiaoyun from level 10 to level 99. Of course, this was also helped by the 3-headed dragon of the abyss and Xiaoguang. After all, if Qin Feng was the only one killing monsters in the jungle, the speed would definitely not be so fast. Now let me take you to do the job change mission. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and said casually, the job change mission is much more difficult than leveling up. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 2 people who have reached level 100 by now. Qin Feng said. Qin Feng then brought Jiang Xiaoyun to the Qinglong City Lord's Mansion. Are you here to complete the job transfer mission? Job transfer mission. Go to the boneyard and kill 500,000 undead. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at his job transfer task and then sent it to Qin Feng. This task may be very difficult for you, but I am here for you. Qin Feng smiled and said, 500,000 undead souls may not be a big problem for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, how long will it take to complete this job change mission? Jiang Xiaoyun asked. If there are 500,000 of them, it should be done in a few hours. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said. Qin Feng felt that the attributes of the monsters in this kind of job transfer mission should not be particularly high. After all, the character's level and attributes are all displayed here. If it is a task that cannot be completed, it will not be released. As a priest, Jiang Xiaoyun was given a task of this difficulty, probably because of Qin Feng. Alright, don't worry, it's still early. Go finish your job transfer quest first. Qin Feng felt that it would not take 2 days at all, and he could bring Jiang Xiaoyun to level 100 in just 1 day. However, what made Qin Feng a little regretful was that he had just killed so many wild monsters and bosses, but he didn't even have a single skill book. This gave Qin Feng a headache. He originally thought that after grinding for such a long time, he would be able to get a few skill books, and then he would also have 1 or 2 mage skill books, but he didn't expect that there was not even one. I should have let you go in on your own. That way your job change would be much easier. Qin Feng said. But it doesn't matter. I'll bring you to level 100 today. There's also an auction tomorrow at the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, and there should be some mage skill books there. I'll keep an eye out for them then. Qin Feng said. Isn't this too expensive? Or maybe I'd better not give it up. Jiang Xiaoyun has been taking the things Qin Feng gave her. You're still too weak now. If I don't make you stronger, you won't be able to help me. Qin Feng rubbed Jiang Xiaoyun's head. Let's go. Take the teleportation array to Anling City. Lingshui City is located to the west of Anling City. The journey will take about an hour. Then why don't we just take the teleportation array to Lingshui City? Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng strangely. Lingshui City has become a dead city due to the problem of the undead energy, so the teleportation array cannot reach Lingshui City directly. Therefore, we must go to Anling City first, then pass through Lingshui City, and then go to the burial ground. The journey alone will probably take about 2 hours. Qin Feng estimated. This is the speed Qin Feng is riding on his mount, otherwise it would take 7 or 8 hours. Afterwards, Qin Feng received Xiaoguang and the three-headed dragon of the abyss into the space, and took Jiang Xiaoyun to Lingshui City via the teleportation array. Hello, General. The soldier guarding the teleportation array saluted and shouted respectfully after seeing Qin Feng. General? Qin, why did Tianming call you General? Qin Feng then revealed his military rank. General Lang? Although Jiang Xiaoyun didn't know what this position meant, just by looking at the soldier just now, he knew that this rank was probably wrong. You don't know it now, but you will know it when you reach level 100. Qin Feng explained. All right. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded obediently. Then, under the guidance of the soldiers, Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun disappeared into the teleportation array. When the two opened their eyes again, they were already in Anling City. The two came to the outside of the city gate, and then Qin Feng directly summoned the three-headed dragon of the abyss. Roar! A dragon roar roared out from the mouth of the three-headed dragon of the abyss. Many soldiers were alarmed in an instant, but when they saw Qin Feng, they dispersed instantly. The appearance of the dragon also shocked many awakened people at the city gate. This is the first time I've seen a dragon up close. Huh? You didn't participate in the faction battle? What's a faction battle? I just awakened today. Qin Feng took Jiang Xiaoyun's hand and rode on the dragon's back. Then the three-headed dragon of the abyss spread its wings and rushed into the sky in an instant. Then it gradually turned into a black dot and disappeared from everyone's sight. After flying for an hour, the two saw a city from below. This is Lingshui City. Qin Feng pointed at the ruins on the ground and said, and there are still many undead wandering in the city below. Jiang Xiaoyun was just a high school girl. She had never seen these things before, and her face turned pale with fear. Chapter 117, Job Change Mission, Arrival at the Bone Burial Ground. Chapter 117 Job Change Mission, Arrive at the Burial Ground. However, when she thought of Qin Feng's strength, she forced herself not to appear so scared. Feeling scared, Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and asked. Jiang Xiaoyun shook his head stubbornly. However, her expression clearly explained her current situation. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and smiled. It's okay, just look around more. Our mission is to kill 500,000 undead. If you see more, you won't be scared anymore. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded after listening to Qin Feng's words. However, the postures of the two at this time were also a bit charming. After flying for more than an hour, a gray mist appeared in front of the two. Hint, you have arrived at the boneyard. Qin Feng listened to the system's prompt and ordered the three-headed dragon of the abyss to descend directly. All you see are the undead wandering on the ground. Just looking at the number, there must be hundreds of thousands of them. They are so densely packed that if you have trypophobia, you will probably faint from fear at the sight of them. All right, we're here. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun. The two stood on a piece of yellow earth. The visibility here was very low, but it was nothing to Qin Feng. First, try to see how much attack you have now. Qin Feng asked Jiang Xiaoyun to test his strength. Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun were already armed to the teeth when they came here, and the worst equipment they wore was of red gold quality. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Xiaoyun's current recovery effect is the strongest in the entire world of all races. Good. Qin Feng deliberately found a place where there were not too many undead nearby to test Jiang Xiaoyun's strength. Jiang Xiaoyun held the staff in his hand and looked at the undead that was swaying in front of him. At this time, the undead seemed to sense some breath. His nose kept moving, and then he looked towards Jiang Xiaoyun. Then, without waiting for Jiang Xiaoyun to react, he rushed towards her. Jiang Xiaoyun swallowed her saliva and seemed to still be a little resistant, but Qin Feng could understand. After all, it was normal for girls to be afraid of such ugly and disgusting things. It's okay, just try. Anyway, I'm here with you, and I won't let you get hurt. Qin Feng's words calmed Jiang Xiaoyun down a bit. However, the hands holding the staff were still shaking slightly. Recovery spell. Professions like priests are naturally very effective against these undead. Therefore, the recovery technique used by Jiang Xiaoyun can cause very high damage to these undead. Undead, Elite Wild Monster. Level, 90. Life, 20,000. Attack, 40,000. Defense, 17,000. Skills, Bite Curse. Qin Feng looked at the template of the undead. In fact, this template was already very low. It was no wonder. After all, this was a job transfer task, and it was not a particularly high-level task, so it was normal for the wild monster's attributes to be lower. 16W. 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 160,000 HP is lost every second. The recovery effect of a recovery spell like this is to restore health within 5 seconds, so the damage will naturally also deduct health within 5 seconds. The undead, with only 20,000 health points, fell to the ground instantly. Jiang Xiaoyun's face was filled with a happy smile when he saw this scene. After killing an undead, Jiang Xiaoyun's technique gradually became more proficient. She, who had been trembling at the sight of these undead before, now looked like a female warrior. Okay, Jiang Xiaoyun didn't have that kind of recovery effect, so her mana was used up in a short while. Qin Feng took out several bottles of mana-restoring potions. He had no use for these things, and they were about to gather dust in his ring. It's almost time. Now it's my turn to perform. Qin Feng summoned the hunter hover cannons, arranged them in an array, and fired at any direction or position without any blind spots. Thump, 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 thump. Boom, boom, boom. Under the hunter's indiscriminate firepower suppression, no undead could withstand Qin Feng's damage. Jiang Xiaoyun was standing beside Qin Feng at this time, looking at the flames all around him. Tip: you have killed undead, elite wild monster, gaining 0 experience and 0 gold. Since this is a job transfer mission, the monsters killed in the job transfer mission will not be counted in the experience points and gold coins. How many have you killed now? Qin Feng asked. Let me see, it's already. When Jiang Xiaoyun first saw the job transfer task panel, his eyes widened. This is just the beginning, and there are already 30,000 or 40,000. Jiang Xiaoyun placed the job transfer task panel in front of Qin Feng. Less than 2 minutes had passed since Qin Feng took action, but he had already killed almost 1/10 of the wild monsters. If I continue at this speed, I'm afraid it won't take even half an hour to complete this job transfer task. If others saw Qin Feng's monster clearing speed, they would probably be overwhelmed, especially for the awakened ones with single target output. It would be a headache when they were doing the job transfer task. Although these wild monsters don't have many attributes, it's still very tiring to kill them. Unlike those professions that have group attack skills, this is why it took Yuzhen so long to change his profession. For a profession like theirs, the number of kills they can make every day is actually not that many, and the equipment on Yuzhen and others is not as luxurious as the equipment on Qin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyun, so their damage will be relatively reduced a lot. It is impossible to kill the monster instantly. This will invisibly waste a lot of time and energy. 30 or 40,000. That's pretty quick. If nothing goes wrong, it'll be done in about half an hour, and then you can equip the judge's codex. Qin Feng touched his chin. While the two were talking, thousands of undead died while chatting and laughing. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyun had completed 1/5 of his job transfer task and killed nearly 100,000 undead in 5 minutes. It seems like this amount won't increase. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at the task progress on the panel and saw that it seemed to be stuck. He pulled Qin Feng and said, "No more? That means all the undead around here must have been killed." Qin Feng said, "Since all the undead in this place are dead, it's time for us to move to another place. Let's find a place with more undead, so we don't have to move back and forth." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he summoned the 3-headed dragon of the abyss. Then the giant dragon took off into the sky, and Qin Feng searched for the place with the largest number of undead in the burial ground. Chapter 118, Doomsday of the Undead. Rapid Monster Farming. Chapter 118, Doomsday of the Undead. Rapid Monster Killing. After searching for a few minutes, Qin Feng finally found a relatively central location. There should be 200,000 to 300,000 undead in this place. Qin Feng looked at the dense crowd of undead below, who were swaying back and forth unconsciously. Qin Feng was too lazy to go down, so he summoned the hunter hover cannon directly from the sky and launched a fierce attack on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions continued to be heard from the ground. But these undead didn't move at all. Even if there were undead around them who were blown to death, they didn't move at all. Qin Feng discovered that if they did not sense the presence of living people, they would not take the initiative to attack. More than 10 minutes later, the ground below Qin Feng had become bumpy, filled with the skeletons of undead killed by artillery fire. There are still hundreds of thousands of tasks to be completed. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng and said, "That's fast. It's so cool to have a turret here. We can directly attack the ground from the air, and these undead won't move at all, just walking slowly." Qin Feng took Jiang Xiaoyun to another position, and then the two started brushing again. The artillery fire was fierce, and the undead on the ground were constantly killed by the hunter's suspended cannon behind Qin Feng. After a while, Jiang Xiaoyun heard the system prompt. Reminder, the job transfer task has been completed. Reminder, your level has increased, and the current level is 100. Jiang Xiaoyun listened to the prompt sound in her head and jumped into Qin Feng's arms excitedly. If she couldn't control herself, she would have wanted to bite Qin Feng hard on the face. What? Did you successfully change your job? Qin Feng asked with a smile as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyun with her legs wrapped around him. Job transfer successful. Thank you. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng and said with a serious expression. However, Qin Feng felt a little uncomfortable looking at Jiang Xiaoyun, who was so serious, so he rubbed her head. World announcement. Huaxia District Awakener, Yun Xiaojiang, has reached level 100. She is the third Awakener to reach level 100. Reward, level +1, 2,000 gold coins, 50 reputation. World announcement. Huaxia District Awakener, Yun Xiaojiang, has reached level 100. She is the third Awakener to reach level 100. Reward, level +1, 2,000 gold coins, 50 reputation. World announcement. At the moment when Jiang Xiaoyun successfully changed his job, the world announcement came out. Yun Xiaojiang? If I remember correctly, this Yun Xiaojiang should have just come out of the novice village 2 days ago, right? How come she's already level 100? How's that for speed? Is she riding a rocket? This was a shock to some people who were unaware of the truth. They were already shocked by the appearance of Tianming, and now there was another Yun Xiaojiang. I know this Yun Xiaojiang. I saw her in Tianmeng City before. She's quite pretty, wearing a priest's robe. What the hell? What did you say? This Yun Xiaojiang is a priest. How the hell is a priest leveling up so fast? Does she have some amazing talent? Or is it that Boss Destiny is leveling up with her? I remember that Boss Tianming was already level 119 a few hours ago, and he's still at level 119 now. Based on past experience, it's impossible for Boss Tianming to not level up by several levels in just a few hours. That means Yun Xiaojiang leveled up with Boss Tianming. I'm so anxious I've been touching your belly. The analysis above is very accurate, but I just want to say, Boss Tianming, take me with you. Take me flying. I'm torn. If I were a woman, would Boss Tianming take me with him to level up? Is it too late for me to go to Titanium Country for a sex change operation now? Jiang Xiaoyun seemed to sense something strange about Qin Feng as well. Her face suddenly turned red. She loosened her arms around Qin Feng's neck and jumped down. Jiang Xiaoyun lowered his head, but Qin Feng didn't mind it. After all, a beautiful woman jumped on him, and she also had a little fragrance. Qin Feng didn't know where this fragrance came from. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be body odor. Even in this burial ground, you can smell the body fragrance. In fact, Qin Feng could directly use space jump to take Jiang Xiaoyun back, but with a girl in his arms, who would be willing to let go so early? The two of them sat on the dragon's back and chatted. Since his rebirth, Qin Feng has discovered Jiang Xiaoyun's beauty. At the same time, he is also wondering what happened in his previous life. Why did he have such a beautiful girl by his side, but was indifferent? Happy times are always short, and the two returned to Qinglong City. I should go back. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng. It was already late, and the two of them had been in the world of all races for several hours. Don't forget to log in the day after tomorrow. You're already level 100 now, so you don't need to go to the Awakening Tower anymore. You can directly enter the world of all races. And when you log off, you don't need to log off from the safe zone. You can choose any location, but it's best to log off in the city. Otherwise, if you're out in the wild, you won't know what you'll see next time you come in. Qin Feng reminded. Is this still possible? Not only that, there are many more. For example, the equipment in your myriad races world can be materialized in the real world. Qin Feng said as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyun's shocked expression. Materialized into reality? Isn't this level 100 Awakener a watershed moment? There's a world of difference between level 99 and level 100. Okay, I'm leaving now. You should hurry up and level up. I wasted so much time today because of me. Jiang Xiaoyun stuck out his tongue. After saying that, Jiang Xiaoyun went offline immediately. Chapter 119 Leveling Up. Finally, a skill book appears. Chapter 119 Leveling Up. Finally, a skill book is released. After Jiang Xiaoyun went offline, Qin Feng was left alone. Originally, Qin Feng planned to give Jiang Xiaoyun a Mount Egg, but then he changed his mind and thought that if he gave her the Mount Egg, she could fly by herself. So Qin Feng gave up this idea for the time being. Anyway, Jiang Xiaoyun now has the judge's codex on him, and his strength is extraordinary. He doesn't need any mount to improve his strength for the time being. Then Qin Feng looked at the time and logged off. Anyway, if Qin Feng wants to upgrade, it will be very fast, and it won't cost him a while. After staying in the world of all races for such a long time, Qin Feng felt his stomach rumbling. After logging off, Qin Feng randomly found a restaurant downstairs and ordered a few dishes. After having a good meal and a drink, Qin Feng returned home. Release Xiao Wang from the pet space. The little light that was released was naturally not a huge monster, but a very small and cute dragon. After eating and drinking, Qin Feng went to rest. In a villa on the other side, a beautiful figure kept looking at everything in front of her and made shocking sounds. This feeling is so comfortable. Jiang Xiaoyun felt the changes in her body. She felt that her current strength was enough to directly blow up a cow. Jiang Xiaoyun clenched his fists, making crackling sounds. Then he waved his hand, and a book appeared in front of Jiang Xiaoyun. This is the judge's code. Jiang Xiaoyun had a lot of fun. Then he lay down on the bed holding the book. The next morning, Qin Feng packed up and entered the world of all races. Today Qin Feng plans to raise his level. Qin Feng's current level is 119, and he plans to raise his level to around 125 today. Qin Feng then went directly to the military department and received a lot of SSS and SS level tasks. We have to kill monsters anyway, so it's good to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can gain merit and experience points, which is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Go to the neutral camp and kill the bounty hunter, Bull. Go to the outskirts of Duolong City and kill the rioting dark-winged tigers. Qin Feng looked at the tasks and picked out the closest ones first. It is better to leave the mission like Duolong City to the end. After all, Duolong City is still too far away from Qinglong City. Even if you take the teleportation array, you have to make 3 trips. Earth Liger, Nightblade Leopard. These 2 are the closest. Qin Feng walked out of the city. More than 10 minutes later, a huge explosion occurred in the wild jungle. Needless to say, it was Qin Feng killing these wild monsters. After a while the gunfire stopped. Qin Feng's level also increased to 120. Reminder, your level has been upgraded and is currently at level 120. If his experience hadn't increased tenfold, Qin Feng wouldn't even be at level 120 right now. He would have probably been able to directly upgrade to 3 or 4 levels. Now, but this is also a painful and happy thing, because Qin Feng has obtained the physique of the Holy Demon God. It is a sure thing to exchange experience for this physique. The Earth Liger has been dealt with, and now it's time for the Nightblade Leopard. Qin Feng looked at the map and walked towards the Nightblade Leopard's base. Haven't waited for it yet. The hunters around Qin Feng immediately prepared for battle. Artillery fire whizzed towards the Nightblade Leopard's base. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. -334W, true damage. -334W, true damage. -334W, true damage. The bombing lasted for a full 5 minutes. Hint, congratulations on killing the Nightblade Leopard, elite monster, gaining 40,000 experience points and 60,000 gold coins. Hint, congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 4 million experience points and 6 million gold coins. Hint, congratulations on killing the Nightblade Leopard, elite monster, gaining 40,000 experience points and 60,000 gold coins. Hint, congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 4 million experience points and 6 million gold coins. Hint, congratulations on killing the Nightblade Leopard King, Fairy Boss, gaining 400,000 experience points and 600,000 gold coins. Hint, congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 40 million experience points and 60 million gold coins. Reminder, your level has been upgraded and is currently at level 121. When Qin Feng heard the system's prompt tone, he was stunned. Nightblade Leopard King? He's a fairy boss? He was killed by a bullet. Qin Feng said to himself. Even Qin Feng didn't expect that he could kill the fairy boss by clearing a stronghold. Qin Feng ran towards the Nightblade Leopard's base. Qin Feng is already ready to pick up equipment. Show me a forbidden spell. Show me a forbidden spell. Show me a forbidden spell. I have to say it 3 times because it's important. Qin Feng kept muttering as he ran. After Qin Feng ran to the base, he looked at the shining equipment on the ground. Hint, congratulations on obtaining Leopard King Clothes, Fairy Equipment, 1, Leopard Foot Boots, Fairy Equipment, 1, Blizzard, Skill Book, 1. Hint, congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You've received Leopard King's Clothes Legendary Equipment 1, Leopard Slayer Boots Immortal Equipment 1, and Arctic Storm Skill Book 1. Leopard King's Clothes Legendary Equipment. Level, 125. Rank, Legend. Defense, plus 20,553. Life, add 150,000. Additional effects. 1. Shadow of the Leopard King. Awaken the spirit of the Leopard King. A shadow of the Leopard King will appear behind him, weakening all attributes of the target. 2. Power of the Leopard King. Increases strength by 50%, lasts for 10 minutes, cools down for 30 minutes. 3. Leopard King's Raid. This is the Leopard King's strongest attack, causing continuous bleeding effect on the target, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Introduction. The equipment contains the spirit of the Leopard King. Leopard Slayer Boots, Immortal Equipment. Level, 125. Rank, Immortal. Movement speed, increased by 200%. Life, increased by 20,000. Additional effects. 1. Extreme Leopard King Speed. Increases movement speed by 800%. Duration is 10 minutes, and cooldown time is 30 minutes. 2. Soul Conversion. Increase attack by 50%. Introduction. Possessing the speed of a Leopard King, whether escaping or fighting, it is a powerful weapon. Arctic Storm. Skill Book. Occupation Mage. Rank Epic. Skill Effect. Creates a stormy airflow, slowing down and causing frostbite to enemies within a 200-meter radius, 70% slowdown. Holy shit. Finally a skill book has appeared. Qin Feng couldn't help but shout excitedly as he looked at the extreme cold storm in his hand. You know, I spent several hours today and didn't get a single skill book. This shows how low the drop rate of skill books is. And a large-scale spell skill book like this one is even more difficult to obtain. Chapter 1, 20 Auction. Asking for an explanation. Chapter 1, 20 Auction. Demand an explanation. After getting the skill book, Qin Feng was about to contact Jiang Xiaoyun, but he found the message Jiang Xiaoyun left for him. Yun Xiaojiang. Brother Feng, I won't be with you today. You wasted the whole day yesterday because of me. Besides, I'm already level 100 now, so I can level up on my own. Fist. Jiang Xiaoyun really didn't want to affect Qin Feng's upgrade speed. If Qin Feng didn't need it the day after tomorrow, Jiang Xiaoyun would not agree to let Qin Feng take him to upgrade. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't look for her anymore. After all, Jiang Xiaoyun had said so. Even if he went to find her, she would not agree to come. Qin Feng then continued to perform his duties in the military department. In this way, the daytime passed, and Qin Feng completed more than 20 tasks, but a large part of the time was wasted on the journey. Reminder, there are still 10 minutes until the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce auction begins. Tip, be prepared. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Feng naturally would not allow himself to be late, and he also wanted to see what kind of treasures were at this auction. Qin Feng jumped through space and arrived at the entrance of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce auction. Afterwards, there was no need to show the ticket at all, and the guard at the door let Qin Feng in directly. Now Qin Feng is also a well-known figure in Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. After all, Qin Feng has a purple crystal card on him, and people who have the identity of a purple crystal card are naturally not people who can be offended by gatekeepers like them. Since Qin Feng entered without showing his ticket, many people became dissatisfied. Hey, what are you doing? Your Yuanming Chamber of Commerce is a top-tier chamber of commerce, after all. How could you let a young boy in straight away? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I won't attend this auction. After the man finished speaking, he threw the ticket in his hand to the ground. And because of this person's appearance, many people followed him. That's right. How come? When did your Yuanming Chamber of Commerce's security become so lax? You let a little loser from nowhere in there. We are also well-known people. We came to your Yuanming Chamber of Commerce's auction today because of your reputation. But what are you doing today? Not to mention that I'm a silver member of your Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. We have a lot of cooperation, right? But what right did that guy who just came in have? That's right. What gives him the right? If you don't give us a reasonable explanation today, we will definitely not agree. What a lousy auction. I might as well not attend. These people moved forward in unison, seemingly determined to make the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce bleed. The guard at the door didn't know what to say when he saw this. The people who came to participate in the auction were all of high status. However, the identity of the owner of the amethyst card is confidential and cannot be disclosed casually. This made him feel very upset. Although I despise these guys in my heart, it is difficult to explain. The person who just came in is our Chamber of Commerce's respected guest. In the end, I can only say that Qin Feng's identity is very noble, and I hope these people can have self-knowledge. What about a silver member? Compared to him, silver membership is nothing. If it weren't for the auction, I'd beat you up. The guard sneered in his heart, but still showed some respect on his face. What? A distinguished guest? What kind of distinguished guest is he? I've never seen this guy in Yuanming Chamber of Commerce before. I'm a silver member of your Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. Why do we need tickets to enter? What the hell? You're a silver member. What the hell are you talking about? I'm a gold member. I'm still standing in line here obediently. Gradually, the entrance of the auction house turned into a bustling vegetable market. The situation here also alarmed Anna, the head of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. The guard bowed respectfully towards Anna. Miss Anna, what's going on here? I heard the commotion from far away. What are these people doing here? Anna said as she glanced at the group of NPCs at the entrance of the auction. Miss Anna, Mr. Tianming just went in, and then this group of people started making trouble here. They even said that we shouldn't participate in this auction. In the end, they just threw the tickets to the ground. The guard directly told what had just happened. As soon as the guard finished speaking, Anna's face turned pale. She looked at the tickets on the ground and said coldly, "You're not going to participate, right? Since you've said that, then you don't have to come to our Yuanming Chamber of Commerce anymore. Those who just threw away their tickets will never be allowed to set foot in Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, Yuanming Chamber of Commerce will never cooperate with these people." Anna's voice was resounding. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. The group of people who had just asked for an explanation had sweat dripping down their faces. Anna, you may be the head of the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, but are you sure you want to do this? Do you know the consequences? Can you bear the consequences? I'm a gold member of your Chamber of Commerce. Besides, we just want an explanation. Why can a young boy like him go straight in without even having to queue? Don't you make us feel disheartened by doing this? What result? You don't think that without you, our Yuanming Chamber of Commerce will collapse, do you? And you're just a gold member. What's so arrogant about you? Don't forget, the gold membership you hold is also the status given to you by our Chamber of Commerce. Also, that person's status is very noble. Not to mention that you are a gold member. Even if I am in front of him, I have to be respectful. Of course, there is nothing wrong with what Anna said. After all, after seeing Qin Feng's strength, not only she, but also their president Jace are very interested in him. At the same time, this person's talent is almost magical. Who wouldn't want to win him over? I'll give you a quick stab. He's a member with an amethyst card. Do you have anything else to say? If not, then get out of here right away. You are not welcome in the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. After Anna finished speaking, she asked the guards to drive away the guys who had just caused trouble. Chapter 121, Losing Both the Wife and the Army. Chapter 121, not only did he lose his wife, he also lost his army. They originally wanted to take this opportunity to ask Yuanming Chamber of Commerce for some compensation, but they didn't expect that in the end they would lose both the wife and the army. Lost the opportunity to cooperate with Yuanming Chamber of Commerce forever. And this alone is nothing. After all, there are many chambers of commerce in Qinglong City, although their overall strength is not as good as that of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. But if today's incident gets out, they will probably be blacklisted by all the chambers of commerce. If this is the case, they will suffer a real loss. As a top chamber of commerce, Yuanming Chamber of Commerce will naturally not be provoked by any blind guy. So, if nothing unexpected happens, no chamber of commerce would dare to cooperate with them. Qin Feng was also unaware of the situation outside. Under the guidance of the staff of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, Qin Feng was brought to a private box belonging to him. Hey, I don't know if you've heard, but Piamiao City seems to have become the territory of the undead. And recently, many abyssal monsters have appeared. What's going on? How should I know? There have been frequent undead and monster sightings lately. I feel something is amiss. But what does this have to do with us? These are all military matters. It's best for us to stay in the city and not go out. Otherwise, we'll die without even knowing how. A large number of abyss monsters also appeared in the west of Vast City yesterday. Quite a few troops have already gone there. Oh no. Anyway, I feel Qinglong City is quite safe. If I stay in the city honestly, there will definitely be no problems. Qin Feng also heard the discussion of these people. Depend on. Qin Feng slapped his thigh. He also didn't expect that an abyss monster would appear near Haoan City yesterday. Qin Feng felt that he had lost a large part of his merits. If yesterday had been possible, a lot of merit would have been earned. But after thinking about it, I did help Jiang Xiaoyun to level up yesterday. Anyway, I will have the chance to encounter abyss monsters in the future. Time passed by minute. The auction also began. The auctioneer of this auction was none other than Anna, who had done business with Qin Feng before. Because Anna was dressed very beautifully, many people below started cheering, as if they had seen some beautiful meat. If the location here wasn't wrong, they would have rushed up directly. Hello everyone. Welcome to our Yuanming Chamber of Commerce auction. Of course, this auction will have many treasures that you've wanted but couldn't get before. Next up is our first baby. Please look. Paralysis ring, level 120, quality, fairy weapon, attack power, 53,000, starting price, 2 million gold coins. Holy crap, it's a paralysis ring. I want it. I'll give you 4 million. Everyone, Please give me some face and don't compete with me. I'm Triple X, everyone. Please give me some face. Fuck me? Where did you come from? I'm giving you this face? What face do you have? You want to get this fairy equipment for 4 million? I think you are completely crazy. I'll give you 5 million. If you have money, then you can compete with me. If I don't fight, you're done. A magical weapon. You want to get it for 5 million? Are you getting carried away, or am I too weak to lift the sword? 8 million. A man in huge armor said coldly. Ends. You're a warrior. Why do you need a paralysis ring? This paralysis ring is most useful to us mages. The man who had just bid 5 million stood up immediately after hearing this. Chi, does this paralysis ring have any class requirements? Who said warriors can't use paralysis rings? You said that? I'll give you 8 million. If you want it, you can pay more. Stop whining here, it's killing me. You mages are the most annoying. Enz pinched his nose and said with disdain. All right, you're going to challenge me, right? I'll offer 8,200,000. In the end, he raised the price by 200,000. Ha, you're really interesting. I thought you had a lot of money, but this is all. Someone who doesn't know you would think you were going to shout out 20 million. Enz scoffed. I'll give you 9 million. We're all men. Can you be a little more generous when giving money? Don't be so stingy and add 200,000 or 200,000 more. Enz, you're really good. Just wait for me. I don't want this ring anymore. I'll give it to you. The mage's face turned pale and blue, and he finally gave up the fight. Just now I saw that you were quite powerful in your words, but your strength is not good enough. Why did you come to the auction without any money? In the end, the paralysis ring was directly taken into Enz's pocket. A magical artifact was sold for 9 million. I have to say that this price is a bit high, but it's not much different. Anyway, Qin Feng didn't have any big ideas about this equipment. The effect of the paralysis ring can be guessed just by listening to the name. So this kind of control equipment does not improve Qin Feng very much. Qin Feng's combat power mainly comes from the damage of his mechanical equipment. If the damage can kill the opponent instantly, why does he need such a paralysis ring? I hope you can give me some good materials besides the mecha core. Otherwise, it would be a waste of all the time I spent here today. Qin Feng said to himself. Qin Feng didn't know how many gold coins he had earned for today's auction. Just by taking Jiang Xiaoyun to upgrade yesterday, Qin Feng earned hundreds of millions of gold coins. The second item is a cloak. This cloak has the ability to hide information. The starting price is 500,000 gold coins. Accompanied by Anna's voice fell. 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. Prices continue to rise. Seeing this, Qin Feng understood why Anna was asked to be the auctioneer. He didn't see how fanatical these guys below were. In the end, the cloak was bought by a young-looking man for 4 million gold coins. Sir, this cloak is yours. Anna presented the cloak herself. But the man stared at Anna with a pig-like look. Anna, I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to have a meal together after the auction is over? The man's words made many men present want to kill him right away. Chapter 122, Delusion-Breaking Divine Crystal. Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 122, Delusion-Breaking Divine Crystal. Ancient Battlefield. Sir, please respect yourself. After Anna finished speaking, she continued with the auction. The man didn't seem to feel any loss because of Anna's rejection. Maybe it wasn't the first time he was rejected. This is our third lot. Of course, we haven't figured out its purpose yet. However, after testing, we found that it seems to be a material used to forge equipment. But we don't know what equipment it is used for. Anna took out a transparent and colorless stone and placed it in front of everyone. The price of the third lot, the starting price, is 5 million. As soon as Anna finished speaking, the prices at the auction started to boil. What? 5 million? Who would spend 5 million on something like this? Anna, did you get the price wrong? I estimate this thing should be only 50,000 gold coins at most. That's right. Although we don't know how to craft equipment, we are not fools. Anna's starting price obviously made everyone a little dissatisfied. They felt like they were being taken advantage of. At this moment, Qin Feng was staring at the stone on the stage with burning eyes. Delusion-Breaking Divine Crystal. Level none. Quality, Sacred. Effect. Use the Godhead Fragment to evolve mythical equipment and fuse it with the Delusion-Breaking Divine Crystal, granting the sacred equipment the power of delusion breaking. Introduction. A divine crystal with the power to break delusion found in the ancient battlefield. Qin Feng had never thought that he would actually see a sacred quality material at an auction. Oh my god, is the goddess of luck blessing me? Qin Feng said to himself. Not to mention the price of 5 million. He would be willing to pay it even if he had to use all the gold coins on Qin Feng's body, because this is a material of sacred quality. Needless to say, the ancient battlefield is where the corpses of ancient gods are buried, and this stone actually possesses the power to break illusions. In order to evolve mythical equipment into sacred quality, it needs to be upgraded to the 5th level, but there is another condition. After you upgrade to the 5th level, you will be eligible to enter the ancient battlefield once. The ancient battlefield is a place where opportunities and crises coexist. If you are lucky, you can get a divine crystal, but if you are unlucky, you will be crushed into slag by the divine power of the ancient gods who died in the ancient battlefield. Gurgle. Qin Feng was so excited that he started swallowing his saliva frantically. I really don't know how the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce got this thing. This divine crystal only exists in the ancient battlefield. Qin Feng muttered to himself strangely. Only 5 million. Looks like we're going to make a killing today. Qin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. Anna, if you can lower the price a bit, we'd still support you. But this thing of yours doesn't have any hints, so if we buy it back, it won't be of any use at all, right? But Anna still shook her head. If no one bids on the item, it will be unsold. Anna asked again. 5.5 million. A crisp voice came from the box upstairs. 5.5 million? Who is this? Did the family's money just blown away by the wind? If I spend 5.5 million on such a junky thing and don't know what it does, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Oh, why are we thinking so much? Don't you forget that who can sit in the private room upstairs? Who is short of money? Oh right, if he's not short of money, would he smile for Bona? If there is such a terrifying rival in love, I think I'd better quit right away. Having money is nothing. If you want to capture a woman, you still have to rely on your strength. Having money is just a plus. Not all women value your money. 5.5 million once. Anna looked at the private room upstairs. She naturally knew who was sitting in the room, but she also had some doubts. Did Qin Feng really know the value of the thing in his hand, or was he just... Anna's face turned much redder as she thought about it. Because Anna also knew that this thing in her hand didn't seem to have any other advantages except that it was a little harder. And spending 5.5 million to buy this broken thing seems to have no other benefits except throwing it aside to collect dust. In fact, when Anna knew that the starting price of this unknown item was so high, she also thought about lowering it, but the president rejected her idea. Although Jace didn't know what it was definitely a treasure. 5.5 million twice. 5.5 million, 3 times. Anna seemed to want to sell this thing quickly, and she quickly smashed the small hammer in her hand after speaking. Congratulations to this gentleman. Since Anna still wanted to hold an auction, she ordered someone to deliver the stone to the door of Qin Feng's box. Sir, your lot. The maid looked at Qin Feng with stars in her eyes. She had seen many young talents, but this was the first time she had seen a man as handsome as Qin Feng. And for some reason, the scent of masculine hormones on Qin Feng's body kept stirring her heartstrings. Then I felt my legs go weak. First, sir, please, swipe your card. The maid endured the discomfort of her body, and after completing the transaction, she left Qin Feng's box with a red face, legs clamped together, and in a very strange posture. Qin Feng was stunned by what he saw. Why do I feel like I'm some kind of devil? Am I really that scary? Qin Feng looked in the mirror. What a handsome boy, Qin Feng said narcissistically. The subsequent auction was still going on, and the mecha core that Qin Feng had been thinking about finally appeared. This lot is a great choice for a mechanic. 2 mecha cores, starting price 15 million. Anna looked at everyone and said with a smile. Mecha core? It's actually a mecha core? 20 million. I'll give you 20 million. After hearing about the mecha core, a white-bearded old man stood up from his seat and shouted excitedly. I'll give you 30 million. 40 million. All mechanics know the value of the mecha core, so when faced with this treasure, no one is willing to give it up. Soon, the price of these 2 mecha cores was raised to 80 million. What the hell? This mechanic is worthy of being the most expensive profession. The price of these 2 materials is actually higher than the price of all the equipment I have. Chapter 123. Fight for the mecha core. Hundreds of millions of gold coins. Chapter 123. The battle for the mecha core. Hundreds of millions of gold coins. 80 million. Is there a higher price? Anna was also a little anxious at this time. She also didn't expect that the price of this mecha core could be so high. She had auctioned it before, but the upper limit was basically 50 million. But this time it was sold at a price of 80 million, and she couldn't help but worry whether Qin Feng could get it. If I can't take the photo. Anna felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she should have discussed with the president to sell these 2 mecha cores directly to Qin Feng. Now this posture. If Qin Feng were to bid, the price of these 2 mecha cores would likely exceed 100 million today. However, Qin Feng's face was expressionless at this moment. He had long known that the price of these 2 mecha cores would be very high. However, Qin Feng had hundreds of millions of gold coins on him, so it was very easy to get these 2 mecha cores. Anyway, gold coins are not worth much to Qin Feng. He can get tens of millions of gold coins just by killing a few hundred wild monsters. 80 million once. 80 million twice. 90 million. Qin Feng shouted directly. Hearing Qin Feng's voice, Anna finally felt relieved. 90 million. Is there a higher price? Anna looked off the court. 92 million. Everyone looked at an old man on the first floor, feeling very strange. Is this old man so rich? Why doesn't he go to the box on the second floor? I don't know. Maybe he has some kind of hobby. After all, some people prefer to keep a low profile. If it weren't for the appearance of these 2 mecha cores, this old man might not want to be too high profile. 100 million. Qin Feng didn't seem to expect that there would be people asking about the price. The price was directly raised to 100 million gold coins. Anna's heart was in turmoil at this moment. Is this little guy so rich? Anna muttered. After hearing Qin Feng's voice, the old man hurriedly shouted, Young friend, can you give it up? The old man seemed to be running out of money and was ready to deal with Qin Feng, the source. But Qin Feng did not respond. The purpose of his coming to the auction was to get these 2 mecha cores. Otherwise, how would he make his own Hurricane Ranger? I'm willing to exchange my treasure with you. The old man noticed that Qin Feng did not respond and shouted again. Qin Feng saw this and said, You should keep it for yourself. I can use it. The old man had no choice but to sit back on the stool. Is there a higher bid of 100 million? If not, then this lot belongs to this gentleman. Clang. The hammer fell. It seemed that Anna was also afraid that someone would continue to raise the price with Qin Feng, in which case Qin Feng might have to raise the price again. Although raising the price is reasonable for their Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, Qin Feng, as a partner of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, cannot do anything to cheat her partners. Alright, the auction has been going on for an hour and a half, and is almost over. We still have one last item to auction. This one. Anna lifted the red cloth, revealing the treasure inside. What the hell? Is this true? Is this a recovery gem? A stone emitting a light blue color appeared on the stage in front of everyone. Judging from the color, this should be a recovery gem. If you add this gem when forging equipment, there's a chance it will restore health and mana. I want this thing. Don't let anyone snatch it from me. I'm a fucking mage. This thing is most powerful when used with a mage. Everyone, I'm a mage, please give me some face. I'm giving you a damn face, what a loser. Who says only mages can use it? Can a warrior use it? As a warrior charging in a battle, don't I need a recovery gem even more? How dare you, a mage standing behind me, yell at me? Ends, don't go too far. I already gave you the paralysis ring, and you still want to snatch this treasure from me? I'm telling you, no one can help me today. I'm telling you, I want this recovery gem. The first floor is already noisy. But Qin Feng was not very interested in this recovery gem. Qin Feng could see that the level of this recovery gem was very low. It was just a level 1 recovery gem. That is to say, there is a 10% probability of recovering 5% of health and magic points. Qin Feng does not take this improvement seriously. I don't know what they are fighting for, a piece of junk gem. Qin Feng shook his head. As for this thing, let alone auctioning it, Qin Feng would not even bother to take it even if it was given to him for free. Anyway, he was very satisfied with what he got from this auction, 2 mechanical cores and a divine crystal that could break delusion. However, the delusion-breaking divine crystal cannot be used now, and it has to wait until the 5th transformation before it can be forged. However, it seems quite difficult for Qin Feng to reach the 5th level. Qin Feng's improvement speed is only about 5 levels a day. If he wants to reach the 5th level, it will take about 2 to 3 months, which is the minimum. However, as Qin Feng's level increases, the experience required is also very terrifying. But Qin Feng is the kind of person who likes to kill monsters above his level, so there will be a certain amount of experience bonus, so the upgrade is relatively faster. Now that all the materials for building the Hurricane Ranger have been collected, you can directly find a good place to build it. As long as he creates the Hurricane Ranger, Qin Feng will have both long-range and short-range mechanical equipment. Hurricane Ranger is extremely fast, and its damage is also very explosive. By then, Qin Feng's upgrade speed will probably be able to increase by several levels again. Moreover, Qin Feng has an energy crystal core on his body, which can allow him to evolve the Hurricane Ranger directly into epic equipment or even mythical equipment when he creates it. Qin Feng came to the factory that Anna found for him. At this time, equipment was being manufactured in an orderly manner inside the factory. Qin Feng found a relatively quiet place. Put all your materials on the table. An immortal level Hurricane Ranger, plus an energy crystal core. Qin Feng seemed to be about to see his own mythical equipment. Then Qin Feng started to make it directly. With Qin Feng's application of mechanical knowledge, half an hour later, Qin Feng directly made the Hurricane Ranger. Hint: congratulations on crafting the Hurricane Ranger, epic equipment. Receive an additional reward. Random treasure chest, Immortal, 1. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You've received Hurricane Ranger, epic level 1, and random treasure chest, epic, 1. Chapter 124 Mythical Equipment, Hurricane Ranger. Chapter 124 Mythical Equipment, Hurricane Ranger. Epic level 1 equipment. But this isn't the end yet. Qin Feng took out the energy crystal core he had obtained before. Hint: energy crystal cores are very valuable. Do you want to add more? Qin Feng directly added in a total of 20 energy crystal cores. If other mechanics saw this scene, they would probably come up and slap Qin Feng several times. Is this how the energy crystal core is used? This is such a waste. However, Qin Feng is a man who owns 100 energy crystal cores. Throwing out 20 of them is just a drop in the bucket. He doesn't feel bad at all. What's more important is that he can directly obtain a piece of mechanical equipment of mythical quality. Hint: you have successfully crafted Hurricane Ranger, mythical equipment. World announcement. Huaxiao region, Awakener Tianming has successfully created his first piece of mythic equipment. As the first Awakener to create mythic equipment, he is hereby rewarded with 10 energy crystal cores and +1 luck. World announcement. Huaxiao region, Awakener Tianming has successfully created his first piece of mythic equipment. As the first Awakener to create mythic equipment, he is hereby rewarded with 10 energy crystal cores and +1 luck. World announcement. At this time, the level of the 3 kings of the United States is still 97. Even though there are many people pulling monsters, it is still very difficult for them to raise their levels. This is fate. I will definitely kill him next time. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger. King Yasa looked at the level 90 wild monster in front of him with a cold face, hacking and killing it madly. He seemed to regard this wild monster in front of him as his destiny. Don't talk about you. I'm the same way too. I dropped 3 levels. We've also failed our current job transfer quest. We'll have to do it all over again later. It's all because of this fate. But we're not at a huge disadvantage in the 10,000 races battlefield. I'm quite satisfied with our dual classes after exchanging 3 levels for them. Especially since my second class is an undead warrior, which comes with the ability to resurrect. My attack power is also incredibly strong, and targets touched by my attacks will have their attributes reduced. I believe that the next time I see Tianming, he won't be my match. The Titan King clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. However, King Ali on the side was not so lucky. King Titan and King Yasa both got dual professions, but after participating in the faction battle, he didn't get anything good, and was directly reduced by 3 levels by Qin Feng. It's okay. Next time, the 3 of us will definitely kill him. Let him also have a taste of what it's like to lose a level. But the next second. World announcement. Huaxiao region, Awakener Tianming has successfully created his first piece of mythic equipment. As the first Awakener to create mythic equipment, he is hereby rewarded with 10 energy crystal cores and +1 luck. The 3 of them just froze in place. Mythical equipment? What I just heard was mythical equipment. How could this destiny create mythical equipment? They were no match for Qin Feng with his previous equipment, and now that Qin Feng has updated his equipment, they are even less likely to be his opponents. Forget it. Forget about him. Let's just level up honestly. Our primary goal now is to raise our level to 100. There are already 3 level 100 Awakeners in the Huaxiao region, especially the first one, Tianming, whose level has reached 125, while the second one, Yusin, is only 103. You know, we have been at this level for 2 days now, and the gap between us and Tianming is getting bigger and bigger. The Titan King gritted his teeth. Now I really want to know what this destiny's talent is. It's amazing that the level can be increased so quickly. Don't forget his mechanical equipment. Its high damage is enough for him to easily defeat monsters of higher levels. And with that kind of damage, do you think he can level up slowly? And now he's crafted mythical equipment. It seems his level is increasing even faster. It seems like it's going to be difficult for us to catch up. As an elite of the United States, King Yasa has always looked down on China. Now someone like Qin Feng has climbed over his head. King Yasa feels really aggrieved, but he really can't do anything. He knew that the gap between him and Qin Feng was huge. Master Tianming, I want to say, is there anything you can't craft? Before, you were crafting legendary equipment, and now you're skipping epic equipment and crafting mythic equipment directly. Since Destiny is so strong, I feel like we are useless. Boss Destiny's talent is definitely not just S level. I feel like it must be SSS level at the very least. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so much stronger than us. Look at how many awakened people with S-level talent there are, and you'll find that they are not comparable to Boss Destiny at all. What the above person said is right. I've actually been doubting Boss Tieming's talent for a long time. Otherwise, how could someone with an S talent kill a level 60 purple gold boss at level 10 and even kill a level 120 demon general? He's still a human being, but if his talent is SSS, that's another story. Although SSS is only 2 levels higher than S, maybe these 2 levels are as different as a chasm. Big Boss Destiny YYDS. At this time, Qin Feng was observing the equipment he had made, and he almost jumped up. In his previous life, Qin Feng didn't have a piece of mythical equipment of his own until his death. Not to mention mythical equipment. He didn't even have an immortal or epic equipment. The highest level he got was just a legendary mechanical equipment. Qin Feng looked at the newly released mythical equipment, Hurricane Ranger, in front of him. Hurricane Ranger, mythic equipment. Level, 120. Quality, mythical. Occupation, mechanic. Attack, 3.4 million-5 million. Additional features. 1. When attacking, if there are teammates around, each unit will increase defense by 6%. 2. When attacking, if there are teammates around, each unit will increase the attack by 10%. 3. When attacking, if there are teammates around, each unit will increase the bleeding effect by 30%. 4. When attacking, if there are teammates around, the flaw will be triggered. Each unit will be attacked at the weak point, causing double damage while recovering 20% of the maximum attack power. 5. When attacking, if there are teammates nearby, there is a 1% chance of causing devastating damage. Instant death. 6. When escaping from attack, the movement speed increases by 40% and the health is restored by 3% per second. Chapter 125. Integrating into the delusion-breaking Divine Crystal. Huge improvement. Chapter 125. Integrating into the delusion-breaking Divine Crystal. Huge improvement. Qin Feng was completely stunned when he saw the properties and characteristics of the equipment he had created. The attributes of this equipment are actually okay, with only a few million attack power, but this feature shocked Qin Feng a little, especially when there are teammates around him. For every teammate, the Hurricane Ranger will increase his defense by 6%. If there are tens of thousands of people on Qin Feng's side, then the defense attribute of this equipment will increase by 60,000%. This bonus is unimaginable. Qin Feng looked at the divine crystal of delusion breaking in his hand, wishing he could use it. If the Hurricane Ranger is equipped with the ability of the delusion-breaking divine crystal, the damage will definitely be even more explosive. Just finish speaking. Hint: the delusion-breaking divine crystal can be used. Do you choose to use it? Qin Feng was a little confused when he heard the system prompt. Isn't this delusion-breaking divine crystal usable only at the 5th level? Qin Feng said to himself. However, since it has been indicated that it can be used, Qin Feng naturally will not leave it in the ring to gather dust. Hint: you have used the delusion-breaking divine crystal, sacred material, on the Hurricane Ranger, mythical equipment. The attributes of the Hurricane Ranger, legendary equipment, have been greatly improved, and the attack power has increased by 50%. Tip: due to insufficient level, the demon fragment cannot be used. Tip: your equipment, Hurricane Ranger, mythic equipment, gains 2 additional features, including the skills Breaking Delusion Strike, Breaking Delusion Eye, and Hide. Along with the system's prompt sound, Qin Feng discovered that the Hurricane Ranger in front of him had undergone earth-shaking changes. Then, the Hurricane Ranger who had just been created actually looked at Qin Feng and then slowly knelt down. It seems that after being promoted, Qin Feng's Hurricane Ranger has developed his own independent consciousness. Master. Although he couldn't speak fluently yet, at least he was a conscious subject. Not bad. Since you're conscious, I can't call you Hurricane Ranger anymore. I'll just call you Hurricane. Qin Feng looked at the Hurricane Ranger in front of him and said with a smile. Thank you so much, Master, for the name. Because of Qin Feng's SSS talent as the Master of Machinery, any mechanical unit under his command will never betray him. So Qin Feng is not worried at all that Hurricane will do anything bad to him. Qin Feng then opened Hurricane's panel, wanting to see how much he had improved after being strengthened by the delusion-breaking divine crystal. Hurricane Ranger Hurricane, mythic equipment. Level, 120. Quality, mythical. Occupation, mechanic. Attack, for 67W, 750W. Additional features. 1. When attacking, if there are teammates around, each unit will increase defense by 6%. 2. When attacking, if there are teammates around, each unit will increase the attack by 10%. 3. When attacking, if there are teammates around, each unit will increase the bleeding effect by 30%. 4. When attacking, if there are teammates around, the flaw will be triggered. Each unit will be attacked at the weak point, causing double damage while recovering 20% of the maximum attack power. 5. When attacking, if there are teammates nearby, there is a 1% chance of causing devastating damage. Instant death. 6. When escaping from attack, the movement speed increases by 40% and the health is restored by 3% per second. Breaking Delusion Strike causes extremely strong damage to any target. There is a 10% chance of causing instant kill. No cooldown. Eye of Delusion can see through the true form of any object. No cooldown. Hide. When out of attack mode, you will be in a hidden state, unable to be selected, and immune to all damage. No cooldown. There are a total of 6 characteristics plus 3 skills, and these 3 skills have no cooldown time. What caught Qin Feng's attention was the skill of concealment. It turned out that when leaving the attack state, the player would enter the concealment state and could not be selected. This skill also ensures the survival of Hurricane Ranger to the greatest extent. If the demon fragments could be used, Qin Feng could directly transform this mythical equipment into equipment of demon saint quality, and then the characteristics would probably be accompanied by the abilities of the demon clan. This is also what Qin Feng values. The strength of the demons should not be underestimated. Even in the previous life, they were extremely powerful. Even many void races were no match for the demons. However, in this life, Qin Feng actually obtained the mark of the Demon Lord, and now the mark of the Demon Lord has evolved into the mark of the Demon God. It cannot be said that all the people standing behind Qin Feng are from the Demon Clan. At the very least, those who belong to the Protection faction will do their best to protect Qin Feng. Alright, come with me. Qin Feng looked at Hurricane, then led him out of the room. Then he summoned Yu Yu. Let's see if we can build it. Qin Feng looked at Yu Yu and said. Yu Yu nodded. Then, a light gate opened, and about 30 Hurricane Rangers walked out. However, what disappointed Qin Feng was that the attributes of these Hurricane Rangers were the same as when Qin Feng first created them, not the attributes after being strengthened. Can't the enhanced attributes be forged? Qin Feng shook his head. But when I think about it, it's pretty good that Yu Yu can make something like this. It can be said that Qin Feng now has a team of Hurricane Rangers. Hurricane, these are all your subordinates. Qin Feng said while looking at Hurricane. Hurricane looked at the equipment that looked exactly like his own and nodded. Just when Qin Feng was about to leave, several very secretive auras appeared around Qin Feng. Master, there is an evil aura nearby. Hurricane was standing beside Qin Feng at this time, reminding him. Qin Feng nodded. In fact, he could already feel it without the hurricane reminding him. However, what Qin Feng could not have imagined was that these people from the evil camp actually dared to come to their territory. You must know that this is not an evil camp, and the aura on them will bring fatal disaster. But they still came. Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder if there was something here that they needed. It must be a treasure if these guys from the evil camp are willing to risk their lives to find it. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Can you feel how many people there are? Qin Feng looked at Hurricane and said. Hurricane felt it for a moment, then responded. There are 13 auras in total, but they seem to be keeping an eye on us all the time. Qin Feng was stunned after hearing Hurricane's words. Pay attention to them. Could it be that they have some treasure here? Chapter 126, is there any treasure? The treasure is me. Chapter 126, is there any treasure? The treasure is me. Otherwise, why would these guys come here? Could it be that they are here to look for me? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 13 figures appeared beside Qin Feng. They surrounded it in an instant. Wow. These people are really looking for me. Qin Feng looked at these guys strangely, and then suddenly remembered the 2 guys he had killed in front of the ruins. Are you here for revenge? Qin Feng asked. Revenge. Revenge. I know you've passed the trials, and you must have gotten a lot of good treasures. We'll give you a chance to live. If you honestly hand it over to us, we can let you go. Otherwise, we can still get it after you die. A man in black robe looked at Qin Feng and said in a cold voice. What the hell? Holy shit. This baby is mine. Qin Feng patted his forehead. He never thought that these guys would directly chase to the enemy camp for the rewards of the ruins trial. It must be said that they are really brave. Should I say you're amazing, or should I say you're clueless? Don't you know where this place is? If we find you, you'll probably die right here. Do you think we don't know? We've already blocked the aura here. We can't even use the teleportation array. Who do you think can come and save you? I advise you to be honest. Otherwise, you will end up dead. Qin Feng blinked. 13 people. Looks like you guys have me figured out. Interesting, I like it. I'll use you guys to try out my new equipment. You guys have to hold out for a while. It'll be really boring if you don't stop fighting. Qin Feng looked at the hurricane. Although he didn't know where they got the confidence from, and they actually thought they would die here, Qin Feng wanted to see why they were so confident. Fuck. Boss. This bastard actually mocked us. I can't stand it anymore. Just kill him. And I also found out that this guy seems to have some kind of paranoia. He's actually talking to the air. Yes. Go. 13 people rushed directly towards Qin Feng. Since Hurricane is not in combat mode now, he is in hiding, so it is normal that these people cannot find him. But when they rushed over, Hurricane instantly entered combat state. The guys from the evil camp stopped in their tracks when they saw the hurricane that suddenly appeared. When did this guy come out? How come I didn't notice him? You want to kill my master? Let me see your strength. This hurricane speaks much more fluently now. Holy crap. This is a great treasure. This robot can actually talk. Awesome. After we kill this guy, we should be able to sell this robot for a pretty good price. 13 against 2. Kill him. I don't believe we can't beat him. Then Yu released the Hurricane Ranger that she had just created. In an instant, the number of people on Qin Feng's side exceeded the number of people in black robes. They swarmed up and rushed towards the men in black robes. The speed is very fast. Even the previous Hunter hover cannon's firing speed cannot match the flying speed of these Hurricane Rangers. Brush. A Hurricane Ranger instantly cut a black-robed man in half. 1553W. True damage. This is the highest damage Qin Feng has seen except for air cutting. Third brother. After the black-robed man died, several other black-robed men shouted anxiously. But they were already unable to take care of themselves at this time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swish, swish, swish. 1553W. True damage. 1553W. True damage. 1553W. True damage. The knife fell with a loud swoop. These guys were chopped into pieces in an instant. He died without even using any hot weapons. Damn, I thought these guys were so powerful. I didn't expect that this is all they are. Just this. Qin Feng spread his hands. Hint. Congratulations on killing Evil Camp Dessen, NPC. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining 1000 W experience and 1000 W merit. Hint. Congratulations on killing Evil Faction Mud, NPC. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 1000 W experience points and 1000 W merit points. Hint. Congratulations on killing Evil Faction Cater, NPC. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 1000 W experience points and 1000 W merit points. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that these guys would give so many merits. Master, someone else is coming. Still from the evil camp. Hurricane reminded. Qin Feng nodded. 10 seconds later, another dozen men in black robes appeared in front of Qin Feng. When they saw the minced meat on the ground, they were all stunned. How is that possible? Don't worry about his robots. We just need to kill him. Once he's dead, these robots will be useless. The black-robed leader also knew his weakness as a mechanic, which was that he was too fragile. But Qin Feng is now as strong as a blood cow. After creating these Hurricane Rangers, Qin Feng's blood volume skyrocketed again. Even if I let these people chop me for a few minutes, I'm afraid they won't be able to chop me to death. This time, Hurricane's arms turned into huge cannons. Then the muzzle continued to condense energy, and then a red laser cannon enveloped everyone. No, run. They never dreamed that the damage these robots could cause would be so terrifying. The energy from the energy cannon alone was enough to terrify them. In an instant, more than a dozen men in black robes began to flee in all directions. But no matter how fast they are, can they be faster than the energy cannon? 4500W. True damage. 4500W. True damage. 4500W. True damage. In an instant, more than a dozen black robes turned into ashes. Hint. Congratulations on killing Evil Camp Anthony, NPC. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 100 million experience points and 20 million merit points. Hint. Congratulations on killing Evil Faction Basil, NPC. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 100 million experience points and 20 million merit points. Hint. Congratulations on killing Evil Faction Darcy, NPC. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 100 million experience points and 20 million merit points. Qin Feng discovered that the rewards for these people were much better than those for the dozen or so people he had gotten before. Chapter 127. Levels Soar. Yusin falls into confusion. Chapter 127. Crazy level surge. Falling into confusion. However, The damage of more than 40 million just now made Qin Feng a little surprised. This evolved Hurricane Ranger is different. The damage is several times higher. Qin Feng gained a total of more than 2 billion experience points. Even though Qin Feng's experience points were expanded tenfold, these 2 billion experiences were still enough for him to advance by nearly 10 levels. Reminder, your level has been upgraded, and the current level is 126. Reminder, your level has been upgraded, and the current level is 127. Reminder, your level has been upgraded, and the current level is 136. Qin Feng's level directly increased from 125 to 136, and he is actually not far from the second level. World Rank Ranking. First place, Destiny, level 136. Second place, Yusin, level 104. Third place, Jiang Xiaoyun, level 100. Fourth place, none. At this time, Qin Feng's level has already opened up 32 levels ahead of Yusin. At this time outside Baihu City. Huff, huff, huff. Yusin held a dagger in his hand and looked at the night blade leopard lying on the ground in front of him, his face covered with sweat. After spending a long time, he finally killed the night blade leopard. Finally upgraded again. After reaching level 100, I get more experience points, but the difficulty of these wild monsters has also increased a lot. But luckily my skills are strong enough. Yusin said to himself, I don't know what level of destiny I have reached now. No matter how powerful this destiny is, it shouldn't be able to pull me away too far. Yusin wiped the sweat from his face. Then Yusin opened the rankings. Fortunately, it's still level 125. But the next second, when he saw that destiny level 136 was at the top of the list, he fell to the ground. What? How is this possible? Wasn't his level only 125 when I checked just now? How did he suddenly reach 136? Did he defeat a boss? No. Even if I kill bosses, I can't possibly get this much experience. Could this destiny talent actually increase experience? If that's the case, then even if I work myself to death, I won't be able to catch up to his level. Yusin couldn't help but think. Because this is the only possibility now, otherwise how could it be upgraded so quickly? Everyone needs the same level. Even if Tianming has the help of so many mechanical equipment around him, it is impossible to increase the level to 11 levels in just a moment, right? How the hell can we play this? Yusin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He originally wanted to catch up with Qin Feng's level, but he found that not only could he not catch up, but he was now being left further and further behind. This guy is such a pervert, but it seems pretty good that we have such a pervert in the Huaxia region. Even if we can't grab the first place, it will be a huge deterrent to other war zones. With Tianming's perverted appearance, I'm afraid he can hold off more than a dozen legions by himself, right? If there is enough time, I'm afraid he can even eliminate the awakened people from several war zones by himself like before. Yusin no longer had any intention of continuing to chase Qin Feng. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Except for the time for eating, he basically spent the entire 2 days in the world of all races, and even gave up his sleep time. But even so, the gap in level between him and Qin Feng was getting wider and wider, and he accepted his fate. Qin Feng had no idea that the sudden increase in his level had caused a person to lose his dream of catching up with him. And just after these people turned into ashes, many more people rushed towards Qin Feng. Why are there still people? It's never going to end. Qin Feng was about to launch Hurricane to attack again, but soon he saw several familiar figures. Master, are you going to attack? The Hurricane is ready to fire. Master, I'm ready. Do you want to fire? Take it back. Diligence patted Hurricane's arm. Then Hurricane's arm slowly returned to its original shape. Qin Feng knew all these people, especially the beauty with big curly hair, who was none other than Anna, the head of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, Qin Feng also saw General Heisen was there. Why did you guys come here suddenly? Qin Feng scratched his head and looked at them and said, We sensed a faint, evil presence here and rushed over. How's it going? Where are they? Jace looked at Qin Feng and asked. Qin Feng pointed to the minced meat on the ground and the ashes beside it. It's all here. Qin Feng said. What? You mean these on the ground? Yeah, they're all dead. Qin Feng said casually. How is it possible, with your strength? At this time, the sharp-eyed Anna seemed to have discovered the extraordinary nature of the hurricane around Qin Feng. I sensed a familiar aura from above. Anna said doubtfully. Did you win that stone at the auction? Anna said in shock. Qin Feng nodded without comment. Yes, it's that stone, but that stone is called the delusion-breaking divine crystal, and it can improve the quality of equipment. 5.5 million is a steal, I guess. Qin Feng said with a smile. What's the quality of this mechanical equipment beside you? Is it immortal quality? Jace inquired. Qin Feng shook his head. Epic. Qin Feng still shook his head. Could it be a mythical piece of equipment? Jace's eyes widened in shock. As expected of the president of the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, he's really smart. Qin Feng nodded and said, Holy crap, it's actually mythical equipment. An old man who was also a mechanic rushed to Hurricane's side. But the next second, the Hurricane disappeared from their side. Where's the equipment? How did it suddenly disappear? Aren't you a little too stingy, my friend? I just wanted to take a look. You're not going to even show it to us, are you? This is one of his abilities. Whenever he's out of attack mode, he becomes invisible. So even though you can't see him, he's still here. Qin Feng shook his head. Qin Feng asked Yu to release one. Take a look at this one. Although this one is a little different from the previous one, the quality is both above mythical. What the hell? Why do you still have one? You actually have 2 mythical equipment. The next second, another one appeared. 3, 4, 5. Hey, little friend, what's going on? Are you in a wholesale market for mythical equipment? How come there are so many mythical equipment? The old man said with a frown. Chapter 128, Trading 2 Forbidden Spell Skill Books. Chapter 128, Trading 2 Forbidden Spell Skill Books. That's not right. I remember that Hurricane Rangers don't repair their equipment. How could it become mythical equipment? You're not. Energy Crystal Core? Holy crap, you're really wasting this. You actually upgraded an immortal equipment to mythical. But, do you have any Energy Crystal Cores left? I can buy them. Just name a price, and I won't bargain. The old man looked at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a beautiful woman, wishing he could swallow Qin Feng directly into his stomach. What are you doing? You scared the little friend again. Hee hee. My dear, I know you're definitely not short of gold coins. How about this? I can give you the title of Earl. How about that? I'll trade you the title of Earl. How many do you want to change? Qin Feng said casually. Change a few? How many do you have on you, little friend? Qin Feng had used 20 of them before, but he was rewarded with 10 energy crystal cores, so he had a total of 70 left. I can exchange 5, but if you want to exchange 5 with me, an earldom alone is not enough. Qin Feng looked at the old man and said, You, how many did you say you have on you you can exchange for 5? Does that mean you have more? That's about right. But I already used 20 just now, so I'll only change 5 anyway. Qin Feng said casually. How about I trade you the title of Earl, not Marquis, plus some skill books? Fuck. Zhang Quan, you're so generous. You're willing to give up your Marquis title and skill book in exchange for an energy crystal core? Dancy, don't forget, although this energy crystal core can increase the success rate of advancement, it's only 1%. If it fails, all your efforts will be wasted. Another old man next to him reminded. Wang Fu, I've made up my mind. As long as I can get one piece, I'll be satisfied. As for whether I can succeed, that depends on fate. If I fail, I won't regret it. What are you talking about? My energy crystal core has a 5% success rate. Where does the 1% come from? Qin Feng listened to the conversation between the two and scratched his head in surprise. You know, the energy crystal core can. What did you say? What's the probability of your energy crystal core being upgraded? 5%. 5%. Haha. The quality of your energy crystal core is. Zhang Quan asked anxiously. Mythical. What's wrong? But isn't 5% a bit low? When I used it on this Hurricane Ranger, I used 20 pieces. Qin Feng said doubtfully. Is a 5% probability still low? Without the energy crystal core, it would be absolutely impossible to upgrade the equipment. You have to know that this is not just a 5% probability issue. It is the key to the equipment's ability to upgrade. Zhang Quan responded. Is that so? Okay, let me see what skill books you have. If it's a wizard's forbidden spell skill book, I can give you an extra one. Although this energy crystal core is difficult to obtain, the forbidden spell skill book for the mage profession is even more difficult. You want a mage's? Then you've got the perfect time. I happen to have a mage's forbidden spell book. Zhang Quan rummaged around. Then he took out a yellowed book and placed it in Qin Feng's hand. Look at this. How about this? Zhang Quan said anxiously. Fire Dragon Hell. It's actually a large-scale forbidden spell skill book. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded. If this forbidden spell skill book is given to Jiang Xiaoyun, it will definitely be a great help. Moreover, with this skill, it will be absolutely a magical skill in future activities such as national wars. At the same time, he is also a priest, with purgatory in one hand and healing in the other. He can be said to be an absolute big boss. Alright, I have a priest skill book here. Do you want it? I can't take your energy crystal core for nothing, so I'll give you this priest forbidden spell skill book. Zhang Quan took out another skill book. Holy Light Revival, a large-scale recovery skill with a 30% resurrection bonus? This skill's effect is a bit too incredible. Qin Feng looked at the priest's skill book and swallowed his saliva instantly. Jiang Xiaoyun possesses a large-scale recovery skill, but the most powerful aspect of this skill is not the recovery, but the 30% resurrection effect that comes with it. You have to know that for this kind of large-scale skill, even 30% is a very high probability. I want both of these skill books. Qin Feng is rich and powerful, who made him own the energy crystal core. Alright, this is the Marquis token. You can exchange it when you have time. I originally kept this for my son, but Zhang Quan's eyes turned red as he spoke. Qin Feng thought that Zhang Quan's son had an accident and died, and was just about to comfort him. Then Zhang Quan continued. He's useless. All he does is play around all day. This title is useless to him, so it's better to exchange it with you. Qin Feng just wanted to give him a thumbs up and say, Slutty, you're still the sluttiest. This turn of events is truly unprecedented. Okay, now that we know there's nothing going on here, that's enough. But you'd better be careful. I don't know why these people from the evil camp came to our territory, but you must have a secret. I still hope you can protect yourself well. Heisen looked at Qin Feng and said very seriously. Qin Feng nodded. Then Zhang Quan took Qin Feng's 2 energy crystal cores and left in a hurry. He should have gone back to upgrade his mechanical equipment. Qin Feng looked at the token in his hand. You've already got the title of Marquis. Now that you've got the title, you can exchange it for merits directly. Tip: current rank can be upgraded. Qin Feng now has more than 1 billion merits, which can directly promote him from a 1-star general to a general. Qin Feng looked at his current merits. There are a total of 1.6 billion merits. It takes 50 million merits to upgrade the rank of general by 1 star, and 100 million merits to upgrade the rank of general by 1 star. In his previous life, Qin Feng had no idea how many demons he had killed before he could upgrade his rank to 3 stars as general. But now Qin Feng has just awakened for less than a week, and his military rank is enough to promote him from a general to a 9-star general. To be promoted from a 9-star general to a marshal requires 1 billion merits. Chapter 129 General 9 stars. The second phase of the mission begins. Chapter 129 General 9 stars. The second phase of the mission begins. Qin Feng now has 200 million merits left. Qin Feng estimates that after completing the task, his rank can be promoted to marshal. By then, I'm afraid that Heisen will become his subordinate. Wrong. His current military rank is already higher than Heisen's. Heisen has the rank of 1-star general, while Qin Feng has the rank of 9-star general. It's only been 2 days, and my rank has surpassed Heisen. So who will lead the team tomorrow, him or me? Qin Feng laughed twice as he spoke. Destiny. Military rank. General, 9 stars. Military rank privileges. 1. You can accept general-level missions. 2. Can directly participate in the formulation of combat missions. 3. Train the army, with the upper limit of the army size being 80,000 people. Qin Feng's military rank was directly promoted to the 9th-star general, a level that Qin Feng in his previous life had never reached. The way to obtain merits is very monotonous. Apart from completing tasks and killing members of the evil camp, the only option left is to kill monsters from the abyss. However, the appearance of the abyss monsters is not continuous. Just like the black vortex Qin Feng saw before, it was a channel-like thing created by artificial manipulation. In this way, the abyss can be connected with the world of all races. Therefore, it is not so common to want to improve military rank by killing abyss monsters. After all, it was largely a coincidence that Qin Feng encountered so many abyss monsters before. At the same time, after Qin Feng's military rank was promoted to the 9th-star general, his army could start expanding again, but Qin Feng did not do so. However, after his military rank was promoted to general, Qin Feng's work in the military became much easier. After all, neither a general nor a lieutenant general is a real general, and they cannot lead an SSS-level mission like tomorrow's. However, after Qin Feng's military rank was promoted to the 9th-star general, it became much easier for him to complete the tasks afterwards. Then Qin Feng went offline directly. When Qin Feng came online again, it was already early morning of the next day. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. Congratulations on obtaining. Hint: today's secret realm reward. There are rewards for being number 1 on the leaderboard, as well as daily rewards for secret realm copies. Qin Feng once again harvested a Dark Abyss 2-headed dragon mount egg and some low-grade mount eggs, but Qin Feng did not pay attention to them. Qin Feng flashed and arrived in front of the teleportation array of Qinglong City. Then he went straight to the teleportation array. At this time, the channel has become very noisy. Master Tianming, when does the mission start? Every time I remember that there's an SSS level mission I haven't completed yet, I lose all hope of leveling up. Yeah, when can we get there? Is Boss Tianming here? Please tell us the specific time. It's really boring for us to wait here. Many people were complaining on the channel. I saw Boss Tianming from Qinglong City. Boss Tianming's return basically means our mission is about to begin. Qin Feng then issued a notice. Mission reminder, gather at Jufeng City. Mission reminder, gather at Jufeng City. Mission reminder, gather at Jufeng City. There were 3 mission reminders, and everyone participating in the mission noticed them. Woohoo! It's finally starting. If I wait any longer, I'm afraid all the flowers I'm waiting for will wither. Brother Ming, go, 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 gather at Jufeng City. Brother Ming, I'll go first. The teleportation array from White Tiger City to Jufeng City is so cheap, it only costs 1 gold coin. I remember it cost 10 gold coins before. Could it be because of the mission? I'm also a gold coin. How wonderful. I saved 9 gold coins for no reason. So happy. Hello, General. Teleport to Jufeng City. Qin Feng looked at the soldier and said, Good General. Then Qin Feng's figure disappeared in front of everyone. I just saw that Boss Tianming has passed by. I'm still on my way to the teleportation array. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Reminder, welcome to Jufeng City. The system prompt sounded, and Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Welcome, General, to Jufeng City. Many soldiers spoke very respectfully after seeing Qin Feng. Moreover, as Jufeng City is a major military strategic location, there are a lot of people responsible for guarding it. Qin Feng nodded casually and went straight to the military camp. Master Destiny. Master Destiny. I saw a real Master Destiny. Hey, Master Destiny is looking at me. Haha. Master Destiny is looking at me. I'm already very satisfied to be able to do a mission with Boss Tianming. Not to mention that this is an SSS level mission. But let's be honest, at our level, I'm still a little worried. Will we die? If that happens, won't we be unable to log into the Myriad Races world for 2 days? It's only 2 days. I've already made up my mind. As long as I can complete the mission, 2 days of wasted time is wasted. Nothing is more important than my SSS mission. However, Qin Feng heard every word they said. Qin Feng heard it, and it seemed to be true. Their level was still a little low, but Qin Feng's ultimate weapon had not arrived yet. After Jiang Xiaoyun arrived, he would definitely be able to guarantee the safety of these leaks to the greatest extent. If something happens this time, it will definitely affect Qin Feng's next attempt to reap the benefits. People like them are basically going to fight against the undead army. After all, the enemies in the undead army are not of very high level, and they are not monsters above level 100, so they have a great chance of killing them when fighting against them. At the same time, there are so many people on their side that they can form a team to fight. If they fight alone, the probability of being killed is still very high, but if they form a team, many problems can be avoided. Mission tips. This mission is quite difficult, so if you feel you're not strong enough, it's best to form a team. This way, you can maximize your survival rate. Of course, only by surviving can you kill the undead. Killing the undead will earn you merit points, and experience points are also quite abundant. Mission tips. This mission is quite difficult, so if you feel you're not strong enough, it's best to form a team. This way, you can maximize your survival rate. Of course, only by surviving can you kill the undead. Killing the undead will earn you merit points, and experience points are also quite abundant. Task tips. Chapter 130 Team Up. The army sets out. Chapter 130 Team Up. The army sets out. If it weren't for the task reminder released by Qin Feng, I don't know how many people would have forgotten about the team function. Oh shit. Yeah, we can team up. That way, we can get a lot of experience points and merits. Even though our levels are still low and we can't use the merits yet, we'll definitely be able to use them later. Come on, come on. Team up. I'm a warrior. I have 2 pieces of gold equipment on me, so if you want to team up with me, pay attention. Is there a priest? I need a priest. And then there's a warrior and an assassin. Please, a priest. Is there a priest? Don't beg me. Priests are already in short supply, and with so many people, how many priests can we have? Damn it. Dude, you're a priest, right? Team up with me. I'll definitely protect you. Forget it. I don't have any feelings for men. I still want to be on the women's team. Just as these people were forming a team, Qin Feng had already walked into the military tent, and Heisen had been waiting for a long time. Moreover, Heisen looked at Qin Feng with a strange look at this time. After all, he was his subordinate 2 days ago, but he didn't expect that he would surpass him directly. You're here. According to the information we've received, many areas near Piaomiao City have already fallen. If the situation continues to spread at this rate, I'm afraid that within a few days, the undead army will be directly targeting the 4 holy cities. Therefore, our mission this time is extremely difficult. and we don't have much time left. Heisen looked at Qin Feng seriously and said. Qin Feng nodded. I see. Then he walked to his seat and sat down. Sir, I'll leave the leadership of the team to you this time. Heisen looked at Qin Feng and said respectfully. Leave it to me? No thanks. You're the leader this time, and you're the one who's supposed to handle the plan. Qin Feng looked at Heisen and said. Although Qin Feng said this, if Heisen's plan could not be approved by Qin Feng, then he would definitely propose it. After all, his current status is far higher than Heisen's. Qin Feng has the ability and privilege to remove Heisen. Heisen had originally planned to let Qin Feng handle it, but he didn't expect that Qin Feng would trust him so much and give him such an important combat plan. Yes, sir. Please rest assured, my plan will not go wrong. Heisen looked at Qin Feng very seriously and said. Then Heisen began to allocate the plan for this operation and the issue of personnel transfer. Heisen assigned a combat position to each of his subordinates. Heisen had learned about it beforehand, so the assignment was very appropriate. Afterwards, Qin Feng was the only one left at the scene who had not been assigned or transferred. Sir, we've already made the assignments, but you don't need to clear any particular area. You can move freely, and if there are any accidents, I hope you can help resolve them. Heisendeo. Qin Feng nodded after hearing this. Okay, let's divide it up like this. The battle plan is quite detailed, and I don't have anything to add. At this time, Qin Feng's subordinate Yumian walked up to Qin Feng. Master, my mission is to clear the undead from several towns in the southwest of Pyongyang City. Do you want to join me? Or do you have any special plans? Qin Feng stroked Yumian's hair and said, Action? We'll just have to act according to circumstances. But I can go and clean up with you first, and then we can clean up other areas. In fact, Qin Feng only needs to complete this task completely, and then kill the undead sack in the end. This way, your task is completed directly. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun also arrived late. Why did you come just now? Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and said. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feng and stuck out his tongue. I got up late. Fortunately, I made it in time. If I hadn't, it would have been a waste of you helping me level up, Brother Feng. Upgrading and all that is secondary. However, I'm giving you 2 skill books that perfectly correspond to your 2 classes. One is Flame Purgatory, a forbidden spell skill. The other is Holy Light Revival, a large-scale recovery skill with a 30% chance of reviving teammates. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and said, Forbidden spells and resurrection skills. Jiang Xiaoyun opened her mouth and said in shock, Hurry up and study. The mission is about to begin. Qin Feng placed 2 skill books in Jiang Xiaoyun's hands. This time Jiang Xiaoyun did not refuse, but learned it directly in front of Qin Feng. She knew that only after she had learned these 2 skills could she help Qin Feng in the subsequent tasks. The priest's healing effect is a natural counter to the undead and monsters, so your current damage should be able to kill the undead instantly if nothing unexpected happens. Qin Feng said, Yeah, as long as I can help Brother Feng. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded. The first phase of the recruitment mission has been completed, and now we have entered the second phase of this SSS mission. Mission tip: investigate the appearance of the undead aura. The first stage of the mission has been completed. Now comes the second stage. Second stage mission: clear out the undead armies in towns such as Changjia Town, Tujia Town, and Duluan Town in the southwest of Pyongyang City. Mission reward: kill an undead and get 10 merit points. I have to say that Qin Feng's heart is really black. Killing an undead will give you 10 merits. Wow. Finally, the second mission has been released. Hey, killing one will give you 10 merits? Is that so good? It seems that merits are not that difficult to obtain. The person above is probably dreaming. If it weren't for this mission, you wouldn't even know what a merit is, right? How dare you say such a thing? It's not that hard to get. This is all due to the favoritism shown to us by Lord Tianming. Otherwise, how could he possibly give us so many rewards? I'm afraid that when the time comes, Tianming will give us many more merits. Anyway, I'll do whatever Boss Tianming tells me to do. 10 merits for an undead. This mission is obviously for merits, and the monsters in missions like this give much more experience than the monsters outside. I've set a small goal, to raise him 2 or 3 levels first. It's the second phase, go go go. Brothers, I'm ready, how about you? Chapter 131, Tension, Terrifying Buff Effect. Chapter 131, Tension, Terrifying Buff Effect. I can't even imagine whether I'll live or die next. We have a team of 10, but there isn't even a single priest. We have 3 warriors, 2 mechanics, a mage, 2 assassins, and 2 marksmen. I'm speechless about our team. It's really too bad. Is there a team with more priests? Please help me. It's really too bad. I don't want to be sent away just as I start the mission. Chi, why are you so concerned? Wouldn't it be better if you were a little more servile? Why do you need a priest? Can't you prepare some recovery potions yourself? I already spent most of my money buying a lot of recovery potions yesterday. Fuck. I forgot. I'm buying it now. After receiving this reminder, many people began to buy recovery potions frantically. Generally, 1 gold coin can buy about 100 potions, but they can no longer go back to the city to buy them because the mission is about to begin, so they can only buy them from the auction house, but the price in the auction house is slightly higher. But now the mission is about to begin. Who cares whether the price is high or not? Your own life and death is more important. At this time, Yusen, who had been silent all the time, spoke. Everyone can keep the merits they have earned. You can exchange them for good equipment later. If you have enough merits, you can even exchange them for a set of dark gold equipment. Yusen is not like Qin Feng. He did not choose to upgrade his military rank, but chose to purchase some equipment. The equipment Yusen is wearing now is the dark gold suit. He spent 2 whole days completing the mission. Every day he was either completing the mission or on his way to complete the mission. It would not be an exaggeration to describe Yusen as a workaholic. Holy crap, a dark gold equipment set? I can actually exchange it for dark gold equipment, but it's bound to be expensive. But even if it's expensive, I have to get a set. What I'm wearing now is all silver, not gold, and it cost me a lot of gold. I feel like I'm losing out. I'll just kill them. Kill all those damn undead. No one can stop me from gaining merit. Whoever dares to stop me will die. What the above person said is right. I think so too. Whoever dares to stop me will die. Then Qin Feng asked Yumian to reorganize his team. A total of 40,000 people lined up in the direction of Pyamyao City. Isn't your blood boiling? This is the first time I've experienced this kind of fighting feeling. I don't know why my heart is beating so fast. Stop it, stop it. I've almost adjusted myself, but you guys are really annoying. You're making me a little nervous too. I've never been this nervous before when I took exams, but now I'm actually nervous about a task from an SSS level person. That's okay. What the hell are you nervous about? You're nervous about having merits. Anyway, I'm ready to go all out and earn merit. Qin Feng watched the conversation between these people with no expression on his face. They may not know yet that they are now Qin Feng's subordinates, and Qin Feng will get credit for every undead they kill. However, Qin Feng didn't know whether this merit could trigger a 100-fold reward. If it could, that would be the best. Even if it couldn't, Qin Feng would still make a profit. Qin Feng thought of the purple gold medal he received when his rank was promoted to lieutenant general, and then he put it on directly. Then, the noisy army suddenly became quiet. Hint: you have obtained the buff effect of the purple gold medal, increasing your attack by 200%. Hint: you have obtained the buff effect of the purple gold medal, and your health has increased by 100%. Hint: you have obtained the buff effect of the purple gold medal, increasing your defense by 50%. The 3-system prompt sounds exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder from a clear sky. Wow, this attribute improvement is a bit abnormal. This is the purple gold medal of the Destiny boss, and it can actually increase the buff effect. Whether it's strong or not is one thing, but don't you see a problem? This buff has no cooldown period, which means it won't wear off. Damn it. What am I afraid of when Boss Tianming has this good treasure? Just kill him. My fight with the undead will end. The attribute that really matters to me is the 200 attack increase. It doubles my attack power. This is so cool. I feel like I can take on a swarm of undead by myself right now. With just one phase charge, I'm probably going to get hundreds of merits. Earning merits is so satisfying. I feel like the person upstairs is still asleep. Right, what the hell are you talking about hundreds of merits from a single phase charge? Let me tell you, our priest's healing skills are the natural enemies of these undead. Just wait for me to show off my skills and bring them to their knees. I have to say that Qin Feng's bonus is really too strong. Although Qin Feng did not think much of this bonus, after all, a purple gold medal was still a bit too weak for Qin Feng. The worst equipment Qin Feng has now are all fairy equipment. Equipment like purple gold are basically goods that are sold directly. Qin Feng may not like them, but his subordinates will definitely like them. After all, they don't even have a complete set of gold equipment, so the bonus of purple gold equipment will be a huge improvement for them. Anyway, as long as you don't die, this buff effect will never be cancelled. I just want to say that there are really too many good things on Boss Tianming. If I were not so weak, I would really like to rob him. Ha ha ha. Hey, if it wasn't for the purple gold medal, I would have thought it was a bonus from a fairy weapon. But how come Boss Tianming also has purple gold equipment? This is something I didn't expect. I felt that since Boss Tianming could forge mythical equipment, he should have fairy or even legendary equipment at the very least. But suddenly seeing a purple gold equipment, I feel a little uncomfortable. Get ready. We're heading to Pyamyao City. Qin Feng's voice just fell here. Qin Feng directly released the original three-headed dragon from the Mount Space. Then a figure over 100 meters tall appeared beside Qin Feng. Then he leaned over and rubbed Qin Feng's body. Chapter 132, Fighting the Undead Army. Chapter 132, Fight against the Undead Army. Oh my god, am I seeing things? This is actually a dragon mount. No, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Damn, that dragon was mentioned in the previous online post. I thought it was an NPC mount, but I didn't expect it to be our Destiny boss's mount. It's truly amazing. Then Qin Feng took Jiang Xiaoyun and moved onto the back of the dragon. Who's that woman next to Boss Tianming? It seems like there's something wrong between her and Boss Tianming. If nothing unexpected happens, this woman is actually Yun Xiaojiang, who was previously brought to the world announcement by Boss Tianming. After all, apart from her, I can't think of anyone else who can stand by Boss Tianming's side and have the qualifications to ride a dragon with him. Everyone was guessing, but in fact there was no need to guess at all. Just by thinking about it, they would know the identity of the person next to Qin Feng. Anger is tearing me apart. I also want to try the dragon, but how can I replace that woman? Many female awakeners are envious of Jiang Xiaoyun's position next to Qin Feng. Brother Feng, they seem to be looking at me in a strange way. Jiang Xiaoyun shrank his neck and said in surprise. But Qin Feng ignored it. The distance between Jufeng City and Piamiao City is not far. If you hurry, it will take more than half an hour to get there. When everyone arrived at their first stop, Changjia Town. Originally, the scenery around here was very beautiful, but when everyone arrived in Changjia Town, they found that it had become a paradise for the dead, and there was no trace of living people at all. The entire town was occupied by the undead. Before Changjia Town was devoured by the undead, it was also a relatively prosperous town. Although it was not as big as those cities, it still had a lot of people living there. Qin Feng stood on the three-headed dragon of the abyss, overlooking everything below. The aura in here is so strong. The aura of the undead is still constantly emerging. If it continues at this rate, the aura of the undead will have a huge impact on them. Jiang Xiaoyun said with a trembling heart as he looked down. As a priest, she has a very keen sense of this kind of undead. She feels that the strength of these undead is not very strong at this moment, but she senses something wrong from the aura of the undead. That's right. These undead spirits are very weak right now, but if they can stay under the influence of their undead energy for another day, their attributes will be greatly improved. If nothing unexpected happens, their attributes will double. Furthermore, these undead are still ownerless. They are all walking aimlessly and have no consciousness of their own. In other words, these undead are only the lowest level of undead. However, after being nourished by the undead energy, their strength will be greatly improved, and at the same time, spiritual intelligence will be born. Qin Feng said, if we want to get rid of these undead, now is the best time based on their strength. There is also an undead altar in the center of Changjia Town. These undead auras all come from the undead altar. It seems that this sack wants to use the altar's feedback to break the seal, but it seems that it is impossible to stop Sack from escaping. Qin Feng frowned. Master Tianming, can we take action now? With so many undead, my hands are itching to take action. Yeah, Boss Tianming, when can we go up? My sword is thirsty and can't wait to kill them. I want to go up and chop them to death. And just when they volunteered to kill the undead. Mission tips. Kill the undead in Changjia Town and clear them out with all your might. I'll give you half an hour. If you haven't dealt with them in half an hour, I'll take action. Qin Feng gave them half an hour to clean up. Then tens of thousands of people had completed the distribution. The warriors stood in front, and the mages were behind them continuously outputting damage. The shooters followed the mages and continued to output damage, while the priests were at the back to increase the health of the people in front. The assassin, on the other hand, attacks freely. After all, the assassin's attack is very explosive, and his elusive figure makes it impossible for these slower-moving undead to dodge. Their original damage was not enough to kill the undead instantly, but with the buff of Qin Feng's purple gold medal, their attributes skyrocketed, so it was very easy for an assassin to kill an undead instantly. Fuck, this damage is incredible. If I could, I'd love to be under Boss Tianming's command forever. This buff alone brings so much convenience. Who says it's not? An assassin drew a mark with the dagger in his hand, then appeared behind an undead in a flash. The dagger instantly pierced his head, and bones scattered all over the ground. Many assassins were frantically slaughtering the undead in Changjia Town, and they were enjoying the killing. It seems I underestimated their strength. It seems half an hour was too much. Qin Feng looked at the people moving forward and said to himself, at the beginning, Qin Feng's people were still able to gain the upper hand, but as time passed, many undead armies gathered together. The number of them was so dense that the awakened people on Qin Feng's side couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling when they saw it. Then they swarmed towards the main force as if they had seen something delicious. At this time, the speed of these undead seemed to have also increased. Holy crap, did these guys take stimulants? Why do they suddenly feel so much better? This has to be fake. Half of my health bar disappeared with one slash. Brother priest, give me back my health. Give me back my health. I'm going to die. A warrior was shouting frantically, but at this time the priest was already unable to take care of himself, as many undead had already rushed to their side. The aura of these priests is very resistant to these undead, so their primary target is the priest profession behind the large army. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyun directly revived 2 rays of holy light. This priest's skills are really too strong. The warrior who was just waiting to die with only a little blood left had his health increased to full in an instant. Regardless of him, the health of many people present also increased greatly. Chapter 133, Holy Light Resurrection. Blood Pump. Chapter 133, Holy Light Resurrection. Blood Pump. What skill was that just now? This one skill alone gave me over 100,000 more HP, but all my HP added together isn't as much as the HP restored. Is this a blood pump? It can restore HP so quickly. No more words. Go at him. With such a powerful priest behind them, who possesses a large-scale recovery skill, everyone instantly felt like they were injected with chicken blood. It's cold inside. The warriors roared, then rushed forward with swords in hand. And many mechanics controlled the little miracle men to launch a fierce attack on these undead. Some mechanics even had mechanical equipment like Gatling guns in their hands, and they were having a lot of fun. At times like this, the mechanic is really happy. The damage is not low, and at the same time, he does not need to go deep into the battlefield. He just needs to frantically operate the mechanical equipment from the back. Damn it! Killing an undead gives me 15 merit points, plus the reward from Boss Tianming. That means I get 25 merit points for each undead. I heard a set of dark gold equipment costs 50,000 merit points, so I can get it with about 20,000 undead. I've lost count of how many undead I've killed. My merit points are increasing like crazy. This experience of grinding merit points is so awesome. I've upgraded. I've fucking upgraded. I'm level 95. I just killed so many undead and actually got a level up directly. The experience points given by these undead are really quite a lot. One undead gives 5,000 experience points. You know, even the wild monsters I encounter outside only give 1/10 of their experience points. Killing one is equivalent to killing a wild monster outside. Haha, I don't know why, but I have a feeling I can reach level 98 after this mission. Maybe even level 99. Undead, die for me. Become my experience. Then, with a roar from the warrior, he rushed out in an instant. Since Qin Feng did not have any NPC help, the speed was much slower. However, with the existence of Qin Feng, the human-shaped wall-hanging figure, it was only a matter of time to clear out the undead here. But what could be more joyful than sitting back and collecting merits? Hint, Miyuan Xingfeng killed the undead. Congratulations on earning merit 5. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and earning merit 500. Hint, Shen Chun killed the undead. Congratulations on earning merit 5. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and earning merit 500. Hint, Zhang Sandao killed the undead. Congratulations on earning merit 5. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and earning merit 500. Every time a dead soul dies, Qin Feng can directly obtain 500 merit points. It can be said that nothing can come faster than this. So many undead souls can contribute nearly 100 million merit points to Qin Feng. This is just one town. There are still several towns waiting for Qin Feng and his army to clean up. Fuck me. Can you guys please leave some for me? You guys enjoyed the killing, but I haven't killed that many undead so far. You guys took them all away. You guys are really fucking going too far. Can you guys give me some meat? Give me some. I've been fighting for ages and you guys took it all away. I'm really going to throw up. You'd better stop talking. I've only killed less than 10 undead from the beginning until now, and every time they were snatched away by others. I'm just a tool, and I'm frantically earning experience and merit for you. Hint, Old Man killed the undead. Congratulations on earning merit 5. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and earning merit 500. Hint, I am the king, killed the undead. Congratulations on earning merit 5. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and earning merit 500. Hint, Emperor Domination killed the undead. Congratulations on earning merit 5. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and earning merit 500. It feels so good to earn merits just by lying down. Qin Feng looked at the awakened people below. The more they killed, the more he would gain. The needle doesn't poke. The needle doesn't poke. Qin Feng looked at these awakened people with great sensitivity. Qin Feng saw all their efforts. But Qin Feng felt that he had not yet mobilized the enthusiasm of these people. So Qin Feng decided to give them more rewards. But this reward was not available to everyone. Mission reminder. Undead kill ranking list is now open. Mission reward. The top 100 awakeners on the leaderboard will receive additional rewards. The rewards are unknown. Once the mission prompt was released, everyone, who were already ready to fight, rushed in even harder. That's right. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Anyway, when the mission is completed, Qin Feng's merits will definitely be worth billions, so the reward will definitely not be so stingy. For example, the top 10 members will each get a set of dark gold equipment. The top 50 will each get a set of gold equipment, and the last 50 to 100 members can choose one piece of gold equipment. Even so, for Qin Feng it was just a few million merits given away. Get out of my way. Rankings. I'm coming. You'd better get out of my way. You think you can make it to the leaderboard? I think you're just daydreaming. Mission tips. Rewards for the top 10 awakeners. Dark gold set. Rewards for the 11th to 50th awakeners. Gold set. Rewards for the 51st to 100th awakeners. One piece of gold equipment. Holy crap. Boss Tianming is being generous. Top 10. I want them. This reward is already very terrifying for these people, especially the set of dark gold equipment, which is worth 50,000 merits, and a set of gold equipment also costs 20,000 merits. Now, with Qin Feng's buff bonus and the rewards of this ranking, many people have begun to kill desperately, because the sound of improvement in Qin Feng's ears is getting faster and faster. Why don't you give it a try? These undead spirits will all give you merits, which are very important for you to upgrade your rank. Even if you don't want to upgrade your rank, you can still buy some things you need. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and said, I'd better heal them first. Seeing how excited they are, if I steal their monsters, I'm afraid many of them won't get much merit. Anyway, the equipment I have now is not weak, and I also have the Judge's Codex. Combined with my skills, it can be said that these low-level undead will not be able to withstand my damage. Jiang Xiaoyun clenched his fists. Chapter 134 Ranking List released. Everyone is excited. Chapter 134 Ranking List released. Everyone is excited. All Jiang Xiaoyun was thinking about was how to help Qin Feng do more things, not to earn merit for himself, as there would be many opportunities to earn merit in the future. Tip. Congratulations on entering the leaderboard, currently ranked 93rd. An assassin's face was covered in sweat, but when he heard the system's prompt, he became very excited and poured recovery potions into his mouth like crazy, as if they were free. Then the figure disappeared again. Crack. There was a sound of bones breaking. The assassin appeared more than 10 meters away and chopped off the head of an undead. Fuck you. If you try to steal again. Fuck. Still trying to rob, huh? I don't believe you won't kill monsters. I'm going to fight you today. Qin Feng's mouth twitched as he watched these people frantically snatching monsters, but he didn't take it to heart. At least no one was fighting over the ranking of this leaderboard. Otherwise, Qin Feng would be shooting himself in the foot. However, killing millions of undead is not that easy. At this time, the top 10 positions in the rankings are basically occupied by mages and mechanics. When facing this kind of battle situation, professions like warriors and shooters are indeed not as efficient in killing as professions like mages and mechanics that have large-scale explosive damage. Damn it, is this number 1 guy cheating? How come he has such a high merit point score? He's already double the amount of merit points he had in the 2nd place. Holy crap, this 20th place guy rushed in too fast. He actually made it to the top 10 in just a few minutes? He's actually an assassin. Holy crap, can an assassin even make it into the top 10? At this time, the altar of the undead seemed to have discovered the large-scale battle here, and the aura of the undead became even more dense. Seeing this, Qin Feng took a step forward and stood steadily in the air. Then he walked straight towards the altar of the dead behind him. Although his steps were slow, his speed was not slow at all. Hey, did you see that? There's a person in the sky. How did they do that? Someone can actually stand in the sky and even walk. This is... Holy shit, it's the Destiny boss, then everything's fine. Qin Feng arrived above the altar of the dead. At this moment, a roar came from the altar. Human, are you looking for death? Then Qin Feng's figure was instantly covered by the aura of undead. Hint, you are affected by the aura of the undead, and all attributes are reduced by 30%. Listening to the system's voice, Qin Feng had no expression at all. All his attributes were reduced, so it was reduced. Anyway, Qin Feng himself did not rely on his own attributes to fight. But at this moment, a skeleton man in a black robe slowly condensed above the altar. Human, this is not the place you should be. But just as he finished speaking, the mark of the demon god between Qin Feng's eyebrows instantly rose up, and then a black light shot out towards the man in black robe. It pierced through his eyebrows in an instant. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and even Qin Feng didn't notice it. Then the black-robed man's originally empty eyes were actually filled with green flames. Qin Feng could see the fear of himself from the flames in his eyes. Demon, why do you have the demon lord's mark on your head? And the color of the demon lord's mark on your head is not red. This is not something you should worry about. Qin Feng sneered. Then Hurricane appeared beside Qin Feng, and his right hand instantly condensed into a laser cannon. The muzzle continuously condensed energy, and in an instant, a huge amount of energy was condensed at the muzzle. Target locked. As soon as Hurricane finished speaking, the energy cannon instantly blew the black-robed man into pieces, killing him beyond deadliness. Then Qin Feng turned his attention to the altar. Altar of the Dead. Level 100. HP, 8000 W. Defense, 50 W. Introduction. The Altar of the Dead can make the dead increasingly powerful. It is also the channel of communication between the necromancer and the undead sack. A level 100 undead altar, with a health pool of 80 million. Qin Feng said to himself. If an ordinary awakener came and attacked this altar, he probably wouldn't even lose any health. But who can blame Qin Feng for being a man with a system? As a mechanic, all the damage dealt by his mechanical equipment is real damage, so the defensive effect of this altar is just a decoration for Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought of the characteristics of Hurricane's equipment. Now Qin Feng has a total of 40,000 people under his command, and Hurricane has received a lot of feedback. Hurricane, see how much blood you can dish out with one shot now. Qin Feng said. Okay, master. Hurricane nodded. A strike that breaks delusion. -10334W. True damage. A damage exceeding 100 million appeared above the altar of the undead. Hundreds of millions of damage? As expected of a mythical figure after fusing with the delusion-breaking divine crystal, the damage is explosive. Qin Feng looked at Hurricane and praised him. And at the moment when Qin Feng destroyed the altar, Qin Feng felt that someone was staring at him. A bunch of cowards. Don't you dare come out and see me? Qin Feng said sarcastically. The altar of the undead has been destroyed. Even if we leave, all that awaits us is to become part of the undead army. But if we can make amends and kill this guy, we may still be able to survive. But with his strength, wouldn't all of us just be wasted if we went up there? Didn't you see the damage just now? You know, even if we attacked, it would take a long time to destroy this altar, but in this man's hands, it didn't even last a second before it was completely destroyed. It was as fragile as paper. But I can tell he's unlikely to use that powerful attack again. Are you sure? Can you just use an attack like that casually? I'm sure he's at the end of his rope now, and the way he looked just now was probably just to scare us away. But I won't be fooled. If we don't leave today, we still have a chance of survival. But if we just run away like this, we will be in big trouble if Lord Sack blames us. We will definitely become part of the undead army. A man in black robe said with a grim expression. Chapter 135 Epic Boss. Chapter 135 Epic Boss. Then what are we waiting for? Let's act quickly. Let's go all out and see if we can kill this guy right away. After all, I believe that Lord Sack must be aware of this guy's strength, so he shouldn't blame us too much. Why? How could I meet such a guy? They all knew that if Qin Feng didn't die, they would be the next to die. Then, without hesitation, several people attacked Qin Feng in an instant. Finally dared to come out. Qin Feng said with a sneer as he felt several people rushing towards him. Boy, you're so arrogant. The next day will be your death. After saying that, the speed of several men in black robes increased dramatically again. They were ready to pin Qin Feng to death and would not give him any chance to resist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several arrows shot towards Qin Feng in an instant. Their target was Qin Feng's life, so the arrow was aimed at Qin Feng's eyebrows. Bang, bang, bang. However, the three arrows seemed to have hit something and shattered instantly, then turned into fragments and fell to the ground. But this is not over yet. When these three arrows shattered, Qin Feng felt the murderous intent behind him. It was at this moment that a man holding a bone blade appeared behind Qin Feng. Brother Tianming, watch out behind you. Jiang Xiaoyun, who was on the three-headed dragon of the abyss in the distance, was frightened when he saw this and shouted loudly. At this time, many awakened people also paid attention to the battle situation on Qin Feng's side. It was obvious that they were also frightened by this group of men in black. They had no idea how these men in black appeared next to Qin Feng. What the hell? Is Boss Tianming going to die here? If Boss Tianming dies, will we still be able to complete our mission? Why are you asking me? I don't know. But Boss Tianming should be able to survive, right? Another awakened one said doubtfully. Fuck. Can you two talk some sense? When has Boss Tianming ever lost? These guys are definitely no match for Boss Tianming. Some of Tianming's fans are also praising Qin Feng's strength crazily, but Qin Feng is indeed capable, and there is no need to praise him at all. Go to hell. The man in black behind him flashed his eyes, and the bone blade slashed towards Qin Feng's back. But the next second, the scene in front of his eyes was spinning rapidly, and the severe pain in his abdomen made him cough up blood instantly. Then he fell heavily to the ground. The person standing behind Qin Feng was none other than the Hurricane Ranger created by Yu in the pet space. What? There's another one. Originally, Qin Feng planned to use his own body to resist, but he felt a strong sense of oppression from the person behind him. It was obvious that the strength of these people should not be underestimated. It was because of this that Yu released a Hurricane Ranger to help her block his attack. At this time, Qin Feng finally saw the people who came to attack him. There were 6 of them in total. Each of them was covered with a black robe, making it impossible to see their appearance. However, Qin Feng can be sure that these people are definitely not undead. You destroyed the altar. You must die today. The leading man looked at Qin Feng and said coldly, but I can give you a chance. If you can give me the robot beside you, I can consider leaving you with an intact body. The man's eyes were full of greed. He discovered that the robot on Qin Feng's body was very powerful. If he could get this robot, it would definitely be a significant improvement to his own strength. You want my equipment? Then why don't you come over and try it? Just when Qin Feng was talking to a few people, the army led by Qin Feng and the awakened ones were all observing the information of these men in black. But what surprised them was that they couldn't see the identities of these men in black robes, and they couldn't even tell their levels. Everything was a question mark. It seems the level gap is too big, otherwise we wouldn't be able to tell their levels. But now we can only pin our hopes on Boss Tianming. If Boss Tianming is no match for us, then I'm afraid our second stage mission will fail. No need to worry about Boss Tianming. We just need to do our own thing now. I believe in Boss Tianming's strength. Don't forget that Boss Tianming is a man who frequently appears on the World Bulletin Board. At the same time, he possesses mythical equipment. I believe you should have seen how powerful mythical equipment is. He destroyed the altar with just one shot. So I can be sure that Boss Tianming will definitely not have any problems. You're right. Let's just focus on earning our merits. Holy shit. What the fuck? Are you all just animals? I was stunned for less than a minute, and I'm already squeezed out of the top 100? Is the competition this fucking fierce? You still have time for this nonsense? Excellent. I've already made it into the top 50. I'm not even thinking about the top 10 anymore. After all, my profession has its drawbacks. I definitely can't grab kills from you guys. But as long as I can stay in the top 50, I'm satisfied. Aren't you going to surrender yet? The leading man looked at Qin Feng and said sarcastically. He actually still wanted Qin Feng to admit defeat, so that they wouldn't have to waste time fighting Qin Feng, but it was obvious that Qin Feng was not the type to sit and wait for death. He admitted that the people in front of him were very powerful, but Qin Feng would not be afraid at all. You're not planning on using the ability you used before, are you? I admit that your attack is very powerful, but I want to know, can you still use that attack now? But while Qin Feng was speaking, he had already looked at the man's panel information. Undead Messenger Kulda, Epic Boss. Level, 150. Rank, Epic. HP, 2500W. Defense, 500W. Attack, 223W, 224W. Skills, Devour the Undead, Possess the Undead, Roar of the Undead, Summon the Undead. Introduction. The messenger of the undead spirit sack is not a dead spirit. Chapter 136 Recruitment? Rejection. Chapter 136 Recruitment? Rejection. Qin Feng looked at this guy's panel and had to say that this was the first epic level boss Qin Feng had seen, and his health was as high as 25 million. If there was no Hurricane Ranger, it would take some time to deal with him, but now Hurricane Ranger has been created by Qin Feng, so Qin Feng has no fear at all. Not bad. Not bad. Qin Feng happened to feel that his merits were a little low, but he didn't expect to encounter a real merit value. Qin Feng couldn't imagine how much benefit this guy could bring to him. What boy? Whether you agree or not, we have all seen your strength. Based on your strength, I believe that if you are willing to join our undead Lord Sack, I believe that you will definitely achieve extraordinary things under the leadership of Lord Sack. Tell me what's so good about being a human. You should know that we were all human before. But now we have surrendered to the undead spirit sack and become his messengers. Our strength has also been greatly improved. If you are willing to join, then I believe your strength will definitely not stop here. Joining your team? Achieving extraordinary things? And you're stopping here? Who told you that my strength would stop here? How can you dare to talk to me like this with your strength? I don't know what you rely on. Qin Feng snorted coldly. You're just an ignorant ant. How dare you look down on our Lord Sack? It seems that it's unlikely that you will join us. If that's the case, then you'd better die. Kolda sneered. Since we can't reach an agreement through negotiation, let's just fight it out. Hurricane, who had just entered a hidden state beside Qin Feng, was now exposed, and his arm turned into an energy cannon. Impossible. How could it still be used? You clearly used it once just now. Could it be that? It seems you're not that stupid. Did I tell you this attack can only be used once? Qin Feng said with a sneer. Target locked. Hurricane said seriously, looking at Kulda's face. At this time, Kulda also felt a strong sense of oppression. He felt that if he didn't dodge, he would definitely die here. Summoning the dead. Then Kulda instantly summoned hundreds of undead in front of him. It seemed that he wanted to use these undead to resist Qin Feng's attack. But he was still too naive. Could a few hundred undead souls be enough to block the hurricane's delusion-breaking strike? At the moment the energy cannon exploded, Kulda's face changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but the energy was too huge and he had no way to avoid it. This energy cannon instantly pierced through hundreds of undead in front of Ku Tu, and then these undead instantly turned into ashes and disappeared on the spot. These undead armies have no way to block the energy of this energy cannon, and they can't even weaken the energy within. No. A roar. This was Kul's last roar before his death. Hint. You killed Undead Messenger Kulda. Epic Boss. Gaining 4 million experience points and 500,000 merit points. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 400 million experience points and 50 million merit points. World announcement. Huaxia District, Awakener Tianming single-handedly killed Undead Messenger Kulda. Epic Boss. He is the first Awakener to kill an epic boss. He is hereby rewarded with a level +2, 100,000 gold coins, and 1 rare item. Epic level. World announcement. Huaxia District, Awakener Tianming single-handedly killed Undead Messenger Kulda. Epic Boss. He is the first Awakener to kill an epic boss. He is hereby rewarded with a level +2, 100,000 gold coins, and 1 rare item. Epic level. World announcement. Qin Feng once again appeared on the world bulletin board. Congratulations. You've triggered the 100x reward and received 1 million gold coins and 1 rare item. Mythical grade. At this time, everyone who was observing Qin Feng's attack was stunned where they were. Isn't this a bit too fucking powerful? What is this? Just one shot to destroy the world. We're all mechanics, so why is there such a big difference? I want a one-shot superhero too. You're at least a mechanic, right? I should have played a mechanic earlier. Someone told me the mechanic class wasn't very good, so I chose the warrior class. But now I realize who said the mechanic class was bad. This is damn good. He killed an epic boss with just one shot. I wonder what other class can do something so terrifying. The mechanic class is too strong. I want to choose a new class. I want to play a mechanic. Mechanic YYDS. Why would I play a mage? Mage is shit. I was thinking how cool the mage was, casting those devastating spells so easily and dazzlingly. But who could have imagined that the gap between the mage and the mechanic is still so huge? I'm really annoyed. I want to play a mechanic. I want to play a mechanic. But you can't reselect your profession in the myriad races world. If there was an option to reselect your profession, I would definitely choose mechanic first. The mechanic's combat is really too violent. This kind of artillery fire and damage is my favorite. Many people have been shocked by Qin Feng's attack, and they also have some admiration for the mechanic. But the next second, a basin of cold water was poured over him. Choosing a mechanic? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you really think all mechanics are destined to be big shots? If I could choose a profession, I would definitely choose another profession, right? You don't know how much gold this mechanic profession costs. Just buying some materials to craft equipment costs tens of thousands of gold coins. I just want to ask, which profession is as Kryptonian as ours? So if you don't have money, it's best not to get involved in the profession of mechanic. I regret it so much. Damn it. You should have told me earlier. I'm short of everything except money. If I'd known, I would have played mechanic. I love the feeling of spending real money. If I can't spend real money, I still wouldn't feel satisfied. The guy upstairs is the real boss. You're awesome. You're so arrogant. Chapter 137 Kill All. Chapter 137 Kill Them All. Your boss seems to be dead. Aren't you planning to run? You're just staring at me like that. I'm embarrassed to see you looking at me like that. Qin Feng looked at them jokingly and said, and the fact that Qin Feng did not continue the attack might be seen by them as a signal that his attack had failed. No way. You guys don't want to kill me anymore, do you? Or do you want to avenge your boss? At this time, after Qin Feng finished speaking, another man in a black robe rushed towards him. An ice blue bow and arrow appeared in his hand, and at the same time an invisible arrow appeared on the bowstring. Then he pulled the bowstring to full length in an instant, and the arrow attacked Qin Feng directly. Are you trying to attack me again? Qin Feng could see that this guy was very cautious, and his target had been himself from the very beginning. But his strength is not enough. Qin Feng summoned more than 30 Hurricane Rangers in a flash, and then surrounded Qin Feng. The arrow hit Hurricane Ranger without causing any damage. Then the man in black robe did the same thing and shot out dozens of arrows again towards the Hurricane Ranger in front of Qin Feng. He knew that if he didn't dismantle the robots around Qin Feng, it would be a joke for them to kill Qin Feng. After all, they couldn't even get close. An assassin in their original team was knocked unconscious by Hurricane Ranger's punch during his first attack. She just lay quietly behind Qin Feng. Apart from this assassin, none of them had the ability to get close, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare to go forward. After all, they had just witnessed the damage of the Hurricane Ranger, and even their boss was killed by a cannon. No, come together. I just don't believe it. Then the remaining few men in black robes rushed directly towards Qin Feng and launched a crazy attack on Hurricane Ranger. But after fighting for 2 full minutes, they found that there was no damage on the surface of Hurricane Ranger. How is this possible? Several people widened their eyes. There was something wrong with the defense of these robots. They had used all their strength, but it was still of no use. Several people were stunned for a moment. They really couldn't imagine that this Hurricane Ranger couldn't be broken no matter how hard they hit him. They hadn't killed mechanics before, but this was the first time they had encountered a mechanic as formidable as Qin Feng. In the past, even if they encountered some powerful mechanics, they could easily destroy their robots if they swarmed over them. But today, they began to doubt themselves. At this point, they no longer knew whether their own strength was too weak or this person's strength was too strong. What should we do now? We are no match for this person. Otherwise, we should leave first and tell Lord Sack about this person. I believe Lord Sack has seen everything here. They can't win the fight now. The only thing they can do is to escape from here, then tell Lord Sack the information about this person, and then let Lord Sack be prepared. Otherwise, no one knows whether he will be in trouble. After all, this person's strength is simply too incredible. It was also the first time they saw that the mechanic's mechanical equipment could kill them with one shot. Qin Feng also noticed their desire to escape. But now that you're here, isn't it a bit rude to just leave like that? Qin Feng directly ordered Hurricane Ranger to start the active attack. At this time, Qin Feng can be said to have complete control over the life and death of this group of people. As long as Qin Feng lets them live, they can live, but as long as Qin Feng lets them die, they will never be able to leave here alive. The Hurricane Rangers were very fast, but Qin Feng had no intention of killing them for the time being. It seemed that he just wanted to play with them. But even so, there were many scars on their bodies. No way. I thought you were so powerful, but this is all you can do. You're really too weak, so weak that I'm a little uninterested. Are you really the messenger of the dead? Why do you feel worse than those wild monsters I saw? I remember your former boss said that your strength improved significantly after you joined the undead, right? But I've noticed that your strength hasn't changed much since then. I'm starting to doubt just how weak you were before. Forget it. You guys can't even arouse my interest at all. You should go find your boss. After Qin Feng finished speaking, these Hurricane Rangers attacked with all their strength in an instant, and with one punch, they turned a black-robed man into a bloody mist. Hint: you killed Undead Messenger Dalwin, Epic Boss, gaining 4 million experience points and 500,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 400 million experience points and 50 million merit points. Hint: you killed Undead Messenger Mui E, Epic Boss, gaining 4 million experience points and 500,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 400 million experience points and 50 million merit points. The needle doesn't poke. The needle doesn't poke. Qin Feng killed all the men in black robes in an instant. Qin Feng gained hundreds of millions of merits again. Look, I told you before, the strength of Boss Tianming is definitely not comparable to these people. Hurry up, the aristocratic family will arrive in half an hour. By then, when Boss Tianming takes action, I'm afraid we won't get any merit. Half an hour has passed. Qin Feng was standing next to Jiang Xiaoyun at this time. It's been half an hour, time to test your strength. Qin Feng said with a smile as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyun, who was eager to try. Good. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded obediently. Purgatory of fire. Thanks to the equipment, the judge's codex, all of Jiang Xiaoyun's attacks do not require any chanting and can be performed instantly. Just after Jiang Xiaoyun was released, the ground in Changjia town, which was originally filled with the aura of the undead, began to crack in an instant, and then countless lava flames began to erupt, and large numbers of undead died at the hands of Jiang Xiaoyun. This damage is so high. Jiang Xiaoyun watched in surprise as the undead on the ground were instantly engulfed by flames, and then fell down in waves. At this time, the people who were still struggling to kill the undead also saw this scene and retreated one after another, fearing that the flames would affect themselves. Chapter 138 Jiang Xiaoyun, treated as a vase. Chapter 138 Jiang Xiaoyun was treated as a vase. They turned their attention to Jiang Xiaoyun beside Qin Feng. They originally thought that Qin Feng was so powerful and that Yun Xiaojiang beside him was just there to protect her, and then took her to the sky. But I didn't expect that this woman was so powerful. They were numb to the constant 7-digit damage. Birds of a feather flocked together. I thought the woman next to Boss Tianming was just some pretty face, but I didn't expect her to be so powerful. Just looking at that move just now, I'm afraid it wasn't a forbidden spell. Do you feel the same way? I feel the same way. Her skill has such a large range and deals such terrifying damage. It's definitely not an ordinary skill. It's definitely a forbidden spell. But what's even more strange to me is why this woman can activate the skill directly without chanting. Fuck, I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't told me. You're right. She really didn't seem to chant at all, and she instantly used such a powerful skill. Maybe this is talent. Many awakened mages felt bitter when they looked at Jiang Xiaoyun beside Qin Feng. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun's merit instantly rushed to the first place. Fuck, I'm out of the top 10. An awakened one said bitterly while looking at his 11th ranking. Qin Feng also noticed the situation on the ranking list at this time, and then erased Jiang Xiaoyun's name. Then the ranking level returned to its previous level. In this fiery purgatory, in just a few minutes, the remaining undead instantly turned into ashes and disappeared in the world of all races. Qin Feng then led his army towards the remaining areas. Basically, every time they arrived at an area, Qin Feng would give these awakened ones a chance to gain merit. Then, half an hour later, either Qin Feng or Jiang Xiaoyun would take action to destroy the remaining undead. But at this moment, system prompt. Undead giants appear in Piaomiao City. Please go and kill them. Listening to the system's prompt, Qin Feng thought that this undead giant was a subordinate of the undead sack and could be considered one of his generals. Qin Feng and others who were not far from Piaomiao City felt the aura of Piaomiao City. Roar. A roaring roar resounded throughout Piaomiao City. Wow, what a terrifying roar. Just by hearing that roar, I know this guy is definitely no ordinary person. He is definitely an extremely powerful boss. You don't even need to tell me that. If there weren't so many people here, I would have just fallen to my knees. After the terrifying loud noise, Qin Feng rode the three-headed dragon of the abyss and flew directly towards Piaomiao City. It seems that the seal under Piaomiao City has been completely loosened. Otherwise, this undead giant would not be able to appear on the undead altar. Heisen and others were also very shocked after seeing this undead giant. How is it possible? Qin Feng was sitting on the three-headed dragon of the abyss at this time, looking down at the undead giant below. This giant is less than 100 meters tall, but the aura he exudes makes people feel very uncomfortable. Undead giant, epic world boss. Level, 180. HP, 300 million. Attack power, 500 W. Defense, 1200 W. Skills, Undead Strike, Blackwater Power, Undead Domain, Undead Conversion. Introduction. The subordinates of the undead spirit sack were sealed with sack in the altar below Piaomiao City. They are extremely powerful. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that this undead giant was actually an epic world boss. The world boss was very different from an ordinary boss. If you can kill a boss of this level, the reward will definitely be very generous. It seems that participating in this mission was a good deal. Qin Feng was looking at the undead giant excitedly at this time. World announcement. Piaomiao City, the world boss undead giant has appeared. All awakened are requested to go and kill it. Awakened who participate in the kill will receive a lot of merits, gold coins, experience, and other rewards. World announcement. Piaomiao City, the world boss undead giant has appeared. All awakened are requested to go and kill it. Awakened who participate in the kill will receive a lot of merits, gold coins, experience, and other rewards. World announcement. Piaomiao City, the world boss undead giant has appeared. All awakened are requested to go and kill it. Awakened who participate in the kill will receive a lot of merits, gold coins, experience, and other rewards. 3 world announcements. In addition to the awakened people in the Huaxia zone, there are many awakened people in other war zones. When they heard the system prompt sound, they were all very excited. Holy shit! Holy shit! I'm going to fight a boss. This is the world boss. Apart from the previous faction battles, this is the first time I've encountered one, and it's in the Chinese war zone. But how are we going to get there? The war zone isn't there yet. Do you want to teleport to the world boss location? Teleport. Haha. Anyone who doesn't teleport is an idiot. You know, this is the world boss. The rewards are definitely extraordinary. But let's be honest. Why is this world boss in the Chinese theater? Why can't he appear in our US theater? Is our US theater not strong enough? At this time, many awakened people in the beautiful country's war zone have begun to take action and have been teleported to the vicinity of the undead giant. Wow, this is a big one. An awakened person who was teleported to a not-so-good location was actually teleported under the undead giant and was then trampled to death by the undead giant's big feet. Hey, don't you guys want to give it a try? This is the world boss. It's not that easy to meet. If you don't go, I will go, and when you get the reward, don't say I didn't tell you. Hey, are you looking for death? You think a little scumbag like you, who's only level 90, can get the boss's rewards? I think you're overthinking it. Don't you see that this boss's attributes are all question marks? With your attack power, you're probably just tickling him, right? Don't let it happen that you don't get the reward, but get killed by the boss instead, and you can't log in for 2 days. That would be fun. There's no way I'm going to participate in this world boss fight. I have a certain judgment of my own strength, so I'm better off just earning merits. I'll leave the world boss fight to those powerful NPCs and destiny bosses. But there are still many people who don't believe in evil and insist on coming to get the rewards from this boss. Then, without exception, they are all killed by the roar of the undead giant. And the awakened people in the United States suffered countless casualties. Chapter 139 Epic World Boss. All Awakeners of the United States died. Chapter 139 Epic World Boss. All awakened people from the United States died. They dared to teleport here without knowing the attributes of this boss, and then they all received lunchboxes. Holy crap, this boss's damage is seriously too much. He died before I even got there. Gee, I've already told you not to go over there. The strength of those men in black who just appeared is already very strong, but we can't even see their attributes, let alone the world boss that will appear later. Whoever goes over there is seeking death. However, this undead giant did not pay attention to the ants below, but instead looked at Qin Feng on the dragon. There was a gleam in his eyes, and it was obvious that this boss was very different from other bosses. This boss was a boss with very high intelligence. And he could also feel who his biggest threat was, and it was obviously Qin Feng. Then the undead giant raised the giant axe in his hand and chopped towards Qin Feng. This undead giant is 100 meters tall, but the length of his giant axe is actually much longer than his height. The huge axe is wrapped in a strong gust of wind. Before it touches Qin Feng, some NPCs and awakened people below feel a strong sense of oppression. As the giant axe fell down, the bodies of these people exploded instantly. It turned out that under this axe, the rookies below were crushed by the huge pressure. However, Qin Feng didn't care at all. After all, most of the awakened people who died were from the United States. But there would definitely be a small number of awakened people from China who would come and try to get a piece of the reward. But this time they were thinking too much. The level of this boss was as high as 180. Even Qin Feng felt a little shocked when he saw him, not to mention those guys below. Their attacks were simply insignificant to this boss. No one can break through the defense of 12 million. If Qin Feng wasn't dealing real damage, the damage he dealt might not be very high. The three-headed dragon under Qin Feng also felt the power of the axe, and then retreated a little. The axe slammed heavily to the ground, and then many awakened people and military NPCs were killed. The undead giant took advantage of the victory and ran towards Qin Feng with big strides. The undead giant was chasing, and Qin Feng was retreating on the three-headed dragon. Hey, why is Boss Tianming running away? Could it be that Boss Tianming is no match for him? Doesn't that mean our mission will fail? I don't think so. Look at Boss Tianming. His speed hasn't even increased. I think he's trying to lure the boss away. After all, there are still many military NPCs stationed in the city. Indeed, this is what Qin Feng thought. There is nothing wrong with killing the awakened people in other war zones, but those who were killed were all subordinates of their army. How could Qin Feng bear it? Not to mention that Qin Feng is now the boss of this mission. After pulling the undead giant out of the city, Qin Feng stopped the three-headed dragon. Then, while stopping, Qin Feng also summoned all the Hurricane Rangers. Boom boom boom. -1104W. True damage. Dash 1104W. True damage. Dash 8431W. True damage. In an instant, the undead giant's health was emptied. A full 300 million HP was gone in an instant. Even the undead giant didn't expect that he was going to die suddenly when he had the upper hand just now. His eyes were filled with shock, and he fell heavily to the ground, killing many awakened people. Hint: congratulations on killing the undead giant, epic world boss, gaining 100 million experience points and 8 million merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 10 billion experience points and 800 million merit points. And at the moment when the boss fell, the world announcement sounded again. World announcement. Huaxiao region. The Awakener Tianming has killed the undead giant, epic world boss. As the first Awakener to kill an epic world boss, he is specially rewarded with the undead fire, epic. World announcement. Huaxiao region. The Awakener Tianming has killed the undead giant, epic world boss. As the first Awakener to kill an epic world boss, he is specially rewarded with the undead fire, epic. World announcement. Huaxiao region. The Awakener Tianming has killed the undead giant, epic world boss. As the first Awakener to kill an epic world boss, he is specially rewarded with the undead fire, epic. This is not the end yet. You have to know which force killed the world boss, and you can get very generous rewards in the end. World announcement. The awakened destiny of the four sacred empires, Justice faction, has successfully killed the undead giant, epic boss. The four sacred empires, Justice faction, has received 5 billion gold coins. The awakened of the same faction will receive a 300% increase in experience, merit, gold, and reputation within 3 days. World announcement. The awakened destiny of the four sacred empires, Justice faction, has successfully killed the undead giant, epic boss. The four sacred empires, Justice faction, has received 5 billion gold coins. The awakened of the same faction will receive a 300% increase in experience, merit, gold, and reputation within 3 days. World announcement. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining Eternal Flame, mythical level. Hint: congratulations on successfully killing the undead giant. Undead Spirit Sack has successfully broken the seal, and the evil camp has issued a hunting order against you. Damn it, who's going to give me a big fight? Was Boss Destiny still weak just now? How come this world boss suddenly died? Is this the gap between us and Boss Destiny? This is too amazing. We in the Huaxiao region have a Destiny boss. It's awesome. Anyway, I won't say anything more. The experience bonus is 300%. I feel like I'm going to live in this world of all races for the next 3 days. I won't even log off. Charge, charge, charge. There are still many undead here. Let's kill them quickly. Kill them quickly. However, what Qin Feng noticed at this time was that Sack had broken free from the seal. It seems that I will meet this Sack soon. At this time, Qin Feng was looking at the Eternal Flame he had obtained before. Eternal Flame, Myth. Level, 150. Rank, Mythical Equipment. Equipment features. 1. Causes the enemy within a radius of 50 meters to be burned by the flame of immortality. 2. Reduce the recovery effect on enemies within a radius of 50 meters. 3. Causes burning damage to enemies within a radius of 50 meters every second. Equipment attributes. 1. Increase attack power by 50,000. 2. Increase defense by 250,000. 3. Increase movement speed by 500%. Chapter 140 Sack breaks the seal. Chapter 140 Sack breaks the seal. Grown-ups, Hyson and others have come to Qin Feng and said very respectfully, "If you hadn't intervened just now, we might have died." Hyson said with some palpitations, "There's no need to say all this. You're all my subordinates. I can't just sit there and watch you die." Qin Feng said, "Now the aura of the undead has disappeared. It seems that our mission has been perfectly completed this time. This is all thanks to you, sir." Hyson said respectfully, "Done? Not yet. That undead giant just now is not the root cause of the appearance of this undead aura." Qin Feng shook his head. "What? He's not the final reason? Then the final?" Hyson found it difficult to imagine how terrifying the enemy behind him would be. At the same time, he was very grateful that Qin Feng followed him to complete this task. If it weren't for Qin Feng, he might have died directly when facing this undead giant just now. He was lucky to have a life. "Just leave the guy at the back to me. Then go and kill those undead with your money now. The last guy is much stronger than the undead giant just now, so it's not convenient for me to act with you here." "Okay, sir. I'll order people to kill those undead, but you must be careful." Hyson looked at Qin Feng and reminded him, He really valued Qin Feng. As early as when Qin Feng was still a general, he could see Qin Feng's strength and his potential. As expected, in the end, his strength had surpassed his own. At the same time, his military rank was much higher than his own, and he instantly became his superior. Although Qin Feng was not very old, he did not disrespect him because of his young age. Instead, after knowing that Qin Feng's military rank was a 9-star general, he respected him even more. After all, to be able to raise his military rank to such a high level in such a short period of time, he must have paid a lot of price. Although he is young, his strength is not young at all. Mission reminder: there will be another boss coming out soon. Just keep grinding for merit. Once I defeat this final boss, our mission will be complete. Qin Feng issued a task reminder. Okay, boss destiny. I got it. Then Qin Feng sat on the dragon, quietly waiting for Sak's arrival. We'll be encountering the final boss soon, and that's when it's time for you to put in some effort. Qin Feng knew that Sak's skill made him immune to any output for a period of time, but Jiang Xiaoyun's Holy Light Revival skill could directly dispel his immunity. So this is why Qin Feng brought Jiang Xiaoyun here. Okay, as long as it can help Brother Feng. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded. She was finally useful. After all, before this, apart from using large-scale fire purgatory, she also restored the health of Qin Feng's subordinates. Apart from this, she did not help Qin Feng in any other way. But what she didn't know was that her large-scale recovery effect was already Qin Feng's greatest help. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaoyun, there would definitely be a large number of casualties in Qin Feng's team. So Jiang Xiaoyun's blood recovery effect was still very powerful. But no matter how powerful the skills are, there is no guarantee that all Awakeners will survive. And those who sign up all know that there will be casualties when doing this SSS level mission, so this is normal. Moreover, Qin Feng would not help them to clean up these little undead. After all, the levels of the undead killed by Qin Feng were too low, and they were not worthy of Qin Feng's strength and rank at all. So other people could get 20 merit points for killing the undead, but if he killed it himself, he would probably only get 1 or 2 merit points. It would be harder to get merit points by killing it yourself than by lying down. Anyway, it's nice to just lie down and reap the rewards. Just like that, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Sak still hadn't come out, which made Qin Feng a little strange. But Qin Feng was not in a hurry. After all, there was no place for Sak to escape. After all, this place was surrounded by the army. Not to mention Sak, even an undead would not be able to leave here. After more than 2 hours of cleaning, the number of undead in Piaomiao City dropped drastically. In about another hour, all the undead could be killed. But at this moment, a deafening roar sounded from the ground. Then the ground cracked open, and a huge head appeared in front of everyone. Of course, this huge head does not describe his huge size, but compared with ordinary people, his head is the big type and his body is small. It's like there's a carrot standing under a pumpkin. Human, you're the one who killed my men. You're quite powerful, follow me. Let's turn this world into chaos. Sak looked at Qin Feng with burning eyes and said, Follow you? Don't you even consider your appearance? How dare you ask me to follow you? As he spoke, Qin Feng looked at the guy's panel. Undead Spirit Sak, Mythical World Boss. Level, 200. Rank, Mythical Boss. Attack, 3000 W, 3500 W. Defense, 2000 W, 2100 W. HP, 1 billion. Skills, Undead Roar, Undead Shock, Damage Immunity. Qin Feng couldn't help but twitch twice when he looked at this guy's panel. This boss's attributes are amazing. And he's actually a world boss. World announcement. Piaomiao City, the world boss Undead Spirit has appeared. All awakened are requested to go and kill it. Awakened who participate in the kill will receive a lot of merits, gold coins, experience, and other rewards. World announcement. Piaomiao City has seen the undead world boss. All awakened are requested to go and slay it. Awakened who participate in the slaying will receive a large amount of merit, gold, experience, and other rewards. World announcement. Piaomiao City has seen the undead world boss. All awakened are requested to go and slay it. Awakened who participate in the slaying will receive a large amount of merit, gold, experience, and other rewards. Another 3 world announcements. Everyone has become numb. Chapter 141. First kill of the mythical world boss. Chapter 141. The first kill of the mythical world boss. Beautiful country war zone. Should we go over there? Another world boss has appeared. What the hell are you going for? Are you dissatisfied with your level increasing too quickly? Or are you planning to go there and die? I saw a lot of people get killed by that world boss just now, and they didn't even deal any damage, and in the end they lost 2 days. If you insist on going, then I won't care about you. I definitely won't go there anyway. I'd better focus on leveling up. After that guy called Tianming killed the undead giant, their war zone received a lot of bonuses. That means they can get 100 experience points for killing a wild monster, but we need to kill 3 wild monsters to match their experience points for 1 wild monster. Do you understand what this means? I'm afraid that within 3 days, the level of the awakened people in the Chinese war zone will increase like crazy. Oh no, what's the big deal? As long as we can capture this boss this time, our beautiful country war zone can also get a bonus. Seize this boss? Did you eat too much? Or is there something wrong with your brain? Who gave you the courage to say what you just said? And you want to steal the boss? Forget it. Just do whatever you want. I'm too lazy to say anything to you. Just let it go if you want. Chi, don't say I didn't give you a chance. When the time comes, just wait and see my name, Gelda, mentioned in the world announcement. After saying that, he teleported directly to Sak's side. You're the boss, right? Go to hell. Gelda watched as Sak drew his sword. At this time, Qin Feng also saw the level of this guy. Gelda. War zone. Beautiful country. Level 40. Qin Feng didn't know where this guy got the courage to come and cause trouble for Sak. A level 200 boss versus a level 40 awakener. It's obvious who will survive. After all, there's a terrifying level difference. Then Sak grinned and instantly bit off the head of this idiot from the beautiful country. Then he passed away in an instant. A funny guy. Qin Feng sneered. White pigs like the United States have high expectations but poor skills. But it is really unbelievable that they actually dream of challenging a level 200 world boss when they are only level 40. Well, have you made up your mind? Do you want to follow me and turn this world upside down? Sak looked at Qin Feng and invited him. But Qin Feng didn't have this idea. Follow you? Forget it. Today is the first day you break the seal. Remember, it is also your last day. Qin Feng said as he looked at Sak with a sneer. Boy, I have to say I still like you very much. But since you have no manners at all, I will have no choice but to make you my subordinate. I still like obedient subordinates. Sak's body suddenly swelled up, and then turned into a 2-meter-tall guy. The undead roar. It seems I have to let you see my strength. Otherwise, it seems really difficult to get you to submit to me. But it's good this way. As long as I can control you, I won't care about the 4 sacred cities, even the entire 4 sacred empire. Sak looked at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a beautiful woman. That greedy and disgusting look made Qin Feng very unhappy. Because when Sak saw Qin Feng, he had already regarded him as his subordinate. I really don't know where you got the courage to yell at me like that. I think you're quite strong, so I'll show you how strong I am. Qin Feng summoned all the mechanical equipment, whether it was the Hurricane Ranger, the Hunter Levitation Cannon, or the Magnetic Levitation Cannon. At this time, all of them appeared behind Qin Feng. A roar mixed with the aura of the undead roared towards Qin Feng. As long as you are contaminated by my aura of the undead, I'll see what you will do then. Sak said with a sneer. Hint. You are affected by the aura of the undead, and all your attributes have been reduced by 40%. Is this the same thing again? Qin Feng sneered. All attributes are reduced, so it has nothing to do with him anyway. His damage is all caused by these mechanical equipment. After all, mechanics make a living by working with mechanical equipment. Originally, Sak was waiting for Qin Feng to turn into an undead after absorbing the undead aura. But what he didn't expect was that this guy in front of him didn't feel any discomfort at all after being affected by his undead aura. Is this all you have? I've overestimated you. Then Hurricane and the other Hurricane Ranger's arms began to change shape and finally turned into energy cannons. Target locked. Hurricane finished. The muzzles of his and the dozens of Hurricane Rangers behind him continuously condensed powerful energy. In just 2 seconds, the energy was compressed to the point where it could no longer be compressed. Then he attacked directly towards Sak. -200W. True damage. -533W. True damage. -1445. True damage. -10,093. True damage. The damage from the Magnetic Levitation Cannon, the Hunter Levitation Cannon, the Hurricane Ranger, and the upgraded Hurricane poured out towards Sak. Explosive damage was dealt instantly. But the next second. -0. Immune. -0. Immune. -0. Immune. It turned out that because Sak's blood volume dropped sharply, a thin shield appeared on his body, blocking the damage from all Qin Feng's mechanical equipment. You never thought I could be immune to your damage. I admit you're quite powerful, but if you want to kill me, you're still years away from it. Sak grinned and laughed madly. Boy, I'll give you a chance. Join me. Otherwise, there will be only one consequence, and that is death. But when you die, you will become my undead. Sak's eyes narrowed, and he spoke seriously. Boy, this is your last chance. If you don't seize it, then... Xiao Jiang. The holy light resurrects. Qin Feng roared angrily. Then Jiang Xiaoyun instantly shone a pure white light on Sak's body. Tip: the target's immunity effect has been dispelled. Qin Feng smiled as he listened to the system's prompt. How interesting. Give me another chance. Go to hell. Sak's immunity skill has a time limit. Once it is broken, there will be a 5-minute cooldown period, but Qin Feng can kill this guy countless times within 5 minutes. Chapter 142 9 times experience bonus? Chapter 142 9 times experience bonus. I told you that you would die today. You must die today. After Qin Feng finished speaking, all the mechanical equipment around him launched an attack again. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion was heard from the city. Heisen and others were also waiting for Qin Feng's return with a nervous look on their faces. After all, Qin Feng's military rank was higher than his. The bombing lasted for almost 10 seconds, and finally the guy's health was emptied. How is this possible? Sak didn't want to believe that he would die at the hands of a human, especially right after breaking the seal. After receiving Jiang Xiaoyun's holy light revival skill, Sak's undead ability was directly dispelled. Sak, who had no idea how long he had survived, now had a look of confusion in his eyes. Then, with resentment in his eyes, he finally fell to the ground as a corpse. Hint: congratulations on killing Undead Spirit Sak, Mythical World Boss, gaining 500 million experience points and 20 million merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 50 billion experience points and 2 billion merit points. And at the moment when the boss fell, the world announcement sounded again. World announcement: Huaxia region, the Awakener Tianming has killed Undead Spirit Sak, Mythical World Boss. As the first Awakener to kill a Mythical World Boss, he is rewarded with Immunity Skill, Mythical Skill. World announcement: Huaxia region, the Awakener Tianming has killed Undead Spirit Sak, Mythical World Boss. As the first Awakener to kill a Mythical World Boss, he is rewarded with Immunity Skill, Mythical Skill. World announcement: Huaxia region, the Awakener Tianming has killed Undead Spirit Sak, Mythical World Boss. As the first Awakener to kill a Mythical World Boss, he is rewarded with Immunity Skill, Mythical Skill. World announcement: the Awakener Destiny of the Four Sacred Empires, Justice Faction, successfully killed Undead Spirit Sak, Mythical World Boss. The Four Sacred Empires, Justice Faction, received 50 billion gold coins. The Awakeners of the same faction will also receive a 600% increase in experience, merit, gold, and reputation over the next 3 days. This can be accumulated. World announcement: the Awakener Destiny of the Four Sacred Empires, Justice Faction, successfully killed Undead Spirit Sak, Mythical World Boss. The Four Sacred Empires, Justice Faction, received 50 billion gold coins. The Awakeners of the same faction will also receive a 600% increase in experience, merit, gold, and reputation over the next 3 days. This can be accumulated. World announcement. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining Immune Skill, Mythical Level. Hint: congratulations on successfully killing Undead Spirit Sak, Mythical World Boss. The evil faction has increased the level of their hunting order against you again. It has been less than 5 minutes since the mythical boss appeared, but this mythical boss died so quickly at the hands of Qin Feng. Beautiful country. In the Black Palace. Fuck. Who is this Destiny? Who can tell me who this Destiny is? And do you know the importance of a mythical boss? We in the United States don't even have any awakened people coming here. Now, including the previous epic world boss, the resources and levels of the Huaxia region have increased 9-fold. Although it's only 3 days, do you know how many level 100 awakened people will appear in the Huaxia region in these 3 days? Fuck. What a bunch of trash. Tell me, what use are you guys? Have you found out the identity of this Destiny in real life? The leader of the Black Palace gritted his teeth. Boss, I haven't found anything. It's incredibly difficult to track down a character from the myriad races world in the real world. Even though I've used countless channels, I still don't know who this person is. Furthermore, all of our American agents in China have been apprehended. They were even discovered by the Chinese the moment they entered the camera. For this Destiny, we have lost many of our country's elite. The general of the beautiful country said bitterly. Nothing. How come you can't find anything? What else can you do? We're the 3 of Titan King. Why don't you go fight the world boss? Our country has many experts in the war zone, but we actually handed the world boss over to a country like China. The appearance of a Destiny in the world of all races has already brought shame to our country. Now you can't even fight a boss. You're all fucking losers. Reporting to the leader. Actually, We wanted to seize the boss, but we were completely wiped out as soon as we got there. All of them died at the boss's hands. Even the 3 Titan Kings died at the boss's hands. Now the 3 of them will not be able to log in to the Myriad Races world for 2 days. The general's report froze the face of the leader of the United States. Whatever you want. How could you let the Titan King and the other 2 snatch the boss? Don't you know what these 3 people represent to our country? You have to know that these 3 people are the ones whose names were engraved on the monument of the Myriad Races world. They are our country's top masters. But now, because of your mistake, they've lost 2 days of upgrade time in vain. Do you know what this means? The leader who had just been shouting about the boss's influence on the US war zone instantly changed his tone after hearing about the 3 people. But Chief, that's not what you said just now. You said that those who don't dare to fight the boss are useless. The general asked doubtfully. What? Impossible. I can't say that. You have to know that this boss is not that important to our country, but the Titan King and his 3 companions are different. They are just 2 bosses. How can they be compared with the elite of our country? Okay, I won't say anything more about this boss. Get out of here. The leader sat down and drove the general away. Chapter 143, Don't Want the Koreans. Chapter 143, No Billion Koreans. Goryeo Kingdom. Oh my god, why is it this guy called Tianming again? He's already leveled up to over 130. No, he's already leveled up to 144. Is his leveling speed rocketing? We can't even level up 10 times in half a month, but this guy actually leveled up that much in just 1 day. I see. This guy must be cheating. Otherwise, how could he level up so quickly? But isn't this man called Tianming from our Goryeo Kingdom? Wouldn't it be a good thing for us if he became stronger? Hush. Although this Tianming is from our galley, but you know that the Chinese have taken our masters for themselves and won't let them go. Otherwise, if there is Tianming's leadership, I believe that our galley will definitely become the most powerful war zone in the world of all races. But all of this was taken away by China. To be honest, these Koreans really have no shame. Whenever they find something good in China, they claim it belongs to their country. They have become shameless to a certain extent. At this time, Qin Feng was listening to the prompt sound of this system. Hint. You have completed the SSS level mission Reason for the Appearance of the Undead Aura with your army. Reward. Merit 500W. Experience points 1000W. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 500 million merits and 1 billion experience points. Tip. Your level has changed. The current level is 146. Qin Feng looked at his merits and found that he had obtained more than 11 billion merits. This was more than what he had obtained from killing the Abyss monster before. With so many merits, Qin Feng can directly upgrade his military rank to Marshal. Hint. Current merit can be promoted. Do you want to choose to be promoted? Hint. Congratulations on spending 1 billion merit points. Your current rank is Marshal, 1 star. Hint. Congratulations on spending 1 billion merit points. Your current rank is Marshal, 2 stars. Hint. Congratulations on spending 1 billion merit points. Your current rank is Marshal, 9 stars. Qin Feng directly raised his military rank to the highest level in the military. After completing the mission, Yumian returned to Qin Feng with scars all over his body. Owner. Yumian looked at Qin Feng and said, Good. This mission was completed very well. Qin Feng used his merits to directly raise Yumian's military rank to 1-star general. Master this. That's fine. You're my subordinate. If your rank is too low, you won't have much say. Qin Feng explained. Thank you, master. After Yumian finished speaking, he directly ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Although Piaomiao City has become a dead city, the corpses of the undead still need to be recycled. Moreover, Qin Feng was also shocked when he looked at the number of people in his army. The team that originally had 40,000 people now had more than 38,000 people left. It must be said that all this was thanks to Jiang Xiaoyun. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaoyun, the number of people left in Qin Feng's army would not exceed 10,000. After the mission was completed, Qin Feng naturally began to distribute rewards to these members. In the end, Qin Feng distributed hundreds of millions of merit points in total. At the same time, there were rewards on the rankings, and Qin Feng distributed them all directly. After everything was settled, Qin Feng took Jiang Xiaoyun back to Qinglong City. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun's level had been raised from 100 to 102. He completed a task, upgraded 2 levels, and also gained a lot of merits. It must be said that Jiang Xiaoyun made a lot of money this time. After arriving in Qinglong City, Qin Feng separated from Jiang Xiaoyun. Qin Feng came to the city lord's mansion and prepared to exchange his title. There is not much difference between a title and a military rank. Although the promotion of military rank represents your level in the military, Qin Feng has already promoted this level to the highest. But even so, Qin Feng still cannot own his own territory. But once you have a title, it will be different. Even a baron with the worst title can spend gold coins to purchase his own territory, but the area will definitely be affected. Qin Feng had previously planned to come back to exchange for a marquis title after completing the mission, but he did not expect that he would make a deal with Zhang Quan. In the end, he saved so many merits, which was a win-win situation. Marshal? The city lord looked at Qin Feng and said. He originally planned to call Qin Feng a warrior, but when he saw Qin Feng's military rank, he was stunned. He never dreamed that the rank of the person in front of him was Marshal 9 stars. You should know that the 9-star Marshal is extremely rare in the entire Four Sacred Empire. Apart from Qin Feng, there are only 2 others. And Qin Feng actually became one of the only 3 9-star marshals in the empire at this age. He was really envious. I wonder what brings the marshal here. City Lord Wei bent down slightly. I just want to come here to redeem my title. Qin Feng took out the marquis token and placed it in front of the city lord. Marquis token? The city lord was stunned for a moment. The city lord's title is Duke, and Earl is the title second only to Duke, and is also at the upper level among the titles. Marshal. To obtain the title, a token alone is not enough. You also need to complete a mission. The city lord looked at Qin Feng and said seriously. Of course I know this. Qin Feng nodded. After all, this title can save ordinary people a lot of time, but completing a task is not difficult for Qin Feng. But don't worry, Marshal. This mission may be very difficult for others, but I believe it will be very simple for you. The city lord said with a smile. What's the mission? The city lord said. Destroy a branch of the Jiang organization. Of course, we already know where this branch is. Marshal, you just need to go there and destroy it. Upgrade. Mission released. Destroy 9 branches of the organization. Mission difficulty. Immortal. Do you choose to accept the mission? The current mission is the only one. Qin Feng heard it, and naturally he would not refuse. Of course I will answer it. If I don't accept the task, I won't be able to become the marquis, and the marquis token will be useless. By the way, Marshal, an informant said that the north gate of this branch temple is the weakest point. So, Marshal, you can launch a surprise attack from the north gate. The city lord said. Chapter 144. Destroying the 9 branches of the organization. Chapter 144. The mission of destroying the 9 branch temples of the organization. However, Qin Feng shook his head. I appreciate the city lord's kindness, but this is just a branch of the Jiang organization. I won't be so cautious. But even if it is the main hall of the Jiang organization, I will attack it openly. Qin Feng's serious look made the city lord nod. Okay, then, Marshal, I'll be waiting for your good news. The city lord nodded. Qin Feng then left the city lord's mansion. After Qin Feng left, the city lord smiled at Qin Feng's back and said, No wonder. No wonder. With such a heart, there's no reason not to reach the peak. The Jiang organization? If the city lord hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about this organization. Qin Feng said to himself. Qin Feng knows everything about the 9 organizations' main hall, not to mention the branch halls. After all, Qin Feng knew in his previous life that the Jiang organization had been destroyed, so he naturally knew where the Jiang organization's headquarters was. Destroy the 9 branches of the organization. Immortal level quest. Rank. Immortal. Mission content. Destroy 9 branch temples of the organization. Mission objective. Destroy 9 branch temples of the organization, but not just one. Task completion reward. 1. If you destroy a base, you will be rewarded with 1 million merit points. 2. Increase the favorability of the Lord of Qinglong City by 30%. Introduction. The 9 Root organization was originally established by the Four Sacred Empire to handle certain issues. However, one day, the 9 Root organization suddenly broke away from the Four Sacred Empire's control and has been causing constant trouble within the empire. Now, the 9 Root organization has become a thorn in the side of the empire, so a plan to eliminate the 9 Root organization has been launched. However, the 9 Root organization is very familiar with the Four Sacred Empire and is aware of every encirclement and suppression plan in advance. All encirclement and suppression plans against the 9 Root organization have failed. If you can destroy the 9 Root organization's branch temple, you will receive a very generous reward. Qin Feng looked at this task and had to say that the reward for this task was not very good for Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng's current military rank had been promoted to Marshal 9 stars. The only place where Qin Feng could use his merits was in the title. After Qin Feng obtained the title of Marquis, if he wanted to be promoted to Duke, he would need 10 billion merit points, which for Qin Feng was just a matter of completing a few more tasks. The real master of the Nine-Root organization is in the Fourth Sacred Empire, and his status is very noble. The Nine-Root organization is his chess piece to seize the throne. This also explains why the Jogan organization knows about every encirclement and suppression mission in advance, because the boss of the Jogan organization is among the top leaders of the empire. According to the instructions in the previous mission, destroying a branch temple will earn you 1 million merits, and triggering a 100-fold reward will earn you 100 million merits. There are only a dozen branch temples in the Jogan organization, so even if you destroy them all, you won't get much merits. Qin Feng took out the map and, following his memories from his previous life, found the branch of the Jogan organization. He also marked the location of the Jogan organization's main hall on the map, which was located in the very center of the empire. It has to be said that the most dangerous place is the safest. Perhaps the people of the empire would never have thought that the Jogan organization would dare to put its lair right under their noses. After marking it, Qin Feng was too lazy to summon his mount. The distance was not far anyway, and it would only take him a few minutes to travel. Qin Feng had already arrived at the gate of Qinglong City. He watched the patrol soldiers constantly passing by him, and then calling out, "Hello, Marshal." It was really an honor, right? Qin Feng followed the route to a remote location, and at the same time Qin Feng stood in front of a huge tree hole. Who would have thought that a branch of the Jogan organization would be located right here? Qin Feng dug the soil off the tree and walked straight in. Reminder: you have arrived at the branch of the 9 organizations. Please be careful. After hearing the system's prompt, Qin Feng didn't care. With Qin Feng's current strength, he doesn't need to be afraid of these rats who only know how to hide. After Qin Feng crawled into the tree hole, he walked for less than 10 seconds, and the route ahead suddenly became much wider. At the same time, there were faint lights on both sides illuminating the way forward. I really don't know what these guys are thinking. They were originally the secret fighting force of the empire, but now they have ended up in this situation, and are hiding in such a remote place where they can't see the sun every day. Just go down. At this time, in the cave under the tree, a man wearing glasses and a white coat looked at the beautiful woman with disheveled hair in front of him with excitement. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at the beautiful woman was not the look a man would give to a woman, but rather the look as if he had discovered some treasure. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You finally caught someone. All the previous experiments failed. I can be sure that this time we will succeed. All right, bring it in. The man in the white coat excitedly stretched out his finger to dip a few drops of blood from the woman's body, then licked it with the tip of his tongue. That's the taste. The man in the white coat had a sick smile on his face. Dr. Sam, I want to personally supervise this experiment. There can't be any mistakes. Okay, Master Baimei. Dr. Sam looked at the man in front of him and said respectfully, "It is obvious that Lord Baimei is the highest-ranking person in the branch of the Jogan organization. Sir, someone has broken in. Now that he's in, should we kill him?" A warrior wearing armor and holding a hot weapon appeared in front of the two and said, "Our experiment has now entered the most critical moment. If he comes in, let him come in. We should not alert the enemy at this time. But if he finds the location of our organization, then needless to say, he will be killed without mercy." A fierce look flashed in Dr. Sam's eyes. He doesn't want to be disturbed by others. "Okay, doctor." The soldier left with his gun. The situation of the Jogan organization is still quite dangerous now. After all, the Empire has always wanted to completely eliminate the Jogan organization, so they must be extremely cautious. Otherwise, what awaits them will be the Empire's strongest blow. Although the strength of their 9-generation organization is good, it is still a little insufficient compared to an empire. Qin Feng was now walking slowly towards the location of the Jogan organization, strolling leisurely along the way. Those who didn't know him would think he was here to play. But soon, Qin Feng saw a huge door in front of him. Chapter 145, Entering the 9-Root Organization. Chapter 145, Entering the Jogan Organization. Qin Feng looked at the huge gate in front of him. There was actually blood on the gate, so this must be the location of the branch of the Jogan organization. But this 9 organization feels a little weird. I'm already at the door, and no one's come out to greet me. Qin Feng, I said to myself. Entrance to the 9 organization's branch halls. HP, 50W. Defense, 0. This door's health is surprisingly high, which means we have to attack it directly. Qin Feng touched his chin and said. Then Hurricane, who was following beside him, rushed forward and punched the door hard. -893W. True damage. Just this one punch caused nearly 9 million damages, and the gate was instantly shattered into pieces. This 9 organization is no good. What kind of junk material is this gate made of? How come it breaks when touched? Qin Feng looked at the debris on the ground and criticized. No wonder they were destroyed by the Empire in their previous life. It turns out they were too poor. They couldn't even afford a better security door. Qin Feng stuck his head out and looked inside. Why is it still pitch black after entering here? Are you really that poor? Don't you even have a light? Qin Feng frowned in suspicion. But soon, Qin Feng saw the road ahead. Hurricane followed Qin Feng to protect his safety, and then the man and the machine walked slowly inside. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Afterwards, something similar to an alarm came from the tree hole of the Jiang organization. Bai Mei and Dr. Sam both had headaches from the alarm. Dr. Sam put down the vessel in his hand and frowned at his subordinate. You, go see what's going on outside. There's so much noise. I can't even concentrate. When the subordinate heard what Dr. Sam said, he rushed out immediately. Bai Mei took out a syringe and stabbed it directly into the woman's body. However, the blood absorbed from the syringe actually had a hint of golden color in the middle. As the blood was drawn out, the woman on the operating table struggled frantically, but still could not break free from control. All right, now we can continue our research. It's obvious that the golden portion of this blood occupies a larger proportion, so her physique must be much stronger than others. Dr. Sam said excitedly as he looked at the blood in the syringe in his hand. As long as I can know the composition of this golden blood, I can copy its ingredients. Then we can. Dr. Sam was very excited. All right, save this. Bai Mei handed the syringe in his hand to a subordinate. If anything happens to the blood in the syringe, you'll die. Bai Mei said coldly. The subordinate said sternly, Master Bai Mei, don't worry. I will definitely protect this syringe. Another 2 minutes passed. The men who had just run out to investigate the situation came back. Master Bai Mei, Doctor, didn't someone come in just now? And now there are 2 more people coming in. They have already arrived at Area A. The subordinate shouted anxiously. Oh, it seems these 2 guys are coming for our 9 organization. But what I want to know is how these 2 guys knew the location of our branch temple, which is so secretive. Bai Mei said coldly. But none of this matters anymore. Now that we've got the blood sample, this branch temple is of little use to us anymore. Everyone, go out and capture these 2. I want to know how they got our location. That's right. We must capture him alive. Once we get the results, we can abandon this branch temple. After all, its location has been exposed. Bai Mei continued. Yes, sir. His men rushed out immediately, and he mobilized troops to capture Qin Feng and his mechanical equipment with all his strength. While this was happening, Dr. Sam was still staring at the woman on the operating table and didn't pay any attention to the intruder. In his opinion, if 2 people dared to come to the Nine Root organization, they were basically here to die. After all, the Nine Root organization was still very powerful. Although it was not as strong as the Empire, it was still a very powerful organization. So the doctor didn't care about the intruder at all. He would die here anyway. What's the point of caring so much about a dead person? At this time, Qin Feng and Hurricane had already arrived under the tree hole. Looking at the intricate structure inside, Qin Feng was also stunned for a moment. Is this an organization or just a rat hole? How come it's so interconnected? And it's done quite well. Qin Feng couldn't help but praise. Just as Qin Feng was praising him, a team came from nowhere, holding guns in their hands, and started shooting at Qin Feng. Thump, 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 thump. Da-da-da-da. Oh my goodness. Are these guys' weapons so outdated? Why does their damage feel so low? Qin Feng didn't have much, but just stood in front of them and let the bullets pour towards him. However, the bullets stopped in the air when they were still a few centimeters away from Qin Feng, and then with a click, all the bullets fell to the ground. The hurricane on the side went directly into hiding, and these things had no effect on it. Since the opponent has started attacking, Qin Feng can't just stand there passively. With a wave of his right hand, a giant magnetic levitation cannon appeared behind him. In such a small place, it is not easy for Qin Feng to use equipment with too much damage, otherwise he would directly smash this branch hall into pieces, which would be bad. Thump, 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 thump. The magnetic levitation cannon also began to fire continuously at these soldiers. Minus 150,000. True damage. Minus 150,000. True damage. Minus 150,000. True damage. Hundreds of thousands of damages floated out from the heads of these people, but it was obvious that 150,000 of damages was not enough to kill these minions of the 9 organizations in seconds. Minus 150,000. True damage. Minus 150,000. True damage. Minus 150,000. True damage. If one round doesn't work, try another. This time, the system prompt sound rang in Qin Feng's ears. Hint: you killed 9-head organization member, elite monster, and gained 5,000 experience points and 500 gold coins. Hint: Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 500,000 experience points and 50,000 gold coins. Chapter 146, Crazy Killing. Pushing all the way. Chapter 146, Crazy Killing. Pushing all the way. Hint: you killed 9-head organization member, elite monster, and gained 5,000 experience points and 500 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 500,000 experience points and 50,000 gold coins. Although the damage of this magnetic levitation cannon is a bit low, Qin Feng directly summoned more than a dozen of them to follow behind him. There is no need for Hurricane to take action at all. After all, if the hurricane hits, he will probably be buried underneath. Qin Feng relied on these magnetic levitation cannons to madly sweep through the members here. These guys give so little experience. I can't even get as much as killing a wild monster. Qin Feng shook his head. You know, there is a 9-fold experience bonus now, but in the end there is only this much experience value. I have to say that the monsters in this 9 organization are really bad. In just a few minutes, Qin Feng cleaned up the area thoroughly. Then, after looking at the things that exploded on the ground, Qin Feng lost interest in picking them up, so he stepped on them and walked towards other areas. But not long after they left, they ran into another group of people. They still had a lot of guns in their hands, and after seeing Qin Feng, they started firing wildly. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Blue flames continued to spew out of the muzzle, and bullets continued to shoot towards Qin Feng. However, their attacks were not able to cause any harm to Qin Feng. You're really so weak. Ouch. It's no fun at all. Qin Feng looked at the soldiers in front of him, then spread his hands helplessly. Then the magnetic levitation cannon instantly launched an attack on the soldiers. Thump, thump, thump. Da-da-da. Thump, thump, thump. Da-da-da. In a short while, these guys were completely wiped out by Qin Feng's magnetic levitation cannon. 500,000 experience points and 50,000 gold coins. Never mind, a little experience is fine. As long as one base is destroyed, I can get 100 million merits. Overall, it's not bad, Qin Feng said. Qin Feng continued to walk forward. There was a robot following behind a dozen soldiers. T-900? This T-900 is not much different in appearance from the T-2000 that Qin Feng saw in the later period of his previous life, but its capabilities have indeed undergone earth-shaking changes. The capabilities of the T-900 are relatively simple. If it suffers serious damage, it will be scrapped directly. However, the later T-2000 is different. The T-2000 has the ability to self-repair and can repair no more than 50% of the damage. It also has the ability to absorb damage. More importantly, the T-2000 can transform into the appearance of anyone. This T-900 looks pretty fierce, but I'm not sure how well it can withstand damage. Compared to my magnetic levitation cannon, I wonder which is more powerful. Qin Feng said to himself. This T-900 robot is at least 3 meters tall, and its eyes can read attributes. It is also equipped with a series of equipment such as laser cannons and laser swords. What's more important is that the T-900's arms can be transformed into machine guns. At the same time, what's more important is that the T-900 also has fighting ability, and this ability is not low. It can be said that the T-900 is a very powerful robot now. But unfortunately, he met Qin Feng. This T-900 is about to become a piece of scrap metal. First generation T-900 robot. Level 100. Grade, red gold equipment. Attack, 113,438 to 115,429. Defense, 188763-189971. Health, 120W. Weapons, Gatling gun, laser cannon, laser sword. Skills, one-hit slash, rain of bullets. Introduction. This is the most basic combat robot. It requires no control and has extremely powerful attack capabilities. This T-900 stats seem a bit underwhelming. Its attack power is pretty decent, though. It's just that the mechanic who built it isn't very capable. If I were to build it myself, it would definitely be many times stronger than this. Even if it doesn't reach legendary quality, it could definitely reach fairy quality. But I didn't expect it to be a pure gold piece of equipment. Qin Feng shook his head. What a great robot. But in the end they only made something like this. It's such a waste. The mechanic is so rubbish. Qin Feng cursed in his heart. What? Hurricane. Don't use hot weapons. Just smash them all into pulp. And that T-900 over there, just smash it into scrap metal. Qin Feng pointed at the guys in front of him and said, No problem, master. Leave it to me, master. Then Hurricane's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared directly next to a dozen soldiers. He punched them hard on the head, and then an explosion occurred instantly. It turned out that the hurricane was so powerful that it directly blew the heads of these 9 organization members. 440W. True damage. Even though the hurricane had reduced its strength, the damage to the head was still so great. The T-900 seemed to feel the strong sense of oppression, and then its hands changed into Gatling guns and continued to pour out towards Hurricane. However, the bullets hit Hurricane and did not cause any damage. The gap between the two was too big. These bullets could not even break through Hurricane's defense, let alone take away his blood. Squeak, squeak. Many footsteps were coming towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng took a closer look and found that there were dozens of T-900s. If it was T-2000, Qin Feng might be a little interested, but Qin Feng didn't have so much time to waste on this first-generation T-900. Then, under Hurricane's fist, all these T-900s turned into scrap metal. Some of them had their heads smashed into their chests, some had their cores pierced directly by Hurricane, some had their arms and legs broken, and some even had their heads split open. However, their heads were full of machines and looked like they had no feeling at all. Naturally, these T-900s could not just stand there and wait to be disassembled, so they swarmed towards Qin Feng, as if they wanted to kill Qin Feng directly. But Qin Feng was not someone they could afford to offend. With one punch, the T-900's head was instantly blown apart. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Feng kept using his fists to knock the heads of these T-900s off. Chapter 147, The First Generation T-900. Chapter 147, The First Generation T-900. Hint: you killed the first generation T-900, red gold, and gained 450,000 experience points and 90,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 45 million experience points and 9 million gold coins. Hint: you killed the first generation T-900, red gold, and gained 450,000 experience points and 90,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 45 million experience points and 9 million gold coins. Hint: you killed the first generation T-900, red gold, and gained 450,000 experience points and 90,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 45 million experience points and 9 million gold coins. Each T-900 can bring more than 40 million experience points to Qin Feng. It has to be said that it is much stronger than those ordinary soldiers. Countless experience points and gold coins will be credited to your account. Tip: your level has changed. Current level is 147. The huge amount of experience directly allowed Qin Feng to advance to a higher level. You should know that Qin Feng's system has a 100-fold reward, and in these 3 days, the experience bonus is 9 times, which means that Qin Feng can get a 900 times experience bonus. Even if Qin Feng's upgraded experience is much higher than others, the upgrade speed is still as fast as riding a rocket. In this way, after 5 minutes of cleaning, these first-generation T-900s were finally cleaned up. If these T-900s had not known that they were no match for their opponents, and were prepared to self-destruct and die together with Qin Feng and the others, even the damage from the explosion would not have caused any harm to Qin Feng. After clearing these robots, Qin Feng's level is about to reach level 148. Qin Feng looked at the scattered mechanical fragments on the ground, his face expressionless. Looking at the mess on the ground, Qin Feng couldn't help but kick it twice in hatred. Because of this group of guys' crazy self-explosion, Qin Feng now doesn't know which direction to go. However, Qin Feng saw a ball of golden light on the ground and walked over. Hint: congratulations on obtaining first generation T-900 robot manufacturing blueprint. 1. Red gold equipment. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining third generation T-1500 production blueprint. 1. Legendary equipment. Qin Feng directly obtained a third generation T-1500 production blueprint. It must be said that this luck is quite good. Although it doesn't seem to be of much use to Qin Feng, it can also be used to cooperate with the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, right? Qin Feng is sure that the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce will definitely take a fancy to this blueprint. You know, the blueprint of the legendary equipment of each department is many times better than Qin Feng's previous magnetic levitation cannon. He didn't believe that Yuanming Chamber of Commerce would look down on it. Apart from these, the only things left are the cores of these T-900s. However, a large part of it has been destroyed by the hurricane, so it is impossible to even recover it. Hurricane seemed to have sensed Qin Feng's gaze and lowered his head, as if he knew his mistake. There were hundreds of T900s in total, but in the end, no more than 10 cores were recovered. But Qin Feng didn't have any ideas. These materials didn't cost much to him anyway. The price of a general legendary equipment core is about hundreds of thousands of gold coins, but AT-900 gave Qin Feng 9 million gold coins, which means that killing AT-900 can buy equipment cores worth more than 10 or 20 yuan. So Qin Feng doesn't care about these cores at all. The way he looked at Hurricane just now was just to say that he was too playful. Sometimes Hurricane was like a little child and seemed a little childish. For example, just now Hurricane directly dismantled this group of T900s for fun. Qin Feng stuffed the blueprint into the ring, then looked at the map and let the magnetic levitation cannon open a path, and Qin Feng ran inside. He said he was running, but in fact he was just floating over. It was because Qin Feng had the skill of levitation. The ones he encountered later had no power to fight at all, and even Qin Feng's magnetic levitation cannon couldn't withstand it. Just push it all the way and directly flatten a lot of areas here. My lord, it's bad. All the members we sent out were killed. Even the T-900 we sent out was no match for them. The subordinates reported the situation anxiously. What? They were all killed? How is this possible? Dr. Sam said with a cold face. Doctor, this is true. We have all the surveillance footage. That guy has a very powerful mecha equipment, and the T-900 had no ability to resist at all and was directly blown up. The subordinate said in panic. Dr. Sam snorted coldly, then turned on the surveillance video. The more he watched, the uglier his expression became. Just in time, the surveillance video has been sent over. Let's take a look together. I want to see what this guy is capable of. Dr. Sam's face was very gloomy. Bai Mei also stood beside Dr. Sam, watching the surveillance video in front. Is this the young man? Can he really kill our first-generation T-900? But this mechanical equipment next to him looks pretty powerful. Dr. Sam's eyes were fixed on Hurricane Ranger beside Qin Feng. The next scene made Dr. Sam's face change instantly. The Hurricane Ranger beside Qin Feng disappeared instantly, and the next second the head of AT-900 was instantly blown up. They watched every second that followed very carefully. How is this possible? What kind of mechanical equipment is this guy carrying? The damage is so high. Even my T-900 is no match for him. Although this T-900 is only a first-generation one, the quality of this equipment has reached the red gold level. Yet, that figure still killed my T-900 as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. It seems that the quality of this thing is at least above that of fairy equipment. It's a bloodbath. This is a fantastic weapon. If only we could get our hands on it. There was light in Dr. Sam's eyes. He really took a fancy to the mechanical equipment next to Qin Feng. If he was not strong enough, he really wanted to capture it and study it himself. Sir, it seems you need to take action. This mechanical equipment is too powerful. Dr. Sam turned and looked at the frowning White Eyebrow and said, now White Eyebrow is his last hope. After all, the T-900 that he is so proud of cannot withstand the punch of that mechanical equipment. If White Eyebrow is not his opponent, then Dr. Sam can only blow this branch temple into pieces and bury this guy here forever. Chapter 148 Qin Feng is targeted. Chapter 148 Qin Feng is targeted. Alright, Lord Bai Mei, if it's possible, can we capture this mechanical equipment and study it for me? Once we master the manufacturing method of this equipment, the Four Sacred Empire will definitely not be a match for our nine-head organization. Dr. Sam shouted excitedly. But looking at the situation inside, it's not so realistic for me to capture this mechanical equipment. It seems I need to ask the leader for support. But you're right, Doctor. If we can master the manufacturing method of this mechanical equipment, we can definitely turn the tables and become the masters. Then we won't have to hide from place to place. And I'm sure the leader will really like this mechanical equipment. A hint of excitement flashed in Bai Mei's eyes. Just wait here. I'll call the leader and ask him to come and support us. Then Bai Mei called the leader of the Jiogin organization. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you recently that if it's not something urgent, don't contact me? The Empire has been making moves lately. The leader said in a very low voice. No, Chief. Someone from our branch temple has arrived, and he has a piece of mechanical equipment with him. The power of this mechanical equipment is extraordinary. Bai Mei said very seriously. Extraordinary? How powerful? Could it be comparable to the T-900? The leader snorted coldly and said, if this is all you have to say, don't contact me again. The leader's voice was unusually cold. No, Chief, the T-900 isn't even worthy of serving him. That mechanical device blew the T-900's head off with one punch. That's why I said I found an unusual mechanical device. Send me the video. If I find out you've cheated on me, you know what will happen in the end. The leader finished speaking. Bai Mei sent the video he had just seen. After a while, the voice over there seemed very urgent. Bai Mei, remember this. You must get that mechanical equipment for me at all costs, and then capture the mechanic in the video. This person looks familiar to me. I must have seen him somewhere. But it doesn't matter. You must get that mechanical equipment for me. All right. I've just sent someone to support you. They'll be here in about half an hour. Make sure you stay here. Listening to the leader's words, Bai Mei smiled. No problem, leader. Although my strength may not be enough to complete this mission directly, I can still hold him back for half an hour without any problem. That's right. Remember this. There can't be any mistakes with that mechanic. He's the fastest way for us to study this treasure. Capture him alive. Don't kill him. The leader hung up after he finished speaking. I don't know how you got the location of our organization, but unfortunately, you're about to become our prey. Now the relationship between hunter and prey has reversed. Bai Mei looked at Qin Feng on the surveillance camera with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Are there any T-900s left in the branch? Send them all out. We must hold him back. As long as we can hold out for half an hour, our reinforcements will arrive. Then we'll make sure this guy pays the price for daring to come to our branch of the 9 organization. We still have some T-900s, but they're not complete. They're all defective. But I feel like we shouldn't have any problem holding them back. Dr. Sam said very seriously. That's all that's needed. As long as we can delay him, we'll be fine. We don't want to kill him, but capture him alive. If nothing unexpected happens, the equipment we see now should have been made by this guy. His strong manufacturing capabilities are also a great help to our organization. Qin Feng had no idea that he was being targeted by someone. Regardless of whether they knew or not, Qin Feng wouldn't have any thoughts about it anyway. Qin Feng was kicking all the way, and no one could stop Qin Feng. No one could stop Hurricane. Basically, he could take care of those guys with just one punch. At this time, Qin Feng's level was improved again. Tip: your level has changed. Current level is 148. Qin Feng's level has been directly upgraded to 148, while the second place Yuzin's level is only 106. The gap between the two is quite large. Qin Feng was wandering around frantically in this branch hall. Since it was going to be destroyed anyway, he might as well take a look at all the places. After all, this was the Jiang organization, and if nothing unexpected happened, there should be a lot of treasures in it. The next second, Qin Feng saw a man with very long eyebrows appear in front of him. Then he punched himself hard. Bang! With a loud bang, a man appeared in front of Qin Feng, and then this man was looking at him in astonishment. Boom! -0. A sign indicating no blood loss appeared above Qin Feng's head. How is that possible? The man hurriedly stepped back and looked at Qin Feng with a strange look in his eyes. You have to know that he used 50% of his strength in that punch just now, but when it hit Qin Feng, it didn't cause any damage at all. This is simply horrifying. Everyone knows that as a mechanic, the biggest weakness is himself. The most powerful attack effect of a mechanic is his mechanical equipment, but he himself is his biggest weakness. But today he discovered that this mechanic is different from all the mechanics he has seen. Why are you attacking me by surprise? You're a bit uncultured. You're not polite at all. Qin Feng looked at the guy in front of him and recognized his identity at a glance. His later nickname in the Jiang organization was Bai Mei. The strength of this Bai Mei is considered to be very powerful in the Jiang organization, but since he met me in this life, it can only mean that this guy is unlucky. In his previous life, Bai Mei was extremely powerful and had a very strong recovery ability. As long as he was not killed, he could quickly revive with full health. Chapter 149 Battle with White Eyebrows. Chapter 149 Battle with Bai Mei. However, Qin Feng saw that this guy had not yet been injected with the ancient blood essence they had prepared. Of course, this name was not made up by Qin Feng himself, but was said by the people in Jiang's organization in his previous life. Qin Feng knew that the blood contained the power of the ancient god of war, which was why this white eyebrow was so jumpy. The god of war really was the kind of existence that became stronger the more he fought. But even so, this guy finally died at the hands of the Supreme Saint. However, being able to fight against the Supreme Saint for nearly 2 minutes was enough for him to be proud of. Hurricane, leave this guy to me. Qin Feng also wanted to experience the power of his demon body. So just don't let Hurricane take action. Bai Mei, core member of the Jiang organization. Level, 150. Rank, mythical boss. Attack, 340W, 342W. Life, 1500W. Defense, 130W. Skills, more courage in battle, tense, sword intent, fist edge. Introduction, a core member of the Jiang organization. He hasn't used the ancient blood essence yet, but his strength remains strong. He's used to trading injuries for injuries. Qin Feng looked at the introduction above. Sure enough, I haven't used the ancient blood essence yet, otherwise today's battle would be really difficult. Qin Feng thought to himself. A legendary boss with 15 million health points is already a legendary boss before using the ancient blood essence. But after using the ancient blood essence, it can reach the level of a mythical boss. I admit that you're very strong, but I didn't come here today to compete with you. You simply can't be my opponent. If you want to survive, I advise you to be honest. Bai Mei said coldly. Be honest? I think you should be the one who is honest, right? White eyebrow. Qin Feng said with a sneer. You haven't absorbed the ancient blood yet. Do you think you can be my opponent? Qin Feng said in a voice that only he could hear. I don't care what you want from me, but we can't work together if we don't share the same ideals. Let's just fight it out. Qin Feng said coldly. Then Qin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Then when Qin Feng appeared again, his figure had already appeared in front of Bai Mei. A punch was thrown. After Qin Feng obtained the body of the demon god, his physical fitness was greatly improved, so Qin Feng's current physical strength is simply not comparable to that of ordinary people. Even Bai Mei is the same. 220W. Qin Feng's punch directly knocked away 1/7 of Bai Mei's blood. Because of this punch, Bai Mei flew backwards and hit the wall heavily. Ahem, are you a mechanic by profession? Bai Mei looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. He had never seen a mechanic who could fight him hand to hand. This is simply a freak. Guaranteed authenticity. Qin Feng spread his hands. Isn't it said that a mechanic's body is fragile? How come your body is so strong? Did you transform your own body into mechanical equipment? So that's how it is. It seems you must have transformed your own body as well. Bai Mei said with great certainty. Since you are so strong, I will use my original strength. I wanted to talk to you, but you just came up and started fighting. Bai Mei said as he took out his sword. He kicked off with his toes and rushed towards Qin Feng. He originally wanted to stab Qin Feng in the head, but he thought of the leader's words and instantly pointed the tip of the sword at Qin Feng's right leg. But the next second he widened his eyes again. His sword was unable to penetrate the shield-like object in front of Qin Feng. This is exactly the skill book, immunity skill, that was rewarded when you killed Sak. And after Qin Feng learned this skill, he directly gained the ability to be immune to damage. For example, this guy punched Qin Feng in front of him before, but no damage was done because it triggered Qin Feng's skill immunity. And it's the same this time. How so? But Qin Feng didn't give this guy any time to react. He just went up and punched him hard in the face. 325W. Another 3 million damages. Bai Mei's health has been reduced by 1/3. Bai Mei on this side seemed to be furious with Qin Feng. He roared angrily and then attacked Qin Feng madly with his sword. The speed was incredibly fast, but Qin Feng had no intention of dodging at all. He just stood there and let this guy attack him madly. -0, -0, -0. But Bai Mei just couldn't deal any damage. You're still not giving up, are you? After Qin Feng finished speaking, he grabbed the long sword in Bai Mei's hand with his right hand, and then exerted a little force, and the sword instantly turned into pieces and scattered on the ground. I saw you were having a great time fighting just now. Now it's my turn. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he punched Bai Mei in the face again. Boom! With a loud bang, Qin Feng had used all his strength in this punch. 832W. The power of this punch actually caused more than 8 million damages. It has to be said that Qin Feng's demon body is very powerful. Qin Feng didn't want to waste time with this guy at this time, and then he punched out again, attacking Bai Mei frantically. At this time, Bai Mei was still struggling to hold on, but he knew that he would not be able to hold on for too long. If it were not for his skill of becoming more courageous, he would have died long ago. T900. Kill him. Kill him. At this moment, Bai Mei could no longer consider the leader's thoughts. If he continued to think about it, he would die here. However, half an hour had not yet passed. He had no choice but to take this approach. As long as Qin Feng is killed, the remaining mechanical equipment will be no problem. The T900s that had been lying in ambush here swarmed forward and rushed directly towards Qin Feng. I originally wanted to spare your life, but it seems you're courting death. Don't blame me then. I want to see if your defenses can withstand the power of the laser cannon. After Bai Mei finished speaking, all the T900 laser cannons were aimed at Qin Feng. I'll give you one more chance. If you're willing to follow me, I can let you live. This is your last chance to choose. If you still don't seize the opportunity, don't blame me for being rude. Bai Mei said in a cold voice. Chapter 150, Bai Mei's Death. Shadow Mask. Chapter 150, Bai Mei Dies. Shadow Mask. If our leader hadn't been impressed by your strength, do you think you'd still be alive? But don't think you're indifferent just because the leader values you. I still have the strength to kill you. I'm a core member of the organization, after all. I don't think the leader would do anything to me even if I killed you. Bai Mei was still lobbying. Stop talking so much nonsense. Why don't you take action? Don't let me look down on you, okay? Come on, come on. Take action. Qin Feng sneered nonchalantly. It is simply impossible to cause any harm to Qin Feng with these broken equipment. Kill him. Kill him. Bai Mei roared. Then these T-900 laser cannons instantly rushed towards Qin Feng at an incredible speed. Clang. -0. Another terrifying scene happened. Qin Feng's immunity skill was triggered again. From the beginning to now, it seems that this skill is triggered every time he is hit. This makes Qin Feng a little strange. How can Shuling trigger the immunity skill when he is 100%? However, this skill does not specify how to trigger this immunity skill, nor does it specify the cooldown time of this skill. That is to say, this skill will be triggered as long as you receive damage. That means, Qin Feng can now do whatever he wants, because no one can kill him anyway. Qin Feng is now immune to all negative effects and curses. He also has an additional skill that makes him immune to damage. This makes Qin Feng's already invincible existence even more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The laser cannon shot towards Qin Feng again. -0. Another attack that caused no damage. How is that possible? Are you wearing some kind of equipment that can make you immune to damage? Bai Mei was speechless at this point. The T-900 he ambushed here didn't even show any effect at all. Looks like that's all you can do. If you don't have any backup plan, I'll just have to send you away. Qin Feng clenched his fist, which was as big as a casserole, and punched the white-browed man's head directly, and blood splattered instantly. Hint. Congratulations on killing Nine-Head Organization Core member, White Eyebrow, legendary boss, gaining 5 million experience points, 2 million gold coins, and 1 lucky point. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 500 million experience points, 200 million gold coins, and 100 maximum luck value. Tip. Your luck value is full. Qin Feng listened to the system's voice and actually obtained the maximum luck value. Hint. Congratulations on obtaining Ruined Dagger Broken, legendary equipment, 1. After Qin Feng heard the prompt, he saw the dagger in his hand. Isn't this the sword that Bai Mei used just now? And then he crushed it directly. And then he actually got this equipment? What Qin Feng couldn't understand was that this broken equipment was actually a legendary equipment. Hint. Congratulations on obtaining the Fight More Bravely skill book. Hint. Congratulations on obtaining Shadow Mask, legendary equipment, 1. Master, you are truly too powerful. Hurricane looked at Qin Feng's identity and said respectfully, I just felt a strong pressure from the master's fist. This Hurricane was also madly praising Qin Feng's strength. But Qin Feng knew that his own attacks had no rules at all. He could defeat Bai Mei not by relying on technique, but by relying on ability. As a man with the body of a demon god, his physical strength was naturally not inferior to anyone else. I want to learn how to fight from my master in the future. You really should learn how to fight. Besides your normal range damage, every time you use your fists it feels like you're just having fun. Qin Feng said casually. Anyway, you'll learn it slowly over time. As for the energy cannon, don't use it for the time being. It just so happens that you want to temper your own strength. Master, how about you teach me? Hurricane looked at Qin Feng inquiringly. Qin Feng shook his head after hearing this. He himself was not that proficient in these close combats. You know, Qin Feng was also a mechanic in his previous life. He had deep-rooted abilities as a mechanic, but he didn't know much about close combat. Qin Feng then focused his attention on the equipment he had just obtained. Shadow Mask. Level, 150. Rank, legendary equipment. Characteristic. 1. Increase your dodge rate by 40%. 2. Increase your own blood-sucking rate by 40%. 3. You can hide your own information. Durability, 1000 W. Charging, 5000 W. After looking at these equipments, Qin Feng once again took Hurricane and began to sweep the entire branch hall. Afterwards, a lot of materials were found in this branch hall, and then they were all put into Qin Feng's package. This branch hall should be a place they come to frequently, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many precious materials here. But let's be honest, it would be even better if the quality of these materials could be a little higher. Qin Feng sighed. However, he seemed to feel that he was too greedy, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. The T-900s that Bai Mei brought just now were all the robots in this branch hall, but in the end they all became Qin Feng's experience points. Bai Mei is dead, and now no one can stop Qin Feng. Slowly, Qin Feng brought Hurricane to where Dr. Sam was. When Qin Feng brought Hurricane in, they saw a man wearing a white coat and glasses. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The man actually turned around and smiled at Qin Feng. I also saw the fight between you and Bai Mei just now. You are indeed quite strong. I can give you a chance to join us. If you are willing to join, I am sure you will take over Bai Mei's position. I will even have to call you sir. There was no expression on the man's face except excitement. Recruit me? Just your 9-follower organization? I think forget it. Your 9-follower organization is too weak. The only strong man in the Jogan organization is Bai Mei. But now this only strong man has turned into a corpse. So now the Jogan organization is a garbage organization. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a garbage organization. I don't have any thoughts about this garbage organization. Qin Feng continued. Chapter 151, Superpower, Phantom Wolf. Chapter 151, Superpower, Phantom Wolf. What? You actually said that my organization is a rubbish organization? Do you know that even the 4 Sacred Empire can't do anything to our 9-He organization? You still say that our 9-He organization is a rubbish organization? I think you don't know what is good for you. Dr. Sam said coldly. Dr. Sam Legendary Boss. Level, 125. Rank, Legend. HP, 600W. Attack, 340,000 to 350,000. Defense, 58871-58976. Skills, Advanced Biological Research, Intermediate Mechanical Expertise, Ability, Ghost Wolf, Rage, Demonization, Speed Enhancement. Introduction, a doctor who studies biology at the Jogan organization and also oversees the organization's mechanical manufacturing. Qin Feng looked at this guy's attributes. It turned out that the ancient blood essence should be developed by this person, but why did Qin Feng have no memory of him in his previous life? Could it be that he was abandoned by the organization after developing the ancient blood essence? Or did something unexpected happen when fusing the blood essence? But Qin Feng was too lazy to think so much. He planned to send this guy to reunite with Bai Mei. Anyway, they are both members of the same organization, so there should be no problem in sending them over for a reunion. Moreover, this guy's attributes are really too low. A level 125 legendary boss has only 6 million HP. With this amount of HP, Qin Feng is afraid that he can be killed with just one punch. But at this time, Hurricane seemed eager to try. Then, Master, can you leave this fat guy to me? Hurricane looked at Qin Feng and asked. Then I'll leave it to you. Qin Feng nodded. Then the Hurricane rushed towards Dr. Sam. I don't know where this doctor got the courage from. He is not as strong as Bai Mei, who can kill himself. How can he, a doctor who studies things, not be his opponent? But the next second, the fat man who was originally standing there disappeared instantly, and a white coat was left on the ground. Oh, the original Dr. Sam has now transformed into a 2-meter-long ghost wolf. Hint, Dr. Sam has activated the skill Superpower, Ghost Wolf, transforming into Ghost Orchid. Speed plus 500%, attack plus 500%, HP plus 500%. This ability seems to be quite strong. Qin Feng touched his chin. This ability actually increased the 3 basic attributes by 5 times. Then Hurricane's eyes blurred, and Dr. Sam appeared in front of him. With a fierce grab of the front paw. Squeak! Dr. Sam's health, which originally reached 6 million, instantly dropped to 30 million. However, Qin Feng didn't take it too seriously. After all, no matter how much blood he had, it would only be a waste of his time. Then some speed and defense were added, but these were nothing to the Hurricane. No matter how fast the Phantom Wolf is, it can never match the speed of the Hurricane Ranger. You like playing speed games with me, right? Since you like playing speed games, I'll play with you today, but I still hope you can hold on for a while longer. Otherwise, it will be too boring. After Hurricane finished speaking, his figure flashed out, constantly changing angles in the air. Even Dr. Sam, whose speed increased by 500%, was unable to see Hurricane Ranger's speed with the naked eye. Is this really your strength? I'm so disappointed that you can't even keep up with my speed. Hurricane said disdainfully. Since you don't want to play anymore, I won't waste my time with you. You're too weak, even weaker than that guy who was playing with the sword before. Hurricane looked at the Phantom Wolf on the ground with mockery. Dr. Sam looked at Qin Feng not far away, and the Hurricane Ranger, who kept flashing in the sky. He seemed to be weighing who he should fight. He had also seen the battle between Qin Feng and Bai Mei before, but he believed that the -0 damage was definitely due to the skill book Qin Feng possessed, and such a powerful skill must have a cooling time. So he set his sights on Qin Feng. The hurricanes that kept flashing in the sky seemed to have noticed that this guy wanted to find his master. In the end, I could only sigh. Dr. Sam believed that he was very likely to kill Qin Feng directly. After all, this guy's skills must have been in a cooldown period, otherwise he would not have allowed his mechanical equipment to fight against him. The more he thought about it, the more ferocious the expression on his face became. Qin Feng also saw this guy rushing towards him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly, and shook his head. Why did he always like to use him as a breakthrough point? Does the mechanic have to be the weakest? The next second, Qin Feng stood in place, clenched his right fist, and hit Dr. Sam's claws hard. Minus 998. The damage from Qin Feng's punch directly knocked off nearly 1/3 of this guy's health, and Dr. Sam was instantly stunned. How could someone with such a strong physique be a mechanic? Then, more than a dozen hunter hover cannons appeared behind Qin Feng. More than a dozen hover cannons instantly pointed their barrels towards Dr. Sam. The terrifying firepower almost drained Dr. Sam's health. If he hadn't had a recovery potion in his mouth, the damage just now would have been enough to kill him instantly. After taking a recovery potion, his health was restored to 60%. I developed this recovery potion myself. If you can't kill me instantly, you definitely won't be able to kill me. Dr. Sam looked very proud. Kill you in an instant? I don't know if I can do that. Hurricane's right arm instantly turned into an energy cannon, and then a terrifying damage instantly pierced Dr. Sam's body. What's the use of recovering 60% of his health? Minus 12,388. True damage. Another damage of over 100 million. If Qin Feng hadn't said that the energy cannon could not be used, he would have killed this guy with one shot. Master, mission accomplished. This guy is dead. Hurricane looked at Qin Feng and said with a smile. Hint, congratulations on killing Dr. Sam, legendary boss. Reward, Biological Research Specialty Skill Book, 2 million experience points, 800,000 gold coins. Hint, congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 200 million experience points and 8,000 gold coins. Qin Feng walked in front of Dr. Sam. After being killed, Dr. Sam, who had transformed into a wolf, returned to his original form. Hint, congratulations on obtaining Advanced Pharmacy Expertise. Hint, congratulations on obtaining Superpower Phantom Wolf. Hint, congratulations on obtaining the Recovery Potion, Improved Version. Hint, congratulations on obtaining Blood Essence containing Divine Power 1. Chapter 152, God of War Bloodline AI Qing. Chapter 152, War, God Bloodline AI Qing. Blood Essence containing Divine Power. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, wondering how this thing could be revealed. Qin Feng had no interest in this kind of biological experiment, so he threw the blood on the ground, and the blood in the syringe flowed out. Qin Feng also discovered that the blood flowing out of the syringe actually had a hint of golden color. It turns out that this blood contains the blood of the God of War. Qin Feng said to himself. However, Qin Feng had no idea about the blood of the God of War. After all, he possessed the body of a demon god. You must know that the power of a demon god is not comparable to that of the God of War. It's done. We can go destroy this branch temple now. Qin Feng thought that there was a self-destruct device in each branch hall. As long as the device was activated, the branch hall could be blown up. After a while, Qin Feng arrived at the deepest part. However, what Qin Feng did not expect was that there were so many surviving researchers here. They seemed not to notice Qin Feng's arrival and were still discussing something enthusiastically. But Qin Feng directly ordered the hunter hover cannon to penetrate all these people. Qin Feng naturally couldn't keep these guys. After all, could anyone who could help the Jogan organization be a good person? Moreover, even if they are good people, after coming here, they are just accomplices who help the Jogan organization to do evil. Moreover, the brainwashing skills of the Jogan organization are unparalleled. As long as they have been brainwashed, these people can be said to have become part of the organization. If you want them to betray the organization, it would be more satisfying to kill them directly. Soon, Qin Feng noticed the woman lying on the operating table and tied up tightly. The woman's body was covered with wounds. Descendant of the God of War, AI Qing. When Qin Feng saw the two words, AI Qing, he knew the identity of this woman. She was a woman with the blood of the God of War and was also an extremely powerful being. But I didn't expect that she had been caught by the Jogan organization before. Qin Feng frowned. Qin Feng slowly walked to AI Qing's side, and Qin Feng also noticed the look in this woman's eyes. The look that seemed to want to kill him. Hello, I think you must have misunderstood me. I am not from the Nine Root organization. I am here to destroy the Nine Root organization's branch. I will help you untie it now, but you have to control your emotions. Qin Feng was afraid that this woman would accidentally use his power as a God of War. If that happened, he would not be able to defeat her alone. Qin Feng directly asked Hurricane to use laser cutting to cut off the restraints on his body. Who are you? Didn't I just say that I'm here to destroy the 9 branches of the organization? Qin Feng smiled. AI Qing looked at Qin Feng. Then why did you save me? Where are that Bai Mei and that doctor? AI Qing asked. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. And I've already killed Bai Mei and that doctor. Don't worry. Now, if nothing unexpected happens, there are only 2 of us left in this branch hall. I killed everyone else. Qin Feng said casually. Is this like this? AI Qing didn't know whether to believe this man's words, but judging from his appearance, he was not lying. And the mechanical equipment beside him seemed to be very powerful. AI Qing thought to herself. But what shocked AI Qing was that this man had no wrinkles on his body. He didn't look like he came from outside at all. He walked leisurely in a very strange way. All right, everything's untied from you. You can leave now. Qin Feng looked at AI Qing and said casually. Although this woman was very beautiful, and even her torn clothes kept revealing some of her body, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to her. After all, he still has a mission to do, which is to directly destroy this branch temple. Then he went to the console and fiddled with it. Prompt. Do you want to activate the self-destruct program? The countdown time is 10 minutes. Open. Qin Feng clicked to open it directly. Then the console display began to show the time. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. 9 minutes and 58 seconds. Time passes by second by second. This place is going to explode in 10 minutes, so we should leave. Qin Feng stretched and yawned and said. Qin Feng's figure floated outside, and Hurricane followed closely behind. The only one left was AI Qing, who was still on the operating table. She also saw the self-destruct program of the branch hall, and then ran out quickly. But because her injuries were too severe, there was no way for her to escape. It looks like I'm going to die here. AI Qing sat on the ground and sighed. However, just as AI Qing was about to wait for death, Qin Feng appeared in front of her. Hey, why haven't you left yet? AI Qing looked at him with tears in her eyes. Qin Feng looked at her and seemed to understand something. Hurricane, this woman is in your hands. Get out of here quickly. It's going to explode in a few minutes, and I don't want to be buried here. Qin Feng disappeared the instant he finished speaking. Hey, master, wait for me. Hurricane carried AI Qing on his shoulders and chased after Qin Feng. When Hurricane carried AI Qing out of the tree hole, a deafening sound came from underground. The thick tree snapped instantly, and due to the power of the explosion, some of the ground sank downwards. Then 2 minutes later, boom, the entire ground collapsed in an instant, forming a pit. All right, done. Qin Feng clapped his hands. Hint, congratulations on completing the mission of destroying the 9 branches of the organization. Tip, because you killed Dr. Sam, White Eyebrow, a member of the 9-Head organization, the 9-Head organization has issued a hunting order against you. Hint, congratulations on destroying the 9 organization branch. The current location will form the destruction of the 9 organization branch instance. This instance contains destiny. Do you want to open it to other awakeners? System prompt. You are about to come into contact with the support team sent by the 9 organizations. Please be careful. System prompt. You are about to come into contact with the support team sent by the 9 organizations. Please be careful. System prompt. You are about to come into contact with the support team sent by the 9 organizations. Please be careful. Qin Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard the system's prompt. He didn't expect that they would send out a support team just because they destroyed a branch temple. Chapter 153 The Arrival of the SSS Support Team. Chapter 153 SSS Support Team arrives. I just don't know what level this support team is. Qin Feng said to himself. There are certain differences between the Jogan organization and other ordinary organizations. Others may not know, but Qin Feng certainly knows it very clearly. After all, the Jogan organization has SSS-level teams, and the capabilities of the SSS-level support teams are also very powerful. You should know that the Jogan organization was previously affiliated with the Four Sacred Empire, and this SSS support team was a group of elites trained by the Empire. As the Jogan organization escaped control, this group of elites began to constantly hunt down high-level officials of the Four Sacred Empire and even other empires. It was even because of this SSS-level support team that the Jogan organization's reputation for evil gradually grew. At the same time, the weapons equipped by this SSS-level support team are all very powerful weapons, which cannot even be compared with the hot weapons in the army. If nothing unexpected happens, this group of people should be coming for me. Qin Feng thought about it. He turned around and looked at the hurricane beside him. Maybe that was why he was noticed. If the leader of the Jogan organization was impressed by the production capabilities of his mechanics, then it would be reasonable for him to send an SSS-level support team. But according to Qin Feng's current strength, let alone the SSS support team, even if he met the leader of the Jogan organization, Qin Feng could knock him down with one punch. Qin Feng, who has dual professions, has greatly improved his physical fitness. Even without using Hurricane, Qin Feng alone could contend with them. You know, Qin Feng's profession is a mechanic, and the weakest point of a mechanic is themselves. But Qin Feng doesn't need to worry about this at all. Qin Feng looked at the devastated land in front of him, then looked at the hurricane, turned around, and ran away. Hurricane didn't know whether he should throw the woman on him down, but Qin Feng didn't say anything after all, so he could only continue to carry AI Qing and chase after Qin Feng. At the same time that Qin Feng was leaving, a winged falcon whizzed past, and on the falcon stood several fully armed members of the Nine-Head organization. They are the support team sent by the leader of the Nine-Root organization to help Bai Mei and Dr. Sam. They are also the SSS-level support team in the Nine-Root organization. I don't know why boss asked us to come here. One of the men muttered. All right, let's hurry up and get there. Didn't the boss say that this mission is extremely important? That mechanic's abilities are extraordinary. At this time, the falcon stopped in the air. All right, let's go down. The man said something and instantly jumped off the falcon. Boom. Then, the moment the man landed, there was a loud bang. The originally flat ground suddenly cracked, stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust, and the same happened to the two people who followed. When the smoke and dust cleared, the ground where the three people were standing had become bumpy, and even the grass had flown away to nowhere. Are we in the wrong place? Why is this door still blocked? Can you be more serious? After saying that, he pressed the button on his temple, and a curtain of light flashed out. Reminder, there are no living beings in the branch hall, and the self-destruct device has been activated. The branch temple actually activated the self-destruct device? Was this done by that mechanic or Dr. Sam? Carter, observe the death toll in the branch hall, and see if White Eyebrow and Dr. Sam are inside. The man spoke in a stern voice. Okay, team leader. The pupils of the man standing behind him suddenly widened, and a faint white light flashed in his eyes. Report to the team leader. The bodies of Dr. Sam and White Eyebrow have been blown to pieces by the self-destruct device, but it is certain that their bodies are in the branch hall. The man named Carter sighed and said, since Dr. Sam and White Eyebrow both died inside, that means the intruder must have activated the self-destruct device. The team leader said after thinking for a moment. All right, team leader, there's one more thing. The woman with the blood of the god of war, there's no trace of her in the branch hall. Carter said again. It seems we underestimated that little mechanic. I never thought our branch temple would be destroyed by just one person. The team leader narrowed his eyes slightly. Carter, now, sense where that mechanic and AI Qing are. Okay, team leader. Carter closed his eyes and activated his mental power to explore the surrounding situation. Team leader, I sensed it. They're not far from us, and they don't seem to be moving very fast. Carter said excitedly. If he's not moving fast, could he be injured? No. After all, he's just a mechanic, and mechanics are their own weakest point. After all, this branch is considered the strongest among our Nine-Root organization. If he comes here alone and gets injured, that's understandable. If that's the case, then it will be much easier to take him away. Carter turned his head and looked at the team leader beside him. Chase, we must catch them before they return to the city. If we wait until they return to the city, it will be difficult for us to catch them then. The team leader's face turned pale. Not to mention that the mechanic is a talent valued by their big boss. What is more important is the blood of the god of war in AI Qing's body. If they can know the composition of the blood of the god of war, they can synthesize artificial blood of the god of war. At that time, their 9 organizations will become very powerful. Even the 4 sacred empires would not be a match for their 9-headed organization. At this time, Qin Feng also sensed the 3 people behind him. Then he stopped. Aren't we running away? AI Qing, who was still supported by the hurricane, stared at Qin Feng with strange eyes. Run? I'm not running. It's just that I don't know if there are any other devices in that branch temple. If we run into the support team of the Jogan organization there, I won't be able to control you. Qin Feng sneered. And at this moment, just after Qin Feng stopped, boom, 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 there were 3 loud bangs, and 3 men armed to the teeth appeared in front of Qin Feng. The pursuit is quite fast, Qin Feng praised. Chapter 154. Just a bunch of rats who are not worthy of being on the stage. Chapter 154. Just a bunch of rats who are not worthy of being on the stage. I thought it would take you a while to get here, but your speed is still pretty good. Qin Feng praised again. But it sounded so harsh to Carter and the others. Originally, Qin Feng had no intention of confronting the support team, but when Qin Feng realized that there were only 3 people in the support team, he gave up the idea. Qin Feng didn't take 3 people seriously. It seems that you are the mechanic that our boss values. But I admire you very much. You were able to destroy a branch of our organization by yourself. I have to say that your strength must be very strong. After all, White Eyebrow and Dr. Sam both died at your hands. Of course, as long as you're willing to join our 9-follow organization, we won't do anything to you. But I hope you can be more sensible and don't waste your abilities. Only by joining our organization can your abilities be improved to the greatest extent. The team leader kept recruiting Qin Feng. Of course, if you don't want to join our organization, the fact that you destroyed our branch is enough to make you die here. And we will also take AI Qing away from you. Qin Feng summoned out a Hurricane Ranger again. Hurricane threw AI Qing onto him, and then stood beside Qin Feng. Who are you talking to? Is this the tone you use when talking to my master? Watch your words. Before Qin Feng could even open his mouth to speak, Hurricane became unhappy. Qin Feng discovered that Hurricane's intelligence was becoming higher and higher, and he had even learned to mock others. The three of them changed their expressions after hearing Hurricane's ridicule. You're actually a robot with intelligence. It seems you have quite a few secrets. The leading man looked at Qin Feng. You better be careful. They are still very strong. Although AI Qing couldn't see through Qin Feng's strength, she could feel that the three pursuers in front of her were very powerful. If she wasn't injured, she would definitely go up to help. She had no choice but to hide behind Hurricane Ranger. Qin Feng was observing the panel attributes of the three people at this time. SSS-03 Team Carter. Level, 150. Rank, Immortal. HP, 4500W. Attack, 1100W, 1300W. Defense, 600W, 620W. Skills, Breath Lock, Life Plunder, Bone Blade Penetration. Introduction, a member of the SSS level group of the Nine Root Organization, and also a very powerful figure in the Nine Root Organization. SSS-03 Team Light Me. Level, 150. Rank, Immortal. HP, 4900W. Attack, 1150W, 1430W. Defense, 700W, 720W. Skills, Flying Soldiers, Machine Crafting, Machine Locking. Introduction, a member of the SSS level group of the Nine Root Organization, and also a very powerful figure in the Nine Root Organization. SSS-03 Team Jason. Level, 150. Rank, Epic. HP, 7000W. Attack, 2100W, 2300W. Defense, 1600W, 1620W. Skills, War Strength, Shield Attack, Spear Lock, Divine Leap Charge. Introduction, the leader of the SSS level team in the Nine Root Organization, and also a very powerful figure in the Nine Root Organization. The member information of the Three Nines organization appeared in front of Qin Feng. I have to say that the attributes of these three people are really strong. How have you considered it? If you agree, hand over the woman behind you, and then we will take you to see our boss. I believe the boss will definitely not treat you unfairly. Jason looked at Qin Feng, as if waiting for Qin Feng's response. Consider? Is there any need to consider this matter? Who the hell are you, the Nine Organization? You still want to recruit me? You are nothing more than a bunch of rats who are not worthy of being on the stage. What strength can you have when you are wanted by the four sacred empires? Qin Feng sneered. Carter took the dagger and planned to rush over and kill Qin Feng. But he was quickly stopped by team leader Jason. Team leader, he's already said this. Do we really want him to submit to us? Looking at his expression, I know it's impossible. Carter was furious. Jason shook his head, but the anger in his eyes was no less than Carter's. I think you must have some misunderstandings about our Nine Root Organization. You should know that our Nine Root Organization is not the group you claim to be. Moreover, every time the Four Sacred Empire attacks us, we can sense it in advance. This is the strength of our Nine Root Organization. Also, the reason our Nine Root Organization's branch is built underground is because it's well connected, which can better ensure our safety. I believe you don't want to expose yourself to danger. Jason is still trying. If this time doesn't work, he will directly kill Qin Feng, regardless of whether he is the talent the boss needs. After all, only talents who join in are talents, and those who don't join in can only be slaughtered. Although they really don't want to take action against such a talented character. Pre-sense, do you think I'm a fool? Qin Feng sneered and looked at the three people sarcastically. If the leader of the Jogan organization was not a high-ranking official in the Four Sacred Empire, and could easily have learned of these things and ordered them to retreat, the Jogan organization would have been destroyed by the Four Sacred Empire long ago. But it's undeniable that our Nine Root Organization possesses the ability to perceive things in advance. This Jason was still looking at Qin Feng shamelessly and said, if your boss wasn't in the Four Sacred Empire, do you think you could have escaped their pursuit? Don't be ridiculous. And the boss behind you should be. When Qin Feng mentioned the name of the boss behind Jogan organization, the bodies of the three of them couldn't help but pause. Then there was fear in his eyes. The identity of the boss of their organization has always been very secretive, and only the members of their SSS team can see it. However, the three of them did not expect that the identity of the boss would be known by an outsider today. This time, they will definitely not let Qin Feng leave. Boy, too much talk leads to mistakes. I didn't want to kill you, but now, you have no choice but to die. Chapter 155, SSS Support Team's Methods. Chapter 155, the SSS Support Team's Methods. Qin Feng sneered at Jason's words. You're talking as if you'll let me go if I don't tell you. Qin Feng glanced at them with disdain. Go? We can't let him leave alive. In fact, even without Jason saying anything, Carter and Lightme would naturally not let Qin Feng leave. After all, this person already knew the identity of the boss behind them. If this person told it out, it would definitely be a devastating blow to the Jogan organization. The next moment, Carter and Lightme stomped their feet heavily on the ground, making a deafening sound, and then they instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng, and the two of them double-teamed Qin Feng. Today he must be beheaded on the spot. Meanwhile, AI Qing looked at the Hurricane Ranger in front of her and said doubtfully, "Why don't you go and help him? I can sense that those three guys are not to be trifled with." But what AI Qing didn't know was that the Hurricane Ranger Qin Feng had called to protect her had no intelligence, so he couldn't understand anything AI Qing said to him. The only thing he knew was that Qin Feng asked him to protect this woman. At this moment, Qin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Qin Feng's smile instantly caused an indelible sense of oppression to rise in the hearts of the two people. What they couldn't understand was why this guy could still laugh so happily, but the two of them were already very close to each other, so it was naturally impossible for them to retreat because of his smile. But the next second, the bone blade in Carter's hand instantly chopped Qin Feng's body, and Lightme's little robot also fired bullets at Qin Feng frantically. Thump, 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 thump. The little robot's artillery fire continued to bombard Qin Feng. After the attack, the two men retreated instantly. -0. Immune. -0. Immune. -0. Immune. That should be it. I can't believe this guy, a mechanic, actually dares to expose himself in front of us. What a fool. Carter swung the bone blade in his hand and said with lingering emotion, "What a waste of such a genius. But I don't know how this guy knew the identity of our boss." Carter was very strange. Did Bai Mei tell Dr. Sam that? Impossible. Although Bai Mei and Dr. Sam are core members of our organization, it is impossible for core members to know the boss's true identity. In other words, only we, the support team affiliated with the boss, know the boss's identity, but the support team will never reveal the boss's identity. Letemi frowned. All right, now go and take that woman back. Several people were preparing to kidnap AI Qing, but when they just took a step, I found that there seemed to be a person standing in the smoke and dust. When they looked closely, they found that it was Qin Feng, whom they thought was dead. What are you doing? I'm not even dead yet. Are you planning to kidnap me right in front of me? Qin Feng patted the dust off his body and said, Impossible. How could nothing happen to you? Carter and Lightme looked at Qin Feng in shock. At this time, AI Qing behind him was also looking at him in surprise, with her mouth slightly open. She originally thought that Qin Feng was going to die, but she didn't expect that after the attack just now, let alone being injured, he didn't even have his clothes torn. Didn't you eat? Is this all the energy you have? Qin Feng looked at the three of them with a smile. I thought you support team members were so powerful, but it turns out you're just this weak. Are you really an SSS-level support team of a 9-gen organization? Why do you feel no different from White Eyebrow and Dr. Sam I just met? Qin Feng stared at them in confusion. He's definitely not an ordinary mechanic. Mechanics aren't this strong. I used all my strength in my attack just now, but it didn't do him any harm. No wonder he dared to expose his body to us. Carter's face looked extremely ugly. Lightme instantly summoned dozens of small robots, which ran towards Qin Feng quickly. The health of this small robot was very high, but the damage of a single attack was not very high. However, when there were more small robots around, their damage would be very terrifying. This is also the ability that allows Lightme to become a member of the SSS support team. Boy, I want to see whether your defense is better or my little robot is stronger. Qin Feng looked at the mini pocket robots swarming towards him, and there was no way to change the expression on his face. He just let them rush towards him. -0. -0. The damage of these little robots is actually 0. I really have to say that Qin Feng's immunity skill is really powerful and can make him immune to all physical and spell damage. But suddenly, -1. Critical hit. Qin Feng suffered a forced blood loss injury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Whose subordinate are you? Light Me looked at the little robot that he was so proud of and found that it could only inflict a little damage on Qin Feng. He screamed in shock, then stood there with his eyes wide open and stunned. Light Me on the side naturally didn't want to give up just like that. He held the bone blade in both hands and threw it at Qin Feng with his right hand. -0. But Carter did not give up. Instead, he appeared next to the bone blade beside Qin Feng, and then countless bone blades flew towards Qin Feng. This is Carter's bone blade penetration skill. But what shocked Carter was that his bone blade could not penetrate Qin Feng's body at all. At the same time, he keenly discovered that with every attack, a faint purple light would appear on Qin Feng's body. The light was very hidden, and you would definitely not be able to see it if you didn't observe carefully. And this time, it was Jason's turn to take action. The two members of his team were unable to hurt Qin Feng, which made him feel a little suspicious. You have to know that Carter and Light Me's output is physical damage and spell damage respectively, and Qin Feng's defense is actually immune to both types of damage, which makes Jason feel a little tricky. If I can't break his defense today, then all the harsh words I just said will be in vain. Then a shield appeared on Jason's right arm, and in his left hand he held a spear. The intensity of the war was instantly activated, and then red mist began to emerge from his body, and Jason's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty light. Lance locked. Jason took the spear and aimed at Qin Feng instantly. Chapter 156. Three-man team, 2 people killed instantly. Chapter 156. 2 people from the 3-person team died instantly. Qin Feng found that he had been locked by a stream of energy and could not dodge at all. However, Qin Feng was a little curious about the spear in Jason's hand. He felt that the momentum of the spear actually made him feel a little pressure. The next second, the spear flew towards Qin Feng. Then it hit Qin Feng heavily. But this time, the light on Qin Feng did not appear. A damage sign with white letters also appeared on Qin Feng's head. -34W. This shot directly reduced Qin Feng's health by 340,000. If Hurricane and Hurricane Ranger had not been standing next to Qin Feng would have been stabbed to death by this shot. Broken defense. Carter and Light Me looked at the team leader's spear in shock, and they immediately discovered the problem. It seems that your immunity is only to ordinary spells and physical damage. You have no immunity to true damage at all. Not bad. You did a good thing, Qin Feng said. His immunity skill is different from Sak's previous immunity skill. Sak's immunity skill can make him immune to any output, whether it is physical damage, spell damage, or true damage. The only nemesis is Holy Light Revival, and this skill can dispel it. But Qin Feng's skill is different. His skill can only make him immune to physical and spell damage, but not to true damage. However, his skill will not be dispelled. After being blessed by the Hurricane and the Hurricane Ranger beside AI Qin Feng's health volume is now tens of millions. This mere 340,000 in damage is nothing to Qin Feng. However, because Jason could cause harm to Qin Feng, the confusion in his heart was also dispelled a lot. But then they thought, their team leader's skills add real damage, but none of their skills have real damage, so they have no way to have any impact on Qin Feng. Jason also knew this problem. You two go and capture AI Qing now. Jason gave the two of them such a task. Okay, team leader. I'll make sure the mission is completed. The two said excitedly. If I can't beat the mechanic, can I still beat the mechanic's equipment? The two thought to themselves. Kill. They were going to kill the mechanical ranger beside AI Qing and get AI Qing first. But the next second, the two of them were instantly knocked away, and Hurricane Ranger was standing where the two of them were originally. The damage from Hurricane Ranger's fists is not something that ordinary people can withstand. -1120W. True damage. -1130W. True damage. These two people suffered tens of millions of injuries on their heads. Carter and Light Me fell heavily to the ground, spurting blood from their mouths. Puff, puff. Then the two of them covered their stomachs. They felt their stomachs churning constantly and vomited blood again. But this blood was mixed with some organ fragments from their bodies. You know, they were all wearing armor and were armed to the teeth, but they didn't expect that the armor that they thought was so powerful could be directly penetrated by such a guy. Team leader, we are no match for them. The Hurricane Ranger here obviously had no intention of letting the two of them go. His right hand transformed into an energy cannon, and energy continued to condense in the center. Ding ding ding. Target locked. The two wanted to dodge, but they had already been locked by the energy cannon, and there was no way to dodge at all. The energy cannon shot out instantly. Boom. There was a loud bang. -2543W. True damage. -2543W. True damage. Dash 2543W. True damage. Dash 2543W. True damage. Within the range of the energy run, the health of the two people was directly emptied. Less than 2 minutes had passed since the two men turned their guns on AI Qing and prepared to cause trouble. You know, Carter and Lightme were powerful members of their organization, but today they all died in front of an unknown mechanical equipment. What's more important is that the two of them had no ability to fight back at all and were killed instantly. Hint: congratulations on killing SSS-03 Team. Lightme, Immortal Boss, gaining 1000 W experience points and 500 W gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 1 billion experience points and 500 million gold coins. Hint: congratulations on killing SSS-03 Team. Carter, Immortal Boss, gaining 1000 W experience points and 500 W gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 1 billion experience points and 500 million gold coins. Tip: your level has changed. Your current level is 149. Tip: your level has changed. Your current level is 150. Tip: your level has changed. Your current level is 151. Tip: your level has changed. Your current level is 153. A full 2 billion experience points instantly raised Qin Feng's level from 149 to 153. When Qin Feng heard the system's prompt, even he was shocked. This was 2 billion experience points. If it weren't for the experience bonus, Qin Feng would never have upgraded so quickly. While Qin Feng was stunned, Jason was already throwing his spear at him frantically. 1, 2, 3. Minus 340,000. True damage. Minus 340,000. True damage. Minus 340,000. True damage. Jason didn't know how many spears he had thrown, but he found that Qin Feng was still alive and well. At this moment, Jason seemed to have gone a little crazy and rushed towards Qin Feng frantically. But Hurricane blocked Qin Feng's way, and then kicked out with a heavy kick, instantly blasting Jason's armor. Then Jason's body flew backwards instantly, hitting the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. At this time, scratches dozens of meters long appeared on the ground. Ahem. Jason slowly got up from the ground. He could feel that his body was at the end of its strength. Dash 60-700W. True damage. Hurricane's kick almost killed Jason. You are very strong. Jason couldn't help but speak. Oh, why are you praising me now? I'm telling you, even if you praise me, I won't let you leave alive. After saying that, Qin Feng stepped on his toes. A shadow flashed by, and Qin Feng came in front of Jason. Be a good person in your next life. Being a mouse is boring. And just when Qin Feng's fist was about to touch Jason. Chapter 157 Gravity Field. The Power of the Demon Body. Chapter 157 Gravity Field. The Power of the Demon God's Body. A figure appeared in front of Jason, and then he blocked the attack directly. Qin Feng also felt a huge recoil force, which pushed him back several meters. The collision between fists also stirred up a lot of smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, Qin Feng saw a man, nearly 3 meters tall, standing in front of Jason. The man was also wearing thick armor, but his armor looked much more powerful than Jason's. The man clenched his fist with one hand, his eyes were extremely sharp, and there was a sword tied around his waist. Boy, aren't you being a little too cruel? The man shouted. Qin Feng frowned and looked at the man's information. SSS-01 Group Yi-chan. Level, 180. Rank, Epic. Life, 100 million. Attack, 3800W, 3900W. Defense, 3400W, 3450W. Skills, Gravity Field, Advanced Recovery, Advanced Severe Injury, Advanced Combat, Magnetic Control, Mechanical Arm, Arm Missile. Introduction, Leader of Team 01, the most powerful SSS class team in the 9-Gen organization. An extremely powerful being with formidable combat power. He has never failed a mission in the 9-Gen organization. Looking at the introduction of this person called Yi Chun, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. This guy is quite strong. But in Qin Feng's opinion, it is still not good enough. Even at this strength, it is not as strong as the undead giant that Qin Feng killed before. Are you the only ones who can kill me? Or am I just supposed to stand still and let you slaughter me? Qin Feng sneered. What Yi Chun said was so funny that if you didn't know, you would think they were playing a game. Yi Chun looked at Qin Feng. But since you killed my people, you can't leave today. I admit that you are very strong, and the strength of your mechanical equipment cannot be underestimated. But no matter how strong you are, I only need to avoid your equipment, and I can kill you. Listening to Yi Chun's words, Qin Feng smiled. Then just try it. But I don't know if you have the ability. Qin Feng said with a sneer. Yi Chun did not draw the sword from his waist, but just looked at Qin Feng. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot, and then appeared in front of Qin Feng. Gravity field, Yi Chun said lightly. Then Qin Feng felt a strong pressure acting on his body instantly, and the ground around him was pressed down in an instant. With my 20 times gravity, do you think you can be my opponent? Forget attacking. I'm afraid you'll find it difficult even to speak. Yi Chun said sarcastically. Originally, Qin Feng also felt the terrifying gravity on his body, but he did not react in time. Hurricane, who was standing next to him, was stopped by Qin Feng just as he was about to take action. Qin Feng found that he was adapting to the gravity on his body little by little. Soon, he felt the power of the demon's body. 50 times the gravity was acceptable to Qin Feng. Is it difficult to speak? It took less than 10 seconds from the beginning to the time Qin Feng adapted. It seems your physique is indeed extraordinary. Originally, Yi Chun wanted to use his gravity field to make Qin Feng's body explode directly, but what he didn't expect was that Qin Feng had actually adapted to his 50 times gravity. You have to know that not everyone can adapt to 50 times the gravity. Even many SSS-level members of their Jyogen organization can't hold on. But Qin Feng was not only able to speak well in there, but also able to jump around happily. It seems that 50 times is really not enough for you, but it doesn't matter. 100 times the gravity. Yi Chun finished speaking. Qin Feng felt a pressure even more violent than before. The enormous pressure made him feel dazed for a moment. But his body is still constantly adapting to the 100 times gravity pressure. No, I have to admit that your ability is quite powerful, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's because you bumped into me. Another 10 seconds passed, and Qin Feng spoke again under the pressure of 100 times gravity. 200 times gravity. This time, Yi Chun directly increased the gravity to 200. The ground around Qin Feng had collapsed again, but Qin Feng actually floated up steadily. And this time, the time Qin Feng needed to adapt to gravity was actually reduced. 500 times gravity. 1,000 times gravity. 5,000 times gravity. Yi Chun roared. But when he shouted out 5,000 times the gravity, his spirit also suffered great side effects. After all, 5,000 times the gravity was beyond his limit. The open space beside Qin Feng had already turned into a huge pit with no end in sight in an instant under the pressure of 5,000 times. But when he saw Qin Feng standing in the field and swaying his body back and forth again, Yi Chun frowned. Qin Feng's physique has now completely adapted to this small gravity. Let alone 5,000 times the gravity. Even a gravity of 10,000 or 20,000 does not seem to be any obstacle to Qin Feng. It seems gravity doesn't do anything for you. Yi Chun's plan also failed. Yi Chun is the same as Carter and Lightme. His attacks do not cause real damage. So now after seeing Qin Feng, he didn't know how to proceed. He was proud of the gravity field, which always worked every time he was on a mission, but today it failed at the hands of Qin Feng. This made him very unhappy, but he could do nothing about it. Jason behind Yi Chun also noticed something going on between the two. Just when he was about to shout for Yi Chun to go first, the next second, Qin Feng's figure broke out from the 5,000-fold area. Moreover, without the suppression of gravity, Qin Feng's speed was much faster than before. At this time, no one could see his figure at all. After testing his speed, Qin Feng discovered that his current speed was almost 50 times faster than before. 50 times faster than before. Qin Feng's current speed is much faster than that of his mount, the Abyss three-headed dragon. It can even outstrip the three-headed dragon of the Abyss so much that it can't even see its tail lights. Let me give you a taste of my iron fist. Qin Feng clenched his fists and his figure flashed. Because Qin Feng's speed was so fast, even the air made a bursting sound. There was a loud explosion, and Ai Qing, who was not far away, couldn't help but cover her ears, her eyes full of horror. She had already been shocked by the big pit and was speechless, and now Qin Feng's speed was so fast that it made an explosion sound in the air. Chapter 158. The speed was so fast that the air exploded. Chapter 158. The speed is so fast that the air explodes. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Feng's fists were filled with strong wind and kept hitting Yi Chun. 800W. 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 Qin Feng's fist was extremely damaging, and the horrific damage instantly caused Yi Chun's blood volume to drop sharply. Every punch from Qin Feng can take away 8 million of his health. Although Yi Chun could not keep up with Qin Feng's speed, He suddenly drew out the sword at his waist and kept slashing around. The powerful sword energy attacked from all directions. At this moment, Qin Feng directly crashed into the sword energy. -0. Immune. After Qin Feng's body collided with the sword energy, his speed also stagnated a little. On this side, Yi Chun obviously discovered Qin Feng's problem. Although he could not cause any harm to Qin Feng, he could block Qin Feng's opportunity to attack. But it was obvious that Qin Feng didn't want to continue to tangle with him like this, and his speed increased sharply again. The explosion this time was much louder than before. One punch. One punch. Qin Feng had already smashed Yi Chun's armor into pieces. But even so, Qin Feng did not stop. Qin Feng's fists were like a violent storm, and Yi Chun had no other choice but to passively take the beating. As Qin Feng's last punch landed, Yi Chun's body was instantly pierced by Qin Feng. Then he turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Hint: congratulations on killing SSS-01 group. Yi Chun, epic boss. Special rewards: superpower, gravity field, 2000 W experience points, 1300 W gold coins, 1 energy crystal core. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You'll receive 2 billion experience points, 1.3 billion gold coins, and 100 energy crystal cores. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard the system prompt. It's another energy crystal core. The Hurricane Ranger Qin Feng is wearing was made with the energy crystal core. However, Qin Feng doesn't have any blueprints to make it. Otherwise, he would definitely upgrade the mechanical equipment in his hands. Hint: because you killed 9 organizations, SSS-01 Group Yi Chun, epic boss, the 9 organizations' hunting order for you has been upgraded. After Qin Feng killed Yi Chun, he looked at Jason, who still had a trace of blood left behind him. He kicked him in the head with his backhand. Hint: congratulations on killing SSS-03 team. Jason, epic, gaining 15 million experience points and 8 million gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 1.5 billion experience points and 800 million gold coins. Hint: congratulations on obtaining an SSS level mechanical breastplate fragment 1. Hint: congratulations on obtaining an SSS level mechanical arm fragment 1. Hint: congratulations on obtaining an SSS level saber 1. Hint: congratulations on obtaining nano-bionic mecha manufacturing diagram 1, immortal level 1. However, just when Qin Feng was surprised to get another blueprint, Qin Feng heard the sound of horse hooves coming from not far away. He looked closely and found that the person coming was the city lord. The city lord has led his troops to Qin Feng. When the city lord and others saw the huge pit 100 meters deep on the ground, they were shocked instantly. Marshal, the city lord looked at Qin Feng and said respectfully. He felt the huge energy fluctuations in the city and then brought people here directly. But the next second, when Qin Feng was about to say something, the city lord looked at AI Qing behind Qin Feng with a look of shock. At this time, AI Qing's body was already in tatters. AI. The city lord instantly rushed to AI Qing and knelt on one knee on the ground. Qin Feng was not too surprised to see this. After all, he knew AI Qing's identity, so it was inevitable that the city lord would be so respectful. In fact, not only the city lord, but even the 9-star Marshal Qin Feng had to bow and greet him when he saw him. This is the power of having the blood of the god of war. No matter in strength or status, it is far superior to many people. Qinglong City Lord Wanyan greets you. Your Excellency, how could you? The city lord looked at the wounds on AI Qing's body with a face full of anger, as if he wanted to avenge her directly. You have to know that the nobility of AI Qing's status is not something that ordinary people can match. Even he is far behind. But AI Qing shook her head. City lord, please get up quickly. After saying that, he helped the city lord up. AI Qing briefly explained what had happened, including how Qin Feng had rescued her, how she had met the SSS level support team of the Jogan organization, and so on. But when the city lord heard that Qin Feng had actually killed Yi Chun, he was truly shocked. Yi Chun was on the wanted list in the empire. And more importantly, Yi Chun's strength was extremely formidable. No one can match his gravity field. The title of marshal is indeed extraordinary. Oh, sir, why don't you go to the city lord's mansion and rest for a while I notify the people from the War God Temple to come pick you up? The city lord looked at AI Qing and said respectfully. AI Qing is not from the Four Sacred Empire, but the people of the Four Sacred Empire are respectful when they see her because she is from the Temple of War God. Moreover, AI Qing's status in the Temple of War God is extraordinary. Then I'll trouble you, city lord. AI Qing thought about it for a while and finally nodded. Marshal, I'm not going back with you. I have things to do. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he took Hurricane away. After Qin Feng left, AI Qing felt a little strange in her heart. Could it be that she was not good looking? Although the wounds on her body were a bit hideous, you had to admit that this woman's eyes could speak, as if they could captivate people's souls. Moreover, many men pursue her because of her beauty, but her beauty that always wins her favor is useless in front of Qin Feng. But she clearly remembered that when Qin Feng saw her just now, his eyes looked at her vaguely, but it was only for a few seconds. AI Qing looked at Qin Feng's leaving figure and wanted to say something, but before she could open her mouth, Qin Feng's figure had disappeared from her sight. City Lord, you just called him Marshal, right? AI Qing said strangely. Indeed, Your Excellency, the one you just saw is none other than our empire's youngest 9-star marshal. The City Lord introduced it very proudly. At the same time, he will also be the youngest marquis in our empire. Listening to the City Lord's words, AI Qing's eyes lit up. So he's a marshal. AI Qing thought. Chapter 159, Destiny's Information. Such a young 9-star marshal. Chapter 159, Tianming's Information. Such a young 9-star marshal. Only then did AI Qing realize that Qin Feng's status in the Four Sacred Empire was still very honorable. She knew that in the Four Sacred Empire, there should be only 2 or 3 9-star marshals. This shows the nobility of this identity, and he is about to become a marquis, not to mention it. By the way, I don't even know his name. AI Qing suddenly thought that from the time she met Qin Feng until he left, she had never asked Qin Feng's name. Name? Sir, his name is Tianming. If you want to get to know him, I can serve as a bridge. The City Lord could see from AI Qing's eyes that she had a little interest in Qin Feng, so he volunteered to help the two communicate and get to know each other. If Qin Feng can take down the person in front of him, the relationship between the Four Sacred Empires and the Temple of War God will become even closer. But he didn't dare say such things. AI Qing didn't say anything after hearing this, but the blush on her face still revealed a message in her heart at the moment. Lord City Lord, I just checked and the bodies on the ground are those of Carter, Lightme, Jason, and Yi Chun from the 9 Organization SSS support team. The man looked at the City Lord and said respectfully, Okay, I got it. But the Marshal didn't leave anyone alive. Otherwise, we could have known the recent movements of the 9 organizations. The City Lord said with a frown. Of course, he said this not because he was dissatisfied with Qin Feng. He just thought about it. Just after Qin Feng left, the 4 Sacred Empires. The leader of the Jiang organization became furious after hearing about the death of SSS, Yi Chun, and others. You have to know that every member of the SSS is very important to the Jiang organization. Normally, he would be heartbroken if one of them was injured, let alone the fact that 4 people died today. Among them is the person he values the most, Yi Chun. For members of SSS level like these, no one knows how much effort their organization has put into training them. Sacrificing 4 people at once will leave a huge impression on their organization. How is this possible? Yi Chun possesses the power of gravity, yet he died at the hands of that mechanic? Who is that mechanic? What is his identity? How did the location of our branch temple get exposed? Could it be that my identity has been discovered? Go check. This person's identity. I must know his identity. The leader roared, then threw the thing in his hand heavily to the ground. Because of his noble status in the Four Sacred Empire, it was very easy for him to investigate Qin Feng's identity, not to mention that Qin Feng's identity itself was public. It could be easily found out with a simple search. However, his subordinates were also shocked after obtaining Qin Feng's identity information. He hurried to the leader's room. Chief, this is the identity of that person, and, Chief, you'd better take a look quickly. The subordinate said anxiously. The leader was still wondering why his subordinate was so anxious. But when he opened Qin Feng's identity information, he was also shocked. How is it possible, so young? The leader looked at the information in his hand and almost fell off the stool. So, did he go to the branch temple this time because he knew our location, or was it just a coincidence? The leader was suspicious. At the same time, my heart was in turmoil. He knew that a 9-star marshal had appeared in the empire, but he didn't have time to find out more. But who would have thought that their organization would run into this guy? Such a young 9-star marshal. And he participated in the previous SSS level mission of the empire. The leader looked at Qin Feng's information and felt more and more nervous. He was afraid that the existence of this person would pose a huge threat to his Jiang organization. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary person. Who would have thought that such a young man could be a 9-star marshal of the Four Sacred Empire? But since you've blocked our 9 root organization's progress, let alone a 9-star marshal, even if you were an emperor, we wouldn't dare challenge you. The leader narrowed his eyes. If I want to kill him, I can't bring disaster upon myself. It seems that the only way is. The chief thought about it. It seems that I can only ask him. The leader packed up and left. Qin Feng went directly to Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. Good morning, Lord Tianming. The maid from Yuanming Chamber of Commerce looked at Tianming and said respectfully, Is Miss Anna, your person in charge, here? Qin Feng just heard the sound of high heels when he turned around and found Anna appeared in front of him. How come Mr. Tianming has time to come here today? Anna smiled and moved closer to Qin Feng. Then, in front of many NPCs, she hugged Qin Feng's arm affectionately. Qin Feng felt the softness on his arm. In terms of size, Anna's was the largest Qin Feng had ever seen. Anna's body fragrance constantly stimulated Qin Feng's nerves. Miss Anna. Who is he? An NPC appeared in front of Anna from nowhere, then pointed at Qin Feng with an angry look and asked. Anna was already his chosen woman, and he had already decided to have his family come over to propose in 2 days. But he didn't expect that before he even started proposing, his chosen woman would actually be so ambiguous with someone else's arm. And, who are you? Little did he know that Anna was looking at him with a strange expression. Sir, I don't think I know you. I guess we haven't even met before. Hey, Miss Anna, you must have forgotten. How could we not have met? We have met. We met at the cocktail party just now. It was because of that cocktail party between the top leaders of the empire that he was shocked by Anna's beauty after seeing her. Oh, I don't remember, but you were actually pointing at our distinguished guest from the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. Anna thought about it and found that she had no impression of it, but she felt very unhappy about the guy yelling at Tianming just now. Someone come here, drag him out, and put him on the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce blacklist. Anna said casually, Miss Anna, you can't do this. You can't do this. I'm from the Blade Chamber of Commerce. The NPC kept shouting, but Anna didn't make any move. She just hugged Qin Feng, and the two of them came into the box. Brother Tianming, what's the matter with you coming to see me? Anna came up to Qin Feng and asked with a smile. Qin Feng looked at the hot woman in front of him. The cheongsam she wore with 2 long, beautiful legs faintly visible through the slits constantly stimulated Qin Feng's eyes, and the fragrance on her body also kept seducing Qin Feng's heartstrings. Chapter 160 Selling Red Gold Equipment Blueprints. Chapter 160 Selling Red Gold Equipment Blueprints. Qin Feng looked at the woman in front of him and couldn't help but twitch his lips. No matter how you look at it, this is not the way to treat a partner. It's a bit too intimate. Brother Tianming, do you have some new equipment? However, after hearing Anna's words, Qin Feng finally understood why she was so intimate with him. Qin Feng looked at Anna with burning eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. What if I say no? Qin Feng smiled and said, No. Anna stared at Qin Feng with a pitiful look, but Qin Feng was not a man who could be swayed by beauty, so she just stared at him straight. This doesn't look like a responsible person at all. Qin Feng is also a man after all, and Anna is attractive not only in appearance, but also in figure. Qin Feng knew in his previous life that this woman is a fatal temptation to men. However, having experienced 2 lives, he was still a little clumsy when resisting Anna. Brother Tianming really has no equipment? Ever since Anna saw the Hurricane Ranger made by Qin Feng last time, she has been thinking about Qin Feng all the time, so much so that after seeing Qin Feng today, she actually stuck to him directly. And she also noticed that many people were looking at her. Qin Feng looked at her and felt that if he continued to tease her, she might continue to seduce him. As a man full of blood and vigor, I really don't have the equipment, but I have a blueprint. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he took out the T-900 production drawings that he had obtained from the Jiang organization. Red gold equipment? After seeing this, Anna felt a little disappointed for some reason. It might be because of the grade of the equipment. You know, Anna's expression was not like this when she saw the magnetic levitation cannon before. How come this woman doesn't even care about the red gold equipment now? However, what Qin Feng didn't know was that this woman had changed so much, and she thought that when she was fighting against monsters before, Anna saw Qin Feng's Hunter Hover Cannon, and then the Hurricane Ranger she saw before. When Anna saw this, she was filled with envy. But today, when I saw the blueprint that Qin Feng took out, I originally thought that it was of a very high grade, if not immortal then legendary equipment, but I didn't expect it was actually a red gold equipment. I found this when I went to the Jiang organization's branch hall. Don't be fooled by the blueprints for making red gold equipment. This red gold equipment. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to say that this equipment was stronger than the previous magnetic levitation cannon, but after taking a look inside the Jiang organization, Qin Feng felt that this attribute was not too strong either. However, the only advantage is the level issue. After all, the level of the magnetic levitation cannon is only level 10, while the level of this T-900 900 has reached level 100. That's a huge difference in itself. At this time, Qin Feng didn't notice that the people on the channel had gone completely crazy. Oh my god, I feel like I've leveled up countless times faster today than before. And with the bonuses from dropped items and gold coins, this is too good to be true. A full 9 times the bonus. That means one day is equivalent to the previous 9 days, and this bonus lasts for 3 days. Doesn't that mean we can achieve a month's improvement in 3 days if we work hard? That's for sure, but I still miss my dark gold equipment. What? Your dark gold equipment hasn't been sent to you yet? No, it's just that the level of this dark gold equipment is too high. I can't wear it. The dark gold equipment that Qin Feng exchanged for his merits, the lowest level is 100, and it is quite difficult for this group of people to wear them. After all, their upgrade speed has increased, but the job transfer task after level 99 will be more difficult, and it will probably take a long time by then. Fuck, I thought it was something else. I'm almost done with my job change quest, but the most important thing is that I don't get any experience bonuses from completing the quest. I'm actually quite envious of you guys. You can actually get so much experience bonuses. Damn it. Stop it. You're almost done with your job transfer quest. What the hell are you talking about? Anyway, do you want the blueprints for this equipment? This is just a first-generation T-900 robot. If you don't want it, I'll look somewhere else. Qin Feng said casually. Although Qin Feng now has a cooperative relationship with Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, if Yuanming Chamber of Commerce does not like Qin Feng's things, he can also find other partners, right? At that time, you may just lose a few gold coins. Qin Feng didn't know how many gold coins he had on him now. There were so many that he wanted to hatch all the mount eggs he had obtained before. After all, there is no use keeping so many gold coins in the backpack. Hey, Brother Tianming, what are you talking about? We are partners now. How could we possibly refuse it? Anna looked at the drawing in Qin Feng's hand. How much do you plan to pay for this blueprint? Anna asked, looking at the drawings. When Anna actually saw the blueprint, she realized that the blueprint Qin Feng was going to produce was really amazing. As for the price, a blueprint for a piece of red gold equipment would cost about 1 billion gold coins. Qin Feng thought about it. Anyway, this blueprint is of no use to Qin Feng. He has no use for it at all. After all, Qin Feng really doesn't like red gold equipment. 1 billion to buy a blueprint of red gold equipment is basically very cheap. Even Anna looked at Qin Feng with a strange look. Generally speaking, Qin Feng's drawing can be sold for 1.2 to 1.3 billion. Brother Tianming, isn't your price a bit low? I can give you up to 1.3 billion. But if you have any fairy equipment or legendary equipment in the future, can you give it to me? Anna looked at Qin Feng and said, since cooperating with Qin Feng, Anna has had much more say in the Chamber of Commerce than before, and many people have also come to curry favor with her because of Qin Feng. Such a beautiful girl looked at Qin Feng eagerly, but Qin Feng didn't think much about it. It was no different from a transaction with anyone, so he just nodded. But let's just call it 1 billion. It's only an extra 200 or 300 million anyway. Qin Feng waved his hand and said casually. Chapter 161, M5, I3 Armor. Another piece of mythical equipment. Chapter 161, M5, I3 Battle Armor. Another piece of mythical equipment. Qin Feng can basically get tens of millions of gold coins by killing a boss casually now, and Qin Feng doesn't really care about 2 or 300 million gold coins. Anna didn't say much when she saw this, and took Qin Feng to complete the transaction between the two. While the transaction was going on, Anna was still chattering. Can you imagine that a beautiful woman usually has so many suitors that they can be lined up in countless rows? Today he actually talked so much in front of Qin Feng. She actually wanted to leave a good impression on Qin Feng, and was also impressed by Qin Feng's abilities. How could a woman not like a man like this? Then the scene of the two of them at the beginning, and Anna teasing Qin Feng appeared later. If Qin Feng hadn't run fast, he would have been knocked down by this woman's gentle offensive. Qin Feng was looking at the rare treasure chest in the ring. Hint, do you choose to open the treasure chest? Confirm. Qin Feng responded. Then a ray of light flashed, and a yellow drawing appeared in front of Qin Feng. Hint. Congratulations on obtaining the first generation M1 battle armor, epic level 1. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining M5, I3 battle armor, mythical level 1. Qin Feng never thought that he could get mythical equipment by just opening a treasure chest. Even though Qin Feng is very capable now, armor is even more popular among boys than mechas. As one of the male compatriots, Qin Feng is naturally no exception. Armor. Qin Feng rubbed his hands. He could already imagine what he would look like wearing the armor. Then Qin Feng can fire the cannon himself. Qin Feng flipped through the materials in the ring and found the materials he had picked up from the Jogan organization before. TSK. Even though this 9th-generation organization is like a rat, they actually have quite a lot of materials. There are actually a lot of extremely high-quality materials in this ring. Even the basic energy core is included in it. The energy crystal core that Qin Feng had obtained before was an advanced version of this energy core. There are so many rare materials. I guess I'll have to visit the Jogan organization more often in the future. Not only can I complete my missions, but I can also get a lot of rare materials for free. Qin Feng felt like he was about to drool. Among these rare materials are the mecha cores that Qin Feng had previously purchased at an auction for hundreds of millions of dollars. A mythical first-level armor. Its attributes must be extremely explosive. Qin Feng smiled. He took out the materials he needed for the production from the ring. The Jogan organization had all of them, which saved Qin Feng the time of going to Yuanming Chamber of Commerce to buy them. And he also didn't have to see Anna. Of course, it's not that Anna is not good-looking, but that she is too beautiful. Qin Feng's body has now become that of a high school student, an 18-year-old boy. He must have some yearning for such a mature woman. But Qin Feng now has no time to waste his time on matters between men and women. The dark turmoil in his previous life may have happened earlier than now, but no one knows whether Qin Feng's rebirth will bring forward the time of the dark turmoil in this life. Even though Qin Feng now possesses the demon's mark and demon's body, the invasion of the demons in the future can definitely be avoided, but other races are still too powerful for Qin Feng now. Even though Qin Feng is very powerful now in terms of damage and everything else, the gap between him and those things is not small. Bionic memory metal. Qin Feng looked at the table and found that the bionic memory metal he had just taken out was gone. Just when Qin Feng was wondering. Hint, the hurricane swallowed up the bionic memory metal. Listening to the prompt in his head, Qin Feng turned his head to look at Hurricane, who was in hiding. Hurricane seemed to feel Qin Feng's murderous look and scratched his head. Master, did I do something wrong? While talking, Hurricane was still eating the bionic memory metal that Qin Feng had just taken out. But just as he finished speaking, Hurricane's shape changed. Hurricane has undergone great changes. Then, in just a few seconds, the Hurricane's appearance changed drastically. Originally, Hurricane was just a robot with intelligence, but after swallowing the bionic memory metal, Hurricane instantly turned into a man with a simple and honest appearance. Qin Feng also felt a little strange, and then he went forward and pulled it, and found that although it looked like a human, the touch of the face was not that of a real human, but the touch of memory metal. Forget it, just eat it. Qin Feng looked at the changes in Hurricane and didn't say anything. Although there was not much improvement, at least the appearance had changed. The more I look at him, the more he looks like a fool. Although the Hurricane Ranger's intelligence is not low, he is like a child in front of Qin Feng. But in battle, he was still terrifying. The bionic memory metal is gone. Looks like I have to go to the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce. But Qin Feng's head hurts when he sees Anna. This woman now wants to rub herself into Qin Feng's body, and Qin Feng can also feel himself in Anna's eyes. But now, Qin Feng definitely doesn't have this idea. Qin Feng came to Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, found a maid of Yuanming Chamber of Commerce, bought a piece of bionic memory metal, and then slipped away. Why does this Anna feel so different from the one I saw in my previous life? But women all like handsome guys. Got the bionic memory metal. Qin Feng returned to the factory with Hurricane. Bionic memory metal, self-healing composite type, black core. Qin Feng listed the equipment and materials needed one by one. Then Qin Feng started to make the M5, I3 armor. As time goes by, this was the first time Qin Feng had crafted armor-type equipment since his previous life. It was something Qin Feng had never possessed in his previous life. If Qin Feng had possessed a piece of mythical quality armor in his previous life, he would not have died so easily at the hands of the Void Evil God. The Void Evil God. Qin Feng immediately thought of the Void Evil God who had killed him in his previous life. However, this time, Qin Feng had just awakened and had already completed the journey of several years in his previous life. When he meets the Void Evil God again next time, Qin Feng will definitely kill him. Almost there. Qin Feng looked at the armor that was about to be completed, with a smile on his face. Chapter 162 Who doesn't like armor? Chapter 162 What boy doesn't like armor? For a 17 or 18-year-old high school student like Qin Feng, who hasn't thought about putting on a handsome set of armor and showing off in front of everyone, a system prompt sounded from Qin Feng's mind. Hint, congratulations on crafting the M5, I3 battle armor, mythical level 1 equipment. The needle doesn't poke. The needle doesn't poke. Qin Feng looked at the armor in front of him, his eyes full of passion. Hurricane on the side also felt a strong sense of oppression from the armor made by Qin Feng. Master, this is... Hurricane turned his head and looked at Qin Feng and asked, I feel a very powerful energy from this armor. Hurricane said to himself, Energy. It's really powerful. Qin Feng did not respond to Hurricane, but just stared at the armor in front of him with burning eyes. Qin Feng suddenly thought of a problem. If he was short of money in the future, he might be able to sell a few battle armors. But the quality will definitely not be that high. After all, the value of mythical equipment cannot be purchased with ordinary gold coins. If you want to find Qin Feng to buy it, at least you have to spend a lot of money and find something that Qin Feng is interested in. M5. I3 Armor. Mythical Level 1. Level 150. Occupation, Mechanic. Bound, Destiny. Attack, 2100W, 2200W. Defense, 1500W, 1510W. Equipment features. 1. Health plus 2000W. 2. When attacked, the target's health will be reduced by 30%. 3. When attacked, the armor has powerful self-healing ability. 4. After leaving the attack state, the movement speed increases by 500%. Charge, 1 billion/1 billion. Introduction. The armor crafted by Destiny possesses extremely powerful abilities. Qin Feng looked at the attribute panel of the armor and felt that it was still very powerful. But there is one thing. Qin Feng's equipment for this armor seems to have not been made yet. Although Qin Feng has already made the armor, he has not started making the weapons that match the armor. The armor's laser cannon needs to be put on the agenda. Let me find out what materials I need. Qin Feng plunged into the ring and began to look for materials to make laser cannon. It is quite a waste of time to find the materials for the laser cannon in such a huge pile. But let's be honest, I still have to praise this Jugan organization. They are really rich. These rare materials are piled high. The materials Qin Feng obtained from the branch hall actually all belong to Dr. Sam. He was planning to practice making T-900 and even prepare for upgrades, but he didn't expect that all of them would be taken advantage of by Qin Feng. If Qin Feng knew about this, he would definitely thank Dr. Sam very much. At least he should have been allowed to die more peacefully at that time. The production of this laser cannon is very simple, much easier than making armor. Anyway, the materials are ready. Then Qin Feng started making it right away. In less than 10 minutes, the laser cannon was produced. Hint: congratulations on creating the laser cannon, Epic Level 1. Listening to the system's prompts, Qin Feng still felt that this epic first-level laser cannon was not enough to match the armor Qin Feng had just made. Epic Level 1, still a bit low. Hint: do you want to integrate it into the energy crystal core? Confirm. Qin Feng made this mythical quality armor and also upgraded the laser cannon. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing if people knew about the damage to the mythical equipment. Qin Feng cannot do such a shameful thing. Hint: laser cannon, Epic Level 1. Advances to laser cannon, Mythical Level 1. Laser cannon. Effect: after equipping the laser cannon, the attack damage increases by 120%. Another 20 energy crystal cores, but who can blame Qin Feng for being so rich? In the eyes of others, let alone 20 pieces, even one piece would be a treasure. No one can be like Qin Feng, who only spent 20 yuan to forge equipment at one time. After building the laser cannon, there is another piece of equipment that needs to be built. The mecha built by Qin Feng cannot fly. Although Qin Feng can fly, there will be no fire under his feet. So Qin Feng decided to build another flying jet. The production of the ejector is even simpler. After a few casual tinkerings, an ejector was made. Then do the same. A mythical first-order flying jet is ready. Flying jet. Effect: boosts flight. When equipped, increases movement speed by 1000%. Before, Qin Feng's body had undergone great changes in Yi Chun's gravity field. His speed had skyrocketed, increasing by 5000%, while the mecha increased its speed by 500%, and the flying jet increased its speed by 1000%. Qin Feng's current job as a mechanic is no longer like that of a normal mechanic. At the same time, Qin Feng also possesses Yi Chun's supernatural gravity field. In Qin Feng's gravity field, the speed of the enemy target is sharply reduced, which can be regarded as an ability to increase Qin Feng's speed. After all, the enemy's speed has slowed down, which indirectly proves that Qin Feng's speed has increased. However, not everyone can have such a terrifying physical fitness as Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng possesses the body of a demon god, and the divine power in his physique is definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. Qin Feng installed the laser cannon and flying jet he had just made on the armor, and it looked like the armor was truly successfully built. Tip: your M5 I3 battle armor has been upgraded to mythical tier 2 after being inlaid with laser cannon and flight jet. It's really too strong. After seeing the complete equipment, Qin Feng couldn't help but stand in front of the armor. After sensing Qin Feng's call, the armor quickly wrapped Qin Feng's body. A second later, the armor had completely covered Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng, who was wearing armor, felt the powerful strength in himself. He waved his arms and accidentally made a big hole in the wall of the factory. At the same time, a loud noise was heard. Jace was just planning to come over to check out the progress of the factory. Before he even came in, he heard a loud noise coming from the factory. Jace thought something unexpected had happened in the factory and rushed in. When he saw the armor Qin Feng was wearing, his face changed. Chapter 163, Beggar's Edition Armor. A magical weapon made of junk materials. Chapter 163, Beggar's Edition Armor. A magical weapon made of junk materials. Who are you? Jace looked serious, as if he would not let Qin Feng go easily unless he gave him an explanation. He also felt a very powerful force from the armor in front of him. President Jace? How come you still have time to come to the factory? Qin Feng stuck his head out and looked at Jace strangely. When Jace saw that it was Qin Feng in the armor, the tense situation eased instantly. It turns out to be Lord Destiny. Jace looked at Tianming and bowed slightly respectfully. You must know that Qin Feng is the 9-star marshal of the 4 Sacred Empire, and his status in the 4 Sacred Empire is second only to the Emperor. After all, the 9-star marshal is already the highest military rank. And Jace is just the president of a small chamber of commerce, which is still a bit insignificant compared to Qin Feng's status. Master Tianming has created another incredible piece of equipment. I wonder what quality this equipment is. I just felt a strong energy fluctuation from it. Jace asked, staring at the armor on Qin Feng. A strong energy fluctuation? After Qin Feng finished speaking, he also felt the energy on the armor and then took control of it. Alright, this should make everything fine. Qin Feng did not respond, but directly hid the energy fluctuations of the armor. Jace listened to Qin Feng's answer, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. He mainly wanted to know the grade of the equipment made by Qin Feng, rather than reminding Qin Feng to turn off the energy fluctuations. But since Qin Feng didn't want to answer, there was nothing he could do. I saw Anna just now. She said you sold a red, gold-level robot manufacturing blueprint. Qin Feng nodded without comment. It's just a red gold-level combat robot. I'm not very interested in it yet. Qin Feng said this not to show off. He just looked down on the T-900, which was at the bottom of the ladder. Unless it was a T-2000 level robot, Qin Feng would not be interested. But if there were no production drawings of the T-2000 robot, Qin Feng would definitely not be able to make it. So this drawing is basically just garbage to Qin Feng. Afterwards, Jace chatted with Qin Feng for a few words and then ran away. But before leaving, he said that he would repair the wall that Qin Feng had damaged. Looking at Jace running away, Qin Feng smiled. After escaping, Jace had a wry smile on his face. It's only been a short time, and this guy has already started to act like a hypocrite. He's really good at pretending. Anna. President, where is my younger brother Tianming? Jace, already packed. Glancing casually at Anna. Qin Feng was thinking about making a beggar's version of the armor to sell. But what should we do with the quality of this beggar version of armor? The awakened people in the Huaxia region probably don't have much money on them right now. Qin Feng thought about it. But soon he hit himself. Why does Qin Feng insist on selling this armor to the awakened? Now that the world of all races has just begun, there are too few rich people. It would be a big loss to sell it to them. Qin Feng will not do such a loss-making business. Can this armor be sold to NPCs? After all, the mechanics among the NPCs are also fragile. If they are attacked by others, they will die immediately. But it would be different if you had this armor. Although what Qin Feng sold was definitely the basic version, it was definitely not comparable to ordinary protective equipment. More importantly, the equipment made by Qin Feng is much stronger than those protective equipment in terms of appearance and overall capabilities. Take the laser cannon on this armor for example. The basic version certainly cannot have a laser cannon, but you can give it some rockets or laser guns to shoot at. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng finally made the basic version of the M5I3 armor. To make this basic version, Qin Feng had to be very careful, for fear that he would accidentally make the equipment too good. But even though it took a lot of effort to make it, the equipment finally produced actually reached the quality of fairy equipment. Originally, Qin Feng planned to create a purple gold equipment, but who would have thought that all the materials were simple, but after it was produced, it turned out to be a fairy equipment. How could this be justified? Do I have to go find another mechanic and complain to him? M5I3 armor, beggar edition, fairy equipment. Level 100. Quality, fairy weapon. Occupation, mechanic. Attack, 113,452 to 126,211. Defense, 59987-61331. Equipment features. 1. HP plus 50,000. 2. When attacked by the enemy, there is a 15% chance to block and become immune to the damage. 3. When attacked by the enemy, there is a 10% chance of a counterattack, stunning the target enemy for 1 second. 4. When equipped with weapons, rocket launcher, and laser gun, the penetration effect is increased by 20%. 5. When equipped with flying jet, the movement speed increases by 150%. Charging, 100W/100W. Energy, 10W/10W. Introduction. This mythical equipment, crafted by the hand of destiny, is a poor version, but still possesses powerful attack power. Qin Feng has done his best to create this equipment, but if it is fairy equipment, it should be able to sell for a lot of money. When Jace came over just now, he stared at the armor on his body. How could he not know? However, the beggar version of armor that Qin Feng had just made did not have the recovery effect. After all, the materials of all the equipment were simple. Another weakness is the energy issue. The mythical-grade armor created by Qin Feng is built with obsidian crystal as the core. Even if the armor is scrapped, the energy in the obsidian crystal will not disappear. However, it is still difficult to obtain the obsidian crystal. After all, even the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce has never had one. Qin Feng got it in the branch hall of the Jogan organization. Qin Feng is really grateful to the Jogan organization for burning themselves to illuminate Qin Feng. The energy source used in the beggar version of armor made by Qin Feng is the energy core of the dark gold equipment that is very common on the market. Basically, several pieces of it can be bought for tens of thousands of gold coins. However, the energy in the dark gold energy core can only sustain the energy of the beggar version of the armor for about 2 or 3 days. In other words, the consumption of this armor in a month is basically tens of thousands of gold coins. Chapter 164 AI Qing's Identity. Chapter 164 AI Qing's Identity. Of course, as long as one is a mechanic, he or she is basically not short of money. Just like when Qin Feng was at the auction before, an old man on the first floor shouted out the price of 90 million gold coins when he saw the mecha core. This is the mechanic. A career where as long as you have money, you will be very powerful. Among all professions, mechanic is the one that can be upgraded the fastest, because as long as you have money, upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon is as easy as pie. No matter what the attribute is, it can directly leave the same level far behind. Spending tens of thousands of gold coins a month is just a drop in the bucket for them. Getting just a few rare materials would cost hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. So, my armor is pretty good value for money. Qin Feng praised himself. Put it away, put it away. When the time comes, go find Jace and give him a small cut on his butt to open his eyes. But now Qin Feng is going to find the city lord to get his title settled. Before, because of AI Qing, he did not find the city lord, but now AI Qing's affairs should be resolved, and his title can be put on the agenda. Qin Feng put on his armor, and the flying jet under his feet instantly made a deafening sound. Then Qin Feng rose into the air. A burst of explosion sounded, and Qin Feng's figure disappeared in the sky. In less than a minute, Qin Feng arrived at the gate of Qinglong City from the factory. The handsome armor instantly attracted the attention of many awakened people. Good fellow. What is this? A flying battle armor. Countless people were staring at the armor on Qin Feng, and were constantly amazed while watching. That's awesome. Does anyone know who's in this? I'd pay a fortune to buy this armor. When Qin Feng arrived at the city gate and was about to go in, he was stopped by the guards outside the city gate. You? The guard was about to shout, but when Qin Feng took off his armor, the guard was instantly stunned. I'm sorry, Marshal. I didn't know. The guard lowered his head and kept apologizing. He didn't expect that the person inside the armor was actually the Empire's Marshal, but it didn't seem right to use it. And when Qin Feng's appearance was exposed, many awakened people around were shocked again. This boss Tianming. How come he's built some new equipment? I'm a mechanic too. Me too. My family is rich. Plenty of money. But why can't I build something this cool? I can't even make a laser cannon. The only thing I have is this little self-destructing robot I bought from a merchant at a high price. But the damage of this little self-destructing robot is a little too low. The same mechanic was instantly filled with regret after seeing Qin Feng. They are both mechanics, so why is there such a big gap between them? Qin Feng naturally wouldn't argue with the guard. He smiled and said, "You're pretty good. No need to apologize to me." After that, he patted him on the shoulder and walked into the city gate. Wow, Boss Tianming is really too gentle, isn't he? Yes, yes. Big brother Tianming is so gentle, handsome, and gentle. More importantly, his talent is really strong. What do you think? If I had a child with big brother Tianming, would the child be one with exceptional talent? I think you're overthinking it. Why? Can't talent be particularly high? No. I mean, you want to give your boss a child? You're overthinking it. Qin Feng then walked towards the city lord's mansion, followed by a group of people who all wanted to come and see it. When Qin Feng arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion, the guards automatically made way for him and said, "Marshal, please come in." Qin Feng walked into the city lord's mansion so easily. Buddy, did you hear that just now? Hey, man, say something. Did the guard just address Boss Tianming as Marshal? You heard it too? I thought I just misheard. Is your focus solely on whether you heard correctly? This is a marshal. What position is a marshal? Shouldn't I explain more? The marshal must be second only to the emperor and above all others in the empire. All right, where's Yusin, who's second on the list? Isn't he already level 100? I think he should know what the rank of marshal is. In reality, a marshal might be extremely powerful, but in the world of all races, that's not necessarily the case. Who knows if there might be a marshal of grain, a marshal of soldiers, or even a marshal of cattle and horses above this marshal. At this time, many people were frantically tagging Yusin's name in the channel. At this time, Yusin was frantically killing monsters in the wild. He planned to use these 3 days to upgrade his level and merits. Yusin had just killed a demonized bear and fell to the ground exhausted. He also saw many people calling him in the channel. When Yusin saw the question above, he frowned. Marshal is of course the highest military rank. Why are there people still talking about the Grand Marshal of Food and the Grand Marshal of Troops? Yusin thought strangely. Yusin, you will understand after you reach level 100. There is no distinction between soldiers, horses, cattle, food, or anything like that in military ranks. There are only 1 to 9 stars. The military ranks from low to high are soldier, lieutenant, lieutenant general, 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 and finally marshal. Everyone looked at Yuzinfa and was even more shocked. Marshal is actually the highest military rank. But didn't Boss Tianming just reach level 100 a few days ago? How did he suddenly get promoted to marshal? Isn't this a bug? Everyone was shocked. You guys are saying it's not because of the SSS level mission before. After all, those 2 bosses were an epic world boss and a mythical world boss, and both were killed by Boss Tianming. I feel like it was these 2 bosses that got Boss Tianming promoted to marshal. Once this explanation came out, it seemed that it made sense for Qin Feng to become a marshal. Qin Feng didn't know that this group of people had already started discussing their military ranks. Qin Feng found the city lord. Marshal, you're here. The city lord looked at Qin Feng with a smile on his face. Qin Feng actually saw a hint of humility on his face. Marshal, Lord Ai Qing said earlier that you had destroyed the branch of the Jyogen organization. Are you coming here to submit your mission now? The city lord asked. Qin Feng nodded without comment. Suddenly, the city lord changed the subject, staring at Qin Feng and asking, Marshal, don't you know the identity of Lord Ai Qing? You must know that even the marshal of the 4 sacred empire, whose status is very noble in the empire, must kneel down and greet His Excellency Ai Qing when he sees her. But the last time the city lord saw Qin Feng and Lord Ai Qing, Qin Feng did not show any respect or humility. Chapter 165 The City Lord's Matchmaking. Chapter 165 The City Lord's Matchmaking. Therefore, the city lord felt that Qin Feng might not know the identity of Lord Ai Qing. Identity. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Qin Feng, who was reborn, naturally knew Ai Qing's identity. A man with the blood of a war god, but his identity is hidden from the public. There was no expression on Qin Feng's calm face. But when the city lord heard this, he was stunned. You, Marshal, how do you know the identity of Lord Ai Qing? Ai Qing is said to be the daughter of the Lord of the Temple of War God, but in fact, Ai Qing is just the offspring of the Lord of the Temple of War God and an ordinary female disciple of the Temple of War God. It's just that because she has the blood of the god of war, her status in the Temple of War has risen, so that now Ai Qing can be regarded as a saint in the Temple of War. But even though she has a high status now, she has never received her father's approval. The city lord was slightly dazed. He didn't expect that Qin Feng could reveal the identity of Lord Ai Qing so calmly. I don't know why the city lord told me this. Qin Feng said. Although Qin Feng saved Ai Qing, in fact, the relationship between him and Ai Qing was just a chance acquaintance, and Qin Feng saved Ai Qing just casually. More importantly, Ai Qing's identity is worthy of Qin Feng's rescue. Your Excellency AI Qing's status and position in the War God Temple is second only to one person and above 10,000 people. At the same time, the status and position of the War God Temple is not comparable to that of the four sacred empires. So, Marshal, I can see that Lord AI Qing seems to have a slight interest in you. If it's okay. The city lord's words were very clear, and Qin Feng could hear them. It's nothing more than that AI Qing has a very high status and also has a little affection for himself. So he wants to bring the two of them together and, by the way, improve his own status and position. Although AI Qing has a high status and is also very beautiful, Qin Feng actually has no feelings towards AI Qing now. The only one who can make Qin Feng care is Jiang Xiaoyun. City Lord, I don't have that idea yet. Qin Feng responded with a smile. The city lord was not very surprised to hear Qin Feng's answer. After all, Qin Feng did not express his thoughts on Lord AI Qing when he knew Lord AI Qing's identity. However, it is inevitable to make friends with Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng's strength is much lower than his own now, his status is slightly higher than his as the city lord. Although Qin Feng is only an earl now, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a duke. Qin Feng's status, position and strength have been greatly improved since the first time they met. But how long has it been? With Qin Feng's monstrous talent and strength, he will surely be a bright sun shining on the entire sky in the future. If you want to make friends with Qin Feng, you should do it when he is still young and mature. If you wait until Qin Feng has truly grown up before making friends with him, it will probably be even more difficult. By the way, Marshal, you have completed the mission I assigned to you perfectly. Hint, destroy the 9 organizations, mission completed. Reminder, congratulations on your promotion to Marquis. Qin Feng smiled as he heard the system's prompt. Now the Marshal has the ability to purchase territory. The city lord looked at Qin Feng and reminded him. Qin Feng opened his title panel, then looked at the territories that could be purchased and slowly frowned. It was obvious that he was not very satisfied with the territory he could purchase now. The position and title Qin Feng wanted required him to be a duke. But Qin Feng has just been awarded the title of Marquis. If he wants to be promoted to duke again, it will probably take a long time. Qin Feng turned his head to look at the city lord, whose current title had reached duke. The city lord felt Qin Feng's gaze. Marshal, please let me know if you need anything. City lord, as you know, I just got the title of Marquis, but if I want to designate some territories, my rank is not high enough, so I wonder if you can help me? If you are willing to help, I can pay you a reward. Asking the city lord for help would definitely come at a price, and the price would naturally be gold coins. Qin Feng has no shortage of gold coins now. If possible, he can even give 100 million or 200 million gold coins directly without any ambiguity. Designated territory? The city lord thought about it. Qin Feng saw the city lord's hesitation and took out billions of gold coins from his ring and placed them in front of the city lord. Marshal, this is not right. Looking at the gold coins Qin Feng took out, the city lord waved his hands hurriedly. Marshal, I agree to your request, but you still have to take back the money. The gold coins Qin Feng took out just now are estimated to be worth hundreds of millions. I don't know which territory the marshal needs. The city lord asked. What Qin Feng actually wanted was the territory closest to the Abyss Passage, which would be very convenient for him. Qin Feng pointed to the territory closest to the Abyss Passage on the map. Looking at the territory pointed out by Qin Feng, the city lord was stunned for a moment. You have to know that the total area of the territories Qin Feng pointed out is much larger than that of the city lord himself. But Qin Feng's title is only a marquis. A marquis's territory is larger than a duke's. This obviously does not meet the requirements. The city lord was a little undecided for a moment and hesitated for a few minutes. Qin Feng seemed to be able to see that the city lord was a little conflicted. After all, he knew that the area of the territory he had chosen was far larger than the area of the territory of Qin Feng's original marquisate. But don't forget that Qin Feng's current identity is not only a marquis, but also a 9-star marshal. So the empire should be able to set this precedent. I know the territories I want are very large, even larger than a duke's. But city lord, you see, the locations of these territories are all near the abyssal passages that were previously opened. In other words, these territories are relatively dangerous. If these abyssal passages are opened again, I'm afraid there will be heavy casualties. But I'm different. If I were to gain control of the territory, I could help the empire cope with the monster invasions. City lord, don't forget that I'm not only a marquis, I'm also a marshal. I'm qualified to form my own army. City lord, you should understand what I mean, right? Chapter 166, Marquis Title. Purchase of Territory. Chapter 166, Marquis Title. Purchase Territory. The city lord also understood Qin Feng's meaning. With Qin Feng's current status as a marquis and a 9-star marshal, obtaining the territory near the Abyss Passage would be of the greatest significance to the empire. It would be more substantial than an ordinary duke. The city lord was just thinking about how to help Qin Feng deal with the territory issues, but after Qin Feng's speech, the confusion on his face disappeared instantly. Looking at Qin Feng with a smile on his face, he had just been dwelling on a trivial matter and had actually forgotten that Qin Feng had another identity as a 9-star marshal besides the marquis. It was a waste of him that he had been calling him marshal just now. He carefully observed the territories he had just pointed out again. Indeed, they were all near the Abyss Passage. If he were to choose, he would definitely not choose the territories in these locations. It was too dangerous. It would be fine if it was a small passage, but the Abyss Passages open near these territories are all large passages. There are many powerful monsters that even he has to temporarily avoid when he sees them. At the same time, due to the instability of these channels, the Empire had to send a lot of troops to be stationed near these channels. If Qin Feng really owned these territories, it would definitely solve many problems, and this win-win situation would surely be something that even His Majesty the Emperor would agree with. Isn't it normal for geniuses to have some privileges? But he was still worried about Qin Feng's safety. Marshal, but the territories you want in these locations are still very dangerous. The passages in these locations are all large tunnels. Even I would have to temporarily avoid the monsters coming out of them. Otherwise, how about we make a new selection? I feel that the territory of Area A37 is quite good. There is also an Abyss Passage nearby. It's just a small passage, so it shouldn't be any trouble for you, Marshal. The city lord kindly pointed out a location. But Qin Feng still shook his head. He knew the city lord's kindness, but he would not change his mind. Looking at Qin Feng, who was so stubborn, the city lord sighed. In fact, he was still worried about Qin Feng's safety. After all, he had finally met a genius with such talent. If he died in the mouth of a monster, it would definitely be a loss to the empire. But seeing Qin Feng's stubbornness, the city lord knew that even if he tried his best to persuade him, he would not be able to change his mind. Then, Marshal, leave this matter to me. But you better take back the money. How could I possibly accept money if I could do something for the Marshal? The city lord pushed the purse in front of Qin Feng and said seriously. But his swallowing undoubtedly made Qin Feng want to laugh. He obviously wanted it very much, but he had to pretend that he had no interest in money. Although the city lord is a duke and owns his own territory, when it comes to wealth, he is very envious of these hundreds of millions of gold coins. Money. City lord, you should accept it. I've never taken anything back from someone I've given away. Qin Feng glanced at his purse casually. Ahem. Then I will be disrespectful to refuse the marshal's offer. The city lord grabbed the purse, his eyes showing no sign of concealing his joy. Then I'll trouble you, city lord. Qin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. Then Marshal, I'll be leaving first. After the city lord put away the gold coins, he ran out in a hurry. If you didn't know, you would think this was Qin Feng's territory. Looking at the anxious city lord, Qin Feng smiled. At the same time, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. The territories chosen by Qin Feng are all undeveloped. After all, apart from Qin Feng, no one else would choose a location near an Abyss Passage for their territory. That's just asking for death. It is for this reason that all this will benefit Qin Feng. In the territories near the Abyss Passage, a large amount of rare materials will be produced, which will be of great help to Qin Feng. Not only can he improve his own strength, but even if he sells them, he can fetch a sky-high price. Compared to the price of these rare materials, the gold coins Qin Feng currently has are absolutely dwarfed. This deal is a huge profit for Qin Feng. After the city lord left, Qin Feng also left the city lord's mansion. After coming out, Qin Feng saw many people gathered at the gate of the city lord's mansion. When they saw Qin Feng, they all shouted, like a group of fanatical fans. But Qin Feng stood in place. His armor instantly covered his entire body. The flying jet under his feet started instantly, and the whole person soared into the sky. All of this was done in less than 2 seconds. And those fanatical fans watched Qin Feng disappear before their eyes, but the excitement on their faces did not dissipate. This is so fucking cool. I suddenly feel like this is even cooler than riding a dragon. Am I a little weird? It's not surprising. Riding a dragon is just for fun. If you want to look cool, you have to wear armor. I just don't know if Boss Tianming can sell this kind of armor. I really want it. If Boss Tianming can part with it, I'm willing to pay tens of millions of gold coins. But what he didn't know was that the price of the rare materials Qin Feng used to build this armor was more than tens of millions of gold coins. Taking advantage of the 3 days of level bonus, Qin Feng decided to stay in the 10,000 races time. He decided to raise his level to the 2nd level within these 3 days. However, When Qin Feng invited Jiang Xiaoyun, he was rejected by Jiang Xiaoyun. The reason was that he did not want to disturb Qin Feng's level improvement because of himself. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoyun's level is now on the world ranking list, and with the equipment given to him by Qin Feng, he naturally has the ability to upgrade himself. There is a huge gap between her current level and Qin Feng's. When she teams up with Qin Feng, even if their experience is divided equally, it will waste Qin Feng's time for a long time. So she simply chose to give up the opportunity to upgrade with Qin Feng. In this way, Qin Feng spent a whole day killing monsters. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized Tsar, elite monster, and gaining 300,000 experience points and 40,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 3,000 W experience points and 400 W gold coins. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized Tsar, elite monster, and gaining 300,000 experience points and 40,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 3,000 W experience points and 400 W gold coins. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized Tsar, elite monster, and gaining 300,000 experience points and 40,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 3,000 W experience points and 400 W gold coins. Tip: level has changed. Current level is 157. Chapter 167 Quick Upgrade Guide. Earn nearly 1 billion gold coins. Chapter 167 Quick Upgrade Guide. Earn nearly 1 billion gold coins. Qin Feng looked at the Tsar's stronghold in front of him, which had been completely destroyed, and the corpses scattered all over the ground. Hint: congratulations on obtaining the Tsar's staff, gold equipment. Hint: congratulations on obtaining the Tsar's ring, gold equipment. Hint: congratulations on obtaining the Tsar leather armor, gold equipment. Hint: congratulations on obtaining the Tsar's headdress, gold equipment. Hint: congratulations on winning. Qin Feng directly obtained dozens of sets of Tsar suits. However, these Tsar suits can only be worn at level 150, so these suits are still too high for the awakened ones. At this time, Yusin had fallen from second place in the ranking to third place. World ranking. First place, Destiny, level 157. Second place, Yun Xiaojiang, level 109. Third place, Yusin, level 108. Jiang Xiaoyun's level instantly surpassed Yusin. But there is no way around it. After all, Yusin is wearing a dark gold suit, but the worst equipment on Jiang Xiaoyun is made of red gold. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyun also possesses forbidden spells, extremely powerful weapons, and powerful range skills. His efficiency in monster hunting and leveling up is definitely higher than that of an assassin with extremely high single-target burst. In one day, he raised his level to 157 and was only 43 levels away from the second level. However, there were still 2 days left, so it was still a bit difficult for Qin Feng to reach level 43. After all, the highest level of these monsters is only level 160. Although there are quite a few of them, it is still a drop in the bucket for Qin Feng. Despite the experience bonus and 100-fold reward, after the upgrade experience was increased 10-fold, the upgrade speed was much slower than before. Qin Feng directly withdrew from the world of all races. It is a burden for Qin Feng to kill so many monsters. Although he does not have to do anything, the repetition is quite boring for Qin Feng. After leaving the world of all races, Qin Feng saw a lot of posts about himself. Question: why does the Destiny boss level up so quickly? Is it because of talent? Is it because of class? Or is it because of something else? The following answers are also very interesting. Boss Tianming: my identity as the illegitimate child of the 10,000 races world has been discovered. No way, no way. Is there still anyone who doesn't know that Big Boss Tianming is the illegitimate child of the myriad races world? From Big Boss Tianming to now, the total time of awakening is less than a week, but look at Big Boss Tianming's level. He is not an illegitimate child. I won't believe anything I say. I strongly request that Tianming boss release a quick upgrade post so that we can also upgrade quickly. After seeing this, Qin Feng naturally met his request. Quick upgrade guide, Tianming. To level up quickly, you need. Qin Feng listed a lot of techniques, including body movements and the like. Anyway, this post is naturally helpful to ordinary awakeners. Of course, Qin Feng is not a philanthropist, and he also provides upgrade guides to these people for free. Publish. Current price, 10 gold coins. The price of this post is 10 gold coins, which means it costs 1,000 yuan to view it. Holy crap, Boss Tianming sent me an upgrade guide for only 10 gold coins. Sprinkle some water. I'll buy it. The introduction in this guide is quite detailed. After all, these are all Qin Feng's knowledge. However, they are only for those ordinary awakeners. For those masters, Qin Feng's knowledge is basically just nonsense. After eating, Qin Feng logged into the world of all races again. Welcome to the world of all races. At this time, an hour had passed since Qin Feng posted the message. Reminder, your post, quick upgrade guide, Tianming, has received 92 million payments and has generated 920 million gold coins in revenue. Qin Feng had never thought that nearly 100 million people would pay for the post he posted, and he had directly earned 900 million gold coins. As soon as Qin Feng came in, he saw people on the channel constantly talking about the problems with this post. Did you see this? This post is really good. It's great news for ordinary awakeners like us. I used to feel that I was very slow when killing monsters. It turns out it was my own skill problem. Although Boss Tianming posted a quick leveling guide, it also contains many techniques that can help us improve our strength. Me too. Monsters that used to take me about a minute to kill now take me less than half a minute. This means my leveling speed has doubled. Big Brother Tianming, YYDS. He'll always be my idol. I never thought Big Brother Tianming would be so kind to ordinary awakeners like us. He even taught us how to fight monsters and how to level up. It's really great. Woo 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 woo. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw these speeches. He never thought that he could be so noble. This was just a casual act by Qin Feng, but he didn't expect that he would not only earn nearly 1 billion gold coins, but also become the idol of these awakened people. A random post can earn you nearly 1 billion gold coins. Killing monsters doesn't make as much money as writing posts. Qin Feng smacked his lips. Isn't this mechanic profession too expensive? I just made a piece of gold equipment, spending thousands of gold coins, and then the boss bit it to pieces. That's thousands of gold coins, and before I could even warm them up, it turned directly into a pile of scrap metal. Me too. Isn't this mechanic profession too expensive? I've easily scrapped several machines, and I've lost tens of thousands of gold coins. Your tens of thousands are nothing. I already have over 300,000 gold coins. Big boss, big boss. I just want to know how much does Boss Tianming's equipment cost? I finally understand why Boss Tianming can fight against opponents of higher levels. It must be because of his mechanical equipment. It probably costs millions of gold coins to defeat a single boss. Maybe this is the gap between us and Boss Tianming. We don't have the same talent. We don't have the same funds. But what they didn't know was that Qin Feng didn't need to worry about the equipment being scrapped at all. If it's scrapped, let you make a new one. There's no risk of losing gold coins. If Qin Feng did not have a pet like Yu, Qin Feng's losses would not be just a few million, but at least hundreds of millions, or even billions. Chapter 168, Great Magic Teleportation Array Skills. Chapter 168, Great Magic Teleportation Array Skills. Hint: you are currently ranked first in the world rankings and received 2,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You received 200,000 gold coins and rank Treasure Chest 1. Compared with previous rewards, this time's rewards include an additional ranking treasure chest. Qin Feng opened it directly. Hint: congratulations on obtaining the Advanced Teleportation Skill Book, Legendary Level. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining the Great Magic Teleportation Array Skill Book, Epic Level. It's actually a blueprint for the teleportation array. Qin Feng was completely stunned. Although Qin Feng has the ability to jump through space, this ability can only allow Qin Feng to lead a few people to jump through space. But now the skill Qin Feng has obtained is different. Skill books for large teleportation arrays like this one can quickly build a teleportation channel and then teleport troops. It is a large-scale teleportation method. Even the Four Sacred Empire does not have the teleportation array capability that Qin Feng has. There is simply no way to undertake the teleportation of large numbers of members. Qin Feng felt another wave of gold coins waving towards him. Qin Feng felt that he was really lucky today. He actually opened a skill book that could perform a large-scale teleportation array from the level treasure chest. Now that the skill books have been given to him, how can Qin Feng not study them? Hint: congratulations on learning the Great Magic Teleportation Array skill. The large magic teleportation array consumes quite a lot of energy. I'll go talk to the city lord when the time comes. At this time, Qin Feng was still constantly killing monsters in the jungle outside the city gate. Qin Feng naturally could not waste the 3 days of experience bonus. Hint: congratulations on killing the two-headed exploding bear, elite monster, and gaining 240,000 experience points and 30,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 24 million experience points and 3 million gold coins. Hint: congratulations on killing the two-headed exploding bear, elite monster, and gaining 240,000 experience points and 30,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 24 million experience points and 3 million gold coins. Looking at the dead body on the ground, Qin Feng slapped his forehead. Why would he go and kill ordinary wild monsters now? He hasn't completed all the tasks of the Jogan organization yet, and the rewards given by the monsters in the Jogan organization are much more than those of these garbage monsters outside. Qin Feng looked directly at the map and found the branch of the 9 organization closest to him. This time, the branch of the Jogan organization is located in a relatively hidden cave, and if you don't explore it carefully, you won't notice it. This branch of the Jogan organization not only allows you to get free merit points, but also a lot of experience for free, which is definitely very profitable for Qin Feng, who wants to upgrade. Moreover, the monsters in the branch halls of the Jogan organization are very easy for Qin Feng. The members of the SSS support team are not Qin Feng's opponents. Qin Feng doesn't even take these trash in the branch hall seriously. At this time, Qin Feng had already arrived at the entrance of the cave. Reminder: you have arrived at the 9 organizations branch hall. Please be careful. Looks like this is it. But this time Qin Feng did not go in, but directly released more than 30 Hurricane Rangers. The right arms of more than 30 Hurricane Rangers instantly turned into giant cannons, and countless energy cannons shot into the cave in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. 1334W. True damage. 1334W. True damage. 1334W. True damage. Then the cave was blown open in an instant, and the huge door inside was unable to withstand the damage of Hurricane Ranger's energy cannon, and it instantly turned into fragments and scattered all over the ground. The last time Qin Feng went to the branch temple, he was still very quiet, but now Qin Feng has started to directly and violently demolish the house. And at the moment the giant gate collapsed, countless robots rushed out. Seeing this, Qin Feng raised his right arm. Then a laser cannon fired instantly, piercing through the bodies of these robots. There was a mark on their bodies where a laser cannon had penetrated them. Then it fell heavily to the ground. "Owner, let's go together," Qin Feng said directly. "Okay, master." Hurricane responded, then rushed directly towards the robots with the mechanical rangers behind him. With one punch, he smashed a robot's head into scrap metal, and with another punch, he pulled out the energy from the center of the robot. With Hurricane leading the way, the Hurricanes behind him followed suit. In just 2 minutes, the ground was covered with the corpses of combat robots. Hint: you killed the first-generation T-900 Red Gold and gained 450,000 experience points and 90,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 45 million experience points and 9 million gold coins. Hint: you killed the first-generation T-900 Red Gold and gained 450,000 experience points and 90,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 45 million experience points and 9 million gold coins. Hint: you killed the first-generation T-900 Red Gold and gained 450,000 experience points and 90,000 gold coins. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 45 million experience points and 9 million gold coins. Voices kept ringing in Qin Feng's mind, and his experience points were increasing crazily. The experience value of this T-900 is 45 million, which is much stronger than those wild monsters outside. Tip: your level has changed. Your current level is 158. Qin Feng's level was directly upgraded by 1 level as soon as he came here. The upgrade speed is quite fast. Qin Feng stood behind and watched more than 30 Hurricane Rangers continuously slaughtering T-900s. Qin Feng only needed to stand there and wait for the continuous killing prompt sound to ring in his head. More than 10 minutes later, all the combat robots in this branch hall had been killed by Hurricane and his men. Tip: your level has changed. Your current level is 159. A combat robot in a branch hall actually directly raised Qin Feng's level by 2 levels. Then Qin Feng led Hurricane and the others into the cave. When I went in, I saw that besides the corpses of the robots, there were also many corpses of researchers wearing white coats, but their bodies had been blown to pieces. This branch hall is much smaller than the one Qin Feng entered before, and it doesn't have so many twists and turns. Then we went straight to the room where the Jogan organization stored its materials. Qin Feng stepped forward and kicked the door, smashing it to pieces. When Qin Feng walked in, a man in a black robe appeared in front of him, and then slapped Qin Feng hard with his palm. -0. Immune. However, when the damage hit Qin Feng's armor, it triggered the immunity effect again. Chapter 169. Destroy the Branch Temple. The copy opens. Chapter 169. Destroy the Branch Temple. The copy is open. Impossible. Who are you? The man in black robe looked at Qin Feng in shock. As soon as he heard the rumbling sound in the cave, he hid directly in the room where the materials were stored. He originally planned to wait until the invaders left before going out, but he didn't expect that this location would be discovered. He then attacked Qin Feng directly, but he didn't expect that his attack had no effect on Qin Feng at all. This time he panicked. Aren't you a mechanic? How come your defense is so high? He could have escaped originally, but now he has lost the opportunity. Who told you that a mechanic's defense has to be low? But let's be honest, your strength is still far behind that guy named Bai Mei. Qin Feng shook his head and said, What? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the black-robed man's eyes became even more horrified. He knew that Bai Mei was dead, but he didn't know who killed him. But from what this kid said, Bai Mei must have been killed by him. This time he didn't know what to do. Hurricane, just bomb him to death. Qin Feng was too lazy to take action and directly ordered Hurricane. Okay, master. Hurricane nodded. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Hyland's eyes were full of horror. He didn't want to die now. But Hurricane didn't care whether he wanted to die or not, and killed the man in black robe with one shot. -3343W. True damage. Hint. Congratulations on killing Dark Hunter Hyland, Immortal Boss, gaining 660,000 experience points and 430,000 gold coins. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 66 million experience points and 43 million gold coins. Before Hyland died, he turned into ashes without even a wail. Qin Feng saw the fear and horror in Hyland's eyes before he died, but Qin Feng didn't feel anything. After all, the Jogan organization itself was an evil organization. How could there be any good people who could join in? Hint. Congratulations on obtaining the rare material, Star Charm Divine Iron, Epic level. Hint. Congratulations on obtaining the rare material, Moir Alloy, Epic level. Hint. Congratulations on obtaining the rare material, Stripe Crystal, Epic level. Qin Feng's mouth almost opened wide when he looked at the rare materials in the material library. The value of these materials is tens or even hundreds of billions of gold coins. It can be said that Qin Feng made a fortune on this trip. Qin Feng then set the self-destruct program again and walked out of the cave with the spoils. A few minutes later, a deafening sound came from the cave. Along with the huge noise, the cave that was originally discoverable exploded into pieces in an instant. Hint. Congratulations on completing the Destroy 9 Organization Branches mission. Hint. Because you destroyed the 9 Root Organization's branch, the 9 Root Organization has issued a hunt for you. Hint. Congratulations on destroying the 9 Organization branch. The current location will form the destruction of the 9 Organization branch instance. This instance contains Destiny. Do you want to open it to other Awakeners? Looks like I can get some money out of them again. With this copy, Qin Feng can naturally choose to open it to other Awakeners, but the rewards obtained in this open secret realm have nothing to do with Qin Feng. The only thing he can do is collect entrance fees. You should know that the monsters in this copy will give much more experience than those ordinary monsters outside, and there are also many red gold bosses T900 in it, which gives several times more experience. Qin Feng didn't believe that no one would be jealous. Compared with a large amount of experience, gold coins seem to be useless. Who doesn't want to quickly upgrade to level 100, then do military camp missions in exchange for a set of dark gold equipment? Thinking of this, Qin Feng wondered how much the ticket price would be. After all, this copy could quickly upgrade its level, and Qin Feng had previously posted a message asking for 10 gold coins. It would be unreasonable to ask for less than 100 gold coins. Qin Feng directly set the ticket price to 100 gold coins for one entry. Please set a minimum entry level. Qin Feng thought about it. Currently, there are only 3 Awakeners above level 100, including Qin Feng. If the level is set to 100, Qin Feng will definitely not make any money. Finally, Qin Feng thought about it and realized that the average level of awakened people is around 40 or 50. Tip: setup successful, minimum entry level 40. After the setup is complete. Regional reminder. Attention all awakened ones. Destroy the 9 Organization Branch Halls instance has been opened. All awakened ones who have reached level 40 are requested to proceed. After the dungeon of destroying the branch temple was opened, many people felt very excited. At the same time, the difficulty of this kind of dungeon is not difficult. It is basically a good place to increase experience and can be regarded as an experience dungeon. What's the name of this dungeon called destroying the 9 branches of the organization? It seems like a strange name, but I want to know what the rewards are. Forget it. I don't care what he gives me. I can just swipe it and it's done. I want everything he gives me. Why do I have to be level 40 or above to fight? I'm not even level 20. I have to say, when these people heard that there was a copy, they were all very excited. And they all know that the experience and rewards in this copy are much richer than those of ordinary monsters outside. Then everyone ignored the wild monsters in front of them that were about to die and ran towards the location of the copy. And when these people arrived at the copy, prompt, do you want to pay 100 gold coins to enter the dungeon? What the hell? I have to pay 100 gold coins to enter the dungeon? Is it that expensive? Are they crazy about making money? What the hell is this? 100 gold coins right out of the gate. It's too expensive. I'd rather not go in. Some people were shocked after seeing the price of entering the copy. But there are quite a few people who are not short of money, such as those who play the mechanic profession, and they go in directly. His level before entering was 44. 10 minutes later, he came out with an excited look on his face, and his level was directly raised to 49. He was promoted to level 5 within just 10 minutes of entering, and everyone was stunned. It feels so good, so good. Prompt, do you want to pay 100 gold coins to enter the dungeon? Enter. He just came out and entered the copy again. Another 10 minutes passed, and when he came out again, his level had reached 51. Twice, in about half an hour, the awakened person who played the mechanic increased his level by 7 levels, and everyone was stunned instantly. Go, go, go. It turns out to be an experience dungeon. Go for it. It's just 100 gold coins. I gave it to you. Isn't that enough? Chapter 170. Scolding the expensive price of the instance. Chapter 170. Scolding the expensive price of the copy. They had previously thought that 100 gold coins were too expensive, but now they rushed to the copy in an instant, and after hurriedly paying the 100 gold coins, they entered the copy. The group of people who were frightened by the price of 100 gold coins were now posting. What a crap dungeon. They even charge 100 gold coins to enter. I think everyone has seen that 9 organization dungeon, right? It's just a crappy dungeon, but they're charging us 100 gold coins. And what's more, those 100 gold coins only allow us to enter once. This means if we want to enter again, we'll have to pay another 100 gold coins. We're not stupid. 100 gold coins is the equivalent of 10,000 yuan. I definitely won't enter a dungeon that costs 10,000 yuan. Those awakened who haven't made it yet don't need to go. It's a complete waste of time. The teleportation array costs 10 gold coins each time. I just wasted 20 gold coins. That round trip is enough time to kill countless monsters. As soon as this post came out, there were a lot of people cursing below who didn't know the situation. Damn it. How dare they accept this? 100 gold coins is my life. 100 gold coins? Are you crazy about money? Thank you so much. I was thinking about going there, but after seeing your post, I gave up. It's a good thing you said it. Otherwise, I would have wasted 20 gold coins too. Thank you, OP. Thank you, OP. Thank you very much. At the same time, several people came to chat with him privately. Is what you said true? But my friend told me to hurry over. He's right there in that dungeon right now, and he told me to hurry over. 100 gold coins is nothing to me. But now I'm wondering whether I should go or not. Look at the message from this fan. He replied righteously, fuck off. I think you should hurry up and cut off ties with this so-called friend of yours. I see clearly. He just saw you leveling up, and he wants you to waste time with him. You'd better cut off ties with someone like that as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be the one who suffers later. Okay. Thank you, OP. Later, he replied to a few more people, and each one of them expressed gratitude to him at the end, which made him feel very comfortable. When he first posted a post, all the comments below were thanking him, saying things like, I've been saved, and thank you. But as time went by, many of the comments below were mocking and sarcastic. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. And you wasted 20 gold coins. You're truly outstanding. Hey man, it's just 100 gold coins. Who begged you to come? It would be better if you didn't come. Come or not, idiot. I really don't know what you're called here. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why are you telling others not to go? Logically speaking, I feel like 100 gold coins is too cheap. It should be at least 1,000 gold coins to get in. Otherwise, there are so many people getting in with 100 gold coins. How can we distance ourselves from them? But with this idiot of the OP, I feel like a lot of people will listen to him. Right. You must listen to the OP and don't go to the dungeon. I just checked that dungeon out, and there really isn't anything great there. Listen to me and don't go. Chi, you want to make money from me with just 100 gold coins? You're just daydreaming. He felt that posting just one was not enough, so he posted another one. However, This time the post was not aimed at criticizing the copy, but at criticizing the beneficiaries of the copy. I think we should find the beneficiary of that dungeon and kill him. I think he's really crazy because of poverty. How dare he accept so many gold coins from us? Don't let me catch him, or I'll not only curse him to death, but I'll also chop his ass off with a knife. Hit you. I've discovered that this OP is, if nothing unexpected happens, a complete idiot. You idiot. What are you yelling about? Why don't you just say you have no money? And you're even saying you're going to chop him down with a knife? Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang. Many people were mocking madly. I have also seen a lot of comments below. These comments were beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that many people would join him in scolding him, but he didn't expect that after he posted this, all of them would come to scold him. This was a little bit incomprehensible to him. But even though he didn't understand, he was very angry and it instantly rose up, and then he started to argue with her madly. Fuck you. What the hell are you yelling about? I just like saying this. Are you dissatisfied? If you don't accept it, come over and chop me up. Names will not be displayed on posts like this, which is one of the reasons why he dares to shout. After arguing for more than 10 minutes, he drank some water. He opened the first post he had posted before, but when he opened it, his eyes widened. There were actually a lot of people cursing and mocking me below. This made him frown. Could this be the pirate army hired by the dungeon beneficiary? Looks like I'm blocking your way. But you think you can defeat me like this? Absolutely impossible. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. In fact, he did this not to really block the interests of the copy beneficiary. He was actually jealous and wanted to share a piece of the pie with the copy beneficiary. Now he just needs to wait for that person to come find him. As long as that person doesn't come find him, he will not delete this post. He didn't even take those Navy seriously. But when he opened the private message, fuck you. You're a fucking idiot. If my friend hadn't explained it to me, I would have actually believed your bullshit. You're a fucking idiot. It's really crazy to be greeted by the female elders in the family. Haven't I told you everything? I told you to cut off contact with your friend. Why don't you trust me? I've already told you that your friend's character is not good. If you still believe him, you will definitely be the one who gets hurt in the end. I hurt you. Percent at percent percent percent. You at percent. He said a lot of chatter. It made him feel bad. Originally, you could still see a lot of replies and comments thanking him, but after more than 10 minutes, the post was completely occupied by people mocking and insulting him. He had never expected that the Navy's combat power would be so strong. Chapter 171 The Lord of the Temple of War God arrives. Chapter 171 The Lord of the Temple of War God has arrived. Then another post was made. Can't sit still anymore. I just checked the post I made, and it was instantly taken over by the online troll army. I realized the beneficiary of this dungeon is really rich. I guess these online trolls must have spent a lot of money, right? But even if you hire some online trolls, I'm not afraid of you. I'm doing this for the ordinary awakened ones, so they don't get deceived by those with ulterior motives. If you have any conscience, I advise you to think carefully. Another post was published. This matter has fermented to this extent. Why hasn't the beneficiary come out to find him yet? Did he want to let things develop like this? Idiot. I think you're just jealous of others' strength. If you had this ability, why don't you create a copy? I really don't know what you're yelling about here. I've also discovered that this person's motives are not pure. He probably wants to use this to negotiate with the dungeon's beneficiary. Then let him get a share of the profits. Fuck. Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. Forget it. Why should we care about him? If he doesn't want to go, then he can just not go. We'll go our own way. It's only 100 gold coins a time anyway. Who can afford it? Right? Who can't afford it? You can't even come up with 100 gold coins? Don't embarrass the awakened. I think you should just go home and farm. The awakened isn't for you. His purpose was discovered, and the number of people who came to insult and mock him gradually decreased. His post gradually faded away, and basically no one paid attention to it. On the other side, Qin Feng was still trying hard to run towards the next branch of the Jogan organization, and had no idea what the post was about. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Deafening sounds came one after another, accompanied by endless artillery fire. Qinglong City. In the city lord's mansion. Ai Qing's wounds had almost healed at this time. Possessing the blood of the god of war, she had a very strong recovery ability. At the same time, she changed into a beautiful set of clothes, and her whole appearance changed drastically in an instant. I saw her sitting on the stool with a melancholy look on her face, and all she could think about was the man she had seen in the Jogan organization before. Destiny. The next second, a white light flashed in the city lord's mansion, and several figures appeared in it. When the white light dissipated and the figures of several people emerged, Ai Qing's eyes were full of complexity. The leader was a man with a serious expression and sharp eyes. Meet the palace master. After seeing this, many people in the city lord's mansion knelt on one knee respectfully and shouted. The palace master said nothing but glanced at Ai Qing, who was standing next to the city lord. Ai Qing lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. She also didn't know how she should face the man in front of her, her father. The palace master walked up to the city master and Ai Qing, and the city master slowly called out, "Greetings, Your Excellency, the palace master." There must be a difference in the way the city lord is addressed from the previous people. After all, given the city lord's status and position, it is naturally impossible for him to call out greetings to the palace master. But the palace master's eyes were always on Ai Qing, and the look in his eyes seemed somewhat complicated. Ai Qing seemed to sense the palace master's presence, slowly raised her head, looked at him, and called out, "Palace master." The palace master looked around. Without saying anything, the bystanders left immediately. After everyone left, the palace master looked at Ai Qing with a complicated expression. "I heard it was the Ninjin organization that did it?" Ai Qing nodded and said, "Not bad." Originally, Ai Qing thought that the palace master would scold her loudly after he came over, or something like that, but what Ai Qing didn't expect was that the first thing he said was to ask who did it. This made Ai Qing bite her lip, lower her head slightly, and she couldn't see her toes at a glance. 9 organizations. The palace master snorted coldly. Although his voice was calm, it sounded like thunder in the blue sky to the city lord, and his ears were buzzing. A trace of palpitation flashed in the city lord's eyes. Just 4 words made his mind feel dazed. If it weren't for his strong mental strength, these 4 words would have made him fall to the ground. It seems that our war god temple has been too low-key. Now even some random people dare to challenge our war god temple. As the master of the temple of war god, he naturally knew about the Jyogen organization, but the 2 organizations did not interfere with each other and had basically no connection. However, he did not expect that the Jyogen organization would dare to directly kidnap the saint of their temple of war god, who was also his own daughter. Pass the word down. The Jyogen organization no longer exists. The palace master looked at the guards behind him and gave the order. "As you command, palace master." After receiving the order from the palace master, the guard walked into the teleportation array and returned to the temple of war god. The city lord standing by sneered in his heart. 9 follow organization? Why would they provoke a behemoth like the temple of war god? The feud between the Jyogen organization and the 4 sacred empire has been going on for many years, but the Jyogen organization has always been hiding in the dark, and there is no way to completely eliminate it. Because the leader of the Jyogen organization is none other than a high-ranking official of the 4 sacred empire. Whenever they ordered an attack on the 9 organizations, they would return empty-handed. It was as if they knew of the 4 sacred empire's movements and withdrew completely before the 4 sacred empire was ready to strike. But they're courting their own doom. Provoking the 4 sacred empire is fine, but they're actually targeting the war god temple. Isn't that like trying to pull out a tiger's beard? They must be tired of living. With the war god temple taking action, even if the high-ranking officials of the 4 sacred empires were connected to the 9 organization, so what? No matter how noble his status was, could it be more noble than that of the lord of the war god temple? It seems that the organization that has troubled the empire for several years is about to be destroyed. The city lord thought to himself. Then the palace master slowly walked to Ai Qing's side, moved his lips, but didn't know what to say, and the emotions in his eyes were very complicated. He had never acknowledged his daughter before. He felt that if Ai Qing's existence was discovered, it would be a shame for him as the hall master. It would be the same even if she possessed the blood of the god of war and became the saint of the temple of war. But just in these few days, after Ai Qing was captured, he felt that his feelings for Ai Qing also emerged. After all, no matter what, the palace master could feel his own blood flowing in Ai Qing's body. Chapter 172: The Palace Master's Conversation with His Daughter. Chapter 172: The Palace Master's Conversation with His Daughter. This is also the reason why, when he knew that Ai Qing was captured by the Jyogen organization, he was furious and wanted to eradicate the Jyogen organization directly. At this time, the city lord seemed to realize that his position here was very awkward. He said goodbye to the palace master and left. "Wait until the city lord leaves." The palace master sighed inwardly and asked, "Tell, what happened in the past few days?" The relationship between the two made him a little unsure how to start the conversation. Ai Qing also felt a little strange about her father's attitude, but she nodded and told him what had happened in the past few days. He told her everything from the moment he was captured until he was rescued by Qin Feng. When the palace master heard that Ai Qing was being tortured, his fingers under his robe clenched instantly, and he frowned when he went to the back to draw blood for the experiment. After hearing this, he knew why the Jogan organization wanted to capture AI Qing. The reason was because of the blood of the god of war in AI Qing's body. It seems he has set his sights on the god of war bloodline in you. The palace master's voice was slightly cold, his eyes filled with endless anger. When AI Qing later mentioned that she was rescued and then saved herself after being hunted, the palace master asked, "Is the person who saved you very powerful?" The palace master also has a certain understanding of the people in the SSS level support team of the Jogan organization and knows that they are all very powerful. After hearing this, AI Qing nodded heavily. His strength seems to be very strong. Even a guy with a gravity field in the 9-gen organization couldn't cause any harm to him. And I remember that Tianming was not affected at all even under the blessing of 5,000 times gravity. Is that so? The hall master nodded. It seems that the person who saved AI Qing is very powerful. AI Qing, do you know where Tianming is now? I must thank the saint of our war god temple for saving her. The palace master was serious. Putting aside the fact that AI Qing was the holy maiden of the temple of war, just looking at the relationship between the two, he saved his daughter, so as a father, he should express his gratitude. AI Qing shook her head upon hearing this. After he saved me, he left. I don't know where he is now. Since Qin Feng left last time, AI Qing has not seen Qin Feng again. The palace master called the city lord. Where is that man called Tianming now? He saved the saintess of my war god temple. As the temple master, I naturally have to express my gratitude. The palace master said. Palace master. He came to see me just now, but he should have left now. If you want to see him, I'll tell him when he comes back. The city lord said respectfully. Okay, when he comes back, come and tell me, and I'll go see him in person. The hall master attained enlightenment seriously. How could she let the saint of the temple of war, who saved her daughter, come here in person? She had to go there herself. Even though he is the master of the temple of war god, he is not the kind of person who is arrogant to the core. Yes. The city lord nodded and then left. He made room for the two of them. After AI Qing finished speaking, she kept her head down, not daring to look the palace master in the eye, even though she was now the saint of the war god palace. But what she wanted was not this position. What she wanted was actually very simple. But the palace master was unwilling to do so, because she knew that if her identity was revealed, it would be an indelible stain on the palace master. When only the palace master and AI Qing were left, the palace master sighed deeply. Do you hate me? The palace master looked at AI Qing and asked. After hearing this, AI Qing slowly raised her head and stared at the man in front of her with her big eyes. She didn't know why she asked herself this. She wanted to nod, but in the end she hesitated and then shook her head. But the palace master saw AI Qing's hesitation and his eyes trembled slightly. He knew that AI Qing had reason to hate him, but as a father he couldn't help but feel a little trembling. If he had heard AI Qing's hatred towards him before, he would not have felt anything. But when AI Qing was really captured, he realized that a daughter is a daughter. Even if her status is not so noble, she is as close to him as water. Thank you for your hard work. All this is. He wanted to call himself a father, but these two words made him feel heavy. From the time AI Qing was born until now, he had never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Even from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to admit that this girl was his daughter. The palace master slowly extended his hand and placed it on AI Qing's head. He also felt the slight trembling of AI Qing's body. It seemed that this was the first time that she and the palace master had time to sit down and talk alone. It's father's fault this time. Tell me what you want. I will find a way to give it to you. This was the first time that the palace master called himself his father. After hearing this, AI Qing raised her head abruptly, and her eyes were instantly filled with mist, tears flowing like free money. But she still shook her head. This matter is my own problem and has nothing to do with you. The word father was still too difficult for AI Qing. She had never called the word father since she was born, so it was still difficult for her to open her mouth. Although she didn't call out her father and son, and although she felt a little disappointed, she still touched her head. This time it was indeed his problem. The palace master seemed to have a lot to say to AI Qing. He talked to her a lot, including about her mother. Here, Qin Feng is already clearing out the third branch of the Jogan organization. Looking at the piles of rare materials in the ring, Qin Feng felt full of motivation. After setting up the self-destruct program, Qin Feng looked at the map and went to the location of the next 9 branches of the organization without wasting any time. Wait until Qin Feng leaves. Boom! With a loud bang, the branch hall was instantly reduced to ruins. At this time, Qin Feng, who had just walked to the door of the next branch hall, heard a prompt sound in his ears. Hint, Congratulations on completing the Destroy 9 Organization Branches mission. Hint: because you destroyed the 9 Root Organization's branch, the 9 Root Organization has issued a hunt for you. Hint: congratulations on destroying the 9 Organization branch. The current location will form the destruction of the 9 Organization branch instance. This instance contains destiny. Do you want to open it to other Awakeners? It's still the same as before. The price is 100 gold coins, and the minimum entry level is 40. Tip: your level has changed. Your current level is 166. Chapter 173: Crazy Destruction of 9 Organizational Branches. Packing Rare Materials. Chapter 173: Crazy Destruction of 9 Branch Temples of the Organization. Packing Rare Materials. After destroying so many branch halls, Qin Feng's level directly increased to 166, which is not far from the second level. It's the same as before. Hurricane Ranger opens the scene with crazy fire suppression, waiting for the T-900 to come out and clear everything out at once. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng emptied the 9 organizational material warehouses, set up the self-destruct program, and then left again, heading towards the next branch hall. Every time Qin Feng destroys a branch of the Jiang organization, he can open a copy. However, just when Qin Feng was about to go to the next branch hall. World announcement: 4 Sacred Empires, Justice Faction. Qinglong City, abyssal channel fluctuations have appeared in the northwest wasteland. All awakened in the wasteland, please prepare for battle. World announcement: 4 Sacred Empires, Justice Faction. Qinglong City, abyssal channel fluctuations have appeared in the southern Grudge Jungle. All awakeners in the wasteland are requested to prepare for battle. World announcement: 4 Sacred Empires, Justice Faction. Miaoshui City is experiencing a surge in the abyssal channel in the northwest. All awakeners in the wasteland are requested to prepare for battle. System prompt: you will be rewarded for suppressing the abyss demon. And right after the world announcement was made, many awakened people were extremely excited. Hey, what is this abyssal passage? I think I've heard of it before. The previous one was over at White Tiger City, right? They told us to evacuate quickly. But why did they ask us to help this time? Did they think that our levels have increased? That means we can fight them. My feeling is, who cares about those abyss demons? Just kill them. Damn abyss demons, let me kill them with one sword. My sword is thirsty. Go, go, go. I've already prepared the location of the wasteland in the northwest of Qinglong City. Here comes the reward. I have a feeling that this time the reward will definitely be even richer. I'm in Miaoshui City. Go, go, go. Go, 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 brothers. Brothers. See you in front of that damn abyss passage. Still yelling. The newbie is still yelling, but the veteran has already reached the front of the abyss passage. After the world announcement came out, many awakened people gave up their current work and rushed towards the abyss passage. At this time, Qin Feng was also heading towards the abyss passage. After all, the branch of the Jiang organization could come and destroy it at any time. But Qin Feng must not miss the abyss passage. But this time, 3 abyssal passages appeared. Qin Feng came directly to the wasteland in the northwest of Qinglong City, which was the closest place to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the black vortex in front of him. He had to say that the size of the vortex this time was much larger than the one Qin Feng had seen outside Baihu City before. This showed that the level of the abyss demons this time was very strong. At the same time, Qin Feng could also feel the powerful space-tearing energy from this black vortex. There are already many troops guarding the exit of the abyss passage. Suddenly, black monsters with tongues sticking out crawled out of the black vortex. The troops stationed in front killed them instantly, giving them no chance to advance. The capabilities of these troops stationed in front of the abyss passage are also quite high, and they are not comparable to the recruits Qin Feng had seen before. Both his rhythm and the order of his attacks seemed to be in good order. All the soldiers were like a piece of solid rock, cooperating very well. At the same time, Qin Feng also saw Anna, Jace, Zhang Quan and others in front of him, but they did not take action at this time. Ugh, this abyss monster is a little too ugly, isn't it? I feel okay, but what I want to know is, what's the point of us coming here? These abyss monsters will be killed instantly when they appear. It's not even our turn to take action. At this time, Qin Feng slowly walked from above everyone's heads to the vicinity of the army. Marshal, you're here. The leader of the army looked at Qin Feng and said very respectfully. Qin Feng nodded. Marshal, with you here today, we can definitely deal with these abyss monsters. Everyone in the military knew about Qin Feng's previous killing of the undead giant and the undead sack. They also knew Qin Feng's noble identity as one of the rare 9-star marshals in the 4 sacred empires. Hint: help the army defend this place and kill the abyss demon. Mission difficulty, SSS. Hint: the current mission is extremely dangerous. Do you choose to accept it? After hearing the prompt tone, Qin Feng agreed without saying a word. Putting aside other things, Qin Feng is now the 9-star marshal of the 4 Sacred Empire. This identity alone is enough for him to take on this task. It was another SSS mission, but Qin Feng was not in a hurry. My current strength has been greatly improved, and I can still guard an abyss passage. Qin Feng released the 3-headed dragon of the abyss and Xiaoguang. At this time, Xiaoguang and the 3-headed dragon of the abyss have both reached level 100 or above. Especially Xiaoguang's level has reached 123. Its body also grew to hundreds of meters in height, but there was still a big gap compared to the 3-headed dragon of the abyss. 2 giant dragons were released. Everyone is also very confident. Marshal, the monsters that have appeared now are relatively low-level monsters. It won't be long before high-level monsters appear. Marshal, let me go make some arrangements first. After leaving, Qin Feng squinted his eyes and observed the abyss passage. A large abyss passage like this is not a complete passage, and it is filled with spatial turbulence. That is to say, there are 1,000 monsters coming from the abyss, but only 2/5 or even 3/5 of them can actually come out of the passage, and nearly 40% will die in the spatial turbulence. And when these monsters have passed through the space turbulence, that will be the real beginning. These little trash that came out now are basically just here to deliver food. Release the task. Assist Tianming in guarding the abyss passage. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission content: join the Heavenly Mandate Army and kill the monsters that appear in the abyssal passage in the northwest wasteland of Qinglong City. Task reward: 1. Kill monsters and gain 50 merits. 2. After completing the task, you will be rewarded with 100 merits. Access conditions: 1. Pay 100 gold coins. 2. Pay 100 merits. However, just after Qin Feng issued the task, all awakened people received such a task. System prompt: the Awakener Destiny has issued an SSS level mission. All awakeners, please pay attention. System prompt: the Awakener Destiny has issued an SSS level mission. All awakeners, please pay attention. System prompt: Chapter 174 SSS level mission guarding the abyss passage. Chapter 174 SSS level mission to guard the abyss passage. Ugh, there's a new mission, bro. Go, go, go. What are you still standing there for? Take the mission. It's just 100 gold coins and 100 merits. It's no big deal. Let's do it, brother. Anyway, I earned a lot of merits with Boss Tianming last time, so I'm so happy. Although the registration fee requires a lot of merits, I'm sure I can earn it back. Just go for it. I'm almost at level 100 now, and I only need to kill over 300,000 monsters to reach level 100. I'll definitely buy a set of dark gold equipment by then. Well, I don't even have these 100 merits. What should I do? Can anyone help me? I'll pay you back 200 later. Is there anyone who can help? Hint: the Awakener Madu Haokon has accepted your mission. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You'll receive 10,000 merits and 10,000 gold coins. Hint: the Awakener SWA Laozhu has accepted your mission. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You'll receive 10,000 merits and 10,000 gold coins. Hint: the Awakened Pants Falling into the Dung Pit has accepted your mission. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You'll receive 10,000 merits and 10,000 gold coins. Qin Feng's gold coins and merit points skyrocketed instantly, and the 80,000 person team was full in an instant. Qin Feng also directly obtained 800 million merits and 800 million gold coins. Okay, you don't have to shout anymore. The quest is full. Even if you borrowed it, you won't be able to accept the quest. Because of the last time they drank soup with Qin Feng, the Awakeners who joined this time were surprisingly fast. Almost as soon as Qin Feng issued the mission, the army was already full. What the hell did I miss? Whoa. I missed it last time, and I missed it this time too. What the hell am I even trying to do? The gap between me and you guys is too big. Wah, I'm in. After missing out last time, I've been keeping an eye on it this time, afraid that I won't be able to grab a spot. But fortunately, my Qilin arm was not wasted. Woo. I didn't get in. Is there any good brother willing to give up his position? I can do whatever you want of me. I'm at your mercy. Get lost. You're manipulating your sister. Girls are not as good as missions. I don't know where you get the nerve to ask for a position here. That's right. Girls are not as attractive as missions. Look at me, brother. I'm a man. Is there anyone willing to give up the position to me? Whatever you say tonight is what I will do. I will never resist. If I scream, I lose. Damn it. Are you really that shameless? Get out of here, you old bastard. At this time, Qin Feng released his Hurricane Ranger, and then the armor was directly attached to his body. It's so fucking handsome. I wonder which man can handle this armor. There's really only one word to describe it. So fucking handsome. The soldiers in the army were also very surprised when they saw Qin Feng's armor. Oh my goodness. This armor is seriously so handsome. Then what you said is not nonsense. Don't you see who is in this armor? He is a rare 9-star marshal in our 4 sacred empire. Do you, a mere lieutenant, know what the rank of a 9-star marshal is? It is the highest rank in our army. A height that we can never reach in our lifetime. It's so terrifying. We have the 9-star marshal here. There will definitely not be any problems. The eyes of those who had just come over were full of shock. With so many of us here, and Boss Tianming here too, I'm sure our mission this time will be accomplished perfectly. Many people have great confidence in Qin Feng. After all, some of them have worked with Qin Feng on the task of investigating the aura of the undead before. I also have a certain understanding of Qin Feng's strength. After all, Sak is a world boss, and in the end he was killed by Qin Feng alone. Doesn't this strength prove anything? System prompt. After the mission begins, you will lose 10% experience upon death and will be resurrected outside Qinglong City. You will not leave the myriad races world. System prompt. After the mission begins, you will lose 10% experience upon death and will be resurrected outside Qinglong City. You will not leave the myriad races world. System prompt. After the mission begins, you will lose 10% experience upon death and will be resurrected outside Qinglong City. You will not leave the myriad races world. After 3 system prompts, the awakened ones who had been worried about losing 2 days due to death were instantly ready to let go. Losing experience is a small matter. After all, they have a 9-fold experience bonus for 3 days. They don't need to worry about experience at all. As long as they are not expelled from the world of all races, it will be fine. Haha, this is so cool. I can even be resurrected. Last time, I was afraid of death, so I fought timidly. But this time is different. I must massacre these abyss monsters with blood. Let them know how powerful I am. Me too. +1. As they talked, the spatial turbulence in the black vortex not far away gradually stabilized. Qin Feng frowned. He knew that the real battle was about to begin. As the spatial turbulence was extinguished, countless abyss demons crawled out of the vortex. Soldiers of the Empire, you must always remember that our families are standing behind us. Kill. With a roar, countless soldiers rushed towards the abyss demon. Then, a man in a priest's robe waved the staff in his hand. Qin Feng noticed that he had been muttering some spells since he came over. Life and Constitution bonus. Just as the man finished speaking. Hint. You have obtained a defense and Constitution bonus buff. Effect. Increases health by 50-100, automatically restores health by 5% per minute, and increases defense by 20%. Duration. 30 minutes. Attack physical bonus. Hint. You have obtained an attack and Constitution bonus buff. Effect. Increases attack power by 500, automatically restores health by 5% per minute, and increases defense by 5%. Duration. 30 minutes. Speed body direct bonus. Tip. You have obtained a speed-enhancing buff. Seeing this, Qin Feng also put on his purple gold medal. Qin Feng's current military rank is 9-star marshal. Not only do these people in Qin Feng's army have bonuses, but the NPCs in the army also have bonuses. Chapter 175 Terrifying Buff Effect. Chapter 175 The Terrifying Buff Effect. Hint. You have obtained the buff effect of the purple gold medal, an additional 200% increase in attack power. Hint. You have obtained the buff effect of the purple gold medal, an additional 100% increase in health. Hint. You have obtained the buff effect of the purple gold medal, an additional 50% increase in defense. Everyone who had participated in the mission with Qin Feng before knew this effect, but there was a group of newcomers who were completely confused. Holy crap, this effect is amazing. Hey man, why are you so calm? The effect is so strong. Why don't I feel like you're surprised at all? Is this the boss? He's really awesome. The boss of destiny loves tiger oil. The group of people who had already experienced this before actually had a faint smile on their faces when they looked at these people. They then stretched out their hands and waved them in front of them and said, "Oh, why are you so excited? Can you be as calm as us?" That's right. Stop being so impetuous, okay young people? We've only just started, and you're already so excited? Won't you all faint from shock later? Ha ha, these newcomers are so interesting. Oh, you can only act cool in front of us now. It's simply because you've experienced it once before. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to be calmer than us. I reckon, after you guys saw the power of this buff last time, Your expressions were probably pretty much the same as ours. Maybe even worse than ours. There is absolutely nothing wrong with what he said. Their previous situation was even worse than it is now. Chi, don't worry about what happened to us last time. You guys are no match for us anyway. You impetuous young people. You're not as calm as us at all. When you see the real monster later, be careful not to wet your pants. Wet your pants? You'd better take care of yourself. Don't need me to save you when you kill monsters later. Bah, just you. Why are you so dissatisfied? Qin Feng looked at the noisy group of people and didn't feel anything. He just slowly raised his head and stared at the black vortex in front of him. Monsters kept coming out, but with the help of Qin Feng and the military, these advanced troops were easily killed. But Qin Feng knew that these guys were not much different in identity from the abyss crawlers he had encountered before. They were basically here to test his strength. As long as they understood Qin Feng's strength, they would definitely send out more powerful monsters, and that would be the time for Qin Feng and his men to take action. In this way, the army fought for more than 10 minutes, and these advanced troops were almost all killed, accompanied by the breath coming from the black vortex. Monsters covered with tentacles swarmed out from the crowd. They were so fast that they were in front of the soldiers before they could even react. At the same time, this group of monsters covered with tentacles exuded a foul stench. And this foul smell continued to spread towards the army, all the way to the group of awakened people who joined Qin Feng's army. Hint: you are trapped in the aura of corrosion. All attributes are reduced by 15%. Hint: you are trapped in the aura of corrosion. All attributes are reduced by 15%. Hint: you are trapped in the aura of corrosion. All attributes are reduced by 15%. A 15% reduction in all attributes? Isn't that too much? Many people have also noticed changes in themselves. In an instant, the noise in the army became even louder. These ugly guys are really too powerful. If it weren't for the buff from Boss Tianming, I feel our combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. It's unknown whether we can hold this place by then. Ha, I think you're thinking too much. This corrosive aura might be difficult for us to deal with, but for Boss Tianming, there's absolutely no obstacle. Those who had participated in missions with Tianming before all knew how powerful Qin Feng was. The powerful undead giant and Sack both died at the hands of Qin Feng. Could this small corrosive aura really cause Qin Feng to capsize? I'm still thinking too much. Is that so? The group of newcomers asked curiously in their hearts. In front, Qin Feng looked at the attribute panels of this group of monsters. Enchanted Octopus, Golden Boss. Level 80. Grade Gold. HP, 80,000. Attack, 33,554 to 33,641. Defense, 24452-24561. Skills, Tentacle Tearing, Corrosive Breath. Introduction, a powerful monster from the abyss, possessing extremely high speed and powerful attack power. It carries a corrosive aura that reduces the enemy's attributes. Qin Feng was thinking about it. The monster that came out was only level 80, which was something Qin Feng had not expected. Qin Feng suspected that it might be because of the task he issued that the levels of the original monsters dropped. After all, the levels of the people Qin Feng recruited were not even level 100. However, Qin Feng changed his mind and thought again. The attributes of this monster were not very high, and it might be here to explore the way, and its purpose should be to consume some weaker forces. Level 80 monsters. They should be able to kill them easily. Qin Feng took a rough look and found that the levels of this group of people were generally above level 90, so it should be easy to kill this level 80 monster. Moreover, for Qin Feng, killing such a rubbish monster would definitely not give him too many merits. He would probably only get 1 merit for killing one. After all, his military rank was there, and killing such a low-level monster would definitely not give him too many merits. Therefore, Qin Feng will never take action against these monsters. The best choice is to let the people we just recruit take action. If you let them kill the monster, you can gain much more merit than if you kill it yourself. At this time, the people behind Qin Feng could no longer bear it. In their eyes, these guys have real achievements and experiences. What are you still standing there for? Go up and kill them. We can only kill these trash monsters in front now. When the monsters come out later, it will be difficult to kill them with our combat power. We might as well take advantage of these little trash that come out now to gain some merit and experience. After someone took the lead, the others followed suit. After all, this time they wouldn't be expelled from the myriad races world after they died. They would just lose 10% of their experience. This wasn't something they couldn't accept. Experience is not as important to them as merit now. After completing this task, they have plenty of time to upgrade, and now there are experience copies, but there are restrictions on entry every day. Chapter 176, Crazy Killing. Earn Merit. Chapter 176, Crazy Killing. Earn Merit. Charge. Kill. Kill them. Countless warriors rushed towards the group of monsters with swords in hand, and behind them were mages and archers suppressing them from a distance. In the back, priests were nervously observing the battle situation, then giving them treatment and using their skills to clear the monsters behind them. In fact, when facing monsters, the priest's skills have the highest damage, especially the recovery skills, which can cause the highest damage to monsters and can also make these monsters lose blood continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Minus 2048. Minus 1382. Minus 996. Damage continued to emerge from the heads of this group of demonized octopuses, and a large number of them turned into corpses and fell to the ground. Hint. Winding Path. Killed giant demonic octopus, golden boss, and you received merit 10. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining merit 1000. Hint. Eat meat only, not vegetables. Killed giant demonic octopus, golden boss, and you get merit 10. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining merit 1000. Hint. Soaring, killed giant demonic octopus, golden boss, and you get merit 10. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining merit 1000. Qin Feng can gain 1000 merits for every monster he kills. In an instant, Qin Feng's merits soared by millions. Although these giant demonized octopuses died quickly, their numbers did not decrease at all. This was simply the best place to brush merit and experience, even better than the previous experience dungeon. After all, you need to pay gold coins to enter the dungeon, but this task is different. You can kill them casually as long as you can grab the boss. You should know that these are just monsters that come out to explore the way, and they are already golden bosses. The experience value of these groups of golden bosses is not comparable to those of ordinary monsters. Wahaha, this is so cool. When I came here just now, my experience points were 10%, and now they've jumped directly to 70%. I feel like just killing these monsters today can easily increase my level by 4 or 5 levels. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed on the body of a soldier next to him. What did you say? The soldier said with a grin. Fuck, how many monsters did you steal? You leveled up so quickly. I'm going to. This group of leaks are full of energy, and Qin Feng is also very pleased. After all, the more they kill, the more merits he will get. Give me more monsters. There aren't enough to kill. Don't rob me, freak. Get out of here. There are too many people in Qin Feng's army, and many of them cannot grab too many monsters. After all, although the level difference is not much, the combat power is still uneven. Fuck. Who the hell is behind me? It's you, damn it. Damn demonized octopus. Give me. Fuck. Why are there so many back there? Where are you bastards? Why were you so active in grabbing monsters before? Why are there no one here now? Although the level of this awakened one was not low, he was ambushed after being blinded by killing intent. However, he still took away 3 giant demonized octopuses before he died. After he died, many awakened people swarmed in and hacked the remaining 2 giant demonized octopuses to death with their swords. The 2 demonized octopuses were divided up among a dozen or 20 others. The next second, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the safe zone of Qinglong City. Reminder, you are dead, and your experience will be deducted by 10%. Dang it. I'm going to kill monsters. Go, go, go. Several people who had just been resurrected from the safe zone rushed outside with fierce looks on their faces. Those who did not join Qin Feng's army were also frightened by their appearance and made way for them. After they left their sight, they all said anxiously, "What's going on with these people? Are they so bloodthirsty? I'm not sure. How about we go and take a look?" "Forget it, I'm not going. If I die, it will be a waste of 2 days. Let's take advantage of this time to level up." Many people gave up the task directly because they were afraid that guarding the Abyss Passage would lead to their death and being driven out of the world of all races. "Brother Mo, I'm back again. Charge. Kill. Leave some monsters for me. Damn it. I just resurrected. Isn't there any kind-hearted person who can give me some monsters?" "Then it's your turn. Go to hell. Let all of these become my achievements." With the flash of swords and the flick of sabers, the 2 giant demonized octopuses in front turned into corpses in an instant. Then he continued to kill the giant demonized octopuses like cutting melons and vegetables. Tip: your level has changed, and your current level is... A golden light flashed across his body, and his level instantly increased. "I just lost 10% of my experience, but after coming back for a while my level increased instantly. Wow, haha. Wow, haha. Exciting. Then his body suddenly expanded again. He was fighting with such a reckless style. After all, this mission had a chance to be resurrected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought so aggressively. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because he died again. Damn it. Wait till I get back. I'll kill you all. Then his figure appeared again in the safe zone of Qinglong City. Tip. You are dead. 10% of your experience will be deducted. This time, many awakened people also appeared around him. Their eyes were full of ferocity, and they held their weapons tightly in their hands. Go, go, go. In this way, they madly used all their strength and did not need to deal with anything at all. All they had to do was kill monsters and gain merit. If they were killed, they would be resurrected directly in the safe zone in Qinglong City and repeated again. Tip. Your level has changed. The current level is 99. The upgrade is too fast. From now on, I will definitely join any mission of Destiny Boss. Destiny Boss YYDS. It's really too awesome. Destiny Boss, I love you to death. I'm level 99. I'm already level 99. Ha ha ha. If there were no such event, they would not be able to level up so quickly even with a 9-fold experience bonus. Chapter 177 Crazy Level Up. Chapter 177 Crazy Level Up. The reason is that the quality of these monsters are bosses, and the experience given is much more than those ordinary wild monsters outside. Then there is a more important point, which is their number. Fujimoto does not need to worry about the number of this group of bosses, because from the beginning of killing to now, the number has not changed at all. At the same time, they also feel that the number is faintly showing a trend of increasing. It can be said that with this upgrade speed, if these guys keep appearing later, they can be sure that they can reach level 99 in this place. At this time, the Hurricane Rangers behind Qin Feng also started their actions, and the energy cannons were madly bombarding the group of giant demonized octopuses. 4455W. True damage. 4455W. True damage. 4455W. True damage. Tens of millions of damages turned the originally densely packed giant demonized octopuses into corpses in an instant. The group of awakened people who were originally killing monsters were instantly blinded. Holy crap, tens of millions of damage? I can't even deal a fraction of that damage, Boss Tianming. What the hell is this? I'm cracked. Boss Tianming, leave some monsters for us. That's right. That's right. These rubbish monsters are not worthy of being attacked by Boss Tianming. Boss Tianming, please show mercy. Please show mercy. However, those who had participated in missions with Qin Feng before had witnessed the terrifying damage of Qin Feng's Hurricane Ranger, so they were not shocked at all. However, they also discovered that as soon as Qin Feng took action, a large number of these giant demonized octopuses died instantly. Master Tianming, could you please not take action? Master Tianming. Master Tianming, please show some mercy. Leave some for us little guys. I'm about to level up. Master Tianming, please stop. After Qin Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. However, the Hurricane Ranger's attack was stopped. Boss Destiny loves you. Master Tianming has stopped. Let's charge. Charge. Seize the opportunity to level up and earn merits. This is the most important thing. This group of people had already started killing crazily before, but after seeing the damage done to Qin Feng, they killed even harder. This is not good for not working hard. No one knows when Qin Feng will fire a few more shots. Just a random shot killed hundreds of giant demonized octopuses. In just a few seconds, tens of thousands of giant demonized octopuses died. Just like that, Qin Feng issued an announcement. Military announcement. You have 30 minutes left. After 30 minutes, I will take action. In the army, the group of awakened people began to swallow the potions in their bodies after seeing the announcement. Originally, they planned to resurrect and continue on their journey, but it would waste 2 minutes to travel here. So in order not to waste time, they took the potions frantically. Anyway, these potions didn't cost much to them, and they also spent a lot of gold coins to purchase these potions for this mission. At this time, the soldiers in the army looked at the awakened people who were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They seemed to be greatly encouraged and killed even harder. However, these soldiers in the myriad races world were different from Qin Feng and his group. After the awakeners died, they could be resurrected by deducting 10% of their experience points. But these soldiers were different. If they die, they are really dead. As if they had seen something in them, the awakened rushed to the front of the soldiers and helped them kill the monsters. The cooperation between the awakened team and the army soldiers can be said to be very compatible. Soon, 30 minutes passed. The Hurricane Ranger behind Qin Feng instantly deployed his energy cannon and attacked the giant demonized octopus in front of him. This time, with Qin Feng's help, the speed of killing monsters was instantly increased a lot. As time passed, the giant demonized octopuses were basically slaughtered. Qin Feng could basically take away tens of thousands of giant demonized octopuses every second, but even at this speed, it still took him more than 10 to 20 minutes to kill them. At this time, Qin Feng's level had already been raised to 171. This upgrade speed is really enviable. I'm so tired, but it's all worth it. In just over an hour, I've already leveled up 3 levels. I have to say, this place is a great place to level up quickly. If only I could level up here forever. I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to level up anymore. I'm so lucky to be able to join the army of Boss Tianming. Those who didn't come to participate in the mission will regret it after knowing the truth. I'm so sorry. I just heard someone say they were afraid of death after I resurrected. Really, some awakened people did die during my last mission, but what they got was definitely better than this group of people. In fact, what they got is something they definitely can't get in 2 days. In fact, if there is no activity, even if they spend half a month, or even a month, they may not be able to get as much as we do. I really can't understand. If these people are afraid of death, why would they come to the myriad races world even if they level up later? They won't be able to achieve much. Good. Just as these people were discussing the harvest, an even larger demonized octopus appeared in front of them, more than 10 times taller than the giant demonized octopuses they had seen before. World announcement. A world boss has appeared in the northwest wasteland of Qinglong City, Justice Faction. All awakened players are requested to go and slay it. Awakened players who participate in the slaying will receive additional merit and experience points. World announcement. A world boss has appeared in the northwest wasteland of Qinglong City, Justice Faction. All awakened players are requested to go and slay it. Awakened players who participate in the slaying will receive additional merit and experience points. World announcement. Chapter 178. The world boss appears. The world boss is gone. Chapter 178. The world boss appears. The world boss is gone. Across the ocean. Black Palace. Chief. The world boss has appeared again in the Chinese war zone. Should we still defeat him this time? A general asked seriously, looking at the leader sitting on the stool. Subjugate. Who should we send? King Titan, King Yasa, and King Ali have all been driven out of the myriad races world. Do you think anyone else besides these 3 can subjugate the world boss? Wouldn't going there just mean death? That's right. From now on, any world boss that appears in the Huaxiao war zone will have nothing to do with our beautiful country war zone. We don't want any of us to go over there. Do you hear me? The leader said with a serious face. Yes, sir. The general said very respectfully. Korean war zone. Hurry, hurry, hurry. A world boss has appeared in the Huaxiao war zone. We can't let this opportunity pass to the Huaxiao zone. What we need to do now is to snatch this boss from the hands of the Huaxiao awakeners. That's right. Let's go. And by the way, we can also see Tianming, the powerful one in our galley war zone. When the time comes, we must let Tianming return to our galley war zone, because the galley war zone now belongs to Tianming boss's home. These Chinese are so shameless. They actually detained our Korean masters. If the destiny was in our war zone, all these world bosses should belong to our Koreans. It wouldn't even be the turn of the Chinese region. Afterwards, countless awakened people from the Goryeo war zone passed through the teleportation array and came to the vicinity of the boss. Ashi, right? There are so many Chinese awakened people here. With so many people, can we capture this boss? I feel the probability is not very high. Otherwise, should we leave first? If these guys find out that we are from the Korean war zone, will they kill us directly without caring about the boss? That shouldn't happen. Let's hurry up and kill this boss. Qin Feng had already noticed the situation nearby, but he ignored it. After all, the damage from the boss in this world was not something that an ordinary awakener could resist. Military announcement. Stay away from the world boss, or I won't care if you die. Qin Feng issued a world announcement. In an instant, these people in the army ran backwards, leaving a large open space between them and the world boss. Look, they might be scared. It seems we have to take over. Today, let's show these Chinese awakeners the strength of our Korean theater. If Tianming is not in the Chinese theater, who are they? Then they swarmed up, not caring about the boss's attributes, and rushed up in an instant. Qin Feng had no other expression on his face except for a sneer at their actions. In his opinion, these guys were just looking for death. Qin Feng looked at the attribute panel of this world boss. Giant Demonic Octopus King, Epic World Boss. Level 100. Rank, Epic. HP, 4000W. Attack, 340W, 380W. Defense, 750,000 to 770,000. Skills, Advanced Adsorption, Advanced Blood Recovery, Break Rebirth, Spell Immunity. Introduction. This is an octopus king with extremely powerful strength. Judging from this attribute panel, all the awakened ones in the Goryeo war zone are probably going to die. Oh, what kind of damage is this? Why is it so high? The octopus king swung his tentacle, and instantly the awakened people in the Korean war zone fell to the ground and turned into corpses. The rest wanted to escape, but their speed was no match for the octopus king. They were caught by the octopus king as soon as they turned around and were instantly chopped into pieces. Instead, the awakened ones who had just come here on the teleportation array had horror on their faces. They simply couldn't understand how they could die so quickly. They all died before the boss even released his skills. The damage of this world's boss is truly terrifying. Indeed, these Koreans are truly foolish. They actually dared to charge forward? Didn't they see that we had already retreated? How could they still be so stubborn? I think they thought we were scared and wanted to teach us a lesson, but they didn't expect to get killed themselves. It's really funny. Just when they thought these Koreans would give up, someone shouted, "Tianming, as a Korean, shouldn't you help us, or have you betrayed us Koreans and joined China?" What the hell? Who is this bitch? He said our Tianming boss is from Korea? This is fucking ridiculous. Could it be that boss Tianming is really from Goryeo? Will you? Tianming belongs to us Chinese, okay? And it belongs to Goryeo. Don't you know that these Goryeo guys love to claim ours as theirs? Like the festivals we celebrate and the ancient scholars of our country. Now it's our turn to claim Tianming, the great man. These sons of bitches. Go away wherever you came from. Big boss Tianming is from China. How can he have any connection with you Koreans? All he does every day is lick our Chinese people's faces and rob us of our things. Impossible. You Chinese absolutely cannot have such a genius. Only in our Goryeo bloodline can a genius like Tianming appear. Therefore, Tianming belongs to our Goryeo war zone. I now solemnly request. Before he could finish his words, he was beaten to death by a tentacle of the octopus king. I really don't know where you get the courage from. How dare you talk to us like that? Don't you see that even the boss can't stand you? Although boss Tianming told us to stay away from the boss, he didn't tell us not to kill these Korean bastards. It's best to kill these shameless guys. Go, kill these shameless guys. At this time, Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this group of robbers. His attention was always on this octopus king. But what surprised Qin Feng was that this boss didn't seem to be particularly strong. Soon, all the Koreans were slaughtered. Then everyone turned their attention to the boss of this world, and awakened in the team side and said, "When will I be able to kill a world boss?" I think you can give it a try when you dream at night. After all, in a dream you can position yourself as a destiny boss, and then you can crazily slaughter the world boss in your dream. Not to mention the world boss. Even if you want to destroy an entire war zone, you can do it. Chapter 179 Destiny? Chapter 179 Destiny? Our mission isn't to participate in killing the so-called world boss. Our mission here is to gain merit and increase our level. Anyway, I'm already content with that. I haven't thought about the world boss or anything like that. It doesn't have much to do with me anyway. But when I think about the good stuff this boss will drop, I'm so envious. You should have seen the looks on those players' faces just now. Unless you want to die, I think you'd better give up on this idea. We can't control this boss. It's better to leave it to boss Tianming. Even our team of 80,000 people probably isn't a match for this boss. They only know their own strength, but they really want the reward for killing the boss. Then the octopus king moved his body, and a giant demonized octopus appeared again in the vortex behind him. But this time they still didn't have any chance to attack. Several generals in the military camp moved instantly, came in front of the boss, and then slashed at him with a knife. The knife flashed and instantly slashed the octopus king's body. 220W. 250W. 179W. The octopus king only had 40 million HP, but these few hits instantly cut off 1/8 of his HP. At this moment, a fireball instantly hit the octopus king. -0. Immune. The fireball could not cause any harm to the octopus king. Magic immunity. The faces of several lieutenant generals changed drastically. It seemed that the help from behind was useless, and they could only fight in close combat themselves. They never expected that this boss actually had the ability to be immune to spells. At this moment, Qin Feng's Hurricane Ranger was dispatched. "Marshal, this boss is immune to spell damage." But I just finished shouting. The energy cannon instantly hit the big guy. 1756W. True damage. 1756W. True damage. 1756W. True damage. The terrifying energy cannon pierced through it instantly, causing extremely powerful explosive damage. The Octopus King turned into a corpse directly and died, without even using his ability to regenerate after his touch was severed. Too strong, right? Is this the damage that Boss Tianming can do? Whether it's the world boss or other small bosses, a few energy cannons can defeat them in front of him. Good guy? I'm a fucking good guy. Many newcomers were shocked. World announcement. The awakened destiny of the four sacred empires, Justice faction, has killed the giant demonized Octopus King, epic world boss. The four sacred empires, Justice faction, will receive an additional 4 billion gold coins. For 3 days, all awakened within the four sacred empires, Justice faction, will have their drop rates for experience and merit increased by 200%. World announcement. The awakened destiny of the four sacred empires, Justice faction, has killed the giant demonized Octopus King, epic world boss. The four sacred empires, Justice faction, will receive an additional 4 billion gold coins. For 3 days, all awakened within the four sacred empires, Justice faction, will have their drop rates for experience and merit increased by 200%. World announcement. The reward Qin Feng received for killing a monster before has not yet expired, but now it has been increased by another 150%. It can be said that the bonus for killing a monster has now reached a terrifying 11 times. Qin Feng's was even more terrifying, reaching a 1,100-fold bonus. It could be said that Qin Feng's upgrade speed was about to reach a higher level again. But that's not all. World announcement. Huaxia District, Awakener Destiny, killed the epic world boss and received the reward, Military Resurrection Teleportation Array. What the hell is this even possible? Several generals looked at Qin Feng with surprise. As expected of a marshal, this damage is truly terrifying. Indeed, it seems we are too weak. We don't have any output environment at all. But it's good this way. With the marshal here, we will definitely not have any problems here. The marshal is truly amazing. These soldiers kept praising Qin Feng's ability. After all, Qin Feng had just killed the boss in an instant with just one move. Hint. Congratulations on killing the giant demonized Octopus King, epic world boss, gaining 3 million experience points and 400,000 merit points. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 300 million experience points and 40 million merit points. Including the boss Qin Feng just killed, Qin Feng already has over 7 billion merits. But it's still not enough now. After all, Qin Feng's current title is still Marquis. If he wants to upgrade his title to Duke, he needs tens of billions of merits. But at this rate, after this mission is over, he should be able to directly upgrade his title to Duke. But what Qin Feng cared about at the moment was not this, but the reward he had received before. Military Resurrection Teleportation Array. Level 1. Rank Myth. Effect. After learning, you can learn how to make a Military Resurrection Teleportation Array. Learning requirements. 1. Possess spatial abilities. 2. Have engineering skills. 3. Possesses the ability to depict teleportation arrays. Introduction. This is an extremely powerful resurrection teleportation array. In fact, the ability of this resurrection teleportation array is that after someone dies in the army, the expulsion effect of the world of all races can be ignored. In other words, after death, one can be resurrected in this teleportation array instead of being restricted from logging in. However, there are definitely certain limitations after resurrection. However, this restriction is not worth mentioning compared to the login restriction. It is nothing more than a restriction of losing some experience points. Then there is another more important effect, which is the setting location of this teleportation array. It is not fixed, but depends on where Qin Feng wants to place the resurrection teleportation array. For example, now we are guarding the Abyss Passage, and the resurrection point after death is in the safe zone of Qinglong City. However, if Qin Feng builds this resurrection teleportation array nearby, the members of the army will appear in the teleportation array when they are resurrected, rather than in the safe zone in Qinglong City. However, Qin Feng does not meet the requirements for this study now, but the requirements are actually not too difficult for Qin Feng. After completing this mission, Qin Feng can find some time to go to Yuanming Chamber of Commerce to purchase some books on this subject, and then study them. Reminder, the Abyss Passage is still opening. Awakeners, please be prepared. Reminder, Battlefield Points Ranking is now open. Kill a monster, get +1 point. Kill a world boss, get +100 points. The top 100 Awakeners will receive extra rewards. Chapter 180 Battlefield Points Ranking. Chapter 180 Battlefield Points Ranking. Fuck, I don't want first place in this ranking, but I'll take second place. You accepted it? Who the hell do you think you are? You accepted it? That's hilarious. Stop talking. Give me some face. Don't compete with me for the top 10 spot. I was just this close to making it last time. I think it's a little bit of a billion, right? Charge. Kill. The second wave of monsters is coming. Everyone get ready. If anyone dares to steal my boss, I will target you. I have no other abilities, but my greatest ability is holding a grudge. Whoever dares to come and steal my boss, you'll just have to wait and see if I let you kill monsters properly. Hint, attention. The second wave of monsters appears. As the system prompted, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. And in the Black Abyss, there are crazy primary selections of brown and black giant bears that are tens of meters tall. Each of these giant bears had a bloodthirsty look in their eyes, and they bared their teeth madly at the awakened people on Qin Feng's side. Obviously, these giant bears also knew Qin Feng's strength, so they did not dare to rush towards them directly. They could only bare their teeth in front of the black vortex to show their ferocious appearance. Demonized roaring giant bear, golden boss. Level 100. Grade, gold. HP, 250,000. Attack, 150,000 to 170,000. Defense, 8W 9W. Skills, Wild Rage, Supreme Roar, Giant Palm Attack, Thunder Power. Introduction, a gigantic bear dwelling in the abyss. After being disturbed by demonic energy, it has become extremely violent and can manipulate the power of thunder. Just now, they were level 80 octopuses, but unexpectedly the second wave instantly turned into level 100 giant bears. For the awakened ones behind Qin Feng, level 100 monsters would more or less suppress them to a certain extent, so it would not be so easy to gain merit. Seeing more and more roaring giant bears in front of the Black Abyss, many awakened people were frightened, especially when they saw the attributes of these giant bears. After all, these giant bears were level 100 bosses, which was higher than the level of everyone on their side. Oh my goodness! There are so many bosses, and they're all level 100 gold bosses. How are we supposed to defeat them? With 250,000 HP, I don't think we can defeat them, right? What the hell? It's just that this time we can't fight alone. It seems that we need some cooperation. Otherwise, not only will we not be able to gain merit, but we will also lose a lot of experience. At this time, the army has already started the attack. Minus 13,345. Minus 53,243. Minus 11,998. Lines of damage emerged from the heads of these roaring giant bears. In just a few seconds, many roaring giant bears died at the hands of the army. The death of their compatriots also made the state of many giant bears even more unstable. I am afraid they will rush out directly. Suddenly, accompanied by a roar, countless roaring giant bears launched a fierce attack. Shit, they're finally here, let's kill them. Today, I won't talk about anything else. I must raise my level to 97. I'm already level 95, 2 more levels to go, kill them. We don't need to worry at all, not only are we here, but there are also many masters from the army. More importantly, our boss Tianming is here. That's right. With big boss Tianming here with us, what are we afraid of? We're just a bunch of stupid bears. He's just a little taller. And he has a little more health, a little stronger attack, and a little higher defense. What else does he have? They have nothing. After that roar, the group of roaring giant bears attacked the awakened ones and the army like crazy, as if they didn't care about their lives. At this time, Anna and others in the sky had no intention of taking action. It seemed that they were waiting for something. Countless artillery fire continued to bombard the group of giant bears. Hint, bared teeth and claws, killed demonized roaring giant bear, golden boss, and you received merit 20. Hint, congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining merit 2000. Hint, bring the head, killed demonized roaring giant bear, golden boss, you get merit 20. Hint, congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining merit 2000. Hint, Xiangfang Dezahua, killed demonized roaring giant bear, golden boss, you get merit 20. Hint, congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining merit 2000. This monster this time can bring Qin Feng 2000 merits. Looking at the densely packed giant bears in front of him, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It is conservatively estimated that this group of guys can bring Qin Feng more than 10 billion in merit income. In Qin Feng's eyes, these monsters are living merits. Although the corpses of the roaring giant bears charging in front kept falling to the ground, the roaring giant bears behind them were not afraid of death at all. They stepped on the corpses of their compatriots in front and swarmed forward. As soon as these giant bears entered the designated range, many mages and archers began their work. There were also many mechanics controlling the mechanical equipment in their hands, standing in the back and firing madly towards the front. From time to time, he could take away several giant bears. Ha ha! This mechanic class is really strong. Whether it's a boss fight or a fight like this, the mechanic only needs to quietly stand in the back and shoot. This way you get a lot of experience, and there's no danger of dying. The only downside is that it wastes gold. All the bullets they fired were gold coins. Ordinary bullets have little damage to these monsters, so you need to buy a lot of high-damage bullets. However, these high-damage bullets are very expensive, so it is not a bad idea to shoot out gold coins. But it's okay. This fight is only worth a few thousand or tens of thousands of gold coins. I can still handle it. It's just over 1,000,000 Huayuan. It doesn't seem like a lot when you calculate it. If you don't have money, there is no way you can play a profession like a mechanic. Even if others die and lose experience, the mechanic is spending money like crazy behind you. Each burst of bullets costs dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. If it were an ordinary family, there would be no way they could afford such high costs for bullets. In fact, these initial costs are not that high. When you reach Qin Feng's level, the cost of repairing it will be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. But since Qin Feng has an SSS level pet Yu, these losses are nothing to Qin Feng. Qin Feng could see that despite their cooperation, the number of awakened people under his command was constantly decreasing. Chapter 181 Free Attack Mode. Leading the points. Chapter 181 Free Attack Mode. Leading the points. Then Qin Feng summoned the Hunter Hover Cannon again. Directly activate the free attack mode of these hunters, which can directly provide considerable help to this group of awakened people. But let's be honest. Does Boss Tianming have any intention of selling any of these mechanical equipment? I'd like to buy one. I feel like one would bring me a huge improvement. I think the price for one should be enough, but you might not be able to afford it. Just look at this crazy attack. How much energy do you think it will consume? I feel like if we keep fighting like this, Boss Tianming will at least spend tens of millions of gold coins. Maybe even hundreds of millions. What the hell? That's so much. Doesn't that mean billions of yuan will be spent on each attack? That's about right. Not to mention me. Even the richest man in the world wouldn't be able to hold out for long. This mission costs hundreds of millions of gold coins. That's just my guess. But it could be even higher. Don't forget that this hunter thing built by Boss Tianming is an immortal level equipment. Let alone immortal equipment. We don't even have a purple gold level equipment. Look at the dozens of hunters. I guess the maintenance costs are definitely not cheap. Hint. Congratulations on killing the demonized roaring giant bear, Golden Boss, gaining 200,000 experience points and 1 merit. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 2,000 W experience points and 100 merit points. If he kills it himself, the giant bear can only bring Qin Feng 100 merits. The benefits are really small, pitifully small. However, Qin Feng's points were also increasing crazily due to the killings of these hunters. After all, no one else can kill these giant bears in seconds, but it is different for hunters. Basically, one shot can kill a group of them. After a while, Qin Feng's points reached the top. Battlefield points ranking. First place, Tianming, points, 65-32. Second place, Just Have Hands, points, 27. The gap was huge. Qin Feng, who came in first, had already killed over 6,000 roaring bears, but the second place had only killed over 20. That's fucking awesome. Ever since Boss Tianming took out this Hunter Hover Cannon, our points skyrocketed. In just a few minutes, we killed over 6,000. I feel like by the end, all of our points combined might not even be as high as Boss Tianming's. Can you upstairs be more confident? Could it be possible that the combined points of all of us could surpass that of Boss Tianming? You're right. This is just the beginning. A temporary lead doesn't mean a lead. We have 80,000 people here. How could we possibly not be able to match the points of Boss Tianming alone? Thanks, buddy. You gave me instant motivation. You're such a moron. That guy just told you to change maybe to no. Who gave you the courage to compete with the Destiny boss? I think you're still asleep. Not to mention all of us combined. Even if we doubled our numbers, we might not be able to surpass the Destiny boss. As they were talking, Qin Feng's points had already exceeded 9,000. And it would probably reach over 10,000 in less than 2 minutes. The second place still has a pitiful 27 points, with no change. It seems that the first place must go to Boss Tianming. Now we can only fight for the second place. The second place seems to have no strength left, or he was killed by the monster and resurrected. I must take this opportunity to surpass him. He is only the second place temporarily. I have already killed 6. How many have you killed, buddy? 28. Impossible. I just saw that the second place only killed 27 people. How could you possibly kill? But when he checked the list again, the second place score had risen to 28. Excuse me. Go on, buddy. He hadn't expected to brag about the person he was talking to. He had just said in front of everyone that he was going to surpass the person, and even said that the person had run out of strength and was killed by a monster. But the second place obviously did not have so much time to waste on the conversation. There was a huge mountain pressing down on him, and Qin Feng's points were increasing rapidly every minute and every second. He naturally wouldn't compare himself with Qin Feng. After all, one was a human being, and the other was a wall hanger. They definitely couldn't be compared together. Now he just needs to maintain his second place. But the next second, his movements froze. He found that his points instantly reached third place. Battlefield points ranking. First place, Tianming. Points, 12332. Second place, Yun Xiaojiang. Points, 1049. Third place, just having hands is enough. Points, 29. Qin Feng also noticed Jiang Xiaoyun's ranking and nodded with a smile. Fuck. Then just secure the third place. He looked at the rankings behind him. Aside from his own ranking starting with 2, the rest all started with 1. So, as long as he maintained his form, it should be easy to grab third place. But he forgot about the awakened ones who were mechanics. These awakened ones are very rich, and they buy whatever equipment they see. As long as it is high level, they will buy all of it. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. This group of mechanics seemed to have made an agreement and fired bullets crazily. Their faces flushed, and they were extremely excited. Ha ha, this is so cool. I chose to play the mechanic because of Boss Tianming, and of course, because my family is rich. Then I found several level 90 awakeners to help me level up. It cost me over 200,000 gold coins, but it was all worth it. A mechanic shouted excitedly. At this time, his level was only 82. However, all the equipment and mechanical equipment he was wearing were purchased at a high price. Especially his machine gun, which has a special feature, that is, it has an ultra-long range, which allows him to start shooting crazily from behind. But the only downside is that it consumes too much bullets. Hundreds and thousands of gold coins are fired every minute. Soon his points increased, and he instantly took the third place. Then there were many mechanics fighting fiercely behind. Gradually, except for Jiang Xiaoyun, all the top 10 were mechanics. Chapter 182 The Awakened Ones from the United States prepare for a raid. Chapter 182 The awakened people from the United States are preparing for a surprise attack. Oh my god, why are there so many mechanics? What's going on? Ha ha ha, this is so fucking awesome. I'm going to shoot you scum to death. Look at the gun. The mechanic was so excited that after a few minutes, his level changed again. Qin Feng also seemed to notice the mechanic and a smile appeared on his face. Then Qin Feng slowly stood on one foot in the air, looking at Anna and others behind him. Brother Tianming. Anna twisted her slender waist and walked in front of Qin Feng, then pinched Qin Feng's face affectionately, and there was a lot of ambiguity between the two of them. Qin Feng didn't expect that this woman would dare to come and tease him at this time, and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Didn't Brother Tianming come up to find me? Anna looked at Qin Feng resentfully. Anna herself is an NPC with top-notch figure, appearance, and strength, especially her appearance. In her previous life, countless awakened people wanted to have a taste of her beauty. But no awakened person could get her favor, but now she has developed a strong interest in Qin Feng. Of course, this is understandable. After all, Qin Feng's good looks are there, but the most important aura is Qin Feng's talent. Anna has seen with her own eyes the Hurricane Ranger made by Qin Feng. Even their Yuanming Chamber of Commerce does not have such powerful equipment. Anna, who claimed to be used to seeing geniuses, found that compared with Qin Feng, the geniuses she had seen before were nothing. Then she was surprised to find that the armor on Qin Feng was also a mythical-grade equipment. Brother Tianming, you really are a genius. Anna's eyes were full of brilliance. Although she liked the opposite sex with good looks, what she liked most were those who were talented and gifted. Qin Feng naturally met all her requirements. He was handsome, extremely talented, and very capable. Many powerful mechanics she knew were unable to produce mythical-level equipment, which showed how talented Qin Feng was. Don't get me wrong. I just came up to look. The view is better. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he looked down. Qin Feng found hundreds of roaring giant bears at this time, and the laser cannon that Qin Feng had installed before fired instantly. Boom boom. -996W. True damage. It was this one shot that instantly blew hundreds of giant bears into pieces. The officer who was still commanding on the ground at this time saw this scene, and was so scared that he almost jumped up. That's too fierce. But it makes us look so incompetent. The commander said helplessly, covering his face. He knew that the marshal was very strong, but this random attack was so powerful. Their military was not without mechanics, but compared with Qin Feng, there was like a huge gap between them. There was no need to compare them at all. Put on some strength. Don't think we can slack off just because we have the marshal helping us. The marshal is here this time, but what if he's not with us next time? Are we just going to stand by and watch? Don't forget your identities. You are all soldiers of the Empire. What is your duty? Guard the abyssal passage and protect the Empire. The soldiers shouted loudly. That's right. Our duty is to guard the abyssal passage and protect the safety of the Empire. Only by blocking the attacks of these monsters can we protect everyone in our Empire, as well as our families and children. Do you understand? I understand. Now that you understand, do I need to tell you what you are going to do now? Following the commander's angry rebuke, many soldiers immediately rushed towards the roaring bear with weapons in hand, their faces full of ferocious expressions. Qin Feng also provided them with support from the air. Although he was providing support, Qin Feng's points growth rate was still beyond their reach. With the death of these roaring giant bears, roars were heard again. Then, out of the black vortex emerged a roaring giant bear that was even larger in size. This roaring giant bear is actually over 100 meters tall. How is this possible? This is actually the demonized Thunder Lord. Seeing this, all the officers shouted in shock. Even Anna and the others couldn't help but look shocked after seeing this boss. World announcement. A world boss has appeared in the northwest wasteland of Qinglong City, Justice Faction. All awakened players are requested to go and kill him. Awakened players who participate in the kill will receive additional merits and experience points. World announcement. A world boss has appeared in the northwest wasteland of Qinglong City, Justice Faction. All awakened players are requested to go and kill him. Awakened players who participate in the kill will receive additional merits and experience points. World announcement. 3 more world announcements. Holy crap. Why is there another boss in Qinglong City? Beautiful country war zone. Are we really not going over? Are we just going to watch helplessly as the Huaxiao war zone gains experience? You know, the experience bonus in the Huaxiao war zone is already 1,100%. That means they have 11 more experience points than us. Stop talking so much. Even if we get there, what will happen? The world boss is not someone we can fight against. Is there anything else we can do after we get there besides die? How about this? After we get there, instead of killing the boss, we just watch the awakened ones from the Huaxiao region kill them. I think it's possible. After all, there's a world boss, and the Chinese region will definitely be in chaos. Then we can directly raid their awakened ones. But we must report this mission to the higher-ups. Black Palace. Chief, just now, the awakened people from our country said they were heading to the Huaxia district. Fuck, what did I just say? I told you, we'll give all the world bosses to the Chinese region. Do you understand? Is your brain full of shit? Don't you even understand what I'm saying? No, Chief. They are not going there to kill the boss. What they mean is that they want to increase the difficulty for the awakened ones in the Huaxiao area. Then they will raid the awakened ones in the Huaxiao war zone. Oh, is that so? That's not bad. If they're just going to cause trouble, I can agree. After all, the most important thing for the awakened people in the Huaxiao region is not us, but the world boss. In this way, they can only endure it obediently. The leader said excitedly. Very good. I agree. Let them go. It's time we teach those shameless Chinese people a lesson. We must let them know that even if their Chinese theater has the mandate of heaven, they will never be a match for our American theater. Chapter 183 Demonized Thunderlord. Chapter 183 Demonized Thunderlord. Then everyone in the United States war zone instantly took the teleportation array to the location of the world boss in the Chinese war zone. Huh? They're actually awakened people from the United States? Haven't they learned their lesson yet? During the last attack on the undead giants, the U.S. suffered heavy casualties in the war zone. I heard that the 3 kings of the U.S. are now restricted from logging into the myriad races world. These guys coming over now are probably just a bunch of small fry. Do you think a bunch of small fry would dare to snatch the boss that belongs to our Tianming boss? Just when they were wondering, this group of awakened people from the beautiful country actually rushed straight towards them. What the hell, what are they doing? Are they here to cause us trouble? Why are they coming straight for us? I just took a look at their levels. They're just a bunch of awakened ones in their 80s and 90s. They're nothing to us. Go and kill them. Damn it. These white pigs actually dare to challenge us. They're like an old man who's eaten arsenic and is tired of living. Anyway, they were no match for the boss of this world, so the large army immediately rushed towards the awakened people of the United States. Fuck. Shit. Holy shit. Why are there so many people? They're actually coming towards us. How arrogant. They dare to provoke our beautiful country. Who gave them the courage? Want to kill the world boss? I want to see what I can do after all of you are dead. More and more people came to the war zone of the United States, and in an instant their number exceeded that of Qin Feng's army. Holy crap. Why are there so many people? It looks like the United States has come prepared this time. We can't let our guard down. What's there to be afraid of? They'll be expelled from the myriad races world once they die. But don't forget that we can be resurrected after we die. It'll just cost us some experience points, which are nothing compared to slaughtering these white pigs. Even if I lose 4 or 5 levels today, I'm going to kill them all. Me too. These white pigs are really spoiled by them. How dare they come and provoke our Huaxia district? Who gave them the courage? Immediately afterwards, the battle between the United States war zone and the Chinese war zone began. There were about 200,000 to 300,000 awakened people coming from the United States war zone, while Qin Feng had only 80,000 people. The difference in numbers alone was several times. But they were not panicked at all and rushed even faster. Just do it. Kill anyone you see with a knife. Of course, due to the numerical disadvantage, many awakened people in the Huaxia area still died, but after death, they will all be resurrected at the resurrection point in Qinglong City and then go to the battlefield again. At this time, Qin Feng was not paying attention to the people in the United States war zone. His attention was now on the demonized Thunder Lord who had just come out. Accompanied by bursts of angry roars, it rushed towards Qin Feng. He felt the strong, bloody smell of his younger brother from Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng looked at it with great interest. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that this boss actually rushed directly towards him, and there was no one else in its eyes. It seems, I must have killed too cruelly just now. Qin Feng spoke to himself. Anna on the side also looked at Qin Feng worriedly. Brother Tianming, this demonized Thunder Lord is very vengeful. You killed so many of his minions. He will definitely keep hunting you down. Listening to Anna's words, Qin Feng's face showed no expression. He looked calmly at the Thunder Lord who was rushing towards him. And its attributes also appeared in front of Qin Feng. Demonized Thunder Lord, Epic World Boss. Level, 150. Rank, Epic. HP, 120 million. Attack Power, 1560W, 1580W. Defense, 880W, 889W. Skills, Demonic Invasion, Dark Roar, Fist of Destruction, Heavy Attack, Physical Damage Immunity. Introduction, originally a mount of the Beast Taming Empire. With the demise of the Beast Taming Empire, the mounts within the Beast Taming Empire disappeared one after another. Finally, they were invaded by demonic energy and transformed into extremely powerful beings in the Abyssal Age. Qin Feng looked at this attribute, which was much stronger than the first giant octopus, especially the attack power of tens of millions. If it weren't for Qin Feng, the bosses that followed would basically have to be stopped by Anna Jess and the others. It's just that there's a wall hanging on the awakened side, so there's no need for these NPCs to take action. After all, when Qin Feng looked at the attributes of this Thunder Lord were much weaker than Sack. So Qin Feng didn't worry about whether he could kill him or not. It's only a matter of time before he is killed. In just a few seconds, the demonized Thunder Lord was only a short distance away from him, and he was afraid that he would crash into him in a few seconds. Brother Tianming. Anna anxiously wanted to pull Qin Feng away. However, Qin Feng did not move at all, but instead pushed Anna aside. Let this behemoth hit you. -0. Immune. The collision just now had no effect on Qin Feng at all. Instead, the demonized Thunder Lord took a few steps back. Then he reached out and rubbed his head. Just now, his bare head hit Qin Feng hard. He planned to kill this guy who slaughtered his own race, but he didn't expect that he would be knocked away. The demonized Thunder Lord shook his head, and the whole bear looked a little dizzy. That collision just now used all its strength. At this time, the army on the ground also began to launch a crazy attack on the demonized Thunder Lord. -1. -1. -1. -0. Physical immunity. -0. Physical immunity. -0. Physical immunity. This demonized Thunder Lord is directly immune to physical damage, but even magical damage cannot cause much damage to him. Just as Zhang Quan was about to take action, he was stopped by Qin Feng. Lao Zhang, just leave this guy to me. Qin Feng waved his hand and said lightly, "My friend you." Zhang Quan still looked at Qin Feng with some worry, but Qin Feng shook his head. "You should have seen it just now. He can't cause any harm to me at all." Listening to Qin Feng's words, Zhang Quan put away his mechanical equipment. "Then I'll leave it to you, little friend. If you can't defeat me, I'll take action again." Zhang Quan looked at Qin Feng worriedly. Although he knew Qin Feng's identity, he still called Qin Feng little friend. The other side of the battlefield. Damn it, these shameless white pigs. Later I will definitely go to their war zone and slaughter all their awakened ones. I'm the same. I'm going to kill these white pigs too. Chapter 184 Kill the Demonized Thunder Lord. Evolved. Chapter 184 Kill the Demonized Thunder Lord. Evolved. Alright, No need to talk so much. Hurry up and kill them. I still have to watch Boss Tianming fight a boss. I don't have time to waste here with them. The awakener of the beautiful country. Damn it. Why do I feel like their numbers haven't decreased at all? Isn't it said that after death, one will be expelled from the world of all races? But why do I see the person I just killed appear in front of me again? Hey, are you surprised? Are you surprised? You still want to kill me? You're 20,000 years too early. Die for me. Since the Chinese region has the ability to resurrect, no matter how many people the American region has, it will be useless. Qin Feng flew directly towards the demonized Thunder Lord. The demonized Thunder Lord also felt a strong sense of oppression at this time, and opened her eyes wide instantly. One of her eyeballs was much bigger than a person's. The demonized Thunder Lord opened his mouth wide and bit Qin Feng, while black lightning continued to emerge from his body. A black lightning containing powerful energy instantly hit Qin Feng. After the smoke and dust clears. -0. Immune. Qin Feng was once again immune to the damage from the demonized Thunder Lord. It can be said that as long as there is no real damage, Qin Feng is invincible with his immunity skill. Qin Feng mobilized the laser cannon on his body, and instantly several purple energy cannons blasted towards the demonized Thunder Lord. It instantly hit the head of the demonized Thunder Lord. -779W. True damage. -779W. True damage. -779W. True damage. A series of attacks directly blasted a big hole in the demonized Thunder Lord's head, and blood continued to flow out. At this time, Zhang Quan, who was ready for battle, had widened his eyes. He knew that Qin Feng's armor was very powerful, but he never thought it would be so powerful. The health of the demonized Thunder Lord in front of him instantly dropped by 1/3. The demonized Thunder Lord let out a painful wail, and the ferocity in his eyes intensified. The severe pain in his head drove him crazy. He raised his huge fist and instantly struck Qin Feng. It is one of the skills of this demonized Thunder Lord, the Fist of Destruction. There was a powerful force contained in it, and when Qin Feng saw it, a hurricane appeared in front of him. Hurricane's arm changed, and an energy cannon was instantly fired out. Boom. -9341W. True damage. A damage of nearly 100 million appeared from the head of the demonized Thunder Lord, and at the same time, the demonized Thunder Lord's body had been pierced by the energy cannon. Then he fell heavily to the ground, killing many of his own kind. But the next second, an even more terrifying roar appeared again in the black vortex. A black shadow emerged from the black vortex and appeared beside the dead demonized Thunder Lord. Qin Feng looked closely and found that it was a butterfly emitting black energy. Jiao Jidi, Epic Boss. Level, 120. Quality, Epic. HP, 50W. Attack, 50,000. Defense, 4000W. Skill, Resurrection. After resurrection, if you die and the target resurrects, there is a 30% chance of being improved. Introduction, a butterfly with the ability to resurrect, an extremely strong defense. After seeing this, Qin Feng did not stop him, but instead allowed this guy to resurrect the demonized Thunder Lord. Brother Tianming, if you don't take action, this guy will be resurrected. That black butterfly is Jiaoji Butterfly, which has the ability to resurrect, but it will die after resurrection. Anna reminded, don't worry, I know what to do. Qin Feng looked at the black light blooming in front of him, with no expression on his face. Next second, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the body that had been pierced by the energy cannon was actually slowly recovering, and Jiao Jidi's figure was gradually becoming transparent. It's obviously dying. Roar. A roar. The demonized Thunder Lord slowly opened his eyes, as if he felt something. But when he really opened his eyes, Jiao Jidi under him had become transparent and no longer existed. With a wail, the demonized Thunder Lord emanated an even more powerful black light. This black light suppressed everyone present, making it very difficult for them to even breathe. It even directly affected the attack between Qin Feng's army and the awakened people of the United States. Fuck. What on earth is this? It's so powerful. Just this aura alone makes me unable to move. This boss is truly too powerful. I don't know if Tianming can actually kill him. If not, all of us will die. But I hope Tianming can't win. If that happens, he'll be expelled from the myriad races world. Even if I can only influence him for 2 days, I'll be satisfied. Similarly, the awakened ones in the Chinese war zone were also crushed by this aura and were unable to fight. They fell to the ground one after another, their faces full of pain. Hint. Influenced by an unknown aura, all attributes reduced by 90%. Hint. Influenced by an unknown aura, all attributes reduced by 90%. Hint. Influenced by an unknown aura, all attributes reduced by 90%. Soon. System prompt. Demonized Thunderlord, epic world boss, is evolving. Please pay attention, awaken ones. System prompt. Demonized Thunderlord, epic world boss, is evolving. Please pay attention, awaken ones. System prompt. Demonized Thunderlord, epic world boss, is evolving. Please pay attention, awaken ones. Oh my god. Evolved? What's going on? I just noticed a bloody hole appeared on this boss's body. How could it evolve? What on earth is going on? I just saw a black butterfly flap its wings on its body, and then it slowly dissipated. Then the demonized Thunder Lord became like this. After the evolution, I wonder if Boss Tianming can still defeat him. What the hell is that? Forget about him evolving. Even if he's super evolved, he can't be a match for our Destiny boss, okay? We don't need to worry about these things at all. We just need to worry about ourselves. Our overall attributes have been reduced by 90%, and the powerful aura makes it impossible for me to even stand. Whoever said it wasn't, I couldn't stand up either. It's really too powerful. Qin Feng was a little surprised when he heard the voice. After the epic world boss evolves, it should become a mythical boss. Before hearing about the system's reward, Qin Feng knew that this boss would definitely be resurrected, and when he saw Jiao Jidi, this idea became even more confirmed. Although his evolution can be interrupted by killing him during the process, Qin Feng does not intend to do so. He plans to let the demonized Thunder Lord evolve successfully, because he also wanted to see how powerful the epic boss would be after evolving. Chapter 185 Waiting for Evolution. Chapter 185 Waiting for Evolution. At this time, many soldiers in the army below showed strange expressions. What is the marshal doing now? Why hasn't he made a move yet? If you don't take action, this guy will be resurrected. If this monster is resurrected, it will definitely not be a good thing for us. Why do you care so much? I feel like the marshal must have his reasons for not taking action. What are we doing here? If the marshal hadn't been here today, it would have been difficult for us to survive. Since the marshal hasn't taken any action, we'll just watch quietly. When many officers saw that Qin Feng did not take action, they were a little confused at first, but soon they knew. The marshal must be thinking of waiting for the boss to evolve before killing it. Is this the way a strong person thinks? There was confusion in the officers' eyes. After all, according to their thinking, it would be best to kill this boss before it evolves. After all, no one knows how strong this boss will be after evolving. Qin Feng looked at the giant bear in front of him, which was howling continuously and emitting a stronger aura. As time passed, the aura of the Thunder Lord continued to grow stronger. Qin Feng could feel that the aura of the Thunder Lord was several times stronger than before. In an instant, the black aura from the Thunder Lord slowly merged into its body. At this moment, a huge monster with fierce eyes and a black aura appeared in front of everyone. This aura is several times stronger than before. After the Thunder Lord evolved, endless oppression instantly pushed many awakened people to the ground again. This aura is truly terrifying. I wonder if Boss Tianming can handle this guy. But I can't figure it out. How did this guy become so strong after evolving? Hint. Affected by an unknown aura, all attributes are reduced by 95%. Hint. Affected by an unknown aura, all attributes are reduced by 95%. Hint. Affected by an unknown aura, all attributes are reduced by 95%. All attributes have been reduced by another 5%. Even Qin Feng was not immune. After Qin Feng heard the prompt, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. 95% of all attributes means he is basically invincible. Even the kind of curse Qin Feng had encountered before could only reduce the effect by 40%. It seems that this big guy has extraordinary attributes. Then, a prompt sound rang in everyone's mind. Hint. Demonized Thunder Lord, epic world boss, has evolved and successfully advanced to Abyss Claw Emperor, mythical world boss. Dark Claw Emperor. When Qin Feng heard the word Abyss, his mount, the Abyss three-headed dragon, came to his mind. The Abyss Claw King was 3 times the size of the previous demonized Thunder Lord, and even his entire body was covered in a swirling black aura, making people feel the great terror in him just by looking at him. Moreover, the pressure from this Dark Claw King is extremely powerful. Qin Feng didn't rush to act, but instead looked at the attribute panel of the Dark Gold Claw Emperor. This boss had evolved from an epic level to a mythical level, and its attributes had definitely improved by more than one level. Then the attribute panel of the Abyss Claw King appeared in front of Qin Feng. Abyss Claw Emperor, mythical world boss. Level, 200. Rank myth. HP, 800 million. Attack, 7800 W. 8200W. Defense, 5546W, 5673W. Skills, Demonic Pressure, Death Hammer, Ultimate Defense, Dark Roar, Physical Immunity, Spell Immunity, Abyss Resurrection. Introduction, originally a mount of the Beast Taming Empire. With the demise of the Beast Taming Empire, the mounts within the Beast Taming Empire disappeared one after another. Finally, they were invaded by demonic energy and transformed into extremely powerful beings in the Abyssal Age. Qin Feng looked at the attributes of the Dark Claw King and felt that he was very powerful, especially the pressure he exuded. Just when Qin Feng thought that he would continue to suffer from a decrease in all his attributes, the system's prompt sound made Qin Feng's eyes light up. Hint: demonic energy absorbed. All attribute reduction effects disappear. The evil spirit that was originally attached to Qin Feng was instantly absorbed by the devil mark between Qin Feng's eyebrows. You have to know that these abyss monsters are actually some low-level ants kept in captivity by the demons. Although they have demonic energy, they are still far inferior to the demon mark between Qin Feng's eyebrows. With Qin Feng's current strength, let alone this small boss, he might be able to fight even if he met the demon marshal. Of course, this is just Qin Feng's imagination. The pets that the demons keep in the abyss are so powerful, not to mention those demons with pure blood. Even if Qin Feng has the mark between his eyebrows, when Qin Feng really faces the demons, the gap between them cannot be underestimated. Especially now, the Abyss Claw King who was staring at Qin Feng with a ferocious look on his face had actually been upgraded in level after evolving. At the same time, both health, attack power, and defense power have seen terrifying increases. But no matter how much this guy's attributes increase, he can never be Qin Feng's opponent. After all, his defense is not much different from paper in front of Qin Feng. After all the damage caused by Qin Feng's mechanical equipment is real damage. But the next second, the expression on the face of the Abyss Claw King changed instantly. Because it felt the demonic aura on Qin Feng that was even more terrifying than its own, and at the same time, it saw a black and red mark flashing between Qin Feng's eyebrows. In an instant, an even more violent force suppressed the Dark Claw Emperor. Its body hit the ground so hard that even the air around it crackled. Seeing the Dark Claw King lying on the ground, Qin Feng was stunned. He hadn't made a move yet, but this guy was doing this in front of him. "Sir, please put away your magical powers." The Dark Claw King wailed in pain. Let me go, let me go. I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again next time. Please let me go." The Dark Claw Emperor kept shouting. What the hell? Did I hear it wrong? Is this boss begging for mercy from the Destiny boss? Bang. Fuck. Why did you hit me? Does it hurt? What the hell are you talking about here? If I slap you in the face, does it hurt? That's right, it hurts. That means it's real. This mythical world boss is actually begging for mercy from the Destiny boss. Chapter 186. The Abyss Claw Emperor Begs for Mercy. Chapter 186. The Abyss Claw Emperor Begs for Mercy. Fuck. Just beg for mercy, and take away the pressure from us. How come he's already lying on the ground, but the pressure on us hasn't subsided yet? Could it be that it doesn't really want to surrender, but is just trying to buy time? I don't think so. He's already evolved successfully, so why would he delay? I feel like I'm just frightened by the domineering aura of our Destiny boss. Can't you see it's trembling with fear now? What did you say? Qin Feng looked at it strangely. He clearly didn't do anything, so why did the Dark Claw King beg for mercy? After the Abyss Claw Emperor completed his evolution, Qin Feng could clearly feel his hatred towards himself. Sir, I beg for mercy. I beg for mercy. Please spare me. I am willing to pay any price. The demon mark between Qin Feng's eyebrows continued to emit powerful pressure, and it was really scared. Just by feeling this pressure, one can feel the approach of death. It has just been resurrected and cannot die like this. This is what her little lover has exchanged for with his own life. If nothing unexpected happens, the girl who just saved you must have a good relationship with you, right? She died trying to save you, and now you're begging for mercy. Sir, although she is dead, I have the ability to resurrect after my evolution. I can bring her back to life. The Abyss Claw Emperor said hurriedly. Oh, sir, can you please dissipate the pressure? This pressure is really too strong. I can't bear it. The Dark Claw Emperor begged for mercy pitifully. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment after hearing the pressure, and then touched his eyebrows in confusion. Of course, Qin Feng didn't know how to remove this pressure. After all, the pressure was emitted by the demon god's mark and had nothing to do with him. In an instant, the pressure on the Dark Claw Emperor dissipated instantly. It comes and goes quickly. The demon god mark sensed that the Dark Claw light had no intention of attacking Qin Feng, so it naturally withdrew its pressure. After the pressure dissipated, the huge body of the Dark Claw Emperor slowly stood up from the ground. Then he used his resurrection ability in front of Qin Feng and resurrected his girlfriend. Look, sir. The Dark Claw Emperor placed his girlfriend in front of Qin Feng. Sir, I don't want to die yet. Can you please let me go? The Dark Claw Emperor Dao. Listening to the big bear's words, Qin Feng lowered his head and thought about it. Qin Feng was thinking about whether the profit would be greater if he killed this guy or if he collected him. Qin Feng was weighing the pros and cons. After all, just by hearing this guy's name, the Dark Claw Emperor knew that this bloodline was definitely extraordinary. What Qin Feng valued was the ability of the Dark Claw Emperor's aura, which could actually reduce all attributes by 95%. It can be said that this ability is enough to make oneself invincible. At the same time, it also has the ability to be immune to physical magic. It is basically a mobile fortress. Not only does it have extremely high defense, but its attack power is also ridiculously high. Then if I let you go, what consequences will you choose to bear? Qin Feng said casually. The Dark Claw Emperor pondered for a moment. Then he rubbed his hands in front of everyone and said, I wonder if the master can accept me? Qin Feng was just thinking about how to make the Dark Claw Emperor submit to him, but before he could even open his mouth, the Dark Claw Emperor actually spoke on his own. But as soon as it opened its mouth, the little girlfriend next to it became unhappy and bared her teeth at Qin Feng. But he was soon pulled to the mouth of the Abyss Claw King, who mumbled something, and only after that did the little guy calm down. But Qin Feng was curious about how a bear and a butterfly could get together. Wasn't there some kind of racial segregation? Furthermore, the Abyss Claw Emperor's bloodline was extraordinary. Shouldn't he be able to control it? But this is someone else's family business after all, so Qin Feng is just a little curious. You want to follow me? After Qin Feng finished speaking, the Dark Claw Emperor nodded rapidly up and down, looking very anxious. Those who don't know might think that it was it that subdued Qin Feng. Hint. Do you want to subdue the Abyss Claw Emperor, mythical world boss? After listening to the system's prompt, Qin Feng did not agree quickly. You have to think carefully. If you choose to follow me, it will be very difficult for you to leave. Even if I die, you can't live alone. Qin Feng is right. Bosses like this one in the world of all races can be tamed, but after taming them, they are not quite the same as your ordinary pets. After taming it, even if you die in the world of all races, the pet will not be affected at all. However, it is different for the Dark Claw King. If you die, the Dark Claw King will die, regardless of whether you have the ability to resurrect or not. It can be said that the life of the Dark Claw King is firmly in Qin Feng's hands. The Dark Claw King didn't even think about it and nodded his bare head heavily. Don't think about it. I've thought of it all. After seeing the mark between Qin Feng's eyebrows, the Abyss Claw King had already decided to follow Qin Feng. So how could it possibly go back on its word? Not to mention that if it dared to go back on its word, it would probably not be able to leave here alive today. After weighing the pros and cons, he would still feel that it would be better to follow Qin Feng. In particular, it also felt the mark between Qin Feng's eyebrows, and the breath on it made it feel suffocated. I choose to follow you, my lord. Qin Feng roughly knew why he called himself sir. I'm afraid it's because of the mark between my eyebrows. However, Qin Feng did not expect that the mark between his eyebrows would be so useful. The mere pressure was enough to pin such a mythical boss to the ground without the ability to move. Qin Feng nodded and confirmed the system prompt for the taming option. Hint. Congratulations on conquering the Abyss Claw Emperor, mythical world boss. World announcement. Huaxiao region, Awakener Tianming has successfully subdued Abyss Claw Emperor, mythical world boss. Rewarded with level +2 and 1, Abyss Teleport Token. World announcement. Huaxiao region, Awakener Tianming has successfully subdued Abyss Claw Emperor, mythical world boss. Rewarded with level +2 and 1, Abyss Teleport Token. World announcement. Huaxiao region, Awakener Tianming has successfully subdued Abyss Claw Emperor, mythical world boss. Rewarded with a level +2 and 1, Abyss Teleport Token, mythical. Chapter 187 Conquering the World Boss. Chapter 187 Conquer the World Boss. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining the Abyss Teleport Token, sacred. After Qin Feng subdued the Dark Claw King, the aura of the Dark Claw King disappeared completely, and many awakened people also felt lighter. I can finally stand up. We're still at the back. I feel like if we were standing in the front, we would have been crushed to pieces by this aura. Is this what we should be concerned about now? What we should be concerned about now is that Boss Tianming has conquered a world boss, right? This is a fucking world boss. Many awakened people had expressions of shock on their faces. In their minds, the world boss was synonymous with power. Although Qin Feng is their idol, they are all sure that with Qin Feng's strength, it would be very easy for him to kill the world boss. But no matter how they thought about it, the current result was something they had not expected. After all, who was so awesome as to think that Qin Feng could conquer the world boss? It's really Xiao Dao pulling the butt. Open my eyes. It's really like wiping your butt with a screen window. You showed me your skills. The scene that was originally full of longing and envy suddenly became a little strange. Brother Ming, since you can even subdue the boss, shouldn't we also try our best? I've been coveting that centaur for too long. Fuck you, you're so awesome. I can't do a centaur. Although she has a pretty face, her lower body is that of a horse. I really don't know how you could do that. Although I can't do a centaur, I'm very familiar with cat-eared girls. That little face is so cute. Cat-eared girls are nothing. I saw a rabbit before, it was damn beautiful. Except for the fact that I can't beat it, everything else about it is pretty good. If I could tame it, slurp slurp. I can't even think about it. Just as this group of awakened people were discussing how to subdue the beautiful boss, many demonized roaring bears were surprised and puzzled when they saw that their leader was actually following a human. They did not feel the powerful pressure from Qin Feng because they were too fragile, and the demon marks simply did not bother to put the pressure on them. Roar! Roar! Two roars came from the mouth of the demonized roaring giant bear. After hearing this, the Abyss Claw King's eyes changed, and he instantly beat the giant bear that had just shouted into a meat paste. Then he glanced at his people, his face full of coldness as he growled. Roar, roar, roar. Roar. Since Qin Feng had already subdued this guy, he could understand their conversation. It's nothing more than that the people under the Dark Claw Emperor don't want to admit defeat and are questioning the Dark Claw Emperor. But he forgot his own identity. The Abyss Claw Emperor was their leader, and he was just an ordinary roaring giant bear, who gave him the courage to challenge the leader. In the end, he naturally paid the price with his life. The roar of the Abyss Claw King naturally made them behave themselves and not have any extra thoughts. After all, it was following Qin Feng now. But it didn't reveal the secret of Qin Feng. After all, it was curious. Although Qin Feng was a human, he had the mark of the demon between his eyebrows, which was obviously not right. It really wanted to ask, but it didn't dare. After hearing the roar of the Abyss Claw King, many demonized roaring giant bears lowered their heads. But many giant bears were still dissatisfied with the orders of the Abyss Claw King. He actually charged directly towards the Abyss Claw Emperor. However, their bodies were not even close to that of the Abyss Claw King. With just a few slaps, they turned the giant bear rushing towards them into a meat paste. The Dark Claw King didn't care about his identity as a member of the same clan at all, and madly beat the attacking demonized roaring giant bear to death. Good fellow. He's already started attacking his own people. He's worthy of being the boss conquered by the Destiny boss. He's truly too powerful. Before, Boss Tianming could subdue NPCs, and now he can even subdue world bosses. Does that mean that when we see Boss Tianming again, he will have already taken the myriad races world under his wing? No, no, no. Don't kill them. These disobedient ones should be left to us. These are all worthwhile achievements. Damn it. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about achievements? Can't you tell priorities? All we have to do now is envy. What are you envious of? Envy that Boss Tianming has conquered a world boss. Fuck. Damn it. I actually forgot about these bastards from the beautiful country. Kill them. A roar. Many awakened Chinese also reacted. They all rushed towards the awakened ones from the United States with their swords in hand, while the mages, priests, shooters, and mechanics were frantically adding blood and damaging damage from behind. Just now, when Qin Feng heard them talking about cat-eared girls and centaurs, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. After all, he had seen centaurs before. Their upper body was human and their lower body was horse. Their upper body looked quite impressive, but their lower body was not so impressive, 4 hooves and a tail. I really don't know how that person came up with the word centaur. Can you shrink a little? Qin Feng looked at the Abyss Claw Emperor, whose eyes were bigger than his, and spoke. Shrink a bit. The Abyss Claw Emperor was stunned. Or can you turn into a human form? Oh, a human form. This is fine. The Dark Claw King stretched out his claws and scratched his head. Then the huge figure gradually disappeared and turned into a 3-meter-tall strong man with bare chest, revealing his huge pectoral muscles and 8-pack abs. Then he jumped in front of Qin Feng. Master, is this okay? The Dark Claw King looked very honest and simple, no longer the ferocious look he had before. If you didn't know him, you would think he was just an honest and simple man. Bosses of mythical quality like this can all transform into human form. It's just a matter of whether you want to or not. I have to say that this tall guy with a muscular body looks like a normal person. He has a smile on his face, and there is no ferocious look in his eyes. Oh my goodness. Is this burly guy the boss from before? After transforming into a human, he no longer has that oppressive feeling as before. He looks like an ordinary old man. Fuck. After all that talk, you bastard from the United States, get killed. You even dared to attack me, your grandfather. If you're brave enough, fight me with real weapons. Chapter 188, Killing the American Awakener. Chapter 188, Kill the Awakened Ones from the United States. As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered that he was here to kill the awakened person from the United States. He immediately raised his heavy sword and rushed towards the position of the awakened person from the United States, shouting continuously while charging. Fuck, fuck. Aren't you already dead? Why are you still able to log into the world of all races? What these awakened people from the beautiful country want is to eliminate this small group of awakened people from China. Even if they cannot kill the world boss, they will not let China kill the world boss so easily. But they have been fighting for such a long time, and more than half of the awakened people in the United States have died. But on the other hand, the number of awakened people in the Chinese area has not changed at all. Even the Chinese who had been hacked to death appeared in front of them again in less than 2 minutes, which made them feel very strange. Why? What do you care about me? You bunch of bastards, you actually want to come to our Chinese war zone to attack us? Bah, how shameless. You white pigs should just die. After more than 20 minutes of fighting, all the awakened people from the beautiful country were sent away. Well done. That's how it should be. Even though I died 5 or 6 times and lost a lot of experience, I wasn't panicked at all. Not only was I not panicked, I was actually very happy. I've been fed up with these bastards for a long time. Killing them would be the best. But they are really unlucky. We have the ability to resurrect. Even if you outnumber us, we can wear them down. Oh right, now that the mythical boss has appeared, shouldn't our mission be almost over? After the awakened people from the United States were sent away, many people began to doubt. I feel the same way. Now that the mythical boss has appeared, our mission this time should be successfully concluded, right? That's how the last SSS level mission ended. I don't think it's possible. Although no monsters emerged from this black vortex, I have a feeling this mission isn't over yet. My intuition is very strong. However, just as everyone was discussing, boom, 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 the originally calm black vortex began to vibrate again. Holy crap, there really is one. Why are you looking at me? Don't you want to gain merit? Stop talking nonsense. You're still talking about gaining merits? Do you think we can gain merits for the things that come out later? Are you tired of living or something? Just that demonized roaring giant bear was already giving us a hard time. I feel like there's no way we can deal with the monster behind us. Next second, countless cavalrymen rushed out from the black vortex. Qin Feng took a closer look and found that they were no different from the group of demonized cavalry he had encountered before. What the hell? How come there are cavalry among these abyssal monsters? These cavalry are so damn fast. They're almost flying. If my guess is correct, this should be a cavalry regiment. Are you standing across from me? I listened to your words as if they were my own. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that these monsters are cavalry. These cavalrymen are really cool when it comes to speaking their minds. What do you think? If Boss Tianming subdues all these cavalry regiments, can he let the cavalrymen fight whenever he wants? What's the point of being handsome? Compared to Boss Tianming's armor and the mechanical equipment next to it, which one do you think is more handsome? The armor of Boss Tianming is still more handsome. After all, who doesn't like armor as a man? But I feel that even if this armor can be sold in the future, the price will probably not be too low, and there may even be restrictions on professions. What's your profession, bro? Me? A mechanic. The person who answered showed 2 rows of white teeth and responded with a smile. I'm not worried anyway. As long as Boss Tianming wants to sell it, I'll definitely buy it. My family isn't short of money anyway. I should have 3 to 5 million gold coins on me right now. Even if I can't buy it with these gold coins, I can still save some more, right? 3 to 5 million? Man, you're really rich. When this group of people were discussing whether the Night Core was handsome or not, Qin Feng looked directly at the attributes of this Night Core. Last time, Qin Feng was unable to see the attributes of these guys, but this time, his level has reached 174. Demonized Cavalry, Golden Boss. Level, 180. Grade, Gold. HP, 500W. Attack, 340W, 345W. Defense, 300, 000-320, 000. Skills, Charge, Formation Strangulation. Introduction, Cavalry infected by demonic energy possesses extremely high speed. Furthermore, with this extremely high speed, Their attack power becomes even more terrifying, and they possess extremely strong team combat capabilities. Compared to Qin Feng, the panels of these cavalrymen seemed just so. Qin Feng even thought that this demonized knight could be very powerful, but he didn't expect that it was just this. This instantly extinguished the idea that Qin Feng had originally proposed. However, these monsters are definitely no match for the awakened ones under Qin Feng. After all, the level of 180 alone is enough to suppress all of Qin Feng's men. And then add in the attack power of more than 3 million. Basically, a group of people on Qin Feng's side will die if they touch them. Hey, can you see the attributes of this cavalry? I saw it. When I opened the attribute panel, all their attributes were question marks. It seems we won't be able to help much in the upcoming battles. I was hoping to earn some more merit points, but now my plans are ruined. But we don't need to worry at all. Right now, no one except Boss Tianming can kill these monsters. In other words, except for Boss Tianming's points, everyone else's points will not increase at all. Wouldn't that mean there wouldn't be any problems with our rankings? As long as the ranking is okay, I'll be satisfied. After all, I've finally made it to the top 10. I've already spent nearly 600,000 gold coins. What the hell, nearly 600,000 gold coins? I've figured it out. You're a spendthrift. Let me do the math. How much is 600,000 in Hua Yuan? Holy crap, what the heck? Over 60 million Hua Yuan. Is this a fucking mechanic? All the money I spent was small change. Luckily, I chose a warrior, so it didn't cost that much gold. Chapter 189, Searching for the Cavalry Leader. Chapter 189, Looking for the Cavalry Leader. So what's your ranking? You'd better stop talking. I didn't even make it into the top 100. Let's just stand still and watch Boss Tianming display his might. After all, our group's strength is just to serve food. Of course, there were also those who didn't believe in evil and immediately rushed towards the cavalry. Damn it, fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. But when they really met, his body was instantly kicked over by the horse's hooves and turned into white light. 298W. Kicked to death by a horse's hoof? This is almost 3 million damage. Never mind, 3 million. I thought my health was already high, but I didn't expect I couldn't even withstand a single hit. After these cavalrymen approached, the hunter hover cannons also began their work. Although these cavalrymen were fast and had high attack power, their defense was indeed their weakness. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. 337W. True damage. 337W. True damage. 337W. True damage. Countless injuries emerged from the heads of these cavalrymen. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized cavalry, Golden Boss, and gaining merit points 100. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining merit points 1W. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized cavalry, Golden Boss, and gaining merit points 100. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining merit points 1W. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized cavalry, Golden Boss, and gaining merit points 100. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining merit points 1W. Countless prompts sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Every time a cannon is fired, a lot of cavalry will be taken away directly. With the help of the hunter's hovercraft and the army's guards, these still could not slow down the speed of these cavalrymen. Countless NPCs were killed instantly. Qin Feng also let Hurricane Ranger start attacking on his own. With the help of Hurricane Ranger, the situation was eased a lot. This group of cavalrymen had no idea what death was. Their mission was to charge. Charge again. Because charging is the mission of cavalry. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized cavalry, Golden Boss, and gaining merit points 100. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and gaining merit points 1W. Every kill was accompanied by the gain of 10,000 merit points. In just less than 2 minutes, Qin Feng's merit points had skyrocketed again. Qin Feng looked at these cavalrymen, but he was not in a hurry to attack. He was still looking for the leader of these cavalrymen. Among these cavalrymen, only the leader had the ability to control. As long as he found the leader, these cavalrymen would all be destroyed. In fact, finding the leader of these cavalrymen is basically the same as finding the mechanic's body. Qin Feng knew that the leader among them would never put himself in a very conspicuous position and would definitely hide himself among them. However, it is still very difficult to find so many cavalrymen. Even if Qin Feng could judge by observing their panel attributes one by one, it would be hard to say whether he could find the leader after looking at them one by one. But it was certain that before finding the leader, the first thing that would be unable to bear it would be Qin Feng's eyes. Then Qin Feng had no choice but to let Hurricane attack the rear of the Night Legion. Qin Feng was certain that this leader could not rush to the front. After all, if he hit himself in the front, he would definitely be the first to die. Hurricane listened to his master's words and launched a crazy attack towards the back. The energy cannon continued to bombard the rear position. Qin Feng is constantly exploring. After searching for a long time, Qin Feng finally found the leader who controlled these knights. His clothes were no different from those of ordinary knights, but in Qin Feng's attribute panel, the words Demonized Cavalry Leader were displayed instead of Demonized Cavalry. I finally found you. Qin Feng smiled. Hey, why are all the attacks from Destiny Boss directed backwards? Is there something behind him? But I've noticed that there doesn't seem to be much difference between these guys. They all look exactly the same. I don't understand either. What on earth is Boss Tianming doing? There are so many knights charging ahead. Why are you doing nothing? The thoughts of Boss Tianming are beyond the comprehension of people like us. Maybe this is just how Boss thinks. No, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's right. Tell me about it. I feel like maybe Boss Tianming discovered some kind of boss behind us. And then, boss? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. These guys look exactly the same. How could there be a boss? However, at this time Qin Feng had already fired his laser cannon at him. Boom. There was a loud bang. -1135W. True damage. More than 10 million damages instantly emptied this guy's health. Hint. Congratulations on killing the Demonized Cavalry Leader, Red Gold Boss, and gaining merit 500. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and receiving merit 50,000. After Qin Feng killed the Demonized Cavalry Leader, many cavalrymen around him fell to the ground instantly, but not completely. It looks like the leader is still here. Qin Feng discovered that after he killed the leader, at least 1,000 cavalrymen fell nearby. Then Qin Feng searched again. These leaders would never put themselves in one position, so Qin Feng kept exploring. At this time, the Dark Claw King who had just been subdued looked at Qin Feng and volunteered, Master, let me go? These guys are just a tickle to me. The Dark Claw King seemed to have noticed Qin Feng's frown and suggested that he help Qin Feng share the burden. Unnecessary. Qin Feng did not agree to his request. Instead, I continued searching. The cavalry in the front are handed over to the Hunter Hover Cannon, while the position at the back is the output position of the Hurricane Ranger. I found you again. A shot fired. -1135W. True damage. Hint. Congratulations on killing the Demonized Cavalry Leader, Red Gold Boss, and gaining merit 500. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and receiving merit 50,000. Qin Feng killed another leader. But it is obvious that there are quite a few leaders here. There must be at least hundreds of them. Chapter 190 Helping. Chapter 190. Come down and help. Then Qin Feng kept looking for the leader of the night team. While searching, don't forget to let Hurricane Ranger and Hunter Show Wealth Cannon continue to attack. Every 10 seconds or so, Qin Feng would directly kill a leader hiding in the night team. After all, Qin Feng had experienced things like guarding the Abyss Passage at least 80 times in his previous life, so it was basically very easy. It's just that Qin Feng's current level is a little bit low. He can't defend it completely by himself. But who can blame Qin Feng for his rapid improvement? Looking at the legions of knights coming one after another, Qin Feng also felt that it was a bit difficult to deal with them. After all, these guys were extremely fast. Even with Qin Feng's hunters and Hurricane Rangers on the field, many soldiers still died. But Qin Feng was helpless when he saw this. If Qin Feng didn't care about the lives of these soldiers, he would only need to waste time to kill this group of knights. But after all, Qin Feng is the marshal of the army, so naturally he has to take care of the soldiers under his command, even if they are not part of his legion. But this group of people is still under Qin Feng's command, which is also one of the most important purposes of Qin Feng's search for the Night Leader. But with hundreds of leaders, even Qin Feng could only search slowly. Xiao Guang and the three-headed dragon of the Abyss also began to attack the Night Army in the air. The demonized knights Qin Feng saw this time were a little faster than the ones he had seen before. However, since the leaders of the team were constantly killed by Qin Feng, the surviving leaders in the team now also knew that if they wanted to survive, they could only kill Qin Feng, the mechanic, first. Afterwards, countless cavalrymen rushed towards Qin Feng frantically, as if they had received some message. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The Hunter and Hurricane Ranger would naturally not let this group of knights get close to Qin Feng. -443W. True damage. -1492W. True damage. -8921W. True damage. The number of damages appeared in the heads of these demonized cavalrymen. Every attack was devastating, and these demonized cavalry had no way to resist. Countless people were killed and injured in an instant. At the same time, the army was also killing the cavalry frantically, with ferocious expressions on their faces. In their opinion, if these cavalry were allowed to pass, it would be absolutely unbearable for the residents of Qinglong City. At the same time, they have their own families. Stopping these monsters is the foundation of their defense of the country. Join the battle. Jace's expression changed instantly. Then Anna and others rushed into the battlefield in an instant, constantly blocking the attacks of these cavalrymen. They didn't expect that so many soldiers would die in just a few minutes. The cavalry this time is very different from what we've seen before. I've noticed that too. Not only are the cavalry this time much faster than before, but their attack and defense capabilities have also been significantly improved. If we had known earlier, we should have come down to help sooner. Jace clenched his fists in frustration. In just a few minutes, dozens or even hundreds of soldiers were lost. Now, with the help of Anna and others, the situation gradually turned around. Every shell fired by the hunter's hover cannon can directly blow this group of cavalry to pieces. As the number of cavalry decreased, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This cavalry is really too fierce. Fortunately, we didn't go up, otherwise we would have been dead. Who says it isn't? Putting aside other things, even just looking at the attributes, it's obvious that this cavalryman's level is much higher than ours. But there are too many of them. Even for Boss Tianming, it would be quite troublesome to clean them up. After all, he still has to deal with the NPCs who are also responsible for the army. I believe that if only Boss Tianming is here, it would be very easy for him to clear out all these monsters by himself. I feel like this mission is about right. It's even more difficult than the one we participated in before. If another monster appears, and if it's too powerful, we'll definitely be in trouble. But I'm prepared to lose experience. Losing stunning is nothing. Just the experience gained from defeating the boss before allowed me to directly increase my level by 4. This is because I have to take into account the experience lost from dying several times before. Otherwise, I would have definitely increased my level by 5. You've only leveled up 4 times? Your strength is a bit weak. I just leveled up almost 7 times. What are you talking about? You're a mechanic. I'm a fucking warrior. How can I compare to you? I know you. Your fucking cat is behind you, and you're shooting your Gatling gun like crazy. I know you. As they were talking, the black vortex expanded a little again. Then an even larger figure emerged from it. It's a diamond. World announcement. A world boss has appeared in the northwest wasteland of Qinglong City, Justice Faction. All awakened players are requested to go and slay it. Awakened players who participate in the slaying will receive additional merit and experience points. World announcement. A world boss has appeared in the northwest wasteland of Qinglong City, Justice Faction. All awakened players are requested to go and slay it. Awakened players who participate in the slaying will receive additional merit and experience points. World announcement. At this time in the White House of the United States, the leader was extremely angry. Fuck, wasn't it a surprise attack? How come not a single awakened person died in their Huaxia region? The leader of the Kuramiya shouted with bloodshot eyes. The general standing in front of him also had a strange expression on his face. How should he answer this question? He himself hasn't figured it out yet. Originally, they thought this was a good time to show their strength to the Huaxia region, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones who got into trouble in the end. Leader, I'm not entirely sure if this is nonsense, but I heard from them that after the awakened team was killed 2 or 3 times, they were still able to come back and fight. So I feel like they must have some secret. Fuck, how could I not know the secret? Do I need you to tell me all this? What I want to know is how they were resurrected. Do you understand? I want to know the method. The leader went up and slapped him hard in the face. Chapter 191 World Boss Mammoth Mordor. Chapter 191 World Boss Mammoth Mordor Elephant. It's no wonder that he was so angry. Their country had already lost a group of high-powered fighters before, and now they wanted to launch a sneak attack, but were wiped out. It would be strange if I wasn't angry. Chief, this is the first time I've encountered something like this. Generally speaking, after dying once in the Myriad Races world, one should be kicked out immediately. It would take 2 days to log in again. But this time, they wouldn't leave the Myriad Races world after their death. It's obvious that they must have mastered some kind of resurrection formation or some other ability. Of course, this is just the general's guess. It might even be a skill book that can revive a large area. Resurrection bullshit. Have you seen anyone in the world of all races who has the ability to resurrect? And even if there is the ability to resurrect, do you think resurrecting 1 person or 80,000 people is something a skill book can do? The leader growled and slapped him hard in the face again. Investigate for me. I must know the reason why the deaths in the Huaxiao region will not leave the myriad races world. I'll give you 5 days. If I don't get any information after 5 days, get out. Yes, Chief. Although he was unsure, the general could only stand up straight and respond respectfully. Then he left the Black Palace in disgrace. Huaxiao District, the wasteland northwest of Qinlong City. After this world announcement sounded, everyone's heart trembled and they turned their attention to the big guy that emerged from the black vortex. What the hell? Is this an elephant? It's too tall. But to be honest, this elephant is truly domineering. A black aura lingers around it. I feel like it could crush all of us to death with just one kick. It's so scary. Qin Feng frowned and looked at the elephant in front of him. Mammoth, Epic World Boss. Level, 200. Grade, Epic. HP, 1 billion. Attack, 3400W, 3500W. Defense, 9000W, 9100W. Skills, Violent Trampling, War Fury, Physical Immunity, Magic Immunity, Thick Skin. Introduction. In the Abyss, there is an extremely powerful monster, possessing extremely strong defense and attack power, and possessing the power of ultimate destruction, but its speed is its biggest flaw. Qin Feng looked at the attributes of this mammoth motor elephant. Its health of 1 billion was much higher than that of the Abyss Claw King he had subdued. Roar! The mammoth demon elephant raised its 2 front legs and roared towards the sky. Then Qin Feng noticed that the beast's eyes were always on him. It was obvious that this guy's target had been him from the beginning. I'm really impressed. If that big bear wants to avenge his compatriots because I killed them, that's fine. I didn't do anything to your people. I just killed a few demonized cavalrymen. Qin Feng whispered. Qin Feng was surprised. This guy's big eyes were staring at him straight. Next second, this mammoth demon elephant rushed directly towards Qin Feng. Along the way, countless soldiers had no choice but to dodge, but even so, many soldiers died tragically under his huge elephant legs. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. After the mammoth demon elephant entered the hunter's attack range, it began to launch a fierce attack on the mammoth demon elephant frantically. -332W. True damage. -332W. True damage. -332W. True damage. Each shot can take away more than 3 million HP of this mammoth demon elephant. Although the giant elephant's health was rapidly decreasing under the attack of dozens of hunters. The next second, the mammoth's health was reduced to only half. The speed at which their health was decreasing caused the faces of the awakened people recruited by Qin Feng to change drastically. Because one shot can take away more than 3 million HP, it can take away tens of millions every second. However, several seconds have passed, but the HP of this mammoth demon elephant is still so healthy. Holy crap, did you notice? This guy's health bar is only half full. I want to know how much health this boss actually has. He's so hard to beat. Boss Tieming's hunter turret can take away over 3 million HP every second. What's a hunter turret? If we really want to see the attack, we still have to look at the Hurricane Ranger next to Boss Destiny. Although I can't see the Hurricane Ranger's attributes, I just saw that this guy's damage is even more explosive. Each shot deals over 10 million in damage. Even the one standing alone next to Boss Destiny can directly deal over 100 million in damage. After a few more seconds, the mammoth demon elephant's body was still quite a distance away from Qin Feng, but his blood volume was not very healthy. Just now when they were discussing, the mammoth demon elephant's blood volume dropped sharply again. A look of fear also flashed in the eyes of the mammoth demon elephant, but this fear did not mean that he wanted to escape. Instead, he rushed towards Qin Feng even more ferociously, and his speed changed again. The speed is more than doubled than before. Qin Feng actually had some thoughts about this mammoth moto elephant. After all, he had already subdued a Dark Claw King. If he could subdue a mammoth, it would be a great help to him in killing monsters in the future. After all, with that height, he could probably kill a lot of wild monsters with just one kick. This was also Qin Feng's first attempt. After all, it was he who agreed to subdue the Abyss Claw King, but this mammoth demon elephant might not surrender to him so easily. Qin Feng tried to mobilize the demon mark between his eyebrows. 2 seconds later. Failed. Qin Feng found that he had no way to communicate with the mark between his eyebrows for the time being. Then Qin Feng planned to use his mental power to see if he could control this mammoth demon elephant to submit to him. Hint: do you choose to subdue the mammoth Mordor elephant? Qin Feng was delighted when he heard the system prompt. Confirm. Qin Feng stood in the air without any movement, which surprised everyone. But Jace and the others widened their eyes. Really? Do you still want to conquer someone? He didn't know how to describe Qin Feng's big heart. If anyone else encountered this kind of boss, they would kill it if they could, or run away if they couldn't. Who would even think of conquering such a terrifying boss? At this time, the mammoth demon elephant that was still attacking Qin Feng seemed to have sensed something, and its huge body stopped in place instantly. Chapter 192 Control? Control failure. Chapter 192 Control? Control failed. At this time, Qin Feng also controlled the hunter to prevent him from continuing to attack. After all, if he attacks again, this mammoth Mordor elephant will be dead. The mammoth demon's eyes kept changing, as if he wanted to fight against Qin Feng. The next second, Qin Feng gave up. With Qin Feng's current strength, it is too difficult to forcibly control this big guy, unless this mammoth demon elephant surrenders voluntarily, like the previous Abyss Claw King. Qin Feng shook his head. He had originally wanted to subdue another boss, but it seemed that subduing him might not be that easy. Forget it. I wanted to spare your life, but it looks like you don't need it. Then just go die. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. Since he cannot be subdued, the only option is to kill him. Thinking of this, the hunter launched an attack again. Artillery fire continued to bombard the mammoth Mordor elephant. In just a few seconds, the remaining health of the mammoth demon elephant was instantly emptied. Fortunately, the attack of this mechanical equipment is real damage, otherwise it would be very difficult to defeat a boss of this level with extremely terrifying health and defense. This boss even has the ability to be immune to magic and physical attacks. Normally, the kind of boss that Qin Feng is killing now is one that they cannot kill in their current time period. It can even be said that the levels of those ordinary awakeners are on par with the boss. These 80,000 people are not enough for this boss to play with alone. Unless there is a mechanic like Qin Feng who has powerful attacks, it would be a fantasy to kill him. Next second, the long-awaited world announcement is here again. World announcement. 4 sacred empires, Justice Faction, Qinglong City, Awakener Stephendom, successfully killed Mammoth Mordor, epic world boss. The empire will receive 30 billion gold coins. All Awakeners in this faction will gain experience over the next 3 days, and a 250% increase in muscle mass. World announcement. 4 sacred empires, Justice Faction, Qinglong City, Awakener Stephendom, successfully killed Mammoth Mordor, epic world boss. The empire will receive 30 billion gold coins. All Awakeners in this faction will gain experience over the next 3 days, and a 250% increase in muscle mass. World announcement. At this time, the accumulated experience value has reached a terrifying 13.5 times. Killing 1 wild monster is equivalent to killing 13.5 wild monsters. However, the experience bonus from completing previous tasks will disappear tomorrow. But even if it disappears, the Chinese zone still has a 4.5 times experience bonus, which means it can still upgrade much faster than other war zones. I'm numb anyway. What? Isn't it normal for the Destiny boss to make a world announcement? Why are you still numb? No, I'm saying that after hearing about Boss Tianming's announcement on the world announcement, I didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion. Haha, don't worry. Maybe you've heard too many world announcements. Actually, I'm in the same boat as you. When I heard that Boss Tianming was on the world announcement, not only did I not feel any waves, I even felt that this was normal. Isn't that Destiny boss a frequent visitor to the world announcement? Ever since Destiny boss's first day of awakening. Wait a minute. The first day of awakening. Doesn't that mean that Boss Tianming is so old? Everyone was stunned for a moment. You should know that you can only awaken and log into the world of all races at the age of 18. If you fail to awaken successfully at the age of 18, it means that you will have no chance to enter the world of all races in this life. They had always known Qin Feng's strength, but no one had ever thought about Qin Feng's age. When talking about the first day of awakening, everyone remembered the age of Tianming boss. Your Excellency is truly amazing. The Dark Claw King stood behind Qin Feng, looking at the mammoth demon elephant that had turned into a corpse, the flesh on his face trembling constantly. I even felt a little relieved. Fortunately, I am now Qin Feng's man, otherwise my fate will definitely be the same as that mammoth demon elephant, turning into a corpse. But the strength of this mammoth demon elephant is so great that even I would have to avoid it temporarily, but you, sir, can actually give it to me directly. It had been less than 2 minutes since this mammoth Mordor elephant came out, but in this short period of time, it was blown through. Hey, this mammoth demon elephant is an ancient creature. It would be great if I could tame it. There are so many monsters in this abyss, but I didn't succeed in taming it. Qin Feng sighed. Hint, congratulations on killing the mammoth Mordor, epic world boss, gaining 9 million experience points and 500,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 900 million experience points and 50 million merit points. Tip: your level has changed. Your current level is 177. The 900 million experience points plus the demonized knight killed before instantly brought Qin Feng's level to 177. How far is it from the second level? Hint: congratulations on obtaining the Ranger Warrior Production Blueprint, Epic Level 1. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining the Ranger Weapon Production Blueprint, Epic Level 5. Hint: congratulations on obtaining the Mammoth Whip, Rare Ingredient. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward and obtaining the Mammoth Moto Giant Elephant Whip, Rare Ingredient. Qin Feng looked at what he had obtained. The Ranger Hero production drawings he had obtained before were fine, but he was still very satisfied with this reward. But what is this second reward? What is a giant elephant whip? Are there any rare ingredients? Qin Feng was very upset. He never thought that he would get such a thing. Whoever wants to use this thing can use it. I definitely won't use it. After saying that, he threw it directly into the ring. But when Qin Feng looked up, he saw Anna's rosy face. At the same time, Qin Feng also found that her eyes were a little blurry. Qin Feng knew that she must have misunderstood something. He quickly turned his face away. This mission should be completed, right? I feel like if I can't complete it again, I'll really be torn apart. I actually hope this mission can continue for a while longer. After all, it's still very rare to see Boss Tianming display his might. I don't know when I'll be able to do a mission with Boss Tianming again. But I've decided, as long as there's a mission with Boss Tianming, I'll definitely participate. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile as he listened to what these people said. Why are there still people rushing here to be the leaks? You can make a lot of money, but I will always make more money than you. Chapter 193, Holy Quality Pet Egg. Jealous? Chapter 193, Holy Quality Pet Egg. Jealous? At this time, there was no monster left on the battlefield. World announcement. Congratulations to the Awakeners in the Huaxiao region for successfully completing the Guarding the Abyss Passage, SSS mission. All Awakeners are hereby rewarded with 1,000 merits and 2 levels. For level 99 Awakeners, experience will be stored. World announcement. Congratulations to the Awakeners in the Huaxiao region for successfully completing the Guarding the Abyss Passage, SSS mission. All Awakeners are hereby rewarded with 1,000 merits and 2 levels. For level 99 Awakeners, experience will be stored. World announcement. Holy crap, not to mention the 1,000 merits. You can even level up. The next second, tens of thousands of leaks present, including Qin Feng, except for the level 99 Awakener, suddenly flashed with golden light and instantly upgraded 2 levels. Awesome. Boss Tianming, I love you so much. If you need any more missions in the future, you must think of us. I don't ask for meat, just give me some soup. I'll be satisfied. It can be said that this task alone allowed the participating Awakeners to advance by at least 4 levels, or even higher. In fact, the characters with the most level increases are mages and mechanics who output crazy amounts of damage in the later stages. But there is still a big gap between mages and mechanics. After all, those who play mechanics are all rich. They are not short of money, and the bullets they fire are all gold coins. Hey, I remember we had a leaderboard, didn't we? Why haven't the rewards for this leaderboard been announced yet? Next second, world announcement. Congratulations to all Awakeners. The ranking list is complete. The Awakener with the highest points will receive Rare Pet Egg, Sacred Quality, level, +5. The Awakener with the second highest points will receive Professional Forbidden Spell Skill Book, level, +3. The Awakener with the third highest points will receive Rare Equipment, Purple Gold, level, +2. The Awakener with the fourth highest points. Ugh, didn't the reward just come after I mentioned it? Let me see my ranking. My ranking is 654th. Forget it. This reward has nothing to do with me. Brush. After the rewards were distributed, the awakened people who received the rewards were covered in golden light. And Qin Feng was just swish, 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 swish. 5 golden lights flashed by. Tip: your level has changed. Your current level is 184. Let me be honest, this reward is good, but I don't like it. Because I don't have it. Just be content if you don't have one. I was originally in 10th place. But I don't know who pushed me down. I feel so bad. Has no one noticed the quality of Boss Tianming's pet? I noticed it. Isn't it just a sacred pet? What's that? Our current equipment, pets, and mounts are of various qualities. Iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, crimson gold, fairy, legendary, immortal, epic, and mythic. The highest quality is just mythical. What the hell is this sacred quality pet? Is it a quality above mythical? Now that you mention it, I finally thought of this. You're right. Could this sacred quality be even higher than mythical? After all, anything with the words divine and holy in it must be something truly extraordinary. Later, everyone knew that Qin Feng had obtained a pet egg of higher quality than the mythical one. They were all envious, and some even drooled. Wow, isn't the difference between the first and second place rewards too big? The first place winner got a divine pet, and I thought the second place winner would get a mythical pet egg, but it's just a skill book. No way. If your eyesight isn't good, you should get treatment. How did you see the skill book? Did you eat the word forbidden spell? Do you know the power of forbidden spells? Do you think this skill book is just an ordinary skill book? You are so naive. The damage and terror that a forbidden spell can bring are definitely not comparable to an ordinary skill. The power of a forbidden spell absolutely has the ability to change the course of battle. Actually, the rewards for first and second place are pretty good, but starting with third place, the rewards start to get a bit worse. A piece of red gold equipment might seem quite powerful right now. After all, gold equipment is the norm these days, and even dark gold equipment isn't widespread yet. However, the use of that equipment is definitely limited. The power of a sacred quality pet egg isn't something to be taken into account. It can basically be used forever, and the same goes for forbidden spells. However, replacing equipment is relatively easy. Take the military for example. There's a set of dark gold equipment, a set of red gold equipment, and even a fairy suit that can be exchanged. The only difference is that the required merits and military rank are slightly higher. But the equipment reward is definitely not that great. Then there's nothing to worry about after fourth place. They're just purple gold and dark gold equipment. So don't worry if you're not in the top 10. After we reach level 100 in advance, we can go to the military to exchange our dark gold equipment. I think everyone should be able to exchange now, right? Shouldn't there be any? It can be said that as long as you follow Qin Feng to participate in the SSS level mission, it is very easy to accumulate enough merits for a dark gold set. Of course, it doesn't rule out those who can't grab the boss. I'm really curious now. Why is the reward from Boss Tianming so terrifying? Could it be that Boss Tianming is really the illegitimate child of the Myriad Races world? This Myriad Races world isn't just an ordinary game. Otherwise, I'd feel like Tianming is just a bunch of idiots. He's constantly crushing us. The rewards we get from killing bosses are nothing compared to Tianming's random rewards. Gee, what's the big deal? Anyone with a brain would understand this. The rewards are definitely distributed based on the number of kills and contribution to this mission. All of us combined can't kill as many as Boss Tianming alone. Besides, if Boss Tianming wasn't here, we probably wouldn't be able to complete this mission. Forget about getting the rewards, you're just going to get shit. That's right. I think you're feeling unbalanced, right? And you're still a lucky guy? Anyway, I don't have any opinions. This is what Boss Destiny deserves. If it weren't for Boss Destiny, you wouldn't be able to participate in the SSS mission. Chapter 194, 12-Winged Cherubim. Holy Ninth Order. Chapter 194, 12-Winged Cherubim. Holy Ninth Order. Can't you see the power of Boss Tianming? I feel like someone like you isn't even worthy of joining this mission. Boss Tianming gave you a chance to level up, and now you're jealous of his reward. To be frank, this mission doesn't make any difference whether you're on it or not, understand? You're nothing. And you still have the nerve to criticize Boss Tianming here. That's right. If you're jealous of Boss Tianming, then you shouldn't have come here if you have the guts. You were calling Boss Tianming boss before. Why are you feeling unbalanced now that you saw the boss's reward? You're trash. An awakened person who was jealous of Qin Feng's reward was instantly attacked by the crowd. Because they all knew that if Qin Feng hadn't been here this time, they definitely wouldn't have been able to accept this mission. To put it bluntly, Qin Feng could do the mission himself, and this group of people were basically just pendants. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Hint. Congratulations on completing the Guarding the Abyss Passage SSS mission, gaining 500,000 experience points, 180,000 gold coins, and 150,000 merit points. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 500 million experience points, 180 million gold coins, and 150 million merit points. After receiving the reward, Qin Feng looked at the pet egg in his hand. A pet egg of sacred quality can no longer be said to be priceless. Its value cannot be compared with mundane items such as gold coins. Rare pet egg, sacred quality. Level 1. Grade, holy. Effect. You can obtain a sacred pet. Introduction. This is a pet egg with extremely powerful abilities. A pet egg with extremely powerful abilities? Qin Feng looked at the introduction and couldn't help but frowned. This pet egg does not indicate what type of pet it is, It just describes its quality. However, since the quality can reach sacred level, it already shows the potential and strength of the pet in this pet egg. Qin Feng now has two pets, Yu and Xiaoguang. Qin Feng directly spent 100,000 gold coins to open the position of the third pet. It was just 100,000 gold coins. Qin Feng didn't take it seriously. After all, the gold coins Qin Feng had on him were worth billions. You spend 100,000 and don't even hear a sound. Hint: do you want to start hatching rare pet egg, sacred quality? Incubation. Reminder: your rare pet egg, sacred quality, is hatching. The estimated hatching time is 3,647 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Do you want to spend gold coins to increase the hatching speed? Reminder: your rare pet egg, sacred quality, is hatching. The estimated hatching time is 3,647 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Do you want to spend gold coins to increase the hatching speed? Listening to the prompt, Qin Feng didn't expect that this sacred quality pet would take 5 months to hatch, and if he wanted to use gold coins to increase the speed, it would cost a large amount of gold coins. But Qin Feng was not panicked at all. It's just gold coins. What Qin Feng lacks the least now is gold coins. Tip: you spend 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time is reduced by 1 hour. Tip: you spend 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time is reduced by 1 hour. Tip: you spend 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time is reduced by 1 hour. After clicking a few times, Qin Feng finally heard the system's voice clearly. It turned out that it took 100,000 gold coins to reduce the time by 1 hour. If Qin Feng remembered correctly, when hatching pet eggs before, it took 10,000 gold coins to reduce the hatching time by 1 hour. However, Qin Feng thought about it again and found that 100,000 gold coins for an hour was not a big loss. After all, this was a sacred quality pet egg, so it was normal for it to be a bit expensive. Forget it. 100,000 is 100,000. It's only over 300 million gold coins at most. Not too much, and I can accept it. Qin Feng said to himself. Tip: you spend 100,000 gold coins, and the hatching time is reduced by 1 hour. Hint. Hint. Listening to this moving sound of consumption, Qin Feng seemed very happy. After all, this is the happiness of the rich. The gap between masters and ordinary people is not only talent and strength, but more importantly time, and Qin Feng is using gold coins to buy time. So I don't feel bad at all when spending gold coins. After doing this for several minutes, Qin Feng's fingers were sore. Hint: congratulations on obtaining the pet, 6-winged power angel. Holy level 1. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. Congratulations on obtaining the 12-winged cherubim. Divine 9th level. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard the system prompt sound. Qin Feng was already very excited to have a first-level sacred pet. But I didn't expect that after triggering the 100-fold reward, what I got was a holy 9th level 12-winged cherubim. Cherubim. In fact, compared with the cherubim, what Qin Feng wants more are 1.2 billion angels. Of course, the gain effects of the two people are different, and they cannot be compared like this. It's just that Qin Feng still prefers the more violent angel. This luck is really unmatched. Originally, Qin Feng thought that he would get a pet like the 4 sacred beasts. It's not that Qin Feng had never thought about a pet like an angel, but it was just too difficult to obtain one. In his previous life, Qin Feng knew that there were only a few NPCs who possessed sacred pet eggs, and there was only one angel among them. Moreover, the angel he obtained was only an archangel in the lower 3 levels of the angel level. Does Qin Feng really feel like he is dreaming at this moment? A 9th level sacred pet should be the highest grade pet in the myriad races world, right? Even the 4 sacred beasts are 9th level sacred beings. After the hatching was successful, Qin Feng directly summoned the pet. Then an angel bathed in holy light appeared in front of Qin Feng. Although she was only a small level 1, the body of this cherubim was actually much larger than Qin Feng. Like angels, male angels are handsome and female angels are extremely beautiful, and this cherubim is just like that. Her face bathed in holy light makes people feel guilty even at a glance. A feeling of self-deprecation arises from within. The cherubim opened their eyes under the holy light, and their beautiful eyes made Qin Feng fall into them. This is the appearance of an angel, surpassing all others. The cherubim hovered in the air, then knelt on one knee in the air. Master. Stay flat. I don't know why, but Qin Feng almost blurted out the words stand up. After the cherubim stood up, Qin Feng was still in a state of excitement and couldn't extricate himself, because he was really too excited. In fact, let alone the cherubim, even an angel of the lower 3 levels could make Qin Feng jump 3 feet high. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. He seemed to sense the strange gaze of the cherubim, as if wondering why his master was acting like a fool. Then he quickly coughed twice in a pretentious manner. Chapter 195, Terrifying Attributes. Chapter 195, Terrifying Attributes. Then Qin Feng opened the attribute panel of the cherubim. 12-winged cherubim, Holy Ninth Order. Level 1. Grade, Holy. Owner, Destiny. HP, 1000W. Attack, 500W, 520W. Defense, 270W, 275W. Skills, God's Protection, Angel's Call, Heaven's Judgment, Holy Light Spear, Magic and Physical Immunity. Talent, Holy Talent Max Level. Introduction, Awaken this pet of destiny. Cherubim can also provide immunity and possess extremely strong angelic power. When Qin Feng saw the attributes of the cherubim, his face was full of shock. Is this a first-level attribute? Qin Feng stared and talked to himself. Qin Feng had already thought that the strength of this pet was definitely extraordinary, but when Qin Feng actually saw it, the shock was still unavoidable. It can be said that the attributes of this first-level cherubim are already extremely powerful. A 9th-level sacred pet can be said to crush 99% of pets. At the same time, Qin Feng also discovered that this cherubim had one more talent than his other two pets. Do all pets of divine quality possess natural talents? Since Qin Feng had never owned a pet of divine quality in his previous life, he didn't know much about this talent. However, when he saw the divine talent at the maximum level, he was sure that this talent was definitely very strong. At this time, the cherubim beside Qin Feng were also seen by other awakened people. They were all envious. Why? Why can't I see the face of the winged girl next to Boss Tianming? She has a really nice figure though. It would be even better if I could see her face. I'm fine. What the hell? You can do this without even looking at the face? I have to admit you're pretty awesome. I can't. I still have to see the face. Otherwise, who knows what this guy looks like? Really? As long as she has a good figure. It's the same, even when the lights are off. You won't be able to see her face after the lights are turned off anyway. The above answer is correct. That's exactly what I thought. What the hell? What are you so proud of? It's just a pet. Is there any need to show off like that? Do you really think I've never seen a pet before? Damn it. It's not your turn to speak. I'll remember you. I want to see if you can stay in the safe zone forever. If I see you then, just wait for me. I will definitely prevent you from entering the myriad races world for 2 days. And me? You bitch? I'm already very annoyed by you. What do you mean by showing off to the Destiny boss? Who the hell are you? Are you worthy of showing off to the Destiny boss? Don't you even look at what a jerk you look like? You piece of trash. If there wasn't a resurrection here, I would have stabbed you to death with my sword. A dog will always eat shit. Boss Tianming helped you level up. If I remember correctly, you were only level 84 when you first arrived. You're already level 89 now. Boss Tianming helped you level up 5 levels, and you're still shamelessly speaking ill of him. You're a terrible person, I'm telling you. Big wave, huh? If I ever see you taking part in a mission with Boss Tianming, I'll kill you. Me too. If I see you, I'll kill you. +1. +1. Many people around knew what this big wave had said before, and they all wanted to kill him. There's nothing I can do about it. It's his fault for having a bad mouth. Qin Feng also heard the noise over there, but he was too lazy to bother with such a small follower, so he just secretly wrote down his name. Although leaks are good, Qin Feng doesn't mind a white-eyed wolf like him. Although he treated them as leaks, he brought them to upgrade after all, so he was giving them some benefits. But this guy actually dared to mock him? Qin Feng naturally couldn't tolerate this and directly put this person on the blacklist. In this case, not only would he not be able to see any of the tasks Qin Feng posted, but even if someone shared them with him, he wouldn't be eligible to take them. After all, he had become the first person on the Destiny blacklist. Since the mission here has been completed, Qin Feng naturally will not waste time here. Just continue looking for the branch of the Jiang organization. As long as Qin Feng completes the tasks of the 9 organizations, his level can be increased by about 10 levels, and there should be no problem in even directly increasing it to level 199. And after Qin Feng left, at this time, all the 80,000 members recruited by Qin Feng were cleared out by Qin Feng. Of course, the first one to be kicked out must be the guy named De Bo Lang. Don't think about the good things. You are too jealous. Boss Tianming is gone. If nothing unexpected happens, we probably won't have a chance of resurrection now. I wonder what you'll do now. Many people looked at Dada Bolong with disdain on their faces, and at the same time, they walked towards Dada Bolong with their hands rubbed. Die for me. Crippling strike. Fireball. The mechanic took out his own mechanical equipment and muttered, "Let's change the bullets. It's a waste to use such good bullets on you." In less than a few seconds, The life of this huge wave was instantly wiped out. But even though this guy died and was driven out of the world of all races, there were still many people who madly attacked his corpse. Although they could not cause any damage, whipping the corpse could still allow them to vent their anger. Who made him dare to speak ill of boss Tianming just now? In the eyes of these people, Tianming is like their idol. Who can allow others to insult their idol? He has a high level, high damage, and is quite handsome. More importantly, he knows to bring members of his own battle zone with him when he is on a mission. He is simply the epitome of a perfect idol. They naturally couldn't tolerate the fact that such a good person was being envied by others. And the other side. There are 9 branch halls of the organization. Qin Feng was frantically killing the T-900s in the branch hall, and Qin Feng's experience value was also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half an hour later. Tip. Your level has changed, and your current level is 186. Qin Feng's level was directly raised to 186, and he was only 13 levels away from changing his job. It can be said that if Qin Feng wants to quickly reach level 199, he must raise his level before the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, by the day after tomorrow, the experience bonus will be reduced by 9 times, and by then he will not have as much experience as he does now. Chapter 196. Crazy improvement of one's own level. Chapter 196. Crazy improvement of your own level. No, no, no. Don't kill me, don't kill me. At this time, there was a man in a white coat standing in front of Qin Feng. His identity should be similar to Dr. Sam whom he had met before, but this man's strength was still far from Dr. Sam's. I'll do anything you want me to do, as long as you don't kill me. I beg for mercy. I beg for mercy. The man knelt on the ground and kowtowed madly. But no one saw the fierce look that flashed across his eyes. He seemed to be feeling the distance between Qin Feng and him. Now, he roared in his heart. Whether he could survive depended on this. But the next second, he froze in place. In his right hand, he held a needle of poison, which he had recently developed. Moreover, even he did not have the antidote for this poison. But he watched helplessly as Qin Feng grabbed his wrist. There were only a few inches between the poison and Qin Feng's neck, but even with these few inches, he would never be able to penetrate it. When did you find out? He thought his acting skills were very good, and he didn't expect that his fatal blow would be easily controlled by Qin Feng. When did you find out? How should I put it? I actually didn't find out at all. I just never believed in you. Qin Feng said lightly. Members of the Nine-Head organization like them have basically done all kinds of evil things, and they are still begging for mercy? Qin Feng will not believe their nonsense. But the next second, Qin Feng grabbed his wrist, and the poison needle instantly pierced his neck. Feeling the poison being pushed into his body bit by bit, his eyes were full of fear, and he knew that he was about to die. It only took a few seconds after the drug was injected that the guy's body began to tremble constantly. At the same time, signs of poisoning appeared on his head, and his face turned ashen. In just 3 seconds, this guy's blood was instantly depleted. You brought this upon yourself. You deserve to die. Qin Feng gave him a cold look, then found the material warehouse again as if he was familiar with it, and packed up all the things in the warehouse, whether valuable or worthless. Then the self-destruct device was activated again. Hint. Congratulations on completing the Destroy 9 Organization Branches mission. Hint. Because you destroyed the 9 Root Organization's branch, the 9 Root Organization has issued a hunt for you. Hint. Congratulations on destroying the 9 Organization branch. The current location will form the destruction of the 9 Organization branch instance. This instance contains destiny. Do you want to open it to other awakeners? Every time Qin Feng destroyed a branch temple, a copy would be created, and every person who entered each copy would bring Qin Feng a profit of 100 gold coins. At this time, Qin Feng had already received more than 3 billion gold coins in ticket money. Tip. Your level has changed. Your current level is 188. Over 1,000 times the experience bonus is really fast. Qin Feng said happily. Wow, another dungeon opened. And these dungeons seem to be all the same. Could it be that someone has completed some serial tasks or something? I basically know who it is. Who else could it be but Boss Tianming? But this dungeon is really amazing. The experience it gives is really high. I used to be able to level up by about 5 levels per play. Even without the experience bonus, I feel like I could still level up by 1 or 2. But now, after I reach level 90, the experience it gives is much less. The key point is that this dungeon has a daily entry limit. You can only enter 5 times a day. It would be great if there were no limit. That way I could level up faster. I feel like you're just daydreaming. 1 entry is 100 gold coins. 10 entries is 1,000 gold coins. Do you have that much gold? And you're still bragging. But the next second, Another awakened person took out a mechanical weapon. Got it, mechanic? Need I say more? He immediately revealed his profession as a mechanic. A mechanic. Everyone knows it. It's a tycoon profession. I'm not short of money at all. 1,000 gold coins are nothing to them. It takes more than that much gold coins to make a piece of equipment. Just to participate in Qin Feng's SSS level missions, many wealthy mechanics spent tens or even millions of gold coins. They didn't even care about this small amount of 100 gold coins. On the other hand, Qin Feng was about to clear out all the branches of the Jogan organization, but what made Qin Feng a little strange was how the big boss of the Jogan organization could still sit still. Qin Feng is now clearing out the branch halls of the 9 organizations while waiting for the 9 organizations to send people over. However, Qin Feng has already cleared out 5 branch halls, but no one has come to support him. At this time, Qin Feng's merit points were almost approaching 1 million. If Qin Feng knew that merit was so easy to obtain, he would not have needed to ask the city lord for help before. After all, once the merit value exceeded 1 million, he could directly exchange it for the title of duke. Have the rewards for your merit rankings been distributed? I haven't posted it yet. Could it be that Boss Tianming is busy right now? Or should we wait a little longer? What are you waiting for? I want my dark gold equipment. I want it. Master Destiny. Master Destiny, come and dig it up. However, Qin Feng was currently in the Jogan organization's branch hall, frantically killing robots and gaining experience. Every time you kill a T-900, you can get 67.5 million experience points. Basically, the number of T-900s in each branch hall is dozens or even hundreds, so basically, Qin Feng can level up 1 or 2 levels every time he refreshes a branch hall. Tip: your level has changed, and the current level is 189. It can be said that now all awakeners in the Huaxiao area are upgrading like river water. World announcement. Fuso Theater, Kuji Ichiro becomes the 5th awakener to reach level 100. World announcement. German Theater, Salon becomes the 6th awakener to reach level 100. World announcement. In an instant, the number of people on the world ranking list expanded to 13. Originally, there were only 4 awakeners at level 100, but now there are 9 more at once, 4 of whom are awakeners from the Chinese war zone. Although the number of awakeners at level 100 may be a little small now, but according to the current upgrade speed, the number of awakeners who will first break through level 100 will definitely be the largest in the Chinese region. Chapter 197 Reward Distribution. Chapter 197 Rewards are distributed. Because in the SSS level mission that Qin Feng had just led, Qin Feng discovered many awakeners who had reached level 99. So after they completed the job transfer mission, the number of level 100 awakeners in the Huaxiao area will see a surge. Qin Feng, who was killing monsters, received a message from Jiang Xiaoyun. Yun Xiaojiang, Brother Feng, check the channel. Did you forget to distribute your reward? /Doge. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Xiaoyun's message, and the 3 dog heads behind him fell silent. He then handed the task of handling the T-900 to Hurricane and opened the merit ranking list. Merit ranking. 1. The river bends eastward. Merit points, 34061. 2. The brook is gurgling. Merit points, 30061. 3. The king's domineering aura. Merit points, 25091. 4. Big waves. Merit points, 18740. When Qin Feng saw the top 3, he felt okay, but when he looked at the face of the 4th place awakener, wasn't this the guy who was jealous of him and mocked him? Although Qin Feng didn't really want to give him a reward, since he had promised it before, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't go back on his word. It was just a set of dark gold equipment, so Qin Feng wouldn't be so stingy. Anyway, Qin Feng has already blacklisted this person, so he will not be able to accept any tasks he issues in the future. There's no way around it. Qin Feng is just such a vindictive person. I help you earn merits and level up. If you are not grateful, I won't say anything to you. But if you still say bad things about me behind my back, I'm sorry, you will have no share in the future. What's more, Qin Feng had no impression of this person's name in his previous life. It was obvious that he was not a master. I was thinking of changing the reward, but it looks like I'll have to wait until next time. Since Qin Feng had obtained billions of merits this time, he also wanted to give out more merits. However, this huge wave made Qin Feng lose the idea of exchanging rewards. Then they started distributing the rewards for this ranking list. Destiny. The mission rewards have been distributed, so hurry up and upgrade. After Qin Feng distributed the rewards, many people were extremely excited. Ha! The rewards are out. The rewards are out. Look at me. Look at what I said. I knew that Boss Tianming wouldn't withhold our rewards. After all, This dark gold suit is a piece of junk for Boss Tianming. Haha. My dark gold equipment has arrived. I'm currently completing the job transfer quest. It looks like it won't be long before I can become a level 100 awakener and make it onto the world rankings. Holy shit. What the hell is this 4th place? This big wave is actually ranked in the top 10? Does that mean he also got a reward from Boss Tianming? It should be. Damn it. I get mad every time I see this guy's name. What's more, I don't even have as many merit points as this guy. Isn't he a warrior? How could he possibly get so many merit points? Shit. I remember now. This bastard has been stealing bosses all the time. This guy has stolen over 30 of my bosses. What the hell? You got robbed too? I got robbed too. After I was down to the bone, this guy just charged in with a fearless charge and killed my boss in no time. This is fucking awful. What? Is this guy so shameless? I was saying that his level isn't very high, and he's a warrior. So how could he have so many merits? Turns out he stole someone else's boss. I'm going to wait for this guy to resurrect. As long as I see him resurrect, I'll send him straight to hell as soon as he leaves the safe zone. But I want to know why this guy hasn't said anything this whole time. Is he scared? Or is he secretly spying on the screen? What's the point of peeping? We've already sent him out of the Myriad Races world. It'll take at least 2 days for him to log back in. And if nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to reach level 100 in 2 days. Killing him then will be a piece of cake. Count me in too. I might not reach level 100 in 2 days, but I'm almost there. Count me in too. +1. If it weren't for this bastard, I would have no problem getting into the top 10 with the merits I have now. It can be said that this huge wave has aroused public indignation. After all, many people have been stabbed by this guy. But if a few people were robbed, no one would say anything. But this guy robbed many people's bosses, and he kept staring at the people he was robbing. Now all the tasks have basically been completed, and the only task left is to destroy the Jiang organization. After completing this task, your level should be able to be raised to 199. Now, while he still has the double experience, Qin Feng will raise his level even if he doesn't sleep. After all, the 9-fold experience bonus will end in 1 day. In fact, there was less than a day left. After all, it had been several hours since the mission of guarding the Abyssal Passage was completed. But just when Qin Feng killed the T-900, a prompt sound rang in Qin Feng's head. Reminder, your pet, 12-winged cherub, has been upgraded to level 5. Qin Feng looked at the cherubim behind him. His own level had increased by several levels, but the cherubim's level had only increased by 4 levels. It seems like it's really difficult to upgrade this sacred quality pet. I wonder if Yuanming Merchants has pet experience pills for sale now. Qin Feng touched his chin. I wish I had a book on how to make pet experience pills. Qin Feng said to himself. For example, high-quality experience production books are very expensive, and high-quality experience pills are the most important for high-quality pets, because high-quality pets look down on low-quality pet experience pills. After all, there are a lot of impurities in low-quality pet experience pills, so it is normal for them to look down on them. Forget it. I'll go to the Yuanming Chamber of Commerce and ask after I'm done. Then Qin Feng entered the process of gaining experience again. Hint. You killed the first-generation T-900, red gold, and gained 67.5 W experience points and 13.5 W gold coins. Hint. Congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 6750 W experience points and 1350 W gold coins. Hint. Congratulations on completing the Destroy 9 Organization Branches mission. Hint. Because you destroyed the 9 Root Organization's branch, the 9 Root Organization has issued a hunt for you. Hint. Congratulations on destroying the 9 Organization branch. The current location will form the destruction of the 9 Organization branch instance. This instance contains Destiny. Do you want to open it to other Awakeners? Chapter 198 New Job Change Mission. Chapter 198 New Job Transfer Task. 2 hours passed. Qin Feng's level has reached 198. Then Qin Feng brought Hurricane again to destroy 2 branches of the Jiang organization. Tip. Your level has changed. Your current level is 199. Your current experience is full. Tip. Congratulations on getting a new job transfer mission. Qin Feng was very excited when he heard the system prompt sound. After working hard for such a long time, Qin Feng finally reached level 199 as he wished and was only 1 step away from changing his job. Qin Feng opened the task panel. Job change / second job change task. Task level, SSS. Mission content. Kill 500,000 monsters, and each monster must be at least level 250. Task completion rate, 0/50 W. Time limit, none. When Qin Feng saw this task, he was completely confused. Why couldn't this mission be completed earlier? If he had come out earlier, He could have easily completed this mission. It was just 500,000 monsters. Wouldn't it be a very simple thing for Qin Feng? But now that the abyss passages are closed, where can I find monsters to kill? And he wants so many monsters at once. Damn it. Even if this quest came out earlier, I wouldn't be able to complete it. The monster level required here is actually no less than level 250? Doesn't that mean it has to be over 50 levels? Qin Feng cursed loudly. Oh my god, what kind of mission are you giving me? Where am I going to find 500,000 monsters? All of them above level 250? Just bring them to me. Qin Feng was so angry that his liver hurt a little. Task tip: Abyss Teleport Token. Qin Feng listened to the prompt in his head, and then he remembered that when he subdued the Abyss Claw King, the system gave him a reward, which was the Abyss Teleportation Token. It seems that this job transfer task should also be released based on this token. However, Qin Feng was still a little worried at this time. You know, the Abyss is definitely not a good place to go. There are countless monsters in it. It can be said that even if Qin Feng goes there, he will die if he is not careful. Even Qin Feng's ability to jump through space will be restricted in the Abyss. Therefore, Qin Feng did not dare to use the teleportation token directly to go to the Abyss. Secondly, what Qin Feng was worried about was that the required monster level could not be lower than level 250, which means that Qin Feng had to go above 50 levels to kill monsters, or 500,000 of them. If it was about guarding the passage, Qin Feng could still accept it. But if he went directly to the Abyss to kill level 250 monsters, then Qin Feng was basically either tired of living or had lost his mind. If other people are unlucky enough to encounter such a task, they will probably be stuck at this level, or they will be sent to guard the Abyss Passage. However, no one knows when the Abyss Passage will riot. Sometimes it happens more frequently, and sometimes it may not happen once for half a year or a year. But Qin Feng obviously didn't want to wait for the task of guarding the Abyss Passage, because Qin Feng didn't know how long it would take to complete this task. Looks like I have to go to the Abyss. Qin Feng took out the Abyss teleportation token he had obtained before, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Qin Feng decided to go to the Abyss. After all, if Qin Feng couldn't complete this task, then he wouldn't be able to change his job. This result was not what Qin Feng wanted. Qin Feng directly crushed the Abyss teleportation token in his hand. Hint: do you choose to teleport to the Abyss? After crushing the token, Qin Feng heard the system prompt sound, and then clicked confirm without saying a word. Hint: do you want to enter the Abyss? It is not recommended to go here at your current level. Just after Qin Feng thought about confirming, the system prompted Qin Feng again. But how could Qin Feng, who had already made preparations, give up just because he was not advised to go? This was not Qin Feng's character. Enter. Qin Feng still confirmed to enter. Next second, Qin Feng's figure disappeared instantly. The scene in front of Qin Feng's eyes changed instantly. When Qin Feng opened his eyes, his figure had appeared in a dark place full of blood and violence. Qin Feng looked at the city wall in front of him. Wanzhou City. 3 large characters stood shabbily on the city wall. At this time, the moon in the sky was also blood red, constantly emitting red light. Hint: your current location is Abyss, Wanzhou City. The Abyss actually belonged to the world of all races in the beginning, but due to the spread of demonic energy, many cities in the world of all races fell and eventually became the habitat of these monsters. The world of all races directly separated the two areas, turning the Abyss into a unique area. The aura on Qin Feng instantly attracted many monsters. Since Qin Feng himself was an awakened person in the world of all races, the aura on his body made these monsters very fond of him. After all, the reason why monsters attack the world of all races is just to expand their territory. And Qin Feng just happened to have this aura. Countless monsters rushed towards Qin Feng in an instant. Qin Feng took a closer look and found that it was just an ordinary monster, even less than level 150. This made Qin Feng's originally excited expression instantly calm down. How can I find monsters above level 250? Qin Feng fell into deep thought, and at this time dozens of hunter hover cannons appeared behind Qin Feng, and at the same time launched a fierce attack on the monsters surging in front of him. There is no way these abyss reptiles can get Qin Feng's attention. 774W. True damage. 774W. True damage. 774W. True damage. Hint: congratulations on killing the Abyss Crawler, and gain 20,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, and 10,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 2 million experience points, 1 million gold coins, and 1 million merit points. Hint: congratulations on killing the Abyss Crawler, and gain 20,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, and 10,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 2 million experience points, 1 million gold coins, and 1 million merit points. In just a few minutes, Qin Feng's merits increased again. Tip: the current stored experience is 100 million. Your experience has reached the upper limit. Please increase your level. Since Qin Feng hasn't changed his job yet, there is no way for him to upgrade. It's such a waste of so many experience points. If Qin Feng changes his job, these experiences can allow Qin Feng to advance another level, or even more. After killing the abyss crawlers outside, Qin Feng walked into the city of Wanzhou City. Chapter 199, Heading to the Abyss. Killing Monsters. Chapter 199, Heading to the Abyss. Killing Monsters. Qin Feng knew that the status of Wanzhou City in the past was the same as that of Qinglong City in the Four Sacred Empires. However, due to its fall, it could only become a habitat for these monsters. However, just after Qin Feng entered, the mark of the devil between Qin Feng's eyebrows began to heat up, and at the same time, a powerful pressure continued to surge in all directions. Many monsters in the city were instantly crushed into slag. Hint: congratulations on killing the Abyss Bloodthirsty Worm, and gain 50,000 experience points, 30,000 gold coins, and 30,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 5 million experience points, 3 million gold coins, and 3 million merit points. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized vampire bat, and gaining 50,000 experience points, 30,000 gold coins, and 30,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 5 million experience points, 3 million gold coins, and 3 million merit points. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized werewolf, and gaining 50,000 experience points, 30,000 gold coins, and 30,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 5 million experience points, 3 million gold coins, and 3 million merit points. Countless monsters died tragically under the pressure of this terrifying demon. However, just after the demon mark cleared out all the monsters in the city, Qin Feng had only completed 1/10 of the original 500,000 monsters above level 250. Job change / second job change task. Task level, SSS. Mission content: kill 500,000 monsters, and each monster must be at least level 250. Task completion rate, 50,000/500,000. Qin Feng didn't expect that he had completed 1/10 of the task, even though he didn't see any monsters. It must be said that Qin Feng's luck was quite good. After crushing these monsters into slag, the demon mark between Qin Feng's eyebrows disappeared again. Qin Feng summoned the Abyss Claw Emperor. When the Dark Claw Emperor appeared beside Qin Feng, he looked at him with a hint of surprise and asked, "Master, are we in the Abyss now?" The Dark Claw Emperor didn't know how he appeared here. Isn't it said that the Abyss and the Myriad Races world are separated? If there is no abyssal passage, there is no way for them to intervene. And the passage from the Abyss to the Myriad Races world is inaccessible to the awakened from the Myriad Races world, except for the monsters of the Abyss. The Abyss Claw Emperor said with a frown. "But Master, why are we in the Abyss now? This place is dark and shabby. It's not as fun as the world of all races." The Dark Claw Emperor was like a chatterbox, constantly chattering in Qin Feng's ears. If Qin Feng didn't need him to lead the way, he really wanted to give him an electric cannon. "Don't worry about how I got here. This is my ability. But now I need you to take me to the location of the level 250 monster." 25? Doesn't that mean she's even better than me? The Dark Claw Emperor widened his eyes. "You know, even after he evolves, he will only be level 200. Master, shouldn't we make a long-term plan? I can't defeat those level 250 monsters." The Dark Claw Emperor scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Can't beat them? I didn't ask you to. I just need you to lead the way. Remember to find a place where there aren't too many monsters." Qin Feng said seriously. "That. Okay, Master, I understand." The Abyss Claw Emperor looked at Qin Feng and nodded. Then the Abyss Claw Emperor took Qin Feng in one direction. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qin Feng saw a habitat full of demonized giants. Qin Feng took a rough look and found that there were probably tens of thousands of demonized giants here. Qin Feng directly released the Hurricane Ranger, and then the hunter behind him also launched an attack. Fierce artillery fire continued to bombard these demonized giants. In just a few seconds, thousands of demonized giants died. These demonized giants were not idle either. After sensing the enemy attack, They instantly found the location of Hurricane Ranger and Hunter and rushed towards them frantically. But no matter how they charged, Hurricane Ranger's damage was completely overflowing. 30 Hurricane Rangers. Even if the damage of each one is only 10 million, the damage of the 30 combined is a terrifying 3 billion. With the low health of these demonized giants, there is no way they can hold on. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized giant, legendary boss, and gaining 100,000 experience points, 100,000 gold coins, and 100,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 100 million experience points, 10 million gold coins, and 10 million merit points. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized giant, legendary boss, and gaining 100,000 experience points, 100,000 gold coins, and 100,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 100 million experience points, 10 million gold coins, and 10 million merit points. When Qin Feng looked at his character panel, a smile appeared on his face. The number of monsters he killed was also increasing. Although there was still a big gap with the 500,000 monsters above level 250, it had at least increased a lot. If I continue at this pace, I'm afraid it won't be too long before I can change my job. After more than 10 minutes, all the demonized giants turned into corpses, and the number Qin Feng needed reached 140,000, with only 360,000 monsters left to reach 500,000. Keep leading the way. Qin Feng looked at the Abyss Claw Emperor and said lightly. The Dark Claw King had been stunned the moment Qin Feng attacked. Although he had seen the damage Qin Feng had suffered before, after seeing it again, he still felt that it could only be described in 2 words. Horrible. Hurry up. Qin Feng slapped the head of the Abyss Claw King heavily. Only then did the Dark Claw Emperor come out of his shock. Master, you are truly too powerful. It's only been a short time, and they've all been wiped out. The levels of these demonized giants are all above level 250. But Qin Feng's level is only 199. With such a big gap, he can still wipe them out. The damage is obvious. Just lead the way. Stop flattering me. You'll see more in the future. This is just the beginning. Qin Feng said very casually. It was as if killing a monster 50 levels higher than him was just a daily occurrence. Okay, master. The Dark Claw Emperor responded, then took Qin Feng and walked towards another territory. Chapter 200. Look at the demonized yak again. Chapter 200. Look at the demonized yak again. With the leadership of the Abyss Claw Emperor, Qin Feng felt like he was back home in the Abyss. If there were any high-level monsters, the Abyss Claw Emperor would also lead Qin Feng to dodge them. It can be said that killing 500,000 monsters was very easy for Qin Feng. After all, with the Dark Claw Emperor around, Qin Feng wouldn't be like a headless fly. Sir, the territory ahead is the demonic vine snakes. And there are a ton of them. They're 3 or 4 times more numerous than the demonic giants before. And compared to the demonic giants, their health and attack power aren't very strong. The only thing we need to worry about is their speed. The Dark Claw Emperor reminded. Qin Feng nodded when he heard that. He had often encountered this demonized vine snake in his previous life. It was incredibly fast, but its attack and defense capabilities were both flaws. At the same time, the greatest ability of this demonized vine snake is danger perception. This meant that Qin Feng's ultra-long-range attack would definitely be discovered by them. However, Qin Feng had also considered this issue. There were a large number of these demonized vine snakes. Even though they were incredibly fast, under the bombardment of the Hunter and Hurricane Ranger, the large-scale damage would be very fatal to them. So Qin Feng had no idea that he couldn't control these monsters. Qin Feng was standing in the distance at this time, and saw through his armor that countless demonized vine snakes in front of him were actually fighting with the demonized yaks. There is a huge difference between the demonized yaks here and the demonized yaks Qin Feng had encountered in the wild before. The amount of demonic energy in their bodies alone is countless times more than that in the world of all races, and the amount of demonic energy will directly affect their damage and level. Qin Feng took a closer look. Demonized yak, Fairy Boss. Level, 280. Rank, Fairy. HP, 300 million/1 billion. Attack, 3500 W, 4200 W. Defense, 6500 W, 6700 W. Skills, Bull Charge, Rage, Physical Immunity. Introduction. Yaks, invaded by demonic energy, have undergone a drastic change in temperament, becoming manic and murderous. Their horns and bodies are their most powerful weapons. However, the health of this demonized yak had already reached the bottom. At the same time, Qin Feng also saw that a mutant yak on the other side had turned into a pile of bones. A level 250 demonized vine snake can actually kill a level 280 demonized yak, which shows how powerful it is. Then Qin Feng looked at the attribute panel of the demonized vine snake again. Demonized vine snake, fairy boss. Level, 250. Rank, fairy. HP, 100 million. Attack, 1200W, 1400W. Defense, 500W, 530W. Skills, Snake Sneak, Snake Bite, Spell Immunity. Introduction, vine snakes invaded by demonic energy. Although their attack and defense are not very strong, they are most proud of their high-speed movement. Be careful of their speed. At this time, Qin Feng had already arrived within the range, and then several shells were fired instantly, flying towards the territory of the demonized vine snake. Just as the shells were about to hit the territory, countless demonized vine snakes felt the strong breath of death and then fled in all directions in an instant. However, even though they were extremely fast, they still had no way to withstand the attack of these shells. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous artillery fire made the originally dark abyss as bright as day. The demonized yak, which still had a trace of blood left, was blown to pieces. Before dying, a trace of fear flashed in the yak's eyes. 2553W. True damage. 2553W. True damage. 2553W. True damage. Artillery fire continued to attack the territory, and the number of casualties among the demonized vine snakes continued to increase. However, some of the demonized vine snakes still avoided the artillery attack and rushed directly towards Qin Feng. Master, quite a few demonic vine snakes have discovered our location, and they are heading towards us. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng released his mount. As the three-headed dragon of the abyss appeared, countless demonized vine snakes stopped instantly. The dragon-like aura made their bodies tremble continuously. You know, the breath of a dragon is very scary to these reptiles. They just stood there in a daze, without even thinking of escaping. However, Qin Feng knew that they could not maintain such actions for too long. After all, the level of Qin Feng's mount was still very low. He was already very satisfied that he could have a certain degree of impact on the level 250 demonized vine snake. Then the artillery fire once again covered the bodies of this group of demonized vine snakes. Even though the artillery fire hit them, they still did not move except for the tragic wailing. Soon, taking advantage of the fact that these demonized vine snakes could not move, they were wiped out directly. The whole process took no more than 3 minutes. He killed countless demonized vine snakes in just 3 minutes. If you tell anyone about this record, I'm sure anyone would be so surprised that their jaw would drop. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized vine snake, fairy boss, and gaining 800,000 experience points, 80,000 gold coins, and 80,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 8,000 W experience points, 800 W gold coins, and 800 W merit points. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized vine snake, fairy boss, and gaining 800,000 experience points, 80,000 gold coins, and 80,000 merit points. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward. You will receive 8,000 W experience points, 800 W gold coins, and 800 W merit points. Hint: congratulations on killing the demonized yak, fairy boss, gaining 120 W experience, 12 W gold, and 12 W merit. Hint: congratulations on triggering the 100x reward, gaining 120 million experience points, 12 million gold coins, and 12 million merit points. Tip: the current level cannot be upgraded. The experience value storage is full. Qin Feng could not get any of this huge amount of experience, which made him very depressed. More importantly, the experience value could only be stored at 100 million, which means that after exceeding 100 million, the experience could no longer be stored, which means it was wasted. If Qin Feng had known this would happen, he might as well have brought Jiang Xiaoyun with him. It is better to give the experience to Jiang Xiaoyun than to have it embezzled by the world of 10,000 races. The experience gained from killing these monsters alone is enough to increase Jiang Xiaoyun's level by more than 10 or even 20 levels. Job change / second job change task. Task level, SSS. Mission content: kill 500,000 monsters, and each monster must be at least level 250. Task completion rate, 440,000/500,000.